Chapter 1. Douluo. In the Fasnuo province, to the north of Notting City, lies Xingyue village. Hey, brother Chiesi, has Wuling gone into the woods again? A middle-aged man, pedaling a tricycle laden with goods, inquired of the village chief at the entrance of their village. That brat Wuling, he never listens to me. Just the other day, he came back with a few rabbits. Does he not realize how perilous the woods can be? It's truly worrisome. The village chief, Chiesi, who had just crossed his 60th year and whose hair had begun to turn gray, paused his steps to vent his frustrations about his adopted son, a boy named Wuling. Despite his words of reprimand, the warmth in his tone revealed a deep-seated pride. Seeing the village chief become animated at the mere mention of Wuling, the middle-aged man chuckled knowingly, for it was no secret in the village that the chief held his son in high regard. However, this time, the typically patient man interrupted Kisa's ramblings. Hey, village chief, you should keep Wuling indoors more often these days. At the sound of the middle-aged man's serious tone, Kisa's demeanor shifted to one of rare solemnity. The man, named Chili, owned the village's local shop. In his youth, he had honed his culinary skills as a chef in a hotel within Notting City. As he grew older, and after the previous shopkeeper, Shi Chun, passed away unexpectedly, he returned to the village to open his own store. Leveraging the connections he made during his culinary career, his shop flourished, establishing ties with neighboring villages. Aside from few to the south, every village surrounding Notting City had engaged in trade with him, making him a figure of some renown in the area. Had it not been for his birthplace being Xingyue village, he could have easily settled in Notting City. Typically, Chili addressed Chiesi as brother, but in the face of serious matters, he would refer to him as village chief, hence the gravity of the situation. What is it, Chili? You seem unusually grave. Has something transpired? Well, village chief, I ran into an old client of mine who was a soul master while in the city. During our chat, he expressed his concerns, mentioning some unrest brewing within the spirit hall. Although I'm not privy to the specifics, it's better to err on the side of caution. It's wise to keep Wuling alert. Upon hearing Killa's words, Kisa's brows furrowed. Indeed, I've sensed something amiss as well. The annual soul awakening ceremony was supposed to take place in half a month, but just this afternoon, I received word that it has been moved up to the day after tomorrow. That's why I intended to find Wuling and advise him to rest well tomorrow. Your news confirms that something is indeed afoot. The two men exchanged a knowing glance, each reflecting the weight of concern in their eyes. The Spirit Hall, a colossal entity on the continent, could cause countless futures to crumble with just a tremor. Yet, no matter how much they pondered, it was futile. They were merely ordinary men. Ultimately, their shared gravity transformed into two resigned sighs and the sight of their retreating figures. As the sun dipped below the horizon, a mere 6-year-old boy was steadfastly practicing horse stance in a rushing river. To an onlooker unfamiliar with him, this would surely evoke astonishment, for typically, such a torrent would challenge even the sturdiest of 6-year-olds to maintain their footing. Yet the boy not only stood firm, but also squatted comfortably in his stance. Especially remarkable was the fact that he had 2 fist-sized stones tied around his waist, and in each of his outstretched hands, he also held 2 more stones of the same size. Though his expression twisted in pain, his breathing remained remarkably steady. The rustling from the grass caught the boy's attention, prompting him to rise cautiously, releasing the stones from his waist. With a gentle sweep of his hands, the village chief, Chiesi, emerged from the underbrush, causing the boy to relax his guard. Wuling, I've been searching high and low for you. Come on, it's time for dinner. Indeed, this boy was Wuling, the adopted son whom Chiesi proudly extolled in front of others. All right, Uncle Chiesi. Despite the man before him having nurtured him for 6 years, Wuling's memories from his previous life prevented him from calling him father. Indeed, Wuling was a traditional transmigrator, having been born into a martial arts family in a place called the Blue Star Huagua. In his previous life, he had diligently trained under the urging of his grandfather and father, practicing not the frivolous forms of martial arts, but rather the lethal techniques known as ancient martial arts. However, in a society governed by law, these skills served little purpose beyond preventing bullying at school. It wasn't until he turned 18 and his grandfather passed away that his father, in his lamentation, acquiesced to life, allowing him to attend university and carve out a life of his own. Tragically, on his 20th birthday, his father was slain by a man named Feng Yuxiu. Wuling had immediately taken leave to return home for his father's burial, but fate intervened in the form of an accident en route, leading to his rebirth as an infant in this new world, adopted by Chiesi. In Douluo continent, Wuling knew of his few passions: watching anime, reading novels, and indulging in culinary delights. If he were to add another, it would be the FGO game that piqued his interest. Having begun with fate-unlike games like Honor of Kings or PUBG, he had little inclination for those. Thus, upon realizing he had crossed into this new world, it was only natural for Wuling to accept his circumstances. Regarding the current timeline, Wuling understood that it was prior to Tang San's birth, as he had seen newspapers indicating that the current pope of the Spirit Hall was still Qian Xuanji. The soul awakening ceremony has been moved up to the day after tomorrow? Yes, so you should rest at home tomorrow and prepare accordingly. Sure, no problem. They'll just reduce my training to 3/4 of what I usually do. With a playful grin, Wuling replied to Chiesi. Perhaps due to his unique experiences, Wuling exhibited an extraordinary seriousness during training and combat. Still, in everyday life, he radiated a lively and cheerful demeanor, as though achieving a balance within himself. That won't do, you can only train 1/4 of the usual amount. Fine, how about 5/8 then? Half. For the remaining time, they'll have you soak in the tender buds of our walnut tree. It's settled. Those walnut tree buds. All right, no backing out on this, Uncle Chiesi. Once it's said, it's settled. Who would renege on a promise to a child like you? Chapter 2. The Soul Awakening of the Anonymously Named Spirit Base. 2 days swiftly passed. On that morning, Wuling and Chiesi enjoyed a breakfast of oil sticks and salty tofu pudding, which Wuling had prepared himself. Chiesi could not help but praise. I truly marvel at where you learned this skill. I must say, this dish you call oil sticks and tofu pudding is quite delectable. After nearly a year, I still can't get enough. And your spicy rabbit heads, 3 delicacies from the earth, and mapo tofu, even Uncle Chili can't stop raving about them. Especially the mapo tofu after tasting it. Uncle Chili was so enchanted he wished to indulge in it 5 times a day. Wuling chuckled, well aware of his culinary prowess, having practiced for nearly 8 years. In the fitness circles of the Blue Star, there was a saying, 3 parts exercise, 7 parts diet. Of course, this diet did not imply indulging in excessive feasting, but rather emphasized the importance of nutrition in building a healthy body. Similarly, in the martial arts community, there existed a parallel sentiment. In essence, a sound body is fundamental to martial practice. Unless one's skills could surpass the limitations of physical prowess, a robust and healthy physique was indispensable. Thus, Wuling, who relished fine cuisine, also learned the art of cooking, for it was often said that a gourmet incapable of cooking was not a true martial artist. As Wuling basked in Kisa's compliments, he suddenly noticed Chiesi adding a spoonful of white granulated substance to his tofu pudding. His expression shifted dramatically, and he grasped Kisa's wrist, exclaiming, Uncle Chiesi, what are you adding? What's the matter? It's sugar. Heretic. To be fair, while Wuling favored salty tofu pudding, he could tolerate sweet variations, provided they were reasonable. However, he found abominations such as sugar-coated kumquats, spicy mooncakes, or dumplings dipped in yogurt or ketchup utterly intolerable. After finishing their meal, the time had come. Chiesher adjusted Wuling's attire and spoke earnestly. Linger, I have noticed your efforts during this period. The awakening of one's martial soul is indeed an opportunity to alter one's destiny. It is a matter of utmost importance in life. However, you must understand that the majority of ordinary individuals may never even encounter such an opportunity. Thus, I wish to convey that regardless of the martial soul you awaken, do not succumb to disappointment or self-abandonment. Do not consider your endeavors to be in vain. Furthermore, you have me, and you have this family. So go forth with courage and confidence. Listening to Kishi's words, Wuling felt a slight easing of the tension within his heart, yet he still struggled to find complete tranquility. After all, as a transmigrator, the absence of a system at this point left him somewhat unsettled. Should he awaken an ordinary martial soul this time, it would indeed be a source of shame for him as a transmigrator. Chiesher also sensed Wuling's unease, but chose not to address it. Noticing the time, he led Wuling away from home and towards the village's entrance. At the village's entrance, 11 children and their respective parents had gathered, all of whom were 6 years old this year and eligible to awaken their martial souls. As the village chief, Chiesher surveyed the scene and nodded in approval. All right, everyone is here, let us proceed. Under Kishi's guidance, they arrived at the location of the Martial Soul Hall in their village, where a man in his 20s awaited them. Greetings, esteemed Soul Master. These are the children here for their awakening. May I inquire how you wish to be addressed? Simply call me Su Yuntao. Very well, Master Su Yuntao. Now, the esteemed ones are waiting outside. Children, please follow Master Su Yuntao into the awakening chamber and be sure to behave. Upon hearing that Su Yuntao would oversee his martial soul awakening, Wuling felt a surge of excitement, for the phrase the protagonist flows like water, while Su Yuntao remained steadfast was not without merit. If Su Yuntao were to awaken his martial soul, it would secure a significant portion of his fate. Yet, A flicker of doubt crossed Wuling's mind. He had inquired with Cheshire a few days prior about the soul masters who had awakened martial souls in recent years, and had found no mention of Su Yuntao. Why, then, had he suddenly appeared now? Before he could ponder further, Cheshire approached and gently urged him. What are you thinking, Linger? Don't be nervous, go ahead. Wuling focused his gaze and noticed that the other children had already entered, leaving him behind. Feeling a bit shy, he smiled awkwardly, offered Cheshire a reassuring glance, and hurriedly made his way inside. Once inside, Wuling instinctively positioned himself at the back of the group. Good, the last one has arrived. That should secure a 75% success rate. Seeing Wuling join the line, Su Yuntao retrieved a crystal ball and 6 black stones from his bag. He arranged the stones in a hexagonal formation on the ground and called the first boy to step inside. Thus, the martial soul awakening commenced, accompanied by Su Yuntao's declaration, Lone Wolf, manifest. 2 soul rings, 1 white and 1 yellow, appeared before the boy, and a dramatic transformation ensued. His ears elongated, his fur shifted from black to gray, flourishing in abundance, while his pair of emerald eyes glimmered with an eerie light. His nails elongated and sharpened to a frightening degree. Many of the children, including the boy standing in the hexagon, trembled in fear, and a few of the timid ones burst into tears. Wuling, who remained unchanged, naturally drew Su Yuntao's attention. This child is quite intriguing, Su Yuntao mused, and began to reassure the frightened children. Fear not, this is my martial soul, the Lone Wolf. If you're fortunate enough to awaken a martial soul imbued with soul power, you too may become a soul master like me and wield similar abilities. Afterward, Su Yuntao extended his hand toward the boy in front of him. As the 6 stones flickered, a pair of chopsticks appeared in the boy's hands. Chopsticks, a weapon-type martial soul. Let's see if you possess soul power. Su Yuntao placed the crystal ball before the boy for testing, but it emitted no response whatsoever. You lack soul power and cannot become a soul master. You may return now. Next, after some time, it was Wuling's turn. Among the 11 children before him, 10 were devoid of soul power. The only one with a first-level soul power had a spoon as his martial soul. Now, clear your mind and attune to your inner self. Wuling, standing within the hexagon, sought to calm his thoughts and close his eyes. However, inexplicably, a scene unfolded in his mind. On a shield resembling a cross, a colorful summoning array revolved slowly, then accelerated, culminating in a blinding flash of white light. Wuling abruptly opened his eyes. What was that? A heroic spirit summoning. Simultaneously, a disc-shaped object manifested in his hand. Gazing at the alto-familiar disc, its name instantly materialized in Wuling's mind. Nameless Spirit Base. Chapter 3. Joining the Martial Soul Hall. In the FGO game, the Nameless Spirit Base is a surplus of Spirit Base residue. When players draw 5 or more identical 5-star heroic spirits, any subsequent draw yields an additional Nameless Spirit Base. Thus, in the game, only those who invest heavily can acquire a Nameless Spirit Base, while casual players like Wuling merely glance at it in the shop. Yet now, this item, which Wuling had never possessed in the game, appeared in his hand at this very moment. Both Wuling and Su Yuntao stared at the Nameless Spirit Base in astonishment. Wuling's thoughts were, how did this come to be? Su Yuntao pondered, what is this? It appears rather formidable. The Nameless Spirit Base resembled a ring, with 8 spindle-shaped objects piercing through it. At the center of the ring, these 8 spindles housed a sphere of energy radiating a blue glow, leading players to affectionately refer to it as the disc. Su Yuntao stepped forward to examine it closely, confirming that he was entirely unfamiliar with this martial soul. Not even a similar one came to mind. Thus, he had no choice but to inquire directly. Little one, what martial soul is this? Wuling's expression stiffened the moment the martial soul appeared. Its information flooded into his mind. He was well aware of its name, but if he were to say it was the Nameless Spirit Base, how could he explain the concept of a spirit base? Returning, esteemed sir, based on my recollection, my martial soul is called the Spirit Disc. Upon hearing the name of the martial soul, Su Yuntao gazed at the nameless spiritual foundation in the hands of the martial spirit. His thoughts began to expand, and his eyes gradually ignited with fervor. The Spirit Disc, could it be a mutation of the martial soul induced by a disc? If it truly is a mutated martial soul, the likelihood of possessing soul power would be exceedingly high. Moreover, considering that a disc is categorized among the most rudimentary martial souls, the probability of it evolving positively is significantly enhanced. Is it possible that Su Yuntao, during his inaugural awakening of the martial soul, has encountered an extraordinary talent? Although Su Yuntao's mind was racing with thoughts, his physical speed was unimpeded. He promptly placed the crystal ball before the martial spirit, eager to ascertain its qualities. Should there be even a hint of soul power, he was determined to invite the martial spirit into the Hall of Martial Souls. Although Wu Ling was unsure why he was presented with an anonymous spirit base, he had come to realize that his extraordinary gift had indeed manifested. Without hesitation, he placed his hand upon the crystal ball. According to established norms, even a faint glimmer from the orb signified that the tester possessed soul power. The moment Wu Ling's hand made contact, the crystal ball began to radiate light, causing Su Yuntao's heart to flutter with excitement, as this level of illumination indicated that Wu Ling possessed at least second-level soul power. However, this illumination was merely the beginning, in the blink of an eye. Before Su Yuntao could even calm his racing heart, the crystal ball erupted into a dazzling display, akin to a luminous bulb that could not be overlooked, even in daylight. Su Yuntao's pupils constricted as he pointed at Wu Ling, trembling with astonishment, a full innate soul power. As he spoke, Su Yuntao's gaze towards Wu Ling transformed entirely. It is worth noting that a full innate soul power was an extraordinary rarity, and within the realm of Douluo, where such talents were not yet commonplace. There was only one known individual in the world with this distinction, the newly appointed Pope of the Spirit Hall, Bibi Dong. Now, a second individual with full innate soul power had appeared before Su Yuntao, emerging from his very hands. This was a moment of great fortune. Joining his mentor at this establishment was undoubtedly the most astute decision of his life. With a heart racing with exhilaration and hands trembling with anticipation, Su Yutao placed his hands on Wu Ling's shoulders, suppressing his inner excitement as he began to extend an invitation. "Child, what is your name?" "Respected Soul Master." "I am Wu Ling. Excellent, excellent. Wu Ling is a splendid name. From now on, you need not call me Respected Master, simply refer to me as Brother Tao. Now tell me, do you wish to join our spirit hall?" Fearing that Wu Ling might not grasp the significance of his words, Su Yuntao hurriedly elaborated. "Child, let me explain. Your full innate soul power is a rare phenomenon, appearing only once in several years. Our newly appointed Pope Bibi Dong is the sole individual in the world with this distinction. Though I may be a mere insignificant figure and there may be others with full innate soul power unknown to me, it is indisputable that the Pope is the most formidable and renowned among them. If you agree to join our spirit hall, I shall immediately escort you to our division, and subsequently you will rise through the ranks. Given your unique mutated spirit and innate full soul power, there is a significant possibility that you could directly meet His Holiness the Pope." Upon hearing this, Wu Ling quickly processed the implications. Wait a moment. The newly appointed Pope Bibi Dong. Did he not just mention the current circumstances? Could it be that we have arrived at the period surrounding Tang San's birth, when Bibi Dong slays Qian Xuanji to ascend as Pope? Wu Ling, who had already intended to join the Spirit Hall, felt a surge of joy. During this pivotal moment of power transition, Bibi Dong would undoubtedly require a multitude of personnel and loyal allies. If I were to join now, although my current strength may not carry significant weight, my potential could still influence the situation. After all, no one wishes to stand against an individual with boundless potential. Yet, there were drawbacks. This decision could attract the attention of staunch adversaries. However, if I could navigate through the challenges, the path ahead would be considerably easier. Naturally, the future presence of Tang San posed a concern, but as a transmigrator, if I cannot outshine Tang San, the protagonist of this fantastical narrative, what meaning would my existence hold? To avoid lowering the standards of transmigrators, I might as well end my life. To be frank, Wu Ling's impression of Tang San was not particularly negative, but it certainly did not reach the level of admiration. After all, who among the masses does not engage in double standards? Everyone criticizes double standards, yet everyone embodies them in some capacity, after all. Who does not wish for those around them to excel? What truly repulsed Wu Ling was Tang San's hypocritical demeanor and rhetoric, performing villainous deeds while espousing lofty ideals. By the way, does joining the Spirit Hall come with meals? Wu Ling feigned an inquiry, and Su Yuntao responded with a gleeful smile, as if he could already envision the day of his promotion and salary increase. Naturally, meals would be provided, and without a doubt, they would be ample. "Very well. I shall join," he exclaimed, laughter bubbling forth. At that moment, Su Yuntao was grinning from ear to ear, while the children who had completed their tests looked on with envious gazes, although they were unaware of the specifics in their understanding. Merely joining the Spirit Hall represented a fortune accumulated over 3 lifetimes. Su Yuntao led Wu Ling and the group of children outside, radiating with joy as he approached the arriving group led by Chiesi. Chapter 4. Abilities and the master excitement is indeed contagious. The flush that originally adorned Su Yuntao's face spread to Chiesi's as they engaged in conversation. After a while, their dialogue concluded, and Chiesi waved his hand, signaling the other villagers to return to their homes. Before following Su Yuntao to stand before Wu Ling, Chiesi began. Master Su Yuntao has shared with me that you have truly astonished me. To this, Wu Ling merely offered a shy smile, choosing not to elaborate further. Chiesi continued. Linger, the master has already discussed it with me. You shall proceed directly to Nanning City today. Wu Ling, in a state of perplexity, inquired, Uncle Chia, will you not be coming? Uncle Chia casually waved his hand, seemingly indifferent, and replied, after all, I am the village chief. And there are numerous matters to attend to this year. For instance, your Aunt Ba Sao is due to give birth in a few days. And your Uncle Chi has also invited me to celebrate your awakening of martial spirits with a drink. I have long been yearning for his ancestral stone treasure wine. Thus, you may proceed without concern for this old man. As long as you can spare a moment to visit me in the future, I shall have no regrets. Wu Ling opened his mouth, yet ultimately refrained from uttering a word, quietly stepping forward to embrace Chiesi. I am leaving, Uncle Chia. Well, go ahead. And be cautious on your journey. After their final farewell, Wu Ling and Su Yuntao boarded the same carriage as the driver steered them toward Nanning City. Chiesi watched the departing carriage, instinctively brushing his hand against the slightly reddened corner of his eye. It was only when the carriage was no longer visible that he turned away, his steps somewhat unsteady as he made his way back to the village. I truly am getting old. The wind and sand increasingly sting my eyes. With a sigh, he thought, well, I suppose I'll be alone again, but perhaps this time there is something to look forward to. Inside the carriage, Wu Ling fell into a pensive silence due to parting from Chiesi, while Su Yuntao glanced at Wu Ling, silently understanding the need for quietude. With a heavy sigh, Wu Ling suppressed the pangs of reluctance within, forcing himself to redirect his focus. His nameless spirit base became his target. In the game, the function of a nameless spirit base is to summon heroic spirits. 10 such bases can call forth a 5-star heroic spirit. Upon becoming my martial soul, its ability remained that of summoning, albeit conjuring entities akin to shadows of heroic spirits. These shadows possess all the capabilities of the original heroic spirit, save for consciousness, which I can assume. To simplify, it is akin to the character Zhuge Calming in the game, allowing me to become a vessel of possession, with my consciousness at the helm, thereby acquiring the powers of the heroic spirit. If one were to delineate the difference, it lies in my capacity to merge the spirit bases of up to 9 heroic spirits simultaneously. Here, a level 1 soul power is equivalent to 1 nameless spirit base. Thus, my current level 10 soul power corresponds to 10 bases, and I am merely 1 relic short of initiating my first summoning. The relics are soul beasts, categorized into tiers of 10, 100, 1,000, 10,000, 100,000, and million levels. The first 5 tiers correspond to 1-star through 5-star entities, while the million level transcends into the realm of deities, of which I remain uncertain at this juncture. It is noteworthy that a 10,000-year soul ring can summon a 4-star heroic spirit, yet it may also invoke a 1-star spirit, primarily dictated by compatibility. Should a compatible star rank not be available, the summoning will descend to a lower tier. Nevertheless, the level of the soul ring remains unchanged, and the lower tier heroic spirit will receive a measure of augmentation. Conversely, a 10-year soul ring cannot summon spirits of 2 stars or higher. Wu Ling comprehended the capabilities of his martial spirit and began to meticulously ponder his first soul ring selection. It must be a century-old one, allowing him to choose from the 1st and 2nd-star spirits. However, over the past 6 years, he had forgotten certain details, making the task a bit troublesome. While Wu Ling was immersed in contemplation, they had already arrived at Nanning City. Wu Ling, we've arrived. What are you thinking about? Upon disembarking, Su Yuntao hurriedly led him to find his mentor, Matthew Nua. Despite Matthew being merely a Grand Soul Master, his character and knowledge greatly impressed Su Yuntao. Particularly, their encounter with Wu Ling was the result of Su Yuntao's dedication to following his teacher here, making it imperative to inform him without delay. Ultimately, in the courtyard of the Martial Spirit Branch, Su Yuntao located Matthew Nua, who was conversing with a middle-aged man in his 30s or 40s. Su Yuntao glanced at the unfamiliar man, but since he was speaking with his teacher, he presumed him to be an ally and boldly announced, "Teacher, look, this child possesses innate full soul power." Su Yuntao's exclamation drew the attention of both Matthew Nua and the middle-aged man. Matthew, somewhat incredulous, confirmed, "Is it truly innate full soul power?" "Indeed, teacher. And he has agreed to join the Martial Spirit Hall." "Excellent. What is his martial spirit?" He claims it is a mutated martial spirit known as the heroic spirit plate. Mutated martial spirit, innate full soul power, and he has joined our martial spirit hall. Excellent. Matthew's repeated exclamations clearly expressed his exhilaration. However, Wooling's attention was not on their conversation. His gaze was fixed on the middle-aged man. From his demeanor and the air of dejection surrounding him, Wooling recognized him as Yu Xiaojiang, Tang San's mentor from the original narrative. At that moment, Yu Xiaojiang also turned his attention to Wooling. He had heard Su Yintao and Matthew's conversation clearly and realized that this child was indeed a prodigious talent with a mutated martial spirit and innate full soul power. Unexpectedly, merely coming to meet the newly appointed officials of the Martial Spirit Hall led to his encounter with such a promising individual. On the surface, Yu Xiaojiang appeared composed. Yet internally, he was stirred with excitement. Upon learning that the Martial Spirit Branch had a new hall master and officials, he had intended to make an appearance, ensuring they recognized him as the foremost authority in theoretical knowledge on the continent. In simpler terms, he sought to remind them to treat him with respect. For to disrespect him would be to disgrace themselves, a consequence they dared not face. However, little did Yu Xiaojiang anticipate that he would find a genius here. No, a prodigy. If he could take him as a disciple, it would validate his 10 core competitive theories, silencing any who dared call him a failure. Resolute, he approached Wooling while Su Yintao explained matters to Matthew Nuo, inquiring, "Child, would you be interested in becoming my disciple?" His words caused Su Yintao and Matthew Nuo to momentarily freeze, casting him a wary glance. Yet, Yu Xiaojiang remained unfazed. He was the illustrious authority on the continent, and the opinions of 2 Grand Soul Masters were of little concern to him. Just as Su Yintao and Matthew were about to interject, Wooling decisively declared, "I refuse." Yu Xiaojiang's expression faltered, his heart swelling with indignation. He had personally extended an invitation, yet this child dared to rebuff him. Merely an ignorant lad. Once I reveal my title as the foremost theoretical authority, he will surely beg for my tutelage. When he becomes my disciple, he shall see the consequences of his insolence. While Yu Xiaojiang cursed inwardly, he maintained an outward facade of amiability, saying, "Little one, you may not know who I am. I am the foremost authority in theoretical knowledge on the continent, and only I possess the ability to help you unlock your true potential. Master, that is not quite accurate. This child has already agreed to join our Martial Spirit Hall," Matthew Nuo interjected, positioning himself subtly between Wooling and Yu Xiaojiang. Yu Xiaojiang shot a blank look at Matthew, vowing to make him regret this encounter later. But for now, securing a disciple took precedence. He bypassed Matthew and was about to continue persuading Wooling when Wooling preemptively spoke. "Foremost authority on the continent, I am aware of you, Yu Xiaojiang, who published the 10 core competitive theories, stating that there are no useless martial spirits, only useless soul masters." Su Yintao and Matthew Nuo sensed impending doom, while Yu Xiaojiang, upon hearing Wooling's words, swelled with pride, thinking, "See, even a child recognizes my brilliance. If he admires me, all he needs to do is kneel, apologize, and plead for me to accept him as a disciple. I shall graciously overlook the earlier incident." Conceiving this, Yu Xiaojiang arrogantly asserted, "Good. Since you know me, it will be easy. Come, kneel and become my disciple." "Yet I refuse." Yu Xiaojiang was incredulous, his displeasure evident. "You know me, yet you still refuse my offer?" Wooling did not respond directly. Instead, he posed a question to Master Yu. "Master Yu, you once mentioned in your work that the maximum age of each soul ring is fixed. Is that correct?" "Indeed. Not only that, but I have now clearly deduced the maximum age of each soul ring, meaning I can ensure that every soul ring of an individual reaches its utmost potential," Yu Xiaojiang proclaimed with pride, as if he could already envision the admiration in Wooling's eyes. However, he was met with a probing question from Wooling. "Then may I inquire, Master, what basis do you use for your deductions?" "Naturally, it is based on physical constitution. The stronger a soul master's physique, the greater the age of the soul rings they can endure. Then, Master, under the same rank, is there a disparity in physical constitution between attack-type soul masters and support-type soul masters?" "Certainly, there is a difference." "Well then, if attack-type and support-type soul masters have different physical constitutions, why is it that the maximum age of their soul rings remains the same?" This question seemed to catch Yu Xiaojiang off guard. As he began to respond instinctively, he halted midway. If he continued to assert that the maximum age of the soul rings was fixed despite differing physical constitutions, it would imply that the age of the soul rings was unrelated to physical condition, thus undermining his theory based on physical prowess. Yet, if he claimed that the maximum ages of the soul rings differed, it would render his years of research moot. "You are simply being unreasonable. In this world, there are no worthless martial souls, only inept soul masters. Therefore, the maximum age of the soul rings is indeed related to the soul master, Yu Xiaojiang declared. Attempting to intimidate Wuling with his renowned status as the foremost theoretical scholar on the continent. However, Wuling was not easily cowed by such tactics. He maintained his composure and continued to inquire. Oh, so you assert that there are no worthless martial souls, only inept soul masters? Yet, if I recall correctly, master, you have yet to surpass the 30th level. Does this imply that you consider yourself inept? Truly, you are a master, continuously reiterating this fact of your ineptitude. In this regard, I find myself quite humbled. You scoundrel. Stung by the truth, Yu Xiaojiang lost his composure, taking a few steps forward with the intent to bully the younger Wuling. Master, it was merely a jest from a child. Is it truly appropriate to resort to violence over such triviality? The quick-witted Su Yintao pulled Wuling close, while Mishunuo positioned himself to confront Yu Xiaojiang. Yu Xiaojiang's face shifted from red to green, then to black, as he realized he had come unprepared. He clenched his teeth in frustration, mentally cursing, Luo Sanpao. You useless fool. Not only did your attack inflict no damage, but you also require prior preparation of a radish. Without it, you cannot continue your assault. Is there a more worthless martial soul than this? Ultimately, Yu Xiaojiang could only huff disdainfully, adopting a posture of superiority as he swiftly circumvented Mishunuo and made his way toward the exit. Before departing, he shot a fierce glare at Wuling, as if to etch his memory in order to render Wuling forever beneath him in status. As Yu Xiaojiang exited, the atmosphere within the hall gradually relaxed, and the three remained taciturn regarding Yu Xiaojiang, choosing not to elaborate further. Under the guidance of Matthew, Wuling underwent yet another soul power assessment, confirming that he possessed innate full soul power. Furthermore, Matthew acknowledged that Wuling's unique spirit, the spirit disc, was unlike anything he had ever encountered. Thus, Wuling's extraordinary talent was firmly established. Indeed, possessing innate full soul power and a variant spirit, our spirit hall has truly unearthed a remarkable gem. Come, I shall take you to meet the hall master. With your exceptional gifts, you undoubtedly have the opportunity to reach the sacred ground of our soul masters, the spirit city. Matthew and Su Yuntao brought Wuling before the hall master of the spirit branch, who, in astonishment, penned a letter to the master of the spirit subhall. The master of the Wuhuan temple, in a state of surprise, penned yet another letter to the Wuhuan main hall. Thus, the information regarding Wuling flowed smoothly through various checks, akin to a green light, eventually reaching Bibidong of the papal hall. Upon receiving this letter from a remote region, Bibidong initially wore an expression devoid of emotion. However, upon discovering the circumstances surrounding Wuling's Wuhuan, a slight ripple of intrigue crossed her face. Ah, an innate full soul power from a mutated Wuhuan. This is indeed a promising seed. While lacking the caliber of a developed genius, his innate talent certainly justifies his opportunity to train here. As soon as Bibidong's words faded, a figure cloaked in black, indistinct in appearance, materialized beside her. Bring this young one to me. Additionally, before that, let him acquire his first soul ring, so I may assess the potential of that mutated Wuhuan. Understood. Chapter 6, Soul Hunting Forest. Am I to meet the Pope? Yet, must I first acquire my initial soul ring? The prospect of meeting the Pope had been anticipated by Wuling, but the necessity of obtaining his first soul ring beforehand caught him off guard. Was it due to the nature of his mutated Wuhuan that they wished to evaluate his abilities and potential first? Regardless, this suited him just fine. With clarity in his heart, Wuling raised his head and addressed the master of the Wuhuan branch in Nodding City. Very well, my lord. When shall we set forth? The branch master, with a warm smile, replied, No need for such formalities. Since you're joining the Wuhuan temple, we are family. If you do not mind, you may call me Uncle Lu. Now, as it is that time, let us finish our lunch first. As he spoke, Lu, the Wuhuan branch master, could not suppress a tinge of envy towards Wuling, for even he lacked the privilege of a private audience with the Pope. Furthermore, the Pope had dispatched Ghost Douluo, his trusted aide, for Wuling's sake. It was well known that many of the disappearances among opposition factions bore the fingerprints of this formidable figure. Of course, while one may indulge in food, such matters must not be carelessly discussed. Lu, a staunch supporter of the current Pope, was resolute in his duty to ensure Wuling successfully acquired his first soul ring, particularly given Wuling's innate full soul power status. Establishing a good rapport was indeed a wise path forward. Thus, under Lu's generous hospitality, Wuling enjoyed one of the most delectable meals of his life: braised wild boar, boiled stone fish, cold mixed ice blue fruit, and stir-fried unicorn sheep. Following a decade of soul beasts, the Pisceida arsistens was the spicy century-old soft-boned rabbit. To Wuling's discerning palate, despite the rudimentary preparation, the flavors eclipsed any meal he had ever crafted himself. Is this the essence of soul beasts? Such exquisite flavors. Even in their simplicity, they possess a stark superiority over ordinary fare. If this were a culinary adventure, I would be the protagonist embarking on a quest for the title of culinary king in a new realm. After their lunch, Lu assigned some tasks before escorting Wuling to the soul-hunting forest, a place where the Tian-Do Empire bred soul beasts. The lush greenery of the forest was unparalleled compared to any Wuling had seen in 2 lifetimes, despite having visited fewer than 10 woods. If this was merely a soul-hunting forest, what marvels lay in the Star-Do forest? Upon entering the soul-hunting forest, Wuling inhaled deeply, a surge of nature's essence rushing to his crown. The vitality here is astonishing. No, it's not merely vitality. Wuling, you must understand that what you perceive as life force is actually soul power. The richness of soul power in this forest is what evokes such sensations in you, which is why it serves as a breeding ground for soul beasts in the Tian-Do Empire. Moreover, this is only a small locale. When you venture to the Star-Do forest, the concentration of soul power there will surely astound you. With Lu's explanation, Wuling nodded earnestly. Yet, his attention was captivated by the myriad of soul beasts before him, creatures he had never encountered in his previous lives. These are garlic beasts, and those over there are ink cats, some of the most common soul beasts. Once you join the Wuhuan temple for your studies, you will come to know them well. Our purpose here is to find a suitable soul beast for your first soul ring. Do you have any specific preferences? Would you prefer one focused on offense or defense? Should it fly in the sky or swim in the water? These choices depend on your Wuhuan. Since your Wuhuan is an unprecedented mutated form, I am unsure. But as a soul master, you should be able to sense a certain direction. After hearing Lu's explanation, Wuling summoned his unnamed spirit-based Wuhuan. Uncle Lu, I feel that my first soul ring may be connected to some type of swallow. A type of swallow? Are you certain? Lu's brow furrowed, sensing complexity in the matter. In truth, what he referred to as a direction was merely a subconscious choice. For example, if one's Wuhuan were a hammer, knife, or axe, one would certainly choose a soul beast that emphasizes attack. If it were a beast Wuhuan, the selection would directly align with a soul beast of the same species. In Lu's mind, Wuling's Wuhuan was a mutated form of some dish, likely leaning towards support. Hence, Wuling's immediate mention of a swallow, a choice indicating agility, or a flying beast-type Wuhuan, left Lu puzzled and doubtful. Could it be a Wuhuan that prioritizes speed? As Lu grappled with uncertainty, he nonetheless remained attentive to Wuling's request. However, unbeknownst to Lu, Wuling's Wuhuan did not lean towards any particular attribute. He cared only for the compatibility of the soul beast. Since I can only choose from 1-star and 2-star beasts, my targets are the lower-star warriors. While the 1-star archers and 2-star sorcerers are formidable, one is too perilous for life, and the other too dangerous for my companions, so I shall not dwell on them. As for the others, I have yet to find a compatible option among the animals, except for one that not only has a profound connection but also possesses remarkable strength. The sharp-beaked sparrow seems quite suitable, but alas, it is merely a 10-year-old beast. Wuling, you should aim for a century-old one. Lu's words interrupted Wuling's contemplations. Following Lu's gaze, he observed a bird with brown feathers and a conical beak, tilting its head curiously from a tree 10 steps away, watching both Wuling and Lu. Retracting his gaze, Wuling silently nodded. Yes, I hope my first soul ring can be a century old. Although a 10-year-old would suffice, the enhancement offered by a century-old beast was undeniably preferable. Wuling harbored no fears of encountering other spirits, for another spirit related to swallows required at least 100,000 years to reach the 5-star level. Time always flies swiftly for soul masters in search of beasts, and as the sun began its slow descent, Wuling still had yet to find a soul beast that captured his interest. Meanwhile, Lu had revealed his Wuhuan, a verdant willow tree, adorned with white, yellow, purple, and purple soul rings. Lu felt quite vexed, for Wuling was exceedingly selective. Often, even when the age and species were suitable, Wuling would reject them, claiming they were simply too unattractive to his liking. Wuling, the sky is rapidly darkening, and we have already reached the heart of the soul-hunting forest. As night falls, ancient soul beasts, some thousands or even tens of thousands of years old, will emerge. They are of a caliber that even I cannot contend with. Therefore, let us return now. We can come back tomorrow. Wuling, upon witnessing the scene, sighed with a hint of regret and nodded. Very well, let us reconvene tomorrow. However, Scarcely had Wu Ling's words faded when a rustling sound captured their attention. In the distance, a green figure emerged before them. Upon spotting the silhouette, Lu Bo exclaimed its name. Ah, a mandala snake, nearly 4 centuries old. As the distance closed, both Wu Ling and Lu Bo discerned the creature being pursued by the mandala snake, a proud bone swallow, aged 5 centuries. At that moment, the snake and the swallow were less than 100 meters from colliding with the two men. Lu Bo was poised to intervene, yet just as he prepared to act, Wu Ling grasped his arm. Lu Bo, do not kill those soul beasts. I believe my first soul ring is within reach. Chapter 7. The Return of the Swallow. Lu Bo cast a perplexed glance at Wu Ling. A 500-year-old proud bone swallow? Though questions swirled in Lu Bo's mind, he did not hesitate to spring into action. With the illumination of his yellow soul ring, 5 slender willow branches swayed gracefully in the breeze. Of these, 2 lashed out towards the mandala snake, 2 aimed at the proud bone swallow, while 1 remained in reserve. Despite wielding merely a yellow 100-year soul ring, his adversaries were also just 200-year soul beasts, making 1 soul skill sufficient. Before long, the snake and the bird were ensnared by the willow branches and drawn before them. It became apparent that the proud bone swallow had been poisoned, explaining its sluggish flight. Yet, even in such a state, it remained a formidable 500-year soul beast. Wu Ling, are you certain you wish to absorb it? Lu Bo inquired. Indeed, Lu Bo. I am certain, responded Wu Ling. Wu Ling nodded resolutely. As a transmigrator, one would feel remiss to claim such a title without having acquired a soul ring beyond one's level. While it was improbable for him to obtain a millennium or 10,000-year soul ring right from the outset, with his trained physique, securing a 500-year swallow soul ring was well within the realm of possibility. After Wu Ling finished speaking, he drew forth a dagger, a tool gifted to him by Lu Bo for the purpose of delivering the final blow. The swallow, being a creature devoid of formidable defenses, was swiftly decapitated by Wu Ling's blade. Upon the demise of the proud swallow, a yellow soul ring materialized above its lifeless form. Wu Ling, channeling his soul power, drew the ring towards his martial spirit, beginning the process of absorption. Lu Bo observed Wu Ling with a silent contemplation, his emotions fluctuating between joy and trepidation. He felt elated that Wu Ling had finally obtained a soul ring, yet his unease stemmed from the implications of this acquisition. After all, Wu Ling possessed innate full soul power. With even a modest martial spirit, he could potentially ascend to the rank of titled Douluo. However, having secured a rather ordinary soul ring from a common swallow as his first, Lu Bo wondered if this would truly bear any significance for Wu Ling's future. Regardless of Lu Bo's concerns, the absorption of the soul ring by Wu Ling had become an irrevocable reality, although he was absorbing a soul ring of a lower tier. The process was remarkably smooth due to the swallow's status as a low-tier soul beast. Upon completing the absorption, Wu Ling mused that perhaps the nearly 400-year-old mandala snake would present a far greater challenge. Seeing that Wu Ling had finished the process, Lu Bo eagerly approached him, inquiring, Wu Ling, how is the soul skill? What type is it, and how powerful is it? Wu Ling was momentarily taken aback by Lu Bo's question, but soon broke into an easy smile. He then directed his gaze towards the nearly 400-year-old mandrake snake. Lu Bo, 1,000 words are worth less than a single action. Allow me to demonstrate it for you directly. After Wu Ling finished speaking, he moved to the rear of the mandala snake, precisely in the direction from which it had come. Lu Bo, release that mandala snake, he commanded. Lu Bo, uncertain, hesitated and asked, Wu Ling, aren't you a support type? Are you sure you want to engage this mandala snake? Whoever said I was a support type? Just let it go, Wu Ling insisted, unable to resist his determination. Lu Bo reluctantly released the mandala snake, but he remained cautious, allowing the 4th purple soul ring to glow quietly. The released mandala snake first twisted its body tentatively, and in the next moment it surged towards Wu Ling. However, during this interval, Wu Ling's yellow soul ring had already ignited, revealing a figure within his nameless spirit foundation. The figure sported a long, deep blue ponytail tied with a light purple headband, with strands cascading down to the collarbone. Even with its features blurred, one could discern the striking handsomeness of the man. He wore a sleeveless, deep purple vest, a purple kimono underneath, purple bracers on his wrists, straw sandals on his feet, and held a 5-foot-long sword, standing there with arms crossed over his shoulders. Due to the distance, Lu Bo had yet to see clearly when that figure was drawn into Wu Ling's body. Then, a hilt emerged from the central energy sphere of the nameless spirit foundation. Wu Ling grasped the hilt and withdrew a long sword, measuring an impressive 1.5 meters. At this moment, the mandala snake was within 5 meters of Wu Ling, a distance that posed no challenge to the serpent, which would consume the small figure before it in an instant. In the next heartbeat, the mandala snake lunged at Wu Ling with its gaping maw. Seeing this, Lu Bo instinctively prepared to act, but a voice whispered in his ear, "No need to move." A shiver ran down Lu Bo's spine, and the purple soul ring that had lit up dimmed once more. Recognizing the voice, he relaxed. As Lu Bo turned his gaze back to Wu Ling, his eyes widened in astonishment. Wu Ling, who had just been facing the mandala snake's massive jaws, was now unscathed. With the lifeless body of the mandala snake beside him, what had just transpired? Although Lu Bo had not witnessed it, the lurking specter had. Just moments before, Wu Ling had merely shifted his body 2 steps to the right, and, with a swift horizontal motion of his sword, the mandala snake had been cleaved in two. As if it had charged into the blade itself, unable to withstand the cutting edge, even with its hardened scales. To the ghostly observer, the sword appeared to be an ordinary weapon, yet such an unremarkable tool wielded with such prowess could only indicate one truth: the wielder was the true treasure. A 6-year-old child could not possibly possess such refined skills. Could it be his sole technique, tied to the earlier phantom? Lu Bo, oblivious to all that had occurred, was about to inquire when a wolf's howl suddenly interrupted him. A pack of wolves, drawn by the scent of blood, emerged. Each gray wolf adorned with half a silver stripe along its back, while the largest among them bore an entire line. 10 600-year-old howling moon wolves and 1,000-year-old howling moon wolf king. Lu Bo's expression hardened as he summoned his martial spirit, preparing to engage. But he was quickly subdued by the command to refrain from action. The wolves, attracted by the scent of blood, targeted Wu Ling, who stood beside the corpse of the mandala snake. Wild beasts do not announce their intentions. As the 10 silver moon wolves encircled Wu Ling, they lunged at him simultaneously. Yet, Wu Ling remained unfazed, his mind clear and tranquil. Amidst the onslaught of the 10 howling moon wolves, Wu Ling deftly evaded their attacks, wielding his weapon with such ease that each swing claimed the life of a wolf. In a mere minute, he had slain 7, with the remaining 3 paralyzed by fear, preserving their lives. Witnessing such devastating losses, the howling moon wolf king could no longer contain itself, letting out a thunderous howl as moonlight cascaded over its form, enveloping it in a luminous armor. Empowered by this skill, the howling moon wolf king charged at Wu Ling, who prepared himself to confront a 1,000-year soul beast for the first time. In an instant, as the wolf's front half entered within 3 meters of Wu Ling, he drew his sword. In a flash, the blade gleamed, and before one could comprehend the event, the howling moon wolf king was cleaved into 4 pieces. Before Lu Bo could approach to inquire, the hidden specter emerged before Wu Ling, asking, "What was the name of that technique you just employed?" Wu Ling appeared to have anticipated the situation, responding calmly, "Yin Fan." Chapter 8, Audience with BB Dong. Indeed, the technique that cleaved the howling moon wolf king into 4 was none other than Yin Fan, albeit a flawed version. Moreover, Wu Ling's first soul skill summoned an ethereal spirit, Sasaki Kojiro. Sasaki Kojiro, a perennial rival of Miyamoto Musashi, has made numerous appearances in various anime. However, in Fate Grand Order, he is merely a fictional character devoid of actual existence. The Sasaki Kojiro that emerged during the 5th Holy Grail War was merely an unnamed swordsman, forcibly designated with Kojiro's name, who wielded Yin Fan as a result of a magical sword. He possesses no magical abilities and lacks even a noble phantasm. Yet this 1-star character compelled Wu Ling to summon him with a soul ring that had endured for a century. The reason lies in his swordsmanship, which reaches the realm of noble phantasms, and his unique technique, Yin Fan, which transcends the conventional boundaries of time and space, allowing simultaneous strikes from 3 directions. This phenomenon defies speed, finesse, and the concept of phantom attacks, elevating him to the pinnacle of the second magic, despite his limitations. In the anime, Sasaki Kojiro has single-handedly repelled the Berserker Heracles and the mascot character, Daimao Wang, relying solely on his sword skills. Had it not been for the inadequacy of his weapon, which resulted in a chink during his clash with Daimao Wang, even the A-rank instinct of Daimao Wang would likely have succumbed to his blade. In the game, the 3 enhancements and 1 skill of Sasaki Kojiro render him one of the underappreciated deities of war. During the game's early stages, when character options were scarce, he served as a legendary dragon-slaying swordsman. Players often claimed that were he granted a sword class designation, he would undoubtedly be rated 5 stars. Most notably, his legendary technique, the secret sword known as Yin Fan, was conceived specifically to strike swallows. The game briefly mentions that the swallow he felled was a creature capable of splitting itself, tearing through space, and breathing fire. Upon learning this, Wuling had jested about the peculiarities of such swallows. Therefore, considering all factors, Wuling determined that his first soul skill would indeed summon him. The effects of this soul skill perfectly aligned with Wuling's desires. Upon its activation, Wuling's physical attributes would multiply, enabling him to instantaneously acquire all techniques, including Yin Fan. Simultaneously, the insights of Sasaki Kojiro's mystic eyes, false, transparency, and synthesis would be imparted to Wuling, allowing him to perceive the ghostly presence. Nevertheless, even with the activation of his first soul skill, Wuling's current prowess remained incomparable to that of the heroic spirit Sasaki Kojiro, due to the overwhelming disparity. While one might elevate their physical condition by 10 or 20%, Wuling experienced a multitude of enhancements. Presently, he could barely execute the Yin Fan twice, forcing a third strike would likely result in his body succumbing to the strain. Yet, even in its incomplete form, Yin Fan astonished the ghost, who had clearly witnessed the 2 strikes. The ghost understood that those strikes were not mere feints or illusions but genuine attacks, as if one were delivering distinct strikes from 2 worlds that subsequently converged. Realizing this, the ghost eagerly approached to inquire, while Wuling, having already sensed him with his mystic eyes, answered his questions with poise. Yin Fan? The ghost repeated the name of that stunning technique, pondering whether he could evade it if they were of equal standing. Observing the interaction between Wuling and the ghost, Lu Bo, from a distance, nervously adjusted his attire and cautiously approached, bowing his head behind the ghost, awaiting the judgment of the title Douluo. Although Lu Bo was sufficiently cautious, his movements still distracted the ghost. Disrupted from his thoughts, the ghost lost interest, while Wuling, having executed that strike, gained a measure of the ghost's recognition. You are quite impressive. Would you be interested in joining our spirit hall? Wuling tilted his head slightly, but I joined earlier, didn't I? The specter, however, shook his head gently. Not quite. My invitation to you now is akin to joining as he did. As he spoke, the specter gestured toward Lu Bo, and Wuling instantly comprehended. This was analogous to the distinction between the outer and inner sects in the realm of cultivation. Without further contemplation, Wuling decisively acquiesced. Very well, I shall agree to your proposal. Should the Pope show no interest in you, I shall take you under my wing as my disciple. Despite the specter establishing such an agreement, Wuling merely replied calmly, Thank you, my lord. Unfazed by honor or disgrace, he maintained his composure. Excellent. I shall take you to meet the Pope today. Do you require anything to prepare? The specter remarked with a nod of approval. Wuling did not respond immediately. He tilted his head and glanced at Lu Bo, who followed his gaze. Upon noticing that both individuals had turned their attention to him, Lu Bo, under the intense pressure of his racing thoughts, exclaimed without a moment's hesitation, Young master, rest assured, we shall take utmost care of your father. Wuling nodded slightly, not minding the change in how Lu Bo addressed him. He then replied to Gue Mei, My lord, I am ready. When shall we depart? The chapter is not yet complete. Please turn to the next page to continue enjoying the captivating content. Gue Mei, increasingly satisfied, found himself at a loss for words, nearly able to express his feelings with a simple not bad. Due to the considerable height difference, Gue Mei effortlessly lifted Wuling, ensuring his soul power provided protection. Before releasing the constraints and swiftly soaring toward the Soul Master City, Lu Bo brushed off the dust around him and gazed at the distant figure of the formidable ghost Douluo, unable to restrain a loud exclamation of admiration, My lord. How impressive. It was only then that he remembered he was still in the midst of the soul-hunting forest, and his expression changed as he hastily made his escape. As a title Douluo, Gue Mei possessed immense soul power, and under his protection, Wuling felt no turbulence whatsoever. In fact, he even enjoyed a comfortable nap. Wuling was unaware of any stops they might have made, but upon waking, he beheld a city that dwarfed Notting City by more than tenfold. He realized this was the legendary Soul Master City. At present, Wuling felt as though he were traversing a kaleidoscope, with scenes flashing by in rapid succession. After experiencing a multitude of these fleeting images, he arrived at the heart of the Spirit Hall City, standing before a towering white palace. Beneath the imposing entrance, which soared several meters high, Wuling was acutely aware of his own insignificance. Gue Mei released him from her grasp, urging, Come, let us proceed to meet the Pope. With a mere display of her insignia to the sentinels, she led Wuling inside without the need for any formal announcement. After nearly 5 minutes of walking, Wuling reached the foot of the Grand Throne, where the current Pope of the Spirit Hall, Bibi Dong, resided. The moment Wuling laid eyes upon her, he was utterly captivated, for this woman was undoubtedly the most exquisite he had encountered in both his lives. Draped in a resplendent golden gown that fit her form flawlessly, The dress shimmered with a plethora of over 100 gemstones in hues of red, blue, and gold. Atop her head rested a magnificent crown of purple gold, radiating brilliance. While she wielded a staff approximately 2 meters in length, adorned with innumerable jewels. Her fair skin and nearly flawless visage rendered her strikingly unique. And the air of unspoken nobility and sanctity that surrounded her evoked an instinctive desire for reverence. She embodied beauty, grace, elegance, and serenity. An array of exquisite adjectives seemed inadequate to encapsulate her essence. Notably, at the age of 36, although she had surpassed the peak of womanly beauty, the passage of time had left no blemish upon her. Instead, it bestowed upon her an added grandeur. Wu Ling, kneel. Gu Mei admonished softly, having already been in deference beside him, as he stood momentarily entranced. Wu Ling suddenly realized his mistake and quickly knelt on one knee, hastily explaining, I was momentarily overwhelmed by the beauty of your holiness, and thus inadvertently offended you. I beg for your forgiveness. Had these words been uttered by anyone else, they might have faced dire consequences. However, spoken by a mere 6-year-old child, and with the sincerity palpable in Wu Ling's tone, Bibi Dong chose not to impose excessive reprimand. Considering your recent arrival, I shall grant you leniency this time, but should you err again, punishment will surely follow. Though Bibi Dong's words were stern, Wu Ling detected a hint of amusement in her voice. After all, Bibi Dong was a woman, even with her misanthropic tendencies. She remained a woman with an innate appreciation for beauty. With a tranquil heart, Wu Ling promptly replied, Thank you, Your Holiness. After speaking, Wu Ling recalled that one of the reasons Bibi Dong seldom displayed her martial soul in the original narrative was due to its grotesque appearance. Imagine a beautiful woman with her lower half transformed into a fearsome spider, its 8 spindly legs adorned with dense green fur, coated in a viscous, corrosive slime. Her upper body, ensconced in dark armor, bore not only the armor itself but also 2 pairs of compound eyes beneath her own. It would be difficult for any woman to accept such a form. Even Wu Ling, as a man, found it somewhat hard to bear. In the realm of the FGO game, there exists a class of magicians, many of whom have altered their very existence. Should he be fortunate enough to summon a magician with research capabilities later on, it might remedy Bibi Dong's flaw, significantly boosting his rapport with her. However, that was merely one of Wu Ling's plans. The immediate priority was to earn Bibi Dong's recognition. During his meandering thoughts, the Phantom had already approached Bibi Dong, unreservedly divulging Wu Ling's circumstances. Upon hearing the Phantom describe Wu Ling's extraordinary maneuver, a ripple of intrigue crossed Bibi Dong's otherwise impassive face. An ordinary proud bone swallow, paired with a century-old soul ring, had somehow delved into the realm of space. Logically, this should be impossible, yet the Phantom could not be lying. Thus, only one conclusion remained. This young man's martial soul was exceptionally unique. Seated upon her throne, Bibi Dong gazed down at the still-kneeling Wu Ling and inquired, What is the ability of your martial soul? In response to Bibi Dong's question, Wu Ling chose to reveal everything candidly, though some necessary adjustments were still warranted. Your Holiness, my martial soul is known as the Heroic Spirit Disc, and its ability allows me to summon heroic spirits to possess me, granting me their powers. Heroic spirit? Bibi Dong furrowed her brow in confusion at this unfamiliar term. Upon hearing this, Wu Ling promptly provided an explanation. Your Holiness, the title of Heroic Spirit was bestowed upon me during the awakening of my martial soul. As for the definition of a heroic spirit, according to the information, it signifies the soul of a hero after their demise, commonly referred to as a heroic spirit. The summoning of the souls of the deceased involves not only spatial elements but also touches upon the mysteries of life and death. Bibi Dong cast a glance at Gu Mei, who subtly shook her head, indicating that this was also her first encounter with such information. She turned her gaze back to Wu Ling and inquired further, what kind of individual may be deemed a hero? Wu Ling replied, to be recognized. One must leave a mark in history, possessing their own legend through strength or wisdom. Does the founder of the Spirit Hall qualify as such? Bibi Dong's expression turned grave as she posed this question, prompting even Gu Mei beside her to lower her head, feigning ignorance. Yet, Wu Ling, unfazed by the inquiry, slightly raised his head with a hint of bashfulness and stated, Your Holiness, it is essential to achieve historical significance through personal strength. Is it not sufficient to hold a title, then? Bibi Dong pressed on. Not quite, Your Holiness, Wu Ling elaborated. Soul Masters enhance their power by absorbing soul rings from slain soul beasts. Thus, regardless of their strength, they cannot attain the status of a heroic spirit. Upon hearing Wu Ling's explanation, Bibi Dong's expression softened, but a shadow of disappointment crossed her face as she remarked, if not Soul Masters, are they merely slightly stronger ordinary individuals? Upon hearing this, Wu Ling shook his head and said, "My lord, you may not be aware that ordinary individuals can also become formidable beings." Formidable beings? Bibi Dong's tone grew notably colder, as she sensed she had been deceived. Do you understand what it means to be formidable? It is not merely having some power that qualifies one as such. Do you comprehend? In response to Bibi Dong's increasingly frigid language and pointed inquiries, Wu Ling remained unperturbed, continuing to reply with an air of composure that belied his 6 years of age. "My lord, while the formidable may possess some brute strength, they are not solely defined by their might. Allow me to illustrate. Paper has extensive applications in our daily lives. Do you know who invented paper? As a soul master, Bibi Dong typically did not concern herself with such matters and thus had no knowledge of this. Upon reflection, she realized she had no recollection of such figures. By now, her keen intellect had begun to discern the anomaly, as there were many common inventions whose creators she could not recall. One or two might be excusable, but the sheer number of unknowns struck her as peculiar. "My lord, you likely have no recollection of these individuals, which is understandable, as they belong to a bygone era. It is quite normal for someone of your time to be unaware." Bygone era. Bibi Dong gasped in astonishment, her eyes widening. She was about to inquire further when a thought seemed to strike her. Suddenly, she stood and waved her sleeve, enveloping the entire hall in her soul power. Bibi Dong cast a glance at Gue Mei, who wisely sealed his senses with soul power. Once prepared, Bibi Dong turned her gaze back to Wu Ling. Under Bibi Dong's watchful eyes, Wu Ling began to recount his tale. "Based on the information I have, I refer to that era as the Divine Age." Chapter 10. The Master-Disciple Relationship. The Divine Age was a time when deities existed, a time when gods and humans coexisted. Upon hearing Wu Ling's words, Bibi Dong nearly jumped to her feet in shock. For the vast majority of people today believe deities to be mere figments of imagination. Yet those of her caliber understand that they are indeed real, and she herself is treading a path toward divinity. However, it was astonishing that a rural child like Wu Ling would so decisively proclaim the existence of deities, leading Bibi Dong to question whether such an era of coexistence ever truly existed. Despite her inner astonishment, Bibi Dong, having experienced much in her life, concealed her emotions and continued to listen intently to Wu Ling's exposition. According to the information, the Divine Age is divided into 3 stages. The first stage is known as the Barbaric Era. During this time, deities thrived while humanity languished. Humanity had just emerged from a savage existence, beginning to form tribes and gradually conceiving the idea of nations. The deities, born of the earth, embodied various aspects of the world's rules. They traversed the earth, their immense power rendering humans mere playthings, bestowed with favor and joy, yet punished with wrath. Thus, a millennium passed, and human nations had begun to take shape. Among these nations, the most powerful and ambitious king cast his gaze upon the deities. His motives were twofold. He wished to prevent other beings from standing above him and coveted the deity's eternal life. Ultimately, a deity, unchallenged and languid, fell victim to human treachery. With the death of the first deity, a great war between humanity and the gods ignited, and the king who instigated the conflict faced his due punishment. He not only failed to obtain the immortality he sought, but also caused the demise of his nation. Yet the wheels of war had begun to turn, and the march of time could not be halted. Thus, the Divine Age entered its second stage, known as the Age of Heroes. Initially, the deities wielded their formidable power to subjugate humanity, while some humans, swayed by the gods, defected to their side. However, humanity exhibits both virtue and vice, and the gods embody both good and evil. Perhaps some deities, having lived for too long and grown weary, found the thrill of war too enticing to resist, and thus some chose to ally with humanity. As allegiances shifted, the balance began to tip. After several years of conflict, a turning point emerged. Observing the deities in battle, some exceptionally gifted humans developed martial arts unique to their kind. Through studying the powers of the gods, some extraordinarily intelligent humans crafted magic of their own. By learning from the techniques of the gods, some exceptionally talented humans cultivated a culture distinctively theirs. Consequently, the scales of war began to shift. During this period, countless individuals who excelled in martial arts, magic, and culture achieved realms unattainable by the ordinary, etching their names into history and earning their legends, thus being referred to as heroes by posterity. Therefore, esteemed Pope, do you grasp the essence of the heroes I speak of? Not receiving a response from Bibi Dong, Wu Ling cautiously lifted his head, only to find Bibi Dong still ensnared in shock. The tale recounted by Wu Ling is undeniably profound, stirring the very depths of one's soul. Though Bibi Dong had considered the possibility that this was merely a fabrication of Wu Ling's imagination, She could not fathom how a mere 6-year-old child could conjure such an epic narrative. Thus, aside from the transmission of information through martial spirits, she could conceive of no other explanation. Suddenly, a realization struck Bibi Dong. Wait, what about the subsequent stages? You have only just mentioned the second phase. There is still the third phase to consider. Why does the world of coexisting deities and mortals now consist solely of humanity? Why have these significant events gone unrecorded? And why do we have no recollection of those individuals? Bibi Dong exhibited behavior somewhat uncharacteristic of her usual demeanor, which rendered her less austere and infused her presence with vitality, enhancing her allure rather than diminishing it. It is only natural. For Bibi Dong is fervently devoted to the pursuit of formidable power, and her insatiable thirst for knowledge is a critical component of that quest. The revelation of such a historical narrative ignited an undeniable excitement within her. In response to Bibi Dong's inquiries, Wu Ling scratched his head in mild frustration. Alas, esteemed one, I am but limited in my capabilities and thus unable to obtain all the information. What I know is confined to the tale I have just shared. Bibi Dong swiftly tempered her burgeoning curiosity. She possesses a keen sense of the bigger picture and would not allow herself to be swayed solely by a story. However, your narrative is insufficient to convince me. Did you not claim that your martial spirit's ability is to summon the essence of those heroes? Then demonstrate your first soul skill for me. Only through personal verification shall I place my trust in you. Very well, Wu Ling replied. After Wu Ling acknowledged with a nod, he rose to his feet, summoning his martial soul, which illuminated the singular soul ring. A phantom materialized once more at the center of the heroic spirit plate. Gazing at this apparition, Bibi Dong murmured to herself, could it be? With the fusion of the phantom, Wu Ling's physique slightly increased in stature, and a lock of his hair transformed into a profound shade of blue, dramatically altering his aura from moments prior. Unfettered by the fear of revealing his abilities, Wu Ling boldly began to elucidate to Bibi Dong, Your Holiness, the first soul ring I summoned is that of a swordsman, a man who dedicated his entire life to the art of the sword, ultimately reaching a divine mastery of swordsmanship. As Wu Ling spoke, he unsheathed his longsword, positioning his body into a stance for an attack. During his peak, he could execute 3 strikes, but due to the inadequacy of his foundational abilities, he could now barely manage 2. Here I go, Yan Fan. At that moment, as Wu Ling initiated his move, Bibi Dong observed his actions with utmost concentration. A few seconds later, Wu Ling sheathed his sword, and Bibi Dong fell silent. This technique, in simple terms, allowed a single individual to manifest in 2 different locations simultaneously. However, that was not the crux of the matter, after all. Such feats could also be achieved through certain abilities of duplication. The essence of Wu Ling's recent maneuver lay purely in technique, devoid of any soul power whatsoever. One might wonder if even she, possessing the strength of a titled Douluo, could replicate this move. Such a skill was utterly unattainable for a soul master focused solely on soul rings, and thus Bibi Dong was convinced that the previous era truly existed. Bibi Dong released the 5 senses seal on Gu Mei with her soul power and commanded, Gu Mei, at your service. Relay the message, from today onward, Wu Ling shall be my disciple. Understood. Afterward, Gu Mei subtly winked at Wu Ling, who promptly expressed his gratitude. Thank you, Your Holiness. Upon hearing Wu Ling's address, Bibi Dong raised an eyebrow. Thank you, Master. Only after Wu Ling adjusted his title did Bibi Dong nod in satisfaction. Very well. Chapter 11. Planning and abode. Observing Wu Ling being led away by Gu Mei, Bibi Dong acknowledged that he had piqued her interest. Originally, her plan was to use Wu Ling as bait to draw out the opposition for elimination, showing little regard for his life. As her ultimate goal was to dismantle the Spirit Hall, why would she train another formidable individual for the Spirit Hall? The idea of taking Wu Ling as her disciple had not been part of her scheme. She had just avenged herself by killing her teacher and had no intention of mentoring a disciple. However, the uniqueness of Wu Ling compelled Bibi Dong to reconsider. The era of the divine generation and Wu Ling's inherent potential astonished her. If he could stand by her side rather than that of the Spirit Hall, what harm would there be in accepting him as a disciple? In fact, when the time came to obliterate the Spirit Hall, he might prove to be a reliable ally. He must not come to harm. Meanwhile, Wu Ling, having left the Papal Hall, remained oblivious to Bibi Dong's intentions. Even if he were aware, he would not mind. As long as he secured her acknowledgement as a disciple, he had achieved the first step of his plan. The second step was straightforward, to train diligently, to cultivate his abilities while evading assassination attempts. Currently, his strength was woefully inadequate. No matter how flawless the plan, it would be futile without the power to enact it. After absorbing the essence of the proud bone swallow for 500 years, my soul power had reached the pinnacle of 13th rank with a few days of trainings. I could attain the 14th rank. At this rate, within a year or two, I would be at the 20th rank. As for summoning a second spirit, that could wait. For now, I would focus on honing my skills over the next few years to identify my deficiencies before making further decisions, while Wu Ling was engrossed in his plans. Guimei, walking ahead, remained silent. As Bibidong's right-hand man, he was aware of her original scheme to lure out the enemy. But her recent directive to protect Wu Ling deviated from that plan. The location of Wu Ling's residence had shifted from a distant one-to-one in close proximity to Bibidong. Recognizing the change in Bibidong's strategy, Guimei wisely refrained from inquiring about Wu Ling's conversation with her. His sole task now was to safeguard Wu Ling while educating him, facilitating his rapid growth. After escorting Wu Ling to his new home, Guimei said, "Familiarize yourself with your surroundings today. A servant will come shortly to attend to your needs. I won't say much more, just remember not to wander outside. Starting tomorrow, I will return to teach you knowledge and training." "Yes, sir." Guimei waved at Wu Ling. "You are now the disciple of His Holiness. Given my significantly greater age, you may refer to me as Grandpa Guei." "All right, Grandpa Guei." Guimei nodded in satisfaction before retrieving 4 books from his storage ring. These tomes comprised a comprehensive guide to martial spirits, a compendium of soul beasts, a treatise on martial spirits and their classifications, and a list of invaluable training precautions. Upon merely glimpsing the title of the book, Wu Ling eagerly seized it and immediately began to peruse its contents. Observing Wu Ling's fervent enthusiasm for learning, Guimei felt a profound sense of satisfaction. These 4 tomes were essential reading for every member of the Spirit Hall, updated every 3 years. However, there remained 2 years until the next revision, so for now, Wu Ling could simply delve into them. "Thank you, Grandpa Guei," he replied. "Tomorrow, I will bring Grandpa to meet you. And then you shall entrust us with your theories and training." Wu Ling, without needing to speculate, recognized that Grandpa Yu was undoubtedly the esteemed Zhu Douluo, who had collaborated with Guimei for over 60 years. The prospect of meeting Zhu Douluo filled Wu Ling with delight, though his interest lay not in the man himself, but in the wealth of knowledge he possessed. In the realm of Douluo, Wu Ling was well aware of the locations of numerous celestial herbs, such as the coveted ice and fire yin-yang eye, which a particular traveler sought after. However, his unfamiliarity with these spiritual herbs was a significant drawback. In the original narrative, Zhu Douluo Yu Guan was the sole individual, aside from Tang San, capable of instantly recognizing these celestial herbs, which made Wu Ling long for that knowledge. Now, with the opportunity to engage with Yu Guan on the horizon, and the possibility of receiving his invaluable teachings, Wu Ling was exceedingly exhilarated. Yet, after the initial thrill subsided, he suddenly hesitated. "Grandpa Guei, there is something I'm uncertain whether I should voice." "Feel free to speak your mind," Guimei encouraged. "It's just that, as a disciple of the esteemed Pope, why are 2 grandfathers teaching me?" Following his inquiry, Wu Ling, sensing that he had overstepped, hastily clarified, "Grandpa Guei, I didn't mean to imply any disdain. I'm merely perplexed. If the Pope does not instruct me, why then has she taken me as her disciple?" In truth, Wu Ling's heart held no concern over whether Bibidong chose to teach him. He merely sought a stable environment and ample medicinal supplies, which would suffice to gratify him. His inquiry arose from a childlike curiosity that was quite fitting for his character. Ultimately, Guei Douluo simply tousled Wu Ling's hair, choosing not to elaborate further, as he was unaware of the conversation between Bibidong and Wu Ling, and thus refrained from speculating. After Guimei departed, Wu Ling took some time to explore his new abode alone. Wu Ling perceived a semblance between his new residence and the courtyard houses of Blue Star, yet he noted that certain details were lacking in comparison. Unlike the myriad of rooms and chambers found in traditional courtyard homes, his abode was merely divided into a front room and a main room, accompanied only by a kitchen and a restroom. In the center of the 2 houses lay a pond, where small fish frolicked joyfully in the water. After completing a circuit of his surroundings, 15 servants appeared and lined up before the courtyard. It was evident that these servants, nurtured by a formidable force, possessed commendable qualities. They did not underestimate Wu Ling due to his youth. The leading servant stepped forward upon encountering the one he was destined to serve, reporting to the young master. "Chief Steward Bai Shan, accompanied by 3 chefs, 3 cleaners, 4 guards, and 4 maidservants, is here to attend to your needs. Please give your instructions." Feeling somewhat bewildered by such treatment for the first time in 2 lifetimes, Wu Ling was aided by the specter who promptly provided direction. "Simply carry out your duties within the scope of your responsibilities." "Yes, my lord." After issuing commands to the servants, the specter approached Wu Ling. accompanied by a man whose skin was as delicate as an infant's and whose appearance was alluringly feminine. Frankly, had Wu Ling not been previously informed, he might have mistaken the man for a woman despite the presence of an Adam's apple. Grandpa Gue, what brings you here? And this must be Grandpa Yu. Greetings to you. Ah, the little one is quite charming, Yu Guan replied with a captivating smile, stirring deep emotions within Wu Ling. I initially intended to visit tomorrow, but your grandpa you could not wait, so I arrived this afternoon. I hope I am not intruding. Of course not. I am overjoyed by your presence. Grandpa Gue and Grandpa Yu, please, come inside. I shall prepare tea for you both. Chapter 12. A practice duration of 2.5 years. The day following the reception of the specter and Yu Guan, Wu Ling embarked on his inaugural lesson. Xiaoling Ling, for the upcoming mornings, I shall be responsible for your theoretical knowledge, Yu Guan cheerfully declared, his bashful demeanor sending a chill down Wu Ling's spine as he grasped the true meaning behind the adage that knowledge can be a curse. Very well, Grandpa Yu. Let us commence. Wu Ling, having undergone martial training, possessed an extraordinary level of concentration. Within mere moments, he managed to adjust from his previous mindset. The knowledge imparted by Yu Guan, when contrasted with the rote learning prevalent in Blue Star's education system, seemed almost childlike in simplicity. Familiarizing himself with a soul beast, understanding its characteristics and weaknesses, and learning to make judgments, such knowledge, which piqued Wu Ling's interest, did not exhaust him. Rather, it invigorated his dedication to learning. In many instances, he even demonstrated the ability to draw inferences from what he learned, earning praise from Yu Guan in front of Bibi Dong. Your Excellency, teaching little Ling is an absolute delight. He grasps everything immediately, and at times, his questions prompt deep reflection on my part. I find myself almost addicted to teaching him. Bibi Dong, somewhat astonished, mused on Wu Ling's remarkable talent not only in martial prowess but also in his aptitude for learning. Very well, you shall continue as his theoretical instructor. After issuing her instructions, Bibi Dong resumed her duties as she had only recently ascended to the position of Pope and needed to familiarize herself with many matters that required adjustment. In the afternoon, Gue Mei arrived at Wu Ling's courtyard. Wu Ling, I will instruct you on the art of combat in the upcoming afternoons. Initially, Gue Mei intended to teach Wu Ling using conventional methods, attack, defense, and evasion. However, Wu Ling proposed an alternative approach. Grandfather Gue, do you recall my first soul skill? Yes, it summons a phantom to absorb and then bestow combat capabilities. Indeed, my soul skill is somewhat unique. It grants me not a skill, but the combat techniques of that phantom. Since these are techniques, it stands to reason that I could learn them. Genius often enjoys certain privileges, especially for a prodigy like Wu Ling, who stands at the pinnacle of talent. Gue Mei agreed to Wu Ling's plan and began to assist in its execution. The duel commenced between Wu Ling, utilizing his first soul skill, and Gue Mei, who incessantly fed him techniques. Drawing upon his martial background, Wu Ling learned swiftly. He discerned Gue Mei's true form through his inner vision, resisted Gue Mei's soul attacks using his transformation ability, and ultimately mastered the synthesis of insights through their combat. The rapid enhancement of his martial skills left even Gue Mei astounded. In later discussions with Bibi Dong, he would express his satisfaction, stating, Wu Ling's excellence lies not merely in his innate talent, but also in his resolute will and the spirit he brings to his endeavors. Given time, Wu Ling's combat skills will likely reach a level that instills trepidation in anyone daring to confront him. Upon hearing Gue Mei's praises, Bibi Dong was taken aback. Typically characterized by his aloof and taciturn nature, Gue Mei seemed to become more loquacious when discussing Wu Ling. This unusual behavior raised Bibi Dong's suspicions. Could it be that the true power of that boy's soul skill enhances others' fondness for him? It seems that both Gue Mei and Yu Guan have become so animated after encountering Wu Ling. Wu Ling was unaware of Bibi Dong's inner monologue. He simply wished to luxuriate in the warm water and enjoy a well-deserved rest before commencing the refinement of his soul power. As the afternoon waned, Wu Ling would execute a single yin fan, and notably, this would be the variant that included a third strike. Although the third strike could not match the speed of its predecessors, the immense strain it placed on his physical form caused some of Wu Ling's blood vessels to rupture, leaving his skin marred and almost entirely devoid of integrity. He appeared nearly as a figure of blood. The ghostly martial spirit was so startled that it nearly dissipated, hastily placing Wu Ling into a pre-prepared medicinal bath. As Bibi Dong's disciple, the herbs Wu Ling utilized were of the finest quality from across the continent, ensuring that the effects of the medicinal bath were exceptional. In just a few hours, Wu Ling's injuries would fully heal, and his physical capabilities would be significantly enhanced. Following his recovery, the entirety of the night would be dedicated to cultivating his soul power. As time progressed, Bibi Dong adeptly managed the myriad affairs and factions within the Spirit Hall. Due to Wuling's remarkable talent, their meetings evolved from once a month to once every 2 weeks, then weekly, and ultimately to every 2 days. Is this the essence of nurturing a prodigy? It is indeed a source of great relaxation. And I have come to empathize with the sentiments of the ghostly spirit in Yue Guan. Every lesson feels like an exquisite indulgence. If ordinary individuals can be likened to the anime of Blue Star from over a decade ago, filled with hardships and tribulations, often relegated to the role of a mere supporting character, then Wuling epitomizes the archetype of the invincible protagonist of contemporary tales. The transition from decades of mundane narratives to a singular exhilarating tale is truly staggering. Thus, time quietly slipped away as Wuling became wholly immersed in his studies and training. Fast forward 2.5 years, and Wuling now found himself in the courtyard, skillfully engaging in a back-and-forth spar with the ghostly spirit, notably without employing any soul techniques. The ghostly spirit, leveraging the physical prowess characteristic of Douluo, relentlessly utilized agile assaults to vex Wuling. Curiously, however, Wuling effortlessly evaded half of the attacks while deftly parrying the remainder with his longsword, countering with precision. After 2.5 years, the 8-year-old Wuling had grown from a height of 1.3 meters to 1.5 meters, now wielding a sword that matched his stature, eliminating the earlier disparity where the weapon towered over him. Moreover, as Wuling matured, his features became increasingly defined, and even at the tender age of 8, his appearance was captivating enough to incite admiration from many. Each encounter with Yue Guan began with playful banter aimed at Wuling. "Yan Fan," Wuling called out. And as he prepared to launch an attack from his right rear, the ghostly spirit suddenly halted, intending to exploit the moment after Wuling had exhausted his skill. However, in the next heartbeat, Wuling opted not to employ Yan Fan, but instead approached the ghostly spirit directly, delivering a swift strike. The ghostly spirit had fallen victim to Wuling's deceptive tactic of feigning skill usage on numerous occasions, yet each time it failed to decipher Wuling's intent and could only adapt as best as it could. After forcing the ghostly spirit to the ground, Wuling pressed his advantage, this time foregoing words and executing Yan Fan directly. 2 slashes surged toward the ghostly spirit, compelling it to activate a skill in order to escape. With the sound of applause echoing, Wuling and the ghostly spirit instinctively ceased their combat. Following the sound, they beheld Bibi Dong, Wuling's esteemed teacher. "Xing'eroth, you have made remarkable progress of late. You must have nearly mastered the techniques of your first soul skill," Bibi Dong remarked, observing her increasingly handsome disciple. "Teacher, your keen insight is commendable. I have comprehended approximately 70% of the swordsmanship associated with my first soul skill. Yet I still struggle to fully grasp the most potent secret sword and its requisite mental state." Wuling calmly acknowledged a remarkable feat that would astonish others. He had mastered 70% of martial arts techniques that others had spent their entire lives perfecting in a mere 2.5 years. In this brief span, he had assimilated 70% of what Sasaki Kojiro had dedicated decades to honing, a significant contribution attributed to his martial soul. The extraordinary ability to embody the spirit of a heroic figure, thereby acquiring all their skills and capabilities, including techniques, was undeniably overpowered. The learning state of Wuling resembles that of a student who has been provided with comprehensive problem-solving strategies, methodologies, and formulas, accompanied by continuous demonstrations of their application. In such a scenario, even an ordinary individual could achieve remarkable learning outcomes, let alone someone as gifted as Wuling. As for the 30% of knowledge that Wuling has yet to acquire, part of it stems from physical limitations that hinder further mastery of the secret sword techniques, while another aspect is due to Wuling's spirit, which fails to align with the tranquil meditation of Kojiro in the forest. To put it in gaming terms, Wuling's mastery of the heart's eye, dissolution, and the essence of integration currently only reaches a D-level proficiency. While it is functional, the efficacy leaves much to be desired. There is no need for modesty. You are already quite formidable, with your ability to unleash the first soul skill of the Spectre. Even an ordinary 3-ringed soul master would find themselves outmatched by you. Moreover, I notice your soul power is nearing the 20th level. Is it not? Indeed, teacher. I can sense that with just 3 or 4 more days of training or dedicating an entire day to refining my soul power, I will reach the 20th level. Regarding Wuling's ascension in soul power, Bibi Dong harbors little surprise, as she too was born with innate full soul power and is well aware of the accelerated training pace that accompanies such a gift. Bibi Dong approached and gently played with Wuling's dark hair, her face radiating a touch of tenderness. This has become her preferred method of relaxation over the past 2 years. There is no need to rush in these few days. Simply maintain a calm demeanor in your training. although I currently control over 90% of the spirit hall. The remaining less than 10% of personnel are backed by a few unsettling patrons, even with the protection of the Spectre and Yueguan. Revealing yourself now could easily lead to concentrated attacks. Thus, focus on your training for the time being. Once you attain the 20th level in a few days, I shall accompany you to the Douluo forest to procure your soul rings. Wuling endured the playful torment of Bibi Dong and replied, I understand, teacher. After Bibi Dong had her fill of amusement, she turned and sat back in her chair. Ghost Douluo concealed his presence, while Douluo positioned himself discreetly behind Bibi Dong. Come, Linger. Today I shall test your knowledge of supreme martial souls. 10 minutes elapsed, and under Bibi Dong's satisfied gaze, Wuling successfully answered the questions posed. Yueguan, your teaching is commendable. Standing behind Bibi Dong, Yueguan covered his mouth with a smile and replied, Not at all, your holiness. It is solely due to Wuling's innate talent and earnestness. His fervor for learning nearly exhausts me, and I fear that within a year or two, his reservoir of knowledge will rival my own. Although Yueguan's manner of praise was somewhat peculiar, it was nonetheless commendatory, and Bibi Dong chose to overlook parts of his remarks with a sense of satisfaction. Very well. Demonstrate your Yin-Fan technique for me once more. Upon hearing this, Wuling nodded slightly, extending his palm to summon the nameless spiritual foundation. Subsequently employing his first soul technique to embody the phantom of Sasaki Kojiro. In an instant, Wuling's entire demeanor transformed, and Bibi Dong could distinctly perceive his unflinching tranquility, akin to a mountain standing firm in the face of an oncoming storm. Each time I beheld Wuling in this state, I found myself irresistibly compelled to commend that swordsman. Such a serene and reflective mindset is not merely a product of innate talent. Amidst Bibi Dong's accolades, accompanied by Wuling's cry of swallow return, 3 simultaneous strikes emerged from different directions, materializing before Bibi Dong in a breathtaking display. After utilizing the yin return technique, Wuling found himself in a wretched state. His spirit dissipated, his body ached, and his limbs felt utterly feeble, to the point where he could not even perspire. Master, this third strike is more arduous than the sum of the previous 2. Wuling spoke in a halting manner, trembling as he stood there. Bibi Dong merely waved his hand, and with a surge of immense soul power, he lifted Wuling and placed him into the prepared wooden tub. Well, since that is the case, I shall not disturb your rest. Upon your return from the Douluo forest in a few days, come to see me and share your good news. I bid you farewell, master. In the tub, Wuling bowed towards Bibi Dong's retreating figure. Before Yueguan departed, he cast a flirtatious glance at Wuling. After 2.5 years of acquaintance, Wuling had grown accustomed to such gestures. So he simply smiled in response to Yueguan's flirtation. For days slipped by in the blink of an eye, and after a night of diligent cultivation, Wuling finally elevated his soul power to level 20. Wuling rose from his slumber, stretching languidly before stepping outside where he beheld a half-moon-shaped sun ascending into the azure sky. In a rather typical manner, despite the servant's gentle admonitions, Wuling resolutely entered the kitchen, preparing a breakfast for himself. After relishing his meal, Yueguan arrived, sensing Wuling's unmasked level 20 soul power, which left him somewhat astonished. Truly, it was a testament to Wuling's innate full soul power. Even if he dedicated merely 1/3 of his time to cultivation, he had ascended to level 20 in a mere 2.5 years. Had he immersed himself entirely in the task of refining his soul power, it is likely he would have achieved level 20 in under 2 years. After reflecting on this, Yueguan went out to summon Gue Mei. Wuling has reached level 20, and as per the Pope's instructions from a few days ago, he is now entrusted to you. Rest assured, everything will be fine. That day marked Wuling's singular occasion in 2.5 years when he did not attend class. The Spirit City lies between the Douluo Empire and the Heaven Do Empire, thus it is in close proximity to the Douluo forest. Accompanied by the agile and offensive Ghost Douluo, they reached the outskirts of the Douluo forest by evening. As they approached, the humidity in the air became increasingly palpable, and the temperature began to drop. Upon standing at the edge of the Douluo forest, Wuling beheld the dense darkness of the forest, where even light dared not penetrate. His underdeveloped spiritual sense perceived an imminent peril that threatened his very life. Consequently, he made a resolute decision. Grandfather Ghost, let us proceed. Tonight we shall enter the Douluo forest. Chapter 14. Assassins in the blue-silver grass. Ghost Douluo turned to Wuling, a look of confusion on his face. He had merely brought him here to survey the area and prepare his mind for the following day. How had it suddenly come to a proposal of entering? Wuling, it is night now. Although I will accompany you, the Pope's orders are paramount. I cannot assist unless there is a threat to your life. Are you still certain? Wuling nodded and resolutely continued. Of course, I have already determined the target soul beast for this expedition. Given its habits, it is most active during the night. So I intend to venture in now. Seeing Wu Ling's unwavering certainty, Gui Mei had no choice but to relent, allowing Wu Ling to enter the Douluo Great Forest in the evening. Very well, just be cautious, Gui Mei advised, and with those words, his figure vanished. Wu Ling turned to survey his surroundings, utterly unable to detect any trace of Gui Mei, yet he understood that he was, in fact, nearby, armed with newfound confidence. Wu Ling hoisted his long sword and embarked alone into the inky depths of the Douluo Great Forest. From a distance, it appeared as if Wu Ling's petite form was being consumed by the obsidian woods, a scene that would evoke terror in anyone afflicted by nyctophobia. However, Wu Ling, on his inaugural journey into the Douluo Great Forest, felt no trepidation. Instead, he was profoundly curious about everything within the forest. Yet, as the towering trees obscured the moonlight, visibility diminished once more, compelling Wu Ling to slow his pace. Wu Ling traversed the pitch-black forest, the incessant rustling sounds infiltrating his ears. In the distance, the howls of wolves intertwined with the roars of unknown creatures, composing a chaotic symphony that, in tandem with the oppressive atmosphere of this surreal realm, stirred an unrelenting agitation within his heart. Initially, the sensation was bearable, but as time wore on, even Wu Ling, endowed with the skill of phasing, began to feel a twinge of unease within his soul. Particularly during the night, the predators possessed an uncanny ability to move silently, and so, with nerves perpetually taut, Wu Ling felt his spirit wearied by the ambience. If merely a single night could render him in such a state, prolonged habitation here would undoubtedly lead to remarkable advancements in his clairvoyance and phasing abilities. No wonder the warriors in those tales often ventured into the depths of the forest. It appears there was a deeper reason behind their actions. After an hour of arduous journeying, Wu Ling finally beheld a glimmer of light ahead. Though he consciously regulated his pace, he was unaware that he had unconsciously quickened his stride compared to when he first entered the forest. With a single step forward, the moonlight illuminated his handsome visage. Before him lay a gentle stream, flowing serenely, its surface shimmering with the reflection of the moon's glow. Surrounding the stream were no trees, only a lush expanse of blue-silver grass, and above this verdant carpet, fireflies twinkled softly, bestowing a touch of warmth upon the tranquil environment. How exquisite it was! Suddenly, as Wu Ling reveled in this picturesque scene and felt a momentary relaxation of his spirit, a sharp, blue-green scale appeared abruptly, hurtling towards his neck with alarming speed. Were he an ordinary first-ring soul master, he would surely face certain death. However, Wu Ling was anything but ordinary. Upon hearing the sound, his body instinctively began to evade. And though the movement was subtle, it allowed him to narrowly escape the impending threat. Wu Ling evaded the attack, yet he could not entirely escape its grasp. A faint line of blood marred his neck, the wound so minuscule that it could very well heal in the blink of an eye. Wu Ling cast a sidelong glance at the tree behind him, where the scales had already penetrated deeply into the wood. Wu Ling positioned his sword before him, his body primed for action. A faint sound of slithering reached his ears, prompting him to contemplate the true nature of this unseen adversary. The sound suggested a reptilian creature, and the recent attack had struck with the precision of a blade, yet it was impossible for a spirit beast to wield the weapon, leading him to deduce that the assailant's defense must consist of scales. Among the blue-silver grass by the riverbank, there lay a scaled reptile. Could it be? Just as Wu Ling pondered this, 3 identical scales hurtled towards him from another direction at an alarming speed. This time, however, he was prepared. He evaded 2 of the scales and deflected one with his sword held at the ready. After successfully defending himself, Wu Ling dashed toward the source of the assault. Yet he caught only a fleeting glimpse of the attacker, leaving behind merely a trace of its slithering path. From the broad yet shallow track it left, it was evident that the spirit beast possessed a flattened form adorned with scales. Indeed, could it be the razor-scale serpent? Wu Ling had read in books that the Li Lin snake is a soul beast measuring approximately 1 meter in length, characterized by its flattened body. Its most distinctive feature is that its scales are covered all over, and unlike ordinary scales that grow along the body, its scales grow in the opposite direction. This unique adaptation allows it to launch its scales as projectiles to attack prey, coupled with its remarkable speed and a coloration akin to that of the blue-silver grass. It is undoubtedly one of the most formidable hunters of the underbrush. Upon discerning the identity of his adversary, the battle became considerably more straightforward. Wu Ling adeptly defended against the scale attacks from the Li Lin snake while simultaneously searching for its whereabouts. Although the snake's scales are sharp and resilient, being a serpent, it is devoid of venom, allowing for contact without fear of harm. There are 2 notable weaknesses to exploit. First, like all snakes, It possesses a vulnerable spot known as the 7 inches, where a solitary scale grows in the correct direction and is remarkably soft. Secondly, the quantity of its scales poses a limitation. Unless it can ascend to a millennium level, it requires at least a full day to regenerate its scales. Given that this particular snake is at most 900 years old, it has yet to reach the 1,000-year mark. Thus, as long as Wuling can endure until the snake exhausts its resources, victory is within reach. However, a challenge arises. Typically, a Li Lin snake will retreat after launching approximately 2/3 of its scales if it has not yet subdued its prey, which contradicts Wuling's intent. If it has chosen to attack and has not yet claimed his life, there must be a price for its failure. With a clear plan in mind, Wuling smiled. For he had counted the number of scales and believed he was nearing his goal. In the gentle breeze, 3 more scales hurtled towards Wuling. But having grown accustomed to the onslaught, he chose not to evade this time. Instead, he boldly charged forward. Wuling skillfully parried the assault with his exquisite swordsmanship, halting his advance a mere 3 meters from the point of attack. With a swift motion of his right hand, Wuling conjured a bottle of strong liquor into his grasp. This exquisite gift, bestowed upon him by Bibi Dong as a token of apprenticeship, was an essential item for every traveler, contained within a spatial ring that boasted an impressive capacity of 30 cubic meters. In the next moment, Wuling uncorked the bottle and poured a generous amount of the potent liquor over the ground before him. Before the ancient soul beast, the scales of the lethal-scaled serpent served not only as an advantage but also as a disadvantage. The limited number of scales meant that once they were launched, there would be no further defense, leaving its tender flesh exposed to the elements. As a cold-blooded creature, the serpent was particularly vulnerable to the fiery liquor that now soaked its bare flesh. As Wuling had anticipated, the serpent emitted a pain cry, writhing in agony from the sting of the alcohol. By the time Wuling approached, it was already incapacitated, utterly devoid of the strength to retaliate. Without a moment's hesitation, Wuling delivered a swift strike, ending its life with a single sword thrust. He contemplated the delightful supper that awaited him this evening. Chapter 15. Target Ghost Tiger? Wuling cleared a patch of grass and retrieved a knife and a chopping board from his storage ring. After scaling and gutting the snake, he scooped a ladle of water from the nearby river for cleansing. He then sliced the snake's body into pieces and proceeded to ignite a fire, heating the oil with seamless efficiency. Following a brief stir-fry, the braised snake meat was ready to be served. "Grandpa Ghost, come and have a meal." Suddenly, without a whisper of wind, the ghostly figure appeared at Wuling's side, his movements so stealthy that even the slightest breeze was absent. Truly, he deserved the title of Douluo, had I not already mastered the art of perception. I might not have noticed even if my very existence were to be severed in the next moment. As Wuling marveled at the formidable prowess of the ghost Douluo, he placed a plate of braised snake meat before him. The two dined in silence until, upon finishing their meal, Guei casually remarked, "The flavor is delightful. Your culinary skills have evidently improved." "Thank you, Grandpa Guei, for your kind words. Ever since I have honed my swordsmanship, my knife skills have seen some advancement as well. Moreover, due to my heightened perception, I can discern how to approach unfamiliar ingredients with relative ease," Wuling replied. Guei nodded slightly, finding no fault in Wuling's application of soul skills to the art of cooking. Utilizing one's abilities in the minutiae of daily life is a commendable notion. "So, what is your perspective on the situation we just encountered?" Wuling pondered briefly before articulating his analysis. Upon entering a new environment, I became engrossed in the changes surrounding me, consequently lowering my guard. This is profoundly perilous. Had it not been for my keen perception, I might have required your intervention. Ghost Elder. Indeed, although your subsequent performance was commendable, had you faltered during the initial assault, any subsequent prowess would be rendered moot. However, do not let disappointment cloud your spirit. The fact that you vanquished the over 900-year-old Li Lin snake without reliance on soul techniques is truly remarkable. Your early evasive maneuvers and defensive strategies, the physicality that underpins your actions, and the final theory of using potent spirits to attack, all these facets reflect your mastery of the knowledge acquired over the past 2 years. Upon hearing Ghost's praise, Wuling smiled modestly. However, once you acquire your second soul ring, your strategy must undergo a transformation. While combat techniques hold significant importance, soul power is the true foundation. Even with an innate full soul power talent, it cannot withstand the limitations of extracting soul power solely at night. Techniques may grant you an advantage in the early stages. Yet as you progress, particularly upon reaching the title of Douluo, the disparities between each level will widen, which cannot be compensated for by mere skill. Thus, after obtaining your second soul ring, you should have the time spent on theory and combat, reallocating the surplus to soul power refinement. Wu Ling fully comprehended Ghost's perspective. For in a decade or so, a prodigy named Feng Xiaotian would emerge, also endowed with innate full soul power and a mutated martial spirit. Yet, due to his fixation on crafting unique soul techniques in the early stages, he neglected the cultivation of his soul power, ultimately becoming merely the vice president of the Four Elements Academy, fading into obscurity before the eyes of the public. Wu Ling is certainly aware of the adage that one cannot have both fish and bear's paws. However, Wu Ling also understands that this impossibility stems merely from a lack of capability. Fear not, for I have meticulously devised a plan. Once I acquire my second soul ring, this dilemma will be effortlessly resolved. With such confidence, might you enlighten me about the soul beast in question? It is a 1,000-year-old ghost tiger. I have perused the archives of our spirit hall and discovered that someone encountered it in the midstream of this river about a year ago. As Wu Ling spoke, he gestured toward the river's current. Upon hearing of the ghost tiger, Gui Mei comprehended Wu Ling's intentions. The second soul ring indeed corresponds to a millennium. And given your physical prowess, it is feasible. However, Wu Ling, do you aspire to create a doppelganger? Yet, such manifestations are generally ephemeral, lacking substantial learning capabilities. Hence, your ambitions may face perilous challenges. Wu Ling nonchalantly waved his hand, reassuringly saying, "Rest easy, Ghost Grandpa. I harbor a degree of confidence in this matter. After all, have you ever encountered a first soul skill quite like mine?" Witnessing Wu Ling's unwavering confidence, Gui Mei fell into contemplative silence. Indeed, Wu Ling's martial soul defied conventional reasoning. After all, if a proud bone swallow could attain such an extraordinary soul skill, it was hardly inconceivable for a ghost tiger to acquire a doppelganger that could assist in cultivation. Very well, you are most aware of your own circumstances, so the decision rests with you. In the blink of an eye, however, Gui Mei vanished from Wu Ling's sight once more, and gradually, Wu Ling's smile faded as he was left to expressionlessly clean the leftover dishes. After Wu Ling meticulously cleans the utensils, he returns them to his storage ring. Anticipating their next use, Wu Ling, driven by the urgency to achieve his goals, forsook adequate rest, opting instead to replace most of his slumber with rigorous training. He indulged in a brief moment of respite before embarking on his journey once more. After regaining his optimal state, Wu Ling first discerned his bearings and then proceeded toward the midstream of the river. Along the way, he encountered several soul beasts that obstructed his path. However, given the hour was still night, most were serpents or insects, with only a solitary owl and a lone wolf among the animal soul beasts. As dawn approached, around 4 or 5 o'clock, Wu Ling arrived at his destination. Upon entering the territory of the ghost tiger, he made an intriguing discovery. He suddenly crouched beneath a thicket, gazing at the vivid crimson staining the green leaves, which sparked a conjecture in his mind. The bloodstains appeared quite fresh, likely no more than half an hour old. It seemed that the ghost tiger was currently indulging in its meal, presenting an opportune moment for a stealthy ambush. However, a millennium of experience warranted caution. It was prudent to wait. The sun would rise in less than an hour, and launching an attack after its ascent could also prove advantageous. Nevertheless, Wu Ling first needed to ascertain the creature's precise location. Following the trail of blood, he gradually ventured deeper into the forest, where the evidence of blood became increasingly abundant. Eventually, he arrived at a clearing, dominated by a colossal stone nearly 5 meters high. Observing a hollow at the summit of the stone, Wu Ling surmised that this must be the lair of the ghost tiger. With nothing but the corpse of the ghost tiger surrounding him, he decided that waiting here would suffice. Wait, the corpse of the ghost tiger? Wu Ling suddenly came to a realization. He gazed intently at the corpse once more, confirming that it was indeed that of the ghost tiger. What on earth happened? Who could have slain the ghost tiger? Was the blood I followed here from the ghost tiger? What will become of my second soul ring? As Wu Ling furrowed his brow in contemplation, a creature, dark yet tinged with a hint of violet, emerged from the crevice in the rock. Upon catching sight of that soul beast, Wu Ling was momentarily taken aback. Indeed, it was as if he had traversed through a labyrinth of mountains and rivers, only to discover a glimmer of hope amidst the shadows. No wonder the ghostly tiger had met its demise. If this creature were to become my second soul ring, it would undoubtedly surpass the ghostly tiger in value. Chapter 16. The Netherworld Ghost Leopard. In a span of 2.5 years, Wu Ling advanced his soul power to the 20th level, a feat remarkably swift compared to an ordinary individual. However, when juxtaposed with Bibi Dong's record of 2 years, Wu Ling was still half a year behind. Bibi Dong, in her kindness, reassured him, saying there was no need for haste, that half a year was merely a period for laying a solid foundation. She expressed that, should he face her at the time when she acquired her second soul ring, she would have little confidence in her victory. Wu Ling, in response to her comforting words, merely nodded in silence and continued his arduous training. At that moment, Bibi Dong believed Wu Ling was determined to compensate for his delay through hard work. Yet only Wu Ling understood that he was not in a rush. He already had a concept for his second soul ring. Inspired by the training methods of a certain character from a popular manhwa, the prince with the yellow spiky hair. Consequently, Wu Ling set his sights on the ghost tiger, a formidable beast featured in the original narrative. The ghost tiger is renowned for its terrifying speed and ferocity, making it one of the most powerful soul beasts, fiercely defending its territory against any intruder. Due to its incredible velocity, even soul beasts of comparable strength often refrain from engaging it in combat. It also possesses the innate ability of shadow clone. In the narrative, Zhu Xing acquired her fourth soul skill, the shadow clone, by defeating the ghost tiger. Given its innate talent and alarming speed, Wu Ling felt confident in his ability to summon it, although he had reservations about the strength of that spirit. He recognized its potential as a training aid, akin to a cheat in cultivation. However, at that moment, the ghost tiger lay defeated before him, and rather than feeling disheartened, Wu Ling was filled with excitement. Emerging from the stone cavern was a more suitable and powerful soul beast, the nether ghost leopard. The ordinary ghost leopard is merely a half-tier lower than the ghost tiger, but the nether ghost leopard is a variant, placing it on the brink of the top-tier soul beast category. Its fur is pitch black, adorned with purple stripes, and its limbs are a mesmerizing blend of black and purple. When it moves, it becomes a mere shadow, resembling a phantom of purple hues, epitomizing a top-tier assassin reigning over the night. This particular nether ghost leopard is just over 1,000 years old. Under the cover of night, its threat level rivals that of true top-tier soul beasts, explaining how the ghost tiger, also a 1,000-year-old beast, met its demise without injury. Wu Ling recalled that the nether ghost leopard's offensive capabilities were on par with the ghost tiger, and its speed surpassed it. Its innate skill, nether shadow clone, is a more advanced version than the ordinary shadow clone, allowing its clones to exist indefinitely and possess strength comparable to the original, when not in use. The nether shadow clone can hide within the shadows of its true form, making it virtually omnipresent during the night. Furthermore, when the original lacks soul power, the clone can serve as a source of replenishment, absorbing energy to restore the original's strength. In combat, the original can swap places with the clone to evade fatal blows. This ability, which encompasses ambush, group attacks, recovery, and survival, is indeed dazzling, that its excellence is undeniable. Within the circle of soul masters, there exists a saying, it is better to provoke the daytime fearclaw bear than the nighttime nether leopard. The reasoning is straightforward. The dark gold fearclaw bear has all its attributes focused on offense, making it a straightforward opponent to assess. However, encountering a nether ghost leopard at night could spell death, as even if one manages to fight it, the beast can simply use its clone to escape, leaving the pursuer in a futile chase, having wasted an entire night in vain. Typically, acquiring the soul ring from such a beast necessitates the intervention of one's elders, who must possess overwhelming strength to capture and slay it. Yet Wu Ling found himself in a unique position. The secret text of the Spirit Hall documented that the nether ghost leopard's power fluctuates dramatically between day and night. By night, it boasts the prowess of a top-tier soul beast, but by day, it is merely an ordinary high-level soul beast, with its nether shadow clone also hindered by light. This accounts for its classification as being on the threshold of top-tier status. Now, as the nether ghost leopard dragged the ghost tiger into its lair, Wu Ling utilized his ability to conceal his presence, successfully evading detection. Wu Ling gazed at the sky, estimating the passage of time. With less than half an hour remaining until dawn, he deemed the wait inconsequential and decided to linger a while longer. Having devised a plan, Wu Ling settled into a state of anticipation. The morning air was thick with humidity, and droplets of dew had already condensed upon his slightly elongated black hair. At last, a beam of sunlight pierced through the dense foliage, illuminating Wu Ling's face. The plan was set into motion. As soon as the sun emerged, Wu Ling dashed towards the cavern carved from the colossal stone, though he yearned to shatter the rock outright. His current status as a mere first-ring soul master rendered such an endeavor beyond his capabilities. Therefore, to lure the creature out, he resorted to an alternative method. He retrieved 3 meticulously prepared torches, ignited them, and hurled them into the cave. Within mere seconds of entering the darkened chamber, the flames of the torches were abruptly extinguished. And in that fleeting moment, Wu Ling caught sight of the spectral leopard's form. Standing approximately 1.5 meters tall and over 2 meters long, the creature, disturbed from its slumber, seemed incensed by Wu Ling's audacity. Without a moment's hesitation, the ethereal leopard charged towards him. intent on claiming Wu Ling's lifeless body as its midnight feast. The naked eye of Wu Ling could scarcely keep pace with the speed of the nether phantom leopard. Yet his inner sight was remarkably attuned. Just as the nether phantom leopard was about to rush before him, Wu Ling abruptly pivoted and struck at the nether phantom leopard, which had somehow appeared behind him. Sensing the imminent threat, the nether phantom leopard executed a maneuver that defied the laws of physics, coming to a sudden halt and deftly evading Wu Ling's strike. Once distanced from Wu Ling, though astonished that he had discerned its true form, it was the act of evasion that ignited its fury. How could a proud nether phantom leopard, a creature capable of rivaling the mightiest soul beast in the depths of night, be intimidated by a mere child of humanity? This was intolerable, absolutely intolerable. As the nether phantom leopard grappled with this thought, two more of its kind sprang forth from the shadows. At this moment, Wu Ling keenly discerned that within the shadow of the spectral ghost leopard lurked three pairs of claws, lingering at the periphery yet unable to emerge. These were likely the manifestations that could not be utilized during the daylight. In the face of the spectral ghost leopard that had summoned its doppelgangers, Wu Ling unleashed his full potential. A yellow soul ring materialized before him, illuminating with a radiant glow. In an instant, Wu Ling completed his possession, striking a poised stance, fully prepared to counter the impending assaults from the three spectral ghost leopards. Wu Ling and the netherworld ghost leopard stood facing each other, marking the commencement of a prolonged standoff between the assassin and the harbinger of night. Chapter 17, 100 Faces. Wu Ling remained motionless, embodying caution. His keen perception and skills allowed him to discern the true form of the phantom ghost leopard and inflict damage upon it. However, he could not defend against the leopard's ability to swap places with its doppelgangers. Should the leopard exchange positions with its clone just after he executed the swallow's return technique, he could find himself vulnerable to an attack. Thus, he maintained his stance, patiently awaiting the moment when the phantom ghost leopard would unwittingly fall into his trap. Conversely, the phantom ghost leopard remained still due to instinct, driven by the intuition of an assassin, sensing that approaching Wu Ling too closely could result in its demise. Consequently, it kept its distance, biding its time for the opportune moment to strike decisively. Thus, in this standoff, both the man and the leopard, despite their differing motivations, shared the same resolve as they faced each other from dawn until the sun fully ascended. During this period, Wu Ling and the phantom ghost leopard seemed to intuitively understand each other's thoughts. As fellow assassins, they recognized that a single strike would determine the outcome. In the distance, as the sun rose higher, a droplet of dew fell from a yellowing leaf, landing on the blue-silver grass below. The impact of the dew caused the grass to bend, and as the droplet traversed the tips of the blades, it finally reached the ground. With the contact of the dew upon the earth, both Wu Ling and the phantom ghost leopard sprang into action. The phantom ghost leopard and its two clones formed a triangular formation around Wu Ling. In a near-synchronous assault, they converged from three directions and angles. One approached from the right front at a 20-degree elevation, the swiftest of the trio, another from the left front at 35 degrees, the slowest, and the last grounded behind Wu Ling, moving at a moderate pace. The true body was the one positioned behind, yet it had the potential to swap places with either of the other two. In that instant, as the phantom ghost leopard launched its attack, Wu Ling detected the incoming threat through his keen perception. The leopard likely assumed Wu Ling wielded only a single blade, believing that even if he could strike two of its forms, it could still eliminate him with its true body. For an ordinary individual, such reasoning would indeed constitute an optimal strategy. However, Wu Ling was no ordinary man. Swallow's return. Indeed, it was the swallow's return, an advanced technique enabling him to strike from three angles simultaneously against a single adversary. If he slightly adjusted these angles, could he not launch an attack from three directions at once? During the past 2.5 years, with a modern mindset, Wu Ling had contemplated this very notion of tridirectional swallow's return. After 2 months of refinement, he succeeded, though the outcome left him profoundly disappointed. The three strikes were originally designed to restrict the enemy for a guaranteed kill. Thus, shifting the target from 1 to 3 merely resulted in 3 simultaneous slashes, lacking the precision needed in one-on-one combat. In multi-opponent scenarios, the technique consumed excessive stamina, rendering it less efficient than conventional swordplay. Consequently, Wu Ling had initially felt disheartened and regretful about his tridirectional swallow's return. Little did he anticipate that this very technique would find application in such a scenario. Centered around Wu Ling, 3 purplish-black phantoms flashed, each delivering a strike, before the 3 forms of the phantom ghost leopard appeared at his 3 flanks, backs turned. With a breath, Wu Ling released a sigh of relief, as 2 of the leopard's clones dissipated into glimmering starlight, while the true form was cleaved in twain by a strike. I once remarked that you might never utilize this technique in your lifetime, yet here we are. The suddenly materialized specter mused, self-deprecatingly acknowledging its prior skepticism towards the technique, now faced with the stark reality of its effectiveness. No, the old ghost was right. This may very well be the first and last time it is employed by me, as Wuling provided an avenue for the ghost's ego to recover. The specter shifted its gaze toward the corpse of the phantom ghost leopard and the violet soul ring hovering above it. With a lifespan nearing 1,500 years, this creature far surpassed the 1,000-year-old ghost tiger, and given his physical prowess, the possibility of successful absorption seemed promising. Very well, I shall absorb it now, please guard me. Old ghost. The specter nodded, brimming with confidence. Rest assured, if a single soul beast appears in the vicinity, it will be my failure. The extravagant nature of having a titled Douluo as a guardian for merely a second soul ring was indeed astonishing, yet Wuling relished in it. His lips curled into a slight smile, reflecting his current elation and overwhelming sense of security. The absorption of the soul ring proceeded smoothly. A testament to the enhanced resilience of his body forged through relentless training over the past 2.5 years. A lifespan of 1,500 years was not his limit. He estimated his true potential to be around 18 or 1,900 years. As he contemplated this, Wuling gradually opened his eyes. How does it feel, Wuling? Does the soul skill meet your expectations? Wuling raised a thumb and bestowed a radiant smile upon the ghostly figure, exclaiming, "Splendid." Wuling immediately summoned the nameless spirit base. And beside the first yellow soul ring was a purple soul ring, which was even larger in circumference. The second soul ring was indeed purple, truly an eye-opener for me. Following this logic, as long as one can withstand the soul shock, Wuling, your fourth soul ring might very well be capable of absorbing a millennium's worth of power. Wuling's emotions mirrored those of the ghostly figure, filled with excitement. Under his command, the purple soul ring glimmered, and an ethereal silhouette of a woman, clad in a sheer, form-fitting outfit and possessing ebony skin, materialized within the energy orb of the nameless spiritual foundation. Is this the individual summoned this time? Due to their frequent interactions with Wuling, both Guime and Yueguan had gradually earned an increasing level of trust from Bibi Dong, and thus had gleaned some insights regarding Wuling's martial soul and the divine legacy. The woman exuded a sense of kinship, akin to those who dwell in the shadows, unseen by the light. Gazing at her, Wuling perused the information transmitted to his mind regarding her soul skills, a satisfied smile stretching across his lips. Indeed, Ghost Grandpa, you have an astute eye. This is none other than the 19th inheritor of the name Hassan Sabath, the leader of the assassins, known as the multifarious Hassan. As he spoke, Wuling allowed the essence of multifarious Hassan to envelop him. Instantly, his entire aura transformed, if he were not standing directly before Guime. She might have believed he had vanished entirely. We are individuals as well as a collective. As a collective, we are individuals. With Wuling's incantation, the shadows behind him began to writhe with fervor. Chapter 18. Passion and Wisdom. Multifarious Hassan, one among the esteemed elders of the mountain, is the 19th inheritor of the name Hassan Sabak, the leader of the assassins. She is a versatile assassin, capable of adapting her myriad talents and knowledge to fulfill any task, regardless of the circumstances. At times, she employs cunning strategies. At others, she possesses an understanding of foreign languages, knowledge of toxins, or skills in trap-making. Legends suggest that she can unleash superhuman strength and speed, demonstrating long-forgotten martial arts, and skillfully disguise herself, transcending age and gender. Her polished demeanor and conduct render it nearly impossible to believe that it is mere performance. Even her temperament shifts according to time and circumstance, leaving even her closest confidants unable to discern her true nature. Due to her vibrant array of skills, extensive knowledge, and the unpredictability of her actions, she has earned the revered title of multifarious. However, in truth, she suffers from a mental disorder known in modern times as dissociative identity disorder. Unlike her predecessors, Hassan Sabat, she does not alter her physical form, for it is unnecessary. Although her body appears unremarkable, she possesses the ability to control and modify her physical self through her spirit. Within her body reside a multitude of independent souls, from which she draws knowledge and abilities, employing various methods to deceive her enemies, breach defenses, and eliminate targets in ways that defy expectation. Particularly upon becoming a servant, she is liberated from the constraints of her physical form, allowing her splintered personas to manifest distinct bodies as circumstances dictate. However, as the total spiritual power remains singular, each individual entity's capabilities diminish to a level that cannot be compared with other heroic spirits. Yet, all entities benefit from the assassin's inherent skills. making them unparalleled in intelligence operations. As Wuling embraced the essence of multifarious Hassan, a skull mask appeared upon his face, his skin deepening from pale to a healthy wheat tone. Most notably, his shadow began to expand, engulfing the shadows of the surrounding flora. With the burgeoning and roiling of Wuling's shadow, myriad hands emerged from it, reminiscent of the gates of hell being flung open, with countless vengeful spirits crawling forth. Despite the dramatic display, Guei, standing beside Wuling, felt no hint of menace. Rather, she observed the unfolding scene with curiosity. As the tumult subsided, the multitude of hands thrust downwards, propelling dozens of shadowy figures from Wuling's shadow. I am Zaid of the base. I am Akul of speed. I am Gozel of the strange arms. I am Troy of schemes. With each shadow that leaped forth, it proclaimed its designation, while Wuling gleaned the abilities of each doppelganger through the information relayed. Once all the shadows had emerged, the surrounding grass, trees, and stones were crowded with figures draped in black and adorned with skull masks. They bowed in unison to Wuling and declared, "We, the 88, are the manifestations of multifarious, the heroic spirits of our master. Please, give us your commands." Wuling regarded these 88 manifestations with satisfaction. After some adjustments, their overall quality equated to that of Wuling's own essence, meaning that summoning just one would yield a doppelganger possessing identical physical attributes to himself, without compromising his own power. However, he harbored little concern for the combat-oriented manifestations like Speedy and Strange Arms, as he had no expectations for their fighting prowess. His true interest lay with those possessing auxiliary abilities in poison, tactics, stealth, and deception, all of which surpassed B-level proficiency. Most importantly, he yearned for the capacity to accelerate his cultivation. Yet, these 88 manifestations would not suffice, for they were merely the doppelgangers of multifarious Hassan. To create manifestations capable of aiding his cultivation, he would need to forge his own. Wuling waved his hand, dispelling the summons upon them, and the 88 avatars transformed into shadows, seamlessly returning to the depths of Wuling's silhouette. Observing Wuling's retrieval of those cloaked figures, Guei approached and gently tapped the mask adorning his face. This soul technique possesses an extraordinary quality. Once employed, it renders your soul power nearly imperceptible to my senses. Moreover, your aura has diminished significantly. If in a moment of clarity you resembled a tranquil tree, now you are akin to an inconspicuous insect, capable of evading attention unless you directly manifest before others. In this state, only those above level 95 or possessing the ability to probe, such as a tidal Douluo, could possibly detect your presence. Indeed, this is remarkable, increasingly reminiscent of my own capabilities. Noticing Wuling's silence, Guei recalled the purpose behind his selection of this skill. Tell me, does it aid in your cultivation? If not, do not be disheartened. Such an ability to obscure one's own presence is indeed a rare treasure. Wuling, emulating Ichigo, positioned the mask upon his forehead and spoke with a hint of excitement. Grandfather Ghost, I am perfectly fine. This soul technique has indeed fulfilled my purpose. Yet akin to the necessity of transforming swordsmanship into my own, only my own doppelganger can assist me in my cultivation. This chapter is not yet complete. Kindly turn to the next page to continue indulging in the captivating content. How, then, can you conjure your own doppelganger? This is not a skill that can be mastered solely through cultivation, like swordsmanship. Wuling displayed a look of distress. It was not that he was unwilling to elucidate, but the explanation involving concepts of spirit and division was exceedingly complex. Grandfather Ghost, I cannot quite articulate it, yet I feel an innate capability within me. To Wuling's response, the ghost did not harbor any suspicion. After all, the essence of martial souls was enigmatic, and one could not dismiss their existence simply due to ignorance. Very well, Wuling, do you require any assistance? Or is there anything specific you need to create your doppelganger? Wuling shook his head and replied, there is no need. All I require is time, perhaps half an hour. Or better yet, an hour. Very well, let us seize this opportunity to return to the papal palace. As soon as you create your avatar, present it to the Pope, Guei suggested. Without a moment's hesitation, Wuling consented to Guei's proposal, for creating an avatar merely required a determined download, and aside from the initial stages, it demanded little of his attention thereafter. Thus, after consuming a modest meal and resting briefly, Wuling set forth alongside Guei towards the city of martial souls. The journey seemed to pass in the blink of an eye. By afternoon, Wuling had returned to the martial soul hall, and upon his arrival, he was once again guided by Guei to meet the Pope. Teacher, I have returned. Welcome home. Please recount your experiences to me, the Pope replied. Wuling then began to narrate his recent adventures and summoned his avatars once more for Bibi Dong to observe. Impressive. Even I could not discern the presence between you and those avatars. Now, what of your own avatar? It is complete, teacher. I have designated their code names as Wuling, Hot-Blooded, and Wuling Sage. Chapter 19, Plan 3. The shadow of the martial spirit surged once more, this time with even greater intensity than before. Accompanying the undulating shadow, two individuals with hair of blue and red gradually emerged. They bore a resemblance to the martial spirit, yet appeared to be several years its senior, seemingly around 18 years of age. The one with dark red hair stood nearly 2 meters tall, clad in form-fitting black attire that accentuated his muscular physique. In contrast, the individual with dark blue hair measured only 1 meter 80, appearing somewhat slender next to his red-haired counterpart. Yet, his penetrating gaze and indifferent demeanor commanded the attention of both Bibidong and Gue Mei. "Greetings, teacher." "Greetings, Grandpa Gue," exclaimed the red-haired martial spirit, revealing a radiant smile as he energetically addressed Bibidong and Gue Mei. His voice resonated powerfully, evoking a sense of robust vigor and exuberance. After a considerable pause following the red-haired spirit's salutation, the blue-haired spirit leisurely responded, "Hello." His presence was the polar opposite of the red-haired spirit, exuding an air of detachment as if he had transcended the trials of the world, utterly indifferent and devoid of passion. Wuling scrutinized his two avatars before explaining to Bibidong, "Teacher, this red-haired avatar is born from my passionate spirit, brimming with vitality. Its codename is Hot Blood, but you may simply call it Little Red. It will be responsible for my physical training. The blue-haired one, on the other hand, is a manifestation of my calm spirit, maintaining a tranquil state akin to a still mirror in most circumstances. It embodies a sense of detachment and is codenamed Sage, so you may refer to it as Little Blue. This avatar will oversee my swordsmanship. Meanwhile, I shall pursue theoretical knowledge. My plan entails splitting our time equally between training and learning, with the remaining hours devoted to refining our soul power." Bibidong regarded Little Blue and Little Red thoughtfully, pausing briefly before articulating, "Calm and fervor, exuberance and detachment. These are indeed two diametrically opposed spirits, yet they can exist independently without compromising themselves. Lingo, I must acknowledge, you have once again expanded my understanding. However, with your soul power, it seems insufficient to sustain this for an entire day. Teacher, you may not be aware that they only consume soul power during separation. Thereafter, they can absorb and restore it autonomously. After all, they are quite mature as avatars and should learn to replenish their own energy. Moreover, with each soul ring I acquire, an additional position for consolidating avatars will become available." Bibidong tapped her fingers on the armrest, keenly noting the anachronistic terminology in Wuling's words. "Linger, since you have obtained your second soul ring, you must have acquired more information, correct?" "Of course." Gue Mei, oblivious to the cryptic exchanges between Wuling and Bibidong, recollected the time when Wuling first became her disciple. He remembered Bibidong's reaction back then and contemplated closing off his senses as he had done previously. However, this time, Bibidong intervened. "No need for that. You should have sensed it by now. Let us listen together this time." As Wuling's thoughts stirred, the curious little Hong, who was fascinated by the surrounding environment, and the contemplative little Lon, who spoke of concepts such as the universe, the world, and humanity, vanished into the shadows cast by him. Subsequently, Wuling cleared his throat and began to narrate slowly. "Teacher, the character I summoned has brought forth information regarding disparate tales from the same era. It is said that many years after the onset of the war between gods and humans, an assassination cult, led by an elderly man named Hassan residing in the mountains, quietly emerged." Wuling let out a sigh, bringing an end to this rather deceptive, historical tale. Bibidong and Gue Mei remained silent, seeking to quell the tumult within their hearts. After experiencing such a magnificent human epic, they felt as if they had just quenched their thirst with a large cup of cool water in the sweltering heat of 40 degrees. After savoring the lingering resonance of the story, Bibidong inquired, "Is there truly anyone in this world whose strength is sufficient to rival that of deities, even bestowing the concept of mortality upon the immortal supreme gods?" Wuling nodded affirmatively. "Teacher, the potential of humanity is boundless. Consider my first soul skill. Can even a titled Douluo at the 99th level strike a sword that transcends time and space merely through technique?" Bibidong, without hesitation, grasped the answer she sought. She initially intended to say more, but the setting sun outside prompted her to change her mind. "Linger, it is rather late today. You should go have a meal and rest for a while, and also take the opportunity to familiarize yourself with your doppelganger. By the way, you have been at the Spirit Hall for 2 years now. If you miss your family, you may take these days to return home and bring them back with you." Wuling was taken aback, recalling that uncle who he had not seen for 2 years, with whom he had not even exchanged letters. Indeed, it had been quite a long time since he had returned. Wu Ling murmured to himself, then bowed to Bai Bai Dong. "Thank you, teacher." Bai Bai Dong merely nodded. This matter, if one were to speak positively, was merely to foster a closer relationship with Wu Ling and did not warrant any significant effort on her part. "All right. You may go back and rest. The ghost elder needs to stay for a while." "Understood. Goodbye, teacher." As Wu Ling departed, both Bai Bai Dong and Gue Mei remained motionless, not speaking until Wu Ling had left the papal hall. It was then that Bai Bai Dong inquired, "What are your impressions, ghost elder?" "If it weren't for Wu Ling's words, I would have likely considered this merely a tale. However, your words, my lord, have prompted my curiosity regarding Ling Er." Bai Bai Dong spoke with an expressionless demeanor, as though the story just told was nothing more than an ordinary narrative. "As for Wu Ling, I initially worried that his diverse learning might hinder his soul power, but it appears that his all-encompassing development may very well become his strength." The contrast in Gue Mei's language revealed a growing acknowledgement of Wu Ling's potential. Indeed, taking him as a disciple is indeed a delightful surprise. By the way, it will require your assistance to visit his hometown. Of course, I am quite pleased with this lad. I will accompany him back either tomorrow or the day after. Also, please inform Elder Ju to initiate the planning for Operation 3 once you and Wu Ling return. Upon hearing the term Operation 3, Gue Mei paused momentarily, then quietly inquired, "Could it be that you?" Bai Bai Dong affirmed Gue Mei's question with a straightforward response. "Indeed, I have reached level 90. It is time to advance the 9th spirit ring." "Understood." Meanwhile, as Bai Bai Dong and Gue Mei were strategizing, an unexpected guest suddenly appeared before Wu Ling. An elderly man, with white hair yet youthful features, stood in his path. The environment, which had previously held some noise, fell silent. "You are Wu Ling, am I correct?" Chapter 20. Qian Daolu the elder was tall, though not robust, clad in a simple gray robe. His white hair flowed neatly behind him, and a faint smile graced his face from the moment he appeared. Despite his humble attire, his mere presence inspired a sense of reverence. Leaving Wu Ling with no inclination to resist, Wu Ling promptly bowed his head and averted his gaze. For the aura emanating from the elderly man seemed capable of purifying all that it touched, instilling a sense of dread within him. "Might I inquire what assistance you require from a mere youth such as myself?" The elder, exuding a sacred presence, coupled with the proximity of less than 2 kilometers from the papal hall, invoked thoughts of a formidable individual within Wu Ling's mind. "You need not attempt to ingratiate yourself with me, for I harbor no intent to cause you harm. However, your pace is rather lethargic. Therefore, I propose this. I shall refrain from utilizing my soul power, but you may employ your soul techniques to engage me in combat. Should you compel me to draw upon my soul power, I shall grant you your freedom." Wu Ling could only chuckle at the elder's proposition. Having surmised that this venerable figure was likely one of the current 3 extraordinary titled Douluos of the 99th rank, renowned for his title of the Invincible in the Sky. "Qian Daolu, what could possibly be the reason for this? Could it be that my earlier tale caught his ear?" As a representative of the angel god in the mortal realm, this individual might prove to be far more challenging to deceive than Bibi Dong. With the angel god and the Rakshasa god having departed from the divine realm, even during the final cataclysm, the sea god and the Shura god descended to assist Tang San, while the former remained utterly silent. Moreover, since divine examinations do not impart knowledge, I was able to hoodwink Bibi Dong. Yet, Qian Daolia's lineage has venerated the angel god for generations. Initially, I feared they might possess records of the past, but it appears he too is oblivious to bygone events. In light of this, while deceiving him may prove slightly more arduous than with Bibi Dong, it is not an impossibility. Furthermore, his summons for a duel likely serves to validate this matter. Hence, if I can demonstrate my prowess, my words will gain further credibility. Wu Ling resolved in his heart. Bowing respectfully to Qian Daolu, he acquiesced. "Very well, esteemed elder, shall we commence?" Although Qian Daolu insisted that no pretense was necessary. It is often wise to be somewhat agreeable in the presence of an elder. "Now," he declared, as a golden double-edged sword materialized in Qian Daolia's right hand. Upon witnessing this, Wu Ling ceased to hold back and immediately deployed his first and second soul abilities. Sasaki Kojiro and Hundred-Faced Hassan simultaneously manifested, resulting in a remarkable augmentation of Wu Ling's physical prowess by several folds. Notably, his speed surged, with Sasaki Kojiro's agility rated at A and Hundred-Faced Hassan's at A. Wu Ling's velocity and reflexes surpassed those of an ordinary 4-ringed soul master, leaving them in his dust. It is likely that only a 4-ring soul master specializing in offensive capabilities or an average 5-ring soul king could possibly keep pace with him. Wu Ling placed his hand before the yellow soul ring, grasping the void, and a long sword, measuring 1.5 meters, was drawn forth by him. Without further ado, Wu Ling raised his long sword above his head and struck towards Douluo. Although Douluo was momentarily taken aback by Wu Ling's speed, he quickly regained his composure, for in his eyes, Wu Ling's swiftness, albeit impressive, was still unworthy of his full attention. He raised his hand to parry Wu Ling's attack. But instead of countering, he merely stood there, awaiting the next move. Is he so dismissive of me? Wu Ling felt not anger but rather a sense of relief. After all, even a peerless Douluo who does not rely on soul power, if earnest in their approach, would likely not afford him even a chance to employ the yin fan technique. Wu Ling circled around Douluo, relentlessly striking with his longsword aimed at Douluo's head. In the face of such a tempestuous onslaught, even an ordinary soul master of the 4th ring would succumb to despair, and a weaker soul king would likely be unable to withstand the assault. Yet, Douluo remained steadfast, as if his sword possessed an innate awareness, deftly countering each of Wu Ling's attacks with precision. While achieving such combat prowess as a 2nd-ring great soul master is indeed impressive, it falls short of the realm of the divine, Douluo remarked calmly. Wu Ling exhaled softly, halting 2 meters in front of Douluo. Once positioned, he unleashed his most formidable attack, Yin Fan. In Douluo's eyes, Wu Ling's form seemed to multiply into 3, creating the illusion of unavoidable strikes despite only 3 slashes being executed. With a serious expression, Douluo stomped his foot, generating a surge of force directed at Wu Ling's lower body, instantly altering Wu Ling's stance in response to the ground's impact. Douluo sidestepped 2 of the slashes, successfully blocking the final one. After fending off Wu Ling's Yin Fan, Douluo remained absorbed in the sensation of the encounter, when suddenly, that feeling of inescapability resurfaced behind him, and this time, it was twofold. Turning his head slightly, Douluo noticed Xiaolan and Xiaohong, who he had previously dismissed. However, they now wielded blades measuring 1.5 meters in length, both simultaneously executing Yin Fan. Indeed, their purpose extended beyond mere enhancement and training. Wu Ling had discovered another application of their power, the ability to manifest other heroic spirits, thereby gaining access to their abilities. Upon realizing this capability, Wu Ling had whimsically considered that since each soul ring could solidify a clone, and each clone could be reformed upon death, it might be possible to summon 9 meteors when he ascended to the rank of title Douluo. Despite the allure of witnessing such a dazzling display, he found it challenging to envision a spirit beast worthy of such a heroic feat, given that not every spirit beast could self-destruct. Now, this ability had emerged for the first time in this realm, capturing even the attention of Douluo, one of the 3 mightiest beings of the present age. Calmly confronting the 2 unavoidable strikes, Douluo noted Wu Ling's body was poised once more. In an atmosphere where time seemed to slow, he remarked, with a hint of surprise, "Truly astonishing." Subsequently, a tempest purely composed of soul power erupted, propelling Wu Ling and his 2 clones away. When Wu Ling stood again and looked back, Douluo had vanished. Meanwhile, the explosion of Douluo's soul power alerted Bibidong and Gue Mei, present in the papal hall, causing their expressions to shift as they hurried towards Wu Ling. Aside from Bibidong and Gue Mei, other title Douluo within the city also sensed Douluo's soul power, prompting shocked expressions among the elders as a singular thought raced through their minds. What is happening? The grand offering has made a move. They all hastened towards Wu Ling's location. Unbeknownst to Wu Ling, what had begun as a mere trial had triggered the mobilization of every title Douluo in the Spirit Hall. Chapter 21. Homeward bound Wu Ling composed himself, ready to proceed towards the house when 2 familiar auras emerged within his perception. In the next moment, Gue Mei and Bibidong appeared before him. Lingo, what was that aura just now? However, before Wu Ling could respond to Bibidong's inquiry, 5 more figures swiftly arrived at the scene. "Greetings, Your Holiness," they chorused. "Ah, esteemed elders. You have arrived," Wu Ling acknowledged. Among the 5 elders, the only one he recognized was Yu Guan, the chrysanthemum Douluo. The others, though known to him, remained mere faceless entities until now. As everyone gathered at the site of the incident, the 4 Douluo directed their attention towards the sole unfamiliar face in attendance, Wu Ling, who held the rank of a great spirit master. Observing this, Bibidong naturally stepped forward, introducing Wu Ling to the title Douluo. "Esteemed elders, you may have heard of him. This is my disciple Wu Ling. He has been reclusive due to his cultivation, so this should be his first encounter with all of you. Wu Ling, hasten to pay your respects to the esteemed elders." Wu Ling gracefully bowed to the assembly, greeting the esteemed elders. The elders exhibited varying degrees of demeanor towards Wu Ling. Yet none displayed overt reactions, they merely offered perfunctory nods in acknowledgement. Subsequently, the formidable Ju Douluo, a trusted aide to Bibi Dong, posed the inquiry. Your Holiness, may I ask what caused the sudden surge of soul power from the grand offering just now? The assembly's gaze shifted once more towards Bibi Dong. With a subtle shake of her head, Bibi Dong replied, I am also unaware. When I arrived here, Wu Ling was the sole presence, thus I too seek clarification from him. The assembly then redirected their attention back to Wu Ling. Linger, do not be anxious. Please recount to us what transpired just moments ago. Wu Ling then recounted the events. Teacher, as I departed from the Pope's palace and approached this place, an elder suddenly obstructed my path. He unleashed his soul power, sending me flying. When I looked again, the elder had vanished, and shortly thereafter, you all arrived to inquire about the matter. Upon the conclusion of Wu Ling's narrative, the titled Douluo present fell silent, for they discerned that Wu Ling spoke no falsehood. They were also well aware of the identity of the elder in question. Their knowledge of the situation only heightened their astonishment. The illustrious titled Douluo, Qian Daolu, had been compelled to use his soul power by a mere great soul master. Although the grand offering had not exerted his full strength, merely adopting a defensive stance. The fact that this young man could provoke a defensive response from such a formidable figure was indeed remarkable. Instantaneously, the expressions of the four titled Douluo, unfamiliar to Wu Ling, shifted dramatically. Ah, how astonishing it is that heroes emerge in youth. I see you wield a longsword, while I favor a spear. I can certainly offer you some guidance. By the way, I neglected to mention that I am Shi Long, the serpent spear Douluo. From now on, you may address me as Elder Shi. A tall, slender man, towering over 2 meters, spoke to Wu Ling. I am the ghost leopard Douluo, another man, masked and resembling a character from a popular game, chimed in. You appear to be an agility-type soul master. I am also of that category. If you do not mind, I could teach you a few techniques. The other two titled Douluo, known as the Porcupine Douluo and the Demon Bear Douluo, expressed their willingness to share their extensive combat experience, despite being from different categories than Wu Ling. Their initial nods of acknowledgement towards Wu Ling had been merely due to his connection with Bibi Dong, but this overture of goodwill signified their genuine regard for him. They understood the immense prestige of Qian Daolu, the unparalleled title Douluo, and thus, they were eager to cultivate a favorable relationship with the promising Wu Ling. After confirming the reason behind the grand offering's use of soul power, the group exchanged pleasantries before dispersing. Bibi Dong, accompanied by Wu Ling, was followed by Gui Mei and Yu Guan, as the four returned once more to the Pope's palace. Liner, was there anything you concealed just now? Bibi Dong inquired. Teacher, everything I have said is entirely truthful, Wu Ling replied. Do you know who that elder was? Teacher, I heard Elder Ju mention that he is the grand offering, and the only one worthy of that title is Qian Daolu, the wielder of the six-winged angel spirit. Do you know why he sought you out? It seems that while I was recounting the tale to you and Grandpa Gui, the grand offering overheard and came to ascertain the credibility of my story. I see. As the earthly representative of the angel god, Bibi Dong understood Qian Daolia's actions and found them justifiable. Very well, you may return to rest now. It appears there are no further issues. Elders Gui and Ju will remain to discuss some matters with me. Yes, I take my leave. This time, under the perceptive awareness of Bibi Dong and her companions, they confirmed Wu Ling's return to his quarters before retracting their senses. Since Elder Ju is also present, let us proceed to establish our plans. 3 days passed since Wu Ling's return. He had initially intended to return home the following day, but the simultaneous disappearance of Xiao Lan and Xiao Hong had rendered him utterly fatigued, akin to having undergone 3 consecutive uses of the yin fan technique. The overwhelming sensations of pain and weakness surged through his body like a tide. Consequently, Wu Ling found himself unable to leave on the 2nd day, necessitating an entire day dedicated to refining his soul power. In reality, the amount he refined in that single day equated to what others would accomplish in 3. Upon seeing the awaiting ghost Douluo in the courtyard, Wu Ling clasped his fist in greeting. I feel truly sorry to trouble Grandpa Gui each time. However, Gui Mei waved it off dismissively. It is of no concern. At my level, the effects of ordinary training are minimal. Accompanying you allows me the opportunity to venture out. Who knows, perhaps one day I will attain enlightenment and ascend. Wu Ling understood that Gui Mei spoke the truth. Upon reaching the rank of a titled Douluo, unless one encounters extraordinary opportunities, it is nearly impossible to advance even by a level or half a level within a year or 2. In fact, some may find themselves unable to progress throughout their entire lives due to innate limitations. However, While the speaker may lack intent, the listener is certainly attentive. The thoughts of cultivating and advancing began to stir within Wu Ling. Let us return swiftly to see your family. Yes, Grandfather Gue. As they approached Nodding City under Gue Mei's guidance, Wu Ling suddenly inquired, by the way, Grandfather Gue, are Master Su Yutao and Grandfather Ma Shou Nua still in Nodding City? Su Yutao and Ma Shou Nua? I recall seeing them when I perused your information. It was mentioned that they were promoted to a higher city due to their contributions in discovering and recommending you. I see. Then we shall forego visiting them this time and head directly to our village. Upon hearing Wu Ling's decision, Gue Mei increased his speed once more and adjusted his direction slightly. When Wu Ling, under Gue Mei's escort, arrived above Xingyue village, he truly realized that the terrain of their village resembled a crescent moon. After setting Wu Ling down, Gue Mei vanished. Wu Ling, familiar with Gue Mei's habits, paid it no mind and hurried towards his home with utmost urgency. Knock, knock, knock. Who is it? It is I, Uncle Che. Amidst the sound of hurried footsteps, the door swung open. Wu Ling gazed at Uncle Chia, who appeared even more aged than 2.5 years ago, and smiled as he offered a familiar greeting. I have returned. Chapter 22. Training. The plan begins. Uncle Chia, will you truly not accompany me to Wuhuan City? Wu Ling inquired for the third time the following morning. Ah, Linger, I have already stated that it is unnecessary. Xingyue village is the place that nurtured me, and as the village chief, it is impossible for me to leave for Wuhuan City. Moreover, I would be a stranger there, and settling in would undoubtedly bring complications. So, do not concern yourself with me, just take care of yourself. Uncle Chia shook his head, resolutely declining Wu Ling's invitation. Very well then, should you change your mind, please visit the Wuhuan branch in Nodding City and have someone send me a letter. The moment I receive it, I shall return post-haste. I will inform them shortly. Wu Ling continued, if you choose not to go, I will visit every 2 to 3 years. If I do not return, it may be due to pressing matters, such as reaching a critical point in my training. Therefore, do not worry about me. You must take care of yourself as well. Having cared for Uncle Chia for 6 years, Wu Ling regarded him as his true kin, thus he felt a deep sense of concern for him. Of course, I am still waiting to hold my grandchild. Until that day comes, I shall ensure I take good care of myself, Uncle Chia chuckled, patting Wu Ling's shoulder, which was now nearly at the same height as his own, subtly alluding to the topic of marriage. Indeed, it seems that no matter the world, elders possess an innate talent for urging marriage. Yet, I am but 8 years old. In just 4 months, I will turn 9. Is it not a tad too early? Wait, I recall that in the original story, Ma Hongjun was merely 12, if not younger, when he ventured into the entertainment district. Could it be a consequence of Wuhuan? Children in Douluo continent do seem to mature rather quickly. In response to the elders' matrimonial nudges, Wu Ling could only smile and deflect the conversation. After their final farewells, Wu Ling departed. Watching Wu Ling's receding figure, Uncle Chia smiled with satisfaction. The fledgling is now ready to soar. I cannot be the one to hold him back. By the way, what affairs await in the village today? Having left home, Wu Ling made his way to the Wuhuan branch in Nodding City. Using an elder's token, he was granted an audience with the current branch leader. After delivering his instructions to the unfamiliar leader, Gue Mei appeared silently at Wu Ling's side, eliciting a look of terror from the branch leader. Let us depart, Grandpa Gue. With a gust of dark wind, Wu Ling and Gue Mei vanished before the branch leader's astonished eyes. The leader stood bewildered for quite some time before recollecting Wu Ling's earlier request. He suddenly bellowed outside, bring the carriage. We are heading to Xingyue village. I must pay a visit to someone. Wu Ling was unaware of the leader's actions as the following dawn, he returned to Wuhuan City under Gue Mei's guidance. The speed of their journey left Wu Ling in awe of the formidable prowess of the title Douluo. Covering nearly 3,000 kilometers, a regular carriage would require half a month. Yet a title Douluo accomplished it in just over half a day. While this was undoubtedly due to Gue Mei's proficiency as an agile attack-type soul master, it was clear that his relentless pace was astonishing. Had it not been for Wu Ling's naturally robust physique, he might have struggled to endure such velocity. Reflecting on this, Wu Ling returned to his quarters, intending to rest briefly before commencing another day of training. Meanwhile, Gue Mei had returned home. Though it was not as easy for him as Wu Ling presumed, the lengthy journey had drained 90% of his soul power. Were it not for the Pope's plans, he would not have exerted himself so. Today would be devoted to recuperating his soul power, followed by confirming the plan with the Pope, thus allowing them to commence tomorrow. As the sun rose, the vast Wuhuan city, having rested through the night, resembled a colossal machine that had cooled, now resuming its daily operations. In Wu Ling's courtyard, 3 Wu Lings sat down to breakfast. Wow, having 3 bowls of fried sauce noodles for breakfast is simply delightful. Wu Ling. Hey, Xiaohong. Why are you consuming so much as a mere clone? Xiaohong. My original self. One must not speak so lightly. The foundation of a day's endeavors lies in the morning. Only by feasting well and being fully nourished can one enhance their cultivation. Wu Ling. Truly. One should eat heartily at breakfast, have a substantial lunch, and partake sparingly at dinner. Do you comprehend? Just observe Xiaolan. She indulges splendidly. Xiaohong followed Wu Ling's pointed finger and glanced at Xiaolan, who was incessantly stirring the murky soy milk with a straw. Xiaolan, look. A world resembles this cup of soy milk. Our existence may merely be a marble in the hands of God, or perhaps merely a single cell in some creature. In relative terms, humanity appears as parasites to this world. Why do we exist? What is our purpose? And why does this world harbor humankind? Xiaohong, the essence is that she hasn't even eaten properly, has she? Wu Ling, no, he has consumed it. Xiaohong, however. Wu Ling, I said he has eaten. Xiaohong, ha, truly worthy of the original body, your perception is remarkable. I almost failed to notice it myself. Well then, having finished our meal, I shall proceed to train. You continue as you are. With that, Xiaohong dashed eagerly towards the training grounds, leaving Wu Ling touched as he watched her determined figure. Tears welling at the corners of his eyes. How frustrating. Not to mention Xiaolan, who even consumed my bowl. As a mere avatar. Does she not comprehend my fondness for fried sauce noodles? The most vexing part is that she left not a single bite for me. And Xiaolan, stop dawdling. Xiaohong has already gone to train. Are you not following suit? Xiaolan, alas, the choice between dining and working poses a dilemma. In Wu Ling's plan, Xiaohong is tasked with strengthening her physique, Xiaolan with honing her swordsmanship, while Wu Ling himself dedicates time to theoretical studies, ensuring that at least half of each day is devoted to cultivating his soul power. The cultivation plan of Wu Ling is proceeding steadily, while another plan has unexpectedly encountered a setback. After reading the urgent letter in her hand, Bibi Dong trembled with soul power, reducing the letter to mere dust. Elder Ju, please fetch Elder Gui for me. Understood. Observing Bibi Dong's change in expression, Yu Guan refrained from further comment and promptly complied. Moments later, Gui Mei and Yu Guan stood before Bibi Dong. Your Holiness, has there been a change in the plan? Bibi Dong nodded, stating, the search team has contacted me, reporting new intelligence. They have confirmed the target's location, but they have also been discovered, so we must act immediately. Understood. I will inform Linger, they said in unison. Now, let us depart. Chapter 23. The plan in motion. 3 days have passed since Bibi Dong ventured into the Douluo forest to acquire her 9th spirit ring. During this time, Wu Ling's life has reverted to the monotonous routine of training, eating, and resting. However, with the company of Xiaolan and Xiaohong, Wu Ling finds solace in conversing with them during moments of boredom. Observing Xiaohong and Xiaolan diligently training, Wu Ling set down the book in his hands, murmuring, though Bai Miao Hassan is the only Hassan among the known ones devoid of instant death capabilities, her assistance to me surpasses that of any other heroic spirit. Previously, he could only dedicate 1/3 of his time to training, but now, with the aid of his avatars, he can devote half of his time to refining his soul power. Furthermore, since the avatars also engage in training, a day's effort for him translates to a day and a half for others, yielding an efficiency nearly 4 times greater than before. Given that he absorbs spirit power at a higher tier, having reached level 23 after integrating the spirit rings, it seems likely that within 2 years, he will attain level 30. Recalling the night 3 days prior, when he absorbed Xiaolan and Xiaohong back into his body and felt the marked increase in his soul power, Wu Ling was astonished by the evident results. I have no issues on my end, but I have yet to receive news from the teacher. However, considering it is a 100,000-year spirit beast and protected by the Titan Great Ape and the Azure Bull Python, it is reasonable for it to take a few extra days. At present, Dition and the others are still preoccupied with a certain large creature, and my influence cannot reach the Douluo forest from afar. So it should be soon. Indeed, Your Holiness, those beasts have already fallen into our encirclement. Particularly the 2 humanoid 100,000-year spirit beasts, one in its juvenile form and the other an adult, but only possessing the strength of a 7-ring soul sage. Thus, the greatest threats remain the Titan Great Ape and the Azure Bull Python. Once they enter the heart of our trap, we will force them apart through a surprise attack. The 2 humanoid ones will be handled by you, Your Holiness, while the monkey and the snake will require the assistance of the 2 elders and myself. In a tent, Bibi Dong, standing at the forefront, nodded in acknowledgement. The elder who had spoken bowed respectfully before quietly stepping aside. Bibi Dong then inquired about potential unforeseen circumstances, all of which were thoroughly analyzed and resolved. Time is nearly upon us. Prepare yourselves. Under Bibi Dong's command, all traces of their activities were concealed, and a group of at least 8 ring soul Douluos concealed themselves. Just as Bibi Dong and her group completed their concealment, 2 spirit beasts came into view, swiftly approaching from behind them. The 2 beasts were none other than the Titan Great Ape and the Azure Bull Python. And beside the Azure Bull Python stood a strikingly beautiful woman with pink hair. Presumably, she was Xiao Wu's mother. Big brother, why are we running? Though those guys are formidable, they're not our match, are they? Through mental communication, the Titan Great Ape, named Erming, inquired of the Azure Bull Python, Deming. We could force our way out, but do not forget, her targets are likely aunt and sister Xiao Wu. For them, they need not defeat us. They merely need to hold us back. If that happens, aunt and sister Xiao Wu will be in grave danger. I see, Erming, the Titan Great Ape, replied, understanding the gravity of the situation. In truth, if you were to sacrifice me, your strength would certainly allow you to escape. As the ape and snake conversed telepathically, another wave of mental energy interjected, emanating a soft pink hue. No, aunt, you are our kin. We will not abandon you. Upon hearing the term kin, the woman's lips curled into a fleeting smile, though it faded almost instantly in the face of their dire circumstances. No, humans are inherently greedy. If they do not obtain what they desire, they will never relent. I have placed Xiao Wu in a completely safe location. Should I fail to return, tell her I have ventured deep into the Stardow forest and vanished. Remember, do not let her seek me out. As the conversation unfolded, the 3 of them remained oblivious to their peril until the woman's ears perked up, and her expression shifted dramatically. No, it's a trap. The warning came too late. A massive chrysanthemum and a sinister black hand materialized, forcefully repelling the Titan Great Ape and the Azure Bull Python several meters back. Meanwhile, Xiao Wu's mother, who had been perched atop the Azure Bull Python's head, was now uncontrollably propelled in the opposite direction by another force. And, damn humans! The Titan Great Ape and the Azure Bull Python were taken aback, intent on pursuing, but were confronted by Ghost Douluo and Ju Douluo, each accompanied by 3 soul Douluos, blocking their path. Humans, die. Enraged, the Titan Great Ape launched a frenzied assault on any adversary in its vicinity, while the Azure Bull Python remained silent, assessing the battlefield, ready to break free and rescue Xiao Wu's mother. On the other side, Xiao Wu's mother, still airborne, finally broke free from her constraints. But before she could catch her breath, Bibi Dong appeared before her. Is it just one? Where is the other smaller one? Ignoring Bibi Dong's inquiry, Xiao Wu's mother assumed a combat stance. Realizing her silence, Bibi Dong understood her resolve. What a pity, I had intended to bring that one back for Linger. With that, Bibi Dong's spirit rings illuminated one by one as she charged towards the beastly woman. In a mere 5 minutes, while the Titan Great Ape continued its rampage and the Azure Bull Python searched for weaknesses, the moment Xiao Wu's mother's body fell to the ground, the last vestiges of rationality in their minds shattered. No, 2 utterly frenzied soul beasts, each boasting an astounding 10,000 years of age, unleashed a torrent of soul power with reckless abandon. Confronted by a triad of assaults encompassing domain, soul techniques, and physical prowess, the 6 soul masters, aside from the Ghost Douluo and the Chrysanthemum Douluo, swiftly succumbed to defeat. Bibi Dong, her expression devoid of emotion, retrieved the corpse of Ma Wu's mother into her storage ring. Elders Ghost and Chrysanthemum, the objective has been secured. There is no need for further engagement. Withdraw. At this command, Ghost and Yueguan exchanged a knowing glance before departing with 2 soul masters each. Meanwhile, the Titan Great Ape and the Sky Blue Bull Python, unable to keep pace with Bibi Dong and her companions, could only seethe in impotent fury. Chapter 24. Defeating the Spirit Hall. Within the confines of the Spirit Hall's exclusive training ground, the clash between Wu Ling and 3 opponents had escalated to an intense peak. At the very heart of the arena stood a tall man wielding a sturdy, earthy yellow staff, his martial spirit, the mountain-breaking staff, the 4 soul rings adorning it, in hues of yellow and purple, attested to his status as a 4-ring soul master. 3rd soul technique, 1,000 June's Might. The man's staff abruptly expanded, doubling in thickness and size, and he swung it forcefully toward Wu Ling. As Wu Ling faced the staff empowered by a millennium of soul skills, he did not even furrow his brow, his tranquil gaze fixated on the woman standing at the rear. The man sensed an unsettling touch beneath the staff and quickly warned. Ruff, be cautious. The individual named Ruff was a slender man. Upon hearing the caution, His hands transformed into a pair of scythes, while transparent wings sprouted from his back. His martial soul appeared to be a species of mantis, and the 4 soul rings of white, yellow, and purple adorning him affirmed his status as a soul master. Yet, even in the presence of a soul master, Wu Ling resolutely swung his blade forward, as the two engaged in a fierce exchange of scythes and longsword. Within just 3 to 5 exchanges, before the tall man could arrive, Wu Ling discerned a flaw in Ruff's defense and broke through. At that moment, the woman at the back revealed her martial soul, a glass vial, simply a transparent cup, adorned with 4 soul rings. Responding to the tall man's alert, she immediately reacted upon witnessing Ruff in peril, unleashing her soul skills. Second soul skill, glazed armor. Third soul skill, heart of glass. Fourth soul skill, glass boots. With the activation of 3 soul rings, an invisible layer of equipment enveloped the upper bodies and feet of the 3 combatants. As the heart of glass did not require the dispelling of negative emotions, it merely heightened their focus, allowing them to immerse themselves entirely in Wu Ling's onslaught. Although the martial soul and soul skills of this support-type soul master were not exceptionally formidable, being a soul master, she could still withstand Wu Ling's attacks for a few seconds. Ruff seized this opportunity to distance himself from Wu Ling while simultaneously casting a soul skill. Third soul skill, Eye of the Enemy. A subtle ray shot from Ruff's eyes toward Wu Ling, who suddenly felt as though his legs were encased in cement. Losing all previous agility. Itai, I have confined him. Now's our chance. The tall man, referred to as Itai by Ruff, tightened his grip on the staff as his 4th soul ring illuminated. 4th soul skill, Mountain Shatter. A layer of earthy yellow membrane enveloped the staff, and once more, it swung down towards Wu Ling. Wu Ling remained unperturbed in the face of the impending strike. With a slight smile, he summoned his purple soul ring, causing his shadow to elongate. From the shadow emerged a blue-haired avatar, Xiaolan. Without uttering a word, Wu Ling exchanged places with Xiaolan. After the swap, as the staff drew nearer, Xiaolan's heart remained tranquil, for he had long grown accustomed to such circumstances. Death, akin to a droplet vanishing into the ocean, stirred not a ripple. After this contemplative moment, with the staff's impact, Xiaolan experienced his 9th demise of the week. I shall remember you, Xiaolan. I will rely on you again next time. As Xiaolan was obliterated by Itai, the duration of Ruff's soul skill came to an end. Wu Ling felt a sense of relief wash over him, promptly sprinting towards the woman. Ruff, Bugu, be cautious. He has clones. Itai, whose soul skill had once again faltered, was nearing a breakdown, yet he managed to relay Wu Ling's warning in time. Ruff's gaze sharpened, his 4th soul ring and scythe illuminating simultaneously as he advanced to engage Wu Ling's true form, determined to prevent him from utilizing his cloning ability. Unfortunately, this plan was destined to fail. Xiaolan and Xiaohong had been concealed in Wu Ling's shadow, requiring no time to emerge. The robust Xiaohong burst forth from Wu Ling's shadow with a resounding thud, brandishing her longsword and launching an assault toward Ruff. With no alternative, Ruff could only slow his pace to defend, positioning his scythe above his head to intercept the descending sword in a close encounter. How can this fellow possess such strength? Ruff exclaimed in astonishment. Meanwhile, Wu Ling had already bypassed Ruff, charging towards the support-type woman. Even with all his might, Itai could not match Wu Ling's swiftness. Confronted by a support-type soul master who could only enhance her own defenses, Wu Ling easily struck her down with the back of his blade. Bereft of the support master's assistance, Itai and Ruff found themselves contending against Wu Ling, Xiaohong, and Xiaolan's relentless onslaught. Lacking the focused attention of Liu Gxin, Itai and Ruff struggled more against Wu Ling's positional tactics. In essence, the positional strategy involved the trio continuously swapping places through their height differences and movements to ultimately vanquish their opponent. Eventually, after Xiaohong had kicked Ruff aside, Itai sought to defend against her attack, only to be exploited by Wu Ling's true form, who seized the opening to deliver a decisive blow. Thus, Wu Ling, a 30 level and yet to acquire Soul Ring Perspective Soul Master, effortlessly defeated 3 Soul Masters without even resorting to his ultimate techniques. As they observed Wu Ling's retreating figure, Itai and his companions hastily engaged in discussion. Ruff, unable to contain his impatience, inquired, "Boss, who exactly is that person? He is astonishingly powerful." Itai, somewhat apprehensive, shook his head. "I'm not entirely certain. When we were instructed to face someone, I initially thought I had misheard. However, judging by that sword, I surmise that he must be none other than our Pope's disciple." Wu Ling Bugu, astonished, asked, "Wu Ling, the one declared as the Pope's disciple 4 years ago, who has scarcely made an appearance since? Could that truly have been him?" Itai squinted, seemingly recalling the details of their recent confrontation. Wu Ling simply does not show himself before ordinary folk. He undoubtedly reveals himself in the presence of elders. A relative of a friend of my uncle's nephews at once cleaned in an elder's quarters and mentioned that the sword matched almost perfectly, considering the rarity of such long swords. At this juncture, Ruff suddenly posed a question. By the way, how old is he, and what level is he? To overpower the three of us, I noticed that his clone was a millennium-old soul skill, yet why does he possess only 2 soul rings? The three exchanged glances, unable to convince one another, until Itai remarked, let's set aside the level for now. He should only be around 10 years old. To dominate us at such a young age, does his soul power level truly matter? Upon Itai's statement, the other two realized the gravity of the situation. All right. Let us cease our discussion here. Exercise caution. Misfortune often arises from careless words. Furthermore, when we encounter him again, remember not to provoke him. His future, I fear, is boundless. Chapter 25. Return to the starry sky. After the encounter with the 3 soul masters, Wu Ling reflected on his gains and losses from the battle, returning to his quarters with an untroubled heart. Truly remarkable, Wu Ling, a great soul master effortlessly defeating 3 soul masters without a hint of arrogance, praised Yu Guan, who had been patiently sipping chrysanthemum tea grown in his garden. Upon Wu Ling's return, he beamed with admiration. You flatter me, grandfather Yu. They were merely 3 relatively weak soul masters. A slightly stronger soul master could achieve the same, Wu Ling replied with a smile. Wu Ling stepped forward to pour himself a cup of tea and took a delicate sip. The tea brewed by Grandpa Hayu remains exquisitely delightful. Upon hearing Wu Ling's praise, Yu Guan smiled alluringly. You, not only are you remarkably handsome, but your sweet words are also quite charming. Feel free to indulge. I shall reserve a box for you later. However, Wu Ling, you need not be modest. In just a year and a half, you have ascended from level 23 to level 30, all while maintaining your combat prowess. You are not someone an ordinary soul master can compare with. Ever since you began your studies with them, the ghost leopard, serpent spear, demon bear, and spiked porcupine have been singing your praises before the Pope. Had it not been for the Pope already taking you as his disciple, those 4 would surely have contended for your favor. Currently, you can defeat 3 soul masters even without a 3rd soul ring. Once you acquire it, I dare say even an ordinary soul king may not stand a chance against you. By the way, you have been at level 30 for a week now. Have you decided which soul beast you wish to choose this time? Among the disciples of various sects and noble families, the first few soul rings are typically predetermined, as they have been tested through generations of ancestors, aligning perfectly with their family's martial spirits. In contrast, disciples from prominent forces like Wu Ling often receive guidance from their elders or teachers, who possess a wealth of experience due to their longevity. Yet, in Wu Ling's case, he is allowed to make his own choice, for his martial spirit is exceedingly unique, and the excellence of his 1st and 2nd soul skills attests to his discerning eye. Wu Ling pondered for a moment, contemplating before speaking. The 3rd spirit ring, you say? I have given it considerable thought over the past few days. I desire a spirit beast capable of mastering multiple elements for my 3rd spirit ring. A creature like the Yuanling cat, which can command the elements of earth, water, fire, and wind, would be quite suitable. However, a mere Yuanling cat would not suffice to meet my needs. It must at least be a creature of the caliber of the Cat King. Multiple elements? Are you contemplating summoning a figure associated with the elements? Indeed, in the realm of low-level spirit masters, few can surpass your prowess in singular combat. What you lack now is a technique for wide-ranging attacks or control. Yet, are you preparing to transition from an agile offensive spirit master to one of control? Self-regulating and then dashing forth to strike, one might call that an agile control system. What a ludicrous notion of an agile control system. Wu Ling stifled the urge to scoff, took a sip of tea, and began to elucidate further. Grandfather Yu, in truth, what I value more than control is the research and support capabilities of these individuals. Research and support? I'm familiar with support-type spirit masters, but could there have been research-type spirit masters in the past? Wu Ling shook his head. Just as he was about to continue his explanation, he suddenly glanced back. It was nothing. It was merely the little ghost returning. You may proceed with your discourse. Thanks to Xiao Lan's sage-like wisdom, under his diligent efforts, Wu Ling's inner vision, as well as his insights into transformation and synthesis, had reached a level of C. And under possession, could even attain C. His ability to perceive the arrival of others was also due to these advancements. Upon learning that the specter had returned, Wu Ling continued, the auxiliary ability is rather straightforward as it pertains to my sword in Shaohong. My sword is an integral part of my 1st soul skill, essentially functioning as a secondary martial soul that cannot bear soul rings. Furthermore, constrained by the fact that the 1st soul ring is merely a century old, Its potency is rapidly becoming inadequate to match my capabilities. During my recent encounter with the individual wielding the Manus martial soul from the three soul ancestors, I could feel my sword trembling slightly. Should it endure another strike, it would surely fracture. Thus, the ability of the third soul skill to enchant my sword is of paramount importance. The second aspect pertains to Xiao Hong, who specializes in physical enhancement. However, my physical prowess, despite its strengths, has only recently approached the level of a soul ancestor, rendering me vulnerable in ordinary confrontations. Therefore, the auxiliary capability must not only empower my sword, but also bestow enchantments upon Xiao Hong. Regarding research capabilities, it simply involves the usual inquiries into the distinctions between soul power and magical energy. Magic? Enchantment? Though these terms remain unfamiliar to Yu Guan and the Spectre, they can surmise the essence of Wu Ling's martial soul. Here, Wu Ling, this is the map you requested. After Wu Ling spoke, the Spectre emerged from the shadows of the courtyard and placed a map on the table before him. This map detailed the Douluo forest, marking the distribution of soul beasts across the majority of the outskirts, some of the mid-regions, and a small portion of the inner areas. The entirety of the map was the result of countless predecessors from the Spirit Hall exploring step by step, and the soul beasts depicted had been modified and supplemented over generations. Although the distribution of soul beasts could not be guaranteed to be entirely accurate for various reasons, the information from the last 3 years remains quite credible. Particularly beyond the mid-regions, each soul beast marked on the map signifies a territory that they hold, typically representing formidable creatures that experience little alteration. Thank you, Grandfather Ghost. After expressing his gratitude, Wu Ling unfolded the map and began to scrutinize the edges of the mid-regions. Let us see the Millennium Xianming Turtle, the 10,000-year Fa-Tooth Wild Boar, the Millennium Silver Lion, the Millennium Puppet Vine. In a search, Wu Ling identified 3 locations. Grandfather Ghost. Grandfather Yu, I've confirmed that these 3 points align perfectly in a straight line. Surely one of them still exists. Yu Guan took the map, observing the locations indicated by Wu Ling. The Millennium Yuanling Cat, the Millennium Elemental Vine, and the Millennium Silver Wolf? Indeed, they are all multi-elemental soul beasts. And with your physical condition, you should be able to handle them. Have you decided when to go? Will you venture into the mid-regions alone? Or will Xiao Gui accompany you? He needs to prepare his work in advance. Thank you once again, Grandfather Ghost. Let us go tomorrow evening. I need to prepare during the day. With the Spectre-esque nod, Wu Ling's plan for action was established. The following evening marked the commencement of the second journey into the Douluo forest. Chapter 26, Silver Wolf? Wolf King. Spring, a season of rejuvenation, also heralds the time for biological mating. At this moment, on the grassy expanse of the Douluo forest, 2 soft-boned rabbits gazed deeply into each other's eyes, their bare bodies fully exposed, devoid of a single hair. Truly heartwarming. Beside them, tears of emotion streamed from Wu Ling's lips. Even in death, they wished to remain together. This sincere affection moves me to the extent that I cannot help but sprinkle a touch of cumin. After sprinkling the cumin, Wu Ling adjusted the positions of the 2 soft-boned rabbits, which had been skewered by 2 sticks. Come now, why the distance? Come closer. Xiao Hong. Fetch me some blue silver grass. This plant is far too unyielding to burn. And you, Xiao Lan, stop merely observing. Even if I don't offer you a taste, can't you at least savor the aroma? Come help me turn these, and remember not to burn them. Wu Ling interrupted Xiao Hong, who was diligently honing her soul power, but given that he was the core entity, she had no choice but to grumble as she cut the blue silver grass. As the core entity, Wu Ling was aware of Xiao Hong's thoughts. He relished the scent of the roasting rabbits and smiled slightly. Ultimately, he is merely a bloodthirsty avatar. Will he partake in this meal? No, he cannot. Even if he understands their relationship, he cannot feel it. This feast serves not only to satisfy hunger but also to fulfill an inner yearning. After instructing Xiao Lan and Xiao Hong, Wu Ling finally had the leisure to inspect the map. It had been 5 days since they arrived at the Douluo forest. Yet the Yuanling cat and elemental vine had vanished, and even the surrounding soul beasts differed from those depicted on the map. While he understood the fierce competition in nature, this was decidedly extreme. Especially in the territory of the 10,000-year Earthrock turtle, even a newly emerged 10,000-year soul beast would be a formidable defensive entity. It would be quite challenging for soul beasts aged 20 or 30,000 years to vanquish it. How could it have simply disappeared? In response to Wu Ling's inquiry, the Spectre revealed his true form beside him. Wu Ling, environments exhibiting such phenomena are typically the result of large-scale hunts or captures by certain forces, or the emergence of a top predator. Regardless of whether it is the first or the second cause, the survival chances for the silver wolf are exceedingly slim. So you should prepare yourself early. However, do not be disheartened. After all, in this world, misfortunes are the norm. And no one can guarantee that their soul rings will perfectly suit them. I understand, Grandfather Ghost. I am merely displeased that my plans have been disrupted. Having trained in martial arts from a young age, Wu Ling was well aware that the world never turns in accordance with one's desires. Yet, he was a meticulous planner. Once he devised a plan, he would stop at nothing to see it through, even if it meant causing discomfort to himself or others. For him, the fleeting satisfaction of completing a plan made it all worthwhile. Of course, Wu Ling also understood the necessity of adaptability. His plans primarily revolved around daily meals. So he simply needed to defer today's culinary desires to tomorrow. As Wu Ling and the Spectre studied the map, contemplating alternative options should the silver wolf truly be absent, Xiao Hong's voice echoed from behind them. Serenity, the rabbits are ready. Excellent, indulge your eyes for a moment. I shall join you shortly. Once he finished speaking, Wu Ling turned to the Spectre, saying, Grandfather Ghost, let us dine first. If the silver wolf is indeed gone tomorrow, we shall venture deeper into the Stardow forest, to the domain of the 80,000-year eight-headed serpent. At that point, I will need your assistance to hold the Serpent King while I hunt for a suitable young serpent. Very well. A simple affirmation from the Spectre brought tranquility to Wu Ling's heart, filling him with a profound sense of reassurance. Is this the comfort of a titled Douluo? I wonder when I shall attain such a level. Sitting beside the crackling campfire, Wu Ling and Gue Mei raised the roasted rabbit. The perfectly roasted rabbit, with its exquisite golden brown exterior, revealed tender and delicate meat within, devoid of any gamey flavor. They tore the meat apart along the grain, savoring each bite. The thinly shredded portions were crisp and delightful, while the thicker chunks offered a soft and chewy texture. It was delightful. Who would have imagined a rabbit could be so delectable? Gue Mei, after savoring a few bites, enthusiastically lavished praises upon the dish. The compliments from the diner brought immense joy to Wu Ling, the chef, who, despite the inappropriateness of speaking while eating, couldn't refrain from explaining. Naturally, when it comes to rabbit, it is either fragrant and spicy or numbing and spicy. In terms of nutritional value, rabbit meat boasts the characteristics of high protein, high lysine, and high digestibility, while being low in cholesterol, low in fat, and low in calories. Simply put, it is easy to digest and does not contribute to weight gain. Although rabbit meat contains significantly more protein than most other meats, it has far lower levels of cholesterol and fat, earning it the reputation of being a lean meat among meats. Particularly, this soul beast rabbit is far superior in nutrition and flavor compared to ordinary rabbits. One can only imagine how delicious a 100,000-year-old rabbit would be. While Gue Mei acknowledged the peculiarities of food-related matters, he chose not to inquire further, as he was not the one preparing the meal. Instead, he continued to eat with utmost seriousness. During their meal, an unexpected event occurred as a few century-old wolf soul beasts were drawn in by the alluring aroma of the rabbit, only to be swiftly dispatched by Xiaolon, who displayed a lethargic demeanor while annihilating them. Ah, today it is your demise, tomorrow it could be mine. Death is the inevitable end of all life, and I am but one born before the finish line. Enough of the melancholic aura, Xiaolon. Be a bit more cheerful like Xiao Hong, Wu Ling interrupted, hastily finishing off the rabbit. After the meal, under the glow of the firelight, Wu Ling chose to cultivate in lieu of sleep, spending the night in meditation. According to his biological clock, Wu Ling rose promptly the following day. As he surveyed his surroundings, he noticed that Gue Mei had once again vanished from his sight. He shrugged and withdrew Xiaolon and Xiao Hong into the shadows. Today, he was determined to locate his target. 6 hours later, as noon approached, Wu Ling indeed discovered his quarry. The intelligence referred to it as a silver wolf. Was the informant blind? In the clearing ahead of Wu Ling's hiding spot, 3 golden wolf kings surrounded and protected a striking silver wolf, with a length of nearly 3.5 meters. Its elongated and athletic form boasted a crescent-shaped tuft of silver fur on its forehead and piercing silver eyes. Judging by its size and markings, this creature was over 10,000 years old, specifically a 13,000-year-old silver moon wolf king. Chapter 27. Preparations for assassination. In his quest to study this distorted world and its flawed upgrade rules, Wu Ling had long since planned to seek out a figure embodying the role of a magician for his third spirit ring. This individual could not be someone like Mozart or Shakespeare, who gained notoriety posthumously. Rather, it had to be someone who was engaged in research during their lifetime and possessed a wealth of knowledge. Notable candidates included the witches Morgan, Circe, and Medea. as well as prominent male figures like Gilgamesh and Paracelsus. Although the skills of heroic spirits such as Asclepius and Avicenna were remarkable, their expertise in magic research and personal enhancement fell short, leading to their exclusion. Through the process of elimination, Wu Ling first dismissed several impossibilities among the 5-star candidates, leaving only Circe, Medea, Gilgamesh, and Paracelsus. Next, he compared their practicality and research capabilities, ultimately ruling out Circe and Gilgamesh, which led him to choose between Medea and Paracelsus. The rationale for selecting Medea was straightforward. Her versatility was exceptional in both research and combat. Trained under the moon goddess Hecate, her magical prowess surpassed that of contemporary magicians, enabling her to summon an assassin in the form of her servant, the legendary Sasaki Kojiro, who was summoned by Wu Ling's first spirit ring. In terms of magical ability, Medea's skills bordered on those of a magus, though she had not mastered the 5 primary magics, thus remaining classified as a magician. As a witch of the divine age, her magic possessed near-magical domain power. She could perform grand spells with remarkable efficiency, her abilities far exceeding the strongest modern magicians, transcending even those regarded as true magi. Despite not being a magus herself, no one would dispute that she approached the capabilities of one. The world once brimmed with magic, and Medea epitomized the awe-inspiring manifestations of that era. Additionally, her legendary noble phantasm, the sevenfold break of the covenant, intrigued Wu Ling. He longed to discover if this artifact, capable of nullifying all magic, could also disrupt the essence of martial spirits. Paracelsus, originally known as von Hohenheim, was a legendary physician and alchemist, renowned as a figure of the Renaissance in the 16th century. Since the rediscovery of the 4 elements and the rediscovery of the 3 primary substances, he left behind numerous achievements and writings, marking him as a prominent figure in both human and magical history. Wu Ling was chosen for his profound ability to research elemental forces, and it was believed that with his talents, he would eventually decipher and analyze soul power. Both of the aforementioned individuals could enhance Wu Ling's longsword in Xiao Hong's body, thus meeting the fundamental requirements. Wu Ling planned to summon Medea using a cat. For in the West, black cats are invariably associated with witches. In contrast, a multi-elemental soul beast like the silver wolf would be summoned for Douluo. Intelligence reports indicated that 3 years prior, there was a silver wolf nearly 9,000 years old in the vicinity. If this silver moon wolf king was indeed that silver wolf, then the alterations in the surrounding environment could be attributed to it. Upon reaching 10,000 years, the silver wolf would evolve into the silver moon wolf king, simultaneously gaining an additional element beyond the 6 primary ones. Observing this creature, Wu Ling realized it possessed an extraordinary element. Hidden within the grass, Wu Ling's expression was grave. The emergence of the silver moon wolf king was truly unexpected. Wu Ling, this little wolf has existed for 10,000 years. You may reserve it as your 4th soul ring, while you seek another soul beast for your 3rd. Suddenly, Gui Mei appeared, urging Wu Ling to abandon the silver moon wolf king. I understand. It's due to the soul fluctuation, isn't it? Given Wu Ling's keen learning ability, Gui Mei was not surprised to hear him mention soul fluctuations. He nodded and continued, indeed, when a soul beast reaches 10,000 years, its soul matures, and during absorption, it may retaliate. If the individual is not a soul king or above, even a minor lapse in caution could lead to dire consequences. Furthermore, while your physical condition is commendable, it can only withstand a soul ring of approximately 5,000 years. This silver moon wolf king, over 13,000 years old, exceeds the limit. Despite Gui Mei's counsel, Wu Ling's gaze remained fixed on the silver moon wolf king. Between Douluo and Medea, Wu Ling found himself leaning towards the latter, as the soul servant capable of self-replenishing 150% unconditionally. Her combat prowess and versatility and magic surpassed Douluo's. Although Wu Ling could not assess their research capabilities, in terms of legends and narratives, they were not vastly different. Ultimately, it was Medea's noble phantasm that drew Wu Ling. While Douluo could conduct research, he would still need to devise solutions afterward, whereas Medea could resolve matters with a single strike. As for Douluo's light cannon, when he was capable of hunting 10,000-year soul beasts, would he still require the light cannon? Among the top 3 riders, which 5-star light cannon could rival his? Thus, whether in the present or future, Wu Ling had always desired Medea. However, given the current circumstances, he could only hope to obtain a 3-star heroic spirit through a 10,000-year soul beast, perhaps enhancing it akin to Sasaki Kojiro. Gui Grandpa, I have made my decision. Very well, let us proceed. Upon our return, I shall assist you in capturing it, and we shall wait until you attain your 4th ring before eliminating it. No, Gui Grandpa, I want it. At that moment, Wu Ling's tone was unwavering. while Gue Mei was suddenly tripped by an unseen force. He turned calmly to inquire, Wu Ling, are you certain? You must understand that this is not a feat easily accomplished through mere talent. I am certain, Gue Grandpa. I have devised a plan for absorbing the soul ring. With an 80% success rate, so you need not worry. Gue Mei scrutinized Wu Ling's face carefully, while Wu Ling held his ground, maintaining eye contact. Eventually, Gue Mei sighed and acquiesced to Wu Ling's wishes. You have already undertaken so many unconventional endeavors, thus, it is not impossible to attempt another. Very well, I agree. But if I sense any danger, I shall interrupt you, regardless of the risk of disrupting your soul ring absorption. Feeling the concern radiating from Gue Mei, Wu Ling couldn't help but smile. Of course, that's fine. Gue Grandpa, feel free to interrupt me if need be. Gue Mei nodded, then inquired. How do you plan to slay the Silver Moon Wolf King to obtain its soul ring? Do you require my assistance? As Wu Ling shook his head, he utilized his second soul skill. There are numerous methods to achieve victory through cunning, and when the enemy is aware while one remains hidden, poison becomes an exceedingly convenient tool. Fortuitously, within my avatar, there exists one adept in the art of poison. In the 28th chapter, the mutated soul restriction, as noon approached. The Silver Moon Wolf King yawned, already contemplating what to have for lunch. As for any sense of threat, it had completely dissipated from its mind. Initially, it was merely an ordinary silver wolf, its sole aspiration to grow quickly over the course of 10,000 years and awaken a new element. Thus, during that period, it consumed a haphazard diet, animals, plants, rocks, or even soil, anything imbued with soul power that could facilitate its growth, regardless of how unpalatable. One day, it chanced upon an unusual grass, remarkably ordinary, yet it stood out in an area devoid of vegetation. Faced with this peculiar scene, being a beast, it did not ponder for long. It sensed a powerful allure emanating from the grass and could not resist consuming it. Thus, the transformation commenced. In a matter of days, it gained hundreds of years of soul power, smoothly ascending from 1,000 years to 10,000. However, upon reaching 10,000 years, it did not awaken a new element but rather a new form of energy. Harnessing this newfound energy, it effortlessly defeated several rival cats and vines that once stood alongside it. Subsequently, 3 Golden Wolf Kings sensed its presence and gradually aligned themselves with it. With the support of the Golden Wolf Kings, it faced no further concerns, swiftly dispatching a fellow 10,000-year Earthrock turtle. After devouring the turtle and several multi-element soul beasts, its own level surged, amassing nearly 3,000 years of age in just over a year, establishing itself as the undisputed sovereign of this territory. Thus, this area became its private sanctuary. It could feast at will. This indulgent lifestyle had truly led the wolf to a state of decadence. Today, it sensed several weakly powered creatures encroaching upon its domain. Embracing the philosophy of taking whatever came its way, the Silver Moon Wolf King lazily rose. With the rustling of grass, 4 figures clad in black bodysuits emerged before it. Though it had consumed humans before, the sight of such poorly endowed beings appearing here surprised it. Soul beasts, having matured for 10,000 years, possess considerable intelligence, and the Silver Moon Wolf King, being an exceptional spirit beast, had an intellect akin to that of a child aged 8 or 9. Thus, it deduced that these individuals were likely mere pawns for a more formidable force lurking behind them. Yet, so what? Prolonged invincibility had crafted an indomitable heart within it. As the Silver Moon Wolf King prepared to devour the 4 before they fled, they unexpectedly charged toward it. What was this? Were they so captivated by its aura that they sought to offer themselves? Despite their meager soul power, they moved with commendable speed. Yet the Silver Moon Wolf King and its 3 golden companions regarded them with indifference, their survival instincts failing to perceive any threat. Thus, the 4 individuals approached the 4 wolves, akin to hungry pups awaiting their meal. As they drew nearer, an unusual scent captured the wolves' attention. This scent, though slightly different, bore a resemblance to that peculiar grass. The Silver Moon Wolf King commanded the other 3 to step aside, declaring the humans as its own prey. The 3 Golden Wolf Kings detected the enticing aroma as well. Although they were unaware of its nature, the vibrations within their soul power indicated it was something valuable. As for the Silver Moon Wolf King's orders, they were merely allies seeking its guidance to sense rare minerals. They were not bound to its will. And these humans could serve as a substitute for those minerals. Seeing the 3 disobey its command, the Silver Moon Wolf King felt an immediate surge of anger and contemplated unleashing its full might. However, considering the risk of failing to eliminate them in one strike, which would likely incite a counterattack, it suppressed its ire and sprinted toward the humans with all its strength. Under Wu Ling's control, the 4 avatars converged, and each wolf devoured one in a single gulp. Witnessing their successful consumption, Wu Ling smiled with satisfaction. Victory, after all, simply required thorough preparation and execution. However, as these creatures were destined to become part of his soul ring, he deemed it prudent for them to perish with clarity. Though he held this thought, Wu Ling remained unhurried. After approximately a minute, observing the three golden wolf kings wobbling and frothing at the mouth, he calmly stepped forward. By employing an avatar skilled in poison, he had absorbed the toxic knowledge of Elder Snake Spear and Grandfather Jew, combined with the venom of Elder Porcupine. To create a potent poison he dubbed one part down. This concoction was immensely powerful, possessing a fragrant aroma akin to tea, making it difficult to detect. Any soul beast below 50,000 years or soul master beneath soul Douluo would succumb within a minute of consumption. Even those of higher caliber would experience very detrimental effects. As Wu Ling's words echoed, the three golden wolf kings collapsed, raising a cloud of dust as they departed from this world. Amidst the dust, the Silver Moon Wolf King shook its head and charged toward Wu Ling. Observing the severely weakened yet still determined beast approaching, Wu Ling drew his sword, intent on personally ending its life. Yet, during this moment, he harbored a lingering question. Despite intentionally moderating the dosage, it should not have more than 3 minutes to live. Yet it still approached with vigor, well past the halfway mark of that time. However, soon enough, the Silver Moon Wolf King demonstrated the truth. Just as it neared within 5 meters of Wu Ling, a radiant orb of light began to coalesce on its forehead. Wu Ling's eyes widened in astonishment, for he was utterly incapable of sensing the soul energy elements within that sphere of white light. A wave of trepidation surged within him. Yet it was far too late to voice any concerns. As the orb of white light expanded violently, it formed a semicircle with a diameter of 10 meters, centered around the Silver Moon Wolf King, and Wu Ling found himself ensnared within this perilous radius. In an instant, he lost all control over his soul energy, and even his 1.5 meter long sword was forcibly retracted into his body. Realizing his precarious situation, Wu Ling's pupils contracted sharply. He was as vulnerable as a naked soul, and more alarmingly, the Silver Moon Wolf King was now within a mere 3 meters of him. Chapter 29. The traitorous sorceress faced with the Wolf King's ferocious lunge. Wu Ling instinctively employed the iron plate bridge to evade the attack. Under normal circumstances, the Silver Moon Wolf King could have used its soul energy to adjust its position midair and assault the grounded Wu Ling, but now it was ensnared by lethal poison. Barely able to move, let alone summon the energy to reposition itself. After narrowly escaping the Wolf King's fangs, Wu Ling disregarded his dignity and executed a rolling maneuver to regain his footing and turned to face his adversary. The specter lurking in the shadows, witnessing Wu Ling's resilience, refrained from intervening, allowing the confrontation between him and the Silver Moon Wolf King to unfold. At this moment, the Wolf King sensed its impending demise, engulfed in despair. It resolved to make one final desperate attempt. Howl. Damn it, I will take you down with me. As Wu Ling turned, he concentrated intensely, remaining vigilant for the Wolf King's last-ditch counterattack. The Wolf King charged towards him once more, but this time it did not attempt to bite. It merely launched itself forward. Like a fleeting glimpse of light returning, its body, ravaged by toxins, had grown numb to sensation, but that mattered little. Running had become instinctual. In just a few strides, its speed astonishingly surpassed that of earlier. As the Silver Moon Wolf King barreled towards him, Wu Ling had already calculated its speed and trajectory. Just as he prepared to leap to the right to evade, he suddenly felt an unusual lightness enveloping his entire being. In an instant, Wu Ling realized that his soul power had returned. Due to his heightened focus, he quickly responded, while the Silver Moon Wolf King utilized this regained portion of soul power to enhance itself. Roar. This is my final soul power. Perish, human. Empowered by the surge of soul energy, the Silver Moon Wolf King accelerated its speed, surpassing what Wu Ling had calculated, charging toward him with ferocity. However, this time, Wu Ling would not succumb easily. He extended his hand forward, and a yellow soul ring illuminated before him as a long sword positioned itself defensively. Simultaneously, his shadow began to elongate, with half of his figure gradually emerging. The sharp, soul-infused fangs of the wolf clashed against Wu Ling's longsword. In merely half a second, cracks appeared along the blade's surface. Another half-second later, the longsword that had accompanied Wu Ling for 4 years shattered for the first time. Just as the Silver Moon Wolf King shattered the sword and lunged to bite at Wu Ling's head, Xiaolon finally emerged, having sacrificed the sword. With their positions swapped, Wu Ling found himself 3 meters behind where he originally stood, while Xiaolon, in a flash, faced a gaping maw reeking of blood, about to engulf his azure hair. Alas, the third time this week, and with yet another method of demise added to the list, was survival or death merely a question? At that moment, Xiaolan's consciousness flickered out, while Wu Ling reformed another long sword and swung it toward the half-dead Wolf King, now unable to muster any soul power. Swallowing swallow. Reversing bird. Sparrow's return. With 3 consecutive strikes of the swallowing swallow technique, a black soul ring emerged from the corpse of the Silver Moon Wolf King. Phew. This world might be the only one devoid of false deaths. After all, no soul ring signifies survival, and the appearance of a soul ring denotes true demise. With a sigh of contemplation, the specter reappeared. Gazing at the seemingly ordinary black soul ring, a ripple of astonishment stirred within him. To slay 4 10,000-year soul beasts as a great soul master, albeit through the unsavory use of poison, what truly constitutes honor in this world? If the outcome is favorable, then the act is commendable, and considering Wu Ling's level, he had performed admirably this time. The specter subtly nodded and inquired with concern, "How are you, Wu Ling? The soul ring will take an hour to dissipate. Would you like to rest for a while?" Although the duration of the battle was brief, the perils faced and the energy expended were considerable. "All right, I shall first recover my soul power and then reform Xiaolan." Wu Ling immediately settled into a cross-legged position, subsequently retrieving a restorative elixir from his storage ring and consuming it, thereby initiating the rejuvenation of his physical and spiritual energies. After the passage of half an hour, Wu Ling rose once more, with Xiaolan and Xiaohong materializing beside him. Their gazes converged simultaneously upon the obsidian soul ring adorning the corpse of the Silver Moon Wolf King. The martial spirit seemed to be conversing with itself, as if elucidating to a phantom. Although Xiaohong and Xiaolan are my avatars, they are not mere replicas. They were created by duplicating fragments of my soul. Apart from lacking a martial soul and possessing only a part of my consciousness, they embody everything that I am. Thus, it can be inferred that they, too, are capable of absorbing spirit rings, albeit on my behalf. My physical constitution can endure spirit rings of approximately 5,000 years, and Xiaolan shares this capacity, while Xiaohong possesses the strongest physique, able to withstand spirit rings exceeding 7,000 years. As long as we absorb together, the pressure will be evenly distributed among the 3 of us, thereby increasing the likelihood of successful absorption. The same reasoning applies to mitigating soul fluctuations, however. Xiaohong's endurance mirrors mine, whereas Xiaolan's capacity is 1.5 times greater than mine, making simultaneous absorption quite promising. Of course, all of this remains theoretical and untested, so should anything go awry, I would require your assistance, Grandfather Ghost, to intervene, even if it means sacrificing the spirit ring. Though the surroundings were enveloped in silence, the martial spirit was acutely aware that the phantom was indeed listening. With the protection of the phantom, the martial spirit confidently surrounded the corpse of the Silver Moon Wolf King in a triangular formation. Initially, upon encountering the Silver Moon Wolf King, I thought it might only be a mere being father. However, the recent display of spirit power suppression pleasantly surprised me, indicating that unexpected gains might arise this time. With that said, the trio simultaneously activated their spirit power, ensuring that the spirit ring did not approach anyone. Whenever it neared one individual, it was drawn back by the suction of the other 2. The phantom, positioned beside the martial spirit, meticulously observed the peculiarities of its body. After 10 minutes, the absorption of the spirit ring reached a critical juncture, and pained expressions appeared on the faces of the martial spirit, Xiaolan, and Xiaohong. The phantom reached out a hand, but upon seeing the martial spirit regain its composure, withdrew it once more. 20 minutes later, as Xiaohong and Xiaolan's bodies disintegrated and merged into the martial spirit, the black spirit ring followed suit. Witnessing this scene, the phantom silently marveled. It truly succeeded. A 10,000-year third spirit ring. Once the martial spirit fully awakened, the phantom approached and inquired, "How do you feel, martial spirit? Does this entity meet your expectations?" In the minds of Bibi Dong and others privy to the situation, witnessing the martial spirit absorb the spirit ring was akin to opening a blind box, with the anticipation of an unforeseen surprise. Wu Ling did not keep Guimei waiting long and promptly revealed the outcome. "Grandfather Ghost, this individual is nearly perfect for me. Her name is Medea, and she is a sorceress." In Chapter 30, The Broken Soul, Guimei inquired, "Does the sorceress possess any exceptional abilities?" He bore no aversion to the term sorcery, as his own martial soul was notably peculiar. Initially, the primary utility of this individual lay in the vast knowledge residing within her mind, but due to the unknown mutation ability of the Silver Moon Wolf King, her powers had also undergone transformation. Now, it was uncertain whether her abilities or her knowledge held greater significance. "Grandfather Ghost, mere descriptions cannot encapsulate her uniqueness. Perhaps you could temporarily embody your martial soul, and I shall demonstrate," Wu Ling suggested. Gueme, possessing immense confidence in his own strength as well as in Wuling, was eager to witness the prowess of the abilities that had left Wuling somewhat awestruck, as Gueme's entire being emanated a dark aura. He manifested the form of his martial soul. The martial soul of Ghost Douluo was that of a ghost, which could be considered an anomaly among martial souls, as physical attacks were largely ineffective against it. In his youth, Gueme's martial soul was a flickering ghostly flame, but after a fateful incident that led to his demise, his soul was able to reincarnate, resulting in a rare and exceptional transformation of his martial soul from ghostly flame to ghost. Thus, in a sense, his soul was his martial soul, and he himself was a living dead. Ghost Douluo was particularly wary of the holy light emitted by martial souls akin to that of a six-winged angel, for such illumination was the bane of his martial essence. In the original narrative, Ghost Douluo met his end when Tang San, still in the form of Soul Douluo, ambushed him with the sea god's trident and the radiance of the sea god, rendering him incapable of unleashing even a fraction of his power before being slain. Upon Gueme embodying his martial soul, 3 soul rings, 1 yellow, 1 purple, and 1 black, capable of shattering one's worldview, materialized around him. As the black soul ring illuminated, a purple phantasm gradually coalesced at the center of the nameless spiritual foundation. Gueme, being in close proximity, discerned the visage of the phantasm. Clad in a cloak of indigo and purple, the figure appeared to be a striking beauty, exuding an aura of simple elegance. She possessed long blue hair and eyes, along with distinctly pointed ears. A braid adorned her left ear, and her lips were painted a vibrant shade of purple. As the phantasm integrated into him, an immense and intricate reservoir of knowledge, surpassing even that of Sasaki Koger and Hassan of the 100 Faces combined, instantly surged into Wuling's mind. Wuling grimaced and clutched his head, sinking to the ground. Observing this, Gueme hastened to his side. "I'm fine, Grandfather Ghost. Although I overestimated her knowledge capacity, I still underestimated the sheer volume of information flooding in. Materials, formulas, magic, experiences, it's all overwhelming, but I just need a moment to gather myself." After nearly 10 minutes of sitting on the ground, Wuling finally stood, rubbing his temples. "All right, Grandfather Ghost. Although I still feel a bit overwhelmed, it is manageable now. Let us begin." Gueme, still concerned, suggested they rest a while longer, but he could not withstand Wuling's insistence. Wuling brought his hand close to the black soul ring, as if drawing a long sword from the first soul ring. A peculiar dagger, resembling a bolt of lightning, was drawn forth by Wuling Old Ghost. "This is the Soul Breaker, a name too convoluted. Henceforth, let us simply call it Soul Break." Cautiously, he approached the specter. The specter, observing Wuling's wary demeanor, was utterly dismissive. "Cautious? How laughable. Though I am a sensitive attack-type soul master, I am nonetheless a titled Douluo. You, a mere soul master with a dagger, cannot hope to pierce my defenses. Even a soul sage would struggle against my protective soul power. To think a diminutive dagger, resembling lightning, could harm me is sheer folly." Suddenly, he felt as though his entire being had been hollowed out, followed by a sharp prick in his arm. A small red dot appeared on his skin, from which a drop of blood slowly oozed, trickling down his arm. The specter gazed silently at the crimson droplet. Though minuscule in volume, it felt strikingly conspicuous. Recalling the earlier sensation, he suddenly realized, where has my martial soul gone? Such a vast martial soul. Where could it have vanished to? As he reflected on the emptiness within his body, a chill coursed through him. The sensation of being hollowed out was one he never wished to endure again. Upon witnessing the situation with the specter, Wuling began to elucidate the capabilities of his soul-breaking ability. "Grandfather Ghost," he explained, "the essence of soul-breaking is quite simple. It is, in fact, the act of severing the soul. My martial spirit is equally uncomplicated. It embodies the essence of a ghost. To elaborate, it possesses the power to disrupt the flow of soul energy. For instance, consider a soul master with a beast martial spirit. If he were to be pierced by the soul breaker, he would be forcibly ejected from the state of martial spirit manifestation, and his soul energy would be sealed. Only upon distancing himself from the soul breaker can he regain his abilities, and subsequently, the enhancements granted to him would dissipate. In the case of a weapon martial spirit, touching the soul breaker would result in a loss of control over his martial spirit, and should he be struck, the effect would mirror that of the beast martial spirit. Moreover, under my command, the soul breaker can also alleviate negative effects from individuals through its piercing ability, thus eliminating concerns about mistakenly targeting the wrong person. Most importantly, its applicability extends to all entities possessing soul energy. This final stipulation elevates the potency of this weapon by numerous degrees, signifying that every individual in existence, including titled Douluos, would be susceptible to its influence. This chapter is not yet complete. Kindly proceed to the next page to continue indulging in the enthralling narrative. In an instant, Gue Mei recognized the potential utility of this weapon for himself. As a speed-oriented attacker, while his swiftness was commendable, his offensive power was somewhat lacking compared to his peers. If he were equipped with this dagger during future assassinations, a successful strike would afford him the confidence to conclude the battle in an instant. Wu Ling too had contemplated Gue Mei's combat-oriented thoughts. However, he placed greater emphasis on the research capabilities of the Soulbreaker. Divine power, soul energy, and magical energy are all merely forms of energy. Now that the Soulbreaker can convert demonic energy into soul energy, could it similarly transform divine energy? Within the framework of the Type Moon universe, all magicians can be considered to possess a certain madness. Following the Age of Gods, those illustrious families seeking to perpetuate their magical heritage would often undergo modifications to their offspring while they were still embryos. In the eyes of such individuals, ethical considerations are but mere trifles, leading to an increased likelihood of psychological distortion among those magicians from ancient lineages. Although Medea, as a witch of the Age of Gods, did not inherit any mental afflictions from her lineage, her insatiable thirst for knowledge as a magician was even more pronounced. The composition of soul energy. The connection between soul energy and divine energy, and the potential for traversal between the divine realm and other subordinate worlds, countless ideas blossomed in Wu Ling's mind, igniting an urgent desire to commence research immediately. "Let us proceed," he declared. "Having acquired the third soul ring, we should return to report to the Pope." Gue Mei's words jolted Wu Ling back to his senses, prompting him to hastily withdraw from the possession state, taking a deep breath in a moment of trepidation. Observing the narrative unfold seemed entirely ordinary. However, he hadn't anticipated such fervent curiosity within himself. Perhaps it was due to the nature of this world, after all. It was not merely a parallel universe, but an entirely different realm. Anyone with a hint of curiosity would undoubtedly yearn to explore and study it. Once he regained his composure, Wu Ling responded to Gue Mei, "Very well, Grandfather Ghost, let us return to the Spirit Hall." Chapter 31. Foreseeing the future with no pressing matters at hand, Wu Ling and Gue Mei took their time, returning to Spirit City after a full week. In truth, they did not require such an extended duration. The delay primarily stemmed from Wu Ling's detour to Xingyue village to reminisce, followed by a visit to Soto City to witness the future-renowned Shrek Academy. Of course, this visit to Shrek Academy was facilitated by Gue Mei, allowing them to enter unnoticed, with neither Zhao Wujie nor Flinder being aware of their presence. Upon departing from Shrek Academy, Gue Mei casually inquired, "What is it, Wu Ling? Are you perhaps interested in that academy?" Wu Ling denied this, stating, "No, I am not interested in the academy itself. Rather, it is a certain individual within that piques my curiosity." "Ah?" His words ignited intrigue in the specter. Is it the immovable Ming Wang Zhao Wujie, or the soaring horn Flander? Or perhaps one of the students within? Although the academy's teaching abilities are appallingly inadequate, some students possess commendable talents. Could it be that there is someone among them who has captured your attention? Wu Ling shook his head, a peculiar expression crossing his face as he remarked, "It is not the people of the present, but rather those of the future." The future. Indeed. This is also one of the powers of the witch. They possess the ability to wait. If this matter holds any truth, it would be prudent to discuss it upon our return. Wu Ling turned his head, unable to see the ghostly expression. Yet he could discern the gravity in the tone of the words spoken. It appeared that foreseeing the future was rather extraordinary within the fantastical realm of Douluo. Consequently, the rhetoric before Bibi Dong would require some modification. Thus, what was originally a journey that could have spanned 3 to 5 days was hastened by a day due to Wu Ling's utterance. Upon returning to the Spirit Hall, Bibi Dong sat upon the throne in the Grand Hall, with the ghostly figure and Yu Guan positioned on either side behind her. In their presence, Wu Ling, as in the previous 2 occasions, unleashed his third soul skill, summoned forth a character, and began to narrate a tale. According to Medea, this time Wu Ling spoke of certain aspects of Greek mythology. While Wu Ling was possessed by Medea, his perception as a magician made him acutely aware that Qian Douluo seemed to be observing him from some hidden location, prompting him to make impromptu alterations to the story he intended to tell. Due to the psychological preparation from the earlier stories, Bibi Dong and the others experienced little shock this time around. However, the crux of the matter soon emerged. "Ling I have heard from Gue Mei that your third soul skill possesses the ability to foresee the future." Concerning the matter of foresight, Wu Ling had long since prepared his response. "Indeed, Master. As I mentioned earlier, when individuals of the magician profession acquire extensive knowledge, they can attune their souls to the essence of the universe, thus gaining insight into the past, present, and even the future. It is said that the strongest among magicians can attain a nearly omniscient capability, while the character summoned by my third soul skill may not reach such heights. There are moments and places where one might glimpse vague visions of the future during dreams. Bibi Dong nodded slightly, then please enlighten me about these future revelations. Certainly, Master. In fact, on the very night I received my third soul ring, I dreamed of a man. The information I have regarding this man is limited to a few points. He is an orphan, possesses a food-type martial soul, has innate full soul power, and is associated with Shrek Academy. Beyond this, I cannot ascertain more. However, if the latter two descriptors pertain to the same individual, then I believe you, Master. Understand the significance of such talent better than I. Bibi Dong narrowed her eyes and furrowed her brow. An orphan with innate full soul power and a food-type martial soul. Precisely, Master. This is why I intended to investigate Shrek Academy. Upon inquiry, I have confirmed that this individual has yet to join Shrek Academy. Do you comprehend what this implies? Wu Ling's rhetorical question went unanswered by Bibi Dong, who continued her train of thought. While not every commoner across the continent awakens their martial soul through the martial soul hall, a vast majority do, roughly 80 to 90%. Given that this individual is an orphan, the only avenue for a free awakening of their martial soul would be through our martial soul hall. If this is indeed the case, I shall refrain from probing into why he chose Shrek over us. Rather, I am more curious about where he might be located. Apologies. Master, I can only vaguely sense his circumstances and cannot pinpoint his exact location. I can only speculate that he is within the borders of the Heavendo Empire. Likely within the next year or two. Bibi Dong nodded in understanding. You have journeyed far and must be weary. Since there is nothing pressing, you may rest now. There are still 2 months until the martial soul awakening. I will ensure that matters concerning this individual are arranged properly. Wu Ling clasped his hands lightly and then strolled out with ease. After Wu Ling's departure, Bibi Dong began to issue instructions to the Ghost Elder. Elder Ghost. Given that Lingo possesses a unique situation, we must heed his words with caution. In a month and a half, I will require your assistance to visit the Heavendo Empire. Naturally, I am also curious to see what manner of individual possesses innate full soul power in the food system, as Wu Ling mentioned. If Linger wishes to accompany you, then by all means take him along. Understood, came the response. However, on the path outside the Pope's palace, Wu Ling's demeanor was no longer as carefree as it had been moments ago. Truly, how could the notion that a mere few encounters could utterly captivate Bibi Dong, as depicted in those fan novels, have ever come to be? I have been with her for 4 years now, experiencing both surprises and attentiveness. Yet our relationship has remained amicably platonic. The notion of treating disciples as sons might hold some truth for a daughter, but with a boy, that seems implausible. It is of no concern. Time is on my side. With Medea's arrival, I can commence my research, and some of my previous ideas can finally take shape. 10 minutes later, Wu Ling returned to his courtyard. As a magician, upon reaching his residence, the foremost task was to transform it into a personalized workshop. Moreover, Medea's construction level is A grade. As a divine witch, she is capable of crafting a temple that surpasses a mere workshop. Yet, with my current abilities, although my knowledge is ample, I still lack the necessary materials and other requirements. For now, establishing a workshop will suffice, and at a later stage, once I have ascended in level, I will endeavor to transform the entire spirit city into my domain. However, I must also focus on my training. Matters of construction are best left to the professionals. As he contemplated this, a violet Millennium Soul Ring materialized and illuminated the surroundings. Xiaolan and Xiaohong subsequently emerged from the shadows cast by Wu Ling. Following them, Wu Ling's shadow continued to writhe, and after a brief moment, a pair of delicate, snow-white hands slowly extended forth. Chapter 32. The scholar. She merely extended her hands, her presence heralded by her voice before she arrived. Oh, body of mine, how could you take so long to summon me? Do you not know that a girl cannot be kept waiting? Wu Ling was instantly overwhelmed with countless grievances. Yet upon realizing that she was ultimately a manifestation of a fragment of his own soul, he suppressed his thoughts of disdain, embracing the notion that they were, in essence, one and the same. After speaking, that delicate hand gently pushed, causing a petite, pink-haired girl to emerge partially from Wu Ling's shadow. Hey, my original self. This is my first time. Could you not be a little gentler and assist me instead of making me do it all on my own? Slap. Forehead slap gif. Wu Ling covered his eyes with one hand, striving to calm his spirit of sarcasm. Is it still possible to return this? I recall initially merely indulging my thirst for knowledge. Was this a misstep in choosing the mode during a divide, or perhaps an error in allocating points? Despite Wu Ling's frustration, The avatar that had already been created could not be reformed, so he simply stepped forward to assist in pulling her out. Be gentle with the main body, he admonished, observing the figure that bore a six-part resemblance to himself, albeit in a more feminine aspect. His molars nearly shattered at the thought. If you weren't genuinely female, I would swear that Xiaolan would meet her demise 10 times over today, I assure you. Xiaolan responded with a bewildered expression. It seemed that the summoning of the main body was merely an outlet for frustration. Perhaps the third sister served as a means to vent as well. The main body had become so twisted that even the avatars were not spared from its whims. We would be perpetually oppressed, receiving no solace even in failure, and ultimately, even the simplest enjoyment, such as consuming a loaf of bread, would be subjected to its exploitation. Thus, with no future in sight for the avatar, it felt like waiting for an inevitable demise. As Xiaolan continued her lamentations, Wuling shouted back, Xiaolan, silence yourself. Learn from Xiaohong. If you won't assist, then go train. Alas, the avatar would never be subservient unless commanded by the main body. After Xiaolan departed, Wuling's female avatar emerged successfully, standing at just over 1.5 meters tall and nearly 1.6 with shoes. She had waist-length pink hair that exuded an air of whimsical charm. If one were to see her alongside the current Wuling, an unacquainted observer might easily mistake them for siblings. Upon conjuring this peculiar doppelganger, Wuling promptly departed, yearning for a moment of tranquility. However, the female incarnation appeared disinclined to grant him this respite. Yay, I'm out. Main body, quickly give me Medea's soul ring. Please, come on. Let me study it. The incessant chatter proved to be overwhelmingly bothersome, compelling Wuling to halt his pace. The moment the doppelganger noticed his cessation, it fell silent, merely gazing at him with wide, innocent eyes, adopting an endearing demeanor. The martial spirit's doppelganger exhibited an enchanting effect that was truly remarkable. Observing the adorable doppelganger, the martial spirit's aura seemed to diminish significantly. Sigh, in the end, one knows oneself best. I shall bestow upon you the moniker of scholar. Henceforth you shall be known as Little Pink. Wuling gently tousled the head of Little Pink as a black soul ring emerged and illuminated. Accompanied by this, a purple cloak draped over Little Pink, endowing her with the complete abilities and knowledge of Medea, subtly altering her presence. All right, Little Pink. Medea has bestowed upon you these gifts, but I must also assign you 6 tasks that you must complete before you can freely pursue your own studies. The first task involves a comparative analysis of magical power and soul power. I want you to experiment and see if you can utilize soul power to perform magic. If you succeed, splendid. If not, adapt your approach and determine whether soul power can achieve similar effects. The second task requires you to transform our dwelling into a workshop, based on the findings from the first task. Thirdly, I need you to enhance my primary martial soul, the sword, and my physical form through durable magic. The fourth task is to delve into 4 distinct martial arts techniques. Since Tang San's Xiantian Gong from the martial arts realm has proven effective, I believe you can create corresponding techniques tailored to the human body. These 4 techniques should encompass the initial, intermediate, and advanced levels, along with a unique technique developed from our martial soul research. For now, focus solely on my own. The 5th task revolves around alchemy. Consuming spirit herbs and celestial plants directly is a waste. As a witch, Medea must possess the knowledge to concoct potions. I will provide you with the necessary ingredients, and I need you to brew some magical elixirs for me. Lastly, upon completing your study of soul power, I want you to investigate various weapons powered by soul energy. The future soul guiding devices will be your blueprint, and I intend to ensure that Tang San's hidden weapons will find no application. Did you understand all of this, Little Pink? Despite the seemingly overwhelming nature of these tasks, Little Pink felt no pressure. Rather, she was filled with excitement. Truly, she resembled her essence, aligning closely with my expectations. Wuling wholeheartedly agreed with Little Pink's sentiments. After all, they were both souls, and although the details might differ, their ultimate goals were largely aligned. As long as you comprehend, what do you envision for the remaining 2 parts? When prompted about the other 2 aspects, Little Pink became somewhat serious. One aspect pertains to Oscar. I am eager to explore the composition and nutritional elements of his food-based martial soul. Moreover, you surely understand that your excuse of foreseeing the future is merely a ruse to harness the vast energy of the spirit hall to locate him. As an orphan with exceptional talent and possessing commendable psychological attributes, whether to recruit him as a subordinate or to diminish Tang San's group as combat strength would prove to be an astute strategy. After all, from Tang San's perspective, as a disciple of the Pope, you have already embraced the path of taking life. As for the second aspect, it concerns BB Dong. While you, in essence, are a person who respects your teachers, BB Dong occupies a position in your mind more akin to a collaborator than a mentor. However, do not forget that her ultimate goal is the annihilation of the spirit hall, hence I must also prepare for this eventuality. It can only be said that Wuling, having forsaken combat prowess and physical strength in exchange for an amplified thirst for knowledge and wisdom, has given rise to a reflection of exquisite detail and a meticulously organized plan, unmatched by Xiao Lan and Xiao Hong. Of course, Xiao Hong, with his bluntness, cannot compare. And as for Xiao Lan, whether her passive nature has led to any hidden shortcomings remains uncertain. Very well, proceed according to your vision. But I have one prerequisite. Remember to inform me before you take action, as I will need to confirm the plan. Little Pink patted her chest, which had gained a slight curvature due to Medea's possession. No problem. Once you retrieve me, you will know everything. So rest assured and leave it to me. Wuling nodded in agreement, acknowledging the necessity of his actions. Indeed, to prevent his memories from becoming excessively chaotic when he recalled his avatars, he would retrieve them every 2 to 3 days. Very well, proceed as you wish. You need not focus on your cultivation for the time being. Allow Xiao Hong and Xiao Lan to exert themselves. After all, the ordinary exercises have become rather ineffective. So they may reduce their soul power refinement time to 2/3 of the day. Then I shall delve into my research. Farewell, my true self. As he watched the exuberant Xiaofan depart with childlike excitement, Wuling smiled gently. With my third soul ring being 10,000 years old, it has directly elevated my soul power level to 33. Now, how long will it take to ascend to level 40? Chapter 33, The Competition 100. 101, 102. The sun blazed brightly as the time approached noon, and the temperature, with 1 foot already in summer, steadily rose. In the courtyard of Wuling, Xiao Hong was bound by 4 iron rings, adorned in heavy armor crafted from a special material. Perched upon his back was the serene figure of Douluo Yu Guan, who calmly sipped tea while Xiao Hong performed push-ups beneath him. Xiao Hong, do you perceive me as heavy? Upon hearing this, Xiao Hong shuddered, recalling the rigorous training Yu Guan had subjected him to after he had misspoken previously, an ordeal that had nearly overwhelmed his physical limits and willpower. Upon returning to his original form, he had endured a day of relentless soreness. Not at all heavy, grandfather Yu. Your weight is imperceptible to me. Yu Guan chuckled lightly, teasingly responding, perhaps next time I shall invite that fellow, the magic bear. His weight is sure to meet your expectations. After a moment's contemplation, Xiao Hong replied, on second thought, I prefer to stay with you, grandfather Yu, over elder magic bear. How sweetly spoken. Xiao Hong's words seemed to grow ever more endearing. Xiao Lan cast a glance at the fervently eager Xiao Hong, silently turned away, and resumed her meditation. Upon witnessing such a heartwarming scene, Wuling's lips curled into a slight smile. He took a sip of tea to moisten his somewhat parched lips and resumed his unfinished cultivation while seated on the grass. After the passage of another half hour, the gate of Wuling's courtyard was pushed open, and Bai Bai Dong entered alongside Gui Mei. Upon seeing BB Dong's arrival, Wuling concluded his training and approached to pay his respects to his esteemed master. Master, you have come, he greeted. Indeed. I am here today for 2 reasons. It has been half a month since our last meeting, and there are 2 matters I wish to discuss with you. Very well. Master, I shall prepare the meal at once, and we can converse while dining. With Xiao Hong chopping vegetables and Xiao Lan organizing the space, Wuling busied himself with cooking. In half an hour, a delightful array of visually appealing and aromatic dishes was elegantly presented upon the dining table. Wuling removed her apron and washed her hands, subsequently allowing Xiao Lan and Xiao Hong to return to her inner world. However, just as Wuling settled at the dining table, BB Dong inquired, Linger, why haven't I seen Xiaofan today? Ever since their encounter a fortnight ago, BB Dong had developed a fondness for the eccentric little girl, the reasons for which remained known only to her. As for Xiaofan, unless she expresses a desire to join, I typically do not summon her. Ever since our last meeting, she has confined herself to her room, and since her soul power is self-sustaining, I am not in a rush to have her cultivate. However, since you wish to see her, I shall fetch her at once. Wuling stood once more outside a room at the back of the courtyard. Hey, Xiaofan, come out for a moment. Your teacher is looking for you. After a while, noticing Xiaofan had not responded, Wuling took the liberty of opening the door. To be honest, this marked Wuling's 3rd visit to this room. The first was during his initial tour of the courtyard, the second when he accompanied Xiaofan to select a room, and now the 3rd. However, as soon as he stepped inside, he was taken aback. A multitude of corpses of soul beasts lay beside him, a veritable assortment of creatures both terrestrial and aquatic. Flying through the air or swimming in water, nearly every type of soul beast was represented, with insects being the most numerous. On the other side, countless jars and containers were piled high, filled with a liquid reminiscent of formaldehyde, within which various parts of soul beasts were preserved. The reason for Wu Ling's astonishment was not solely due to the corpses and the excised organs, rather. He was perplexed by how Xiaofan had managed to acquire so many soul beasts without his knowledge. As Wu Ling admired the masterpiece created by Xiaofan, he ventured deeper into the dimly lit space, where the illumination faded until only a faint purple glow flickered intermittently. Upon reaching the innermost area, he finally caught sight of Xiaofan, who stood before a small furnace, diligently scooping the purple liquid within with a spoon. "What is this, Xiaofan?" he inquired. With her focus unwavering, Xiaofan responded without turning her head, "It is a spiritual medicine that enhances the cultivation efficiency of insect-type martial souls." "Do you truly believe that Bibi Dong's visit was entirely sincere?" While she acknowledged that being a woman made it somewhat easier to approach Bibi Dong, she also felt that a mere meeting would not leave a lasting impression. After Xiaofan transferred all the purple elixir into a glass bottle and corked it, she turned to Wu Ling. "Let us go. We shouldn't keep our teacher waiting." In the dining hall, upon seeing Xiaofan behind Wu Ling, particularly the purple elixir in her hand, Bibi Dong's smile blossomed brighter. "Xiaofan, come sit by me. We have much to discuss." Observing Xiaofan being drawn into a hushed conversation with Bibi Dong, Wu Ling could only shrug helplessly and began to eat his meal. After savoring the dishes, Xiaofan, citing the need for a break, requested Wu Ling to draw her back into his shadow. It seemed to Wu Ling that Xiaofan was somewhat reluctant to share her memories with him, possibly due to a sense of modesty typical of young women. Once Xiaofan returned to Wu Ling's shadow, Bibi Dong stored the purple elixir in her storage ring. As she leisurely enjoyed her meal, Bibi Dong revealed her true purpose for the visit. "Have you heard of the Continental Advanced Soul Master Academy Elite Competition?" Upon hearing this familiar yet distant term, Wu Ling feigned contemplation for a few moments before nodding. "I recall when I was 5, Uncle Chia took me to the city, and I vaguely heard this term. Moreover, he had encountered references to it in the records of the Spirit Hall, where he perused some past battle accounts, gaining a slight understanding of its significance. The Continental Advanced Soul Master Academy Elite Competition, organized by the imperial families of the Tiando and Xingluo empires and co-hosted by the Spirit Hall, is the grandest martial soul contest in the realm of soul masters. The strength of the participants ranks just below that of the elite selection matches held by the Spirit Hall. Since you have reviewed the previous battle records, what are your thoughts on their capabilities?" "Thoughts? Well, they seem rather average," Wu Ling replied. Bibi Dong took a bite of her dish, swallowing before responding. "In past years, the highest-ranked soul master was merely a newly minted soul king, while most others were soul ancestors, and some were even soul masters. With your current strength, it is not impossible for you to take on 7 opponents at once in the early stages. Then, do you have any interest in participating in this tournament?" "Participate in the tournament?" Wu Ling murmured. "Though I am confident in my strength and would not fear a soul king, facing 2 soul kings alongside a few supportive teammates could yield favorable results. 3 soul kings might level the playing field. However, the likelihood of encountering multiple soul kings is quite slim, making it a seemingly secure endeavor. But what benefits could it bring me afterward?" After a moment's reflection, Wu Ling asked, "Teacher, could you elaborate on our situation compared to other teams?" Pleased with Wu Ling's composed demeanor, Bibi Dong nodded approvingly. Understanding the context before any action is crucial. Knowing oneself and the enemy ensures victory in every battle. The requirements for participation in the Continental Advanced Soul Master Academy Elite Competition stipulate that only soul masters under the age of May 25th enter. Although most participants are typically aged between 15 and 20, those aged 20 to 25 are rare, as only less prestigious academies would permit their inclusion. Given that higher age often correlates with greater cultivation, winning under such circumstances would be deemed unmeritorious, while losing would bring shame on a grand scale. Participants under 15 are not unheard of, for instance. Our Spirit Hall and the second teams of Xingluo and Tiando often include a few gifted but younger members to broaden their horizons and lay a foundation for future competition. Of course, Wu Ling, you will be on our main team. There is no need to fight through the preliminaries. As for this year's situation, our Spirit Hall remains a team of all soul ancestors, though we do have a promising 21-year-old student who, with some assistance, might barely reach the Soul King level. Xingluo and Tiando continue to follow tradition, each led by the royal families of Xingluo and the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon. Their members include a Soul Master of the support system, with the remainder being Soul Ancestors. Overall, barring any unforeseen circumstances, Our spirit hall retains a significant advantage in this year's competition. The reason for suggesting Wu Ling's participation is that your presence has been notably low-key. Ever since you arrived in Spirit City, you have spent nearly all your time training at home, with the remainder dedicated to hunting for soul rings and returning home. While I understand that maintaining a low profile is vital in the early stages of cultivation as my disciple, you need not fear the adage that a tree that stands out will be felled by the wind. A modest display of talent would be beneficial for both you and me. However, this was my previous stance, since you acquired your third soul ring. I believe it might be prudent for you to remain discreet for a while longer. Yet, given that this concerns you, I wanted to consult you. If you wish to decline, I will not insist, but if you are inclined to participate, I will need to prepare to move you to the main team. Attentively absorbing Bibi Dong's explanation, Wu Ling fell into a reverie. In the original narrative, the Continental Advanced Soul Master Academy Elite Competition marked a pivotal moment. Transitioning from the early to the mid-stage of the plot, Wu Ling had watched it with keen interest, and he still remembered certain details, including a line from Dai Mubai. I recall that Dai Mubai mentioned in the original story that in the past 3 tournaments, the Spirit Hall won twice, while the Xingluo Empire triumphed once. Thus, according to my teacher, this time should be one of those winning instances. This implies that whether I participate or not, the outcome remains unchanged. My involvement would merely serve as a decorative embellishment. However, afterward, my identity would be exposed to the scrutiny of various factions. Although, as Bibi Dong stated, as her disciple, I need not fear assassination or suppression, it would undoubtedly lead to complications. Exposing my identity for the sake of a mere enhancement to victory seems unwarranted. In the end, after profound contemplation, Wu Ling resolved to decline participation in the tournament. Never mind, teacher. Perhaps next time, I shall participate when I turn 15. With the assistance of my clones, I will have ample time to cultivate to the level of a Soul King. By then, I can present myself as a 15-year-old Soul King, which would surely bring you honor as well. With a radiant smile, Wu Ling expressed his delight, as though he had already envisioned the moment he would bring honor to his teacher's face. Observing this devoted disciple who always considered her feelings, Bibi Dong felt a stir in her heart, her gaze softening gradually. It is astonishing enough that you, a mere 10-year-old Soul Master, have accomplished so much, let alone a 15-year-old Soul King. However, if you prefer not to attend, then by all means, do not. Given your current strength and combat skills, the experience would serve little purpose beyond allowing you to absorb the atmosphere. I shall take you there myself to see it later. Upon hearing Bibi Dong's assurance, Wu Ling rose and bowed deeply, expressing his gratitude to his teacher. Though he was indifferent about attending the event, he understood the importance of adhering to formalities. Bibi Dong gestured for him to sit and began discussing the second matter. The second issue pertains to your foresight. Would you be interested in witnessing it firsthand? In just a week, we will reach this year's Soul Awakening period, and due to your foresight, I have made specific adjustments to this year's awakening plan. We shall commence the awakenings a day earlier than usual, and on that day, only orphans will undergo the process. Wu Ling was taken aback. It is essential to note that the Spirit Hall oversees nearly 80 to 90% of the soul awakening across the continent, apart from a few prominent families and factions. Even small villages like Xingyue Village have representatives responsible for the awakenings, though this is merely a day's advancement. The manpower and resources required for such a change are not to be underestimated. What moved Wu Ling even more was Bibi Dong's decision to alter the plan solely based on his seemingly random foresight. While there was a desire for the innate full spirit power of food-type spirits, the weight of her recognition and trust left him profoundly touched. Teacher, will the elders not oppose your sudden change of plans? Wu Ling asked, his curiosity piqued amidst his surprise. It is important to remember that the Spirit Hall is not solely governed by the Pope. The elders serve to balance the Pope's authority. Initially, there was some resistance from the ordinary elders, but upon learning that the reason for this decision was you, they all opted to abstain or agree. As for the worshippers, perhaps due to the influence of that old fellow, they simply accepted the matter without question. To be honest, I was somewhat astonished when I learned of this. It seems that, in the current Spirit Hall, your words carry more weight than mine, Bibi Dong remarked with rare humor. For she had not anticipated that the entire Spirit Hall would unanimously approve such a decision, with Wu Ling, a mere soul master, serving as the pivotal factor. Chapter 35, The Outcome in Response to Bibi Dong's jest. Wu Ling merely smiled in silence, yet he felt obliged to address her inquiry. A week, then I shall attend. Teacher. Very well, Elder Gue will accompany you, she affirmed. After concluding the two matters at hand, Bibi Dong set down her chopsticks. As Wu Ling's teacher, She typically posed several questions regarding his training, and after receiving nearly perfect responses from him, Bibi Dong nodded in satisfaction. Indeed, it appears that you, Linger, have not become complacent in your pursuit of knowledge despite the elevation of your spirit power. Let us conclude our discussion for today. While the soul awakening matter has been successfully approved, I must still issue directives regarding resource allocation and scheduling, so please inform me before your departure. After Bibi Dong finished speaking, she departed, accompanied by Ju Douluo. The afternoon training would be conducted by Gue Mei. Having just dined, Wu Ling refrained from engaging in intense physical activity. He first instructed the servants to clear the table, then enjoyed some tea while engaging in casual conversation with Gue Mei. Before his journey through time, Wu Ling had always required a brief afternoon rest, and upon his arrival in this realm, he had repurposed that time for training. In his view, both napping and training invigorate the spirit, thus establishing the equation that training equates to napping. Were it not for the necessity of nightly sleep, Wu Ling might well forego sleep altogether. After chatting for nearly half an hour, he rose to commence his midday training. Once he had separated his three avatars, he initially intended to resume their usual regimen, yet Xiaofan interrupted him, calling out to Wu Ling, Xiao Hong, and Xiao Lan. Main body. Please summon those two to my room. I have something for you. Wu Ling raised an eyebrow slightly, realizing the complexity of the situation. He suddenly recalled the heap of soul beast corpses. Although the majority were composed of arachnids and scorpions, there were also a considerable number of other soul beast remains. As anticipation gradually welled up within Wu Ling, he and his two doppelgangers followed the petite figure of Xiaofan into her abode. Once inside, Xiaofan closed the door and placed her hands between the two panels, causing a circular, wondrous magical array to manifest upon the doors. With the activation of this array, akin to flipping a switch, a multitude of magical formations illuminated the walls. What is this? Wu Ling marveled at the dazzling spectacle before him. Xiaofan, puffing up her chest with pride comparable to that of a canoness, proclaimed, "This is a magic that safeguards against eavesdropping and perception, or rather, it should now be referred to as soul arts. It employs soul power to unleash magic. Wu Ling, you have truly succeeded." Wu Ling was astounded. Although he had urged Xiaofan to hasten her progress, he had not anticipated such rapid development. In just a little over a month, she had achieved this, all while simultaneously researching potions for Bibi Dong. Yet, faced with Wu Ling's excitement, Xiaofan had no intention of letting him continue in his exuberance. "This is merely imitation," she confessed. "After I fused with the remnants of Medea, I could wield soul power for magic, but those were limited to immediate offensive spells. The enduring magic required for the transformation workshop could not be solidified, as such spells would gradually dissipate into soul power once detached from the body. However," she continued, "with intellect rivaling that of Da Vinci, I utilized the principles of carving core arrays onto rare metals and gems with soul-guiding devices, employing the blood of certain soul beasts as a medium, thereby embedding soul power within this ordinary wooden structure." As Wu Ling absorbed her explanation, he found himself reveling in self-admiration. Utilizing soul beast blood to preserve soul power for the deployment of soul arts was indeed an impressive feat. Yet, it remained true that Xiaofan was merely a division of his own essence, indicating that the ultimate prowess still resided within him. Wu Ling. To Wu Ling, this remarkable achievement could astonish the continent, yet in Xiaofan's heart, it seemed somewhat trivial, an expedient solution. "In my view, this is merely a transitional phase. One day, I shall develop a technique to preserve soul power without relying on blood. Moreover, this was not the true purpose for summoning you here. The genuine objective lies ahead." With that, Xiaofan ventured deeper into the room, with Wu Ling closely trailing behind alongside Xiao Lan and Xiao Hong. Upon reaching the innermost part of the chamber, Xiaofan took her previous stance, busily tinkering with various items while conversing with Wu Ling. "To be honest, our teacher, Bibi Dong, is rather disordered in her mentality. Despite her deep-seated hatred for the spirit hall due to Qinshu and Ji, wishing to obliterate it, she has shown an unexpected interest in its development since ascending to the role of Pope. It is plausible that she seeks to exploit her twin martial souls and expedite her ascension to divinity, perhaps planning to annihilate the spirit hall after achieving her godhood. Regardless of her motives, I have cleverly leveraged her mindset. While she provided me with resources for soul beast research, I seized the opportunity to procure additional soul beasts under the pretext of conducting experiments." Upon concluding her thoughts, Xiaofan produced 3 vials filled with liquid, each colored red, light blue, and black, corresponding to Xiao Hong, Xiao Lan, and Wu Ling, respectively. "Wait a moment. I understand the reasons for Xiao Lan and Xiao Hong as colors. But why is mine black?" "Oh, the color. Since I am uncertain what the nameless spirit base truly constitutes as a martial soul, I decided to mix a bit of everything for you. This combination results in black, does it not? Here, just drink it, she said, casually tossing the 3 vials to the trio before turning back to her tasks. Wu Ling received the potion and, after uncorking it, inhaled its fragrance. To his surprise, it was quite pleasant, reminiscent of grapes. He casually requested a strawberry or peach flavor for next time, together with Xiaohong and Xiaolan. He consumed the potion in one gulp. Due to it being the first concoction and the insufficient quantity, its effects would last only 4 to 5 days. Subsequently, Xiaofan tossed a slim volume towards Wu Ling. Here is the cultivation technique you requested. It's the most basic level, which I managed to compile during my breaks. It should increase your refining speed by about 10%, since you have already consumed the potion that enhances cultivation efficiency. Employing this technique should allow you to achieve in a few days what usually takes half a month. How does that sound? You must feel satisfied. My decision to split off was indeed the right one. Listening to Xiaofan's predictions, Wu Ling couldn't contain his excitement and laughed joyfully. I'm absolutely satisfied. Achieving such results in just a month is astounding. If you weren't my split self, I would have considered marrying you. Chapter 36, Shuqinghe in the early morning. Sunlight filtered through the window curtains into the palace, where a remarkably young man lay asleep on an opulent bed. Your Highness, have you awakened? A servant's gentle call stirred him from slumber. As he opened his drowsy eyes, one could discern that he possessed striking features. With a complexion as pale as jade and an extraordinarily handsome visage. His phoenix-like eyes, though still hazy, radiated a captivating brilliance. After lingering in bed for another half a minute, he finally sat up, engaging in a silent battle against gravity. As he did so, a corner of his nightgown slipped down, revealing shoulders so exquisite they would evoke envy in any woman. Come in, he said, his voice soft and magnetic, drawing one in with its allure. Upon receiving his invitation, a head housekeeper entered, accompanied by 12 servants. Among them, 3 carried pillows, sheets, and blankets, while another trio brought a basin of water, towels, and attire. With the assistance of these servants, the young man freshened up and changed, while the others meticulously replaced the bedding. As the saying goes, clothes make the man. Once dressed, he presented an image of ethereal beauty, his snow-white hair, gentle demeanor, kind eyes, and warm smile enveloped him in an aura of tranquility and grace. The phrase "a gentleman like jade," unmatched in the world, was likely coined to describe him. The housekeeper instructed the servants to continue tidying the room as she followed the young man towards the dining hall. Traversing the resplendent corridor, she began to outline the day's agenda. Your Highness, according to the plan, you shall finish breakfast in half an hour. This morning, you have an hour of etiquette training followed by an hour of calligraphy and painting. After a half-hour lunch and a brief rest, the afternoon consists of an hour of theoretical knowledge and an hour of cultivation. After dinner, there will be a weekly court banquet requiring your presence, followed by a late-night snack, but you must also complete your assignments before resting. Despite the tightly packed schedule, the young man remained unperturbed. Having lived such a routine for 13 years, at least, that was how it appeared to others. Are there any significant matters of late? He inquired during their walk. Your Highness, the Pope of the Spirit Hall has decreed the early awakening of martial spirits for more individuals to have equal opportunities to alter their destinies. However, this early awakening is limited to orphans, the housekeeper replied. Upon mentioning the Pope, a subtle shift flickered in the young man's gaze before he regained his composure. An entire day of early martial spirit awakening across the continent? The Spirit Hall is indeed bold. I recall that the awakening is set to commence in 3 days. We might leverage that to our advantage and draw some credit towards the Empire. The housekeeper quickly took notes. After she finished, he continued, Are there any other matters? The housekeeper relayed updates concerning the 3 great sects in the Luo Empire, ultimately presenting a piece of paper. Lastly, this morning's latest intel, last night. The ghost Douluo arrived at our Spirit Hall with a boy. Oh, ghost Douluo and a boy? Is the information reliable? It comes from our informants, who noted that Ghost Douluo showed no intention of concealing his presence, as he was personally welcomed by Salus last night. Do we know the boy's identity? Your Highness, that boy is likely the rumored disciple of the Pope. Many influential figures on the continent had heard whispers of Wu Ling's identity, a secret initially revealed by Bibidong herself. Yet, over 4 years, they had only known of his existence without any concrete information regarding his appearance, martial soul, or rank. Even spies sent to Spirit City had uncovered not a single detail about him, as though he never ventured outside. The Pope's disciple? Is it true that he would take a male apprentice? Noticing the young man's contemplative silence, The housekeeper refrained from interrupting and quietly walked beside him. After a moment, the young man declared, "Adjust the itinerary. Shorten the afternoon study and cultivation sessions to half an hour each, freeing up an hour for me to meet this rumored individual. And please remember to send an invitation in advance." The housekeeper remained silent, aware of her role. Regardless of his identity, her duty was to fulfill her responsibilities. She promptly noted the request. As they reached their destination, a golden sign bearing the words dining hall loomed ahead. Upon arriving, the housekeeper stepped aside, waiting for him to finish breakfast. With the assistance of attendants, the doors opened to reveal an extravagant dining area, where a long table adorned the center, surrounded by chairs. Seated at the head of the table was none other than the emperor of the Tiando Empire, the Snow Knight Emperor. Facing the emperor, the young man calmly stated, "Your son pays his respects to the emperor. Ah, Qingya has arrived. Come, take a seat." From their exchange, it became clear that this young man was none other than Snow Qinghe, the eldest son of the Snow Knight Emperor and the crown prince of the Tiando Empire. Shui Qinghe, as per usual, made his way to his seat and, upon settling down, commenced his breakfast, thereby initiating the day's itinerary. Meanwhile, Wu Ling found himself seated beside a modest noodle stall by the roadside. "Boss, a bowl of fried sauce noodles, please, with an abundance of scallions and sauce." "Oh, and do include some coriander. By the way, I'll have 2 buns as well, along with a plate of pickled vegetables. If you have porridge, please serve me a bowl of the thin variety." Chapter 37. The invitation. After devouring a bowl of noodles accompanied by 2 buns, Wu Ling felt utterly content. There is a unique charm to these humble stalls, reminiscent of the roadside eateries from my childhood spent with my father. It is truly regrettable that many of those stalls have closed down for various reasons over time. Wu Ling gently caressed his well-fed belly, reminiscing about the past. "Boss, it's time to settle the bill." "Certainly, young master." 1 bowl of noodles and 3 steamed buns, totaling 3 copper soul coins. Wu Ling casually placed a silver soul coin on the table. "Please wait a moment, young master. For 1 silver soul coin, I shall fetch you 7 copper soul coins." "That is quite unnecessary. Consider the remainder as a gratuity." As the boss went to fetch the money, Wu Ling had already risen and departed. The boss, clutching the 7 copper soul coins in his hand, gazed at the receding figure of Wu Ling and bowed deeply. "Farewell, my lord." After enjoying a hearty breakfast, Wu Ling leisurely strolled down the bustling streets, primarily to aid digestion and to admire the picturesque scenery of the capital of the Tiando Empire. Although he had visited the Tiando Empire numerous times, this was his inaugural experience in its capital. The streets were teeming with passers-by, yet most moved with haste. While leisurely walkers like Wu Ling were a rare sight, and those who did meandered were predominantly elderly. The most striking distinction that Wu Ling perceived was that the populace of the capital of the Tiando Empire predominantly consisted of ordinary individuals, whereas the inhabitants of Wuhuan City were largely comprised of soul masters. In the capital, one could encounter common street vendors akin to those previously mentioned, while Wuhuan City, though it also featured vendors, predominantly offered goods related to soul beasts. In terms of pricing, the small merchants here primarily engaged in transactions using copper soul coins. With silver soul coins being exceedingly rare, only the larger merchant associations would entertain dealings in gold soul coins. Conversely, in Wuhuan City, the least expensive items were valued at silver soul coins, even the most commonplace 10-year soul beast carcasses fetching a price upwards of 1 silver soul coin, with slightly superior materials predominantly traded in gold soul coins. Notably, the auction houses formed by several prominent merchant associations in Wuhuan City would not even permit entry without possessing several 100,000 gold soul coins. After meandering for nearly half an hour, Wu Ling finally ambled into the main hall of the Spirit Hall. Upon sighting Wu Ling, the 2 guards stationed outside the grand entrance promptly stood at attention and opened the doors, respectfully ushering him inside. With a smile and a nod towards the 2 individuals, Wu Ling entered the grand hall. To be candid, Wu Ling often found himself in a state of vexation. After all, a person as handsome and talented as he was seldom had the opportunity to play the role of the underdog or to retaliate against his adversaries. Instead, his current predicament resembled that of a character who was defeated by the protagonist, serving merely as a prelude to the unveiling of a formidable antagonist, ultimately leading to the annihilation of his entire lineage. Naturally, Wu Ling was far from being a mere minor antagonist. He was, at the very least, on par with a masterful villain orchestrating events from the shadows. Lost in contemplation, Wu Ling returned to his temporary abode, where he fortuitously encountered Xiao Hong, who was diligently practicing in the courtyard. As he passed by Xiao Hong and Xiao Lan, Their unwavering dedication elicited a nod of approval from Wu Ling, the 007 magnate. However, upon reaching Xiaofin, he found her lost in a daydream, savoring a lollipop. With regard to Xiaofin, Wu Ling adopted a hands-off approach to her upbringing. For she was indeed the apple of his eye. Currently, the potion she was developing, combined with a rudimentary technique, had already enhanced the training speed of Xiao Lan and Xiao Hong by over 20%. Once advanced techniques and potions were perfected, a 50% increase would be deemed modest. The comparative training efficiencies of 8 avatars at 1.5 times and 9 avatars at a standard rate were evident to anyone with even a modicum of numerical acumen. Wu Ling immediately sat cross-legged beside Xiaofin and inquired with concern, "Xiaofin, why are you not conducting your research today?" Xiaofin glanced at Wu Ling, tilted her head to one side, and then leaned over, resting her head on Wu Ling's lap. She playfully nudged her face against Wu Ling's abdomen several times before peering up at him with one eye and saying, "Though I have the materials, it feels rather uncomfortable to study outside my workshop, so I decided to come out after a brief session." With a gentle gaze, Wu Ling tenderly stroked the hair of the small girl. Despite his youthful appearance, he exuded an aura akin to that of an elder. Since that is the case, it would be wise to take a proper rest in the coming days. The previous month has been filled with potions, formations, and techniques, which must have been quite exhausting. "Indeed, a little," she replied, her cheeks slightly puffed, expressing her grievances towards Wu Ling without a hint of bitterness. "But this is not solely your fault. You assigned me so many tasks." Wu Ling reached out and playfully pinched the chubby cheeks of Little Pink, smiling as he said, all right, my fault. Since Grandpa Ghost is away today due to his awakening, I shall not practice either. Let Xiao Hong and Xiao Lan continue their training while I spend the day with you." How does that sound? In the distance, Xiao Hong and Xiao Lan had quietly ceased their training, exchanging glances and whispers as they observed the interaction between the main body and Little Pink. "Their bond is truly heartwarming. It feels as though they are siblings," Xiao Hong remarked, gazing at the tender scene. However, Xiao Lan offered a different perspective, asserting, "No, it's not sibling-like. Rather, I perceive it more as a father-daughter relationship." With eyes that seemed to see through everything, Xiao Lan conveyed his thoughts. Though the main body was physically youthful, resulting in a psychological age that remained relatively unchanged, his soul was a different matter altogether. It had genuinely existed for nearly 30 years. Had the main body not traversed realms, he would now be 30 years old. While he had never held a girl's hand at the age of 20 in his previous life, by 30, he might have been married. Thus, when a 30-year-old soul encounters a likeness of itself in the form of Little Pink, it is only natural to adopt a demeanor akin to that of an elder. Upon hearing Xiao Lan's words, Xiao Hong pondered for a moment before exclaiming, "Wait, if that is the case, does the main body see us as his children? Impossible. In a man's mind, girls and boys are fundamentally different species." Xiao Lan firmly rejected Xiao Hong's notion. "Is that so? Yet, I feel you might be deceiving me. I train hard due to my personality, but your relentless training is harder to justify, considering the main body has never demanded such effort from us. Go train. Are you feeling shy? Forget it. Don't train. Just get as far away as you can." Amidst the playful banter between Xiao Hong and Xiao Lan, Little Pink confided in Wu Ling about an invitation. What? An invitation from Xueqinghe? Chapter 38. The first encounter with snow that afternoon, Wu Ling, holding the invitation bestowed by Little Pink, arrived before a tea house that exuded an air of elegance and expense. As per Little Pink's account, the invitation had been delivered by a maid from this very establishment. Although Wu Ling was aware that Xueqinghe had become Qianrenxue, he deemed it necessary to feign ignorance. Thus, before departing, he sought counsel from Ghost Douluo, who simply instructed him with 3 words, "Go with confidence." However, due to the royal status of Xueqinghe, Guimei was not suited to accompany him, leading Wu Ling to attend the appointment alone. The tea house, named by Wu Garden, was reputed to specialize in floral teas. Approaching the entrance, Wu Ling found the wooden door lacking in the weighty, antiquated feel he anticipated. Instead, as he drew near, a refreshing aroma wafted into his nostrils, and with a gentle push, the door slowly opened. "Welcome," echoed 4 voices in unison. As Wu Ling entered, the 4 maidservants standing on either side softly yet distinctly called out. As Wu Ling focused his gaze, he realized that the 4 maidens before him were, in fact, 2 pairs of twins. Although their beauty could not be deemed extraordinary, they certainly possessed an elegance that was commendable. Standing in pairs, their combined allure was not inferior to that of any singularly stunning beauty, prompting Wu Ling to silently marvel at the extravagance before him. Shortly thereafter, one of the maidens approached Wu Ling and said, Greetings, esteemed sir. I deeply apologize for interrupting your enjoyment of tea. The entire tea house has been reserved for a duration of 3 hours. If it pleases you, you may return in 2.5 hours. Or perhaps visit us tomorrow. She continued, on behalf of our establishment, I extend our sincerest apologies. Here is a flower cultivated by us. You may present it for a complimentary tasting of our signature tea before it wilts. We kindly ask for your continued patronage of our blossom garden. Impressed by such thoughtful service, Wu Ling could not help but reflect on the lavishness of the establishment. Truly, it was indicative of a grand enterprise, with service that surpassed the disdainful attitudes often depicted in novels. Perhaps his handsome appearance played a role, he mused. Yet, he wondered if Xue Qinghe had already arrived, as it had been half an hour since he had last seen her. Once the maiden concluded her speech, Wu Ling presented his invitation. Greetings. This invitation indicates that I am to arrive at this time. Would you kindly take a look? The maiden paused, taken aback. For their blossom garden was renowned throughout the capital, frequented even by the current sovereign. The fee for reserving the entire venue for 3 hours was exorbitant, far beyond the means of mere merchants, reserved only for their patriarchs or royal members. While the gentleman before her was indeed handsome, he appeared unfamiliar and did not exude the demeanor of someone from a prominent family, casting a shadow of doubt in her mind. Despite her reservations, her refined upbringing compelled her to take the invitation with respect. Very well, sir. Please hold for a moment, she replied courteously. Given past incidents where individuals had attempted to deceive establishments with counterfeit invitations, these grand enterprises had developed unique methods for creating and verifying their invitations. The maiden plucked the flower adorning her chest and gently applied it to the invitation. As the invitation emitted a fragrant aroma, the expressions of the other maidens transformed into one of deference. After returning the invitation to Wu Ling, the maiden bowed deeply, allowing Wu Ling to catch a glimpse of a profound crevice as she did so. Wu Ling maintained a composed demeanor as the maid expressed her apologies and welcomed him. Before guiding him towards the inner chamber, they traversed a lengthy corridor and passed through several private rooms, ultimately arriving at the door of the innermost chamber. The maid gently knocked on the door and waited for a response before opening it and gesturing for Wu Ling to enter. After Wu Ling stepped inside, the maid did not follow. Instead, she closed the door and stood outside, awaiting his return. As Wu Ling entered the room, he took in the lavish decor. The chamber was expansive, adorned with a plethora of thriving plants that flourished on the walls and ceiling. There were small trees, delicate flowers, and an array of rare herbs. At a glance, he estimated there to be no fewer than 30 varieties. Yet, the space felt intimate, with just a small table at its center. Upon Wu Ling's arrival, he noticed a gentleman seated beside the table and a maid standing behind him. Upon seeing Wu Ling, the gentleman closed the book he had been reading and set down his teacup. You must be Wu Ling, a man of remarkable demeanor. Please, come and take a seat, the elegantly poised man said with a warm smile. Acknowledging the invitation, Wu Ling approached and sat down, while the gentleman observed him intently. And in turn, Wu Ling scrutinized the man before him. He was Xue Qinghe, or perhaps more accurately, Qianren Xue. Xue Qinghe merely waved his hand, prompting the maid behind him to spring into action. She approached and took the half-finished teacup from Xue Qinghe, then knocked on the door. It seemed a signal had been received, as the 4 maids who had greeted Wu Ling at the entrance filed in one after another. The first 2 carried fresh cups of tea, placing them before Wu Ling and Xue Qinghe, while the latter 2 brought forth 2 platters of pastries, setting them at the center of the table. After the tea and snacks were arranged, all 5 maids departed the room. Once alone, Wu Ling and Xue Qinghe began to sip their tea in silence, each waiting for the other to speak first, for whoever broke the silence would be at a disadvantage. The situation appeared to be a balanced duel, yet in reality, they were not on equal footing. Xue Qinghe knew little about Wu Ling, while Wu Ling possessed a wealth of information about Xue Qinghe, placing him in an advantageous position. Eventually, the calm and indifferent Wu Ling found himself unperturbed, while Xue Qinghe could no longer contain himself. He had invested a considerable sum to secure the private room for 3 hours, not merely to share tea with Wu Ling. Xue Qinghe set down his teacup first, prompting Wu Ling to do the same. Observing Wu Ling's action, Xue Qinghe smiled slightly and began, Brother Wu Ling, as this is our first meeting and I am a few years your senior, you may address me as Brother Xue. Chapter 39. A joyous conversation. So he intends to assert dominance through titles by speaking first, Wu Ling mused. Xue Qinghe sought to establish superiority in their address. Yet he could not foresee that Wu Ling was indifferent to such trifles. In his university days, Wu Ling had risen early each morning out of habit from his martial training, and as he left his dormitory, he was often met with a chorus of affectionate titles from his peers. It was during this time that Wu Ling transitioned from a naive youth to someone who gradually adapted to the culture of camaraderie, learning to call upon others as brother when in need. Haha, then I shall respectfully oblige, Brother Shui, Wu Ling replied, shifting his title in recognition. Seeing Wu Ling's compliance, Xueqinghe felt a sense of satisfaction. Yet, he soon experienced a curious sensation after Wu Ling addressed him as brother, rather than being overshadowed by Xueqinghe's presence. It felt as though his efforts had struck nothing but air. The feeling of impotence indicated that this person's presence could not be swayed by mere words. Truly, he was the disciple of that woman, and undoubtedly not to be underestimated. Wu Ling could never have anticipated that a seemingly ordinary habit from the past would elevate his significance in Xueqinghe's heart to an entirely new level. In truth, it was not a matter of great consequence. Over the years, rumors surrounding the Wu Ling brothers had circulated, yet none had ever been substantiated. Upon hearing that Wu Ling was making a rare visit, my curiosity compelled me to seek an audience. As the saying goes, seeing is believing, and upon meeting the man himself, I found his demeanor to be exceptionally distinguished. After our encounter, I felt that the rumors surrounding him were not only accurate but perhaps even understated. In truth, I had long been familiar with the illustrious name of Xuedige, and meeting him in person only deepened my admiration. After exchanging a few compliments, we delved into a conversation that spanned a vast array of topics, from soul beasts, soul masters, and cultivation to geography, culture, and politics. It was as if we lamented the lost time of not having known each other sooner, wishing we could have been acquainted even in our earliest days. Of course, this was merely superficial pleasantries. However, the depth of Wu Ling's knowledge genuinely astonished Qian Ruxue, who was disguised as Xueqinghe. It is worth noting that as the eldest prince of the Tiando Empire, Xueqinghe began his education at a young age. To ensure his disguise was flawless, he devoted significant time that might otherwise have been spent on cultivation, with assistance from his grandfather, to acquire such a diverse range of knowledge. Through keen observation of Wu Ling's subtle gestures, Qian Ruxue deduced that he was not a scion of one of the prominent families. Prior to awakening his martial soul, he was likely an ordinary citizen. Yet, how could a child of humble origins dedicate himself to serious study at such a playful and carefree age? Perhaps this was her expectation, for she had always valued theoretical talent, encouraging her disciples to pursue knowledge diligently. However, one must wonder if she feared that his cultivation pace might not keep up, or if he possessed such innate talent that he remained unperturbed. In either case, it did not seem to align with the character she had come to expect from him. Wu Ling, truly an enigmatic individual. After concluding yet another exchange of verbal wit, Xueqinghe observed 2 empty teacups and 4 nearly depleted plates of snacks. Ah, look at that. I was so engrossed in conversation with Brother Wu Ling that I didn't even notice the tea and treats had vanished, he remarked. Upon finishing his statement, he lifted a small section of the floor beside the table and tugged on a concealed cord beneath it. At that moment, he caught sight of Wu Ling's inquisitive gaze and proceeded to elucidate. The soundproofing in this room is quite effective, so when we raise our voices indoors, the maidens outside may occasionally remain oblivious, which is rather undignified. Thus, they had someone design this mechanism. By pulling this cord, a bell outside the door will ring, and the maidens will promptly attend to us. As if to affirm his words, the door swung open immediately after he spoke. 2 sets of twin sisters entered, clearing away the empty cups and plates, and within a mere 3 minutes, they returned with a fresh assortment of tea and snacks, entirely different from the previous selection. The prior offerings comprised floral tea and savory treats, while the new arrangement featured green tea accompanied by 2 plates of sweet and 2 plates of savory snacks. However, despite the delightful refreshments, Xueqinghe's attention remained steadfastly fixed on Wu Ling. Once the 4 maidens departed, Xueqinghe, with a hint of intrigue, inquired, Brother Wu Ling, are you perhaps interested in those maidens? If so, do let me know, and I shall arrange for them to accompany you. Although this place may not engage in such transactions, once taken away, it would not be deemed as such. Observing Xueqinghe's youthful visage and reflecting on his own tender age of 10, one might find it curious that discussions of romantic matters were approached with such candor. It appeared that individuals in the Douluo continent, due to the influence of their martial spirits, exhibited a precocious maturity, much like the character Ma Hongjun from the original narrative. With his notorious fiery temperament, it would not be surprising if he were already well-versed in the ways of the world before reaching the age of 10. Wu Ling ultimately smiled and shook his head, declining. Brother Shui, You are too courteous. My primary focus remains on cultivation. I merely felt nostalgic upon seeing the twins after such a long time. Oh, could it be that you were acquainted with twins in the past? Oh, that is a tale from my childhood, hardly worth mentioning. Indeed, a mere recollection of youth. Back in the days before I entered primary school, my neighbors had a pair of twin girls, one gentle and the other spirited, of a similar age to mine. I recall my father mentioning that our families nearly arranged a betrothal for us, but due to certain circumstances, they relocated to a big city and the matter was left unresolved. When I intended to return to inter my father, I learned that those sisters would also be making the journey back. Yet, it seems they are not only attending my father's funeral but will also be present for my own. Sensing Wu Ling's contemplative mood, Xue Qinghe refrained from speaking further and instead savored the green tea thoughtfully. My apologies, I was lost in thought for a moment. No offense taken. However, I do have a lingering question, and I hope Brother Wu Ling can provide me with an answer. Wu Ling gestured politely to Brother Xue, assuring him that it was of no consequence. Very well, since my esteemed Brother Wu Ling has emphasized the importance of cultivation, may I audaciously inquire about your martial soul and your current soul power level? To express my respect, I shall first introduce myself. My martial soul is the prestigious Swan martial soul of the Tiando Empire, and my current soul power level stands at 31. Chapter 40. Xue Qinghe comprehends everything. If Qian Renxue had inquired about his martial soul in her true form, she would have disclosed her capabilities without reservation. However, as she now posed the question in the guise of Xue Qinghe, Wu Ling initially intended to provide a vague response. Although Qian Renxue's actual soul power level could not possibly be so low, Wu Ling speculated that the innate soul power of 20 must have evolved, placing her at a minimum of 40. Nevertheless, his declaration of 31 was indeed an admission of his identity, making it inappropriate to evade her inquiry. Given that Brother Xue had already taken this step, Wu Ling felt compelled to respond. As for my soul power, I must confess that there remains a considerable gap between it and yours, Brother Xue. It may take me another 2 or 3 years to reach your current level. In Wu Ling's ambiguous statement, Xue Qinghe had discerned that it would indeed require 2 or 3 years for him to break through to the 30th level. With such a wealth of theoretical knowledge, it was commendable that Brother Wu Ling had not neglected his cultivation. His talent truly shone through. Wu Ling smiled shyly and began to speak about his martial soul. My martial soul is a variant derived from a plate, classified as an auxiliary type. Just as one gains strength from consuming food served on a plate, my martial soul enhances a person's physical attributes. It's not surprising. However, my martial soul possesses a unique characteristic. Due to its plate origin, it can establish a connection with food-type martial souls. This connection is not akin to martial soul fusion techniques, but rather a simple synergy. Generally, food-type martial souls are also auxiliary, which means when combined, my supportive abilities can yield results greater than the sum of their parts. Upon hearing Wu Ling's explanation, Xue Qinghe's mind erupted with understanding. Everything clicked into place. Since his martial soul was auxiliary, it became clear why Bibi Dong had urged him to study theoretical knowledge. Moreover, the reason his information had remained elusive for years was due to the nature of his auxiliary martial soul. He needed not engage in battles or training outside, but could simply cultivate and learn in peace. Concerning the search for food-type martial souls, although the Spirit Hall had not publicly announced it, the orders had undoubtedly reached every branch of the Spirit Hall within the entire Tiando Empire. As a member of the imperial family, there would always be ways to obtain such intelligence. At the time he received this information, he had speculated about Bibidong's intentions, but Wu Ling's clarification dispelled his doubts. Indeed, the Spirit Hall was searching for food-type soul masters for his sake. As for whether Wu Ling was lying, Xue Qinghe had no concerns. Even if he was an auxiliary-type martial soul, he could not avoid action forever. Eventually, his martial soul would reveal itself, and if he were indeed deceitful, those lies would inevitably unravel. Generally speaking, no one would fabricate lies about their own martial soul. In his excitement, Xue Qinghe overlooked the stipulation that auxiliary soul masters could not enhance their own capabilities, failing to notice that Wu Ling spoke of augmenting an individual's physical attributes rather than enhancing others. He would never suspect that Wu Ling's reclusive nature was due to having a titled Douluo-level individual as a training partner, thus negating the need for combat. Believing he had grasped the entirety of the situation, Xue Qinghe was elated and, in the following moments, engaged Wu Ling in lively conversation. As they exchanged tea and snacks for the 5th time, the lead maid did not leave this time but instead stood beside Xue Qinghe. Realizing their private gathering was drawing to a close, Xue Qinghe addressed Wu Ling. Brother Wu Ling, It seems our meeting must conclude here. Not at all, Brother Shui. You are a man of great affairs. It is only natural you are busy. Ha. Thank you for your kind words, Brother Wuling. Let us continue our conversation another day. That evening, while dining with the Snow Knight Emperor and his brothers, Shui Qinghe was suddenly addressed by the Emperor. Qinghe, I have heard that this afternoon you met privately with the disciple of the Pope of the Spirit Hall. Instantly, everyone at the table paused, but Shui Qinghe remained composed. He placed his chopsticks down and replied to the Emperor, Yes, Father, I did indeed meet with Wu Ling this afternoon. Oh, his name is Wu Ling? It seems you have come across some valuable information. Is there more? Subsequently, Shui Qinghe recounted his encounter with Wu Ling in detail, particularly emphasizing Wu Ling's vast knowledge, exceptional cultivation talent, and his innate soul power likely exceeding level 8, along with his variant auxiliary plate martial soul. Very thorough. Now, Qinghe, what do you assess his level of threat to be? Shui Qinghe responded, In my estimation, since he has become a disciple of the Pope of the Spirit Hall, his martial soul's auxiliary capabilities are likely on par with the 7-treasure glazed tile pagoda. If what he claims about further enhancement through food-type martial souls holds true, his abilities may even surpass that of the 7-treasure glazed tile pagoda. However, as an auxiliary soul master, regardless of his talent, his cultivation speed will inevitably be somewhat slower, and he cannot ascend to the position of Pope. Thus, overall, his growth cycle is prolonged, and his future influence may not be substantial. Even with formidable auxiliary capabilities, he remains but one individual, while our Tiendo boasts the entire 7-treasure glazed tile sect. Therefore, it is not a concern, at least not one that affects the larger picture. Upon hearing Shui Qinghe's analysis, the Snow Knight Emperor nodded in satisfaction. Excellent. To analyze to such a degree, truly, you are my most proud son. Now, tell me how we should approach him in the future. Shui Qinghe feigned contemplation and replied, We should approach him as friends and continue to extract intelligence. Indeed, part of that is correct. However, the crucial aspect lies in what intelligence we should extract. The Hall of Spirits boasts a multitude of senior soul masters, and it is certain that they possess their own extensive documentation. Given that this martial spirit is a disciple of the Pope and is profoundly knowledgeable, it stands to reason that they have encountered such materials. Therefore, Qinghe, your objective is to seek out those documents and secrets pertaining to senior soul masters. Shui Qinghe bowed respectfully to Emperor Shuiyi, affirming, I understand, my father. After a lengthy discussion, the meal had grown rather cold, so he suggested, let the chef prepare another table, but do not overindulge, as we have an evening event to attend shortly. Chapter 41, The Awakening of the Sausage. Hey, Oscar, wake up. Don't keep the dean waiting. In an orphanage. 6-year-old Oscar was roused from his slumber by the enthusiastic nudging of his roommate. All right, I'm getting up, Venice. Please stop shaking me. As Oscar dressed, his roommate Venice danced with excitement. Hurry up, Oscar. I can hardly contain my anticipation for the martial spirit awakening. I am certain I will awaken a powerful martial spirit and become a formidable soul master. By the way, we must express our gratitude to the Hall of Spirits. Typically, we would be among the last in line, but this time they have graciously commenced the awakening process a day early for us. The Hall of Spirits is truly magnificent. I've made up my mind. Once I awaken a powerful martial spirit and become a proud soul master, I will certainly join the Hall of Spirits. Observing his roommate's exuberance, Oscar remained rather composed. Is it really that significant? It's merely a martial spirit awakening. For orphans like us, it's uncertain whether we will even possess soul power. Moreover, even if we become soul masters, we will have to engage in battles, which seems rather perilous. I would prefer to become a chef, marry, and lead a simple life instead. Venice had grown accustomed to Oscar's indifferent demeanor, though Oscar feigned nonchalance. The awakening of a martial spirit is undeniably a life-altering event, and the innate curiosity of children often leads them to harbor great expectations about the nature of their own awakening. Thus, Oscar's pace in dressing inadvertently quickened. After approximately 10 minutes, Venice hurriedly pulled the fully dressed Oscar to the orphanage entrance, where they gathered with the orphanage director and 8 other children who were also preparing for their martial spirit awakening. Oscar, you're the last one again. Can't you show a bit more concern for such an important event? The director chastised. Oscar casually responded with a few nonchalant affirmations. Seeing Oscar's indifference, the director could only sigh in resignation. After reiterating a few requirements, he led the 10 children towards the spirit hall of their city. Upon arriving outside the spirit hall, the orphanage director submitted the application as in previous years. Then, Under the guidance of a soul master, they proceeded to the awakening chamber at the back. After a while, a middle-aged soul master entered, instructing the director to wait outside while the awakening commenced. Flower leopard, manifest. The master beckoned, "Come, little one. Extend your right hand and strive to sense the depths of your inner self." The awakening of martial souls is not a prolonged affair. From the moment a child awakens their martial soul to the assessment of their soul power, the entire process typically takes no more than 3 minutes. Thus, after approximately 20 minutes, the room had filled with 8 children, devoid of soul power or possessing defective martial souls. Next, Venice beamed excitedly at Oscar and then swiftly stepped forward. Meanwhile, as the martial soul of the flower leopard was being awakened, the soul master began to ponder. It seems that today there will be no fruitful discoveries among the orphans. Perhaps I shall have better luck with the next group of children tomorrow. Additionally, I wonder if I might encounter a food-type soul master as requested from above. When a child awakens a food-type martial soul, it is imperative to meticulously record their name, martial soul, and innate soul power level, subsequently reporting it to the higher authorities. If one catches the attention of those above, substantial rewards await. Heaven knows what madness has seized them to exert such effort in search of a child with a food-type martial soul. Could it be that some esteemed food-type soul master wishes to take on a disciple before their demise? Yet, even a soul Douluo would not receive such treatment. Perhaps there exists a food-type titled Douluo of whom I am unaware. As he indulged in these musings, a spatula manifested in Venice's hand. A spatula martial soul. Let us assess its soul power. Upon witnessing his martial soul, Venice's fervent heart abruptly chilled, yet he incessantly reassured himself that as long as he possessed soul power, there remained a glimmer of hope. However, with the soul master's declaration of 0 innate soul power, Venice was plunged into an abyss of despair akin to being struck by a thunderbolt. Venice bit his lip and silently returned to Oscar's side, observing his once vibrant friend, who radiated a sunny disposition, now rendered speechless. Oscar was about to offer words of comfort when Venice forced a smile and jested, "Look, Oscar. My martial soul is a spatula. We can become chefs together in the future." Witnessing that smile, which bore more resemblance to sorrow than joy, Oscar found his words of consolation lodged in his throat, unsure of how to respond. Next, with the soul master's call, Oscar nodded at Venice before proceeding onward. The awakening of martial spirits has commenced. At this moment, Oscar's mind is still preoccupied with his morning declaration of wanting to become a chef and the spatula of Venice. His martial spirit is a sausage. Oscar gazes at the sausage martial spirit in his hand with an expression devoid of joy or sorrow. Merely contemplating, this sausage martial spirit should offer some comfort to Venice. In stark contrast to Oscar's calm demeanor, the soul master with the leopard martial spirit suddenly appeared invigorated. It is indeed a food-type martial spirit. It seems fortune is shifting in my favor today. As long as he possesses even a modicum of soul power, I shall report him. After all, it merely requires the effort of penning a note. However, food-type martial spirits are exceedingly rare. Perhaps there are only a handful across the entire continent. If that is the case, the reward will be substantial. With a sense of trepidation and anticipation akin to his own martial spirit awakening, he exclaimed, "Let us test your soul power." As Oscar casually placed his hand upon the crystal ball, the room was instantly enveloped in the brilliant light emanating from it. At that moment, the leopard soul master perceived the crystal ball as particularly radiant, never having encountered one so dazzling, its brilliance rivaling that of the sun above. After the initial shock subsided, he incredulously shouted, "Innate full soul power." Once he managed to suppress his excitement, he personally fetched a chair for Oscar to sit upon, then, like a swift leopard, he dashed out without even acknowledging the orphanage's director outside. As the leopard soul master sought out the leader of the martial spirit subchamber, the entire martial spirit hall of the Tiendo Empire sprang into action upon the arrival of a letter from the chamber leader. That very afternoon, Wu Ling gazed at the letter in his hand and remarked softly, "Oh, has Oscar been found?" Chapter 42. My joining now that the individual has been located. Wu Ling felt no urgency. After instructing the delivering soul master to return with the expedited letter, he leisurely led Xiaofan back from the main hall of the martial spirit sanctuary to his residence. Along the way, Wu Ling inquired of Xiaofan, "Xiaofan, is there not a communication magic in your repertoire, akin to a telephone? Do see if you can create a few using soul power instead of magic." Xiaofan pouted in mild annoyance, "Master, truly. You keep assigning me tasks. I have yet to complete the initial ones. And your next request isn't for me to conjure a divine entity, is it?" Wu Ling tenderly ruffled the hair of Xiaofan, his voice laced with affection and a hint of flattery. "Isn't it said that those who are capable should take on more responsibilities, whether in the present or future plans? Xiaofan, you are truly the linchpin. Upon hearing Wuling's praise and sensing his regard, Xiaofan proudly lifted her chin. It seems I have no choice but to agree. Once I can fully wield my soul power to perform magic, I should be able to achieve it. With Xiaofan's agreement, Wuling dismissed thoughts of a particular robot, the lion's head, and the complexities of the Industrial Revolution from his mind. He preferred a simple path to becoming the strongest, dominating the divine realm with ease. Upon returning to their dwelling, they found Guimei waiting patiently. I've heard news. We have located the individual, he stated. Yes, it is that person. The Pope informed me prior to this meeting that if we indeed found them, it would be due to your merit. Therefore, tomorrow morning, I will merely escort you there. And how to handle that person will be entirely at your discretion. Whether to capture or eliminate them is your choice. Wuling was not taken aback by the considerable authority bestowed upon him by Bibi Dong. If Oscar had not appeared, he would not have been granted such power. However, Oscar's appearance affirmed the authenticity of his prophetic abilities, making him far more significant than a mere innate full soul power user. Thus, it was only logical for the matter to be entrusted to him. After relaying this information, Guimei departed, seemingly having come solely for this purpose. Following Guimei's exit, Wuling checked on the cultivation progress of Xiaohong and Staolan before settling into another chair in the room. He then lifted Xiaofan onto his lap, resting his chin on her shoulder. Xiaofan, do you think if I were to reveal the whereabouts of Tang Hao and Tang San to Bibi Dong and Qian Douluo, they might act prematurely to snuff out Tang San in his cradle? Xiaofan nestled her head against Wuling's side, contemplating briefly before shaking her head. For Bibi Dong, her revenge was realized because of Tang Hao, so the likelihood of her taking action is minimal. Moreover, she only recently ascended the title Douluo. And whether she has reached level 95 after the divine trial of the Rakshasa god remains uncertain. As for Qian Douluo, though he harbors animosity towards Tang Hao, due to his prior agreement with Tangchen, he is also unlikely to intervene. Let us not forget that during the elite competition of the Advanced Soul Master Academies held in Wuhuan City, Tang Hao openly utilized his Haotian true form. Surely, Qian Douluo, a level 99 limit Douluo, could not have failed to sense the soul power of a title Douluo in the same city. Not only Qian Douluo, but even those esteemed individuals above level 95 did not make a move. Tang Hao's strike could be said to have humiliated the Wuhuan Palace, and yet, none of them intervened. Do you truly believe Qian Douluo did not obstruct this? Having listened to Xiaofan's astute analysis, Wuling nodded in agreement. It appeared that, regardless of the circumstances, reliance on oneself was paramount. As the saying goes, it is better to sacrifice a finger than to lose a hand. And tomorrow's Oscar represented that very finger. According to the original narrative, after his Wuhuan awakening, Oscar did not join the Wuhuan Palace but was taken under the wing of Flandra and became part of Shrek Academy. If he were to resist joining after some persuasion tomorrow, then eliminating him would be no great loss. With his plans firmly in place, Wuling felt a sense of clarity and, inspired by the moment, decided to personally prepare a few dishes for Xiaofan. Although the three avatars of Wuling possess distinct personalities, they share a common characteristic, an insatiable appetite. Typically, due to the nightly reset by Xiaohong and Xiaolan, Wuling refrains from allowing them to overindulge, as the cumulative sensation of fullness can be quite uncomfortable. However, with an impending meeting with Oscar the following day, Wuling decided to let them feast freely that night. Being mere manifestations, their indulgence posed no risk of weight gain or digestive issues. Yet, Wuling later lamented feeling rather bloated. As the clock approached 11 the next morning, Oscar sat alone in his room, feeling more like a prisoner than a protected individual. Reflecting on the previous day's events following his soul awakening, he recalled Venice, who had been unable to muster even a forced smile. Truth be told, Oscar's relationship with Venice was not particularly strong. Nonetheless, compared to others who could barely communicate, Venice had seemed a decent acquaintance. Yet now, it appeared that this friendship might never flourish. Oscar thought little of the loss of a single friend. After all, without companionship, what harm could it bring? The pressing concern was his current predicament, as it seemed the spirit hall had no intention of releasing him, disregarding his opinions entirely. It appeared that his tranquil existence was slipping away. Suddenly, the door creaked open, and a soul master entered. Oh, is lunch being served this early? Oscar thought, turning to see that the soul master bore no food. Come here, young one. A certain esteemed individual wishes to meet you. After a brief acknowledgement, Oscar followed the soul master out of the room. Passing the awakening chamber, he noticed a crowd waiting outside, but he paid them little mind, continuing to follow the soul master to a more spacious room. Upon entering, Oscar's attention was immediately drawn to a boy seated in the center. With tousled black hair and a visage transitioning from cute to strikingly handsome, the boy exuded an air of confidence that suggested he was unflappable, even amidst chaos. Although the Soul Master who had awakened Oscar and the head of the Spirit Hall sat flanking the boy, they were overshadowed by his commanding presence. Upon noticing Oscar's arrival, the boy smiled slightly and said, "Oscar, the woohooing sausage, innate full soul power. Let me be straightforward. Would you care to join our Spirit Hall?" After this declaration, Wuling, who had anticipated a more coercive approach, was taken aback when Oscar promptly responded, "I will join." Oscar's swift agreement left Wuling questioning whether he had somehow become more appealing, as if his mere presence commanded respect. However, Oscar's readiness to accept was not without careful consideration. As an orphan, one would have to be rather foolish not to gauge the sentiments of others, particularly when surrounded by noble patrons or childless elders who might wish to adopt them. Though Oscar himself had no desire for adoption, he had been subtly conditioned to understand the dynamics involved, especially given the Spirit Hall's overt intentions. Since being escorted to the room by a Soul Master the day prior, Oscar had sensed that, despite the care provided, he was not to be allowed to leave. He understood that his options were limited. Joining the Spirit Hall seemed inevitable. Although he preferred the freedom of a simple life, the circumstances dictated otherwise, leaving him powerless against the Spirit Hall's coercive tactics. Today, meeting Wuling. Though he did not know him, Oscar could perceive the respect others showed him, indicating that he was likely a person of great significance. From Wuling's authoritative tone, Oscar sensed a resolute will, yet his demeanor suggested an air of nonchalance. Had it been only the former, the Spirit Hall might have resorted to unscrupulous methods to recruit him. Had it been solely the latter, Oscar could have potentially walked away unscathed. However, with both traits evident, it became clear joining the Spirit Hall was inconsequential compared to the imperative of not aligning with any other faction. Thus, Oscar realized that his choices were reduced to either joining or facing dire consequences. Consequently, when Wuling inquired, Oscar answered without hesitation. As he acquiesced, he reassured himself, this individual is of high standing, and following him should ensure a reasonable standard of living. Oblivious to Oscar's thoughts, Wuling merely focused on the outcome. Well then, do you require anything else? You need not worry about everyday items. We will provide those. However, do you possess anything that holds sentimental value? Hearing Wuling's tone soften slightly, Oscar felt relieved. At least he would not be under the care of an unreasonable individual. Nothing of significance, he replied. Very well. Let us prepare to depart. By the way, I am Wuling, only a few years your senior, and I am indifferent to titles. You may simply call me Big Brother. Had Oscar chosen to decline, Wuling would have surely taken drastic measures, but now that he had agreed, a touch of kindness was acceptable. The combination of a firm hand and gentle encouragement often proves effective in hierarchical relationships. As Wuling made to leave, the head of the Spirit Hall interjected, "Young master, since you have graced us with your presence, why not enjoy lunch before departing? Our mushroom stew is exceptional." After a moment of contemplation, Wuling readily agreed. Very well. Let us prepare swiftly, and do arrange for a carriage. We shall depart once we have finished our meal. Although it was not impossible for the specter to accompany them, Wuling felt a twinge of embarrassment at the thought of being carried by it every day. Thus, he opted for a carriage this time. As Wuling approached the door, he turned to glance at Oscar, who remained rooted in place. "Oscar, come along." After their meal, Wuling led Oscar to the carriage. Before boarding, he addressed the palace master, saying, "Rest assured, the reward will be granted to you. However, due to the sudden turn of events, the specifics have yet to be confirmed. You may also consider what the Soul Master responsible for the awakening desires and report it. Whether it be cultivation resources, soul coins, or other items, as long as they fall within a reasonable range, all will be fulfilled. Naturally, it must remain within that reasonable scope." Regarding the reward, Wuling had already come to an understanding with Bibi Dong, so after sharing this information, he felt no further concern was necessary. With a gentle jolt, the carriage set forth toward its destination, the Spirit City. As for Xiaofan and the others in the capital of the Heavendo Empire, Wuling could retract them into his body once they drew near enough. Feeling the surge of soul power within him, Wuling twisted his neck to alleviate the stiffness from prolonged sitting. Opposite him sat Oscar, diligently practicing the introductory techniques under Wuling's guidance. Observing Oscar immersed in his training, Wuling conversed with Xiaofan, who had been summoned into the shadows. In the original story, Oscar's soul skills were quite commendable. Aside from the sixth soul skill, the mirror, the rest will require your assistance in selection, Xiaofan. Just ensure they are comparable to those in the original narrative. When we pass through the Stardow Forest, we shall secure his first soul skill on the outskirts. Understood. Leave it to me. By the way, I recall that Ma Hongjun is also an orphan, and in this world, there are no three sects as depicted in the comics. What do you intend to do about that? That fellow is of no consequence. I lack the inclination to expend great effort searching for him. Though he possesses a top-tier martial spirit and decent talent, the influence of the evil fire relegates him to merely an upper-tier martial spirit. As for that rabbit, it is uncertain when or from where it ventured to Notting City. Waiting in ambush could very well alert it, hence it is best to disregard it. Once you have crafted the soul-guided weapon for offense, you will be able to connect with the 7 treasure glazed tile pagoda, so there is no rush on that front. To be frank, I find the little cat rather endearing. However, at present, I cannot establish a connection with Xingluo. We shall take it one step at a time. And should circumstances require, I am not opposed to taking decisive action. Subsequently, Wu Ling and Xiaofan engaged in further discussions. When their conversation reached a lively point, Xiaofan emerged from the shadows to sit upon Wu Ling's lap. Oscar, having completed his training, was taken aback by this unexpected addition. During their subsequent break, Wu Ling introduced Xiaolon and Xiaohong to Oscar. Notably, Oscar's first soul skill was acquired with the assistance of the three of them. And thanks to Xiaofan's analysis, his initial ability mirrored that of the original work, providing him with restorative capabilities. When Wu Ling and his companions finally arrived outside the Spirit City, a month had elapsed. During this time, Oscar had grown accustomed to Wu Ling's company, addressing him now as Wu Ge. While Wu Ling had long since become familiar with the grandeur of the Spirit City for Oscar, it was his first encounter with such an imposing metropolis, leaving him awestruck even as he entered the city. Chapter 44. The opening of the tournament after a hiatus of over a month, Wu Ling returned to the Spirit City. And the first order of business was to accompany Oscar to meet his mentor, Bibi Dong. Although Bibi Dong was undoubtedly already aware of the outcome, it was nonetheless appropriate to pay a visit out of both sentiment and propriety. With only 2 months remaining until the elite competition of the Advanced Soul Master Academies across the continent, Bibi Dong, as the Pope, had been rather occupied. However, since Wu Ling was her disciple and Oscar, possessing innate full soul power as a food-type soul master, was of considerable merit, she made time to meet with them. As the Pope, encountering such a gifted individual joining the Spirit Hall warranted a session of encouragement. Naturally, a preferential allocation of educational resources would follow. In conclusion, Bibi Dong even personally penned a note instructing Wu Ling to take Oscar to meet a certain individual. This individual, named Stephen, was a food-type soul master from the Spirit Hall, wielding the soul spirit of longevity noodles, and held a formidable soul power level of 81. With Bibidong's endorsement, Oscar effortlessly became Stephen's disciple. However, Wu Ling noted Oscar's eagerness, sensing that, even without Bibidong's written recommendation, Stephen would have readily accepted him. After all, Oscar, as a food-type soul master with innate full soul power, was the quintessential disciple for any food-type soul master in the world. Stephen, despite his soul spirit being longevity noodles, had no children of his own. He explained that he had not sought a spouse in his youth, believing himself to be a late bloomer, and as he aged, he had lost the inclination to do so. At Stephen's request, Oscar moved into his home to study, while Wu Ling returned to his own quarters after ensuring Oscar's comfort. Oscar's role as an auxiliary was not a reason for Wu Ling to become complacent, for true reliability could only be found in one's own strength. Moreover, when discussing auxiliary capabilities, it was unlikely that anyone could rival Oscar in his field. With the assistance of an ethereal spirit, he could elevate attack, defense, speed, and soul power across the board. Even without the spirit's aid, Wu Ling firmly believed that given a little time, Xiaofan would enable soul masters worldwide to look up to him in awe. Upon arriving home, Xiaofan excitedly dashed back to her room. Having spent a month idly without conducting research, she was now eager to stretch her limbs. Despite her inactivity, she had already conceived numerous ideas in her mind. And it would not be long before Wu Ling witnessed the fruits of her imagination. The process of research and invention can be both swift and slow. The crux lies in inspiration and direction. In the absence of these, progress can feel excruciatingly slow, akin to a headless fly flitting about aimlessly. However, once inspiration and direction are attained, it is merely a matter of assembling knowledge step by step, much like piecing together a puzzle. With the assistance of Wu Ling's third soul skill, Xiaofan, imbued with the spirit of Medea, lacked nothing in terms of knowledge. As for inspiration and direction, these posed no challenge for a youth of Wu Ling's caliber in this new era. Since the courtyard was regularly maintained, upon Xiaofan returning to her room, Xiaolon and Xiaohong instinctively knew to emerge and commenced their training on the grass. Seeing everything back on track, Ling nodded in satisfaction and, without a moment's respite, began his own cultivation. The endeavor of cultivation is inherently tedious and underscores the virtue of perseverance. No strength is acquired without toil. As a certain king stated, one must endure the 7 stages of solitude to become a true powerhouse. And the monotony of cultivation might well represent one of those stages of solitude. Thus, 2 months passed. Grandfather Ghost, here's this month's potion, and Grandfather Moon. This one is for you, Ling stated, handing a vial of black potion to Ghostly Charm and a vial of yellow potion to Moon Guardian. Ghostly Charm accepted the potion without further comment, while Moon Guardian blew a playful kiss towards Ling and said, "Please convey my gratitude to Xiaofun. By the way, has there been any progress on the potion I requested from her?" With an unwavering smile, Ling remarked. Xiaofun mentioned that while transforming an ordinary person is a straightforward matter, for you, Grandfather Yu, a tidal Douluo-level powerhouse, altering your physique is no trivial task. It requires considerable time and rare medicinal herbs, particularly the crucial celestial herb, the yin-yang flower, the whereabouts of which remain unknown. Hearing this, Yu Guan's heart was flooded with mixed emotions. He never anticipated that the greatest obstacle to realizing his dreams would be himself. As the saying goes, attaining cultivation renders one unable to fulfill their aspirations, while relinquishing that very cultivation disqualifies them from achieving those dreams. The prospect of locating the yin-yang flower was something he dared not even contemplate, for even the treasure vault of the Spirit Hall held no such celestial herb. What hope did he have of finding it? Ling chose not to elaborate further on Yu Guan's disappointment. Although he was aware that the ice and fire yin-yang harbored numerous celestial herbs, whether the yin-yang flower was among them remained uncertain. Thus, it was best not to raise Yu Guan's hopes at this juncture. Upon returning to Bibi Dong's side, she stowed the potion she held into her storage ring. Ling oath. Has Xiaofun brought anything new this time? Since Xiaofun's return, Bibi Dong had made it a habit to inquire each time she visited Ling. As this ritual was akin to unboxing a surprise, each time Xiaofun unveiled something new, it brought a ripple of excitement to her otherwise mundane existence. Indeed, teacher. There is something new this time, Ling replied, presenting 3 booklets to the 3 individuals before him, each inscribed with the character for advanced. These are advanced cultivation techniques. They can enhance a person's cultivation speed by 30%, proving far more efficient than the 10% of lower-level techniques or the 20% of standard advanced methods. Upon receiving the techniques, Bibi Dong began to peruse them, her admiration growing as she flipped through the pages. A 30% increase in cultivation efficiency. Had I practiced this technique since childhood, I might have achieved tidal Douluo status before turning 30. After a cursory glance, Bibi Dong closed the booklet and solemnly set it aside. Then came the pivotal moment. Bibi Dong spoke casually, "By the way, Linger, you must have heard that the elite competition for advanced Soul Master Academies across the continent is about to commence." "I have heard, teacher," Linger replied. "Yes. The preliminary rounds will take place within the borders of the Tiando Empire, lasting approximately half a month, followed by a week for the qualifying rounds, with the final match also spanning around a week. Additionally, the contestants from Tiando and Xingluo will require a substantial amount of time, nearly half a month, to travel by carriage to Wuhuan City. Thus, the entire competition will likely take close to 2 months to conclude." After listening attentively, Ling nodded and inquired, "Teacher, is there anything you need me to do?" Instantly, Bibi Dong was momentarily taken aback, pondering what she needed Linger for. The next moment, she regained her composure and replied, "I came to ask if you have any plans to attend the competition." Ling blinked his eyes twice, his adorably naive expression deserving of an A-grade beautiful youth title for his looks. "However, teacher, did we not agree that I would only attend the finals? Lately, with the busyness of life, I seem to have forgotten, and thus I came to confirm. Are you certain that merely attending the final suffices?" After speaking, Bibi Dong casually conversed with Ling for a few moments before departing with Yue Guan. Ling, watching Bibi Dong's retreating figure, remained perplexed. Could a tidal Douluo also forget things? Yet upon reflection, he considered that on the Douluo continent, hidden weapons could slay gods, and even tidal Douluo could succumb to poison, making it somewhat easier to accept the notion of a tidal Douluo's forgetfulness. While Ling might not know how other tidal Douluos were, he was well acquainted with Bibi Dong. Even if Qian Dalu were to suffer from dementia or Tang San were afflicted with polio, Bibi Dong could never possibly forget anything. For a moment, Ling pondered several possibilities, only to dismiss each one. He even questioned the medication given to Bibi Dong by Xiaofun, but since Xiaofun's memory was refreshed every half-month by Ling, there were no doubts there, thus ruling it out as well. Could it be that I am merely overthinking? ultimately unable to discern the truth. Wu Ling relinquished his thoughts and resumed his focus on the art of cultivation. Soon, he was but a step away from achieving level 34. With the assistance of his techniques and Xiaofen's potions, he felt that his cultivation speed as a soul master surpassed even that of his great soul master days. He surmised that he might reach soul sect status within 2 years. 2 months passed in this manner. Tiando, 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 Spirit Hall, Spirit Hall, Spirit Hall. At the competition grounds in Spirit City, the elite teams from the continent's advanced Soul Master Academies, namely Team Tiando and Team Spirit Hall, were vying for the championship. Surrounded by a sea of spectators, Wu Ling sat in a seemingly inconspicuous spot in the front rows, yet from there, he could clearly observe the entire arena. Originally, Bibi Dong had intended for Wu Ling to sit with her on the high platform, but due to his desire for discretion, she had found him such an excellent position instead. In the arena, the Tiando Empire's team was led by a direct descendant of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragons, accompanied by a team composed entirely of Soul Kings aside from the support. Although the support was merely a 30-something level Soul Master, his martial spirit was renowned as the world's greatest support spirit, the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile. This rare collaboration between the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon and the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile indeed provided a slight shock to the spectators. On the Spirit Hall side, the team comprised 7 Soul Kings, led by a man whose martial spirit was the white-armored Earth Dragon. In Wu Ling's eyes, the chances of victory for Tiando and Spirit Hall were nearly equal, although Spirit Hall had 1 more Soul King. The presence of a 7 Treasure Glazed Tile Soul Master outweighed that of a typical Soul King significantly. Additionally, the bloodline of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon was inherently superior to that of the white-armored Earth Dragon, negating the latter's advantage in soul power. Thus, from an overall strength perspective, both sides appeared evenly matched. However, the hope for Spirit Hall's victory lay primarily with the white-armored Earth Dragon, as Wu Ling could sense through his aura that this Soul Master had blood on his hands. In a life-or-death struggle, the white-armored Earth Dragon Soul Master would likely overpower the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon. Moreover, as the final match did not include the Xing Luo main team, Wu Ling could reasonably deduce, based on the original narrative, that Spirit Hall would ultimately emerge victorious. Of course, to hedge against any unforeseen circumstances, Wu Ling had asked Bibi Dong to pass on a lower-level cultivation technique to that Soul Master, for it would soon be made public. And showing it a few days in advance was no great matter. After nearly 20 minutes of battle, only the main forces remained on the field, the 2 Soul Masters of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon and the Soul Master of the White-Armored Earth Dragon. At this juncture, both teams were nearing the depletion of their soul power, and the outcome would ultimately hinge on sheer willpower. From the very onset of the battle, Wu Ling discerned the superior decisiveness and reflexes of the opposing Soul Master from the Spirit Hall. The scales of victory, which had initially been evenly balanced, tipped decisively in favor of the Spirit Hall due to Wu Ling's intervention. The Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Soul Master, having exhausted the last vestiges of his soul power, could only unleash his first-century-old soul skill. In stark contrast, his adversary, the white-armored Earth Dragon Soul Master, summoned his 4th millennium soul skill. In disbelief, the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Soul Master shouted, questioning the impossibility of the situation. Despite the disparity in their soul power levels, he argued that with the support of the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile Pagoda, their total soul power should have been comparable. Yet, when he glanced at the referee, the official merely shook his head, indicating that the opponent had not ingested any substance to recover soul power. Confronted with this harsh reality, the Soul Master was filled with despair and fury, ultimately being sent crashing off the stage by the 4th soul skill of the white-armored Earth Dragon. In an instant, the crowd supporting the Spirit Hall erupted in jubilant cheers, the arena resonating with the name of the Spirit Hall. Amidst the fervent shouts of the audience, this grand competition, held once every 5 years, officially drew to a close. Wu Ling, however, spared no further glance at the spectacle, for he felt no intrigue in facing either team alone. The only regret lingered in not witnessing the spectral white tiger of the Douluo Empire. Nevertheless, he dismissed the thought, prioritizing the preparations for upcoming promotions. Chapter 46. The depth of the Spirit Hall. The crisp sound of footsteps echoed through the corridor as Bibi Dong, adorned in her papal robes and accompanied by Wu Ling, made her way to the conference room. It was now 10 in the morning, a week having passed since the elite competition of the continent's advanced Soul Master Academies. During this week, Wu Ling had meticulously prepared, initiating the planned execution yesterday afternoon. Reflecting on the strategy Wu Ling had shared with her, even after a night's rest, Bibi Dong found her heart still tumultuous. Listening to Wu Ling's footsteps behind her, she couldn't help but marvel at the extraordinary talent she had taken as her disciple. Soon, Bibi Dong and Wu Ling arrived at the entrance of the conference room. The two guards stationed outside saluted her before graciously opening the grand doors, allowing Bibi Dong and Wu Ling to enter. As Wu Ling passed by the guards, he sensed an immense depth of soul power emanating from them. Soul Emperors? No. Their aura was akin to that of Zhao Wuji and Flinder, suggesting they were two soul saints. It was uncommon for soul saints to serve as guards, even in Spirit City, where the Spirit Hall rarely exhibited such extravagance. Thus, it was evident that this conference room must possess the highest standards. After all, as he had mentioned to his mentor yesterday, it was likely that more than just elders would attend this gathering. Upon entering the opulent conference room, Wu Ling, accustomed to the papal hall, was taken aback by its grandeur. The room was even more lavish than the office of the highest authority, yet considering that all shareholders, including the principal stakeholders, would convene here, such opulence seemed appropriate. At the center of the room stood a table extending 20 meters, flanked by 10 seats on each side, totaling 20, with larger thrones at each end. One throne bore a crown, symbolizing the Pope, while the other was occupied by a young maiden with 3 pairs of pristine wings, an unmistakable representation of the Spirit Hall's 6-winged angel spirit. As Bibi Dong entered, all eyes in the room turned towards her, the Pope, except for one individual who focused intently on Wu Ling. Following the gaze, Wu Ling realized that it belonged to the Grand Priest, Douluo, seated beneath the 6-winged angel throne. Wu Ling hastily lowered his head and continued to follow Bibi Dong towards the jade throne. Once Bibi Dong was seated, all the attendees had gathered. At this moment, Wu Ling stood quietly beside Bibi Dong, discreetly glancing upwards. He discovered that aside from himself, there were a total of 15 seated individuals. The mere fact that they occupied these seats indicated that each one of them was a top-tier soul master, a titled Douluo on this continent. Flanking Douluo were 6 men, who were the esteemed offerings of the Spirit Hall. However, Wu Ling could only recognize the golden crocodile Douluo and the twin brothers of demon suppression, although he had heard of the others' illustrious names. His primary recollection stemmed from the incident at Jialing Pass, where the 3 were detained by Tang Xiao and subsequently defeated by the reinforcements. On either side of Bibi Dong sat the formidable Ju Douluo and Ghost Douluo, followed by the likes of the Demon Bear, Ghost Leopard, Shi Long, and the Porcupine, culminating with the current 7th Elder. To Oba she was still a Soul Douluo, while Yu Xiaojiang, the honorary Elder, was not present at this time. Thus, the 7th Elder must be the 9th Elder, who would one day perish alongside Yu Yuanjin. It appears that the 4th son, who was famously overpowered by Yu Yuanjin in the comic, is absent. Yet, considering their combat prowess, it seems that Douluo could single-handedly take on 2 opponents. As Wu Ling absorbed the atmosphere within the conference room, he discreetly observed the 15 titled Douluo present, his mind wandering uncontrollably. 15 titled Douluo, was this the true foundation of the Spirit Hall? It had only been 4 years. It remained uncertain whether the elders of the Haotian sect had ascended to titled Douluo. With 2 from the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile sect and 1 from the Blue Sky Tyrannosaurus, even with the addition of Douluo, the military prowess of the Heaven Do Empire still lagged significantly behind that of the Spirit Hall, although nearly a decade remained before the story's commencement. Rendering everyone's spirit power levels somewhat lower than in the original narrative, this difference was relatively minor and would not have a profound impact. Thus, even without Douluo taking action, the Spirit Hall could still obliterate the Heaven Do Empire, leveraging its overwhelming advantages. Of course, after the annihilation of the Heaven Do Empire, the Star Luo Empire, which would stand as an equal rival, would undoubtedly launch an assault on the Spirit Hall. However, Douluo would not idly observe the destruction of the Spirit Hall. Under the formidable strength of the Limit Douluo, the Star Luo Empire, lacking comparable might, would also face annihilation. Simply put, as long as Tangshan, parasitized by the blood-red 9-headed Bat King, remained unconscious, the Spirit Hall could unify the entire continent at the cost of its own vitality. Yet, this was merely a fleeting thought for Wu Ling. After all, the members of the Spirit Hall lacked his omniscient perspective, and thus they would surely reject the notion of sacrificing their lives for the sake of a unified continent, especially if the outcome was their own demise. Nevertheless, a surge of ambition coursed through Wu Ling's heart, such formidable combat power, were it not for that fellow Tang San. One might ponder what could possibly lead to the downfall of the Spirit Empire. In the original narrative, the sole reason for the Spirit Empire's defeat was Tang San. Now, with my assistance, not only Tang San, but even the entire lineage of the Tang sect would not instill fear in me. Among the assembly, Each individual was a formidable powerhouse, and thus Wu Ling's furtive glances bore no distinction from open scrutiny in their eyes. The elders, well acquainted with Wu Ling, paid little heed to his behavior. On the other hand, one of the offerings, initially intent on speaking, instinctively glanced at Qian Dalu before doing so. Only to find Qian Dalu smiling at Wu Ling. Ultimately, he chose to exhibit generosity and disregarded Wu Ling's surreptitious observations. All right, Linger, cease your furtive glances. Everyone present is a titled Douluo. As my disciple, you should carry yourself with confidence, Qian Dalu remarked. Understood, Master, Wu Ling replied, standing at attention and gazing openly at the assembly. Upon recognizing that all present were titled Douluo, he displayed no hint of trepidation, eliciting admiration even from the offerings. The Pope, Bibi Dong, and the Grand Offering, Qian Dalu, remained silent, with none daring to break the silence. It was only when Wu Ling appeared to have satisfied his scrutiny that Qian Dalu slightly nodded and spoke. Bibi Dong, since you have summoned this assembly of such magnitude, please proceed with your purpose. Bibi Dong adjusted her posture, and a potent aura of spirit power emanated from her. The intensity of her spirit power left all but the Ju Douluo and the ghost Douluo's offspring momentarily astonished. Although Bibi Dong had only ascended to the 90th rank 2 years prior, the depth of her spirit power was far beyond that of an ordinary titled Douluo. Even those at the 92nd rank, such as the Snake Spear and the Spike Porcupine, felt considerable pressure emanating from her presence. Indeed, Bibi Dong's current spirit power level stood at the 93rd rank, and she was not merely a novice, within the cohort of 93rd rank titled Douluo. She occupied a position above average. In the past 2 years, she had absorbed a soul ring from a 100,000-year-old soul beast. Coupled with the techniques and potions provided by Wu Ling, these factors culminated in her rapid ascent to this level within just 2 years, a speed remarkable compared to those titled Douluo who had lingered at their current ranks for 3, 5, or even several decades. I presume many of you elders are filled with questions. I can only say that half of my progress is attributable to my disciple, Wu Ling, and this meeting was convened at his request, Bibi Dong stated, casting a glance at Wu Ling and nodding gently, signaling him to commence. Facing the gaze of the 15 titled Douluo, Wu Ling remained composed, a smile gracing his lips as he began his address. Esteemed elders, I am Wu Ling, the disciple of our esteemed master. Before I elucidate the purpose behind my request for this meeting, I kindly ask that you peruse these 3 volumes. Wu Ling then circled the table, pausing beside each individual to retrieve 3 small books from his storage ring, each labeled with the words low, medium, and high on their covers. As Wu Ling distributed the texts, he spoke, Esteemed elders, please examine and attempt the contents of this book in the order of low, medium, and high. As a titled Douluo, it is a fundamental skill to read a book in a single glance. After the assembly perused the tome marked low, except for a few elders already privy to the information, the rest turned to Wu Ling with expressions of bewilderment, subsequently channeling their soul power. Every individual present was intimately familiar with their own soul power, and upon completing a full cycle as instructed in the book, they discovered that their absorption of soul power had indeed increased by 10% compared to their usual capacity. In that instant, the fervent gazes of the crowd seemed capable of igniting the other 2 books, particularly those of the venerable elders, whose previously placid demeanors had vanished without a trace. It is well understood that after ascending to the rank of titled Douluo, the disparities between levels grow ever wider, especially beyond the 95th level. To be informed that a mere technique could enhance their soul power absorption by such a margin was exhilarating beyond words. This 10% increase not only signified a swifter cultivation pace but also indicated that their soul power recovery during battle would surpass that of their peers by a similar margin. Despite their elation, they maintained the composure befitting their status as formidable beings. In unison, they reached for the second book inscribed with medium. After perusing and testing its contents, they swiftly moved on to the 3rd tome. As they practiced the techniques from the 3rd book, they repeated the exercises incessantly, had it not been for Bibi Dong's interruption. They might have continued their cultivation in the conference room until the end of time. Addressing the fervent gazes of the assembly, Bibi Dong remained composed, saying, I am aware of your inquiries, but did I not mention earlier that this meeting was proposed by Linger? All 3 techniques originate solely from his efforts. Noting the incredulous expressions among the crowd, Wu Ling, unfazed, commenced his narrative. Esteemed elders, having validated the authenticity of these 3 techniques, allow me to share a tale with you. The story begins with the deities traversing the earth. Wu Ling embellished the story he recounted to Bibi Dong, explaining that the increase in soul rings led to a multitude of memories from different perspectives at the same time. This tale, which lasted for half an hour, did not bore the elders and offerings present. Rather, it left them yearning for more. Following this, Wu Ling demonstrated his martial soul and elucidated its capabilities. Although he concealed certain information from the outside world, he maintained transparency within the group, provided he was certain there were no traitors among them. The narrative served as a means to capture the attention of the Pope and the elders, aiming to gain recognition from the entire Spirit Hall. Nevertheless, despite the captivating nature of the story and the exceptional qualities of his martial soul, along with the presentation of 3 techniques as evidence, trust was not easily earned. Genie Douluo, an elder of even higher seniority than Douluo, expressed skepticism, his decades of worldview and pride rendering him unwilling to accept Wu Ling's claims. Upon hearing Genie Douluo's remarks, the previously doubtful elders turned their gaze to Wu Ling, eager to see how he would address their concerns or present convincing evidence. Anticipating such a scenario, Wu Ling had dedicated part of the preceding week to prepare for this moment. The realization that his contingency plan had borne fruit brought him a sense of satisfaction, akin to the enjoyment he found in organizing characters from weakest to strongest when playing games. For instance, in FGO, he insisted that Snowbee should always be placed at the end. Wu Ling understood that no matter what he said, the elders would remain skeptical. However, he believed actions spoke louder than words. "I invite you all to my home, where everything will be revealed," he said, gesturing towards the door. "Very well. I shall accompany you," replied Genie Douluo. Under Wu Ling's guidance, the 15 titled Douluo made their way to his residence. Wu Ling intended to serve tea to the elders, but was promptly halted by Genie Douluo's dismissive wave. "There is no need for such formalities. Simply present your evidence directly." Wu Ling waved his hand, signaling the servants to return to their quarters, and then slowly walked to the center of the courtyard. "Before the demonstration, I would like to pose a question to the esteemed elders. What is the purpose of soul power? In the present day, aside from leveling up to wield soul power and enhance physical prowess, do soul masters have any other practical applications for it?" The answer is no. Contemporary soul masters rarely utilize soul power beyond the aforementioned aspects. In light of this, I must express my belief that soul power is by no means a cumbersome asset. The promotion of the 48th technique. After Wu Ling concluded his statement, he casually clapped his hands, and in an instant, numerous formations appeared on the ground. The walls of the building, the towering tree in the courtyard, and even in the sky. "Welcome to my workshop," he proclaimed. "Here, a 30-layer all-encompassing barrier is established, capable of withstanding the full force of a Soul Emperor's attack for 10 minutes. There are 3 medium-level soul power furnaces and 6 low-level soul power furnaces, collectively equivalent to the soul power of 3 ordinary level 60 Soul Emperors. Furthermore, I have developed Beast Bone Soldiers, a creation originally exclusive to dragon species, which can now be fashioned from the remains of any soul beast due to my enhancements, from the carcasses of century-old soul beasts, augmented by my strengthening magic. I can create 50 Beast Bone Soldiers of the Great Soul Master level, while 10 Beast Bone Soldiers of the Soul Sect level can be made from millennia-old soul beasts, and 3 of the Soul Emperor level using the remains of 10,000-year-old soul beasts. In addition to these, countless traps have been set, and certain passageways have undergone dimensional alterations. Although my current abilities do not permit me to manipulate spatial turbulence, I can still impede communication and lead individuals astray within these confines. Lastly, there is my own strength. Within this workshop, I can instantly deploy a Soul King level attack and defensive formation, and with just 3 seconds of preparation, I can unleash a Soul Emperor level assault. With the supply from the magic furnaces, I need not fear depletion. Thus, as long as I remain in this workshop, I can assert with certainty that I am invincible below the rank of Soul Sage, and I can match a Soul Sage 1-for-1. All of this is the handiwork of my humble Soul Master avatar. To claim invincibility beneath the Soul Sage rank as a Soul Master is indeed audacious. Yet, if it is a fact, then such confidence cannot be deemed arrogance. Bibi Dong and Douluo, as titled Douluos, required no testing. A mere perception confirmed the truth of Wu Ling's words, and he appeared somewhat modest. Even the proud golden crocodile Douluo found it hard to maintain his composure upon witnessing the formations and Beast Bone Soldiers surrounding Wu Ling. Under Wu Ling's guidance, they toured the entire workshop, personally experiencing the seemingly trivial yet profoundly impactful attacks and defenses. They did not even entertain thoughts of dismissing Wu Ling's workshop as merely capable of resisting those below the Soul Sage rank, confined to such a small area. After all, the significance of this workshop far outweighed its inherent abilities. It substantiated the veracity of Wu Ling's tales. Furthermore, the terminology Wu Ling employed and their own perspectives indicated that the workshop's potential extended far beyond what they had witnessed. Upon returning to the conference room after their tour, the expressions of Bibi Dong and her companions occasionally revealed fleeting moments of astonishment, including Bibi Dong herself. For Wu Ling had merely mentioned having a means to gain their trust the previous afternoon, without hinting at such a staggering revelation. However, as titled Douluos, their inner fortitude was extraordinary. After a brief moment, they regained their composure, and thereafter, their gazes toward Wu Ling had transformed. Wu Ling understood that he had captured everyone's attention, and one of his objectives had been fulfilled. Esteemed elders, having visited my workshop, you must now believe in my words. I have an important proposal to present, namely, the disclosure of my techniques. At this declaration, the atmosphere shifted dramatically. Each of the three techniques he referred to was worthy of being a family heirloom, and the idea of publicizing them was utterly implausible, even for Wu Ling, their author. However, before they could voice their objections, Wu Ling's tone shifted abruptly. Of course, I do not refer to those three techniques, but rather to this one. He then produced 15 copies of a rudimentary technique for all to examine and proceeded to elucidate. The cultivation of soul power by soul masters can be broadly divided into two steps: attracting soul power from the atmosphere and absorbing that soul power. This particular technique was derived from modifications of a lower-level technique. It allows individuals to attract an additional 10% of soul power, but it does not enable the absorption of that portion. Even though attracting soul power raises the concentration around the body, the increase is minimal, merely 1 to 3%, still far from rivaling lower-level techniques. Regarding the three advanced techniques, my intention is that the high-level techniques should be reserved for the esteemed titled Douluo elders, while the intermediate ones may be granted to loyal soul sages and soul Douluos, and the lower-level techniques should be limited to those of soul masters and soul emperors, or the elite of our martial soul academy. Naturally, if the number of individuals studying the low-level techniques increases, there exists a risk of leaks. However, as long as the top-tier advanced techniques remain confidential, our advantage will persist. Additionally, I have prepared something for the esteemed elders. Wu Ling then presented 15 vials of potions, placing them before the elders. These are my developed cultivation potions, categorized into low, medium, and high levels. Knowing the martial spirits of my esteemed teacher and the elders, I have prepared high-level potions for you, which will enhance your cultivation efficiency by 30% for half a month upon consumption. As for those whose martial spirits I am unfamiliar with, I have only made medium-level potions, which will increase cultivation efficiency by 20% for the same duration. Upon seeing Wu Ling unveil such extraordinary concoctions, the elders who had never tasted them opened their vials and took tentative sips, feeling an undeniable acceleration in the flow of their soul power. Their eyes instantly sparkled with the brightness of light bulbs. Once more, their gazes toward Wu Ling shifted. They were now inclined to confine him and demand he produce 3 vials of potions daily without sustenance. With a gentle cough from Douluo, the others quickly extinguished that thought with cold sweats, redirecting their focus to cultivating a favorable relationship with Wu Ling. I have a precious medicinal herb at home. I possess a fine wine at home. I have a wonderful granddaughter at home. Those who had initially harbored discontent regarding Wu Ling's unilateral allocation of techniques now reconsidered, embracing the distribution wholeheartedly, believing that a child as commendable as Wu Ling must have his reasons for such decisions. During this period, regardless of the seemingly predatory gazes directed at him or the subsequent silence, Wu Ling maintained a serene smile. Even Douluo could not discern whether Wu Ling's provision of third-level potions to the elders and second-level potions to the offerings was an act of inadvertence or intentionality. Nevertheless, the trajectory of the meeting appeared to be firmly in Wu Ling's grasp. Although the assembly concluded, Wu Ling's influence continued to burgeon, as the nature of his martial arts led a significant number of soul masters to become aware of the current Pope's disciple, Wu Ling. Chapter 49. The Soul Power Circuit. Following the announcement of the martial arts, a multitude of wild soul kings and superior beings declared their allegiance to the Spirit Hall. The Spirit Hall initially conducted rigorous identity verifications for these individuals before issuing conditions for acceptance. Only those employed for 3 years or those who had made significant contributions would be granted access to the corresponding martial arts techniques. Amidst the external uproar, Wu Ling experienced some repercussions, notably an increase in the number of spies attempting to gather intelligence on him. Initially resistant to disclosing his identity as the researcher, he ultimately succumbed to the persuasions of Douluo and Bibi Dong. In their eyes, Wu Ling, who achieved the rank of Soul Master at the tender age of 10, paired with his unique martial arts and potions, was destined to wield significant power by the age of 30. Thus, early promotion was imperative, even if it meant advancing by 2 decades. regarding the notion that a tree that stands out will inevitably attract the wind. Douluo countered with the adage about finding solace beneath a great tree, successfully assuaging Wu Ling's trepidations. He also promised Wu Ling 3 opportunities to take action, although Wu Ling felt he might never require such assurances. However, given the gravity of the situation, refusing would have been a slight against Douluo, compelling Wu Ling to acquiesce. After Wu Ling's consent, the residences of all offerings transformed into frequent haunts for him, akin to opening a new map in a game. While within the spirit city, Wu Ling, aided by his keen perception, could effortlessly detect the eyes of the spies, making their presence merely an inconvenience rather than a significant nuisance. On the morning following the martial arts announcement, Wu Ling, having enjoyed breakfast, sat in the courtyard sipping tea, the crispness of the early autumn air providing a refreshing chill. Xiaofen, how is your research progressing lately? Seated across from him, Xiaofen, indulging in sweet treats and swinging her small feet, swallowed her dessert before scooping another spoonful and responding. If we're speaking of the most significant research, it must be the martial arts. The exclusive technique you desire is beginning to take shape, but beyond that, it is more akin to a bodily transformation. Or as I prefer to call it, the soul power circuit. The soul power circuit? Upon hearing Xiaofen utter this term, Wu Ling was reminded of the magical circuits from the Naciverse. Indeed, it is the concept of magical circuits that inspired me. These circuits are akin to simulated nerves, organs not observable through modern medical means. One of their functions is to convert life force into magical energy for use, with the vitality of the human body referred to as little source within that realm. However, during the Age of Gods, sorcerers did not need to expend their own life force. Some even lacked magical circuits yet could still wield magic, as they utilized Great Source, the life force of the world or planet itself. As the Age of Gods waned, the life force of the planet began to diminish, heralding the decline of the Great Source, a phenomenon described in Eastern philosophy as the end of the Dharma era. Those unable to utilize the Great Source had to rely on magical circuits to expend their own little source to perform magic. In Douluo continent, soul masters cultivate by absorbing the world's soul power, yet when employing it, they can only utilize their own soul power. This mirrors the Naciverse method of replenishing one's magical energy with the Great Source, yet only using little source to cast spells, a redundant approach. Thus, inspired by the concept of magical circuits, I have developed the soul power circuit, allowing your body to connect with the world, facilitating constant cultivation and absorption of soul power. Or in simpler terms, a form of idle cultivation and infinite energy. Idle cultivation, infinite energy. As Wu Ling listened to the concept proposed by Xiaofen, his astonishment was utterly uncontainable. Initially, he had merely inquired about the progress in a casual manner, but Xiaofen had bombarded him with a revelation akin to a 4-2 explosion. Observing Wu Ling's surprise, Xiaofen continued to elaborate. Though the infinite blue bar may suggest boundlessness, your own capacity for endurance has its limits. To illustrate, think of your soul power as a bucket of water, and the tap on that bucket represents the amount of soul power you can release at once. A tidal Douluo's soul power is comparable to a reservoir, with the sluice gate indicating its capacity. The essence of the infinite blue bar implies that the tap is connected to the ocean. While the resources are inexhaustible, the maximum outflow at any given time remains constrained. As for the speed of passive cultivation, it is approximately half the efficiency of your active training. However, it offers the advantage of being practiced anytime and anywhere, without interfering with other techniques, potions, or your personal cultivation. Based on my calculations, as long as you can establish a soul power circuit within your body, you could ascend to the Soul Master rank in less than a year. Even in the future, through continuous modifications and enhancements, along with the cultivation of several avatars, I can guarantee your elevation to tidal Douluo within a decade. Xiaofen was visibly exhilarated by her own assertions. Yet Wu Ling's expression revealed a hint of trepidation at such rapid cultivation rates. He voiced a sentiment that would surely provoke the envy of many stagnated soul masters. Xiaofen, isn't that a bit too fast? It's prudent to solidify one's foundation. However, Xiaofen, with a proud smile, allayed his concerns. I had anticipated your apprehension, which is why I have prepared an additional soul power circuit. This will continually compress your soul power, enhancing its quality and stabilizing your foundation. Rest assured, the compression of your soul power will not allow the protagonist to surpass you. In my projections, even with the compression, as long as each soul ring absorbs at a higher level, ascending one major tier in approximately 2 years is entirely feasible. What could that Tang Sen fellow possibly do to keep up? With trembling hands fueled by excitement, Wu Ling took a sip of tea, the now lukewarm green tea helping to calm his racing mind. When approximately can this be accomplished? He inquired. Xiaofan. Placing the spoon used for her dessert against her rosy lips, estimated with a thoughtful pause, it should take just a little over half a year. Upon hearing this, Wu Ling nodded gravely, acknowledging that even if he could train passively later, his own cultivation must not wane. Although he had been somewhat occupied lately, after acquiring the third soul ring, there were matters concerning Oscar, the continent-wide competition. As well as techniques and offerings, he had not devoted himself wholeheartedly to his training. However, in truth, he had not engaged in much. Oscar had agreed long ago. He had merely spectated the competition, and the techniques had been completed in just one day a few days prior. Indeed, these various matters proved to be quite bothersome. It was far better to remain at home and cultivate. He resolved not to venture out until he reached level 40 in his training. Having spoken, Wu Ling summoned a servant to tidy up the tea table, then stood, stretching languidly and inhaling the cool air deeply. Little Pink may continue her research, he announced. As for Little Red and Little Blue, let us commence, brothers. Chapter 50, The Bloodstained Village. The wind howled in his ears as Wu Ling sprinted swiftly across the plains. His destination still the Douluo forest ahead. Indeed, after a year and a half, with only a month left until his 12th birthday, Wu Ling had achieved level 40. At 12 years old, he was not merely unparalleled but perhaps even unprecedented, excluding that fellow, Qian Renxue. Throughout this year and a half, only two matters had piqued Wu Ling's interest. The first was that, over half a year ago, Little Pink had finally completed her research on the soul power circuits and implemented them on Wu Ling. As the beneficiary, Wu Ling could only describe the outcome as astonishingly favorable, despite just reaching level 40. The total quantity and quality of his soul power enabled him to contend with soul kings without hesitation. In fact, under the formidable recovery capacity of his techniques, even a weaker soul king could be overwhelmed by Wu Ling. The second matter pertained to Yu Xiaojiang. A few months after the announcement of the techniques, Yu Xiaojiang published another article stating that these techniques ought to be shared by the Spirit Hall. Upon hearing this, Wu Ling nearly lost his composure and felt an urge to thrash Yu Xiaojiang, pointing a finger at him and exclaiming, "Why not suggest that the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon share its dragon transformation, the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School share its 7 treasures, or the Haodian School share its explosive rings?" However, rather than confronting Yu Xiaojiang, Wu Ling was more concerned about Bibi Dong. It was conceivable that one day Yu Xiaojiang might seek out Bibi Dong regarding the techniques, or in the future, the cultivation methods for twin martial souls and techniques could be acquired for Tang San, while Bibi Dong, his esteemed mentor, might simultaneously urge him forward while haughtily bestowing them upon Yu Xiaojiang. Little Pink seemed to sense Wu Ling's distress and emerged from the room that day, requesting a few drops of his blood, thus taking it upon herself to handle the matter. She assured him, "Do not worry, my host. That fellow Yu Xiaojiang will never again obtain even a copper soul coin from Bibi Dong." However, following this, due to Little Pink crossing her arms and protesting, "My host wishes to view the memories of a little girl. How utterly perverse." Wu Ling refrained from merging with Little Pink's memories thereafter, leaving him unaware of her actions. Yet, after all that had transpired, he felt confident in her abilities. Subsequently, Wu Ling's spirits lifted, and even his training seemed to accelerate, until now, having reached level 40. He set out to hunt for his 4th soul ring. With his strength no longer weak, he could not only face Soul Kings head-on but, at full force, could even contend against Soul Emperors. Having not ventured out for quite some time, he opted to travel on foot, enjoying the scenic beauty and unique characteristics of the various cities along the way, while the ghost Douluo lurked in the shadows to protect him. As the sun descended to the horizon, the verdant grassland became enveloped in a golden glow. After running at a steady pace for a while, Wu Ling came to a halt, retrieving a bottle of water and a map from his storage ring. Although he had long since devised a route for his journey, he had deviated from his original plan upon hearing of a grand city hosting a food festival. Thus, he decided to embrace the detour, purchasing a map, and proceeded to advance towards the Douluo forest while perusing it. Under the twilight glow of the setting sun, Wu Ling took a sip of water and glanced at the map. There remained half a day's journey to the starry forest, however. A village lay a mere 10 kilometers ahead. This evening, he could seek refuge in that village, resting there until the morrow when he would set forth towards the starry forest. After confirming his direction, Wu Ling stowed away his water bottle and map, then sprinted towards the location of the village. Along this stretch of road, he consciously slowed his pace, for he needed to conserve some soul power. The mere existence of a village so close to the Douluo forest was indeed suspicious, leading one to ponder the underlying motives. Perhaps some soul masters, possessing unique martial souls or peculiar mentalities, preferred to remain unaffiliated with any factions, thereby establishing dominion in the vicinity of the Douluo forest. While outright robbery might be unlikely, it was conceivable that they could levy tolls from passing travelers based on their strength. Such soul masters would likely possess soul power levels that were neither too low nor excessively high. Those of lesser strength would lack the capability to impose tolls, while those of higher levels would hardly be content with merely extracting fees in a single village. Thus, most of these soul masters would generally range from levels 30 to 50, although Wu Ling was not particularly intimidated by soul kings of level 50. It was prudent to exercise caution. As Wu Ling slowed his pace, his thoughts drifted to other matters, particularly his current objectives. Among my first 3 soul rings, 2 belong to the killing category and 1 to the arts. For research purposes, 1 small pink ring suffices, so I shall forego the arts ring. The killing rings are somewhat excessive, and the riding category seems unnecessary as well. In summary, I will focus on the upper 3 riding and frenzy categories. With my prolonged training and the assistance of small pink's potions, I can absorb soul rings exceeding 10,000 years. Additionally, with the aid of my 3 avatars, absorbing soul rings of 40 to 50,000 years seems feasible. Let me ponder which suitable souls exist among the 4-star and lower spirits. A dragon-type soul beast should suffice to summon Fei Gu, though Dragon Lady is also a possibility. A wild boar or feline type could yield Tom Yao. Yet concerns arise regarding the brushes and other spirits related to wild boars. As for Uncle B, he necessitates a divine bloodline, which presents a greater challenge to procure. If I were to seek a lotus root soul beast, summoning the 3rd prince could be feasible. Yet even the records of the spirit hall lack a lotus root soul beast of 10,000 years. Could it be that Sunflower Gowan may yield a Sunflower Emperor? If that were to materialize, it would still be a slim chance for anything else. Must I resort to summoning lower star spirits using higher tier soul beasts? Much like Sasaki and Medea? While star ratings merely signify rarity rather than absolute strength, the prospect of summoning a 4-star spirit only to end up with a 3-star or 2-star feels somewhat unsatisfactory. Wu Ling was engulfed in contemplation as he approached the village. The sun has just set, yet why is the village shrouded in darkness? Wu Ling pondered aloud, gazing at the village not far ahead. As he drew ever closer, a faint tremor passed through his nose, and suddenly, his expression shifted dramatically, compelling him to halt in his tracks. The scent of blood was palpable, and it was an overwhelmingly strong stench. Wu Ling gazed solemnly at the village ahead, which loomed like a beast concealed in the shadows, waiting for him to fall into its gaping maw. Grandpa Ghost. Upon receiving a reply, Wu Ling felt a sense of certainty within. Yet he quickly chuckled to himself in self-mockery. It appears I have indeed developed a reliance on Grandpa Ghost. Wu Ling steadied his mind and continued to approach the village. Arriving at its outskirts, there, 2 lifeless bodies lay sprawled upon the ground. As Wu Ling cast his gaze around, he beheld the entire village drenched in vivid crimson blood. Chapter 51. The malevolent soul master Wu Ling gazed upon the tragic state of the entire village, his teeth instinctively clenching. He was no benevolent saint. If faced with adversaries, he would choose to eradicate them without hesitation. Yet, the distinction between mere words and the raw reality was profound. Witnessing such a massacre for the first time, Wu Ling found himself struggling to maintain composure. Once he regained his calm, he shifted his gaze to the 2 corpses in front of the village. With a silent apology in his heart, he casually picked up a wooden stick and turned one of the bodies over. However, as he did so, a frown creased his brow. While the bodies had been flipped, their heads remained lying in place. Had the 2 individuals, in their flight, met their demise by having their heads severed from behind by a sharp blade? Wu Ling carefully examined the severed necks before him, growing increasingly astonished by the exceptionally sharp weapon that had produced such remarkably smooth incisions. Even the vertebrae bore no signs of irregularity. After scrutinizing the cuts, Wu Ling shifted his gaze to their bodies, which were draped in tattered garments, marred by numerous lacerations. Dried blood clung to their skin, causing the remnants of their clothing to adhere to their forms. The daggers appeared to be a type of short blade, albeit one that was not particularly common, as I could not identify it. Moreover, judging by the coagulation of the blood, it was evident that this tragedy had transpired within the last day. Wu Ling turned their heads over with a wooden stick, their expressions frozen in the final moments before death. Shock and terror, combined with a hint of madness, rendered their faces grotesquely distorted, as if they had witnessed something beyond comprehension. The events unfolded within a single day, perpetrated by a figure wielding a short blade, capable of annihilating an entire village, undoubtedly a soul master. The motive remained obscure, yet if such a soul master were involved, it would be reasonable to conclude the presence of a malevolent soul master. The malevolent soul master, the most detestable of all professions in the Douluo continent, cultivates through the consumption of soul power, vitality, flesh, and souls, allowing for an exceptionally rapid training pace prior to achieving the title of Douluo. Their bizarre martial spirits also bestow them with strength surpassing that of their peers. Under the suppression of the spirit hall, any traces of malevolent soul masters would prompt military action for eradication. Although the city of Slaughter served as a haven for malevolent soul masters, they remained relatively subdued across the ages. However, with Tangsan's rise, the city of Slaughter was obliterated and the spirit hall was vanquished. Particularly after Tangsan ascended to godhood, he seemingly disregarded these blights upon the continent, leading to the gradual resurgence of malevolent soul masters, who began to grow stronger in the absence of a refuge and restraint. During the era of the Peerless Tank sect, malevolent soul masters formed an organization under the leadership of powerful individuals, culminating in the establishment of the Holy Spirit sect, signifying the peak of their influence. At present, Wuling encountered an individual suspected to be a malevolent soul master and, recognizing the threat they posed, had little time for contemplation. He instructed the shadowy figures, including Xiaolan and the others, to prepare. Utilizing his first soul skill and allowing Sasaki to possess him, Wuling, with the sun having fully set, stepped into the darkened village tinged with a hint of crimson. Yet, unbeknownst to Wuling, as he entered the village, one of the severed heads, in the absence of wind, began to slowly turn towards him. Then, the skin of that head began to swell ever so slightly, as if something were attempting to detach from it. Concurrently, within a house in the village, a man lying on the bed suddenly opened his eyes wide. In the unnaturally quiet village, the scurrying of mice and the occasional croak of a crow echoed with an unsettling sharpness. As Wuling traversed the village path, each house he passed revealed several lifeless bodies sprawled by the roadside. The ancient trees lining the way, once adorned with vibrant green sprouts, now bore a crimson shroud of blood. A sound akin to a bead dropping and rolling a few times resonated from the narrow alleyway nestled between two houses. Wuling placed his hand upon the hilt of his sword, gradually turning and making his way toward the alley. As he approached, a gentle voice called out, "My lord." "Over here, my lord." Wuling turned his gaze towards the sound, spotting a tattered woman discreetly waving at him. Under ordinary circumstances, this would evoke a sense of spring's sudden arrival, yet through the ragged fabric, he could only discern her skeletal frame. "Who are you?" Wuling inquired cautiously. The woman scrutinized him intently before peering around, as if to ascertain something. Once satisfied, she responded, "My lord, you are a soul master, are you not? I am a villager from this area. The outside world is perilous, and danger could emerge at any moment. Please, accompany me back, and I shall explain everything in due time." After speaking, the woman glanced around once more before turning and retreating into a narrow alley behind her. Wuling observed with a peculiar expression. As a native of the incident's location, one would expect a sense of urgency to compel him to approach the outsider for assistance. However, the woman's calm demeanor was indeed suspicious. Ultimately, driven by his towering stature and audacious spirit, Wuling contemplated for a moment before deciding to follow her. Drawing from his extensive experience with horror films, he reasoned that regardless of whether the woman was benevolent or malevolent, the true perpetrator would inevitably reveal themselves. In doing so, the mystery would unravel, allowing him to conserve both time and energy in the pursuit of the culprit. Wuling followed closely behind the woman, meandering for less than 10 minutes until he arrived at the backyard of an old house. It was only when the woman confirmed that Wuling was her sole companion in the darkness that she began to feel around the grass and opened a cellar. Wuling observed the woman's adept demeanor, and in his heart, he couldn't help but trust her words to some extent. If she were not a native, it would indeed be unlikely for anyone to discover such a concealed location. Wuling followed the woman into the basement, and just as he was about to close the door, he paused momentarily, sensing a gentle breeze caress his face. He then firmly shut the basement door. As Wuling descended further, a faint, unusual odor wafted into his nostrils. He adjusted his breathing and maintained his composure, continuing to trail behind the woman. Though Wuling remained silent, the woman began to explain, "This cellar was originally used for pickling vegetables, which is why it carries a peculiar scent." Upon reaching the cellar, Wuling surveyed the surroundings, noting 6 large jars standing prominently in the center. He lifted the lid, and a pungent mix of sour and salty odors assaulted him. Using a wooden stick beside the jars, he prodded inside, confirming that the contents indeed consisted solely of pickled vegetables. Satisfied with his findings, he turned to the woman and inquired directly, "Who are you really? If you are indeed a villager, please recount to me in detail the events that have transpired here." Chapter 52. Puppets. The woman's expression soured. as if she had rehearsed the tale many times before, and she began to recount the happenings in their village. Our village is called Chuanmu Village, and the village leader is named Gao Jianli, reputed to be a level 49 soul master. Although we villagers periodically offer a portion of our grain or money as protection fees, that esteemed leader has not taken advantage of his formidable strength to oppress us. Rather, he has devoted himself to our protection and assistance, earning our deep respect and affection. However, everything changed 7 days ago, one afternoon. It is said that a soul master came to seek out Lord Gao Jianli, proposing a transaction. The details of their conversation remain unknown, but that very night, Lord Gao began to isolate himself. Then, 6 days ago, the behavior of many villagers began to grow increasingly strange. At the time, we dismissed it, but in hindsight, it seems that the villagers may have been altered during that period. Wu Ling interrupted the woman, inquiring, "What changes? Could you elaborate?" The woman nodded obediently. Unfazed by the interruption, yet in Wu Ling's eyes, her demeanor seemed to reflect a resigned acceptance, as if she had completely lost hope for the future. This tale begins 5 days prior, on a day when half of the villagers suddenly revolted, launching an assault on the other half who remained unscathed. Many villagers lost their lives unexpectedly. However, we survivors discovered that those who had seemingly perished later joined the ranks of the assailants. These reanimated villagers moved with stiff limbs and vacant gazes. Indeed, some of them lacked eyes entirely. The only way to distinguish between a living person and the undead was through their eyes. Whenever these resurrected villagers engaged in vigorous activity, their eyeballs would dislodge and fall out. As she spoke, the woman shook her head to demonstrate that she was not among the undead she described. Fearing Wu Ling might not comprehend, she even performed the movements of those creatures for him. Wu Ling, however, grasped her meaning well. Zombies were not an uncommon phenomenon. While it was also possible that a necromancer was behind the control of the corpses, it was unlikely that someone with the power to command half a village would target such a small settlement. After all, absorbing a powerful being of similar caliber would yield far greater benefits than controlling a mere village of ordinary folk, unless that individual was currently incapacitated. After her demonstration, the woman continued, "At that time, I happened to be in the cellar, preparing to select a pickled vegetable for dinner. Just as I was about to emerge, my husband suddenly barricaded the door with a stone, urging me not to venture outside. I was unaware of the chaos unfolding beyond. All I could hear were indescribable roars and my husband's furious shouts. Eventually, it culminated in a chilling scream from him, after which silence enveloped the outside world. It took considerable effort for me to crawl out that night, and the sight that greeted me was one of bloodshed. Besides myself, there were a few other survivors. And much of what I know I learned from them. In the days that followed, we survivors hid and sought a way to escape. But at every exit of the village lay 2 corpses. As we approached, the remaining villagers would surge towards us en masse. With a total of 5 survivors, we attempted to flee through the 4 cardinal paths, but each time we were on the verge of success, we were met with a sudden horde of the reanimated villagers, resulting in a frantic retreat at the cost of 1 survivor's life. Now, I stand as the sole survivor. Several soul practitioners, like yourself, have come in recent days, yet each met the same grim fate as those villagers. Today, I ventured out with a sense of impending doom, but unexpectedly encountered you, prompting me to take one last gamble, perhaps to savor something delightful before my demise." As the woman recounted her tale, Wu Ling gently turned his gaze towards the corner of the cellar, where lay a pile of what appeared to be remnants of once packaged food. "Do you have any further inquiries, my lord?" Wu Ling remained expressionless, utterly unmoved by the woman's words. "I sought to ascertain the location of Gao Jian's established position." Upon hearing this, the woman displayed an expression that suggested she had anticipated my inquiry. "Exiting the cellar, one must turn right. After 2 intersections, take a left, and proceed through 3 more intersections. The grandest gate in the center of the 4th road will lead you there." As I had already resigned myself to death, I could escort the esteemed individual there shortly. However, might I implore the esteemed one to provide me with some sustenance before my departure, so that I may at least pass on as a well-fed spirit? Wu Ling cast a fleeting glance at her before retrieving a pouch of provisions from his storage ring and tossing it to the ground. The woman, unsuspecting, lowered her head to pick it up. Seizing the opportunity as she bent down, Wu Ling unsheathed his blade and aimed to strike towards her neck. The glimmer of the blade sliced through the air, ultimately halting a mere 3 centimeters above her throat. The woman, taken aback by the suddenness of the attack, was struck with terror and promptly knelt before Wu Ling, bowing her head in supplication, pleading, "Spare me, my lord." Wu Ling sheathed his blade and casually waved his hand, indicating that all was well. "I merely tested you, and you have passed. Feel free to eat without concern." "Thank you, my lord." Thank you, my lord. Wu Ling observed the woman kneeling on the ground, consuming her sustenance with an expression devoid of any emotion. Was it a test? No. It was merely an attempt to deceive. As the saying goes, the heavens possess three treasures: the sun, the moon, and the stars. The earth has its three treasures: water, fire, and wind, and humanity harbors three treasures: spirit, essence, and vitality. He instructed Xiaofan to investigate this woman from the shadows. Discovering that she possessed not even a trace of essence, only a smidgen of vitality and spirit. Moreover, the contradictions within her words were glaring. Perhaps sufficient to mislead an inexperienced youth, but for someone like Wu Ling, who had been tempered by the modern world's insipid platitudes, the inconsistencies were readily apparent. Thus, Wu Ling came to the realization that this woman had long since departed from life. She now resembled a sophisticated marionette, manipulated by a hidden puppeteer to beguile wandering soul masters. His earlier strike was intended to gauge whether the mastermind would react. However, her utterly unfeigned act of kneeling suggested that this puppet might indeed be somewhat different. Regardless of its authenticity, this puppet remained the soul lead, and it would be prudent to keep her close, at most exerting a modicum of vigilance, for an ordinary individual required little energy to monitor. Once the woman had finished her meal, Wu Ling mentally relayed instructions to Xiao Lan and the others, then followed closely behind her as they approached the stately residence. Chapter 53. The Monster in Leather. My lord, we have arrived, the woman announced, pausing before a door that exuded an air of grandeur compared to the entrances of the other villagers. Yet, to Wu Ling, who had resided in Seoul City for 6 years, it merely appeared ordinary. Very well, step back, but do not stray too far. 3 to 5 meters will suffice. Wu Ling instructed the woman to step back, primarily to exercise caution. However, to Wu Ling's eyes, she appeared merely as an ordinary individual, thereby rendering the need for vigilance somewhat limited. Yet, if no clues could be gleaned from the lofty figure, then as the sole lead, it was imperative to prevent her from escaping, hence the maintained distance of a few meters. Once the woman had retreated, Wu Ling delivered a forceful kick to the wooden door, which shattered upon impact. In that very moment, a pair of ashen hands unexpectedly emerged through the splintered entrance, reaching for Wu Ling's ankle. Wu Ling's pupils constricted, although he sensed no soul power behind the door. The large hand and the shadow gradually materializing in the dust unmistakably signaled to him the presence of a person. Prepared in advance, Xiao Hong suddenly leapt from Wu Ling's shadow, instantly swapping places with him, before retreating back into Wu Ling's body to evade the opponent's grasp. All of this transpired in mere seconds. Though outwardly it appeared as if nothing had occurred, Wu Ling's life-preserving skill had already been unveiled to the enemy before the battle had even commenced. Meanwhile, the woman behind Wu Ling had collapsed in fear, her body weakened and trembling. Wu Ling, who had divided his attention to guard against her, was filled with bewilderment. If she and the individual inside had launched a simultaneous attack, even with the sole technique of body swapping, I would have sustained some injuries. Yet her current actions seemed no different from those of an ordinary person. Her body, devoid of any vitality, clearly indicated her demise. Yet her behavior mirrored that of the living. Even if it were a ruse to gain my trust, the puppet master seemed to be inflicting undue hardship upon themselves. As Wu Ling's mind raced with conjectures, the figure stepped forth from within the door. Upon the first glimpse of this being, Wu Ling furrowed his brow, his eyes reflecting surprise, revulsion, and above all, fury. The creature stood nearly 3 meters tall, its skin predominantly a sickly hue of green, marred by an array of ghastly blotches. Yet it was the grotesque, stitched scars adorning its body that captured Wu Ling's attention more than the bruises or blemishes. The face was as the woman had described. The monster's eye sockets were devoid of eyeballs. However, the long, thick arms that could reach down to its ankles and the grotesquely protruding belly were features that the woman had failed to mention. The creature emitted a silent roar, its mouth wide yet producing no sound, before it swung its long, ape-like arms towards Wu Ling in a menacing strike. With a swift sidestep, Wu Ling evaded the attack and then swung his blade towards the creature's neck. The once razor-sharp longsword, enhanced by Xiaofan's magical prowess, which could even injure a typical 10,000-year soul beast, encountered an unexpected resistance upon making contact with the creature's neck. To Wu Ling, it felt as though he were wielding a dull knife against a multitude of plastic bags. As Wu Ling prepared to draw his blade once more, he found that his longsword, having penetrated only a few centimeters, was ensnared as if caught in a cutting board. Despite its considerable bulk, the creature exhibited remarkable agility, wrapping one of its arms around its back and reaching towards Wu Ling at an exceedingly bizarre angle. With no other choice, Wu Ling relinquished his longsword. Yet fortune smiled upon him, for that blade was one of his soul skills. as it transformed into countless particles and vanished from the creature's body. Wu Ling summoned 2 new blades from his first yellow soul ring. One was tossed into the shadows to be enchanted by Xiaofan, while Wu Ling wielded the other to engage in a tactical dance. Thus, armed with his deft movements and the strategic exchanges with Xiao Lan and Xiao Hong, Wu Ling deftly evaded the creature's relentless assaults. After each dodge, he would sacrifice a long blade to inflict a wound upon the creature's neck. Upon the 12th strike, Wu Ling discovered he could withdraw his blade. However, before he could revel in his triumph, the creature began to tremble violently, fearing a devastating counterattack. Wu Ling hastily retreated 7 meters, clutching his longsword. Once at a safe distance, he observed that the creature had not unleashed any formidable attack. Rather, the wounds encircling its neck were gradually widening, and its skin rippled like waves, as if something within sought to burst forth. Yet, after a moment's wait, Wu Ling was met not with an emergence, but with an explosion. Indeed, as the wounds coalesced into a ring, the creature detonated spectacularly. In the aftermath of the explosion, an unidentified object hurtled towards Wu Ling. Initially believing it to be a fragment of flesh from the detonation, he raised his blade in defense, only to realize the grave error in his assumption. What he faced was not mere flesh, but a human skin, specifically the face of the creature. Upon grasping the nature of this grotesque spectacle, he turned his gaze back to the creature, only to find that the one which had just exploded still stood before him. Its visage now morphed into that of a woman. Another layer of skin? Though the female-faced creature's body bore the scars of the explosion, it remained largely unchanged, save for a barely perceptible lightening of the wound upon its neck. And with a fresh surge, the creature erupted once more. Thus, the cycle of explosion repeated 10 times. With the creature's appearance transforming tenfold, Wu Ling initially intended to seize the opportunity to strike the creature while it was in the midst of exploding. However, as he approached, he discovered that, in addition to its skin, the creature expelled a viscous, pale yellow fluid resembling bodily fluids during its detonation. Ultimately, Wu Ling, who harbored a mild obsession with cleanliness, could only watch as the creature detonated repeatedly, waiting patiently for it to exhaust its 10 layers of explosions. Strangely, with each subsequent explosion, the creature's body did not diminish in size. Rather, it seemed to expand slightly. Most notably, the wound around its neck, though still encircled by scars, had shrunk to a size comparable to that of a needle. Observing the now exploded creature, Wu Ling clenched the hilt of his blade tightly, muttering in a tone laced with suppressed fury, "No wonder it felt wrong when I struck. No wonder I encountered not a single villager along the way. No wonder I could not sense the deep-seated soul power concealed within you. So it was all because you have donned the skin of every villager in the village. With nearly 100 layers of skin serving as your defense, your disguise, transforming you into this abomination." Having spoken, Wu Ling assumed an offensive stance, declaring, "I have made my decision. It is time to send you on your way." The creature seemed to perceive Wu Ling's provocation, responding with a silent roar as it charged at him once more. Chapter 54. Painted Skin. Despite Wu Ling's grandiloquent declarations, the confrontation between him and the creature stalemated for nearly half an hour. The creature's skin was simply too formidable. A single layer of human skin may be fragile, but when nearly 100 resilient layers, infused with a thin veneer of flesh, were compressed into a humanoid form, the creature's physical density surpassed that of ordinary 10,000-year soul beasts. Faced with such a monstrosity, even a typical soul king would be unable to penetrate its defenses. Although a soul emperor might succeed in breaching its skin, failure to strip the tireless creature of its protective layers before exhausting one's soul power would inevitably lead to a fatal outcome. While Wu Ling had not yet attained the level of a soul emperor, the enhancement provided by his little companion allowed his blade to inflict damage upon the creature. As for soul power, Wu Ling, equipped with a soul power circuit, had long since lost any notion of depletion. Thus, Wu Ling displayed his 3 bizarre soul rings, pouring his all into each strike, hacking layer by layer until his hands nearly went numb. Fortunately, with the assistance of Xiao Lan and Xiao Hong in restraining the creature for a brief moment, he was afforded a slight respite. Huffing and puffing, Wu Ling stood there, panting heavily, gazing at the monster as it experienced its 10th explosion. In the aftermath of the blast, the creature's body had shrunk to less than 2 meters, its form considerably emaciated. Wu Ling gazed at the skeletal monstrosity before him, a sense of deja vu washing over him, as if he had encountered this creature before. Yet, before he could ponder further, the beast lunged forward with alarming speed, not emitting a roar this time. What? As the creature approached, Wu Ling was taken aback by its swiftness, prompting him to swiftly swap places with Xiao Lan. Upon Xiao Lan's arrival, he found a massive hand descending toward his face. "Humph, you again, you wretched entity. How vexing you are. With a resounding thud, Xiaolan's head was slammed into the ground by the creature, dissipating into a flurry of particles. Wu Ling hastily severed the memory link with Xiaolan, not wishing to experience the force of that blow firsthand. Although the creature's strength had diminished slightly, its speed had surged dramatically, defying the laws of energy conservation. Initially, the monster was merely agile due to its status as a corpse, capable of movements beyond human capacity, some of which left Wu Ling astounded, such as a full 180-degree bend that made him wonder if it might burst its own skin if it maintained that pose. Now, however, the creature had transformed from being agile to exceedingly nimble, matching Wu Ling's speed, which posed a great challenge. Employing prior tactics against this foe would surely prove futile. Thus, he needed to devise a new strategy. Xiaolan's return sparked an idea in Wu Ling's mind. Despite the creature's formidable nature, it was still a lifeless entity. The soul energy propelling its movements must have been bestowed upon it by the mastermind behind this chaos. If that were the case, as the creature's outer skin ruptured, Wu Ling sensed the soul energy within it. He instructed Xiao Hong to assist in restraining the beast while he and Xiaofan sought out its core. Ultimately, they discovered the core at the creature's navel. As a black soul ring flickered, a lightning-like purple dagger appeared in Wu Ling's hand, an artifact capable of shattering any soul energy once empowered into the soul breaker. Though rarely utilized, he had nearly forgotten its existence. Wu Ling directed Xiao Hong to create an opening at the creature's front, sacrificing herself in the process. In a flash, the purple blade pierced the creature's abdomen. The next moment, the monster, which had raised its hand to strike Wu Ling, trembled violently before collapsing in a heap. Deprived of soul energy, the creature, now merely a collection of skin, could not withstand the sharp blade. Wu Ling swiftly dismembered it with ease. After extracting the soul breaker, the creature's remains began to writhe. However, after a brief struggle, the mastermind sensed the creature's condition and severed their connection. My lord, you truly defeated it. We can survive. We can truly survive. Before Wu Ling could approach to investigate, a woman who had been hiding in a corner dashed toward him. Wu Ling gazed at the woman rushing towards him, and through her tattered clothing, he caught a glimpse of her form. Suddenly, Wu Ling narrowed his eyes and commanded, "You. Stand right there." Wu Ling harbored suspicions regarding that woman and the recent encounter with the creature, which targeted him while sparing her. Further deepened his doubts, especially after he beheld her frail form. It is essential to note that the woman claimed the events transpired merely 7 days ago. In such a short span, and with access to some food and water, how could one possibly become so emaciated? What is it, my lord? Perhaps due to the emotional turmoil, although Wu Ling had chastised her, the woman slowed her pace yet continued to advance towards him. Wu Ling had just placed his hand upon the hilt of his sword, contemplating the prospect of severing the woman's legs should she advance. However, in the next moment, an ominous foreboding suddenly enveloped him. In the original narrative, Sasaki Koger discerned the length and breadth of the sword wielded by the character with the iconic hair. Perceiving the vulnerabilities of her long-dormant noble phantasm due to her insufficient magical energy. Now, this extraordinary ability once again issued a warning to Wu Ling. Wu Ling suddenly pivoted to evade, and in the next moment, 6 bony spikes pierced the very spot where he had just stood. Wu Ling followed the path of the bone spikes and beheld a woman, her face awash with terror, as 6 bone spikes protruded grotesquely from her chest. A thought crossed his mind, indeed, yet he soon recognized that her expression was peculiar, confused, frightened, as if she could not comprehend the horror unfolding around her. Quick reflexes. "Young man," a voice, distinctly different, emanated from within the woman. Then, to Wu Ling's bewilderment, she trembled and placed her hands upon her face. With a tearing sound, she began to slowly peel away her skin, revealing a stark, bare skeleton beneath. Once she had stripped herself of her flesh, she carelessly cast it aside. And the skeletal figure, defying logic, spoke. "This skin is truly unbearable. Yet, you, young man, possess a rather splendid visage." Wu Ling paid no heed to the speaking skeleton. His focus remained firmly on the discarded skin. He observed that the skin lay motionless, save for a pair of eyes still affixed to it, reflecting a dawning realization. As if expending her last ounce of strength, the woman's lips twitched slightly, and with her eyes slipping from the skin, she ultimately fell silent. From the movement of her lips, Wu Ling discerned that she had uttered an apology. Chapter 55, the entrance regarding that apology. Wu Ling was uncertain if it was directed at him or the survivors from that fateful day, but he was disinclined to dwell on the matter, for he had long since accepted her fate of death. Perhaps, in a darker light, that apology was merely a manipulation by the skeletal figure, intended to unsettle his resolve. Turning his gaze back to the skeleton, Wu Ling noticed that it seemed unfazed by his indifference and continued to meticulously clean its form. Upon closer inspection, he realized that the debris it was collecting was none other than the remnants of the food he had provided earlier. Ah, so you finally glanced my way. It seems that you men cannot resist the allure of beauty. Just wait a moment, I shall procure another for you. With that, the skeleton spread its bony hands, revealing a storage ring embedded within its skeletal structure. What type of woman do you fancy? Mature and sensual, or pure and adorable? Perhaps a petite lowly, a charming young lad, or even one with animal ears? I assure you, I have an abundance of options at my disposal. Wu Ling observed the skeletal figure as it meticulously selected an attire reminiscent of a woman choosing her garments. Eventually, it retrieved a piece of skin resembling that of a woman. The skeletal frame adorned itself with the skin as though donning a dress, and upon its completion, the figure appeared to grow taller. Before Wu Ling stood a voluptuous beauty, her form resplendent. She struck a seductive pose and inquired, "How do you find this skin?" "Young sir, if it does not meet your approval, please share your desires with me, and I shall check my inventory." Wu Ling, dismissing her frivolities, replied, "Enough of this banter. I am aware you are but a puppet. Where is your master?" To the north, at the edge of the starry forest, came the response. Wu Ling raised an eyebrow, surprised by the casualness of the declaration. He had expected to hear a fervent promise of unwavering loyalty to her master. What about her martial spirit and soul skills? Her martial spirit was her skin, albeit a mutated version, with a rank of 55, classifying her as a soul king. Her first soul skill, skin shears, allowed her to summon a pair of scissors capable of cutting skin without harming flesh, enabling her to remove a creature's skin. The second soul skill, skin exchange, was akin to what I had demonstrated earlier, allowing her to alter her appearance by swapping different skins. If the original owner of the skin had been a beast martial spirit soul master, she could potentially inherit some of their abilities. The third soul skill, skin control, permitted her to manipulate a person's body by controlling their skin after their demise. The fourth soul skill, skin modification, was responsible for the monstrous entity composed of 100 layers of skin that I had encountered earlier. However, its effectiveness diminished with the strength of the biological entity being altered. The fifth soul skill, skin servant, referred to me. I possessed partial control over my master's second and third soul skills, often entrusted with tasks after my master had concluded their affairs. Given that my true form was a skeletal framework, traditional methods of discerning truth, such as sound, eye contact, or heartbeat, were ineffective. Fortunately, my intuition provided a semblance of certainty that at least 90% of what was said was genuine, albeit with some nuances or weaknesses unaddressed. Nonetheless, the absence of deceit left Wu Ling perplexed. How could she so readily divulge her master's information? Shouldn't such a being be incapable of betrayal? Wouldn't her demise follow her master's death? A distinct expression of resentment appeared on the woman's face, her demeanor suggesting an unsatisfied longing. Is she truly fit to be a master? Much like the name of her soul skill, I am a skin servant, not a bone servant. Enduring prolonged periods without skin induces excruciating agony. To ensure my obedience, after creating me, that being would first allow me to suffer before bestowing upon me skin. Moreover, each skin I acquired was either rotting, torn, or simply grotesque. The skins I currently wore were all personally sourced. Were it not for my desire to savor the experience, I would never have heeded her demands. Regarding death, I had already assumed a skeletal form. As long as I had skin, I felt nothing at all, rendering me indifferent to both my own demise and that of my original body. Furthermore, my strength was merely that of a soul sovereign. The earlier attack you evaded, brother. With your heightened vigilance, you could probably eliminate me in just a few moves. As the saying goes, one who knows when to act is a true hero. Hence, brother, let us negotiate. I can guide you to my master, and my request is simple. After you have slain her, I merely wish to don her skin once. How can you be so certain that a mere soul sovereign like myself could vanquish a soul king? Although I lack intellect, it does not imply I am foolish. Brother, a soul sovereign of yellow, purple, and black, how can you consider me insignificant? Someone of your genius must be a key asset to a formidable power. And surely there are strong allies at your side to assist you in this endeavor. Wu Ling nodded in agreement, and in an instant, a lightning-like purple dagger shot forth from his shadow. Seizing the moment when the woman was distracted by the broken soul, Wu Ling stepped forward, effortlessly bringing her within a 3-meter radius. Secret sword, Swallow's return. Given the formidable toughness of the creature earlier, the Swallow's return had remained unused until now. And this strike was destined to be lethal. The woman's legs, waist, and neck were swiftly severed into 3 distinct segments. Yet, recalling the creature's elongated bone spurs, Wu Ling felt a twinge of uncertainty. Thus, he kicked the severed head into the corner and aimed his hand at the remaining two segments. Demonic bullet. Flame. Demonic bullet. Flame. Within a mere minute, the creature experienced the gruesome fate of being shattered into 3 parts and reduced to ash. After ensuring that all remnants had turned to dust, Wu Ling approached the remaining head, which, despite its body being utterly destroyed, continued to mutter incessantly. Though your suggestion is quite commendable, it is a pity. For whatever I undertake, I prefer to seize the reins of control. Even without your guidance, I possess the means to locate your master. Is that so? From this perspective, it seems your skin appears even more exquisite, dear brother. Ah, such beautiful skin. I would yearn to wear it just once. As these words fell, with 2 swift strikes, Wu Ling cleaved the head into 4 pieces, one of which was taken by Xiaofan. You rest for a moment, my main body. The tracking device will be ready shortly. Fortunately, I had the foresight to create 3 tracking compasses, anticipating the possibility of pursuing soul beasts. Little did I know that the first would be utilized by a soul master. Wu Ling nodded quietly and then stepped into the tall, imposing house. He showed no hesitation regarding the fact that people had died here. He had even slain the monsters they had transformed into. Surely, he had no reason to fear their becoming ghosts. Wu Ling pushed open the door to the bedroom, and a putrid stench assaulted his senses. Upon gazing at the skinned and decaying corpse within, he turned away and made his way towards the dining hall. Fortunately, there were no bodies in the dining area. Wu Ling settled into a seat with his sword cradled in his arms. Now, aside from him and the ghost Douluo, the village was devoid of any living souls, ensuring a sense of safety. As for his soul power, the soul power circuit would assist in replenishing it, and with Little Pink's help in analyzing the tracking compass, he felt somewhat secure. Thus, his foremost priority was to rest. It was important to understand that the combat prowess of every evil soul master transcended ordinary measures. Having exerted considerable effort merely in confronting an evil soul master's soul technique, he could only imagine the fierce battle that awaited him against a true adversary the next day. Hence, Wu Ling closed his eyes and gradually drifted into slumber. At dawn, Wu Ling awoke to the call of his biological clock. Ignoring the faint, lingering odor of decay in the air, he casually consumed his food. After breakfast, he summoned Little Red and Little Blue once more, instructing them to return to his shadow and remain on standby. Subsequently, he received a compass from Little Pink, which pointed resolutely to the north. The edge of the Stardow forest, he mused. It seemed that the individual had indeed spoken the truth. However, the disappearance should have been sensed by that evil soul master. Had they no intention of departing after an entire night? Or was it a trap? Regardless, it was imperative that he venture forth. Following the compass, Wu Ling exited the village. As he continued onward, he suddenly halted, casting a glance back at the lifeless village. Raising his right hand, a magical array unfolded. Flames erupted. Amidst the raging inferno behind him, Wu Ling sprinted toward his intended destination, guided by the compass. After traversing for approximately 2 hours, he arrived at the edge of the Stardow forest. It appeared he needed to venture deeper. With that thought, Wu Ling stepped into the forest. At the very moment he crossed the threshold, an instinctive premonition from his heart's eye was abruptly ignited, only to vanish inexplicably. Wu Ling felt a profound sense of bewilderment. The premonition he experienced was unprecedented, and its subsequent disappearance was equally unfamiliar. After contemplating the notion of a specter lurking by his side, he dismissed his foreboding and resolutely ventured deeper into the starry forest, convinced that he could neither be defeated nor escape. As he entered the forest, the specter suddenly revealed its true form outside the woods. Through Wu Ling's perception, the forest ahead loomed with an overwhelming terror, a sensation that, while potentially inconsequential to him, weighed heavily upon his spirit. It felt less like a confrontation with a natural enemy and more akin to a sense of suppression, an oppressive dominance of a superior over an inferior. Just as the specter prepared to rush in and retrieve Wu Ling, it was astonished to discover an invisible barrier standing in its path, preventing any entry into the forest. This revelation filled it with an even deeper sense of shock. After all, it was a titled Douluo of the 94th rank. And yet something here instilled fear and effortlessly obstructed its advance. What manner of entity could possess such power? Wu Ling, come back. Traversing the woods, Wu Ling felt as though he had heard something, yet when he turned around, he found nothing but emptiness behind him. Grandfather Ghost, did you say something just now? In response to Wu Ling's inquiry, the reassuring voice echoed once more. No, you need only proceed. Chapter 56. The Yellow Immortal. As Wu Ling traversed through the forest, the peculiar circumstances along the path and the eerily tranquil surroundings heightened his sense of vigilance. It is well understood that a forest is not a serene locale. Even under the cloak of night, One can hear the howls of wolves and the calls of owls, let alone during what ought to be the bustling hours of daylight. The sounds of chirping insects, singing birds, and roaring beasts should, at the very least, be intermittently audible. Yet, at this moment, the only noises that grazed his ears were the whispers of the wind and the rhythm of his own footsteps. Having wandered for over an hour since entering the woods, he believed he had entered a territory inhabited by millennium soul beasts. However, contrary to expectations, he had yet to encounter even a century-old soul beast, nor a mere decade-old one. Initially, Wu Ling dismissed this anomaly, attributing it to the possibility that the malevolent soul master had cleared the path to facilitate his escape. However, upon further reflection, he recognized that this would merely lead him to follow the trail left behind. Thus, he cast aside that notion. Now, as he reached this juncture, Wu Ling took a sip of water, leaped onto a tree branch, and unfurled a map. Wu Ling glanced around at the surroundings, studied the map, and reflected upon the paths taken. After careful consideration, he concluded that he was indeed lost. Wu Ling pressed his finger upon the location on the map where he had entered, then traced a line forward. Muttering to himself, "I have scrutinized the compass thrice and am certain that this direction leads north. Therefore, it stands to reason that 30 minutes ago, I should have crossed a river. Yet, to my recollection, not a single stream or even a small puddle has graced my sight, even if I were slightly off course. Such a deviation should not be so pronounced. Furthermore, according to the map, the area I traversed 10 minutes prior was once the lair of a millennia-old golden tiger. Yet I have not encountered a single strand of its fur." Just as Wu Ling remained enveloped in confusion, a sudden rustling emerged from the nearby thicket. Wu Ling silently tucked away the map and descended, using a grand tree as cover, quietly observing his surroundings. As the grass rustled, a weasel leisurely emerged from within. Wu Ling sensed that the soul power within the weasel was merely a few hundred years old. However, he remained vigilant. This was due to the recurring theme in numerous horror films, where seemingly ordinary animals would unexpectedly turn lethal when the protagonists let their guard down, creating a shocking visual impact and revealing formidable adversaries. Wu Ling waited anxiously, but nothing emerged from behind. Meanwhile, the weasel that had been overlooked by Wu Ling fixated its gaze on his position. "Hey, young man, no need to keep staring. I truly have no other beast behind me." The sudden voice of the weasel startled Wu Ling, momentarily leaving his mind in a state of disbelief. A soul beast merely a few hundred years old could actually speak. A powerful sense of déjà vu suddenly surged within Wu Ling's mind, evoking a legend from Blue Star concerning the Yellow Immortal. Upon recalling the tale, an epiphany struck Wu Ling. He leaped forth, brandishing his long blade towards the weasel, and bellowed, "Halt! Do you not know that after the establishment of the nation, you are forbidden from transforming into a spirit?" Startled by Wu Ling's sudden exclamation, the weasel trembled, standing upright in bewilderment and scratching its head in a remarkably human-like manner. "Establishment of the nation? What does that even mean?" Wu Ling brushed off a blade of grass and then continued to inquire, "Are you unaware of the agreement from 99? The weasel gazed at Wu Ling with its innocent little eyes, then shrugged its hands and shook its head. "Do you have nothing to say?" Initially, the weasel contemplated continuing to shake its head, but Wu Ling noticed that after a few shakes, it seemed to recall something. In a flurry, it retrieved a piece of paper from the storage ring on its hind leg and began to examine it closely. Wu Ling was utterly perplexed. A weasel possessing a storage ring was astonishing enough, and now it appeared to be reading. "Ahem, dear fellow, do I resemble a mere mortal or a divine being? I perceive you as a petite, charming creature standing at a height of 1.60 meters, possessing a gentle and considerate demeanor, abundant wealth, and unwavering obedience to my words." After hearing Wu Ling's response, the weasel stared blankly at him, still unable to comprehend what had just been said. It then glanced at the piece of paper. Here we only have humans and gods. Ah, what are you doing?" "That paper was given to me by Ali." Wu Ling boldly stepped forward and snatched the paper. The first line on the paper echoed the words recently spoken by the weasel. Beneath that phrase were two arrows, one directed towards a figure representing a human, and the other towards a divine being. Below the human, it stated 10 meals a day, while beneath the divine, it proclaimed 1 meal every 10 days. Upon realizing that the paper offered no answers, Wu Ling reached out and grasped the neck of the weasel, a creature that, despite being a century-old spirit beast, behaved like an ordinary pet as it scratched at his pant leg. He lifted the weasel to eye level and inquired, "Pray tell, who is that Ali?" "Ali is merely a 6-year-old girl," came the response. "I implore you, do not harm her. Rest assured, I am simply lost and in search of a place to rest. As long as she does not attack me, I shall not cause her any harm." Perhaps out of necessity, or perhaps sensing Wu Ling's honesty, the weasel dutifully relayed all pertinent information, including details about Ali, a charming little girl of merely 6 years, who had yet to awaken her spirit soul in the village she inhabited, which comprised about 30 residents, along with its 3 village chiefs. One had a penchant for crafting scarecrows, another for making wooden boxes, while the third, though ever-changing, bore the same name for reasons unknown. Upon hearing about the third individual, Wu Ling's mind immediately conjured images of the shape-shifting evil soul master. Lead the way. Once we arrive, I shall release you. Under the weasel's guidance, Wu Ling trekked for another half-hour until he reached an open area. Before he could step further, a black-haired girl, engaged in mushroom gathering, came into view. Upon spotting the weasel being held by Wu Ling, she waved excitedly and called out, Ali, Ali. The little girl placed her mushrooms into a basket and looked up, following the sound. Xiao Wang, you're back again. Upon seeing Wu Ling, the girl abruptly halted, her surprise giving way to unreserved joy as she scampered over, brimming with excitement as she asked, Are you from outside? Little one, do you know what lies beyond? Wu Ling smiled gently, his level charm enhancing his amiability. Ali gazed up at the handsome Wu Ling, her cheeks flushing slightly as she shyly lowered her gaze, unable to meet his eyes. Yes, I've heard stories from the elders. They spoke of a world outside. Something like the Starbeam Great Forest? You mean the Stardow Great Forest, Wu Ling corrected. Yes, that's it. After receiving Ali's confirmation, Wu Ling maintained his smile and inquired, I have become lost in the forest and inadvertently arrived here. May I rest at your home for a while? Of course. In exchange, I shall share tales of the outside world. What do you say? At the mention of the world beyond, Ali's shyness was eclipsed by her excitement. Really? Is that true? Absolutely. All right. I'll lead the way. My home is at the edge of the village. We shall reach it shortly. By the way, does Xiao Huang want to come along? With that, Ali glanced at the weasel still held in Wu Ling's grasp. Wu Ling pondered for a moment, then gently set down the weasel, waving his hand as if to dismiss a small creature. It's not your concern anymore. You may leave now. Travel safely. But no need for farewells. Neither Ali nor the weasel had uttered a word, yet the petite figure of Pink, emerging from the shadows of Wu Ling, began to protest within his mind. No, you cannot let it leave. This is an exceptional subject for research. How can this creature resemble the one spoken of on Blue Star so closely? Even the lines it speaks are identical. Aren't you at all intrigued? Wu Ling shrugged. In this vast world, there is much that is peculiar. What of a talking weasel? Besides, the true essence is present here, so whether it remains or departs matters little. We can inquire with Ali later. Upon witnessing the weasel glance back multiple times as it ventured into the forest, Ali took Wu Ling's hand. Resembling a child eager to visit an amusement park, tugging at her parents to hasten their pace, as Wu Ling was gently guided by Alila. They engaged in a casual conversation. Alila, could you tell me about your village? It would be helpful for me to be aware if I happen to come across it. He inquired. Alila pondered for a moment before responding. Well, my great-uncle is quite remarkable. He crafts countless diverse straw dolls for me to play with. Then there's my second uncle, who provides me with an assortment of little boxes. Even the bed in our home was made by him. My third aunt is exceptionally beautiful, and many of my beloved toys were gifts from her. She has the unique ability to change her face, transforming each time in a completely different manner. If it weren't for her voice, I might not recognize her at all. Moreover, there are the 3 grandfathers known for their silence and invisibility. They are 3 brothers who always appear together, much like their names suggest. They cover their unused organs with cloth. Dear brother, I must tell you, if you encounter the 3 of them, do not be afraid, especially not the grandfather who doesn't look. I nearly cried when I first saw him. In addition to them, there are many others, like Grandpa Knife, Grandma Needle, and Grandpa Saw, though some I've never met. These tales were shared with me by my great-uncle. By the way, Alila, the note you gave to the weasel, the one you referred to as Little Yellow, did you write those words? Yes, indeed. It was inspired by a story my great-uncle told me about a weasel, though I didn't fully grasp the latter part regarding Dot. My great-uncle also didn't understand it, so I modified it a bit for Little Huang. So, what do you think, dear brother? Did it take you by surprise? Indeed. I was quite startled when I first heard it. Alila felt a slight swell of pride upon hearing Wu Ling's reaction. Hee. That was merely a story my great-uncle shared with me, and I have many more. If you wish to hear them, dear brother, I am happy to share. But after all this talking, I would like to hear about the outside world too. All right, let us each share a story. I'll begin with tales of children like you. After approximately 10 minutes of walking as they emerged from a small grove, a village came into view before Wu Ling's eyes. Even before he could finish his tale, Wu Ling paused momentarily. his gaze taking on an odd expression as he pointed towards the village ahead and inquired, "Is that your village?" "We have arrived," he continued. "But please tell me more later, for my great-grandfather has advised that one must speak softly both within the village and outside the houses." Wu Ling nodded, then followed Ollie into the village. However, as he took just half a step inside, an unsettling sensation enveloped him, and at that moment, Xiaofen's voice suddenly rang out. "Wait, the main body, something is amiss here. Quickly deactivate the soul energy circuit." Although the soul energy circuit was a passive ability that posed no harm, Wu Ling, ever cautious, had instructed Xiaofen to enable the option to turn it on or off. Upon hearing Xiaofen's warning, coupled with his own ominous feeling, Wu Ling hastily directed his soul energy to stimulate a certain point within his body. In the next instant, the incessant sensation of soul energy absorption vanished. After Wu Ling closed the soul power circuit, he once again examined the houses from a different perspective. If the rural houses on Blue Star are predominantly wide and short, then the houses here are narrow and tall. In simple terms, one resembles a prone rectangular prism, while the other stands upright as a rectangular prism. Furthermore, these houses are entirely black. Apart from a horizontally situated house in the distance, all the others are aligned vertically, arranged in an orderly manner, akin to a general standing before a regiment of soldiers. Wu Ling merely counted and deduced that there were 10 houses in each of the 3 rows, plus the one horizontal house at the front, totaling 31. He pondered whether to voice a thought that seemed somewhat out of place. It looked as if a big brother had arrived. "With the sentiment of my home is right here." Before Wu Ling could finish his musings, Ollie softly called him over. Ollie opened the door and, taking Wu Ling by the hand, led him into her abode. It was only after she closed the door that her voice returned to its usual tone. "Tata, this is my house, isn't it beautiful?" She then proceeded to give Wu Ling a tour of her room. However, after a while, noticing that Wu Ling had not offered any compliments, Ollie turned around to find him standing beside her bed, gazing at it intently. "Well, big brother, my bed was personally crafted for me by my great-grandfather. Isn't it exquisite?" Yet, Wu Ling found himself at a loss for words regarding Ollie's statement, as the bed, surrounded by half-meter-high panels, seemed rather unconventional for its purpose. "By the way, Ollie, I still don't know what you call this place." "My great-uncle says this is called Silent Tomb." Wu Ling's expression stiffened as he reiterated his inquiry. Is it a village, a ridge, or a tomb? However, Ollie resolutely maintained, it is indeed a tomb. Chapter 58. The red embroidered shoes. That young man actually followed us here. Indeed. It is quite astonishing that he could enter this place without an invitation. Logically speaking, he would only have a slim chance of entering if my servant personally brought him in. Yet, the information relayed to me by my servant indicated that he had been utterly vanquished by that very boy. Under such circumstances, even if that boy were to carry my servant's remains, he should not have been able to gain entry. Yet, here he is, having not only entered, but also managed to breach the ghostly barrier and arrive at our location. Such coincidences cannot occur twice. Could it be that he is? In the foremost and central house of a row of buildings, the door stood firmly shut, with no windows to let in a glimmer of light, rendering the entire room enveloped in darkness. In this pitch-black, enigmatic chamber, 2 elders and a striking young woman were seated around the central table. The voice that had just spoken belonged to the young woman, who was addressing one of the square-faced elders. Upon the square-faced elder's query, both he and the young woman turned their gazes toward the 3rd elder, who appeared to be the eldest among them. Apart from his hair, which was interspersed with straw, his visage bore a resemblance to that of an ordinary old man. However, upon closer inspection, one could discern that within the deep wrinkles of age, there seemed to be something more. No, he is unlike us. He possesses the ability to traverse the barrier and penetrate the ghostly wall. Surely, everything aligns with that person's intentions. As the elder with straw-like hair mentioned that individual, the other 2 could not help but display expressions of dread, as if contemplating such a presence would lead to their demise. "Brother, are you certain?" The young woman leaned slightly forward, her tone laced with surprise. The straw-haired elder nodded, stating that before his arrival, Lord Jian had already informed him of his intention to personally confront the youth. If Lord Jian is to take action, it is likely at that person's behest. What shall we do? Should we attempt to lure the boy over? There is no need. I suspect he has already sensed something amiss. Today is also the day Ollie is to awaken her martial soul. We can use this as an excuse to bring him here and then reveal the exit to him. By the way, 3rd sister, that young man was able to slay your modified skin creatures and servants within a day, and he arrived here unscathed. Most importantly, Lord Jian wishes to challenge him one-on-one. You must understand what this signifies. This indicates that the young man's prowess is formidable, at least on par with the three of us. Therefore, to avert complications, you should retreat to your room for the time being. If Lord Jin prevails, then all matters are inconsequential, and if he should lose, that too will hold no significance." The young woman nodded in silence, then quietly exited the room. Subsequently, the straw-haired elder addressed the square-faced elder, "Second brother, you should also return. It is already a blessing for the three of us to gather. The rest is beyond our concern." The square-faced elder pressed his lips together, yearning to say something more. However, upon lifting his gaze, he met the penetrating stare of the straw-haired elder. Under that scrutiny, he ultimately fell silent and retreated without uttering a word. Once the two had departed, the straw-haired elder leaned against something, gazing into the darkened room and absorbing the tranquility around him. He murmured softly, "I hope this time I can enjoy a peaceful sleep." Meanwhile, Wu Ling followed closely behind Ollie, listening as she introduced various items while discreetly retrieving some soul energy blocks from his storage ring. After allowing them to absorb the surrounding air for a moment, he stealthily passed them to Xiaofan. These so-called soul energy blocks were creations of Xiaofan, designed to store soul energy like the milk bottles from Do Air, yet they remained in the experimental stage, currently proving less effective than ordinary bottles. While the soul energy blocks bore no immediate effect on Wu Ling, they could still absorb ambient soul energy for storage. Just as Xiaofan was engrossed in her studies and Ollie was fervently explaining, a sudden knock resounded at the door. Startled by the sound, Wu Ling glanced at Ollie as she moved to open the door, subtly adjusting the position of his long knife at his waist. "Wow, Grandpa." Upon hearing Ollie's enthusiastic call, Wu Ling realized who the visitor was. He discreetly observed the elder with straw-filled hair and quietly extended his soul energy to sense the surroundings. "Is this the village chief whom Ollie mentioned, the one fond of making scarecrows? With Soul King-level energy and accompanied by 2 deputy village chiefs. Does that make 3 Soul Kings?" The straw-haired elder first affectionately ruffled Ollie's hair and exchanged a few words, after which Wu Ling watched as Ollie leapt with excitement. Once the elder finished speaking with her, he turned his attention to Wu Ling, saying, "That young man is from outside, is he not? I am aware of your purpose. Come along. Once Ollie awakens her martial soul, everything will be resolved." "Oh, Ollie is to awaken her martial soul? No wonder she is so exuberant. However, resolving everything, does that mean they plan to eliminate me?" Wu Ling pondered with a smirk. "I wonder who will be dealt with in the end. Though the soul energy here is peculiar, it cannot exceed the constructs laid by a Soul King. It surely cannot affect a titled Douluo, much less rival Tang San's hidden weapons." As these thoughts raced through his mind, he agreed to follow. Thus, Wu Ling and Ollie were led into the foremost room, where Ollie would undergo her martial soul awakening. As she opened her eyes within the awakening array, her martial soul manifested, astonishing Wu Ling. For it took the form of a pair of red embroidered shoes, just as the legends of Huang Daxian and the painted skin tales had foretold. Wu Ling had long heard the tales of the red embroidered shoes. "How is it, big brother? Are my martial souls beautiful?" Upon awakening her martial soul, Ollie presented the red embroidered shoes to Wu Ling for him to see. Wu Ling took the shoes, examining them carefully. Indeed, they were quite beautiful. Convinced that he could discern nothing further, Wu Ling returned the shoes. Before Ollie could conduct the innate soul power assessment, the straw elder spoke. "All right, Ollie, you may return. I have a few matters to discuss with this young man." With a furrowed brow, Wu Ling pondered the urgency of resolving his predicament. Had they truly forsaken the assessment of Ollie's innate soul power? The awakening of a martial soul and the measurement of innate soul power resembled the thrilling experience of unboxing a mystery. In the current scenario, it felt akin to having a sealed box placed before him, with the means to open it at hand, yet being denied the opportunity, a maddening sensation indeed. "Very well, great uncle. Farewell. I shall see you shortly, dear brother." Ollie, who had not undergone the assessment of her innate soul power, exhibited no dissent, as if oblivious to the very notion of such testing. Indeed, it was entirely possible that she remained unaware. Once Ollie departed, Wu Ling's demeanor shifted dramatically. One hand instinctively rested upon the hilt of his sword. Enough of this concealment. Let them reveal themselves. The scarecrow-like figure turned away, exuding no intention of violence. "You seem to possess quite an array of knowledge. However, fear not, for we shall not engage you in combat. A certain individual wishes to make your acquaintance." Chapter 59, The Sword Soul Beast. In the realm of Douluo, the variety of soul beasts was astounding, ranging from the humble blue silver grass to the majestic natural elements. For every conceivable notion, one could readily identify a corresponding soul beast. Yet, there existed a singular entity that Wu Ling could not fathom in relation to soul beasts, weapons. Initially, while perusing novels on Blue Star, he had given little thought to such matters. It was only after his arrival in this world, in the awakening of his unnamed spiritual foundation, that the realization dawned upon him. Beast martial soul masters. Regardless of whether they wielded the feeble blue silver grass or the formidable golden sacred dragon, or even the illustrious six-winged angel of the Qian family, could indeed be traced back to this world or its remnants. If this held true for beast martial soul masters, what of those who wielded weapon martial souls? By what criteria did their weapon martial souls awaken? Was it conceivable that with each new invention by humankind, a corresponding martial soul would manifest in this world? Although Wu Ling had only glimpsed the second and fourth seasons, he had yet to encounter a soul master who awakened a soul-guiding weapon martial soul. Should weapon-type soul beasts truly exist within this realm, choosing a soul ring would be an exhilarating endeavor. Yet, if weapon soul beasts were indeed a reality, what classification would a soul master fall under upon awakening such a soul beast, beast martial soul or weapon martial soul? This conundrum posed a perplexing dilemma. In his quest to unravel this mystery, Wu Ling meticulously perused the entirety of the Soul Beast compendium housed within the Spirit Hall, yet discovered not a single precedent. Xiaofan had also conveyed to him that the weapon may have been altered by human hands, resulting in the loss of certain innate qualities, thereby rendering it incapable of becoming a soul beast. Regardless, Wu Ling had resigned himself to the notion of weapon soul beasts. Little did he anticipate that in his pursuit of a malevolent soul master, he would encounter a soul beast of the sword, a being that had existed solely in the realm of his imagination. Just moments ago, after Ali's awakening, the straw figure expressed a desire to introduce him to a certain individual. Adhering to the principle of capturing the leader before the followers, Wu Ling acquiesced. Subsequently, the straw figure pressed a brick on the wall, and a stone door leading underground swung open. Following closely behind the straw figure, Wu Ling traversed a lengthy spiral staircase. Upon the opening of a stone door at the end, an expansive chamber unfolded before him, and there, embedded in a stone, stood a double-edged sword. The blade measured 7 feet in length, rivaling Wu Ling's own longsword, and its surface was adorned with a myriad of intricate red lines. In the dim light of the oil lamp, it appeared as though blood coursed along the blade. After the audacious Wu Ling entered and surveyed the surroundings, he discovered that aside from the sword, there was nothing else present. "Where is the esteemed one you mentioned? Surely, has he gone to the restroom?" The straw elder outside the door replied, "The Sword Lord is right there. If you can slay the Sword Lord, then your purpose for coming will be fulfilled. Otherwise, death is your only fate." With that, the straw elder closed the stone door and sealed it with his soul power. Upon hearing the elder's title, Wu Ling redirected his gaze toward the sword. He then probed with his soul power, and the feedback left him momentarily stunned. The sword was, in fact, a soul beast. Ignoring the now closed stone door, Wu Ling felt as though he were admiring a beloved from a dream. No, rather, a cherished soul beast. It was of a millennium grade. Over 30,000 years but under 50,000, approximately 40,000 years, fitting perfectly within my plan limit of 50,000 years. Furthermore, a soul beast of over 40,000 years would possess strength equivalent to a soul emperor or soul saint. And although it is generally accepted that soul beasts of the same level surpass soul masters, a weapon soul beast is unprecedented. However, based on the premonition of my third eye, while facing this creature I sensed a peril to my life. Yet if I were to reveal all my hidden cards, the odds would be quite balanced. Most importantly, I had no lingering worries. I could unleash my full power without restraint. For the presence of the enigmatic old ghost provided a safety net. Though I had not sensed old ghost since entering, it was likely due to the environment. After all, he had urged me to proceed, and with the strength of a tidal Douluo, he could not have lost track of me. Psychology can significantly impact an individual, akin to the morale of ancient warriors during battles. At this moment, Wu Ling's mindset, free from any concerns, would enable him to unleash extraordinary strength. As if sensing Wu Ling's resolve, the sword emitted a powerful aura, laced with a pungent scent of blood. A singular thought resonated within Wu Ling's mind: a one-on-one battle, where the victor claims all. With a hearty laugh, Wu Ling expressed his intent. He summoned all 3 of his soul rings, drawing forth the long blade from his waist, while simultaneously channeling an augmented amount of soul power to reforge another blade, which he cast towards the shadowy figure of Xiaofan. It is noteworthy that due to the century-old soul ring, even with the exertion of double the soul power, the resulting blade would possess only a hardness of 1.5 times the norm. It would require quadruple the soul power to achieve a blade of double hardness, with further increments in consumption escalating exponentially. Nevertheless, his unwavering commitment to this act served as a testament to his regard for the sword spirit beast before him. The blade hovered as if grasped by an unseen hand, swiftly approaching Wu Ling's visage, aimed directly at his face. Hey, Are you not aware of the unwritten rule that one should not strike the face? Wu Ling retorted, his hands moving with alacrity. After parrying the attack from the sword spirit beast with his long blade, he retaliated by striking the sword's body. As the reverberation coursed through the blade, Wu Ling let out an exasperated huff. Honestly, why attack the weapon instead of its wielder? After all my training in swordsmanship, this is the first time I've encountered such absurdity. With that, Wu Ling engaged in another fierce exchange with the sword spirit beast, but this time, a sudden change washed over his countenance. With a vigorous thrust, Wu Ling leveraged the impact of his blade, creating distance from the sword. As he inspected his weapon, he noticed a significant notch had marred the edge of his knife. Xiaofen, it's almost time, he murmured. Receiving a response, Wu Ling charged forward, engaging the sword once more in a fierce clash. Although Wu Ling benefited from Sasaki's swordsmanship, the sword was no slouch either, each strike aimed at Wu Ling's vital points, delivering lethal blows with every engagement. In the midst of this intense exchange, the power of his insight was maximally utilized. During another fierce encounter, the sword suddenly exerted force, slicing deeply into Wu Ling's knife. His gaze sharpened, and instinctively, he relinquished his knife, seizing a new blade that emerged from the shadows. In that fleeting moment, Wu Ling retracted Xiaohong into his being, the surge of power enabling him to send the sword flying. As the sword stabilized mid-air, a notch appeared upon it as well. Yet, just as Wu Ling began to relish this small victory, the intricate patterns upon the sword flowed, and the notch vanished at a visible pace. Seizing the opportunity, Wu Ling separated Xiaohong once more, preparing for unforeseen circumstances. Human, in terms of swordsmanship, I concede. Thus, allow me to reveal my name. I am the soul-devouring ghost sword, born from the consumption of thousands of souls, embodying their essence. Human. What transpired was merely a warm-up. Now, the true battle commences. With the finality of the sword's declaration, a wave of terrifying murderous intent and bloodlust surged forth, overwhelming even Wu Ling. Chapter 60? One-on-one? Nay, it's a free-for-all. Initially, Wu Ling regarded murderous intent as inconsequential unless it emanated from a deity of death, considering it ineffective against his phasing ability. However, he had underestimated the creatures of this realm. Having witnessed Bibi Dong unleash the domain of death, Wu Ling observed that, despite it not being a domain, the sword's murderous aura could rival that of a deity of death in its capacity to intimidate foes. Although Wu Ling found himself momentarily disoriented by the sword's oppressive aura, his phasing skill and prior experience with the domain of death allowed him to regain composure before the sword charged. Clang! Another clash of blade against blade ensued. And witnessing Wu Ling's rapid recovery, the sword commended, "Good spirit, let us continue." Armed with a blade of doubled hardness, coupled with Xiaofen's augmented magical reinforcement, Wu Ling's knife now possessed the tenacity to match the sword's strikes. Yet, the situation remained dire. After yet another fierce encounter, Wu Ling detected a crimson hue spreading across his blade's surface. What is this? The patterns from that sword. Why are they extending onto mine? The sword, noticing Wu Ling's distracted state, taunted, "You've realized my secret. Indeed, I possess the ability to erode other weapons. Each clash deepens the extent of my corrosion, and a weapon completely consumed by me becomes subject to my control, allowing me to devour and enhance my own power." Although Wu Ling was aware of the sword's capabilities, he found himself compelled to engage with it using his long knife amidst the formidable onslaught from his opponent. Failure to do so could result in being cleaved in two within the blink of an eye. Is it truly appropriate to articulate such thoughts? Your swordsmanship, I surmise, was honed on the battlefield. During the throes of combat, is there truly leisure for conversation? Despite Wu Ling's seemingly nonchalant demeanor, the clash between him and the sword had already forged an absolute realm of conflict. Any soul beast below 10,000 years or soul master of lesser rank that dared to intrude would likely be severed into pieces before they even realized it. Even a 10,000-year soul beast or an ordinary soul king entering the fray would find themselves gravely injured, if not dead, in that fleeting moment. The resonant clang of their combat reverberated throughout the subterranean stone chamber, with echoes faintly trailing in the air. Though the duel appeared evenly matched, the sword was confident in its ability to subdue Wu Ling. After all, as a unique sword soul beast aged 40,000 years, boasting power akin to that of a soul emperor and nearing that of a soul saint, it was indeed astonishing for it to be evenly matched by a mere quasi-soul master. Should it find itself outmatched in endurance by this human, it might as well sever its own blade in defeat. What a delightful sensation this is. It has been far too long since I have savored such exhilarating combat and bloodshed. In days of yore, I was forged from the 10,000-year profound stone beneath the lake of life. My blade could sever hair and cleave flesh, and my form was unyielding. throughout my existence. I have accompanied my master, vanquishing no fewer than 1,000 foes, and the weapons I have shattered number in the thousands as well. I bathed my blade in their blood and polished it with their souls. However, following a certain war, my master fell in love with a woman. The mysteries of human affection elude my understanding. A series of events unfolded, culminating in my piercing through my master's king and himself. Bathing in my master's blood, I attained sentience and evolved into a soul beast, ultimately brought here by that esteemed individual. Wu Ling furtively glanced at his own shadow, then, with a composed demeanor, inquired, "What do you mean by those words? Are you implying that there is a great master behind you, compelling me to surrender?" "Not at all," came the reply. "That great master remains in slumber. Unless you obliterate this place entirely, it shall not awaken. What I mean is, perhaps due to my identity as a weapon spirit beast. My abilities are intricately linked to my experiences. My power of corrosion stems from the weapons I have shattered. Tell me, what sort of abilities do you think the souls and vitality of those I have slain would bestow upon me?" Upon hearing this, Wu Ling's pupils constricted as he beheld the sword emanating a thick mist of crimson intertwined with black. He immediately abandoned the long knife, which had already succumbed to erosion, retreating to a corner to observe intently. "Do you understand why this stone chamber is so expansive? It is precisely because of my ability. Born of blood, animated by soul. Arise, my sanguine legion." As the red mist enveloped a significant portion of the chamber, Wu Ling discerned through the haze numerous entities resembling humans gradually coalescing within. While the mist continued to extend towards him. "My apologies, the notion of a one-on-one duel was merely a ruse. The battlefield is merciless, and only victory holds significance." Listening to the words emanating from the crimson fog, Wu Ling chuckled rather than seethed. "Ha ha ha, truly, how splendid it would have been to encounter you sooner. For you are indeed to my taste." With his exclamation, 8 octahedral crystals erupted from Wu Ling's shadow, forming a square around him. A flash of brilliance ensued, and the red mist was repelled beyond the confines of the square. While it is generally true that magical workshops are fixed in place, creating a mobile version is not an insurmountable challenge. However, such a workshop's efficacy would be significantly diminished and often looked down upon by traditional magicians. But who am I? I am not one of those rigid magicians, and to avoid being unceremoniously appended like Director Qin in the narrative, I have crafted a modular and portable workshop. The Soul Energy Furnace, the modification platform, Beast Bone Warriors, alongside various traps inscribed upon blueprints. Within mere seconds, a fortress ascended from the ground. Is this an offensive and defensive battle? I had not anticipated you possessed such capabilities. Then let it commence. At the command of the sword, 100 blood-red humanoids, each endowed with the soul power of an ordinary soul master, surged forth, weapons in hand, charging towards Wu Ling. Wu Ling first conjured 2 elongated blades and tossed them to Xiaofun. Subsequently, he commanded 10 dragonbone soldiers of the soul master level to advance. As the black soul rings illuminated, a total of 11 uniquely formed combat avatars of Bai Miao Hassan materialized behind Wu Ling. He infused them with enhancements in defense, offense, and speed, applying every conceivable strengthening magic. The avatars, initially at the Soul Sovereign level, were instantly elevated to the Soul Master tier. Wu Ling then issued orders for them to assist the Beastbone soldiers. 100 Soul Sovereigns versus 21 Soul Masters. Wu Ling glanced at the situation and, noticing he could keep that group of individuals at bay outside the workshop, diverted part of his attention to fortify the workshop, utilizing the specialized paper he had developed. He seamlessly re-engraved the pre-carved spells onto the workshop, a process as effortless as printing. Meanwhile, the ghostly sword within the crimson mist, observing that 100 Soul Lords could not breach Wu Ling's defenses, trembled, and 300 Soul Lord blood figures along with 30 Soul Sect blood figures surged forth from the red fog. Wu Ling paused his actions and retrieved a cage crafted from bone from the shadows. This cage was specifically designed for the storage of beast bone soldiers. As Wu Ling opened the cage, 100 Soul Masters, 50 Soul Kings, and a Soul King-level skeletal soldier surged forth, confronting a horde of bloodmen. In Chapter 61, the sword shatters the soul. The battle commenced with the ghostly sword unleashing a wave of blood men, while Wu Ling countered with a wave of bone soldiers. In the end, over 1,000 blood men clashed with more than 200 bone soldiers, creating a tumultuous spectacle that rivaled some minor wars despite the seemingly inadequate numbers. It is worth noting that either of these monstrous factions could easily raise a small town like Notting City. Yet they were now engaged in a fierce contest in this modest locale. Although the ghostly sword commanded a substantial number of bloodmen, they were no match for the superior quality of Wu Ling's bone soldiers, who were further enhanced by his strength. A single skeletal soldier could withstand the assault of 3 bloodmen. As for the immense consumption of soul power, Wu Ling was unfazed even when he temporarily halted his soul power circuit, for he possessed 3 tidal Douluo-level soul power shards as backup energy, showcasing the advantages of having powerful allies. Amidst the chaotic battle, a few blood men occasionally managed to evade the strikes of the bone soldiers and infiltrate Wu Ling's workshop. However, the moment they crossed the threshold, several magical arrays activated, obliterating them before they could take another step. For approximately 20 minutes, the two sides remained locked in a stalemate, with both armies reducing in number to half. Observing that he could not gain the upper hand against Wu Ling, the ghostly sword began to harbor a sense of foreboding. Have the Soul Masters become this formidable during my years of absence? Those skeletal soldiers and their peculiar formations, these do not seem to be his soul skills. How is he able to wield such power without relying on soul techniques? Although the ghostly sword could continue to summon additional blood men, the sight of Wu Ling's ease dissuaded this notion. After such prolonged engagement, it felt as though his soul power was inexhaustible. I cannot delay any longer. Though I am reluctant to admit it, if this continues, I may very well face defeat. Realizing the shift in fortunes, the ghostly sword decisively recalled all blood men into its being, utilizing the reclaimed soul power as fuel to launch its own blade like a projectile towards Wu Ling. The sword struck with astonishing speed, piercing through a Soul King and 3 Soul King level skeletal soldiers. Yet, rather than worry, Wu Ling merely smirked with a hint of mockery. By the time the ghostly sword sensed the impending danger, it was far too late, as it had already entered Wu Ling's workshop. Anyone familiar with the lore of the moon phase would recognize that a magician with a workshop is an entirely different entity from one without. While this particular workshop was certainly not as refined as that of the Spirit Hall, it sufficed for Wu Ling's current circumstances. Just as the ghostly sword found itself merely 3 meters away from Wu Ling, the space before it rippled, and in the next instant, it was propelled away from Wu Ling. What? With a faint smile, Wu Ling proclaimed, "While I cannot distort space itself, I am capable of subtly altering perception." Upon uttering these words, Wu Ling reached out toward the cornered ghost sword, and 8 magical arrays ignited in the void. 4 of these arrays unleashed attacks from the 4 elemental forces of earth, water, fire, and wind, while the remaining 4 extended chains that ensnared the ghost sword. The ghost sword spun in the air, deftly evading several elemental projectiles in the encroaching chains. However, as it drew closer to Wu Ling, it summoned its full might and struck downwards with fierce intent. The blade was mere centimeters from Wu Ling's head, yet it could advance no further, for around Wu Ling, another 8 magical arrays materialized, and 8 chains ensnared the ghost sword. I told you, the moment you stepped into my workshop, victory was already grasped firmly within my hands. Wu Ling declared with confidence, drawing forth a reinforced long knife from the shadows. As the ghost sword struggled against its bindings, it did not succumb passively. Instead, it utilized its corrosive ability to erode the chains. Just as it succeeded in breaking free, Wu Ling had already positioned the formidable long knife before him. As the ghost sword prepared to strike again, a figure with blue hair suddenly appeared behind it, wielding a dagger shaped like a bolt of lightning. Taking advantage of the ghost sword's momentary lapse, the figure merely brushed against it without delivering a full blow. In that fleeting moment of contact, the ghost sword's consciousness descended into an abyss of emptiness. Wu Ling gazed at the ghostly sword on the ground, touched by the spirit of the broken soul, and mused. Ordinary soul beasts can retain consciousness and corporeality even in the absence of soul power, yet weapon-type soul beasts seem to lose even their awareness without such support. This indeed constitutes a new discovery. Subsequently, Wu Ling drew forth another long blade, sharpened to perfection, from the shadows. The victor takes all, as you so proclaimed. With that, Wu Ling swung the sword down upon the blade of the ghostly weapon. This soul ring does not appear significantly different from an ordinary one. Although its range of awakening is impressively vast, the sword may summon sword-tier followers, and its capability to call forth soldiers bears resemblance to several other entities. Moreover, the ability to corrode is increasingly reminiscent of an urban legend known by a specific moniker. Now then, Xiaohong, keep a watchful eye outside the door and ensure those fellows do not intrude upon my exciting card-drawing segment. Thereafter, Wu Ling drew the soul ring closer, showing no sign of trepidation or exhilaration typically associated with exceeding one's limits as he began the absorption of this 4,000-year-old black soul ring. Half an hour later, having completed the absorption, Wu Ling emerged from the underground stone chamber, stretching his limbs as he stepped outside. Just as he crossed the threshold, a small straw effigy, no larger than a palm, lay upon the steps. Wu Ling paused at the sight of the effigy, momentarily reminded of the straw elder, but quickly dismissed the thought, for he sensed no trace of soul power emanating from the figure. As he passed by, a gentle breeze brushed against the effigy, revealing it to be in a state of decay, as the slightest gust caused it to disintegrate into fragments. Thank you. Wu Ling's footsteps faltered momentarily. Yet in the next instant, he advanced resolutely towards the ground. Upon reaching the surface, he meticulously examined each room, only to find them devoid of any presence. Save for a solitary urn, a human skin mask, and 3 stone monkeys, each covering their mouth, eyes, and ears. Each of these items, upon the slightest touch, disintegrated into ash. Ultimately, within the confines of Ali's abode, Wu Ling discovered a pair of embroidered shoes. These shoes appeared both pristine and weathered. As if they had never been worn since their creation, yet had endured the passage of time. Unlike the other artifacts, this pair, despite its apparent age, did not crumble to dust. Observing this anomaly, Wu Ling cautiously lifted the shoes, even employing his 4th soul skill to ensure their preservation. Wu Ling gazed at his shoes adorned with crimson patterns and remarked, "Let us embark. I shall show you the world beyond." Chapter 62. Qian Renxue. As Wu Ling departed from the forest, a sudden chill enveloped him, as if he had traversed through an unseen barrier. The hour was approaching midnight, and the moon had tilted towards the western horizon. He lifted his gaze towards the unchanging moon in the west and mused, the same night, the same moon. The same tale, yet an entirely different conclusion. It was perplexing that such a bizarre story from Blue Star would manifest here. The village chief, along with the ghostly sword, seemed oblivious to the truth. Evidently, the individual spoken of by the ghostly sword was the true perpetrator. To conjure something akin to an inherent barrier and keep title Douluo at bay, this individual must be at least a limit Douluo. Indeed. As Wu Ling made his way out, he sensed a dissonance in the spatial fabric. The fragility felt markedly different from his previous experiences. He called out to the specter once more, but this time received no response, solidifying his suspicions. Yet, from the initial encounter, it appeared that this entity harbored no malice towards him. Was it perhaps sealed away, or caught in some peculiar circumstance? Contemplating without resolution, Wu Ling opted to cease his ruminations. After all, he could revisit this matter once his strength had improved. By then, all would be revealed. For now, the priority was to navigate this predicament. Honesty would suffice, as it was not a grave matter, and fabricating a tale would only strain his mind. Wu Ling raised his gaze towards the eastern sky, where 3 figures, illuminated by several beams of sunlight, soared into his line of sight. Wu Ling stood there, awaiting the arrival of the 3 individuals. After a brief moment, Gue Mei, Bai Bai Dong, and Qian Daolu descended from the sky, landing gracefully before Wu Ling Linger. "Are you unharmed?" Bai Bai Dong inquired with genuine concern. Gazing intently at Wu Ling tilted his head slightly and said, "I am fine. Teacher, by the way, what brings you here? And why is Ghost Grandpa accompanying you? Hasn't he always been by my side?" Bibi Dong cast a glance at Ghostly Charm, prompting her to explain the circumstances that led to her being left outside. "Alas, Ghost Grandpa, if you were indeed outside, then who was it that urged me to continue on?" Bibi Dong's expression shifted, and just as she was about to speak, Qian Daolu, who had remained silent at the back, interjected, "Wu Ling, please recount your experience to us." Wu Ling nodded slightly, then subtly adjusted his observations before articulating them. As Wu Ling elaborated, the expressions of Bibi Dong and her companions gradually turned troubled. For both the talking weasel that emerged once a century and the unprecedented weapon spirit beast were entirely unfamiliar to them, even surpassing the knowledge of the ancient and long-lived Qian Daolu. At the conclusion of his narrative, Wu Ling and his companions came to a profound realization. Within that boundary-like chamber, an extraordinarily formidable entity resided. After listening to Wu Ling's account, Qian Daolu approached the edge of the forest and stepped forward, yet nothing transpired. Indeed, there was a faint residue of energy lingering in this space, albeit drastically diminished. Was it due to the level of soul power, or merely the passage of time? Wu Ling endeavored to try once more. Qian Daolu, with a serious expression, urged Wu Ling to attempt re-entry, and obediently, Wu Ling complied. Under the watchful gaze of the 3, he ventured in and out repeatedly. Observing his futile attempts after 3 rounds, Qian Daolu instructed him to halt. "It appears to have been sealed," Qian Daolu remarked solemnly. As the former judgment elder of the Spirit Hall, Qian Daolu had eradicated countless threats to the institution throughout his lifetime, including the father of the sword Douluo, Chen Xin. Now, the knowledge of an uncertain yet powerful presence existing in this world, one that could not be vanquished, was distinctly unsettling for him. "Lingo, you have reached the 43rd rank." A voice from behind interrupted Qian Daolu's contemplation. Turning around, he observed Bibi Dong, who was examining Wu Ling's physique. Her expression tinged with surprise. "Indeed, Master. After absorbing that 40,000-year-old weapon spirit beast, My soul power has ascended to the 43rd rank, Wu Ling replied, showcasing his remarkable yellow, purple, and black soul rings. Qian Dalu scrutinized the 4 rings, and his previously furrowed brow relaxed slightly. Very well, as long as he is present. The spirit hall shall remain secure for a century. After confirming that Wu Ling was unaffected, Bibi Dong and Qian Dalu departed. The nation cannot be without a sovereign even for a day. Although Bibi Dong was not an emperor, her position was akin to that of one. Especially with the annual spirit awakening approaching, making matters increasingly hectic. As for Qian Dalu, he returned to the worship hall to spend several hours daily in prayer before the statue of the angel god. Thus, the situation reverted to Wu Ling and Gue Mei alone. Grandfather Gue, let us return at a leisurely pace. I wish to familiarize myself with my 4th soul skill along the way. Gue Mei nodded silently and this time concealed himself closer to Wu Ling. Wu Ling once again experienced that familiar sensation. After a gentle rotation of his neck, he activated his 4th soul ring. A shadowy figure clad in ebony armor emerged above the nameless spiritual foundation, only to be absorbed into Wu Ling's body. The dark armor enveloped Wu Ling's form, shrouded in a veil of black mist, while 6 chain-like appendages extended from behind him. This was the servant Lancelot, Berserker, summoned by Wu Ling's 4th soul ring. Following 2 assassins and a magician, Wu Ling finally acquired a servant of formidable strength as the power and endurance of the Berserker surpassed a rank, with agility reaching an impressive A level. It could be said that in terms of physical prowess, the combined strength of Wu Ling's first 3 servants paled in comparison to that of Lancelot. While enjoying this newfound advantage, Wu Ling was spared the consequences of madness typically associated with a Berserker. Upon discovering the identity of his 4th soul ring, he promptly manifested a 4th avatar, allowing it to assist him in bearing the burdens of the Berserker's madness, while he retained the clarity of consciousness as a subservient of Lancelot. In this clever maneuver, Wu Ling inherited the boundless martial prowess of Lancelot, propelling him significantly forward on his journey of skill acquisition. What awaited him now was the task of integrating these techniques into a cohesive whole, forging his own path to mastery, so that he might display exceptional skill even without relying on soul techniques. However, Wu Ling's immediate objective was to fully comprehend the augmented physicality bestowed by Lancelot, gradually integrating the powers of his first 3 soul rings to attain complete control over his strength. The most effective method of mastering his body was through relentless physical training. After half a month, Wu Ling had adeptly harnessed the abilities of the 1st, 2nd, and 4th soul rings, reaching the outskirts of the Soul Master City merely through running. He exhaled deeply, realizing he was sticky and worn from his exertions, and decided it was time to return, take a refreshing shower, and rest before resuming his training. As he passed through the city gates, he encountered no disdainful scrutiny or obstruction, allowing him entry without incident. With ease, Wu Ling stepped out of his courtyard, only to discover his butler anxiously pacing outside. Oldly, what brings you here? Young master, you have returned, the butler exclaimed with surprise, quickly turning somber. You must go inside and see, for there is a Miss Qian seeking you. Miss Qian? Could it be Qian Renxue? Chapter 63. The Challenge from Qian Renxue. Qian Renxue. Why is she not guarding her future legacy in Tiando? What brings her back now? Wu Ling pondered the current time frame, recalling that apart from Tang San's soul awakening, nothing of significance had occurred this year. As Wu Ling perceived his surroundings, he realized that the ghostly figure had vanished. He surmised that it had likely gone to report to Bibi Dong. Thus, Wu Ling directly inquired, Oldly, has anything occurred recently, particularly concerning the Heaven-Do Empire? The butler, Oldly, who had been trailing behind Wu Ling, pondered for a moment before cautiously catching up to him. In a hushed tone, he replied, Young master, I have heard, merely heard, that there indeed seems to be some trouble over in Heaven-Do. It appears that the prince of the Heaven-Do Empire has encountered some mishap. Wu Ling's footsteps momentarily faltered, yet he resumed his stride towards the interior of the house with an air of nonchalance. The prince of the Tiando Empire. Could it be that he had successfully administered the poison, thereby seeking to establish an alibi to evade suspicion? A brief contemplation led Wu Ling to a plausible conclusion, one that indeed resonated with the unfolding reality. This generation of the Tiando royal family comprised 4 princes and 1 princess. The eldest prince, Shui Qinghe, had been replaced by Qian Renxue during his childhood. After a 6-year silence, Qian Renxue methodically eliminated the 2nd and 3rd princes with a slow-acting poison. In the same year, the Night Emperor dispatched Prince Xuexing to thoroughly investigate the matter. Through meticulous examination of minute details, Prince Xuexing discerned that the poison responsible for the deaths of the 2 princes was identical. Aware of the implications, He recognized that the individual who stood to gain the most from their demise was none other than the eldest prince, Xue Qinghe. However, lacking tangible evidence to expose him, Xue Xing sought out the fourth prince, Xue Bing, to impart crucial survival strategies. Subsequently, Prince Xue Xing and the fourth prince, Xue Bing, feigned a demeanor of frivolity and arrogance, leading Qian Rinxue to perceive them as a mere inept prince and a debauched royal, thus deeming them no threat to her ambitions. Consequently, she refrained from taking action against them. Meanwhile, the Tiando Empire's youngest princess, Xue Ku, being female and lacking succession rights, posed no hindrance to Qian Rinxue's schemes, resulting in her being spared as well. In the aftermath, bolstered by an unequivocal alibi, Qian Rinxue evaded the Night Emperor's scrutiny. With only 2 heirs remaining in the Tiando royal lineage and the fourth prince, Xue Bing, still in his youth, the Night Emperor ultimately conferred the title of Crown Prince upon Qian Rinxue. In the ensuing years, Ning Fingji, the leader of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School, became Qian Rinxue's mentor, garnering him increasing support from the ministers. The Night Emperor, placing profound trust in him, entrusted him with greater responsibilities. All these developments unfolded within the grand design of the Spirit Hall, or rather, Qian Rinxue's intricate machinations, although Wu Ling was not fully aware of the intricacies. From a divine perspective, he could still surmise the general situation. After traversing the courtyard, Wu Ling found himself outside the house. Upon pushing the door open, he beheld a stunning young woman, her skin as fair as snow, with a straight nose and slightly delicate phoenix-like eyes, exuding an air of grace as she savored the floral tea gifted to her by Yu Guan. Wu Ling recognized her identity, however, during their last encounter. She had assumed the appearance of Xue Qinghe. Thus, this was indeed Wu Ling's first glimpse of her true visage. And there was no need for pretense as he regarded her with a gaze filled with curiosity. Seated gracefully in a chair, Qian Rinxue donned a magnificent golden palace gown, a seamless creation seemingly woven from golden threads, devoid of excessive embellishments. Its design was both ancient and elegant, with a golden collar cradling her slender, snow-white neck. Her long, golden hair cascaded casually down her back, creating a striking contrast to her meticulously arranged royal attire. As Wu Ling scrutinized Qian Rinxue, she too observed the youth whom her grandfather had spoken of with such admiration. To her, the transformation Wu Ling had undergone over the nearly 2 years was quite remarkable. Wu Ling's hair and pupils are a deep, lustrous black. His slightly long, tousle locks barely graze his eyebrows, while his chiseled features, complemented by his porcelain skin, evoke a sense of awe in those who behold him for the first time. Standing just over 7 meters tall, he is clad in a sleek black bodysuit beneath a striking coat of deep crimson with black accents. His ensemble is completed with black trousers and shoes that carry hints of red. This attire, coupled with the ethereal effect of his translucent abilities, imbues the expressionless Wu Ling with a unique aura of aloofness and enigmatic silence. Wu Ling casually observed Qian Rinxue while settling into another chair. He reached for a teacup and, after a moment, extended his hand again to bring the teapot positioned before Qian Rinxue closer. Without uttering a word, Wu Ling silently poured himself a cup of tea and began to savor it with an air of indifference. Perceiving the unusual atmosphere in the room, the astute butler Li took his leave under the pretext of other matters. After Li's departure, Wu Ling sipped another cup of tea, and before he could pour himself another, Qian Rinxue was the first to speak. "You do not appear to be surprised, do you?" Wu Ling did not respond immediately. After pouring himself a cup of tea, he remarked, "As my steward, Lao Li is no ordinary person. In the Spirit City, the only Miss Qian who could allow him such liberty must be of the Qian family's lineage." Upon hearing Wu Ling reveal his identity, Qian Rinxue did not hesitate to disclose her own name. Qian Rinxue. Wu Ling noticing Wu Ling's continued silence, Qian Rinxue inquired once more. "I heard from my grandfather that you have ventured to acquire your 4th spirit ring. It was merely a fortunate encounter with a suitable spirit beast. It is hardly worth mentioning." Upon Wu Ling's acknowledgement, Qian Rinxue surmised that he had certainly concealed something from Xue Qinghe during their previous encounter in the Heaven Do Empire. "I have heard that your martial spirit is of the support type?" Indeed. My martial spirit cannot possess like beast martial spirits, nor can it be wielded as a weapon like tool martial spirits. Its sole purpose is to enhance my physical abilities and allow me to practice a bit of swordsmanship. So it can be considered a support-type martial spirit. What? Wu Ling had previously asserted that he was not of the support type. Regarding this matter, Wu Ling believed he had been too young at that time. Qian Rinxue initially did not grasp the implication and stood in stunned silence for a few seconds after his statement before realizing that he could enhance himself. In response to Qian Rinchue's astonishment, Wu Ling remained unfazed and waved his hand dismissively. Ah, it's merely the basics, just some fundamental operations, nothing to elaborate on. Basics, you say? Over the years, how many have been affected by the inability of support-type spirit masters to aid themselves? Why do you treat it so lightly? After a brief contemplation, Qian Rinchue further queried, if you can enhance yourself, then you are not as powerless as other support types, are you? Wu Ling nodded in agreement. Indeed, a true support is one who can single-handedly annihilate the opposing team, thereby ensuring an effortless victory for their comrades, which is far superior to the capabilities of ordinary support roles. Upon hearing Wu Ling's description of a support-type soul master, even Qian Rinchue found herself at a loss for words. After a considerable pause, and following Wu Ling pouring another cup of tea, she finally spoke. So, Wu Ling, would you be interested in having a friendly duel with me? Chapter 64. A protagonist who cannot dominate at the same level is not a worthy protagonist. Wu Ling pondered for a moment. He too wished to witness the formidable prowess of the six-winged angel martial spirit. Thus, he readily acquiesced, very well. But let us keep it within reasonable bounds. Qian Rinchue nodded in agreement. Observing her eagerness as she rose from her seat, Wu Ling set down his teacup. Let us depart. We shall not engage in combat within my abode. Instead, we shall head to the arena. Indeed, I merely seek to spar with you. It would be unfortunate to risk damage to your residence. Upon hearing Qian Rinchue's words, Wu Ling blinked twice and inquired, did the old master not mention my soul skills or abilities to you? Qian Rinchue, observing Wu Ling's subtle expression, responded with a hint of confusion. What is it? My grandfather intended to tell me, but since I wish to engage in a match with you, and you know nothing about me, I chose to keep him from revealing anything to ensure fairness. Wu Ling found the term fairness perplexing. Good heavens, fairness? Is this something that a character portrayed as one of the ultimate villains should utter? Truly, the heir of the angel god. In comparison, Tang San, who is constantly scheming to ambush and kill, seems far more villainous. Suppressing his urge to voice his thoughts, Wu Ling raised his right hand and snapped his fingers sharply. Just as a flicker of doubt arose in Qian Rinchue's mind, she was astounded by the transformations occurring within the room. Countless formations materialized upon the walls. And it was not limited to the confines of the house. Through the window, she glimpsed the courtyard and even the sky above, all ensnared by these enigmatic formations. Simultaneously, Qian Rinchue sensed a 30% reduction in the speed of her soul power's circulation and a similar decline in her ability to absorb external soul energy. An inexplicable pressure enveloped her body, diminishing her speed and reflexes further. Moreover, several crimson formations on the walls emanated a foreboding aura, making it feel as though escape from this courtyard was utterly unattainable. How is it? Quite impressive. Isn't it? All these formations were crafted when I was still a soul zone, using my third soul skill. I have only employed a fraction of the suppression capabilities from the categories of attack, defense, suppression, and enhancement. If I were to unleash my full potential, not only would you struggle, but even a soul sage would find it impossible to break through without exerting themselves. From what I observe, your soul power seems to be beneath that of a soul king. While Wu Ling's blatant teasing left Qian Rinchue feeling somewhat bashful, the predominant emotion was astonishment. Did you not claim to be a support-type soul master? Indeed, augmenting oneself while weakening the enemy, with the occasional attack or defense, is characteristic of a support-type soul master. Qian Rinchue opened her mouth, eager to respond, yet the years of impeccable upbringing compelled her to restrain her words, ultimately reformulating her response. Very well. If you are unafraid of the destruction of this dwelling, let us engage in a duel right here and now. With a furrowed brow, Wu Ling scrutinized Qian Rinchue, pondering how she mirrored her grandfather's obstinacy, one stubborn, the other even more so. Could this be a family tradition of the Angel clan? Ultimately, under Qian Rinchue's resolute gaze, Wu Ling acquiesced to her request for a duel. She then deactivated several array formations, retaining only those that bolstered the defensive structures. There was no need to shut everything down. As you mentioned, if these were disabled, it would be akin to rendering one of your soul skills ineffective. Allow me to witness your full might, unreservedly. I merely indicated the third soul skill's application. I did not claim that my third soul skill was limited to this. If you genuinely desire to battle me in my prime, then let it be as you wish. As the oppressive force enveloped them once more, Qian Rinchue manifested her martial soul. Two magnificent pairs of golden wings unfurled behind her, while four soul rings in shades of yellow and purple materialized in perfect proportion before her. My martial soul is the six-winged angel, and I am a powerful assault-type soul master at level 49. With a flourish, Wu Ling spread his palm, and an anonymous spirit foundation silently manifested in the center of his hand, while 4 soul rings of yellow, purple, black, and black emerged quietly before him. My martial soul is the spirit ring, and my soul power level is 33, belonging to the auxiliary system of soul masters. As Wu Ling introduced himself, Qian Rinxue found herself utterly captivated, her attention fixated solely on Wu Ling's soul rings. It is noteworthy that even she, a possessor of a divine martial soul and a prodigy with innate soul power at level 20, had her soul rings still within acceptable limits. However, what she witnessed today was extraordinary, a soul master adorned with soul rings of yellow, purple, black, and black. This sensation was akin to preparing for a confrontation, only to unveil 2 watermelon knives, while the opponent brandished a droplet of water. Such a stark disparity felt as if physics itself had ceased to exist. Wu Ling clapped his hands twice, successfully capturing Qian Rinxue's attention. All right, there will be plenty of opportunities to watch later. When the time comes, I shall show you whatever you desire. For now, let us engage in some sparring. The words of Wu Ling jolted Qian Rinxue back to reality. Indeed, engaging in combat was of utmost importance. After all, she was the descendant of the angel god, a prodigy with innate soul power at level 20. Wasn't it merely a swordsmanship that could elicit praise from her grandfather? Were those not just some ornate formations? Were those not simply a few uniquely colored soul rings? As Qian Rinxue spoke, her tone grew increasingly feeble, and she became aware of her own inner insecurities. Come on, let the battle commence. For the glory of the angel god, behold my 1st soul skill and 4th soul skill, angel assault and sacred flame. Golden flames enveloped Qian Rinxue's fists, and several formations nearby began to show signs of melting. Come on, face me directly. However, mere minutes later, Qian Rinxue found herself pinned to the ground by Wu Ling's formations. Her once resplendent attire lay in tatters, ravaged by Wu Ling's soul power projectiles and sword techniques, revealing swathes of her skin. Yet, more unbearable than the damage to her body was the overwhelming disparity in strength. The gap was inconceivable. At that moment, Wu Ling stood beside her, casually sipping a steaming cup of tea, and remarked nonchalantly, "Relax, relax. After all, a protagonist who cannot be invincible at the same level is hardly a worthy protagonist." Chapter 65. Devoured by the protagonist. After Wu Ling and Qian Rinxue finished their sparring session, they returned to their original positions in Wu Ling's chamber. Wu Ling sat leisurely, savoring his tea, while Qian Rinxue, on the opposite side, cradled her teacup with both hands, gazing motionlessly at the reflection on the surface of the tea. Boldly, with a casual call, Wu Ling summoned the butler, who promptly entered the room. "Is there anything you need, young master?" he inquired. "That tea snack was quite delightful. Please bring me another." Mid-sentence, Wu Ling glanced at the still-dazed Qian Rinxue and swiftly altered his request. "Actually, make it 2. I accidentally consumed Miss Qian's portion, so please serve her another as well." The butler, oldly, felt a twinge of surprise but expertly masked his expression. He was well aware of his young master's fondness for delicacies, recalling how the 3 avatars would stealthily raid the kitchen for treats. However, this was the first instance of consuming a guest's dessert, as Wu Ling suggested. Being the butler to such a prominent disciple of the Pope, Oldly was no ordinary man. In this brief moment, he contemplated 2 possibilities, the first being that Wu Ling was utterly indifferent to his guest's feelings, and the second that he shared a close bond with her, prompting such playful behavior. Regardless, he was merely a butler, tasked with fulfilling his duties, so he bowed respectfully and exited. Once Old Li had left, Wu Ling turned his gaze towards Qian Rinxue with a hint of helplessness. In truth, both of Old Li's assumptions were misguided. Wu Ling did care for Qian Rinxue, yet their relationship had not yet blossomed to that level of intimacy. His reason for consuming her snack was quite simple. He wished to provoke her. After their recent sparring session, Qian Rinxue had returned to her seat, lost in thought. While Wu Ling typically enjoyed the presence of such a beautiful girl, he found his mind preoccupied elsewhere. Although Wu Ling had generally adjusted to the enhancements from Kuanglan, the absence of specific tools during his journey meant his adaptation was merely superficial. Upon returning home, his initial plan was to have Xiaofan thoroughly evaluate his various abilities. But he was met instead by the unexpected arrival of Qian Rinxue. Considering her beauty, he suppressed his annoyance at the disruption of his plans, yet now she lingered, seemingly unwilling to leave. It was akin to pulling a rare 5-star character in FGO, only to have an unexpected class beauty arrive just as you were about to test your newfound strength. How could one endure such a situation? The card players of Yu-Gi-Oh! Understood that women merely hindered their draw speed, and as a player with numerous beloved characters in FGO, Morgan, Black Jean, Yulan, bride. And more, how could a mere beauty compare to the wings of his game? Thus, Wu Ling devised a plan. Miss Qian, are you not going to eat? If you don't, I shall take it for myself. Just say the word, and I shall refrain. Since you remain silent, I shall assume your consent. And I will indulge in this last piece. Are you certain you do not wish to taste it? It is truly delicious. After this exchange, Wu Ling quickly placed the final piece of Qian Rinshue's treat into his mouth and savored it with delight. This was merely a ploy to coax Qian Rinshue into speaking. It was most assuredly not due to a desire to consume the tea snack. Absolutely not. During this time, Old Li, standing outside, nearly believed his young master had lost his sanity, given his intense gaze upon Qian Rinshue. Admittedly, Wu Ling felt a touch of embarrassment. Yet Qian Rinshue appeared oblivious to his discomfort, which only heightened his own awkwardness, placing him in a rather difficult position. At that moment, Old Li, accompanied by 2 servants, knocked on the door, effectively alleviating the tension. Upon receiving a response and entering, Old Li immediately noticed Wu Ling's admiring gaze. Why is the young master looking at me like that? I haven't done anything remarkable, have I? Perhaps it is simply my efficiency. His next glance fell upon the dazed Qian Rinshue, whose seemingly normal demeanor now appeared through a different lens to Old Li. Why does Miss Qian seem so melancholic? And what could have prompted the young master's gaze just now? An astute mind tends to wander into speculation, and in Old Li's imagination, a scenario unfolded between a man and a woman. Woman, actually, I have liked you for quite some time. Man, I'm sorry. Woman, what is it about me that you do not like? Just tell me, and I will change. Man, no, that is not the point. Woman, then what is the point? Speak up. The man hesitated, but upon meeting the resolute gaze of the woman before him, he realized he could no longer evade the truth. Man, actually, I do not like women. Woman, no, that can't be true. This is just your excuse, right? Just then, as the woman continued to grapple with her confusion, a second man quietly emerged from the bushes. Ahem. Wu Ling coughed twice, interrupting Lao Li's reverie. As Lao Li came to his senses, he noticed that the snacks on the table had been replaced with a new assortment. He then observed Wu Ling's gaze darting toward the outside, and in an instant, understanding dawned upon him. Young master, is there anything else you require? Not at the moment. When something arises, I will trouble you again. Of course, young master. I shall take my leave and remain on standby. With that, Lao Li exhaled a sigh of relief as he exited the room, ensuring the door was shut tightly behind him. Wu Ling poured himself a cup of tea and continued to indulge in the delicacies before him. If only he had a smartphone with internet connectivity. The moment would be utterly perfect. As he silently savored his tea, Qian Rinshue, who had been lost in thought for quite some time, finally spoke. Wu Ling, Miss Qian, have you finally decided to speak? Ignoring Wu Ling's playful banter, Qian Rinshue fixed her gaze on his profile and inquired, have we met somewhere before? Not at all. The last time I saw you, you were still a man. Now that your surgery is a success, you think I wouldn't recognize you? Wu Ling internally scoffed at her words, but responded straightforwardly, no, this is our first meeting. However, upon hearing Wu Ling's denial, Qian Rinshue stared intently at him and asserted, no, you have. Chapter 66. Little Black, ever since you defeated me, I have been incessantly replaying the sparring session in my mind. Gradually, my focus expanded beyond the match itself, encompassing everything from the moment you entered until the sparring began. From these fragmented memories, I deduce 2 things. First, in terms of sparring alone, I concede that I am inferior to you. As you rightly said, within the confines of this house, I cannot hope to defeat you. Yet the second revelation weighs more heavily upon me, your attitude towards me. Though you conceal it well, your casual tone and gestures impart a sense of profound familiarity. As she spoke, Qian Rinshue's unwavering gaze bore into Wu Ling, as if she would discern something even with the slightest blink. Deep within her thoughts, she pondered whether her identity as Xue Qinghe had been exposed. However, she dismissed this notion, recognizing that only elders of the Spirit Hall and above were privy to such knowledge, regardless of how extraordinary this individual before her was. Being a genius and a disciple of the current pope. No, you're mistaken. Wu Ling spoke one thing while harboring another thought in his heart. He chuckled. For it was not merely familiarity, he was aware of what you would do for the rest of your life. After Wu Ling finished speaking, he resumed sipping his tea. While Qian Rinshue disregarded his denial and fixed her gaze upon him, mirroring his previous actions, the two remained in this tense standoff. Under the unyielding stare of Qian Rinshue, Wu Ling found it increasingly difficult to continue drinking, until the tea in his cup had grown cold. He finally set down the cup, weighing the pros and cons, and concluded that revealing a portion of the truth would not be detrimental. With a resigned sigh, Wu Ling inquired, "Are you certain you wish to know, Brother Shui?" Upon hearing this address, Qian Rinxue was taken aback, realizing he had referred to her as Brother Shui rather than Miss Qian. She stood up in surprise, but at a glance from Wu Ling, felt the mounting pressure on her body and gritted her teeth, ultimately sitting back down. Given the circumstances, Wu Ling understood that knowledge of this matter was inevitable. Considering his talents and status, it was likely a certainty in the future. However, knowing was one thing, and leaking information was another. Her undercover mission in Tiando could not afford any slip-ups, so she needed to ascertain who had divulged this information. Who had informed him? Was it the ghost elder, the Pope, or perhaps her grandfather? If it were any elder or the Pope, she would need to alert her grandfather. If it were her grandfather himself who had leaked the information, he must have his own reasons. None of those. What if I said I guessed it myself? Would you believe me? Wu Ling queried. Qian Rinxue paused, her anger visibly rising. Are you mocking me? My disguise is a skill of the heavenly soul bone. Even a titled Douluo would be unable to see through it, let alone you. As she had not finished her thought, she utilized the ability granted by her angel soul bones. When she gathered 6 pieces, they would combine to form an angel divine set. If Wu Ling's assertion were true, it would imply that even a fragment of the angel divine set had been vanquished by him, an affront to Qian Rinxue's devotion to the angel god. Faced with the furious Qian Rinxue, Wu Ling refrained from employing his formations to overpower her. Although he held little regard for her, he respected Qian Douluo. He could use sparring as an excuse once or twice, but if he overused it, Qian Rinxue might mention it to her grandfather, leading to potential repercussions for him. Thus, he unleashed his soul rings and began to reason with her. Can a tidal Douluo match my soul ring configuration? Can a tidal Douluo create such intricate formations? Can a tidal Douluo devise methods that enhance cultivation efficiency? Qian Rinxue, though still angry, was not beyond reason. After Wu Ling's trio of probing questions, she began to realize that this individual could not be assessed by conventional standards. What was unattainable for tidal Douluos might very well be achievable for him. With this thought, her agitation gradually subsided. Wu Ling also promptly released Xiaofun and provided an explanation. She articulated that each individual's soul power is distinct, revealing that when she was still Shui Qinghe, Wu Ling had sensed a striking similarity between her soul power and that of Qian Douluo. Upon their recent encounter, she discovered that their soul power resonated almost identically, leading her to this conclusion. Of course, the nuances of soul power were entirely discerned by Wu Ling and Xiaofun. Yet due to their extensive experience, Qian Rinxue was somewhat misled. Following Wu Ling's line of thought, Qian Rinxue found herself ushered out of the house. When she regained her composure, she realized she was already outside, walking towards the offering hall. Am I being dismissed? Reflecting on her earlier anger, Qian Rinxue momentarily thought she had upset Wu Ling, initially intending to return and apologize. She glanced at the setting sun and decided it would be better to wait until tomorrow. For now, she could seek clarification from her grandfather. In the hall of the spirit hall, the essence of soul power lingered in the air. Did the martial spirit truly utter such words? Indeed, he did. Qian Douluo stroked his beard thoughtfully before extending his hand, where a pure sphere of soul power coalesced. The boy's assertion holds merit. This sphere brims with purifying energy, capable of cleansing wicked martial spirits merely through contact. Very well, I shall visit tomorrow to express my apologies for today's rashness. Qian Rinxue concurred with Qian Douluo's decision, nodding in agreement. The boy's talent is on par with yours. Should he mature, he will undoubtedly become your staunch ally. I sense he resists constraints. Yet he is a person of gratitude. Fostering a good relationship now could prove advantageous in the future. Having received her grandfather's approval, Qian Rinxue nodded, already contemplating what to say when she approached the martial spirit the following day. Meanwhile, the martial spirit remained entirely indifferent to Qian Rinxue's affairs. Before him, 4 avatars stood in alignment, with the martial spirit and the first 3 avatars observing the 4th. Alas, how pitiable! Deprived of consciousness and subjected to madness by the original. It seems this entity shall never indulge in the pleasures of fine cuisine. The speaker, Xiaohong, lamented as he gently tapped the armor adorning the 4th avatar. Wu Ling playfully tapped Xiaohong's forehead 3 times, disregarding her resentful gaze. Together with Xiaofun and Xiaolan, he delved into the study of the 4th avatar. Naming it 4th seemed cumbersome, so he decided to call it Xiaohe instead, given its dark appearance. Chapter 67. The possibility of soul separation upon hearing Wu Ling bestow a name upon it. Xiaohe instinctively let out a roar. Quite fitting, Indeed, at least it spared him the need to explain, as he intended to bestow the fourth soul ring upon Xiaohe, making it indistinguishable from the illustrious Lancelot. As Wuling spoke, the fourth soul ring illuminated, enveloping Xiaohe in a shroud of dark armor, emanating a formidable aura. Coupled with the surrounding black mist, even the king of stupid hair would struggle to discern the true Lancelot, though intuition might yield a correct guess. Xiaohong, fetch me 2 kitchen knives, Wuling commanded. He watched as Xiaohong dashed to the kitchen, returning with 10 knives in the astonished gaze of the chefs, pleased with her obedience. Wuling nodded approvingly. Brandishing the 2 knives, he skillfully twirled them in the air. In my past, I wielded 2 kitchen knives, slicing through vegetables and meats, totaling a staggering 100,000 jin without respite. Now, I solemnly entrust them to you, Xiaohe, and I hope you will treat them with the utmost care. As Wu Ling spoke, she solemnly handed the 2 kitchen knives to Xiaohe, her demeanor suggesting a transfer of some significant authority. Boss, our knives are brand new. They haven't even been a year old, Xiaohong interjected, her voice tinged with a hint of discontent. Do you think we might have exaggerated their age back then? Wuling turned and pinched Xiaohong's face, saying, what was I thinking when I brought you into existence? With a face as handsome as mine, comparable to that of our esteemed readers, your words easily make you seem rather foolish. Today's main character is Xiaohong. Let us leave the stage to him, shall we? Must you continue to seek attention? Why not take on the role of a cool male deity or a beautiful goddess like Xiaolan and Xiaofan? After playfully tormenting Xiaohong's face, Wuling shifted his gaze to Xiaohong once more. From the point where Xiaohong's right hand met the kitchen knife, crimson veins began to spread across the blade. Under Wuling's influence, Xiaohong wielded 2 kitchen knives, and the enchanted knife effortlessly cleaved the ordinary one in 2, leaving no marks upon its edge. Observing the knife, which appeared to be riddled with cracks, Xiaofan, a researcher, slowly articulated the nature of this ability. One of Lancelot's treasures, Knight does not die empty-handed. This treasure embodies the tale of Lancelot overcoming a challenge posed by Philot, where he fought without a sword and triumphed using only a branch. This ability allows the wielder to bestow the attributes of a treasure upon their weapon and command it. Lancelot's capacity to utilize treasures is confined to weapons that can be recognized as such. Thus, the notion of grasping celestial bodies in an inverted manner is beyond consideration. When Lancelot seizes a weapon, regardless of its quality, it becomes equivalent to a D-grade treasure. If the original grade exceeds this, the weapon will revert to its original classification under Lancelot's control. In the original narrative, Lancelot relied on this ability in his confrontation with Gilgamesh's treasury, managing to intercept and command his treasures, thereby knocking down all the projectiles Gilgamesh launched. He has also commanded streetlights, fighter jets, and firearms as treasures. According to tests we conducted on our return journey, once transformed into a soul technique, the scope of this ability even extends to weapon spirits. Wu Ling nodded in satisfaction, for this was precisely the effect he sought. However, during my previous attempts, I encountered a certain resistance. What could be the cause? Xiaofan, seemingly pulling from thin air, produced a notebook and quietly turned to a specific page, examining the prior records. With the assistance of those earlier kind souls, it was revealed that your soul skill can indeed be countered. To put it simply, it resembles a tug-of-war. An additional controller has been installed on the original weapon spirit, and as long as your soul power is sufficient, you can wrest control from that weapon spirit. For you, endowed with a soul power circuit, the quantity of soul power is hardly an issue. As long as you are not defeated in a single blow, you can gradually wear down even a title Douluo. The solution to this predicament is rather straightforward. It lies in your third soul skill. The 10,000 symbols must respond to break the limits. Wuling caressed the enchanted kitchen knife with his fingers, sensing its razor-sharp edge that could sever the soul. I recall that a mere touch from it would cause the weapon spirit to be drawn back into the body. Wouldn't it? It is the one Fubi Ingpijie. Must you always utter your nickname, my essence? Your treasure seems to weep, Xiaofan interjected. Yet, Wuling waved his hand dismissively, replying, but it feels so awkward to say the full name every time, akin to 2 combatants shouting their techniques in the midst of a fight. Although such is indeed the case in Douluo. Observing Wuling's demeanor, Xiaofan understood that he had not truly taken the matter to heart, thus refraining from further comment. The ability of Wanfubi Ingpijie can be perceived as severing the control switch and energy source of that weapon spirit. Consequently, without the support of soul power, it would revert to the soul master's body. However, what if, after the original control switch and energy were severed, another energy source was connected? Indeed, In such a scenario, with your soul power serving as the energy and Knight not perishing unarmed as the controller, that weapon spirit would effortlessly become a possession of your essence. This chapter is not yet concluded. Please proceed to the next page for more captivating content. Nevertheless, I cannot rely solely on skills, as one of its prerequisites is physical contact, and even with you all, we only have 10 hands in total. Wu Ling posed another question to Xiaofan. In response to his inquiry, the insightful Xiaofan had already devised a plan. Rest assured, my essence. I can create a solidified soul power conversion device using soul power fragments. This device will not only solidify the effects of Knight not perishing unarmed onto that weapon spirit, but also enable it to autonomously absorb the ambient soul power to replenish its state. Wu Ling took the kitchen knife from Xiaohei's hand, and the crimson patterns vanished from the blade at a visible pace. Xiaofan, and my scheme. This is likely not the limit. Indeed, much like the concept of martial soul genes you presented to me, although we currently lack the necessary facilities for research, the potential remains considerable. The martial soul, a phenomenon capable of being inherited through bloodlines, occasionally experiences mutations. This leads to an inevitable comparison with genes, which also exhibit hereditary and mutational characteristics. If one could indeed decipher the genes of an individual, it might be feasible to entirely extract that martial soul from the person using a certain medium. Of course, this does not entail altering the individual's genes, rather, it involves compressing the martial soul into a specific segment for extraction. As for whether the individual could subsequently awaken another martial soul, the probability appears rather slim at present. Furthermore, the uncertainty surrounding the possibility of implanting the extracted martial soul into another person remains unresolved until the prior questions are addressed. The martial spirit expressed immense satisfaction with Xiaofan's research, relishing the feeling of exploration and inquiry. The knight, who does not perish unarmed, shall have his data preserved for now, while the matters concerning magical power and the protection of spirits may be set aside. The second focus is to delve into the boundless martial practice and the indestructible radiance of the lake. Chapter 68. Technique and equipment. The inexhaustible martial practice and the imperishable brilliance of the lake are far better experienced directly than merely observed. Thus, Xiaolan, showcase your talents. With the authorization granted by the martial spirit, Xiaolan became infused with the essence of Sasaki Kojir as a long sword was hurled towards her by the martial spirit. The moment Xiaolan caught it, Xiaohei seemed to activate some form of switch, letting out a furious roar before charging towards her. Meanwhile, the martial spirit and Xiaofan hurriedly activated the barrier that enveloped the entire house. What ensued was a formidable figure clad in pitch-black armor, surrounded by swirling dark mist, exuding an overwhelming aura. Xiaohei, wielding a kitchen knife, lunged ferociously at Xiaolan. Wu Ling stood by, gazing at the profoundly discordant scene, speechless as he covered his face with his hand. I'm sorry, Xiaohei, it was unintentional. Despite the dissonance of the moment, Xiaolan, the one confronted, dared not exhibit the slightest relaxation. As he raised his blade, poised to defend, a sudden thought struck him. He deftly altered his stance, allowing himself to leap backward just in time to evade the impending strike. With a resounding crash, a small crater formed where he had just stood. Xiaolan, having narrowly escaped, wiped the non-existent sweat from his brow and murmured, "Is this the disparity between strength C and strength A? On this enchanted ground, I could barely leave a few scratches, yet this fellow managed to create a pit." He then called out urgently to Wu Ling, "Hey, my original self, swiftly provide me with a different blade and enhance it. With such force, had I not dodged just now, I would have been severed in two." Wu Ling nodded in agreement, first instructing Xiaohong to pause momentarily. He recalled that in the original narrative, Sasaki was able to repel Uncle B with the assistance of Medea. Otherwise, a single blow from Uncle B's stone axe would have likely severed several limbs with just an ordinary knife. Subsequently, Xiaofan enhanced Xiaolan, while Wu Ling forged a longsword for Xiaolan and crafted one for Xiaohong as well, for it was quite amusing to see Xiaohong wielding a kitchen knife in a chaotic manner. Once all preparations were complete, the battle recommenced. Xiaolan positioned herself, adjusting her breath and stance, while Xiaohong enveloped the longsword with the essence of a knight, determined not to perish unarmed. With a fierce roar, Xiaohong vanished from sight, yet Xiaolan, possessing the ability of keen intuition, could easily discern his location. Thanks to Xiaofan's enhancements, Xiaolan was now capable of countering Xiaohong. A tumultuous clash ensued, as the longsword imbued with enhancement magic collided with the blood-tinged blade. Initially, Xiaolan could easily dominate Xiaohong, but after merely a few exchanges, a serious expression emerged on her face, for she sensed the shadow of technique in their sparring. Observing the fierce dance of blades in the courtyard, Wuling remarked to Xiaofan, "Is this the boundless martial practice?" In a bygone era, it was hailed for its unparalleled mastery, achieving a perfect union of heart, technique, and body, enabling one to unleash formidable combat prowess unimpeded by any mental distractions. This skill allowed its wielder to exhibit their true capabilities even in a frenzied state, as demonstrated in the original tale during the battle between Kuanglan and Gilgamesh, where she deftly evaded and caught his noble phantasm before striking down a second. In contrast to martial skills, it seemed to Wuling that this was more akin to a state of being. Just moments ago, Kuanglan, who had never wielded a single-edged longsword in Legends, progressed from merely slashing to executing a variety of attack maneuvers. Even if it was instinctual, she could still learn and master techniques through her innate reflexes. Xiaofan glanced at Wuling, who was inexplicably smiling, and understood that his essence had become exhilarated. In the initial 3 soul rings, Sasaki Kojuru's swordsmanship had been assimilated into Wuling's repertoire, granting him confidence even against the heroic spirit Sasaki himself. Meanwhile, Baimao and Medea lacked martial prowess. Although Baimao possessed a myriad of skills, their diversity made them less appealing to Wuling, and as for Medea, he entrusted her completely to Xiaofan. Thus, after honing his swordsmanship for an extended period, witnessing the boundless martial practice exhibited by Xiaohong was akin to a chef being presented with a new dish after growing weary of a previous one, igniting his excitement. As time passed, Xiaohong's swordplay grew increasingly adept, yet Xiaolan's swordsmanship remained top tier. Despite occasionally gaining the upper hand over Xiaohong, she struggled to find a decisive opportunity to strike. Eventually, Xiaolan feigned a flaw and retreated from Xiaohong, adopting a stance to prepare for her counterattack. In the chase, Xiaohong seemed to sense something amiss. One moment he had discarded his sword upon the ground, and the next he vanished into a swirl of black mist, revealing a visage strikingly similar to Wuling. In his grasp appeared a jet-black double-edged sword. Upon witnessing the newly manifested blade, Wuling relayed the information transmitted from his martial spirit. That was the holy sword, Lake of Unyielding Light. The Lake of Unyielding Light was a legendary sword entrusted to mankind by the lake spirits, alongside the Sword of Promised Victory. Sharing the same origin, its resilience could rival that of the Sword of Promised Victory. The blade bore engravings of elven script, characterized by a brilliance reminiscent of moonlit waters, with a blade that could never be shattered. However, due to Lancelot's past slaying of the Knights of the Round Table with this sword, it had lost its holy status and was classified as a cursed blade. This sword represented Lancelot's true treasure, only to be unleashed when other noble phantasms were sealed. Drawing this sword elevated all of Lancelot's attributes by 1 tier, and due to his legendary feats of slaying dragons, it inflicted additional damage against dragon attribute spirits. By applying excessive force to the tranquil lake of unyielding light, the latent magical power surged forth, transforming into a means of attack. Originally intended to be concealed as a magical light slash, Lancelot's technique was released as he approached and struck his opponent. Therefore, in FGO, it was utilized as a single-target noble phantasm, although it was originally meant for mass combat. Due to this unconventional application, while it amplified single-target damage, it imposed significant strain on Lancelot himself. With the Lake of Unyielding Light raised, Xiaohong stepped forward, entering within 3 meters of Xiaolan. This movement was akin to a trigger being pulled, as her counterattack swiftly arced toward him. Faced with slashes approaching from 3 directions, Xiaohong chose to protect his vital points, blocking the strike aimed at his neck with the Lake of Unyielding Light, while the other 2 slashes met his arms and thigh. Fortunately, due to the thickness of Xiaohong's armor, Xiaolan's strikes, after penetrating the armor, lacked sufficient force, merely inflicting superficial wounds, leaving his bones unharmed. Chapter 69. An unexpected reunion with Oscar. After releasing Xiaolan's counterattack, Xiaohong seemed to have recalled her technique, subsequently denying her the necessary distance and time, even at the cost of taking a few hits to interrupt her assault. Thus, the two engaged in a back-and-forth struggle for nearly half an hour, until Wuling commanded them to cease their attacks. Wuling stepped forward to assess the situation of the 2 individuals. With the aid of her keen perception, Xiaolan emerged from the encounter with minimal injuries. After all, as a fragile assassin, a single blow from Xiaohe could have proven fatal. On the other hand, Xiaohe's armor was riddled with various depths of cuts. The deepest 2 were inflicted by Yan Fan, while the others either merely grazed the armor or did not penetrate it at all. How would you evaluate their swordsmanship? Wuling inquired, seeking the opinions of those directly involved. Without a moment's hesitation, Xiaolan exclaimed, "Indeed, they are exceptionally skilled, although they initially displayed some clumsiness. Each subsequent class showcased a marked improvement. Notably, at one point, when they seemed to reach a plateau, they astonishingly integrated elements of dual-blade techniques into their style. If this individual possessed self-awareness, they could effortlessly forge an entirely new school of thought. Nonetheless, when it comes to single-blade techniques, they still cannot surpass my own. Wuling nodded and remarked, although it may take time to reach the pinnacle with certain weapons that have not been utilized in the past, my versatility is my strength. Whether it be swords or blades, firearms or sticks, even modern weaponry falls within my realm of mastery. One must acknowledge that in the original narrative, despite possessing the knowledge granted by the Holy Grail, the madman wielding a machine gun and standing atop a fighter jet displayed remarkable prowess, exemplified by the missile that he deftly maneuvered in mid-air. Following this, I could have Little Black engage me in combat with various weapons, thus enhancing my battle experience. As Wuling inquired further, Little Blue raised the blade before him, revealing numerous minute nicks upon the weapon that had been reinforced by both Wuling and Little Pink. It is indeed worthy of its reputation as a holy sword on par with the Sword of Victory. Had it not been for the enhancements provided by you and Little Pink, it likely would not have endured to this point. Moreover, even with such enhancements, after enduring prolonged and intense clashes, it is perilously close to its limit. At this juncture, I fear I may not even be able to fully execute the yin return technique. Upon receiving Little Blue's response, Wuling turned to Little Pink and inquired, Little Pink, the indestructible lake light has transformed into a cursed sword, and aside from its inherent sharpness and resilience, it possesses no other abilities. Do you think it is possible to purify it, restoring it to a holy sword? It is, after all, a dual-purpose treasure suitable for both humans and armies. I have long desired a. However, Little Pink shook her head in response to Wuling's request. If this were in your past life, it might have been feasible. But the current manifestation of the indestructible lake light is based on the foundation of Madman's spirit, summoned by your soul ring. Unless we can alter the soul ring itself, the transformation remains exceedingly difficult. Moreover, given the task you entrusted to me, you have yet to delve deeply into the study of the soul ring. Upon hearing Xiaofen's explanation and gazing at the moon that had already risen in the eastern sky, Wuling conceded, very well, let it be so. The hour is late, it is time to prepare for dinner. Subsequently, Wuling retracted the barrier, while Old Li had long since prepared the evening meal, awaiting Wuling's arrival to dine. However, in the meantime, Old Li had another matter to discuss with Wuling. Wuling raised an eyebrow. Has that lad Oscar come by yet? Let him eat first. Speaking of Oscar, it had indeed been quite some time since their last encounter. When Oscar first arrived, being unfamiliar with his surroundings, he sought out Wuling daily. Subsequently, Wuling had instructed Oscar to train alongside Xiao Hong, and somehow, within a few days, Oscar ceased his visits. However, it was not that he completely stopped coming. Rather, his own teacher had begun assigning him training tasks, which accounted for his diminished presence. To be honest, Wuling did not pay him much mind, allowing things to unfold without interference. He would occasionally concoct some cultivation elixirs for Oscar and inquire about his recent training progress, so their relationship remained at the level of friends. To claim they were as close as brothers would be an exaggeration. Now, Oscar's visit might be due to having heard about Wuling's acquisition of the fourth soul ring. Perhaps seeking to spend some time together, or possibly at the behest of his teacher to foster a good relationship. After all, Wuling was merely 12 years old yet already a soul master. Since a few days ago, when the esteemed Grand Priest Qian Douluo and Pope Bibi Dong ventured out on his behalf, most high-ranking officials had become aware of Wuling's achievement regarding his fourth soul ring. They praised his youthful talent and unparalleled grace, while also contemplating the appropriateness of inviting Wuling to a meal to strengthen their ties. Given Wuling's current trajectory, attaining the rank of title Douluo before the age of 30 seemed all but assured, and those in power hardly believed they would live to see such a time. Wuling conveyed a message to Old Li for Oscar, then returned to his room to change into comfortable home attire. He subsequently made his way to the dining room, where the slightly bashful Oscar, just over 8 years old, was seated. Upon noticing Wuling's entrance, his face instantly brightened with a wide smile. Brother Wu, it has been such a long time since I last saw you. Wuling also broke into a smile and approached, ruffling Oscar's hair. Why haven't you come to see me in a while? Oscar allowed Wuling to tousle his hair and replied nonchalantly. I heard you became a member of the Soul Sect, so I thought I'd come to congratulate you. It's no surprise, really. You've accomplished what countless others could not. Hearing such praise is indeed a delightful experience, particularly when it comes from someone familiar. Although Wuling understood that Oscar's words were somewhat flattering, he could not help but feel elated. After all, he had achieved his status through his own efforts. Receiving a few compliments was hardly a bad thing. All right, enough with the flattery. Just eat, he said, while reaching for his meal. Sure, Wu good. You go ahead and eat first. As Wu Ling savored his meal, he inquired about Oscar's recent progress. How has your training been lately? What is your soul power level? Oscar, feeling a sense of trust towards Wu Ling, the brother who had welcomed him into a better life, felt no need to conceal anything. He candidly shared. Thanks to my teacher's guidance and the techniques and elixirs you provided, I have made significant progress. My soul power level has now reached 18. And I should be able to advance to level 20 by the end of this year. Moreover, my teacher has already devised a plan for my second soul ring, aiming to obtain one that negates negative effects. Wu Ling nodded in satisfaction at Oscar's current rate of progress. In the original narrative, Oscar awakened his martial soul at the age of 6 and only reached level 30 after Tang San arrived at Shrek Academy when he was 14. While it was understandable that auxiliary martial souls tend to develop slowly, one could compare him to Ning Rongrong, who, despite having lower innate soul power, managed to reach level 30 by the age of 13 upon joining Shrek. The discrepancies in their growth stem from two primary factors. First, Oscar's initial lack of enthusiasm towards training, and second, the environment at Shrek Academy. As a student there, he lacked both a supportive atmosphere and quality mentorship to encourage his training. In contrast, before Tang San's arrival, Oscar often found himself either selling sausages or wandering about with Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun. Meanwhile, Ning Rongrong, despite her earlier disposition, benefited immensely from her father's guidance and the instruction of two Douluo, which vastly outperformed Oscar's training experiences. Thus, the unique, almost laissez-faire approach to nurturing talent at Shrek Academy played a pivotal role in their development. Now, with the encouragement of professional instructors and the techniques and occasional elixirs provided by Wu Ling, Oscar's circumstances were markedly superior to those depicted in the original story. It was entirely reasonable for him to achieve the rank of Great Soul Master at the tender age of 8. Wu Ling envisioned that while he may not elevate Oscar's level every 2 years as he had done, reaching level 30 by the age of 12 or even earlier was well within reach. Continue at this pace, Wu Ling advised. If you need anything, just inform your teacher. And if you require more elixirs, feel free to ask me as well. Understood, Wu Go, Oscar replied. After their meal, Wu Ling entertained Oscar with ghost stories reimagined in the context of Douluo, and eventually, amid Wu Ling's mischievous laughter, Oscar fled from his home in haste. Once Oscar departed, Wu Ling pondered, perhaps due to the recent skirmish between Xiao Lan and Xiao He, why it felt as though his meals were being consumed at an alarming rate. Oldly, inform the chef to prepare another feast for me, and from now on, let us have 4 meals a day with a variety of dishes. As for their wages, ensure they receive a fair increase. We cannot allow them to work overtime without proper compensation, can we? Young master, you are truly considerate towards your servants, Oldly remarked, nodding in agreement as he made his way to the quarters of the staff. Watching Oldly retreat, Wu Ling began contemplating whether he should ask Xiao Fun to procure some of the food pills from Naruto or the Senza beans from Dragon Ball. Wu Ling perused the tome he had borrowed from the Wuhuan Temple library for a while, and soon, an array of delectable dishes was served. After indulging in the meal, he took a brief respite before bathing, and subsequently returned to his chamber to continue his reading. This day marked the first since he had acquired the 4th spirit ring, warranting a small reprieve for himself. Therefore, Wu Ling abstained from his usual cultivation and did not summon Xiaohong and the others to train. Even Xiaofan was firmly recalled under the pretense that rest was essential for her vigor and research. Glancing at the clock, he noted that it was already 9:30. Wu Ling closed the book and rose to his feet, engaging in a form of gymnastics designed to invigorate all his muscles within the confines of his room. By 10 o'clock, after half an hour of exercise, he felt a sense of comfort coursing through him, having worked up only a modest amount of sweat. He then reached for the cup of milk that had cooled slightly on his bedside and drank it down in hearty gulps before collapsing onto his bed, drifting into slumber like an infant. The following morning at 6 o'clock, after a full 8 hours of restorative sleep, Wu Ling awoke, shedding the fatigue of the previous day. Cultivation was paramount. Beyond one's innate strength, all else was mere folly. After enjoying breakfast and waiting for half an hour, just as he was about to commence his training, the butler, Oldly, approached with a subtle expression. Young master, Miss Jian has come looking for you once again. Wu Ling's plan for cultivation was abruptly interrupted, leaving him feeling displeased. With a hint of disdain, he remarked, is the spirit hall run by her family? How can they be so casual about disturbing others' training? They ought to be bound and subjected to 100 repetitions. Upon hearing Wuling's words, Old Li hurriedly lowered his head, pretending he heard nothing. After all, the spirit hall indeed belonged to many families. Thus, despite his irritation, Wuling donned a warm and cheerful smile to greet Qian Ruxue. Ah, is this not the esteemed Miss Qian? What brings you here today? Although Wuling wore a smile, the perceptive Qian Ruxue quickly sensed the underlying insincerity. Why does your smile seem so forced and tinged with disdain? Normally, Qian Ruxue would not speak so directly. But recalling her grandfather's comments about Wuling's character from the previous night, she decided to tease him. Upon seeing Qian Ruxue, whose appearance rivaled his own, and hearing her melodious voice, Wuling's momentary irritation was soothed. After rubbing his face, he regained his composure. When he lowered his hands, his expression, a blend of ease and resignation, elicited a stifled chuckle from Qian Ruxue. Miss Qian, your arrival just as I was about to train feels akin to wearing ill-fitting clothes in the new year, quite awkward indeed. The chapter is not yet complete. Please turn to the next page to continue exploring the captivating narrative. Confronted with Wuling's peculiar metaphor, Qian Ruxue was not particularly taken aback, for her grandfather had mentioned that Wuling occasionally uttered bizarre remarks. However, Wuling's mention of training piqued her curiosity. Are you preparing for training? May I join you today? To be honest, not just I, but even the elders have expressed a desire to train with you to witness how you progress so rapidly. Wuling shrugged, indifferent to such trivial matters. Sure, it's no issue. However, if you have something pressing to discuss, feel free to bring it up first. Qian Ruxue gently shook her head. No need. I merely wish to apologize for my rudeness yesterday and chat with you today. Very well, then follow me. But before we train, I shall introduce you to a few individuals. With that, Wuling took on the role of a guide, leading her back to the courtyard. Qian Ruxue tilted her head in thought, following Wuling and closing the door behind her. A few individuals? Could there be others training with Wuling besides me? Right. There was that food system soul master my grandfather mentioned. Perhaps he is among them. But what about the others? As they arrived at the courtyard where she had been defeated the previous day, Qian Ruxue gazed at the spot of her loss with a complex expression, only to be taken aback. Two men who bore a striking resemblance to Wuling, along with a figure clad in dark armor, were striking an unusual pose in the center of the courtyard. Chapter 71. Power and strength. With her attention drawn to the three individuals, Qian Ruxue turned at the sound of an unexpected clap. Wuling covered his face with his hand, and through the gaps between his fingers, Qian Ruxue glimpsed his profound exasperation. What are you three up to? After a moment's contemplation, Wuling sighed and inquired with a tone of resignation. Xiaohong blinked a few times and exclaimed, Welcome. Upon learning that Miss Qian was coming, I planned to greet her in a novel manner, hence this grand display. Is that the reason for your synchronized antics? Wuling glanced at Qian Ruxue to ensure she displayed no unusual emotions, then addressed Xiaohong. What do you think? Doesn't it exude heartfelt sincerity? We had considered mimicking the Rocket Trio's moves, but this one feels far more impactful. By the way, what do you think of the Jinyu Force's poses? I noticed that we always emerge from your shadow, which feels rather unrefined, so I thought we might adopt a more striking pose. While Xiaohong was speaking, Wuling stepped forward and playfully smacked him on the head. Do you wish to mortify me? Or are you trying to induce a blackout? Despite being a head taller than Wuling, Xiaohong looked like a chastened child after the playful reprimand. Sensing the situation was turning unfavorable, Xiaolan seized the opportunity to slip away, even taking a moment to nod at Qian Ruxue as he departed with Xiao He. Following their exit, Xiaohong wore a sorrowful expression as he sought out Xiaolan for his thrice-daily training, still convinced that their entrance routine was a brilliant idea. Once the trio had left, Wuling turned to the perpetually curious Qian Ruxue and explained, Those three are avatars created by my second soul ring, derived from myself and my first, third, and fourth soul rings. They assist me in training, allowing me to achieve in a single day what others accomplish in 5. In battle, they also prove quite useful, truly a practical soul skill. As Wuling elucidated, Qian Ruxue's expression shifted dramatically. So, when we fought yesterday, you didn't even unleash your full power? Although it was a fact, the intensity of Qian Ruxue's gaze prompted Wuling to offer her some reassurance. Of course not. I exerted my utmost effort, save for the use of my avatars, to best you, Miss Qian. Is that truly the case? Absolutely. Now, let's set that aside for the moment. I want to introduce you to Xiaofan. You should find her quite engaging. Without waiting for Qian Ruxue's inquiries, Wuling led her towards Xiaofan's quarters. Upon reaching a room with all its windows closed, Wuling knocked on the door. After receiving a response from within, he ushered Qian Ruxue inside. Although I have delegated most of the research authority to Xiao Fan, that does not imply I remain uninvolved. Each morning, I dedicate time to review her progress, Wuling stated, handing Qian Ruxue a set of masks, glasses, and gloves. Put these on. They have been specially treated. While Xiaofin and I are present, the risk of error is minimal, but if we inadvertently encounter something unusual, it could pose a significant challenge for us both. Qian Shui surveyed the chaotic yet harmoniously arranged interior, donning the protective gear without a hint of doubt. As she followed Wu Ling to meet the little Fan he had mentioned, she could hardly shake the notion that this was his daughter. Had she not known it was merely his avatar. However, the ensuing conversation between Wu Ling and the little Fan left Qian Shui utterly bewildered. Although she comprehended the individual terms such as circuit, conductive, and soul, the complete sentences eluded her understanding entirely. Realizing she was unable to interject, Qian Shui began to wander around the room, and to her astonishment, her exploration only deepened her confusion. As a successor of the angel god, she had perused numerous texts from the spirit hall and had studied various subjects to adeptly assume the role of a prince. Yet she found herself utterly incapable of discerning the nature of the objects within this room. Once Wu Ling and the little Fan concluded their discussion, he finally noticed the pensive Qian Shui seated nearby. "Miss Qian, what troubles you?" he inquired. Qian Shui lifted her gaze to meet Wu Ling's, then glanced around the room at the assorted items before pointing to one and asking, "What is that?" Wu Ling followed the direction in which she pointed and beheld a jar emitting a kaleidoscope of black liquid. "Ah, you mean that? It is a substance capable of augmenting male estrogen. In simpler terms, it can transform men into women. However, it is currently only effective for soul masters below the rank of soul sovereign." Qian Shui, without a moment's hesitation, surmised the purpose of this item and for whom it had been devised. She then pointed to a square object submerged in the liquid and inquired, "What about that?" "That," Wu Ling replied, "is a condensed power block, amalgamating the soul energy of an unparalleled Douluo, 6 super Douluos, and 8 tidal Douluos. Once created, it could not be separated. But worry not, in the event of an explosion, it would only obliterate a small portion of the Wuhuan city." Listening to Wu Ling's description, even the composed Qian Shui furrowed her brow. A small portion? Just that? However, she soon directed her attention to another object, asking, "And this?" "This is a telephone, functioning as a remote communication soul guide device. It is almost ready for assembly." "What about that?" Qian Shui inquired, pointing to a red embroidered shoe. "Although it appears merely to be a shoe, my Wuhuan informs me that it is far from ordinary." Observing the object Qian Shui indicated, Wu Ling's enthusiasm for her explanations waned slightly, and Qian Shui sensed the shift in her demeanor. "Well, if it is inconvenient, then you need not elaborate." Wu Ling shook his head and offered a gentle smile. "It is nothing, merely a relic from an old acquaintance. As for its significance, it might guide me back to familiar grounds." "Apologies," said Qian Shui. Wu Ling waved his hand dismissively. "Oh, I have already assured you it is of no consequence. By the way, you have inquired about everything in this room, and time is swiftly approaching 11. Let us remain here for a meal and resume our training in the afternoon." Qian Shui glanced at the clock and realized it was indeed nearing 11. She had only asked about a handful of matters earlier that day. Resolving to continue her inquiries in the afternoon, she replied with an affirmation. Subsequently, Qian Shui stayed for lunch, and in the afternoon, she trained her physique alongside Wu Ling amidst the pressure of the barrier, honing her skills against the assaults of Xiao Wan and Xiao He. By evening, Wu Ling invited her to stay for dinner once more. After the meal, as she sipped her floral tea, Qian Shui could no longer contain her curiosity. "Wu Ling, may I ask why you did not engage in any cultivation today? Was my presence a disruption to your plans?" Wu Ling shook his head and said, "Having grasped the capabilities of Xiaofan, you should comprehend that besides the necessary weekly rest, I dedicate the majority of my time to cultivation. It is not just me, Xiao Hong and others assist in my training as well. Thus, even if I only devote 1/3 of a day to cultivation, my progress surpasses that of those who train for an entire day. Furthermore, no one knows oneself better than I do. By pairing my self-created techniques with elixirs, I can enhance my efficiency by nearly 50%. In summary, even if I allocate merely 1/3 of my day to cultivation, my speed is still double that of individuals of the same rank. Indeed, when outside, Wu Ling employs a specialized technique to conceal the soul power circuits, which he admits is less efficient. This is not due to selfishness, but rather the necessity of examining every soul power line and martial spirit within an individual to configure their soul power circuit. Such an examination is akin to disrobing and allowing Wuling to scrutinize every corner of one's body, followed by an absolute openness regarding one's inner self, martial spirit and lines. It is a level of scrutiny that even a robust man would find intolerable, let alone a woman, and Wuling is disinclined to inspect the bodies of such men. Thus, to avert unnecessary complications, Wuling uniformly employs a specialized technique for external explanations. After training alongside Wuling for a day, Qian Rengshu, now aware of Wuling's formidable cultivation speed, recalled certain matters. Finally, she pursed her lips slightly and, with unwavering gaze, inquired, "What are your thoughts on power, or more specifically, what personal insights do you have regarding power and strength?" Chapter 72. Response and Awakening. That night, Qian Rengshu left Wuling's residence, deep in thought. Earlier, Wuling had articulated his perspective on power and strength. In the absence of strength, power is strength. In the presence of strength, strength is power. Of course, this is merely my viewpoint. Any resemblance is purely coincidental. Qian Rengshu disregarded Wuling's mention of copyright fees, a term she found perplexing as she began to contemplate his preceding statements. Wuling's meaning was quite straightforward. In the absence of individual strength, power within a group embodies strength. Conversely, when individual strength is present, power merely serves as a means or result of acquiring strength. It is akin to the ancestral figures often referenced in his past life, indicating that when an ordinary person suddenly possesses extraordinary power, an insatiable desire tends to manifest. However, unlike Wuling, Qian Rengshu interpreted his analogy as a reflection of the relationship between ordinary individuals and soul masters. After all, in the Douluo continent, even a soul master with merely a decade of soul rings holds a significantly higher status than an ordinary person, as soul masters ascend to greater ranks. Particularly beyond the great soul master level and into the soul sage realm, registration at the spirit hall grants them direct noble titles from the state, becoming barons of the lowest rank, with higher strength yielding higher noble titles. While Qian Rengshu concurred with Wuling's perspective, she nodded and then shook her head. "I agree with your viewpoint, but for those commoners, they recognize power over strength. For instance, the strength of a titled Douluo undoubtedly surpasses that of an emperor, yet if both were to speak simultaneously, the majority of commoners would certainly heed the emperor's words. Furthermore, strength cannot resolve all matters. The reason I masquerade as Xueqinghe is not solely for self-validation but also to peacefully subjugate Tiando without inciting war that would burden the populace and plunge them into suffering." In response to Qian Rengshu's thoughts, Wuling smiled enigmatically. "Indeed, strength may not resolve everything, yet absolute power can address the vast majority of issues. If the strength of a titled Douluo proves inadequate, then the divine." The words of Wuling sent a tremor through Qian Rengshu's heart, yet she resolutely shook her head. "No, even if divine power could intervene, our ancestors have decreed that deities must not interfere with the development of the mortal realm." After uttering this, Qian Rengshu suddenly noticed that Wuling's smile appeared somewhat peculiar. "Why are you laughing?" "Oh, I just recalled something amusing," Wuling replied. Qian Rengshu furrowed her brow slightly at his words. It was evident that both were distracted during their conversation, a clear sign of disrespect. However, what irritated her more was Wuling's dismissive attitude. Throughout her life, regardless of her status, she had never encountered anyone who dared to treat her with such indifference. Thus, she pressed on, "What is this amusing thing?" "I've been following the updates of a novel I read." Just as Qian Rengshu was about to inquire further about the novel, Wuling diverted the topic. "Honestly, I find it perplexing how members of your family think. Rules are meant to be broken. Why do you adhere to your ancestors' teachings just because one ascended to divinity while you remain mortal? Once you become a deity, you possess the power to establish new doctrines. For instance, if one scored 700 on the college entrance examination, it would be akin to their lineage starting from them in the family tree. Ultimately, whether to intervene is your decision, even if you can only linger in the mortal realm for a brief moment as a deity. Eliminating a few individuals would be a trivial task. After all, the world is rather superficial, its depths easily discernible. Had I ventured into the realms of the enigmatic or the arcane, I would have undoubtedly prostrated before every notable name in my lineage. Though one cannot overlook the possibility of being misled by ancestors." Listening to Wuling's incongruous thoughts, Qian Rengshu found herself surprisingly calm. The original character of Qian Rengshu was driven by self-interest. Anyone who could offer substantial benefits could easily supersede even the most loyal titled Douluo elder. For instance, in her pursuit of Tangsan, she had even suggested that she might consider entrusting the management of Gue Douluo to him. If it weren't for Tangsan's intent to obliterate the spirit hall, Qian Rengshu might have indeed followed through with that proposition. Now, at merely 15 years of age, Qian Rinchue's character began to echo the original's essence. Her previous outburst stemmed largely from her frustration at being bested by Wu Ling, although his words stirred something within her. She remained steadfast in her dual objective, to prove herself to her grandfather and that woman. I shall ponder this further, she concluded, departing from Wu Ling's residence. As she watched Qian Rinchue retreat, Wu Ling felt no urgency for immediate results, for he still needed to refine his own skills. It reminded him of his university roommates, with whom he had shared a good rapport, yet after parting ways, they had lost all contact. Meanwhile, those who remained connected were the friends who, despite quarrels, could reconcile. Such bonds, forged through understanding each other's boundaries, endure the test of time. Under the influence of the forces of creation, time began to accelerate. Day by day, Qian Rinchue, embodying both disdain and sincerity, trained and conversed alongside Wu Ling. One evening, after a fortnight, she began to bid farewell. It's been half a month. I must return lest my excuse falters. Understood, Wu Ling replied. This is the token of Shui Qingha. With it, you may traverse most areas of Tiando unimpeded and come to see me should you require my assistance. Just leave it there, she said. Feeling a surge of irritation at Wu Ling's indifferent demeanor, they had spent 2 weeks together. Her departure warranted at least some emotional response. Yet, as she scrutinized him, Wu Ling remained unperturbed, sipping his tea with composure. Are you hoping to spend the night here before you leave? He inquired with a hint of amusement. Ultimately, Qian Rinchue did not stay the night, and for Wu Ling, she remained inconsequential. Even when she departed the following day, he did not disrupt his training regimen to see her off, for farewells were not part of his agenda. A month after Qian Rinchue's departure, the annual awakening of martial souls commenced once more. Chapter 73, The Awakening of Blue Silver. As dawn broke, sunlight illuminated the Spirit Hall branch in Notting City. Soul Master Chao Silang glanced at the day's agenda. Am I responsible for the Village of Holy Soul this year? After gathering the necessary items for the soul awakening ceremony, Chao Silang boarded a carriage towards the village. While riding, he sighed, reflecting on the passage of time, despite the years gone by. Thoughts of why he was assigned here evoked envy and jealousy within him. 6 years prior, he had received news of his appointment in Notting City, leaving him bewildered, as he had only recently served in a spirit sub-hall for less than a year. Although his soul power level qualified him as a Grand Soul Master, his potential suggested he could ascend to Soul Sovereign or even Soul Douluo. Logically, he should not have been assigned to this position, which represented a loss of potential. Thus, he discreetly inquired and even sought out the esteemed third uncle, who served as a steward in a main spirit hall. However, he received no information until he encountered the soul master named Su Yun Tao, who had taken his place in the sub-hall, revealing the truth of the situation. A novice responsible for the soul awakening managed to awaken a child with innate full soul power, who was then summoned by the current pope to Spirit City. As the saying goes, when one ascends, their associates rise with them. Although the child with innate full soul power was not the one to ascend, the surrounding soul masters certainly were not insignificant either. Thus, the 3 individuals who interacted most with that child were promptly promoted to a higher tier. Due to certain circumstances, all Spirit Hall branches underwent reassignments that year, leaving no vacancies. Consequently, the selection process was akin to choosing a shorter candidate among a group of tall individuals. And he found himself swapped with Su Yu Tao. That fellow, just the thought of that fortunate individual irked him. In terms of strength, potential, and appearance, he clearly surpassed that man. Yet, why was it that fortune eluded him? Innate full soul power is exceedingly rare. For such a diminutive place to produce one was already remarkable, let alone a second. During his 6 years here, he had awakened children in several nearby villages, yet the results had continually declined. In those 6 years, only 5 children had awakened soul power, 3 of whom possessed merely level 1 soul power. Without resources, their chances of becoming Grand Soul Masters were uncertain. Sigh, Holy Soul Village, a name of great promise. I only hope I won't return empty-handed. At the Holy Soul Village Spirit Hall office, an elder approached Chao Silang with several children. Greetings, esteemed steward. These are the children we are to awaken this year. Very well, let us commence the ceremony. Please, village chief, step outside for the time being. Oh, of course. After the village chief departed, Chao Surong commenced his self-introduction. I am a level 28 soul master from the Spirit Hall, serving as a battle spirit master with the martial spirit of the Black Sword, and I am also your guide. Following his introduction, the subsequent demonstrations and awakenings unfolded seamlessly. However, the results of this awakening left him disheartened, persisting until the last individual. As he gazed at the blue-silver grass that appeared in the hands of a child, he sighed in disappointment, Yet another blue-silver grass. Among the 8 participants, 3 possessed worthless martial spirits. Sighing, he thought it best to hasten the soul power assessment, though the likelihood of it being 0 was high. Nevertheless, once completed, he would be free of concern. But in the next moment, a brilliant light erupted from the crystal ball. Lord Chief. Chao Surong abruptly pushed open the door to the office of the Spirit Hall's sub-chiefs. What is it, Surong? Why the rush? Weren't you supposed to oversee the martial spirit awakenings today? The chief, who had assumed his position around the same time as Chao Surong, held a particular interest in this young man, sharing similar experiences, and was somewhat aware of his daily schedule. I encountered a child with innate full soul power. Upon hearing this, the chief's expression shifted. Even as a soul king, his salary remained unchanged regardless of his position, yet the employment environment had transformed. Ultimately, he felt a twinge of regret about being reassigned merely due to the discovery of a genius. Come, have some water and explain slowly. There's no need to rush. A freshly awakened child cannot possibly take flight. As he spoke, the chief poured a cup of water and handed it to Chao Surong. Taken aback by such treatment, Chao Surong accepted the cup, gulping it down before feeling somewhat at ease. He then relayed the news of a child named Tang San, who had awakened the blue-silver grass along with innate full soul power. To be candid, even with innate full soul power, the blue-silver grass left him feeling apprehensive. According to a deeply ingrained impression, he found it hard to envision the utility of the blue-silver grass. Could it possibly entwine its opponent? Nevertheless, an inner compulsion spurred him not to relinquish hope. So what if it was blue-silver grass? After all, it was innate full soul power. He recalled that the last child with innate full soul power had a mutated martial spirit. Perhaps this one was also a variant of blue-silver grass. Driven by such thoughts, Chao Surong hurried back to deliver this news to the chief promptly. In contrast, the chief, who had previously served as a common steward in the Spirit Hall, pondered thoughtfully upon hearing Chao Surong's description. Although he too had been a mere steward, his experiences afforded him broader insights compared to those soul masters who had never ventured beyond their designated areas. Therefore, he understood the significance of martial spirit quality. Assuming Chao Surong spoke the truth, the innate full soul power of the blue-silver grass could indeed be a mutation, though he struggled to conceive what it might transform into. As for other possibilities, they were exceedingly rare, leading the chief to refrain from making any hasty conclusions. Innate full soul power of the blue-silver grass, while considered a worthless martial spirit, is still worth reporting. The worst that can happen is a reprimand. But if it truly is a mutation as he spoke, the chief exchanged a glance with Chao Surong, sharing an understanding of mutual sympathy and unfulfilled aspirations. This matter should be treated as urgent. It is time to bring this out. With that, the chief retrieved a box the size of a human head from his desk drawer. What is this? Chao Surong inquired, leaning in with curiosity. The chief smiled mysteriously. You wouldn't know. This is an invention from that child with innate full soul power. I believe it's called a telephone. In the Pope's chamber, a guard approached Bibi Dong, who was immersed in paperwork, holding an antiquated landline telephone with 2 buttons. The button labeled Heaven was illuminated. Bibi Dong expertly lifted the receiver. On the other end, the Platinum Bishop of the Heaven-Do Sacred Hall, Salis, began, Long live the Pope. Yes, what is it, Salis? As she listened to the report, Bibi Dong's eyes narrowed slightly. Tang San, with innate full soul power and blue-silver grass. As she spoke, she glanced towards the east, the direction of Wu Ling's home. I understand. Pay him no mind. I have my arrangements. Understood, Your Holiness. After hanging up, Bibi Dong waved her hand, and the guard returned the telephone to its designated spot. Bibi Dong picked up her pen again, but this time, her heart was not in the paperwork. She recalled a prophecy that Wu Ling had shared with her days prior, pondering, what else do you know, Wu Ling? Meanwhile, Salis began dialing the head of the Spirit Hall. The Pope said to disregard him. She has her plans. Received. Just before hanging up, Salis added, wait. Ensure that the one who reported does not leave empty-handed. Understood. Thus, the Pope's orders were relayed from the Pope's chamber to the Spirit Hall of the Heaven-Do Empire, and further down the hierarchy until they reached the Spirit Hall in Notting City. The reason for their telephonic communication was that the device researched by Schauf utilized soul power to replace signal transmissions. Without soul power input, only fixed-line telephones could be used. For instance, the Pope's phone could only connect to the Heaven-Do and Douluo sacred halls, while other phones within the halls could reach their respective main halls, facilitating communication down the chain. Though Wu Ling found this somewhat cumbersome, it was undeniably a groundbreaking tool for the Douluo continent, which had previously relied on letters for communication. Although Xiaofan later envisioned a portable mobile phone using soul power blocks, Wu Ling advised against rushing, emphasizing the need for Xiaofan to focus on more pressing matters. In Nodding City, as the chief of the Spirit Hall and Chao Surong eagerly awaited news, information finally arrived from the Spirit Subhall. Upon witnessing the chief's expression shift from despondency to excitement, Chao Surong felt a revelation dawning upon him, akin to the thrill of a dragon slayer becoming a dragon himself. And he too broke into a smile. Few knew the specifics of the events that transpired, but following that fateful day of martial spirit awakenings, the stewards of the Nodding City Spirit Subhall never saw him again. Meanwhile, in the Spirit City, Wu Ling paused his sparring with Xiao He, asking, "What's the matter?" "Only? Young master, His Holiness the Pope has sent word, stating that the individual you mentioned a few days ago has indeed made an appearance." Upon hearing the news, Wu Ling remained composed, for he had long anticipated Tang San's awakening. A mere Tang San was not significant enough to prompt a change in his plans. "Very well. I understand," he stated, and resumed his battle with Xiao He. The butler, Oldly, observed this exchange but refrained from further comment, fulfilling his duties by bowing to Wu Ling before exiting. Days later, Tang San entered the Nodding Academy as expected, showcasing his skills and subsequently being taken as a disciple by Yu Xiaojiang. "Since you have chosen to be my student, allow me to present you with a token of our meeting," Yu Xiaojiang declared, producing a belt and a book. "This belt is a soul tool, a gift for you. Along with this manual, it will enhance your soul power cultivation speed." After naming the belt 24 Bridge Moonlit Night, Tang San focused on the manual, pondering its efficacy compared to his own Xiantian skill. He then displayed another of his martial souls to Yu Xiaojiang, who was taken aback by the revelation. After agreeing to meet 2 days later at the Soul Hunting Forest, Yu Xiaojiang exhaled in relief and settled into a chair. The Haotian Hammer, innate full soul power. I must suppress my excitement and consider my plans for Tang San. His talent is not inferior to that of the other disciple, so I shall take him under my wing as well. The issue of dual martial souls can wait. The key lies in the techniques. It is rumored that beyond the commonly circulated skills, there exist 3 exceptional techniques with unparalleled effects. To build a solid foundation, those 3 techniques are essential. However, if I were to request them directly, the master of the Soul Hall would surely refuse. I must proceed cautiously. If the Soul Hall can develop techniques, so can I. And I will prove my theories to the world. Although the Soul Hall claims these techniques were invented by Wu Ling, how could a mere child achieve such a feat? It is evident that the Soul Hall devised them, merely presenting it this way to bolster Wu Ling's reputation. 2 days later, under Yu Xiaojiang's guidance, Tang San arrived at the Soul Hunting Forest. Upon encountering the diverse array of soul beasts, he was filled with curiosity, while Yu Xiaojiang proudly explained his calculations, stating, "For 123 years, a confident and precise figure." Tang San, having witnessed Yu Xiaojiang's confidence, felt a growing respect for him. As they passed by the serpent vine flower, Tang San pondered the unsettling name of the mandala snake. Suddenly, Yu Xiaojiang halted abruptly, and Luo Sanpao assumed a combat stance. "It appears, Tang San, that you have found your first soul ring," he exclaimed, pointing to a snake hanging from a tree. A 399-year-old Li Lin snake. Though it falls short of 400 years, it is still within an acceptable range. "My first soul ring is a snake, but teacher, my martial soul is plant-based." Tang San expressed his confusion. Yu Xiaojiang patiently explained, "This soul ring is an excellent choice. My extensive research shows that plant martial souls are not limited to plant-type soul beasts. The Li Lin snake, despite being non-venomous, possesses extraordinarily sharp scales. While its age is slightly under 400 years, it remains a top-tier option. If it becomes your first soul ring, your blue silver grass will undoubtedly gain sharp and resilient properties. As for venom, there is no rush. You can seek a venomous soul beast for your second soul ring. Of course, this is merely my theoretical research, filled with confidence yet untested. Even my family regards it with skepticism." That is an inadequate example. Those who do not truly trust themselves cannot be considered family. Sensing Yu Xiaojiang's somber mood, Tang San contemplated offering comfort, but was interrupted as Yu Xiaojiang sternly warned, however. "One thing is certain, there is danger involved. Xiao San, do you still wish to take the risk?" Listening to Yu Xiaojiang's articulate analysis, Tang San felt a moment of hesitation. Yet, recalling their similar experiences, he resolved, "Teacher, I believe in you." Yu Xiaojiang's heart swelled with pride at Tang San's deference. "Now, let me outline the precautions and strategy. One must strike the serpent at its weakest point, and the Li Lin snake's attacks will reveal its vulnerabilities. I will distract it with Luo Sanpao. Once it has unleashed its scales and exposed its weakness, the task will fall to you." Following this plan, Yu Xiaojiang and Tang San began to encircle the Lilin snake. The initial stages of their strategy proceeded smoothly, but Yu Xiaojiang miscalculated the snake's attack speed, leaving Luo Sanpao with insufficient time to recover soul power through consuming radishes, while Luo Sanpao could handle weaker foes easily. The Lilin snake's scale protection rendered their early efforts ineffective, and as its scales diminished, it too struggled to unleash its soul skills due to lack of soul power. Even its second soul skill, which possessed hypnotic abilities, proved ineffective against Tang San, who had trained in the Tang sect's secret arts. Suddenly, the Lilin snake detected Tang San approaching from the side. After repelling Luo Sanpao, it launched 3 scales toward Tang San. In truth, these scales posed little threat to him, but Yu Xiaojiang was unaware. "Xiao San, be careful," he shouted as he lunged to shield Tang San. Despite his shortcomings, Yu Xiaojiang harbored deep affection for Tang San. The scales, even with Luo Sanpao as a shield, pierced Yu Xiaojiang's back. The impact from the scales, coupled with Yu Xiaojiang's lack of recent combat experience, caused him to faint after tackling Tang San. Once free from Yu Xiaojiang's grasp, Tang San found himself in a fierce battle against the serpent. Ultimately, with a well-aimed shot from a sleeve arrow piercing the Lilin snake's weak point, Tang San emerged victorious. After slaying the serpent, he did not rush to absorb the soul ring. Instead, he first revived Yu Xiaojiang. "Xiao San, flee quickly," the awakened Yu Xiaojiang urged, but Tang San reassured him. "It's all right, teacher. In a moment of panic, I struck wildly and ended up killing it." If Wu Ling had been present, he would surely have displayed an expression of disbelief at a mere 6-year-old's chaotic swordplay resulting in the demise of a 100-year-old soul beast. In the realm of Do Air, one must acknowledge that Hui Yuhao nearly met his demise at the hands of a 10-year-old wind monkey. What is even more significant is the audacity of a person to speak such words, and the fact that another would dare to believe them, especially when the believer is a master renowned for his theoretical prowess. Upon receiving Tang San's comforting words, Yu Xiaojiang appeared to be gripped by a lingering sense of trepidation as he murmured, "That is good. That is indeed good." If Wu Ling were present, he would undoubtedly have reason to suspect that Yu Xiaojiang, upon discovering Tang San's true identity, might have already deduced that Tang Hao was following him. Otherwise, as a master who had devoted nearly half his life to research, how could he believe that a 6-year-old child could defeat a century-old soul beast? However, if he had indeed guessed that Tang Hao was tailing Tang San, then his previous actions would become rather intriguing. Furthermore, Tang Hao must have accompanied Tang San during his first hunt for a soul ring. During the recent battle with the Lilin snake, Tang San employed various Tang sect techniques, such as Ghost Shadow Phantom and Purple Extreme Magic Eye, alongside the crossbow he crafted. It was evident to anyone that Tang San possessed extraordinary abilities, yet Tang Hao harbored no suspicions. Wu Ling could not fathom that a titled Douluo would be so oblivious as to overlook Tang San's prowess. Thus, the equation that seemingly suggests family equals unconditional trust, and unconditional trust equals family, while appearing logical at first glance, may indeed hold true upon deeper contemplation. By the way, how long has it been since the Lilin snake perished? Oh, perhaps just a little over 10 minutes. It is truly fate, as I previously mentioned to you. Little San, it's time for you to absorb the soul ring. Subsequently, with the assistance of the unparalleled secret technique Xiantian Gong, honed by countless generations of Tang sect elites, Tang San successfully absorbed the soul ring of the Lilin snake. Feeling the soul power coursing through him via Xiantian Gong, Tang San's heart raced with excitement. Most individuals in this world merely practice soul power in a haphazard manner, even if their teachers provide them with techniques. It only marginally increases their efficiency. The first layer of Xiantian Gong alone could enhance the cultivation speed by 50%, and should one reach the 9th layer, it could potentially boost efficiency by a full 50%. If I cultivate my soul power using Xiantian Gong, I am destined for greatness. After absorbing the soul ring, Tang San eagerly unleashed his first soul skill, causing a strand of blue-silver grass to sprout from his palm, slowly transforming into a flying dagger of considerable size. Grasping the flying dagger, he released it with a swift motion, and within a moment, a small bird 30 meters away was pierced through and fell lifelessly. The blue-silver flying dagger has been perfected. If paired with my Tang sect techniques, I could have single-handedly slain the Lilin snake. Despite the exhilaration of obtaining his first soul skill, Tang San felt an odd sensation, as if his blue-silver grass was lacking something. Chapter 76. The Merchant Association. At the moment Tang San acquired his first soul ring, a large establishment named the Soul Weapon Shop was grandly inaugurated in Spirit City. The identity of the shop's owner remained a mystery, yet it was widely speculated that the formidable Spirit Hall, the most powerful force on the continent, was behind it. On the opening day, numerous soul masters from the Spirit Hall gathered at the entrance, eager to be among the first to enter and purchase items. While the security personnel maintaining order were also from the Spirit Hall, in reality, for the original Spirit Hall. The establishment of a merchant association was merely the icing on the cake, and 3 reasons underpin this. Firstly, transportation was inconvenient and manpower was scarce. Previously, transportation between cities in Douluo continent relied on horse-drawn carriages, which were inherently slow. Additionally, the need for personnel to protect both goods and operations rendered it impractical for the Spirit Hall, which had branches in every city. Secondly, the scarcity of goods meant that trade mainly revolved around a limited selection, predominantly related to soul masters, while ordinary goods were handled by local vendors. Thirdly, before the Spirit Hall established its merchant association, various other associations already existed, such as the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School, which had its own trading network. Despite being the continent's foremost power, the Spirit Hall lacked experience in commerce. However, Wuling had solutions for all these issues. To address the transportation challenges, he had Xiaofan invent the Soul Guidance Car, a 4-wheeled vehicle powered by soul energy. Once one reached the soul venerable level, its speed could match or even surpass that of horse-drawn carriages, and even ordinary individuals could utilize soul power blocks to fuel the vehicle. Regarding the limited variety of goods, Wuling ensured comprehensive coverage for all essentials, from clothing to food. With the resolution of the soul power block and soul power exchange mechanism, Xiaofan could effortlessly manufacture a portion of simple electrical appliances from Blue Star. As for the third point, with the solutions to the first 2, why fear those established merchant associations? Following the grand opening of the Soul Weapon Shop, many soul masters from prestigious families flocked in, eager to purchase the items demanded by their superiors. Meanwhile, the architect of it all reclined comfortably in the courtyard, savoring tea. "Oldly, how goes it?" Wuling inquired, taking a delicate sip of hot tea as he addressed the returning steward. "Young master, the samples and lists you sent to those families and elders have proven effective. All the elders dispatched individuals to procure items. They nearly bought out the entire shop. If you had tea prepared enough stock, we might have faced shortages." Oldly excitedly relayed the scene he had witnessed. "Understood. You may leave now." In stark contrast to Oldly's enthusiasm, Wuling responded with a calm demeanor, as if merely running a street stall. Once Oldly exited, Wuling turned to Xiaofan, who was indulging in sweet treats. "Xiaofan, what are your thoughts?" Xiaofan's expression of enjoyment momentarily froze, and with a hint of exasperation, she glanced at Wuling. "I say, my original form, regarding such non-research-related matters. Our thoughts are aligned. Asking me feels akin to engaging in soliloquy." Wuling shrugged, acknowledging the inevitability of the situation. A sharp memory cannot rival a scribbled note. An excellent idea remains merely an idea if left unspoken. Some matters appear disordered in thought, yet once articulated, they find clarity. The reasons for the impressive spectacle at this opening ceremony can be attributed to 2 factors. Firstly, my status. Over the years, my position within the higher echelons of the Spirit Hall has become somewhat of an open secret. Those aware of my talents are inclined to extend me a courtesy. Secondly, the monopoly on certain products, such as lighters, soul-guided vehicles, and fixed two-way telephones, which facilitate communication between only 2 individuals, exists solely within our establishment. Those soul masters who have stagnated in their progress undoubtedly wish to explore these novel inventions. By the way, how's the research on the soul power array progressing? Xiaofan, while savoring her food, replied, "Based on the original magic array, we have successfully developed the soul power array for soul masters below the soul sage level. Although we have deduced the array for title level soul masters, your own soul power is insufficient to support it, rendering it unusable for now. That is acceptable. We shall unveil it in a few years." Wuling continued, "And how's the assembly line faring?" "The apparatus has been devised, but we require additional space for installation." "Very well. I shall speak with my teacher to ensure some space is allocated for you. Now, what are the soul power blocks?" "All soul power blocks from levels 1 to 9 have been developed, corresponding to the ranks from soul masters to title Douluo. However, do you truly not require me to inscribe the automatic soul power absorption array onto the soul power blocks?" The automatic absorption array was conceived by Xiaofan based on the soul power circuit of Wuling, allowing it to draw in soul power from the surrounding air to sustain its operation and replenish the soul power within the blocks. Despite the evident convenience of such an array, Wuling chuckled, dismissing the notion. "While the array is indeed beneficial, its absorption rate is too slow. I possess a soul power circuit and have numerous title Douluo to charge multiple level 9 soul power blocks for me, rendering it unnecessary." As for the lower-level ones, Xiaofan, you are aware that with careful use, they can last for several years without issue. However, these soul power blocks are akin to batteries. They will be our primary consumables in the future. Have you ever seen a battery that charges itself simply by being in the air? After Wuling's remarks, a silence enveloped them, punctuated only by a gentle breeze and the distant sounds of Xiao Hong and her companions engaged in battle in the backyard. By the way, once the assembly line is completed, continue with your research. Do not forget the main tasks at hand, Wuling suddenly reminded her. Understood. After all, this is an unprecedented endeavor on such a grand scale. I shall be prepared, and when you return, we can connect seamlessly. Speaking of which, when do you intend to depart? Wuling raised his head to glance at the backyard, where the battle had escalated to such intensity that, despite the protective formations, one could still observe flying stones and swirling dust. Soon, with the foundation of swordsmanship and the ability to learn with a clear mind, it would take no more than 6 months for my martial arts realm to return to its previous state, entering yet another stagnation period. At that point, aside from honing my skills over time, I would have no other recourse, and the means to venture forth would require your assistance in research. Little Pink nodded vigorously while savoring the last piece of cake, declaring, "Let this serve as my reward. I shall have another piece." Seeing this, Wuling reached out to pinch Xiaofan's chubby cheek. "You eat so much. Aren't you afraid of gaining weight?" Upon hearing this, Xiaofan immediately puffed up her cheeks and swatted Wuling's hand away. Discussing a girl's weight right in front of her is a taboo. Even though, as a doppelganger, I would never gain weight, this matter would remain unresolved without 2 slices of cake. All right, I shall prepare it for you." Wuling chuckled as he patted Xiaofan's head. He was well aware that Xiaofan would not gain weight. He merely enjoyed teasing her to lighten his mood. Chapter 77. Preparation. Are the swords ready? All set. What about the clothes? Ready. And the food? All prepared. In Wuling's courtyard, Xiaofan listed the items they had prepared while Wuling meticulously rechecked the inventory according to the prearranged list. Among the items were 3 long swords crafted through the efforts of both Wuling and Xiaofan, their durability such that even a soul Douluo could not destroy them. Although for a swordsman, having one sword broken is a disgrace, Wuling was not a swordsman. He was merely a soul master who wielded a sword. Yet, even the finest sword would suffer wear and tear if neglected for too long, so Wuling had prepared 3, one for use, one as a spare, and a third for emergencies should either of the first 2 be damaged. Moreover, to ensure an extra layer of safety, Wuling had magically solidified the indestructible lake light, ensuring its existence in reality even if he were to cancel his 4th soul ring. The only difference would be its inability to utilize soul skills. But for the indestructible lake light, this was inconsequential. Wuling required only its unyielding nature. The attire consisted of Wuling's customary black ensemble, complemented by a mask that concealed his mouth and nose. Do not underestimate this mask. It possesses remarkable filtering capabilities, capable of purifying the air even underwater. A product of Xiaofan's magical research. Lastly, regarding food, there was no need to elaborate on the water supply, and an ample stock of ordinary food was prepared. But the highlight was the small, dark, thumb-sized pills. These were the portable food items Wuling had asked Xiaofan to develop. While they could not restore all injuries and stamina instantly like a fairy bean, one pill could sustain Wuling for an entire day without hunger. Moreover, they contained various trace elements essential for the human body, ensuring that Wuling would not lack vital nutrients during his growth phase. All these preparations were in anticipation of Wuling's journey to the City of Slaughter. The City of Slaughter, a remnant left by the god of Azura, serves as a means for one to seek their successor. Gaining access to the realm of the god of slaughter through the hellish path of the City of Slaughter is a prerequisite for the 9 trials of Azura. To the unknowing soul masters, it appears as a prison from which there is no escape, and indeed it serves as a detention center for countless malevolent soul masters, as utilized by the Spirit Hall. However, to Wuling, it was merely that. After all, it is akin to the Eye of Ice and Fire, a necessary pilgrimage for every transmigrator, and with the experiences of countless predecessors navigating its labyrinthine paths, Wuling felt as though he was equipped with a map, requiring no ball of yarn to find his way. Of course, as the ancients advised, one must disdain the enemy strategically while valuing them tactically. Therefore, Wuling had meticulously prepared these items 6 months in advance, considering the local rules and environmental factors. Everything is ready. Have you completed your circuit? Wuling stored all items within his storage ring and inquired. Xiaofan gave a cheerful thumbs up, her excitement akin to that of a child whose parents were about to leave. Indeed, I have inscribed the improved automatic absorption formations on all my doppelgangers. Each one functions as a miniature soul power circuit, even in the absence of your soul power supply. The formations and 2 hours of daily training will suffice to sustain our activities. In the City of Slaughter, if one lacks the appropriate permissions, soul power may be utilized. But soul skills cannot, allowing only self-created soul skills, domain abilities, and soul bone techniques. Given the distance, Wu Ling was uncertain whether the influence of the City of Slaughter would sever his connection with Xiao Hong and the others. So he equipped them with the automatic absorption formations. Thus, Wu Ling could only express his sentiments with a single thought: the automatic absorption formation is truly splendid. In the original narrative, Tang San took 2 years to conquer it. I do not intend to lag behind. Currently, my soul power level stands at 45. Even if you require 2 hours of training daily to maintain your existence, the remaining time will be ample for me to advance to level 50. Therefore, should I emerge and discover that my soul power has not reached an adequate level, I trust you understand my meaning. After Wu Ling had finalized his preparations, he offered a kind reminder to the 4 doppelgangers waving handkerchiefs before departing his residence. His calm demeanor and gaze sent a shiver down the spine of all but the forcefully summoned Xiao He. Once Wu Ling left, Xiao Hong, Xiao Fen, and Xiao Lan exchanged glances. I suddenly remembered that I haven't completed my training for today. I'll head out first, Xiao Hong said sheepishly, chuckling as she pulled Xiao He back to the training room. Likewise, I shall join you. Although I am primarily a support personnel, it is still enjoyable to train alongside you. Wu Ling sensed that all 4 of his avatars had commenced their cultivation. With a faint smile, he ceased to pay them any further attention and leisurely strolled along the street, unnoticed by anyone. This was not due to Wu Ling's obscurity, on the contrary. In the past 6 months, it had been revealed that the proprietor of the Soul Martial shop was a disciple of the current pope, and that the innovations within were all his creations. Consequently, Wu Ling's renown had ascended to new heights. To put it succinctly, one might say, though I am not present in the martial world, tales of my exploits abound within it. In order to maintain a low profile, all of Wu Ling's garments were inscribed with a magical array designed to diminish his presence, complemented by an enchantment that instinctively repelled those who approached. Thus, it can be asserted that only soul masters of the mental type at the rank of soul saint or higher could possibly perceive Wu Ling's existence. Wu Ling walked along the roadside, where the cicada song had gradually diminished, no longer the cacophony it once was. It seemed that in just a few days, this herald of midsummer would fade away, signaling the imminent arrival of autumn. Wu Ling still faintly recalls the scene from a few months ago, when the boy with the orange-flavored soda diligently sought the sound of cicadas. At that moment, several soul masters swiftly sped past Wu Ling on their dual-wheeled soul vehicles. As Wu Ling felt the gust of wind blowing from the side, he estimated the speed of those few individuals and murmured to himself whether it was time to put the matter of speed limits on the agenda. He decided to mention it to his teacher later. Upon arriving at the Pope's Hall, Bibi Dong, who was busy with her tasks, softened her expression at the sight of Wu Ling, but it quickly returned to her usual aloofness as if it were merely an illusion. "Lina, are you ready?" she inquired. "Yes, teacher, I am prepared. However, before we proceed, I suddenly thought of something on my way here." Wu Ling then shared his thoughts regarding the speed limits within the city, to which Bibi Dong readily agreed. Indeed, while things were manageable in the Spirit Hall, where most individuals were spirit masters, it would be perilous for ordinary people in a regular city where they lacked the ability to evade danger. "Very well. I shall discuss this with the elders. Yet before that, I wish to confirm once more, Lina, the City of Slaughter is not a place for amusement. Are you certain you wish to go, even at the risk of death?" Chapter 78. Entering the City of Slaughter, of course, I am resolute, teacher. Regular training can no longer satisfy my progress. I need the thrill of slaughter to stimulate myself, Wu Ling replied, gazing unwaveringly at Bibi Dong. "All right. I will personally escort you there." Truth be told, Bibi Dong was reluctant for Wu Ling to go, as he was vital to the Spirit Hall's current standing. The cultivation methods, elixirs, and spirit tools all were supplied by Wu Ling Little Pink. In a mere few years, he had elevated the Spirit Hall's economy and overall strength by nearly 10%, a feat many popes could not achieve. For Wu Ling, this was merely the beginning. In the eyes of many high-ranking officials, Wu Ling's life was deemed more valuable than that of an ordinary titled Douluo, even more than that of 2 titled Douluos combined. Although Bibi Dong believed Wu Ling possessed the strength to navigate the hellish path of the City of Slaughter, she could not dismiss the possibility of unforeseen circumstances. However, since Wu Ling was so insistent, she could not forcibly keep him behind. After spending half an hour swiftly reviewing the day's important matters, Bibi Dong stood up. "Time is of the essence. Let us depart." With Bibi Dong leading the way, Gui Mei accompanied Wu Ling closely behind her. As dusk approached, the trio arrived at a town. Upon entering, a solemn atmosphere enveloped Wu Ling, yet, having experienced the eerie village of the Ghost Sword prior, this ambience did not faze him in the slightest. On the desolate streets, a few inebriated passers-by, upon spotting the stunning Bibi Dong, intended to approach her with ill intentions. However, with a mere wave of her hand, those individuals met an instantaneous demise, leaving those lurking in the shadows to scatter in fear, apprehensive that they might be next. Go now. From this moment on, you must walk your own path, Bibi Dong advised Wu Ling one last time, casting not even a glance at the fallen figures. Wu Ling nodded silently, donned the mask, and then drew a dagger, fastening it at his waist. Wu Ling first assessed his surroundings before making his way directly to a tavern, drawing upon his memories from the original text and the reminders from Bibi Dong. He realized that this tavern represented the initial trial for entering the city of slaughter. As Wu Ling pushed open the door, all eyes instantly converged upon him. At that moment, nearly half of the tavern's patrons occupied their seats, silently sipping their drinks, which rendered the establishment particularly desolate. Through the upper half of Wu Ling's remarkably youthful visage, a hint of disdain flickered in the gazes of onlookers. That youthful, smooth skin suggested either a mere child or a master of disguise. In a place inhabited by outlaws, there existed an inherent disdain for both children and those who dared to hide their true selves. Yet, the instinctual caution of these rogues held them back from making any hasty moves until they could ascertain Wu Ling's true prowess. Wu Ling disregarded the gazes directed at him and sauntered leisurely to the bar. The bartender cast a cold glance at Wu Ling before casually inquiring, "What would you like to order? I am heading to the city of slaughter. Will you open the door for me, or must I do it myself?" The bartender furrowed his brows slightly, but nonetheless slid a glass brimming with a crimson liquid across the counter towards Wu Ling. "Drink this, and you shall gain entry." Wu Ling raised his goblet, casting a glance at the toxic concoction known as Bloody Mary, before suddenly splashing the drink across the bartender's face. "Do you not comprehend my words? I demand you open the door." Although Wu Ling bore no disdain for doormen, he found no reason to show respect to someone who, in a city steeped in slaughter, offered him poison. It is worth noting that this Bloody Mary was laced with deadly toxins and was as addictive as a drug, once consumed. It was exceedingly difficult to quit. As the poisons accumulated within, coupled with the influences of the infernal realm, one would inevitably descend into madness. After dousing the bartender, before the latter could react, a burly man with bloodshot eyes and a brutish visage stood up. "Humph, I initially thought you might possess the ability to disguise yourself. Yet you are merely a child, too timid to even drink Bloody Mary. Off you go to find your mother for nourishment." Unfortunately for him, he would have no chance to return, for the drink he had just imbibed was insufficient. He would serve as the next Bloody Mary. In the eyes of those present, anyone too cowardly to drink Bloody Mary was unworthy of entering the city of slaughter. Judging from Wu Ling's voice and the observations of his hands, they had nearly confirmed that Wu Ling was simply a child, not one capable of disguises. And what could a mere child possibly achieve, no matter how formidable? Die, brat. With that, for soul rings, 1 white, 2 yellow, and 1 purple materialized around the hulking man. A serrated stone axe appeared in his grasp, descending towards Wu Ling with lethal intent. Yet, before the axe could strike, a flash of steel glimmered, and the man's expression froze as his weapon dissipated. Wu Ling, wielding the sheath of his blade, thrust it outward, causing the man's body to topple rigidly to the ground. As his head met the earth, the wound upon the man's neck gaped open, blood spraying forth from the corpse, the metallic sin inciting a frenzy among the patrons who had consumed Bloody Mary. "For the last time, open the door," Wu Ling said calmly to the bartender, as if he had merely crushed an ant by killing the burly man. The bartender regarded Wu Ling with a deep, scrutinizing gaze but ultimately produced a goblet of Bloody Mary. As the doorman of the city of slaughter, he had witnessed countless horrors. To think that a mere child believed he could enter after killing just 1 person was naive. "You must drink to gain entry, otherwise," before the bartender could finish, Wu Ling seized him by the hair, thrusting his head against the counter repeatedly. With each impact, blood erupted from the bartender's skull, rendering him incapable of resistance. As the bartender's blood threatened to splatter onto Wu Ling, he hurled the man backward. The blood-soaked bartender landed amidst a group of patrons who had just finished their drinks. Before he could utter a word, the sight of blood sent the last vestiges of rationality spiraling away. The crowd descended upon the bartender and the lifeless body, ravenously feasting and drinking. A scream escaped the bartender's lips, but it was quickly silenced, likely meeting his end or having his throat torn asunder. Wu Ling cast a glance in that direction, immediately furrowing his brows in a display of revulsion. While he possessed the composure to take a life, The gruesome act of tearing a person apart with teeth, leaving entrails strewn across the ground and blood splattered everywhere, filled him with disgust. Approaching the counter, Wu Ling fixed his gaze upon the floor ahead, fully aware that this was the very entrance to the City of Carnage, having read the original text. Wu Ling shattered the camouflaged wooden plank with a single step, then, without a moment's hesitation, leaped into the unknown. At that very instant, he sensed a familiar wave of soul energy emanating from outside. Could it be my master? Meanwhile, within the Central Lord's mansion of the City of Carnage, the King of Slaughter, freshly bathed in the blood of his enemies, was taken aback by this surge of soul energy. Has a deity of slaughter arrived? Chapter 79. The rules of the City of Carnage. Perceiving the domain of the slaughtering deity from the outside, the King of Slaughter approached a crystal orb. In his moments of leisure, he enjoyed observing everything inside and outside the city through this mystical sphere. This aura belongs to the Pope of the Spirit Hall. It appears the bartender at the entrance has been slain. And who is this young man? Since Wu Ling jumped into the abyss, he had been traversing a lengthy tunnel. He surmised that the aura emanating from Bibi Dong moments ago was intended to intimidate the King of Slaughter. As the ruler of the City of Slaughter, the king would not easily permit passage along the path of hell, for it signified an increase in soul masters capable of wielding soul techniques within the city. Bibi Dong's actions aimed to deter the king from taking action against him. Both Bibi Dong and Wu Ling held absolute confidence in their belief that, in a place devoid of soul techniques, Wu Ling was invincible. However, the law enforcement team within the City of Slaughter could still employ soul techniques. If the King of Slaughter were to intervene, Wu Ling, though not entirely defenseless, would be at a significant disadvantage. Thus, making it known that Wu Ling had the backing of the Spirit Hall would generally dissuade the king from taking excessive measures against him. Contemplating this, Wu Ling walked through the tunnel with an impassive expression. After proceeding for a while, a chilling voice echoed from all directions, welcoming him to the City of Slaughter. This was the capital of hell, a realm steeped in bloodshed. Here, one could attain anything one desired, at the cost of one's life. Before even entering the city, Wu Ling encountered an illusion set at the city gates, which he recalled could evoke the deepest hatreds within a person's heart. What would occur when one confronted their most loathed adversary? Surely, it would incite a murderous rage, leading to the loss of reason. Yet, Wu Ling merely smiled faintly and continued forward, not because he had seen through the illusion with his inner eye, but because nothing appeared before him. The King of Slaughter gazed at Wu Ling within the crystal ball, bewildered. Those who arrived at the City of Slaughter were invariably outlaws or seekers of power, each harboring their own objects of resentment. This was the first time he had encountered someone arriving at the City of Slaughter devoid of hatred. Wu Ling's lack of animosity was not a result of any ethereal skill, but stemmed entirely from his own disposition. In his previous life, having trained in martial arts, he never subscribed to the notion of a gentleman avenges after 10 years. He believed in avenging wrongs immediately, considering even a 10-minute delay too long. Life is fleeting. One should never allow grievances against others to overshadow one's own dignity. Thus, in his previous life, he bore no grudges. As for the 12 years spent in the Douluo continent, the first 6 were spent with Uncle Chia, and the latter 6 with Bibi Dong and others by his side. Not only had he not harbored hatred, but the number of individuals capable of causing him displeasure did not exceed 10 fingers. Just as Wu Ling was nearing the city gates, a black-armored knight suddenly obstructed his path. Intoning in a deep voice, "You have neither consumed the Bloody Mary nor received the approval of those outside the city. You have violated the rules for entering the City of Slaughter." "And what of it?" Wu Ling replied nonchalantly. "Naturally, you will be defeated by me, followed by your demise. Or you must vanquish me to enter the City of Slaughter." The black-armored knight, brandishing a long spear, exuded an overwhelming aura of bloodlust. In the outside world, many seasoned soul saints or soul Douluos might not possess such an intensity of killing intent. Yet, for Wu Ling, having experienced the murderous aura of the ghost sword, this level of menace was easily disregarded. Suddenly, the knight's warhorse surged forward, and he raised his spear, charged with a fierce killing intent towards Wu Ling. For an attack that could drain color from an ordinary person's face and leave them paralyzed, Wu Ling remained unfazed, placing his hand upon the hilt of his sword. There were no dazzling soul techniques, nor extravagant swordplay. Wu Ling simply evaded and struck down. Yet, this seemingly simple action rendered the black-armored knight utterly unable to react. In an instant, the warhorse let out a mournful whinny, and blood began to splatter as the knight and his steed were suddenly riven with gaping wounds. Ignoring the grievously wounded knight, Wu Ling continued to advance. Just then, the knight once again obstructed his path. "Wait, do not court your own demise. I did not hold back just now. Had it not been for your armor-absorbing part of the force, you would be consigned to hell by now." Wu Ling coldly remarked. I do not intend to hinder you further. You have passed the trial and are qualified to enter the City of Carnage. Thus, you must retrieve your assigned number before entering. Once inside, someone will guide you. The black-armored knight presented a black token inscribed with a skull and a number, 1314. Upon seeing the number, Wu Ling's lips twitched slightly. He was tempted to ask for a different one, as the number seemed dreadfully incompatible with the solemn atmosphere of the City of Carnage. Nevertheless, he accepted the token. The issuance of these tokens was not sequential. In the City of Carnage, death occurred incessantly. When a soul perished, their token was reclaimed and reassigned to the next entrant. After pocketing the token, Wu Ling approached the city gates once more, this time unimpeded by any barriers. High above the ebony city gates, the word City of Carnage loomed ominously. Before the entrance, 2 rows of black-armored warriors stood vigil, mirroring the knight he had just encountered. As Wu Ling presented his identity token, the gates slowly creaked open. A lithe woman, veiled in black lace, emerged from within, her voice ringing clear and melodious. Welcome to the City of Carnage. You must be the guide, Wu Ling stated. Lead the way. Thus, he followed the woman into the heart of the City of Carnage. Inside, lanterns adorned the streets, and numerous houses dotted the landscape. The throngs of people bustling about made the city appear less dismal than the world outside, despite an underlying darkness. Good day, sir. I am your guide. Feel free to inquire about anything unclear. For the next 12 hours, I shall ensure your safety and address all your queries. After 12 hours, this will become your dwelling, and you shall officially be a part of the City of Carnage, the woman said as she led him onward. I have heard that the rules here are devoid of rules? Wu Ling inquired with keen interest. The woman nodded. Indeed, as a member of the City of Carnage, even a titled Douluo from the outside world will find themselves weakened, stripped of their soul skills. Under the dominion of the King of Carnage, we need not fear them. In this realm, power is the only law. With sufficient strength, one can achieve anything. However, I must caution you that the absence of rules means you may face fatal dangers at any moment. In every conceivable sense, this is a paradise of vice. Chapter 80, The Hellish Arena of Carnage. Very well, take me directly to the Hellish Arena, Wu Ling stated bluntly, his purpose clear. He was not here for leisure, but to escape as swiftly as possible. Do you have no further questions? The woman perceived that Wu Ling was not like the usual fallen beings or criminals fleeing from the spirit hall. It was clear why the King of Carnage had instructed her to pay special attention to him. He harbored no hatred, only a resolute goal. Such individuals came here with a singular purpose, to undergo trials and attain the realm of the God of Carnage to break free from the City of Carnage. At that moment, Wu Ling found himself in the outer city of the City of Carnage, where indiscriminate killing was prohibited, as it was home to those who dared not enter the hellish arena. They offered 2 cups of Bloody Mary each month in exchange for the king's protection. However, those 2 cups merely granted them the right to remain in the outer city. To secure their basic needs, they were obliged to contribute even more Bloody Mary, leading many to appear gaunt and haggard. These souls seemed to exist, yet in truth, they merely lingered on the brink of death. Soon, Wu Ling followed the black-veiled woman into the inner city, which marked the true essence of the City of Carnage. Upon entering the inner city, he immediately sensed a stark contrast to the outer city's atmosphere. If the outer city was a realm of silence and indifference, the inner city was a world of opulence and madness, ablaze with vibrant colors. The population here was significantly larger, and the cacophony of laughter, cries of anguish, and numerous unsettling sounds filled the air, creating an environment rife with chaos. As Wu Ling cast his gaze around, he noticed a towering figure in the corner to his right, a brawny man who was brazenly embracing a comely woman. However, shortly thereafter, another man, seemingly impatient, severed the brawny man's head with a swift stroke and kicked aside the corpse to seize the woman. Just as the man was on the verge of indulging in his conquest, the woman unexpectedly drew a finger across his neck, leading him to share the same grim fate as the brawny man. It was indeed a realm devoid of rules, a place where slaughter could erupt at any moment. Wu Ling observed the chaotic yet oddly structured environment around him. Although the people nearby recognized Wu Ling as a newcomer, none dared to confront him. For the black-clad maiden at his side was the envoy of the King of Slaughter. As long as she remained by his side, Wu Ling was effectively under the protection of a 12-hour grace period for newcomers. Isn't it fascinating here? As long as you possess strength, status, power, and beauty, you can revel in it all. The black-clad maiden tempted. Not interested. Take me to the arena of slaughter. Wu Ling dismissed her allure, resolutely insisting. Very well. However, once we arrive there, my protection will no longer apply, and your fate will rest solely in your own hands, the maiden retorted with a cold laugh, leading Wu Ling to a colossal black edifice. This structure, comparable in size to the grand Soul Arena Wu Ling had encountered in Tian-do, exuded an oppressive atmosphere. Situated at the heart of the city of slaughter, its significance was evident. Present your identity badge to register, and then await the commencement of the matches. During this waiting period, no violence is permitted. Each group entering the slaughter arena comprises 10 individuals, regardless of the methods employed in combat. The objective is merely to emerge alive. However, only one from each group can survive. There is no concept of surrender, the maiden succinctly explained. Wu Ling nodded. Already aware of the rest, his next endeavor was to achieve consecutive victories in the hellish arena until he amassed 100 triumphs, thereby completing the treacherous path of hell. However, entry into this macabre battleground required the offering of a Bloody Mary, and he observed a considerable queue of individuals clutching cups brimming with fresh blood, eager to gain admission. At that moment, a menacing figure approached, a brutish man whose face was a mask of ferocity. Without uttering a word, he randomly selected a victim from the crowd, delivering a single, lethal blow that extinguished the man's life. He then seized the victim's Bloody Mary, clearly indicating that the entry fee could be acquired through means other than one's own. Expressionless, Wu Ling strode forward. At that moment, the girl in the black veil cautioned, "If you provoke him, the beginner's protection will be of no avail." Unfazed, he replied, "I came here without the need for such trivialities." Approaching the hulking figure, Wu Ling lightly rested his hand on the hilt of his blade. In the city of carnage, words were unnecessary. One simply eliminated their target and seized what they desired. In this hellish place, if Wu Ling did not learn to adapt, even his formidable strength would not shield him from the consequences, for he had yet to reach a level where he could disregard the rules entirely. The giant, realizing he had become Wu Ling's focus, grinned maliciously and summoned a spiked club, swinging it forcefully towards Wu Ling. Without a trace of fear, Wu Ling gazed steadfastly at the colossal mace that towered above his head. With a subtle exertion of his fingers and arms, a glimmer of blade flashed through the air. Before the onlookers could fully comprehend the unfolding scene, a head soared gracefully into the sky, subsequently bereft of its cerebral command. The headless corpse of the burly man toppled towards Wu Ling, as Wu Ling gracefully sidestepped to evade. He elegantly seized the Bloody Mary from the hands of the robust corpse. Shaking the cocktail in his hand, Wu Ling ambled towards the registration area. While those ahead of him parted ways, having witnessed his formidable prowess, this was not merely a sign of respect for a powerful adversary, but also a reluctance to be grouped with him, as most present lacked confidence in their ability to withstand his blade. Even those who felt capable of countering his previous strike were uncertain if he had truly exerted himself. It was conceivable that after parrying one blow, a second might swiftly follow. Thus, until they could ascertain the depths of this newcomer's abilities, conceding some space was a prudent choice. With the purloined Bloody Mary in hand, Wu Ling effortlessly reached the registration desk of the Hell's Killing Arena. "I wish to register," he declared as he tossed his identity card onto the counter. The attendant, a woman with a vacant expression, accepted the card with the demeanor of a marionette. "Very well. Your number is 1314. There are already 9 individuals registered ahead of you, making you the 10th. You will be able to compete in the next match." Chapter 81. The first battle. Upon receiving the announcement, Wu Ling nodded and proceeded beyond the registration area to the spectator stands, where he awaited quietly. At this moment, only 3 individuals remained alive, accompanied by 3 lifeless bodies in the arena. Given that the battleground was encircled by molten lava, the fate of the other 4 was all but assured. They had likely been reduced to ashes. 10 minutes later, the victor emerged, a cold man wielding a sole weapon of flying daggers, while the skills of the others were pedestrian at best. This individual displayed clear evidence of training with his flying daggers, albeit in limited quantity, which ultimately contributed to his victory. Let us congratulate contestant 6666 for securing victory in the 11th match of the Hell's Killing Arena. With the referee's proclamation, the crowd erupted in cheers for contestant 6666, affirming the black-clad woman's assertion that the strong could claim everything in this domain. At that moment, 10 more numbers were called, including Wu Ling's 1314. What fortune to compete upon my arrival, Wu Ling mused with a faint smile as he leaped from the stands directly into the arena. Although he was the last to take the stage, he captured everyone's attention, not due to an imposing presence, but rather the contrary. His countenance and the aura of lethality he exuded led those who danced on the edge of danger to discern that he had likely not taken many lives. A lack of murderous intent does not equate to weakness, after all. The denizens of the killing city included not only those who reveled in slaughter, but also desperate souls fleeing from the soul hall or other forces, seeking mere survival. Thus, it was not unusual for them to carry a lighter air of menace. However, it was apparent that Wu Ling was not even among these desperate fugitives, as his attire and demeanor radiated a brightness that rendered him almost out of place. Why the hesitation? I expected to witness the brutality of the killing city. Yet here you are, all timid and hesitant, a rabble. In an instant, Wu Ling summoned his longsword and appeared beside the nearest opponent. Severing the man's head before the crowd could fully comprehend the situation. This individual was merely a soul master of over level 40, even if soul rings were permissible. He was as feeble as an insect before Wu Ling, who could eliminate him with the utmost ease. A bunch of misfits, come at me together. Wu Ling's repeated provocations ignited the ire of the already irritable crowd, as though they had been wronged by him. You have some nerve. Let us take him down. Agreed. Let us deal with him. In an instant, the remaining 8 individuals, in perfect unison, charged towards Wu Ling. I shall slay you all without even employing my sword techniques. Wu Ling stood undaunted against their encirclement. His heightened agility was not merely for show. Wu Ling initially deflected the attacks of 3-weapon spirit soul masters with his longsword, then, utilizing his agility, he maneuvered behind to strike at an archer in the distance. At that moment, a soul master with the Earthrock Turtle spirit intervened, inadvertently blocking Wu Ling's path due to his slower speed. Despite this, Wu Ling seemed to disregard the defensive soul master entirely and charged forward. Observers watched with derision, noting that instead of turning to eliminate the archer, Wu Ling was engaging the defensive spirit master. It was important to note that while they could not employ their soul techniques, the physical attributes granted by their soul rings and spirits were formidable. The Earthrock Turtle's defense was notably exceptional, and a single failed strike could expose Wu Ling to a counterattack. However, Wu Ling remained unfazed. Though he may not possess the same level of killing experience as those around him, his combat acumen was substantial, and he would not commit such a fundamental error. The absence of soul techniques posed no threat to him. His longsword pierced effortlessly through the Earthrock Turtle's shell, as its razor-sharp blade was not to be underestimated. With another adversary slain, Wu Ling shifted his momentum, transitioning from a thrust to a sweeping strike that cleaved the Earthrock Turtle Soul Master in two while simultaneously dispatching the archer behind him. With a graceful flourish, he pivoted, his sword carving through the throats of 2 approaching foes. In less than half a minute of skirmishing, 4 of the 8 attackers lay dead, leaving the audience aghast. While his killing intent was not overwhelming, his efficiency was astonishing. Observing from the shadows, the king of killers, concealed by a crystal ball, regarded the scene with a somber expression. Although he was the blood-red 9-headed Bat King and not Tang Chen, he retained fragments of Tang Chen's memories. Even with a mere few moves, he discerned that Wu Ling's swordsmanship was on par with the core successors of the 7 killing sword lineage from the Chen family. As the match concluded, the results declared the victors of the first battle as numbers 1 and 4. Swiftly, Wu Ling's inaugural bout of slaughter came to a close, leaving no survivors among his foes. Despite 2 of the remaining 4 being Soul Kings, they were incapable of utilizing their soul techniques and stood no chance against him. The woman in the black veil appeared surprised. She had not anticipated that this seemingly mild-mannered youth would perform so brilliantly in his first appearance at the hell-killing field. Yet, recalling his exquisite swordsmanship, she sensed this was merely the beginning. As his killings increased, his only shortcoming would soon be rectified. It seemed that the rankings of the hell-killing field would require a revision. With this thought, the veiled girl exited the arena, recognizing that Wu Ling's current strength rendered the 12-hour novice protection period unnecessary. After concluding his first battle, Wu Ling casually sought out an unoccupied dwelling within the inner city, a place rife with death, thus offering an abundance of empty houses. However, upon his arrival, he was frequently disturbed, as his youthful appearance and lack of overt killing intent made him seem an easy target. His striking good looks, even behind a mask, attracted unwanted attention. Women wished to take him home, while men fantasized about using him as the freshest blood for their gruesome concoctions. It was only after Wu Ling unleashed a massacre, claiming nearly 100 soul masters, that the disturbances finally subsided. This marked his first experience of killing so many in a single day. Although the psychological toll was mitigated by his translucent skill, he still felt the strain physically. The toxic air here reacted with one's killing intent, driving individuals into madness. And only by consuming the equally toxic Bloody Mary could one temporarily counteract its effects. Yet, this was akin to drinking poison to quench thirst. While the air's toxins might be neutralized, the toxins from the Bloody Mary would accumulate within, leading to a potentially more gruesome demise than those who perished in the arena. At this juncture, Wu Ling's preparations proved invaluable. His mask filtered airborne toxins, while food counteracted the poison in the drinks. Even if he inhaled some toxins while eating, the antidotes he had prepared would effectively eliminate them from his system. Let us continue this momentum and secure further victories. Chapter 82. The scheme for cultivation techniques. Half a year fleetingly passed, and Wu Ling was nearly 13 years old. He had fully acclimated to life in the city of slaughter, achieving 37 consecutive victories in the hell-killing field. During this time, he had engaged in daily killings. Yet intriguingly, his killing intent appeared unchanged, seemingly stagnant. However, this was impossible, akin to Tang San's journey of cultivation, which refined his formidable killing intent into a serene demeanor until it erupted in battle. Thanks to the translucent skill that had accompanied him for 7 years, Wu Ling bypassed the need for this refinement stage. In essence, translucence is often regarded as the ability of a clear mirror reflecting calm waters, nullifying the illusions and fears instigated by opponents, as well as any mental interference. Wu Ling, having inherited and mastered this skill, effortlessly mitigated the impact of ineffective killing intent. As Wu Ling continued his relentless killings, Notting Academy welcomed its annual holiday. Shao-san, haven't you packed your bags yet? Aren't you going home? A girl with hair cascading below her waist, clad in a delightful pink outfit, inquired while carrying a box of carrots. Addressing a boy engrossed in a book on his bed, I want to be going back. I don't know where my father is anymore. I have no home. Tang-san replied after a moment of silence. Then how would I know where your home is? Xiao exclaimed, snatching the book from Tang-san's hands. You should get ready. Your father might have returned by now. Ultimately, with Xiao's urging, Tang-san hastily packed his belongings. As he walked the path homeward, he gazed in that direction, silently pondering, Father, have you returned home? This journey home for Tang-san would surely yield no results. To understand why, one must note that at that moment, his father, Tang Hao, had already found his way to Yu Xiaojiang. Knock, knock, knock. As the sound of knocking echoed, Yu Xiaojiang called out, coming, and proceeded to open the door. Who are you? Yu Xiaojiang initially failed to recognize the visitor, but as the individual raised their gaze, their features suddenly aligned with someone from his memories. You are. Yuxiagang's eyes widened in fright, and the next moment, the shadow vanished before him. Turning around, he found the person had already entered the room. After ensuring there were no outsiders, Yuxiagang cautiously closed the door. Tang Hao's visit was for 3 main purposes: to entrust Tang-san to Yuxiagang, to present the elder's order, and to offer a gentle admonition. After Tang Hao's departure, Yuxiagang, holding the elder's order, murmured, I never imagined that the once extraordinary talent has now become this way. Truly, fate plays tricks on us. That evening, Tang-san left the village he would never return to, accompanied by his newly recognized sister, Xiaowu. Tang-san, you're back. Just now. A teacher said to wait for you, and to find him, his roommate conveyed upon his return to the dormitory. All right, I'll go over now. As Tang-san approached the well-lit room in the night, he knocked softly on the door. Come in. Upon opening the door, he saw Yuxiagang still seated at the wooden table, studying something by the flickering candlelight. Teacher, did you call for me? Yuxiagang turned to Tang-san and inquired. Now that the holiday has begun, do you have any plans or things you wish to do? Tang-san lowered his head in contemplation before shaking it. Teacher, I don't have anything particular in mind. I plan to study as usual. Yuxiagang nodded, turning to retrieve a book from his drawer, which he then handed to Tang-san. Upon receiving it, Tang-san noticed the title, Soul Decision, Mysterious Level. Teacher, what is this? Tang-san asked, puzzled. Yuxiagang adopted an enigmatic demeanor and replied, This is the Soul Decision, a technique that can only be cultivated by mid-level members of the Spirit Hall. Its efficacy lies in enhancing soul power recovery and cultivation efficiency by a full 10%. 10%. Tang-san exclaimed in astonishment. Although he surmised that once his Xiantian skill reached full mastery, it could increase efficiency by 1.5 times, he was currently only at the 2nd level, which would yield a marginal increase in efficiency. Yet this technique could elevate it by a full 10%. Comparable to levels 5 or 6 of Xiantian skill, no wonder he was taken aback. Moreover, he had previously believed that the inhabitants of this continent merely practiced soul power cultivation in a simplistic manner, but it now appeared he had been woefully uninformed. Wait. Does this mysterious level imply there are other ranks? Tang-san discerned this and inquired further. Indeed, there are 4 levels: Heaven, Earth, Mysterious, and Yellow. The Yellow level is what I previously gave you, while only mid to high-level members of the Spirit Hall can access the Earth level. And the Heaven level requires high-ranking members to cultivate. My purpose for departing this time is to acquire one of these 2 techniques, along with the method for cultivating your twin martial souls. Upon hearing Yuxiagang's words, Tang-san was momentarily stunned, then quickly realized, Teacher, are you going away? Yuxiagang's gaze became somewhat distant, for he was acutely aware of his destination and the challenges he would face. Unlike the circumstances in the original text where Tang San's identity was exposed, Yuxiagang's primary aim this time was singular, the heaven-level soul decision. Even the resolution for the twin martial souls had taken a back seat, understanding the significance of a solid foundation. Yuxiagang believed that his most talented disciple deserved the finest techniques. Initially, he had contemplated creating one himself. But the elder's order bestowed upon him by Tang Hao opened up another possibility. Isn't it customary to grant advanced techniques to high-ranking members? If the elder is considered high-ranking, then it stands to reason he should possess the heaven-level technique. Yes, I will embark on a journey, which will take around 2 months round trip. During this time, focus on practicing this technique. Although Tang San did not know where Yuxiagang was headed, he understood the importance of a technique akin to his Xiantian skill. Yuxiagang's endeavor to procure such a technique for him mirrored his past life experiences, further elevating Yuxiagang's significance in Tang San's heart. Understood, teacher. I will practice diligently. Chapter 83, Observations of Spirit City as Yuxiagang sat in the carriage. He listened to the familiar sound of hooves that had accompanied him for a month and gazed through the window at the grand entrance of Spirit City, where the word Spirit City loomed large. After the carriage entered the city, Yuxiagang drew the curtain and reflected on his planned discourse. He would first greet them, then exchange the elder's order for the technique, subtly inquire about the twin martial souls, and conclude with an expression of affection. After all, he had once loved her. Surely she would acquiesce. Despite being the esteemed master Yuxiagang, he had struggled to lower his pride to meet her again over the years. Yet, for Tang San's sake, he was willing to sacrifice his own dignity, even if it meant appearing pitiable, to secure the heaven-level technique. With his determination solidified, he was suddenly met with a cheer from outside the carriage. Lucy, can you catch me? This is a spirit vehicle embedded with Soul Master level soul power crystals. Can you keep up? Soul Master level crystals are trivial. Nary I, just wait. My father said that while bicycles are less labor-saving than spirit vehicles, if one is determined, their speed knows no bounds. Listening to the exuberant banter of the children outside, Yuxiagang furrowed his brow in confusion. Spirit vehicles? Bicycles? What are those? Drawing back the curtain, he beheld 2 children riding peculiar vehicles with only front and rear wheels. One boy, with his front foot resting on a small platform, appeared relaxed, while the other, looking fatigued, pedaled vigorously. Observing these unknown yet swift contraptions, Yuxiagang pondered their nature. He continued to observe throughout the journey, unable to uncover any clarity until he reached his destination. Excuse me, coachman, do you know what those 2 vehicles are? Yuxiagang asked, pointing at the departing bicycles as he disembarked. Sir, you must not be from around here. Those are spirit vehicles and bicycles, products of the Soul Martial shop. A bicycle costs 1 gold soul coin, but you can customize them to be sturdier or more aesthetically pleasing, albeit at a higher price. As for spirit vehicles, the cheapest starts at 20 gold coins, but they can only carry standard Soul Master level soul power crystals. Wait, what are soul power crystals? Yuxiagang's attention was piqued by the coachman's mention of these unfamiliar items, having encountered 3 unknowns since arriving in Spirit City. They are objects that can store soul power and can be utilized to operate various soul tools. In fact, that spirit vehicle you just saw is a type of soul tool. Afterward, Yu Xiaojiang inquired further about the soul devices from the coachman. As a seasoned driver, the coachman possessed a wealth of information beyond that of an average person. He was able to answer most of Yu Xiaojiang's questions, though he genuinely lacked understanding of the underlying principles and methods of creation. Had it not been for the fact that this individual was a significant client who had hired him for a month, the coachman would have been disinclined to respond to so many inquiries. Finally, when Yu Xiaojiang could no longer pose any questions, the coachman took his leave, and Yu Xiaojiang turned to enter the inn he had previously inquired about. After paying for his accommodation, the first thing Yu Xiaojiang did was to return to his room and begin to explore. Is this the soul power block and soul lamp? He pondered. Indeed. Their brightness surpasses that of ordinary candles. Is this water heater also controlled by the soul power block? The coachman mentioned that these items already exist in the imperial cities of Tiando and Xinglua. However, I did not encounter them during my journey through Tiando's imperial city. After fiddling with the scattered soul devices in the room, Yu Xiaojiang's curiosity was far from sated. He felt an urgent desire to visit the soul weapon shop the coachman had mentioned. Tightening his clothing, he felt the rigid elder token in his possession, which sparked an idea in his mind. Since I'm uncertain whether I can retain this elder token after meeting Bibi Dong, why not let it serve its purpose a bit longer? With determination, Yu Xiaojiang decided to act. After leaving the inn, he summoned another carriage, directing it towards the main branch of the soul weapon shop. Approximately 10 minutes later, he arrived at the grand edifice of the main soul weapon shop. The establishment was considerably larger than the Wuhuan branch in Notting City, and the colorful lanterns adorning the entrance captured his attention. Before Yu Xiaojiang could step inside, he noticed 2 guards stationed at the entrance. Under ordinary circumstances, he would not have paid them much mind. However, the palpable aura of soul power emanating from them altered his perception entirely. Given his own soul power level, he was unable to precisely gauge their strength. Yet they exuded an aura that suggested they were no less formidable than the master of the Wuhuan branch in Notting City. This implied that the guards were likely soul kings or even soul emperors, relegated to the role of mere sentinels. Yu Xiaojiang marveled at the wealth of the Wuhuan temple while simultaneously feeling intrigued about what treasures lay within the soul weapon shop, capable of attracting soul masters of such caliber to serve as guards. As he approached the entrance, even Yu Xiaojiang, a master, felt a twinge of anxiety. Yet the solid object against his chest bolstered his confidence. Gently pushing the door open, he was greeted by a spacious, bright, and immaculate hall. The ambience of an environment greatly influences one's emotions. Just as Yu Xiaojiang began to relax, a soul master wielding a mop and broom passed silently by him, causing his previously eased demeanor to tighten once more. The disparity in soul power was a source of discomfort for him, and although no one mocked him openly, the silent actions felt like a profound derision. As the saying goes, one either erupts in silence or fades away in silence. Go, summon your supervisor, Yu Xiaojiang commanded, gesturing toward a receptionist as he brandished the elder token. The elder token signifies the presence of an elder. Bow before the elder. Yu Xiaojiang was quite pleased with the deference shown by the Wuhuan temple members. Now, bring forth the person in charge. I wish to speak with him. Subsequently, under the warm reception of the attendant, Yu Xiaojiang settled himself like a dignified lord, sipping tea. After a brief interval, a somewhat portly middle-aged man, who bore a genial smile, approached Yu Xiaojiang. Greetings, elder. I am the person in charge here. How may I assist you? As Yu Xiaojiang sensed the robust soul power emanating from this man, a single word echoed in his mind. Soul Douluo. Chapter 84. Yet again. The master faces adversity though his soul power level was low, and his attire unremarkable. The elder token was undeniably authentic. Could he be merely a servant of some elder? The head of the soul weapon shop discreetly assessed Yu Xiaojiang, concluding that he was a servant sent to procure items for an elder. Such occurrences were not unprecedented, however. Previous instances involved discreet approaches for discounts, but this was the first overt servant bearing an elder token. Despite his lack of fondness for the self-unaware servant, he dared not neglect the elder token. Elder, what items do you require? While the Tiando Empire was not devoid of soul Douluo, it was a troublesome matter for someone of Yu Xiaojiang's standing to encounter one, let alone expect one to show him the utmost respect. Show me your finest offerings. Yu Xiaojiang replied. Certainly, elder, please follow me. The head of the shop then escorted Yu Xiaojiang to the 3rd floor, showcasing various soul tools of title Douluo level, including 9th level soul power blocks, bicycles capable of accommodating the physical prowess of title Douluo, and soul-guided vehicles designed to harness 9th level soul power blocks. However, it was peculiar that, despite the shop's title being soul weapons, there were no soul tools of the martial spirit variety. After perusing the items, Yu Xiaojiang boldly inquired, what is the total cost for all these items? Elder, the total sum comes to 33 million gold soul coins, the shopkeeper replied. Yu Xiaojiang was momentarily taken aback by the staggering figure and sought confirmation. How much did you say? Yes, elder, it totals 33 million gold soul coins. The 9th level soul power block and the soul-guided vehicle alone account for over 10 million gold soul coins, not to mention the additional assorted soul tools. I assure you, there has been no miscalculation. After hearing the detailed breakdown from the shopkeeper, Yu Xiaojiang felt a pang of embarrassment for his earlier astonishment. Ahem, are you certain? He asked, subtly showcasing the elder token, which caused the shopkeeper's eyelids to flutter. The shopkeeper's expression stiffened, internally cursing under his breath, yet he maintained his composure. He pulled Yu Xiaojiang aside and quietly explained, elder, please don't make it difficult for me. This price of 33 million has already been discounted. Otherwise, the original price would have been 35 million. Truth be told, Yu Xiaojiang coveted all the items in the shop, yet even with the elder's discount, he found himself unable to purchase anything. In a final attempt, he concocted an excuse, stating that these items were requested by the Pope and asked if the price could be lowered further. Upon uttering those words, Yu Xiaojiang noticed a distinct change in the shopkeeper's gaze toward him. What? Before Yu Xiaojiang could comprehend the situation, the shopkeeper activated his martial spirit, swiftly pinning him to the ground. Why did I feel something was amiss? When one carries an elder token to purchase items, the first priority should be to safeguard the elder's reputation. Not to mention, you only mentioned the Pope's request at the end. These items were crafted by the Pope's apprentice. Do you expect me to believe the Pope would lack such items? You clearly appear to be a fraud. At this moment, Yu Xiaojiang held the elder's order in his hand, gently swaying it, fully aware that in a contest of strength, he was utterly outmatched. His only salvation lay in the elder's order. Indeed, this action proved to be a lifeline for him. Upon seeing the elder's order, the person in charge eased his grip slightly. Although it was highly likely that the individual was a fraud, the elder's order was undeniably authentic. Regardless of how this fellow came to possess it, exercising caution remained prudent. Come, did you not claim that this was the command of His Holiness the Pope? I shall escort you to meet him. If this truly is the Pope's directive, I will deliver these items without hesitation and personally apologize to His Holiness. However, should it prove otherwise, well, the consequences will be dire. Yu Xiaojiang intended to voice further thoughts, but in the next moment, his soul power was sealed by that individual. Half an hour later, the proprietor of the soul weapon shop had brought Yu Xiaojiang to the Pope's palace, recounting the entire sequence of events to Bibi Dong. While listening to the report, Bibi Dong's gaze remained fixed below on Yu Xiaojiang, who knelt with his head bowed, too embarrassed to look up. I understand. You have done well. I shall take charge of this person. Understood, Your Holiness. Despite the seemingly naive smile of the shopkeeper, it was implausible that he was truly simple-minded. As his position required a keen awareness of the atmosphere, he sensed that the Pope recognized the fraud, yet he refrained from further contemplation, knowing well what thoughts were appropriate. Once that person departed, the Grand Pope's palace was left with only Bibi Dong and Yu Xiaojiang, one seated and the other kneeling, an oddly tense atmosphere brewing between them. I have arrived. How do you fare? Yu Xiaojiang, having just endured physical torment and barely holding up, initiated the conversation according to plan. However, his posture of kneeling while greeting was indeed somewhat comical. How am I? Absurd. I stand above the masses. How could I possibly be unwell? Bibi Dong's resounding voice echoed throughout the palace. Yu Xiaojiang looked up at the resplendent female pope, memories of the past flooding his mind. Suddenly, with a forceful slap on the armrest of her chair, Bibi Dong exclaimed, "You dare to address me so?" Accompanying her outburst was the overwhelming presence of a titled Douluo, causing Yu Xiaojiang to bow his head once more until he managed to squeeze out the words, "Your Holiness," at which point Bibi Dong finally tempered her aura. Bibi Dong then beckoned with a gesture, causing the elder's order from Yu Xiaojiang's possession to soar into her hand. This is the token of the Haotian sect. While all elders' orders may appear similar, those issued by the top 3 sects differ from the spirit halls, a distinction evident in the brilliance of their designs. Thus, upon a mere glance, I can discern that this token belongs to the Haotian sect and not the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect. Though I know not how you obtained the Haotian elder's order, you did not traverse this distance solely to purchase trinkets, so speak. What is your true intention? Though the scene diverged from his expectations, Yu Xiaojiang mustered his courage to state, I wish to acquire the cultivation method for the heavenly grade soul technique. To his utter astonishment, Bibi Dong promptly responded, I refuse. What? Yu Xiaojiang's heart raced, though he had entertained the possibility of her refusal. He had not anticipated such a categorical dismissal. After all, he was unaware of the formidable power of the elixir of love, a 3-star item from the moonlit world. The elixir, crafted by a master of manipulating emotions, possesses such potency that even the most powerful beings cannot resist it. When consumed, it can transform hidden feelings into uncontrollable fervor, potentially leading to the destruction of both the drinker and their beloved. Of course, Bibi Dong did not consume the genuine elixir of love, but rather a variant designed by Xiaofan based on it. While its effects would not incite profound love for Wu Ling, it would amplify her feelings for him during moments of emotional turmoil. For instance, if Bibi Dong's feelings for Wu Ling were rated a 10 and those for another individual a 5, an occurrence of pity or sorrow could elevate her feelings for that individual to 10, thus enhancing her original feelings for Wu Ling to 20. This emotional amplification would only stem from positive sentiments such as love or compassion, remaining unaffected by anger or hatred. In essence, as long as there were positive feelings, they would be magnified, whereas pure animosity would leave her feelings unchanged. Hence, once Yu Xiaojiang arrived and Bibi Dong witnessed his disheveled state, the latent effects of the potion began to manifest. The reason Xiaofan did not administer the true elixir of love directly was not due to an inability to do so, but rather an understanding that Wu Ling harbored a slight aversion to such overt displays. While he did not mind a relationship with Bibi Dong, he would still have reservations about marriage. Under Xiaofan's careful orchestration, a delicate balance was achieved. Nevertheless, Wu Ling was a typical male, and Xiaofan remained astute, ensuring that should he desire her in the future, the effects of the elixir could be altered back to that of the original elixir of love. As for the repercussions, they could be addressed once Wu Ling grew weary of the arrangement. Xiaofan, having frequently channeled media, had contemplated this notion. It is undeniable that the ability to manipulate emotions is rather unsettling, regardless of the realm. One might even find a companion producing a crystal-crafted monocle, adjusting their eye before declaring, in truth, I am, ahem, I have already transformed into that person. Yet, Xiaofan succeeded merely by experimentation, as this world presented little challenge. Despite clearly hearing Bibi Dong's refusal, Yu Xiaojiang remained undeterred, pressing on, Your Holiness, considering my past affections for you, could you not extend some leniency? Affection. Bibi Dong's expression shifted, an intense hatred seeming to pierce through Yu Xiaojiang. Yu Xiaojiang, presumed to speak of love. Following her incredulous reaction, Bibi Dong erupted in laughter, declaring, Very well, I shall grant you the technique. Truly. Upon hearing Bibi Dong's acquiescence, Yu Xiaojiang's mind filled with thoughts of the technique, entirely overlooking her expression and tone. However, before he could fully rejoice, Bibi Dong's tone shifted. But, as a man, particularly one esteemed in the world as a master, I presume you would not humbly solicit favors from a woman. After all, are you not the son of the current leader of the Blue Electric Tyrant Dragon? Why not discuss familial bonds and procure the secrets of your lineage's dragon transformation for me? Moreover, given that you have obtained the Elder's token from the Haotian sect, it stands to reason that your relationship with them is also favorable. Engage with them as well and acquire their great subtle hammer and exploding ring secrets for me. In return, I shall bestow upon you the martial arts techniques. Do not underestimate the value of this exchange. Those secrets are only usable by a select few, whereas the martial arts techniques can benefit the entire sect, from titled Douluo to fledgling soul masters awakening their martial souls. Acquiring secrets meant for a handful in exchange for techniques that can enrich the entire sect is a deal that I would deem advantageous. As Bibi Dong's words resonated, a frozen expression graced Yu Xiaojiang's face, as if time itself had halted. Yet, he hesitated, wanting to voice his thoughts, but Bibi Dong interjected. You wouldn't want me to be at a disadvantage, would you? After all, you once held affection for me. Thus, I shall reluctantly add the secret of the 7 treasure glazed tile sect, the Linglong Heart. With a reluctant clench of his jaw, Yu Xiaojiang realized that obtaining the martial arts techniques today was a futile endeavor. Although he remained perplexed by Bibi Dong's transformation, years apart had undoubtedly changed her, making her less susceptible to manipulation. Your Holiness, I shall ponder this matter further, he replied. Bibi Dong regarded him with a gaze steeped in contemplation of martial spirits. Nodding silently, do you have any further business? Or do you wish for me to expel you? She inquired coldly, observing Yu Xiaojiang, who remained kneeling despite the absence of pressure. Your Holiness, I have one humble request. If it is a humble request, then do not utter it. Enough, speak swiftly. Do not kneel there and sully my sight. In the face of Bibi Dong's verbal disdain, Yu Xiaojiang dared not protest. With his hopes of securing the martial arts techniques dashed, his success in another endeavor remained intricately linked to her. Your Holiness, I recently took on a disciple who, like you, possesses the rare dual martial souls. Thus, I seek your guidance. What is the method for cultivating dual martial souls? Upon hearing Yu Xiaojiang's second inquiry, Bibi Dong scoffed derisively. Aren't you a master? How could you be ignorant of such a matter? And why would I divulge that information to you? Do you intend to nurture a formidable opponent for the Spirit Hall? Her lack of outright refusal indicated a flicker of possibility. Sensing this, Yu Xiaojiang hastily asserted, I can guarantee, in my capacity as a master, that my disciple will never oppose the Spirit Hall. Bibi Dong's laugh echoed ominously. Not oppose the Spirit Hall? Do you truly believe that Tang Hao's son would not stand against us? This revelation sent shockwaves through Yu Xiaojiang, who looked up in fear. How do you know? How do I know? I know much more than you realize. I am aware that one of his martial souls is blue silvergrass, and the other is the Haotian hammer. As Bibi Dong's indifferent words fell, beads of sweat streamed down Yu Xiaojiang's face. Years ago, after Tang Hao had slain the former pope of the Spirit Hall, Qian Xuanji, he had already positioned himself against the Spirit Hall. Now, Yu Xiaojiang silently accepting Tang Hao's son as a disciple only intensified his opposition to the institution. Moreover, this confrontation was far more profound and irrevocable than the estrangement between the Blue Electric Tyrant Dragon and the Spirit Hall. Abandoning Tang San was an impossibility for Yu Xiaojiang. who had pinned all his hopes on the boy's future. Now, due to Bibi Dong's unexpected maneuver, Yu Xiaojiang's plans were thrown into disarray. His pursuit of the cultivation methods for dual martial souls had shifted to ensuring Tang San's safety. Although he believed Tang San would survive the Spirit Hall's pursuit under Tang Hao's protection, he understood that such guardianship could not last forever and would adversely affect Tang San's training. Thus, he began to ponder how to secure Tang San's safety. Your Holiness, I have no children of my own. Tang San is like a son to me. I implore you, spare him. With this plea, Yu Xiaojiang lowered his head, discarding his pride entirely. Upon hearing his request, Bibi Dong burst into laughter. Ha! A son? What merit is there in claiming Tang Hao's child? Why not conceive one with Lu Erlong? Oh, I forgot. She happens to be your sister. Faced with Bibi Dong's salt-in-the-wound jabs, Yu Xiaojiang bit his lip in silence, unable to express his anger, particularly under the watchful eyes of the titled Douluo. Why would you think I would grant your request to spare him? In response to Bibi Dong's challenging inquiry, Yu Xiaojiang appeared resolute. Your Holiness, I offer my life in exchange for Tang San's. Yu Xiaojiang gambled on the notion that, despite Bibi Dong's significant changes, she still held some regard for him, which prompted her to make such remarks. As if confirming Yu Xiaojiang's suspicions, Bibi Dong's expression darkened. In this moment, the drawbacks of the potion of emotional manipulation became evident, as it only influenced matters concerning martial spirits. Just as with the martial arts techniques, which were pinned by martial spirits, Bibi Dong would prioritize them and refrain from granting Yu Xiaojiang the techniques. However, the current situation was different. Although the martial spirit had mentioned Tang San's existence, it had not disclosed its stance regarding him. Consequently, Bibi Dong's decision-making would not be swayed by her feelings for the martial spirit. Yu Xiaojiang, do not presume I would hesitate to kill you. A tremendous aura of menace emanated from Bibi Dong, as the oppressive force of a titled Douluo combined with a palpable killing intent overwhelmed Yu Xiaojiang, assaulting both his body and mind. Crushed beneath the weight of her presence, Yu Xiaojiang had no doubts that he would face his demise in the next moment. Yet, this dual torment receded as swiftly as it had surged, akin to a receding tide. You scoundrel! After more than 20 years, have you returned merely to torment me? Coughing. Yu Xiaojiang's first thought upon rising was to inquire about Tang San, prompting Bibi Dong to cool her demeanor further. Enough. I shall not lay a hand on him. Be gone. With a dismissive wave, a powerful gust of wind thrust Yu Xiaojiang from the Pope's chamber. With a resounding thud, the door to the chamber slammed shut. Yu Xiaojiang lay curled up at the threshold, feeling as though he might perish from the brutal impact, his body unaccustomed to combat after such a long hiatus. The guards flanking him exchanged glances, until the one nearest approached. Hurry, hurry. No one is allowed delay here. Seeing Yu Xiaojiang gasping for breath and ignoring him, the guard intended to drag him away. However, as he reached out, Yu Xiaojiang swatted his hand aside. I can still move. Yu Xiaojiang cast a penetrating glance at the grand entrance of the papal hall. Although his original plans had yielded nothing, and he had even lost an elder's token, he had confirmed two pivotal truths. Tang San was safe, and she still harbored feelings for him. Mustering the strength to endure his aching body, Yu Xiaojiang departed step by step from that place. Upon reaching the bustling streets, he noted that twilight had descended. Even the alluring soul tools failed to capture his interest. He promptly sought a carriage to return the room he had barely occupied for 10 minutes and, under the cover of night, left the sacred ground revered by countless soul masters. What he would do after his departure was beyond Bibi Dong's contemplation. Given her understanding of Yu Xiaojiang, it was likely he would intensify the training regimen for Tang San upon returning. Yet, Bibi Dong remained unconcerned, for the spirit hall still had him. Her gaze shifted toward a specific direction, as if she could still envision Wu Ling honing his skills at home, reminiscing about the moments spent with him conversing, strategizing, and the sumptuous meals he had prepared with such care. Linger, when will you return? Time flew by, and a year had swiftly passed. Wu Ling's victories had soared to an astonishing 95, bringing him tantalizingly close to 100. In this year and a half, Wu Ling had claimed the lives of over 800 in the hell-killing field alone, with no fewer than 300 outside its bounds, thereby achieving the status of 1,000 manslayer. His unparalleled swordsmanship meant that aside from a handful of true masters, nearly 90% of his opponents fell to his blade. Thus, he earned the moniker One-Blade Shura in the City of Slaughter. A tacit understanding had emerged within the city. The most perilous individual was the young man with the lightest aura of killing intent wielding a blade. For one could never anticipate when he would strike, often realizing his presence only upon feeling the fatal blow. Within a dimly lit chamber in the inner city of the City of Slaughter, the veiled woman who had initially welcomed Wu Ling now knelt before a figure reporting her findings. Reporting to the King of Slaughter, One-Blade Shura has triumphed again today. I am aware. A towering figure seated in the shadows responded. His visage obscured yet exuding an overwhelming aura that instilled fear. The prowess of One-Blade Shura's swordsmanship is indeed terrifying, and he continuously hones his skills amidst the carnage. In this year and a half, he has ascended further in his mastery. Without the use of soul skills, even a titled Douluo may not stand against him. The veiled woman appeared quite apprehensive, alluding to the prophecy of the god of Slaughter's impending arrival, heralding calamity. This prophecy foretold the emergence of a slayer whose appearance would lead to the city of Slaughter's downfall. Initially, this referred to Tang San, who would annihilate the city with the snowy swan kiss, but with Wu Ling's emergence, the King of Slaughter and the veiled woman began to suspect that the prophesied slayer might indeed be Wu Ling himself. Chapter 87. The Path to Hell Unveiled. It is not surprising that the King of Slaughter and his associates held such beliefs. For each god of slaughter that emerged from the path to hell had achieved 100 victories, necessitating the elimination of 900 opponents. This figure accounts only for the hell-killing field. It is conceivable that these gods had also dispatched foes outside its confines. Thus, the birth of each god of slaughter conservatively entails the slaughter of nearly 1,000 adversaries. However, the city of slaughter is not a thriving hub. An abundance of gods would inevitably lead to a dwindling population, and the day when its denizens are decimated would mark the city's demise. Moreover, if one were to pinpoint what incites the greatest dread regarding the gods of slaughter, it would not solely be their formidable skills but rather the enhancement provided by their domain. It is well known that upon exiting the path to hell, the killing intent enveloping a soul master transforms into the domain of the god of slaughter. In the Douluo continent, domain skills are essentially insurmountable at equal levels. And the god of slaughter's domain is even more formidable. Possessing such a domain equates to holding the key to the city of slaughter. The constraints of its rules would no longer bind the god of slaughter, and should they wish to return, even the king of slaughter would be powerless to impede them. The most terrifying aspect of the god of slaughter's domain lies in its implications for the city of slaughter. Should a god of slaughter seek to obliterate the city, all soul masters within its confines could regain access to their soul skills under the god of slaughter's domain. This would be the most devastating blow the city of slaughter could face. Particularly concerning is Wu Ling's identity. Should he acquire the domain of the god of slaughter, the spirit hall would possess two such entities. A dire prospect for the city of slaughter. Recently, aside from One-Blade Shura, were there any other formidable individuals? The veiled woman pondered, ultimately shaking her head. My lord. Currently the warriors of the city of slaughter are suppressed by One-Blade Shura to the point of being unable to raise their heads. Even those at the title Douluo level tend to avoid confrontation with him. Has that One-Blade Shura not consumed a Bloody Mary for some time? If he has abstained for so long, the toxins in the air should have surely brought him to his end. No, my lord. He has been consuming a certain type of pill for the past year and a half, completely avoiding even a single sip of Bloody Mary. Listening to the veiled woman speak of One-Blade Shura, a seemingly invincible foe, the king of slaughter downed a glass of Bloody Mary in frustration. Well, prophecies are merely prophecies. Has anything disastrous occurred over the years? He is just a slightly stronger god of slaughter. Let him continue his slaughters. Despite this declaration, had it not been for his apprehension of Bibi Dong's influence behind Wu Ling, he would have long since eliminated him. After all, having two gods of slaughter within a single faction is indeed precarious, yet the city of slaughter and the spirit hall share a semi-cooperative relationship. Thus it is unlikely they would take hostile action against them. Ultimately, Wu Ling may not necessarily be the individual foretold in the prophecy. However, should he be slain, Bibi Dong would undoubtedly retaliate against the city of slaughter. Very well, in the final matches, let us adjust One-Blade Shura's opponent slightly, since no one can defeat him. Let us arrange for a few weaker foes, so he does not eliminate any more strong contenders. Understood. With that, the veiled woman departed to carry out the orders. Days passed, and at last, the hell-killing field echoed with the announcement of One-Blade Shura's 100th victory. Today, Wu Ling finally achieved 100 consecutive victories in the hell-killing field, and he found the final match remarkably effortless, facing 9 opponents, all of whom had participated in only a few battles. Wu Ling surmised that the hand of the king of slaughter was at play, yet he remained indifferent, for it bore no consequence for him at this juncture. Even with his mental preparation, the reality of the situation caused the king of slaughter's countenance to darken. He could ascertain with certainty that should the Shura wield that blade and traverse the road to hell, his chances of success would be unequivocally assured. To ascend to the status of a god of slaughter within a mere year and a half was a phenomenon unseen in the city of slaughter for a century, nay, it was a historic first since the city's inception. Wu Ling had indelibly altered the annals of the City of Slaughter, and as a result, the atmosphere within the hellish arena reached a fever pitch. The crowd erupted in frenzied roars. God of Slaughter! God of Slaughter! God of Slaughter! Congratulations! At that moment, a voice resonated from above the arena. Though not overly loud, it overshadowed the cacophony below. Was this the King of Slaughter, Tangchen? Wu Ling pondered. The King of Slaughter's gaze fell upon the observation platform of the arena. I am delighted to witness the birth of a formidable warrior in the Slaughter arena today. It has been many years since a continuous victory of 100 has graced us. With your immense power and terrifying bloodlust, you have instilled tremors within all of you. Have you not, my subjects? Indeed, the King of Slaughter seemed to possess a unique charisma that incited an almost frenzied reverence among all those who beheld him. He lowered his head to regard Wu Ling, the Shura with the blade, and expressed, "Thank you for rekindling the passion within me. In recognition of your achievements, I shall bestow upon you the title of God of Slaughter. Henceforth, you shall have the liberty to enter and exit the City of Slaughter at will. And you will be appointed as an honorary guest under my auspices." For Wu Ling, it was indeed deemed safest to refrain from entering the road to hell, thereby eliminating the possibility of a God of Slaughter emerging at its root. However, Wu Ling could not acquiesce, while he held little regard for the trial of the Shura. The domain of the God of Slaughter proved to be rather advantageous. Thus, he promptly declined, saying, "No, great King of Slaughter. I cannot allow my actions to disrupt the established order of the City of Slaughter. I am willing to undertake the trials of the road to hell to earn your favor. I aspire to rely solely on my own strength to emerge from here and become a true God of Slaughter." This chapter is not yet complete. Please click the next page to continue enjoying the captivating content. Wu Ling is a person of unwavering resolve. The King of Slaughter understands that no matter how much he persuades, it is futile. With a grim expression, he declares, "If that is the case, then you shall tread the path of hell. Open the gates of hell." From the King of Slaughter emanates a malevolent, chilling red wave that spreads slowly, enveloping the entire arena in mere moments. The fallen spectators are peculiarly exhilarated, eagerly anticipating the manifestation of the hellish path. Yet, unbeknownst to them, their lives have reached their terminus. Aside from the God of Slaughter and the King of Slaughter, no one has witnessed the opening of the hellish path. For those who have seen it have perished, becoming sacrificial offerings to this ominous gateway. The once frenzied cheers of the fallen gradually subside as the crimson light descends upon the viewing platform. Each fallen individual's gaze becomes increasingly vacant, evolving from stupor to a bloodshot hue. Before long, as the red light forms a colossal barrier over the hellish slaughter arena, anguished screams begin to erupt from those who were first touched by the crimson glow. Under its influence, the fallen appear to lose their sanity, desperately clawing at their faces and bodies. To be chosen as the offering for the opening of the hellish path is your honor. The King of Slaughter's deep voice resonates. At this moment, the screams fade, and it seems that there are no survivors left. Save for Wu Ling and the King of Slaughter. The blood that seeps into the arena does not flow in a straight line. Instead, grooves have appeared on the ground, collecting the blood which gradually coalesces into a vast crimson pattern. This design bursts forth with a dazzling red radiance, and suddenly, Wu Ling finds himself teetering as an overwhelming force of suction emanates from beneath the hellish slaughter arena, akin to a gaping maw, swallowing him whole. Humph. I wish you good fortune on your journey through the hellish path. The sharp, resonant voice of the King of Slaughter echoes in Wu Ling's ears. Time passes, and amidst a violent tremor, Wu Ling's body regains its freedom. Upon regaining consciousness, he discovers himself on a circular platform, merely 5 or 6 meters in diameter. Is this truly the beginning of the hellish path? Wu Ling gazed ahead at a narrow path scarcely half a foot wide, murmuring to himself, how apt it is. A single misstep could plunge one into hell, never to return. Prior to his journey to the City of Carnage, Bibian had vaguely described the harrowing sights along the road to perdition, yet after so many years, it was improbable that this place remained unchanged. Consequently, the information she provided could only serve as a reference. The temperature was steadily rising. After traversing a distance, Wu Ling glanced down at his feet. The molten lava was drawing perilously close. Initially, it had been about 1,000 meters away, but now it was estimated to be a mere 900. If this continued, the final stretch of the road to hell would likely be wholly submerged in lava, and that segment would be the most arduous. Nevertheless, Wu Ling had long since prepared for such an eventuality. Just as he was contemplating the lava below, a cacophony of buzzing sounds erupted from a short distance ahead. Bats, numbering in the thousands. Wu Ling intoned gravely. As Wu Ling advanced further along the path, he drew closer to the bats, allowing him to discern their appearance. They were blood-red bats, resembling miniature versions of the crimson patterns left upon the ground of the hellish slaughter arena. Each blood bat measured approximately 1 foot in length. Yet their expansive wingspan exceeded a meter, while one or two of these sanguine creatures posed little threat. The sudden emergence of thousands transformed the scene into a swirling crimson cloud, rapidly converging upon Wu Ling. Coupled with their piercing cries, the cacophony was exceedingly disconcerting. Humph. Nearly trivial nuisances. With a blade in hand, Wu Ling strode confidently towards the swarm of bats. Although his slashing movements appeared languid amidst the dense cluster, not a single bat could approach him. They seemed to collide with his blade willingly, each one dispatched with a single stroke. As Wu Ling calmly traversed the decimated throng, a sudden, furious screech echoed ahead. Before him, suspended above the narrow path, hung an enormous creature, bathed in a soft crimson glow that revealed its dark golden hue. It measured over 4 meters in length, with 2 massive claws gripping the path, each claw exceeding a meter in diameter, its sharp talons embedded in the stone. Amidst the shrill cries of the remaining bloodbats, the dark golden behemoth unfurled a pair of colossal wings, boasting a terrifying wingspan of 10 meters. With a powerful flap, it took to the skies, revealing itself as an immense bat. This bat, entirely dark golden, was most fearsome for its 3 heads. This was the dark golden 3-headed bat king, the formidable boss of the first trial in the Hell Road. Wu Ling recognized it from the original text and the Soul Beast Compendium. However, this particular specimen seemed to be a mutation, its age estimated at over 60,000 years. Wu Ling noted that a soul beast of such antiquity possessed strength beyond the soul sage level. Indeed, even a titled Douluo would find it challenging to confront without the use of soul skills. If Wu Ling had any available slots in his spirit rings, he might have summoned powerful allies like Gun Duke or Elizabeth. Yet, he felt little desire for either of them. The dark golden 3-headed bat king, due to its mutation, exhibited exceptional intelligence and cunning. It did not immediately attack Wu Ling but instead began to destroy the path ahead, intent on leading him to his demise. With the Bat King commanding the aerial domain, Wu Ling found himself lacking sufficient means to engage and assault it. So he resolved to hasten his passage through the narrow corridor. However, the Bat King could not allow Wu Ling to pass through the first trial unscathed. All 3 heads began to screech in unison, unleashing powerful sonic waves that bombarded him. Though Wu Ling adeptly dodged the Bat King's assaults, he had never endured such indignities. Were he in the outside world, he would have made the bat feel the sting of his magic cannon. Having perused the original text, Wu Ling knew that to vanquish the 3-headed Bat King, one must strike down all 3 heads simultaneously, otherwise, it could regenerate in an instant. Thus, even if he could leap to attack, he refrained from acting recklessly. In the original narrative, Tang San defeated the Bat King by employing the purple extreme divine light, hidden weapons, and the Haotian hammer in a perfect trio of attacks. Yet, Wu Ling had no need for such tactics. With his technique, Swift Return, he could easily deliver a lethal strike from 3 directions. What he sought was merely an opportune moment. Fortuitously, just as Wu Ling was about to cross the narrow path, that moment arrived. Despite the dark golden 3-headed Bat King's high intelligence, it remained, at its core, a soul beast. Upon witnessing all of its attacks evaded by Wu Ling and realizing he was on the verge of reaching the next trial, it grew agitated. Abruptly abandoning its aerial and ranged advantages, the Bat King executed an erratic flight pattern before pouncing towards Wu Ling. The Bat King's claws and fangs rivaled the sharpest of weapons, capable of rending rock with ease. Its pounce was honed to perfection, matching any human martial art. And together they unleashed a terrifying force. With unwavering confidence, it believed that this strike would end the life of the human who dared to challenge it. As the massive claw descended, just as it neared Wu Ling, a sharp gleam ignited in his eyes. His mastery of swordsmanship allowed him to unleash an unavoidable secret technique without any preparatory movements. In the next instant, the 3 crimson eyes of the dark golden 3-headed bat simultaneously glimmered with a deadly blade of light, which swiftly sliced towards its own neck. Secret technique, Swift Return. With a series of sharp sounds echoing, as Wu Ling's figure passed through the dark golden 3-headed bat, its heads froze momentarily in midair before blood erupted forth, sending them soaring aloft, while its body collapsed ineffectively onto the narrow path. Just before it plummeted into the magma below, Wu Ling stepped upon it, securing the prize. What a splendid specimen for research, such a shame to see it go to waste. I shall take it back for Littlefen to study. After storing the carcass of the dark golden 3-headed Bat King in a storage ring, Wu Ling nonchalantly exited the narrow path, proceeding towards the next trial. Chapter 89. The Serpent and Departure. Having successfully passed the first trial, Wu Ling continued along his journey. After a brief period, he gauged that he was nearing the end of the dark passage. Suddenly, a colossal serpentine soul beast materialized before him. This serpent boasted 9 prominent ridges along its head and back, each resembling a vibrant red mushroom, seemingly throbbing with lifeblood. Particularly notable was its expansive belly, which swelled conspicuously in the narrow corridor, and its length exceeded 10 meters. The scorching breath emanating from its maw indicated that this was a top-tier fire attribute soul beast. For an ordinary person, even one well-versed in literature, identifying this serpent would be a challenge. However, Wu Ling, familiar with the original text, recognized it immediately. Before him lay the legendary creature, the 10-headed solar serpent. Its power surpassed even that of the 60,000-year soul beasts, rendering the dark golden 3-headed bat king a mere weakling in comparison, and it served as the boss of the second trial. As Wu Ling beheld the 10-headed solar serpent, memories of its depiction in the original narrative flooded his mind. The malevolent phoenix, Ma Hongjun, from the Shrek 7 monsters, had soared to new heights thanks to the inner core of the 10-headed solar serpent, resulting in a second evolution of his martial soul that offered him the potential to inherit the rank 1 divine position of the fire god. Alas, Ma Hongjun ultimately squandered this opportunity, only achieving the rank 2 divine position of the phoenix god. What piqued Wu Ling's interest was the term primal chaos. He was all too familiar with it, yet its appearance in the Douluo continent, a realm seemingly devoid of any connection, profoundly intrigued him. In Tang San's previous life, the Tang sect was merely an ordinary martial arts world, yet he had knowledge of the term primal chaos. Furthermore, this was the testing ground for the Shura god. Did it imply that the Shura god had traversed this so-called primal chaos? Additionally, why could the martial arts techniques from a martial world manifest in this realm? Why was it that the knowledge Tang Sen acquired in his previous life, such as that regarding celestial herbs, could be found mirrored within the Douluo world? In his previous life, Wu Ling had perused numerous fanfictions of Douluo, and he was not unfamiliar with the conspiracy theories surrounding the Shura god. Though not explicitly mentioned in the original text, such narratives presented intriguing possibilities. As Wu Ling pondered these thoughts, the 10-headed fiery sun snake emitted a series of sounds reminiscent of an infant's cries. The 9 grotesque tumors on its back radiated a golden red luminescence. Suddenly, it opened its maw and unleashed a blazing crimson light, accompanied by a noxious whirlwind that rapidly advanced towards Wu Ling, even before the flames drew near. The sweltering heat intensified in the already scorching environment of the Hell Road, akin to the sun scorching Wu Ling's vitality. The martial spirit, silent yet resolute, cleaved through the radiant glow with his blade and hurried towards it. Although the 10-headed fiery serpent greatly surpassed the dark golden 3-headed bat king in strength, the latter's dominion over the skies rendered it a more formidable adversary. In the depths of the martial spirit's mind, he perceived the 10-headed fiery serpent as less of a threat, given its inability to soar. Indeed, this assessment proved accurate, after an arduous battle lasting over 10 minutes. The long blade in the martial spirit's grasp had transformed into a mere reflection of its former glory, unable to withstand the serpent's formidable scales before he departed. Conversely, the serpent bore significant wounds, its scales and flesh considerably diminished by the martial spirit's relentless assault. As the martial spirit executed the technique known as Swallow's Return with his dual blades once more, the 10-headed fiery serpent emitted a desperate wail akin to an infant's cry. In a bid to counter the martial spirit's onslaught, it sought to repeat its previous tactic, sacrificing a portion of its own flesh to shield itself. Yet, instinct warned it that this path would surely lead to its demise. Driven by primal instincts, it hesitated not. The 9 fleshy tumors atop its head erupted violently. Golden ichor sprang forth, coalescing above it into a fiery crimson orb, collapsing and condensing until it was no larger than a ping-pong ball, and then hurtled towards the martial spirit. This orb represented the serpent's inner core, a reservoir of its essence, far surpassing the value of a soul beast soul rings, imbued with immense power. However, the martial spirit, having amassed the pinnacle of his strength in 3 strikes, was confident he could cleave the core into fragments before it fully formed. Even more, he could seize the opportunity to slay the 10-headed fiery serpent in the process. Yet such an action would inevitably obliterate the precious core, lacking allies fully attuned to the core's essence. The martial spirit was resolute in preventing such a rare treasure from vanishing in this place. Thus, the fruits of his year and a half of rigorous training manifested once more, as he deftly adjusted the angle of his blade by a mere inch. This slight deviation allowed him to avoid the serpent's inner core while still striking true to its colossal form. With a flash of 3 sword lights, the formidable serpent's body suddenly stiffened, and with a thunderous crash, its massive corpse collapsed to the ground. With a swift motion, Wu Ling reached towards the serpent's corpse, and the inner core of the 10-headed fiery serpent materialized in his right hand. The instant it made contact, Every cell in Wu Ling's body surged with vitality, eagerly yearning to consume it. The inner core of the tin-headed fiery serpent not only embodies the culmination of its power, but also harbors a significant portion of its essence. This essence bestows unimaginable benefits upon the bodies of soul masters. For those possessing a fire-attributed martial soul, refining this core would be akin to consuming a divine herb. In such a case, the consumer would experience a substantial enhancement in both physical constitution and soul power, accompanied by an innate aura of dominance that inherently counters all serpentine creatures, including those who wield serpent martial souls. Regrettably, Wu Ling found himself devoid of any closely bonded fire-attributed companions, rendering the potential of this tin-headed fiery serpent's inner core difficult to realize to its fullest extent. Wu Ling once again toyed with the inner elixir of the Tin-Sun Serpent. He had already resolved that if he could not find a suitable recipient for this precious essence, he might as well consume it himself. Although it would be a waste of such a rare treasure, even a slight enhancement to his prowess would be worthwhile. Wu Ling retracted the inner core of the tin-headed fiery serpent and approached the fallen corpse before him. The flesh lump atop its head had utterly shattered, presenting a ghastly sight of blood and devastation. Wu Ling first reached into the wound and delved into the upper body of the tin-headed fiery sun serpent, feeling around until he extracted a bloodied serpent's gallbladder. He then placed the remaining items into his storage ring. The gallbladder of the tin-headed fiery sun serpent is one of the most valuable treasures aside from the inner core. Consuming it can render one resistant to most poisons. And it also enhances clarity of vision and mind, which significantly benefits future martial soul cultivation. After securing the serpent's lifeless body in the storage ring, Wu Ling pressed onward. Gradually, a scent began to permeate the air, one that could incite a sense of agitation within a person's heart, stirring latent murderous intent. This marked the third trial of the Hell Road. While the preceding trials tested the challenger's strength, this third trial assessed the challenger's state of mind. Should they fail to master their emotions, traversing the perilous path flanked by bottomless abysses would yield no prospects for survival. Moreover, to truly harness the domain of the god of murder, one must possess an unwavering mental fortitude. However, all of this bore no consequence for Wu Ling, who possessed the skill of. Thus, what was originally deemed the most perilous of trials was effortlessly navigated by Wu Ling. Thus, Wu Ling arrived at the terminus of the road to hell, where he beheld a resplendent oval luminescence coalescing ahead of him, revealing the exit at a glance. However, there lay no path before him, as the way had been entirely engulfed by molten lava. Although Wu Ling could summon Xiaofan to concoct a potion enabling him to swim through the lava or a spell to freeze it, or even acquire some ethereal garment that would allow him to soar, he refrained from such frivolities, informed by the experiences of those who came before him. Instead, he retrieved 2 rectangular boxes affixed to his waist from his storage ring. With a deft motion, he activated the devices, resembling forks, which erupted from the boxes, propelling him aloft. After a few adjustments, Wu Ling ascended above the luminous barrier. "Farewell, city of slaughter," he murmured, and before the words could fully escape his lips, his form surged into the light, departing from the fallen city he had inhabited for a year and a half. Chapter 90. Hu Laina. As Wu Ling penetrated the light, an uncanny sensation of being observed seized him, tightening his chest, for he surmised it to be the gaze of the god of Shura. Fortunately, this scrutiny was fleeting, and even with Wu Ling's composure, he exhaled in relief. Then, a brilliant flash enveloped him, and he found himself upon a verdant expanse. Feeling a newfound surge of power within, he nodded in satisfaction. After all, the world was vast, and if Tang San's existence was indeed mere coincidence, then the divine position of the god of Shura could serve as a commendable alternative. Just as Wu Ling contemplated exercising his domain, 2 figures materialized beside him. Wu Ling instinctively assumed a combat stance but soon recognized the presence of Grandpa Gui and Grandpa Yu. Indeed, these 2 were the formidable ghost Douluo and Chrysanthemum Douluo. Their awareness of Wu Ling's emergence today was courtesy of Xiaofan's timely communication. Although the City of Slaughter imposed restrictions on the use of soul skills, the utilization of soul power remained permissible, allowing Wu Ling to engage in rudimentary exchanges with Xiaofan. However, due to the considerable distance and certain influences within the City of Slaughter, their communication was limited to vague sounds, yet this sufficed. Prior to Wu Ling's descent into the Hell Road, he had exchanged a couple of sounds with Xiaofan to mitigate the impending effects of the Hell Road. The sudden articulation from his usually silent entity, combined with Xiaofan's keen sense of time, led her to the conclusion that Wu Ling was preparing to emerge. After Xiaofan relayed this information to Bibi Dong, she, harboring a mix of belief and skepticism, instructed Chrysanthemum Douluo and Ghost Douluo to await Wu Ling's appearance. They were not destined to wait indefinitely, Should Wu Ling remain absent for 7 days, they would return to report back. However, fortune smiled upon them, as they had only just arrived when Wu Ling made his appearance. Upon witnessing Wu Ling's emergence, both titled Douluos exhaled a quiet sigh of relief, while they held faith in Wu Ling's strength and the contingencies he had left behind. The rules of the City of Slaughter dictated that it was best to avoid unnecessary complications. It appears you have acquired the domain of the God of Slaughter. His Holiness the Pope will surely be pleased. Ghost's slightly hoarse voice resonated, evoking a sense of nostalgia in Wu Ling. Yes, let us proceed, Grandpa Gue. I apologize for keeping you waiting, Wu Ling replied with a smile. His prolonged expression had rendered his smile somewhat stiff, yet on his gentle and handsome visage it bore no discord. Rather, it exuded a cool elegance reminiscent of youthful innocence. Oh, Xiaoling is so adorable. You stepped forward, enveloping Wu Ling in an embrace. Standing at a height of 1.7 meters, Wu Ling was perfectly positioned for you to rest her chin atop his head, affectionately ruffling his hair as if caressing a small creature. As Wu Ling's smile grew more relaxed, the trio made their way toward the Spirit Hall. A few days later, upon returning to Spirit City, Wu Ling surveyed the surroundings, noting the abundance of bicycles and the streetlights under construction. He nodded in satisfaction, realizing that Xiaofan had indeed put the plan into action. Grandpa Gue, Grandpa Yu, I will go check on my teacher first. Would you care to join me? Wu Ling tilted his head slightly toward the void in inquiry. Let us accompany you. We too have reports to deliver. Upon hearing this, Wu Ling silently nodded and then proceeded directly toward the Papal Hall. As he approached the entrance, one of the soldiers stationed there was about to step forward to inquire, but he was swiftly restrained by an older veteran beside him. They watched in astonishment as Wu Ling effortlessly pushed open the doors and entered the Papal Hall. Hey, who is that? He entered without any announcement. The younger soldier asked the veteran. The veteran glanced around, ensuring that no one else was present besides their small group, and then explained to the newcomer, you might be unfamiliar since you arrived late. Let me clarify. That was the first disciple of His Holiness, the Pope. Wait, what? The recruit's eyes widened in realization as he subtly pointed toward the grand doors of the Papal Hall. Indeed, that was the first disciple of His Holiness, the brilliant soul master who invented the soul tools and soul techniques. His Holiness granted him the privilege to enter and exit the Papal Hall at will. So be mindful when you encounter him next. However, I had heard he was away on a training expedition, but it seems he has returned now. The newcomer nodded, somewhat dazed, still struggling to grasp the fact that he had encountered the elusive disciple of the Pope, an individual whom many clan leaders had never had the fortune to meet. Even though separated by a door, Wu Ling sensed the discussions occurring outside, yet he remained entirely indifferent to their speculations. Wu Ling traversed through the front hall and arrived at the main chamber. Upon entering, he immediately beheld Bibi Dong seated upon an elevated throne. Notably, he also discerned a young woman standing beside her, who, given her position, must be Hulaina. The elder ghost had mentioned her during their journey, noting that she was a disciple taken in by the Pope 6 months prior. With a sense of curiosity brewing within him, Wu Ling chose to disregard the inquisitive gaze of the girl above and gently knelt on one knee, addressing his teacher, I have returned. Indeed. Your safe return is truly the most commendable achievement, Bibi Dong replied in a nonchalant tone. Yet, Hulaina, standing nearby, could clearly perceive the slight upward curve of her teacher's lips. To be honest, after following Bibi Dong for over half a year, this was the first time she had witnessed such an expression, which only intensified her intrigue regarding Wu Ling. Since you have managed to emerge, it implies that you have attained your domain. Demonstrate it for me. Wu Ling rose and clasped his fist in acknowledgement, responding affirmatively. In the next moment, a wave of crimson energy, tinged with the scent of blood, erupted from him. Hulaina felt her entire being stiffen, and the shadow of death swiftly enveloped her. Death. 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 She was confronted with an overwhelming sense of impending doom, a sensation so profound that it would haunt her for the rest of her life. However, with a gentle wave of Bibi Dong's hand, those feelings dissipated instantaneously. Bibi Dong nodded in satisfaction, remarking that it felt even more formidable than her own initial experience. By the way, allow me to introduce you. This is Hulaina, your new junior sister. Chapter 91. The Surging Levels. Hulaina, a prodigy from the golden generation of the Spirit Hall, was groomed by Pope Bibi Dong as a potential successor and was covertly protected by the formidable Ju Douluo Yueguan. Following her trials in the City of Slaughter, Hulaina surpassed Xiaoyu, emerging as the foremost member of the Golden Generation and was subsequently bestowed the title of Saintess of the Spirit Hall, the Pope's first heir. Upon the establishment of the Spirit Empire, her status rose significantly, and she became the Saintess of the Spirit Empire, second only to Pope Bibi Dong in power. Most importantly, she was infatuated with love. When Wuling first laid eyes on her, he couldn't help but think how amusing it was. Bibi Dong, lost in love with Yu Xiaojiang, and Hulaina, enamored with Tang San. It was as if they were caught in a cycle of romance. Thus, Wuling's impression of her was not particularly favorable. After all, to Wuling, love was merely a byproduct of hormonal impulses, and those who could not master their own bodies and minds were destined to remain weak. Despite his lack of enthusiasm for Hulaina, Wuling acknowledged Bibi Dong's presence and greeted her with a simple, junior sister. Noticing Wuling's disinterest, Bibi Dong pondered for a moment and said, "Linger, you must be tired after returning. Why don't you go rest? I will come find you in a few days." "Understood. Teacher, I will take my leave now." With that, Wuling departed, and as the door closed behind him, Bibi Dong gently inquired, "Laina, what are your thoughts on your senior brother?" Still reeling from the encounter, Hulaina collected herself and reflected on Wuling's gaze, saying, "Teacher, Wuling gave me a very dangerous impression. The way he looked at me felt so indifferent, as if I were a complete stranger." Bibi Dong clarified, "Your senior brother has just returned from the city of slaughter. Such emotional shifts are quite normal. However, this is only temporary. He is, in truth, a person of warmth beneath a cold exterior. Cultivate a good rapport with him, and in time, you will understand." "Teacher, how old is he now?" Hulaina asked after a moment of silence, posing a question that seemed puzzling. Upon hearing her inquiry, Bibi Dong replied without hesitation, "He is about 14 years old this year." 14, the same age as me, Hulaina murmured softly, then continued, "Teacher, what is his spirit power level?" "Ah, his spirit power level," Bibi Dong mused, lightly tapping her fingers on the table. "A year and a half ago, he reached level 45. Although training was not convenient in the city of slaughter, with the help of Xiaofun and the others, he should be able to reach level 50. 14. Level 50. Hulaina gazed incredulously in the direction where Wuling had departed. As someone who was merely a soul master at the age of 14, she fully understood the significance of such a level. You should forge a good relationship with him. He possesses numerous valuable resources, including cultivation pills and techniques he developed himself. "Indeed, I will, teacher." As she spoke, a mysterious glint appeared in Hulaina's eyes. After her meeting with Bibi Dong, Wuling made his way home. A few minutes later, he was greeted at the door by the butler, Old Li, who had been waiting for him. "Young master, you have returned," Old Li said, slightly bowing. As if the year and a half apart had been but a fleeting moment, showing no signs of awkwardness. Upon seeing a familiar face, Wuling smiled slightly. "I have returned." Entering the familiar courtyard, he found Xiaofun and the others had been waiting for him. Xiaofun pretended to salute, declaring, reporting to the main body, "Wuling's doppelganger quartet is present in full force." She couldn't help but burst into laughter at the end of her declaration. Wuling gazed intently at the faces of the four individuals before him, saying little as he prepared to act. The most effective means of resolving any lingering discord between his true self and his avatars was to merge into one. As Wuling's voice echoed, the four figures disintegrated into countless particles, each enveloped in a distinct aura of spiritual energy. These particles were continuously absorbed by Wuling, causing his level of spiritual power to rise steadily. 45, 46, 47, 48, 49, 50. In just a fleeting minute, Wuling's soul power level ascended from 45 to 50, a remarkable feat made possible by the solid foundation and the soul power compression formation he possessed. Had it been anyone else experiencing such an elevation, they would likely become mere tools for the protagonist's over-leveling challenges in a novel, ultimately proving to be nothing more than superficial figures. Wuling sat upon a stone chair, one hand resting upon his forehead as he closed his eyes. He was not in slumber, rather, he was engaged in the meticulous organization of memories transmitted to him by Xiao Hong and her companions. Although Wuling could easily opt to erase all these recollections entirely, such an action would render a year and a half of training for Xiao Hong and Xiao Lan effectively wasted. Thus, he painstakingly sifted through them bit by bit. After nearly half an hour, aided by the mental faculties of the four, he finally cast aside the extraneous memories. Subsequently, he summoned them forth. "Thank you all for your hard work, though I regret to inform you that there will be no increase in your wages, nor will there be any payment at all. Xiao Hong, you three shall remain as you were, while Xiaofun, please stay for a moment." Xiao Lan and Xiao Hong exchanged glances before taking Xiao He to their routine training, while Xiaofun settled into another chair. "Xiaofun, how's the plan progressing?" Xiaofun tilted her head and replied, "The soul power streetlights are currently being equipped. Once their utility is demonstrated, The plan for the soul power lines can be advanced. And what of the fifth spirit ring? Over the past year and a half, you should have gathered ample information. It would be ideal to find one imbued with divinity, like the dark demon evil god tiger. If that proves too challenging, seeking out the dark demon evil god tiger itself may suffice. As Wu Ling spoke, he heard Xiaofan chuckle softly. Raising his gaze, he saw her proudly tilting her head. To be honest, I have indeed found it, but there remains a slight deficiency. A deficiency in what? Time, place, or perhaps some other condition? Although in the FGO game, divinity is humorously referred to as a debuff, in reality, it should not be underestimated. Even Wu Ling planned to seek soul rings with divine attributes in the future. With your current physical condition, you could almost absorb a 90,000-year-old soul beast, which is indeed impressive compared to ordinary soul masters, but there's still a slight shortfall. A shortfall for a 90,000-year soul beast? Are you implying? Wu Ling instantly grasped Xiaofan's meaning. Yes, and I've also formulated a plan regarding this matter. That final piece can be remedied simply by taking some medicine. It is time to venture to the Eye of Ice and Fire. Chapter 92. Douluo, the Spirit Hall comes to offer warmth. As Wu Ling walked towards the sunset forest, he reflected on Xiaofan's words. While you could absorb the 100,000 your soul ring as you did before with the assistance of Xiao Hong and others, absorbing the 100,000 your soul ring will result in a qualitative change. Just as absorbing the 10,000 your soul ring does. Although my abilities could easily render that impact negligible, it is prudent to be cautious. So it is better for you to handle this alone. Naturally, a visit to the Eye of Ice and Fire was essential. After all, the treasures there should not be left unclaimed, and it would be a waste to leave them for Tang Sand, wouldn't it? Upon entering the sunset forest, Wu Ling discovered that it was, in fact, quite expansive. It merely paled in comparison to the vast Star Doe forest. Although Wu Ling was unaware of the precise location of the Ice and Fire Yin Yang Eye, an aspect not mentioned in the original text, he relied on the environmental intelligence provided by Xiaofan, combined with the exhaustive search conducted by himself and two titled Douluos. Ultimately, after 3 days, they located the coveted land surrounded by mountains on the morning of the 4th day. Grandfather Ghost, Grandfather Moon, here is the antidote. Before entering, Wu Ling presented the antidote concocted by Xiaofan to Ghost Douluo and Ju Douluo. Although both, as titled Douluos, were not particularly threatened by such commonplace toxins, they exercised caution nonetheless. Aware of this wisdom, the two accepted the elixir without hesitation and promptly consumed it. After consuming the antidote, the 3 warriors of Wu Ling traversed the poisonous array and officially entered the Eye of Ice and Fire. As the 3 of them stepped inside, Yu Guan's body suddenly trembled, and soon his martial soul, the extraordinary mushroom of heaven, manifested in response to his astonishment. The extraordinary mushroom of heaven. How extraordinary it is to find wild specimens of such a rare entity here. Moreover, the flow of my soul power has doubled compared to the outside world. Suppressing the shock within, Yu Guan retracted his martial soul and surveyed his surroundings. His eyes alight with the sight of spiritual herbs. Indeed, this place is truly the Eye of Ice and Fire. Had I discovered it sooner, achieving a breakthrough to the 95th level would have been effortless. I cannot fathom how that fellow Douluo stumbled upon this place. To possess such a treasure yet remain at the 91st level is indeed a grave misallocation. Upon hearing this, Wu Ling turned his head and smiled reassuringly, saying, "All right, Grandfather Yu, it is not too late, is it? However, this will require the assistance of both grandfathers." Yu Guan and Gue Mei exchanged a knowing glance and nodded in tacit agreement. In the next moment, the formidable aura of the tidal Douluo erupted from the 2 of them, causing countless birds and beasts to flee in terror from the scene. Wu Ling sensed a formidable presence deep within the Eye of Ice and Fire, rapidly approaching their location. With a smile, he called out, "Douluo, the Spirit Hall has come to offer warmth." Within less than a minute, a green figure materialized before Wu Ling and his companions. Douluo regarded the unexpected visitors, Jiuhua Guan, Gue Mei, and the Pope's disciple, with a serious expression. Wu Ling was not surprised that Douluo recognized him. After all, he had not been deliberately concealing his identity. Furthermore, he had previously been invited by the disguised Xue Qinghe, and if his identity could still be hidden under such circumstances, Wu Ling would have to re-evaluate the intellectual capacity of the people in the Douluo continent. What business does the Spirit Hall have here? Upon hearing Douluo's inquiry, Yu Guan and Gue Mei simultaneously turned their gazes toward Wu Ling, clearly indicating that he was their leader. This revelation astonished Douluo, as the fluidity of their movements suggested an instinctive acknowledgement of Wu Ling's authority. A gesture that could not merely stem from the fact that he was a disciple of the Pope. Recognizing this, Douluo's regard for Wu Ling intensified. He finally acknowledged the potential of this junior, whom he had previously believed he could easily dispatch. Senior Douluo, as I mentioned earlier. We have merely come to offer warmth, Wu Ling stated. Douluo scoffed derisively. If you wish to offer warmth, you may find me in Tiando. Must you come here? Especially accompanied by two titled Douluos? With that, he cast a wary glance at the two behind Wu Ling. Douluo and Jiuhua Guan had a long-standing rivalry previously. Their encounters had left him utterly defeated, and had it not been for his formidable poison, he might have perished at Jiuhua Guan's hands long ago. Now, with the addition of Gu Mei, whose power rivaled that of Jiuhua Guan, his apprehension deepened. Oh, this matter primarily concerns taking over this place. It is essential to have someone in charge, is it not? Wu Ling shrugged nonchalantly, uttering words that could incite Douluo's fury. It was well known that Douluo had survived until now largely due to the medicinal herbs within the eye of ice and fire. And Wu Ling's declaration of intent to take over was akin to openly declaring his want for Douluo's demise. You scoundrel. Do not think that having two titled Douluos at your side can protect you. While I may indeed be unable to defeat them if I were to risk my life, I could still manage to poison you before my last breath. Facing the seemingly imminent threat from Douluo, Wu Ling casually waved his hand and responded, rest assured. Douluo, as I said, we are here to offer warmth, and thus we shall not take without giving. Upon hearing Wu Ling's somewhat conciliatory remarks, Douluo gradually calmed himself. However, to guard against a potential ambush from the two titled Douluos behind Wu Ling, he did not entirely lower his guard. Humph. Though I am loath to admit it, Jiuhua Guan indeed possesses more knowledge of spiritual herbs than I. You may inquire with him about the equivalent price required for me to relinquish this place. Can the spirit hall meet such a cost? Wu Ling, however, merely chuckled lightly, indicating that the esteemed Douluo still failed to grasp the concept of a win-win situation. Gradually, Wu Ling's expression turned serious, and with a somewhat indifferent tone. He addressed Douluo. Douluo, I address you as senior out of respect, yet I shan't beat around the bush. I will cure the poison within you, and in exchange, I require this place. Douluo was momentarily taken aback. The knowledge of his poisoning was known only to himself, and yet this individual, whom he had encountered only once, seemed to possess this intimate understanding. Although Wu Ling's awareness of his affliction had convinced Douluo to some extent, he feigned disdain and retorted, humph, absurd. The poisoned Douluo have traversed the world of soul masters for over 70 years, and I am the one who poisons others. What poison could possibly affect me? On rainy days, you experience a tingling sensation in your sides, do you not? With these words, Douluo's expression tightened slightly. Moreover, during noon and midnight, you suffer an episode, and every night at the stroke of midnight, your entire body is tormented as if pierced by countless needles, enduring for at least half an hour. Am I not correct, Douluo? Though Douluo did not verbally concede, the specters of Gu Mei and Yu Guan discerned his thoughts through his expression. Consequently, Yu Guan immediately began to mock him. Hey, is it true, little poison? As the poisoned Douluo, you have managed to poison yourself. Chapter 93, Douluo joins. Wu Ling observed the provoked Douluo, who dared not express his indignation and harbored his own intentions. Indeed, after they pinpointed the location of the ice and fire duality eyes, they could easily retreat and summon 10 or more titled Douluo from the spirit hall to crush Douluo without hesitation. Both Bibi Dong and Qian Dalu would undoubtedly acquiesce upon recognizing the value of this place. However, 3 reasons compelled Wu Ling to engage in dialogue with Douluo. Firstly, there was the Tianshou Empire. As the sole titled Douluo loyal to the Tianshou Empire, Douluo's sudden disappearance might provoke suspicion within the empire. While Wu Ling was indifferent to such matters, Bibi Dong had specifically cautioned that it was not yet the time for confrontation. Secondly, there was Qian Renxue. Upon learning of Wu Ling's intentions, Qian Dalu suggested the possibility of allowing Douluo to join the Spirit Hall, thereby aiding Xueqinghe in ascending to power. As a member of the Xueqing sect, if Douluo consented to Xueqinghe's rise, it would solidify Xueqinghe's position and prevent Douluo from alerting others upon discovering the poisoning of the Night Emperor. The third reason was Wu Ling's recognition of Douluo as a talented individual. Although he had long been associated with the title of the Shame of Douluo prior to Tuobashi's emergence, this title held significance primarily among titled Douluos. As a group attack-oriented soul master, Douluo had demonstrated formidable prowess during the battle at Jialing Pass. where his poison claimed the lives of 500,000 from the Spirit Empire. Thus, in terms of battlefield efficacy, Douluo's capabilities were undoubtedly on par with any formidable opponent. Understanding the principle of the strong overpowering the weak, the ever-fluctuating Douluo decided to listen to Wu Ling's proposal. Very well, I can agree, but you must first elucidate your solution. Upon witnessing Douluo's agreement, Wu Ling resumed a state of ease and spoke. I have 5 methods to eliminate the poison within you. 5. Douluo exclaimed in astonishment. After enduring this affliction for decades without any remedy, to hear Wu Ling propose 5 solutions was indeed shocking. He had anticipated perhaps 1 or 2 at most. The first method involves dissipating your cultivation, though I imagine you would be reluctant to accept this option. The second method consists of a detoxification pill. I can provide you with the formula directly. By consuming it regularly, you can eradicate the toxins from your body. However, as you may know, even a minuscule addition of another substance can transform a toxin into an entirely different and potentially lethal one. Thus, in the future, this detoxification pill might, paradoxically, become a death sentence. The third option is the use of soul bones, which would allow you to contain the toxins within a complete set of soul bones. However, judging by your current soul bones, I would advise against this method. The fourth method involves the creation of a poison pill, derived from an ancient text. This text details a constitution remarkably similar to your current condition. Unlike the internal pill residing within you, this method requires the inner core of a 100,000-year-old Lin Snake Emperor as a foundation, which underscores the immense difficulty of this process. After all that, none of these options seem useful. Douluo could not help but retort, frustrated by the seemingly futile suggestions. In response, Wu Ling simply shrugged his right hand, summoning a book from his storage ring. Do not be hasty. There remains a fifth method. However, before I reveal it, I would like to ask, since you are familiar with me, you must also be aware of the rumors surrounding my name. Of course, I know. You are a disciple of the Pope of the Spirit Hall, having developed soul tools that are strikingly similar yet distinct from soul guiding devices. Furthermore, you previously disclosed your martial arts techniques, to the extent that I am currently utilizing that profound level technique myself. As he spoke, Douluo seemed to grasp something, an inkling that the book might hold significant revelations. With a grin, Wu Ling stated, Indeed, this is a technique I have specifically crafted for your situation. Reaching the heavenly level, while cultivating it, not only will your training efficiency increase by 30%, but more importantly, it enables the absorption of toxins generated within your body to enhance your soul power, potentially even elevating the quality of your martial soul. Originally, your lineage, the Phosphorus Serpents, could only hope for your martial soul to evolve into the Phosphorus Serpent Monarch in the later stages, and even then, such evolution was not guaranteed. However, with my technique, through generations of toxin absorption and self-optimization, it will not take long before a Phosphorus Serpent Monarch with innate full soul power comes into existence. Upon hearing Wu Ling's introduction, Douluo's eyes widened in astonishment. Having personally experienced the might of a profound technique, he could well imagine the power of a heavenly tier technique, especially one tailored specifically for him. Suddenly, a thought struck Douluo, and he inquired, You knew I was here all along. The actions of Wu Ling and his companions suggested they were already aware of his presence, yet Douluo did not recall disclosing his location to anyone. As he toyed with the technique in his hands, Wu Ling replied, Of course, our spirit hall possesses extensive knowledge. However, does this pertain to our current transaction? Indeed. Regardless of how the spirit hall acquired this knowledge, the situation had reached a critical juncture where he must make a choice. After considerable reflection, Douluo realized that he had but one option, to consent to Wu Ling's transaction. Otherwise, the next time he would face not 5 choices, but 5 or more titled Douluos. As for seeking assistance from the Tiando royal family, he dismissed the idea. Even with their backing, in the absence of high-level combat power, he could very well meet his demise, and the Tiando royal family might remain oblivious to his plight. Before long, Douluo made his decision. I choose the 5th technique. However, to his surprise, Wu Ling's tone shifted. A sound choice, but since you have selected a technique, this matter transcends the ice and fire duality I issue. At that moment, Douluo's expression darkened. What do you mean by that? Wu Ling elucidated. Although the ice and fire duality I holds great value for our spirit hall, it merely serves as an embellishment, regardless of its existence. Our spirit hall remains the preeminent force on the continent. This technique not only enhances the efficiency of cultivation and soul power recovery by 30%, but also eradicates the toxins within your bodies, elevating the quality of your martial spirits. It is imperative to understand that ordinary celestial-grade techniques can only be cultivated by elders or higher within our spirit hall, let alone this exceptional technique, which is among the finest in the celestial category. To create an opposing faction against the spirit hall for the sake of this ice and fire duality, I would instill fear not just in us, but also within yourselves. As you would dread the day we perceive you as a threat and annihilate your entire clan, I can establish a familial decree, ensuring we will not stand against the spirit hall. Having recognized the harsh reality, Douluo took a step back. However, Wu Ling remained relentless, asserting, even if this technique is withheld from your use, its mere existence surpasses that of typical terrestrial-grade techniques. While you may not oppose the spirit hall, revealing the technique would be tantamount to aiding our adversary. Furthermore, how often have familial decrees been overturned? Douluo comprehended Wu Ling's implication. He was being coerced to choose between allegiance and demise. After years of suffering from poison, he understood that the only method capable of remedying their affliction lay before him. Missing this opportunity would mean the loss of hope, especially since he could not bear to see Douluo endure the same torturous fate as his son. In that instant, the once youthful Douluo appeared aged beneath Wu Ling's radiant smile as he slowly uttered the words, "I shall join." Chapter 94. The Five Elements. Indeed, a prudent decision, Wu Ling declared, stepping forward to place the technique into Douluo's hands. He then turned to Gue Mei and greeted him respectfully, "Grandfather Ghost." Gue Mei produced a token denoting his status as an elder of the spirit hall and tossed it to Douluo. Unlike the tokens given to the elders of the three great sects, this was a unique insignia of the spirit hall itself. Douluo, who had pledged his allegiance, accepted it with resolve. He was not a man of fickle intentions. Having made a promise, he would undoubtedly honor it. "Now, Elder Poison, we kindly request a tour," he said. Though eager to begin practicing the technique, he reluctantly stowed it away, leading Wu Ling and her companions on a tour. After a lengthy excursion, Wu Ling, accompanied by the three titled Douluos, finally arrived at the heart of the ice and fire duality before the icy and fiery spring. Wu Ling's storage ring already contained nearly 100 spiritual herbs and 9 celestial herbs, together with the fiery apricot blossom and the octagonal mysterious ice grass before them. They had amassed a total of 11 celestial herbs. As Wu Ling stepped forward under the pained gaze of Douluo, he unhesitatingly uprooted the 2 immortal herbs. He bore no psychological burden regarding this act, for he was not a mere apothecary. It was prudent to retain control over such precious herbs. Leaving behind roots could invite theft from unscrupulous individuals, thereby complicating matters unnecessarily. "Do not lament," he remarked, "for this land was procured through legitimate trade. And both the Pope and the Grand Offering have bestowed upon me the authority to handle it as I see fit. Thus, I possess complete dominion over the items here." With a snap of his fingers, he signaled his companions to commence their tasks. Under Douluo's puzzled gaze, shadows swirled around Wu Ling, from which 4 figures emerged. As soon as Xiaofan appeared, she issued directives to the trio. "Xiaohe, you shall fell the trees. Xiaohong, ignite the flames. Xiaolon, assist me with the materials." After instructing her comrades, Xiaofan glanced at Wu Ling, who had already prepared various vessels and glass bottles. Satisfied, she nodded and directed several spiritual herbs into a small pot, thus commencing the alchemical process. Behind Wu Ling, Douluo watched in bewilderment. Although he too was skilled in alchemy, the assortment of bottles and jars Wu Ling employed did not resemble traditional practices. "What's this?" he mused. Yu Guan, casting a sidelong glance at Douluo, considered that this individual would eventually be his colleague, and thus began to explain. Just as Douluo absorbed Yu Guan's elucidation of Wu Ling's shadowy duplicates and their alchemical endeavors, the first potion was completed. "How swiftly!" Douluo exclaimed, his eyes wide as he gazed at the verdant liquid poured into a glass vial. He recognized the spiritual herbs Wu Ling had utilized. Typically, he would require hours, sometimes even half a day, to concoct a potion with the same materials. Yet, Wu Ling had achieved this in less than half an hour. "Of course," Wu Ling replied with confidence, "you must understand my capabilities. Given sufficient materials, I could concoct elixirs akin to the fabled elixir of immortality, let alone such simple potions." With that, Xiaofan disregarded Douluo and proceeded to prepare the next potion. Wu Ling approached Douluo, presenting the newly crafted potion. "Senior Poison, please," he said. Douluo hesitated, his hand not reaching out to accept it. "What is this?" Wu Ling responded. "I have a potion that can temporarily suppress and enhance the absorption of the toxins within your body. Combined with the technique I will provide you, we should be able to reduce a 6-month period to just 1 month. This potion will last for half a month, and I will give you a second bottle shortly. Of course, if you're hesitant and fear that I might poison you, then consider my words unspoken. Initially grave. Douluo broke into a smirk upon hearing Wu Ling's words. Poison me? You must possess that capability first. With that, he seized the potion and drank it in one gulp before turning away to seek a secluded spot to practice the technique Wu Ling had imparted. Once Douluo had begun his training, Wu Ling shifted his gaze toward Yu Guan and Gue Mei. Grandfather Gue, please wait a moment. Your turn will come shortly. Yu Guan and Gue Mei, undeterred, nodded and turned to find a place for their own training. Subsequently, Wu Ling and Xiaofan commenced the process of concocting potions. Ultimately, among the 11 types of celestial herbs, aside from the fragrant Qilua and the heart-wrenching Xiangxi Duan Shanghong, the remaining 9 herbs were distilled by Wu Ling into 2 bottles each, totaling 18 bottles of elixirs that rivaled the efficacy of consuming the herbs raw. Many other spiritual herbs were also transformed into various elixirs by Wu Ling. Then, Wu Ling selected one potion made from the yin-yang flower, which had not yet reached the level of celestial herbs, and combined it with another potion derived from the Qi Rong Tong Tianju. The two were melded into a singular concoction. The process continued similarly, yet this time, the Qi Rong Tong Tianju and yin-yang flower were replaced with 1 bottle of Wang Chuan Chou Shui Lu and 2 bottles of dark gray elixirs. This bottle was intended for Grandfather Yu, and its consumption would undoubtedly yield a delightful surprise. The other was meant for Grandfather Gue. The Wang Chuan Chou Shui Lu was designed to enhance vision, enabling him to perceive that which eludes the naked eye. However, with a slight modification, it would be utilized on Gue Mei, who was of ghostly nature. Interrupting the training of the 3, Wu Ling distributed the 3 potions among them, which prompted a question from Yu Guan. Xiao Ling, do you not wish to consume celestial herbs? With a smile, Wu Ling reassured. You all can eat with peace of mind, Grandpa Yu. I shall manage on my own later. I will be absorbing the essence in the ice fire spring, which may take a little longer. The concern in Yu Guan's eyes was palpable, for even he lacked confidence in enduring the extreme temperatures of such a spring for an extended duration. Perhaps you should wait, Wu Ling, until we finish absorbing our own essence and can provide you with protection. However, Wu Ling shook his head in refusal, saying, Rest assured, Grandpa Yu. You have seen me undertake no endeavor without certainty. Faced with Wu Ling's resolute determination, Yu Guan found himself compelled to trust the young man as he always had. After witnessing the trio consume their potions and commence their cultivation, Wu Ling turned to collaborate with Xiaofan in concocting his own elixir. Unlike Tang San in the original narrative, who had consumed 2 types of celestial herbs, Wu Ling intended to partake in 5 simultaneously: gold, heavenly mushroom, and celestial chrysanthemum. Wood, enchanted tulip; water, 8-pointed ice grass; fire, blazing apricot blossom; earth, 9-rank purple ginseng, supplemented with 2 additional earth attribute spiritual herbs. Although Wu Ling had not located an ideal earth attribute celestial herb, he successfully synthesized 3 top-tier earth attribute spiritual herbs to create a potion rivaling that of a celestial remedy. Following the principles of the 5 elements, metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, Wu Ling and Xiaofan further refined these 5 potions into one. Clutching a vividly colored vial of the elixir, Wu Ling instructed Xiaofan, Once I descend, I will transfer the sensory connection to you. At that time, simply watch and follow my lead. Xiaofan nodded solemnly, and under her watchful gaze, Wu Ling consumed the potion in one swift motion, the contents flowing smoothly down his throat as if it were a single entity. After finishing the drink, Wu Ling smacked his lips and glanced at the empty bottle with a smile, remarking on its delightful grape flavor. He then leaped toward the ice fire spring. Chapter 95. The results. A month had passed, and the 3 titled Douluo, Gue Mei and the others had completed their training. With the aid of the potion provided by Wu Ling, Douluo successfully eliminated the toxins within his body, and in that instant, his soul power seamlessly reached level 92. Furthermore, due to his prolonged stay at level 91, the residual soul power in his body was immense. Freed from the toxin suppression and aided by the technique, he was confident he could ascend to level 93 within a year. Similarly, Gue Mei and Yu Guan also reaped substantial benefits. With the potion's assistance, both achieved soul power levels of 96. More significantly, their martial souls underwent remarkable transformations. Gue Mei felt that her martial soul's eyes seemed capable of perceiving certain entities, and after several days of research, she concluded that these entities were indeed souls, though their purpose remained to be explored. As for Yu Guan, she underwent the most striking transformation among the trio. Her once golden hair had turned entirely purple, and her already fair skin appeared even more delicate. Upon closer inspection, one would notice that her Adam's apple had vanished, and her physique had become curvaceous, exuding the allure of a mature woman. Presently, she donned a loose robe befitting her position as an elder of the spirit hall, as her previous attire had burst at the seams, and the spare garments were ill-fitting. While she personally had no qualms about revealing herself to Gui Mei and Wu Ling, the presence of the outsider Douluo and her lack of suitable women's clothing compelled her to wear the voluminous elder's robe to avert any awkwardness. Indeed, after Wu Ling discovered the yin-yang flower, which was not yet a celestial herb, he devised a plan. By adding a bottle of the extraordinary Qirong Tongtianji potion, he forcibly elevated the yin-yang flower's effects to that of a celestial herb. The caveat was that it could only be utilized by those with the Qirong Tongtianji martial soul, which was precisely intended for Yu Guan, rendering this drawback nearly inconsequential. After consuming the potion, Yu Guan underwent a complete physiological transformation into a woman, with her martial soul evolving from the golden Qirong Tongtianji to the purple Liru Zanmingju. This transformation also manifested in her appearance. At this moment, the three delighted titled Douluo stood before the ice-fire spring, fully engrossed in the activity at the spring's center. Truth be told, had it not been for the constant reassurances from Xiaofan outside the spring regarding Wu Ling's safety, they would have eagerly plunged into the waters to retrieve him. After all, enduring the searing temperatures for an entire month was no small feat, even for Yu Guan and Gui Mei, who had become formidable super Douluo. Just moments ago, Xiaofan had informed them that Wu Ling had completed his training, prompting their presence at the spring's edge, eagerly awaiting his emergence. As time ticked away, the trio prepared to inquire further with Xiaofan when ripples began to form at the center of the spring, instantly capturing their attention. With a resounding splash, Wu Ling's silhouette surged forth from the water, accompanied by a spray of water towering over 2 meters. Behind him, for soul rings 2 purple and 2 black, shimmered brilliantly under the rainbow created by the sunlight and water droplets. Douluo sighed in relief upon witnessing Wu Ling's safe return. Having experienced the remarkable training efficiency brought about by the combination of the potion and technique, he acknowledged that such exhilarating sensations were unprecedented in his life. From this moment onward, he was determined to follow Wu Ling closely. In the next instant, Douluo's gaze fell upon Wu Ling's soul rings, and he was taken aback by their color arrangement. Initially, after witnessing Wu Ling's alchemical skills, he believed he had grasped the reason for the spirit hall's regard for him. But now it appeared that this extraordinary young man was not merely adept in potion making. Contemplating this, Douluo turned to Yu Guan, wishing to inquire about Wu Ling's soul rings. However, he noticed that both Yu Guan and Gui Mei wore expressions of astonishment. Douluo exclaimed in confusion, "Why are you both so surprised? Surely, you must know." Sensing Douluo's bewilderment, Yu Guan, whose spirits had been high in recent days, explained, "We are aware that Wu Ling absorbed a soul ring beyond his level, but his previous soul rings should have been yellow, purple, black, and black." As soon as Yu Guan finished speaking, Douluo comprehended the implication. For some reason, Wu Ling's first soul ring had transformed from 100 years to 1,000 years. Though surprised, Douluo considered Yu Guan's transformation and found Wu Ling's alteration in soul ring age to be within the realm of possibility. Although the mutation of martial souls is rare, it is not entirely absent. Witnessing the martial spirit enhance the age of soul rings is a first for Douluo. Regardless of the astonishment of the three, the martial spirit, after slightly adjusting to the rapidly changing pressure, shook off the lingering dizziness and retrieved a set of clothes from his storage ring, donning it promptly. The previous attire had long been destroyed under the torment of the fire spring and ice spring. The augmented soul ring behind the martial spirit is one of the reasons for the prolonged duration of his seclusion. Within the ice and fire springs, the martial spirit absorbed 50% of the potion into his body in merely 3 days, resulting in a qualitative transformation of his physique. As for the remaining 50% of the potion, should the martial spirit absorb it all, upon acquiring the 5th soul rings, he might directly proceed to attain the 6th soul ring. After all, in the original storyline, the Shrek 7 monsters only needed to absorb 1 to elevate their soul power by at least 5 levels. If he were to consume the 5-in-1 potion crafted by the martial spirit, its potent effects would not only avoid any resistance but could also enable complete absorption, allowing one to leap from a 30-level soul sovereign directly to a soul king, or even a soul emperor. Even if half of the potion remains in the martial spirit's total soul power and quality surpass those of an ordinary soul king, he is already cultivated at the 50 level for some time. Coupled with the 10,000-year soul beast from Xiaofan's plan, It is indeed feasible for the martial spirit to absorb the sixth soul ring immediately after the fifth. However, the martial spirit would never consider such a course. Despite the refinement of his soul power, he must remain at the Soul King level for a considerable period. Thus arises the second aspect of the martial spirit and Xiaofan's plan, the enhancement of soul ring age. If divine tests can directly bestow divine soul rings and extend their ages, why must ordinary soul masters hunt soul beasts? To this end, Xiaofan, using the martial spirit as a vessel, through over half a month of research, has finally made some progress. With the augmentation of the first soul ring being a notable achievement, had it not been for the near depletion of the potion's efficacy, it might have been possible to elevate the first soul ring to 10,000 years. Dressed and composed, the martial spirit walked calmly across the surface of the spring, where Xiaofan awaited on the shore. Upon reaching the land, Xiaofan communicated telepathically with the martial spirit. The research on enhancing soul ring age has been completed, and there is promising progress in the creation of soul rings. With a glimmer of approval in his eyes, Wu Ling nodded silently. After all, Xiaofan had never disappointed him. He then turned his gaze towards the three-titled Douluo approaching, a smile gracing his lips as he welcomed them. Greetings, esteemed elders. It seems that you have all made significant gains, Wu Ling remarked, offering a respectful salute to the trio. Yu Guan, slightly concealing his face, chuckled in response, "Oh. It is largely thanks to Xiao Lingling. Without your potions, we would not have achieved such remarkable results. Should you ever require my assistance in the future? Do not hesitate to ask." Simultaneously, Gue Mei nodded in agreement, indicating that his sentiments aligned with those of Yu Guan, not wanting to be outdone. De Gubo chimed in, "Wu Ling, I have already tested the cultivation technique. All the toxins in my body have been completely purged. I am grateful beyond words. Although I have the ice and fire duality as compensation, should you ever need assistance, you may always seek me out." While Yu Guan and Gue Mei's responses were to be expected, Du Gubo's transformation was within Wu Ling's predictions. After all, anyone who ascended to the rank of titled Douluo possessed considerable wisdom. Once his own issues were resolved, Du Gubo's reservations about joining the Spirit Hall dissipated. Furthermore, he recognized Wu Ling's potential. Forging a bond with such a limitless genius was undoubtedly advantageous, especially given that only Wu Ling could provide those invaluable potions. With a smile, Wu Ling exchanged a few compliments with the three individuals. Then, he paused for a moment, glancing at the sky before instructing them, "As dusk approaches, let us return tomorrow. I kindly request Grandpa you to procure some additional spiritual herbs tonight. Elder Du will enhance the surrounding poison barrier, while Grandpa Gue, I would appreciate it if you could place these array discs at the inner and outer edges of the poison circle." After speaking, Wu Ling presented 16 array discs to Gue Mei and specified several poison pills to Du Gubo, followed by a detailed discussion with Yu Guan regarding the needed spiritual herbs. Wu Ling stood at the edge of the ice and fire spring, and after witnessing the departure of the three, he retracted his smile. Turning to the little girl, who had appeared behind him without his notice, he inquired, "Are you certain?" The girl nodded. "As a magician, I possess the ability to revisit my memories. Moreover, due to my connection with you, I have also explored some of your memories. Rest assured, my essence, I have only perused the original works of Douluo and a few fan fictions, without delving into anything extraneous." Wu Ling paid little heed to the matter, for it was quite natural that Xiaofan, as a manifestation birthed from his own split consciousness, possessed her own memories. However, her elucidation brought him a sense of satisfaction, prompting him to nod slightly in acknowledgement. "As for the world of Douluo, I have only perused the first two installments and a small portion of the third. The overarching narrative lingers in my memory, yet the intricate details have largely faded. If you were able to recollect some significant events, it would indeed be a commendable feat. So what have you discovered, and how does it pertain to your request for me to disperse the three individuals?" Subsequently, Xiaofan gestured towards the Tabbing fire spring, stating, "Master, beneath these two springs, there may lie something extraordinary." Wu Ling raised an eyebrow slightly. It was quite rare for Xiaofan to speak of something so remarkable. "Please, elaborate," he urged. After a brief moment of contemplation, Xiaofan adjusted his phrasing and ultimately decided to speak candidly. "Master, beneath this spring, there are likely the remains of the Ice Dragon King and the Fire Dragon King." Wu Ling was momentarily taken aback, then solemnly reiterated, "Are you certain?" "Absolutely." This information was gleaned from a fan fiction titled The Spirit Heroes of Douluo. Initially, I believed it to be a mere derivative work. However, just moments ago, as you departed in your true form, nearly half of the energy from the spring had already been depleted, yet it is gradually replenishing at an almost negligible pace. Though the increase is minuscule, I was still able to detect it due to the ongoing probing magic. Subsequently, while you engaged in conversation, I took the opportunity to delve deeper and astonishingly discovered two immense sources of energy. Wuling maintained an impassive expression as he gazed intently at the spring. He inquired whether the book contained any information regarding the utility of the two corpses. Xiaofan, however, shook her head, stating that the author had castrated himself. Wuling then asked Xiaofan what she believed the two corpses could be utilized for. After a moment of contemplation, Xiaofan earnestly replied, "To be frank, given that these two have already succumbed to death, it is certain that their soul rings are absent. There remains a slight possibility for soul bones, but regarding other applications, they could potentially be fashioned into weapons or armor. If all else fails, they might be transformed into two formidable dragonbone warriors at the Super Douluo level. Yet, the real challenge lies not in their potential utility, but rather in the method of extraction." Upon hearing this, Wuling inquired, "Why do you say that?" The reason being, these two corpses lie at least 10,000 meters beneath the spring. As Wuling was about to remark that it was merely 10,000 meters, he suddenly recalled that the deities of the Douluo world seemed to hover only a few thousand meters above. Before he could ponder this for a moment, Xiaofan added, "Of course, if granted sufficient time, I could indeed achieve it. However, the outcome would be that after acquiring two corpses, the question remains whether this precious land can continue to exist." Wuling is not one to be indecisive. Upon hearing Xiaofan's words, he waved his hand dismissively, deciding to postpone any actions until his strength had grown or until he no longer required this place. However, despite Wuling's resolution, Xiaofan's expression remained grave. The true significance lies not in the two corpses before them, but in what they represent. If one considers Tang San's martial arts as akin to internal cultivation, achievable with the mere presence of meridians, that remains within the realm of reason. If the spiritual herbs from both worlds are identical, it could merely be attributed to fortune. As Blue Star also possesses species like Lingji and Ginseng that simply lack the ability to evolve into spirits. Yet the narrative does not conclude here. Please turn to the next page to continue exploring the captivating content. The true essence, the Eye of Ice and Fire, materialized upon the remains of the Ice Dragon King and Fire Dragon King. How is it that Tang San, hailing from a martial arts realm, possesses knowledge of this? Could it be that their world also harbors the remains of ice and fire dragons? Listening intently to Xiaofan's analysis, Wuling furrowed his brow slightly, questioning her intent. Although the original text does not elaborate, many fanfictions suggest this is merely a coincidence. However, some propose the Shura God conspiracy theory, implying that Tang San's transmigration was orchestrated by the Shura God. At this juncture, setting aside other variables, I am now over 80% certain that our Tang San in this world has indeed been brought here by the Shura God. After listening to Xiaofan's words, Wuling fell into silence, for he still harbored within him the domain of the God of Death. Observing Wuling's demeanor, Xiaofan suddenly broke into a playful smile. "All right, I shall not tease you any longer, my true self. Since I have mentioned it, there must be a solution. Behold, this is the 5th soul ring I have procured for you." With that, Xiaofan presented two books before Wuling. "This is the Titan Great Ape?" Wuling inquired upon seeing the name of the soul beast inscribed on the cover. "Indeed, my true self," Xiaofan confirmed. "I discovered this information from your memories. Not only is there the corpse of the Ice Fire Dragon King, but also details regarding the Titan Great Ape. It possesses the bloodline of the Titan God, which enabled it to contend with tidal Douluo even after 10 millennia. As Wuling perused the information in the book, he attentively listened to Xiaofan's explanations. After absorbing the details, he closed the volume with a deep sigh, unable to suppress his exasperation, remarking that it was merely 2 volumes he had yet to read. He pondered the myriad of new concepts introduced, finding them even more ludicrous than derivative creations. Chapter 97. Besieged by 2 beasts. Once Wuling had fortified the ice and fire dualized to impenetrability, he returned to Wuhuan City with Yu Guan and Gu Mei, while Digyabo went ahead to fetch his granddaughter. Prior to his departure, Digyabo had conferred with Wu Ling and resolved to bring his granddaughter, Dugwian, to Wuhuan City, continuing his role as a guest elder within the Tiando Empire. This decision was motivated by the opportunity for him to practice the martial arts techniques bestowed by Wu Ling openly. Furthermore, they had agreed that he could provide both himself and Yin Yin with a monthly supply of cultivation elixirs. Additionally, Digyabo wished for his granddaughter to grow closer to Wu Ling, recognizing the rarity of finding such an exceptional son-in-law, especially considering their age difference of merely 2 or 3 years. Naturally, Wu Ling harbored no particular intentions towards her. Douluo also contemplated whether sending his granddaughter to the Wuhuan palace would arouse any suspicions from the Tiando royal family. In the past, such suspicions would have been inevitable. However, following the Wuhuan palace's announcement of new martial arts techniques, an overwhelming number of soul masters aspired to join, and as a mere guest elder, Douluo faced no restrictions from the Tiando Empire. Although suspicion lingered, it was no longer as overt as before. Moreover, according to Douluo, on the day the Wuhuan palace unveiled its techniques, Emperor Shuiyi had personally summoned him, promising numerous benefits. Nevertheless, Wu Ling remained indifferent to this matter. He had entrusted all dealings with the Tiando Empire to Douluo, with but one request, that Xue Qinghe ascend to power. After a prolonged moment of astonished silence while gazing at Wu Ling, Douluo made a request of his own, that the Wuhuan palace spare Xue Xing's life, if only once. To which Wu Ling consented. Upon returning to the Spirit City, Wu Ling made his way directly to the Spirit Hall. Prior to his arrival, he had already informed Bibi Dong via phone of his intention to seek out the Titan giant ape. As one of the prevailing dominators in the Douluo forest, the Spirit Hall had maintained a general awareness of its whereabouts. When Wu Ling stood before Bibi Dong, she had already prepared a scroll detailing the Titan giant ape's traces, thoughtfully annotating the durations of its stays in certain locations. "Xing'er, do you intend to use a 100,000-year soul ring for your 5th spirit ring?" Bibi Dong inquired, gazing down at the scroll. After confirming the information, Wu Ling tucked the scroll away and replied, "Indeed, master. I have already discussed the particulars with you over the phone. My physical body has now reached a level capable of bearing a 100,000-year soul ring. Furthermore, with the assistance of Xiaofan's potions, I have resolved to use the Titan giant ape for my 5th soul ring." Bibi Dong looked thoughtfully at her disciple, who had now grown taller than her. She couldn't help but feel a deep sense of emotion as she reminisced about 8 years prior when the 6-year-old Wu Ling had first pledged himself to her as a student. Now, 8 years later, Wu Ling's spirit power had ascended to level 50, with aspirations that surpassed even the ordinary title Douluo by seeking a 100,000-year soul ring. With another sigh of reflection, Bibi Dong asked, "I recall that the Titan giant ape was accompanied by the sky blue bull python, correct?" "Yes, Your Holiness. When you set out to hunt that rabbit, it was I and Gue Mei who used our martial soul fusion technique to hold them off." Yu Guan replied from Bibi Dong's side. Bibi Dong nodded. "Xing'er, would you mind waiting for 3 more days?" "Not at all, master." As they conversed, Wu Ling had already surmised Bibi Dong's intentions. She wished for the sky blue bull python to serve as the soul ring for his 2nd martial soul. Wu Ling had no objections to this plan. Although the sky blue bull python bore the bloodline of dragons, his current objective remained the Titan giant ape. As for future endeavors requiring a soul beast with dragon blood, was the Emperor Tian more suitable than the sky blue bull python? Subsequently, Bibi Dong dedicated 3 days to organizing all documentation, while Wu Ling used the time to have Xiaofan concoct a batch of potions. The 3 days passed swiftly, and when Wu Ling returned to the Hall of the Pope, he found not only Bibi Dong but also Yu Guan, Gue Mei, and 2 95th level title Douluo, the demon bear and the ghost leopard, who had also gathered there. Although Bibi Dong and the now 96th level Yu Guan, along with Gue Mei, felt confident in their ability to slay the Titan giant ape, Bibi Dong nonetheless called upon the 2 additional title Douluo as a precautionary measure in case the sky blue bull python was included in their plans. After greeting everyone, Wu Ling distributed 3 vials of potions to each individual. Esteemed teachers and elders, these 3 vials contain potions for soul power recovery, physical restoration, and overall enhancement, each designed to amplify its respective effect by 300%. You may utilize them as circumstances dictate. The attendees within the Pope's Hall had previously witnessed the efficacy of Wu Ling's concoctions, and thus they placed their trust in his assertions regarding their functionalities. As Wu Ling stored the potions, Yu Guan jested, "If Wu Ling's martial soul is considered supportive, then surely the title of the world's foremost supportive martial soul should not concern the 7 treasures glazed tile pagoda." Upon Yu Guan's remark, the crowd turned their gaze to Wu Ling, erupting into laughter, the atmosphere light and carefree, starkly contrasting with their imminent hunt for 200,000-year-old soul beasts. With Wu Ling's current soul power, he swiftly summoned the spirit of the rampaging orchid and commandeered a soul vehicle using his knight's mastery, reaching speeds that rivaled those of his companions, who were titled Douluo. From a distance, he appeared as a dark streak racing forward, clouds of dust swirling in his wake, reminiscent of a rampaging dragon, invoking awe and trepidation in onlookers. Upon arriving at the outskirts of the Douluo forest, Wu Ling stowed away the soul vehicle, recognizing that the forest's terrain was ill-suited for it. Subsequently, Yuguan conjured a massive purple chrysanthemum, upon which Wu Ling stood as they soared deeper into the Stardow forest. Along the way, they encountered a soul sage, a scout from the Spirit Hall specializing in stealth and speed, who had been diligently tracking the movements of the Titan giant ape. Their meeting was aimed at obtaining the latest intelligence on the creature's whereabouts. It seems the Titan giant ape has remained at the Lake of Life for several consecutive days. We should eliminate it alongside the sky blue bull python, Bibi Dong remarked as she reviewed the information. Following this, the group proceeded towards the Lake of Life in silence, pausing for half an hour to rest as they approached. When all were at their peak condition, Wu Ling remained behind as Bibi Dong signaled the commencement of their operation. Moments later, he sensed a formidable pressure emanating from the Lake of Life, accompanied by two thunderous roars. Humans, you seek death. Chapter 98. Fierce battle with two beasts. Realizing that battle had commenced ahead, Wu Ling's first action was to consume a vial of speed enhancement potion, followed by a vial for defense, and then potions for soul power recovery, mental fortitude, and presence reduction, among several others. After imbibing these concoctions, he leapt to the top of a towering tree, surveying the unfolding conflict. To be candid, with sufficient preparation, Wu Ling felt capable of intervening even in a fight against a soul Douluo. Yet, he acknowledged the disparity that still existed between him and a title Douluo, rendering him a mere observer in this instance. However, idleness was not Wu Ling's nature, as he watched the distant clash. He retrieved a firearm from his storage ring, a Barrett, famously known as the king of snipers in his previous life. It is worth noting that this Barrett was merely a facade, crafted by the enigmatic Medea, a witch of divine lineage. Its physicality was akin to modern weaponry. Thus, it functioned as a soul-guided device with the appearance of a Barrett. As the nominal proprietor of a soul weapon shop, Wu Ling deemed it prudent to possess such armaments. He had tasked Xiaofan with its creation but withheld its release, concerned that unveiling offensive soul-guided devices could provoke repercussions from the Spirit Hall. After deliberating with Bibi Dong, he resolved to keep it concealed for the time being. The Barrett in Wu Ling's grasp was a weapon birthed from a grand magical artillery, enhanced with compression and explosive properties, capable of delivering a single shot lethal enough to slay an unguarded title Douluo. Raising the Barrett to his eye, a magical array replaced the scope, and he loaded a soul power crystal containing the essence of Qian Daolia's entire soul power into the chamber. As dozens of magical arrays illuminated along the weapon's body, immense soul power was compressed at the muzzle. The ensuing fluctuations, masked by several magical formations, concealed Wu Ling's aura, augmented further by the effects of the potions and magic. With a slight smile, Wu Ling gazed through the magical array, recognizing the essence of assassination. Just as he prepared to strike, he observed a bull-headed python and a colossal gorilla ensnared by 5 levitating humans by the lake. These were none other than the sky blue bull python and the Titan giant ape, confronted by 5 tidal Douluos from the Spirit Hall. Through the overwhelming aura emanating from Bibi Dong, Wu Ling discerned that she had reached the illustrious level of 95. This meant that 3 tidal Douluos of the same level, alongside 2 super Douluos of 96, were now besieging 200,000-year soul beasts. Humans, it was you who killed my mother last time, and now you dare to return. The Titan giant ape roared defiantly. A mere monkey and a small snake. Why should I fear? Boom. As the sky blue bull python faced off against Bibi Dong, Yu Guan, and the ghostly shadow, the irate Titan giant ape had already exchanged several blows with the martial bear Douluo. With a pained roar, the Titan giant ape, after landing a punch on the martial bear Douluo, suffered 3 deep gashes on its neck from the ghost leopard Douluo. Zhongming. The moment the Titan giant ape was wounded, the attention of the sky blue bull python wavered. Seizing this opportunity, Yu Guan and the ghostly shadow launched their surprise attack. 9th soul skill, infinite ghost shadows devouring. 6th soul skill, 1,000 trees, 10,000 trees, blooming flowers. A massive black hole formed above the sky blue bull python, unleashing a swarm of malevolent spirits that inflicted both mental and physical torment upon it. Below, all the trees transformed into shades of purple, with countless leaves hurtling toward the sky blue bull python. While the damage was minimal, it served effectively to create disturbances. For a brief moment, caught off guard, the sky blue bull python sustained some injuries from Yu Guan and the ghostly shadow. However, being a 100,000-year soul beast with dragon lineage, it quickly rallied and lunged towards Bibi Dong. Clumsy divine claw, confronted with a strike that had previously shattered the soul power barriers of 2 opponents this time. Without any unnecessary encumbrances, all 3 easily evaded the attack. As the sky blue bull python's claw descended, the ground beneath it tore apart as if a dragon had risen. obliterating the purple trees that had dared to assault it into mere ashes. With a deft tilt of his head, Wu Ling evaded the shards of stone that shot towards him, marveling once more at the formidable power of a 10,000-year soul beast before he resumed his aim at the Titan Great Ape. At that moment, the Titan Great Ape was already battered and bruised, its attacks either dodged or withstood by the demon bear Douluo. Initially, it intended to outlast its opponent, but the astonishing recovery rate of this human left even the soul beast in awe. As all its attacks proved futile, the claw strikes of the ghost leopard Daw began to land upon it. Although each mark was shallow, the cumulative effect was significant, resulting in nearly 100 scratches across its body. As its injuries mounted, the primal instincts of the Titan Great Ape surged forth. After another exchange of blows with the demon bear Douluo, it seized the latter's hand, opening its massive jaws to unleash the Titan's celestial cannon. Sensing the immense soul power looming before him, the expression on the demon bear Douluo's face shifted dramatically. Employing his 8th soul skill, Demon Bear Earth Armor, followed by his 9th soul skill, Demon Penetrating Death Cannon, he enveloped himself in a layer of black rock, while a colossal amount of soul power coalesced within his mouth. In a flash, the ghost leopard Douluo appeared behind the Titan Great Ape, launching an assault aimed at its back in an attempt to disrupt its attack. Despite sustaining severe injuries from the onslaught, the Titan Great Ape clung tenaciously to the demon bear Douluo. Moments later, sensing an imminent explosion, the ghost leopard Douluo glanced back at the demon bear Douluo with concern before hastily retreating. In the next instant, 2 colossal blasts collided at close range, their deafening roar causing even the fiercely engaged Tianqing Nyomong and Bibidon to glance over in surprise. As the thunderous explosion reverberated, Wu Ling quickly shut his eyes to shield himself from the blinding light, then turned away and leapt toward a distant tree. Once he had successfully concealed himself, the blinding radiance finally dissipated. Wu Ling sensed the aftermath of the explosion and sighed softly. The demon bear Douluo had been defeated. Ultimately, he was merely human. And despite the enhancement from his soul skills, he could not match the Titan Great Ape, who boasted a Titan bloodline in terms of physical prowess. Of course, while the demon bear Douluo had been defeated, he was merely gravely injured and not yet at death's door. Moreover, the harm he inflicted upon the Titan Great Ape was considerable. It would take some time before it could employ the Titan Celestial Cannon again. Chapter 99. The Second Ming's Demise. Blood trickled from the corners of the Titan Great Ape's mouth as it gazed down at the prone demon bear Douluo in the pit, raising its fist with the intent to deliver a fatal blow. The next moment, a dangerous premonition struck, before the Titan Great Ape could react to the impact it received. A tremendous slash struck its right eye. This was the handiwork of the ghost leopard Douluo, who understood that he could not withstand the Titan Great Ape's assault, thus opting to interrupt its charge with an offensive maneuver. Roaring in pain, the Titan Great Ape brought its fist crashing down, yet prior to that, the demon bear Douluo had already been rescued to safety by the ghost leopard Douluo. Demon bear quickly consumed these, utilizing the momentum of the Titan Great Ape's attack. The ghost leopard Douluo, after ensuring the demon bear Douluo was in a secure location, swiftly produced 3 vials of potions gifted to them by Wu Ling, pouring them into the mouth of the demon bear Douluo. Sensing the restoration of vitality within the demon bear's body, the ghost leopard turned to survey the battlefield and discovered that, with no one to restrain it, the Titan Great Ape was charging towards the Tianqing Nyomong. Alarmed, the ghost leopard Douluo hastened after it, only to suddenly recognize a prime opportunity. Employing his 8th soul skill, Rending Ghost Slash, he aimed a powerful strike at the nape of the Titan Great Ape as it ran. The Titan Great Ape halted abruptly, swinging its fist backward, but the ghost leopard Douluo adeptly evaded its attack. With another agonizing roar, the Titan Great Ape's neck and left shoulder were cleaved down to the bone. In a fit of rage, the Titan Great Ape slammed its fist into the ground, unleashing a gravitational wave centered around itself, momentarily stalling the ghost leopard's movements. Seizing the fleeting seconds, the ghost leopard Douluo summoned a soul power shield and retrieved a circular soul guiding device, which also functioned as a shield, albeit one inscribed by the level 98 golden crocodile Douluo. As the Titan Great Ape's palm descended, the first shield shattered, but the second shield absorbed the remaining force, though the impact still left him tasting blood in his throat. As the Titan Great Ape prepared to crush the insect that had been struck away, suddenly, a sense of pressure loomed overhead. A massive meteorite, the size of a Titan Great Ape, plummeted towards it. The ghost leopard recognized it as the flame meteor strike. He glanced towards the source, where the bloody demon bear Douluo stood, bellowing, "Monkey brat, taste this move from Grandpa." The The gravitational field that was initially intended to hinder the enemy now inadvertently bolstered the Titan Great Ape's attack, as it sensed the pressure from above. The Titan Great Ape attempted to flee, but suddenly it felt a wave of dizziness wash over it. Has it begun to take effect? Observing the Titan Great Ape's current state, the ghost leopard Douluo wore a triumphant smile. He knew that, thanks to his fourth soul skill, Venomous Claw. His claws were laced with potent toxin, further enhanced by Wu Ling's specially crafted venom applied externally, even with the Titan Great Ape's formidable physique. The cumulative effects of his strikes would inevitably take a toll, and this brief impact could prove to be a lethal factor. Just as the colossal meteorite was about to crash into the Titan Great Ape, a massive bolt of blue lightning surged toward it from the distance. Oblivion thunder. From afar. Noticing the dire situation of the demon bear Douluo, the Tianqing Nyomong, while fending off the attacks of Yueguan and Gue Mei, concentrated a tremendous force between its horns and unleashed it with ferocity, shattering the massive meteorite with a resounding explosion. Eternal creation. Suddenly, the previously stationary Bibidon sprang into action. Her two jade-green sides raised simultaneously, slashing through the air to create a colossal green cross-shaped strike. Mu. As the Tianqing Nyomong cried out in agony, a cross-shaped gash appeared on its chest, glowing green and impeding its recovery. From a distance, observing the Titan Great Ape's condition, Gue Mei and Yueguan exchanged glances, nodding slightly before they both took flight towards the Titan Great Ape. The Tianqing Nyomong, noticing this, attempted to intervene, but Bibidon's domineering attack forced it to defend itself. It aimed to strike Bibion away first before obstructing the others, only to be confronted by a massive meteorite that suddenly loomed over its head. Slowing field. Sensing a threat, the Azure Bull Python immediately resorted to its trump card. A wave of energy emanated from its body, causing even the meteors in the sky to slow considerably. The next moment, upon realizing that this was another titled Douluo's soul skill, the Azure Bull Python reacted just in time to see the ghost leopard Douluo and the demon bear Douluo approaching from a short distance away. As Yueguan and Gue Mei swiftly drew near the Titan giant ape, an astonishing surge of soul power suddenly materialized in the distance. Bibi Dong and her companions were momentarily taken aback, but continued their assault, as their martial spirits had already conveyed the strategy for this hunt. While Bibi Dong and her team were aware, the Azure Bull Python and the Titan giant ape were not. They sensed this unfamiliar and immense soul power, mistakenly believing it to be a backup plan from Bibi Dong's group, and turned to look. Even the Titan giant ape, suffering from the effects of poison, instinctively glanced in that direction. With the speed characteristic of a titled Douluo, Yueguan and Gue Mei reached a specific position, silently nodding to each other. The dual polar stasis field. In an instant, the martial soul fusion technique was unleashed. However, unlike the original where both were frozen, this time only the Titan giant ape was immobilized, and it was deliberately positioned at the edge of the stasis. In the distance, Wu Ling observed the Titan giant ape, now a living target, and chuckled. The compression of soul power from the 99th level soul master Qian Douluo, combined with numerous soul power amplifications and explosive magic arrays, culminated in Wu Ling's fourth soul ring, the Knight of the Wild Orchid, ensuring a lethal strike. Once this blow was unleashed, the Barret, crafted from countless precious materials, would likely be rendered useless, but it was a worthy sacrifice, for not only the ordinary titled Douluo but all 5 present Douluos felt a chill of fear. Erming. Understanding the peril of this strike, the Azure Bull Python urgently alerted the Titan giant ape. Yet, the Titan giant ape remained ensnared in the dual polar stasis field and could only watch helplessly as the attack aimed at it continued to brew. The Azure Bull Python had initially intended to save the Titan giant ape as it had before, but just as it gathered its power in its horns, an assault from Bibi Dong interrupted it once more. Humans. Though its rage was indescribable, its primary concern was the safety of its brother. At that moment, with a resounding bang, what appeared to be a gun emitted the roar of a cannon. A fist-sized orb of soul power rapidly approached the Titan giant ape, and Yueguan and Gue Mei tactfully dispelled their martial soul fusion technique. Calculating their timing, they ensured that the Titan giant ape, still trapped at the periphery, had no chance to react as the orb of soul power shot directly into its eye. The next second, accompanied by an explosive sound reminiscent of the earlier clash, the orb detonated within the Titan giant ape's head. In the anguished gaze of the Azure Bull Python, the Titan giant ape, now missing a significant portion of its skull, collapsed heavily to the ground. Erming has fallen. Erming. Hearing the Azure Bull Python's heart-wrenching cry, Wu Ling looked down at the smoking Barret. Cracks had formed at the muzzle of the weapon, and Wu Ling pressed a button, causing a searingly hot soul power block to eject from the chamber. Enveloping the block with soul power, Wuling gingerly picked it up, examining it as he muttered to himself, "There is still some residual soul power in this block. The efficiency of the Barrett's soul power usage needs improvement. No, it may also be a matter of materials, but for now, this is the best one can find on this main road. If all else fails, I might have to ask Xiaofren to craft another. I will have your life." Just as Wuling immersed himself in his examination, the Azure Bull Python roared, once again gathering immense soul power in its horns. Witnessing the Azure Bull Python's intent to attack Wuling, the 5 titled Douluos, including a returning Yueguan and Gue Mei, sprang into action to disrupt the assault. Eternal Creation, Hell Wraiths, Petals Fall, Wounds Abound, Dark Phantom Slash, Fiery Meteor Strike. Attacks rained down from above, below, and all around. Despite possessing dragon blood, the Azure Bull Python was pushed to its limits, its scales shredded, half of its tail severed, and one of its claws cleaved off by Bibi Dong's Eternal Creation. Yet, in the face of these life-threatening assaults, it remained indifferent, consumed only by the desire for vengeance. Even at the cost of its own life, it was determined to slay the ant that had taken Erming's life. Annihilating Thunder. A cataclysmic bolt of lightning shot forth from between the Azure Bull Python's horns, piercing through the petal vortex created by Yueguan's 9th soul skill, roaring towards Wuling with terrifying momentum, stronger than the prior attack. Upon witnessing the might of this strike, all the titled Douluos changed their expressions. They were not afraid of the power itself, but rather concerned for Wuling's safety. They had not anticipated that the Azure Bull Python would disregard its own injuries for revenge. As their combined efforts failed to interrupt the Azure Bull Python's assault, they found themselves devoid of strength to protect Wuling. As the massive lightning filled Wuling's vision, he suddenly broke into an uncharacteristic smile. With a silent display of bravado, Wuling vanished, replaced by a blue-haired figure. Indeed, this blue-haired apparition was none other than the long-lost Xiaolan. As the disenchanted Xiaolan materialized, he had but one thought. Is it me again? But upon seeing the overwhelming lightning, he pondered in that fleeting moment of impending death, am I to die again? How many times has it been? Perhaps I should compare notes with that fellow Lai Weong on creative ways to perish. Then, all faded into nothingness. As they surveyed the forest, ravaged as if plowed, the surge of grief began to rise, but 5 beings sensed a familiar soul power. There, atop a large tree behind the Azure Bull Python, stood Wuling, unharmed, brushing dust from his attire. Danger, danger. Thankfully, I can switch places with my clone. Otherwise, I would have been done for. He gestured with his thumb and forefinger, indicating a minuscule space. Human, you shall not survive this day. Upon seeing Wuling, the Azure Bull Python pivoted, adjusting its position, and swung its remaining claw toward him. Upon witnessing Wuling emerge unscathed, the previous sorrow of Bibi Dong and the other 4 titled Douluos dissipated, replaced by a lingering sense of dread. The next moment, as they saw the Azure Bull Python still intent on attacking Wuling, their apprehension transformed into fury. After all, they had just failed to thwart the Azure Bull Python's assault despite their combined efforts. If Wuling were to be injured or even slain under a 5-to-1 scenario, how could they, as titled Douluos, ever hold their heads high again? Beast, dare you? Bibi Dong and her companions shouted in unison and subsequently retrieved 3 vials of potions from their storage rings, consuming them with urgency. The Soul Bear tossed his 3 vials to the Ghost Leopard and charged ahead. The Soul Bear Douluo barely managed to impede the advance of the Azure Bull Python, while the remaining 4 swiftly drank their potions and surged forward, invigorated by the ceaseless flow of soul power and stamina coursing through their bodies. They unleashed attacks upon the Azure Bull Python that were even more potent than before. As they recklessly expended their soul power, the Azure Bull Python gradually found itself at a disadvantage. It attempted to counter with its claws in conjunction with its slow field, but Bibi Dong's killing god domain severed one of its claws. When it sought to strike with its horns, the Soul Bear Douluo and the ghostly charm interrupted, breaking 2 of its horns. As it aimed to lash out with its tail, the Ghost Leopard Douluo clipped off half of it. When it tried to bite, a massive purple chrysanthemum struck its face, propelling it to the other side. In the original narrative, Yueguan, the ghostly charm, and Bibi Dong had previously hunted both the Titan Great Ape and the Azure Bull Python. Had it not been for Tang San's interference, Bibi Dong might have succeeded. Although her level this time was not as high as in the original story, Yueguan and the ghostly charm had both reached level 96. And with the assistance of the Soul Bear and the Ghost Leopard Douluo, the outcome was already predetermined when the 2 sides clashed. Ultimately, the Azure Bull Python's desperate attacks were interrupted by Yueguan and the ghostly charm's dual polarity stasis field, leaving the beast in a state of frozen astonishment. The spirit of martial arts lay just beyond its reach, a mere moment away, yet it found itself unable to grasp it. In its eyes, that once brief distance now transformed into an insurmountable chasm. The azure bull python contemplated self-detonation in a bid to take everyone down with it. But as Yue Guan and the ghostly charm intensified their soul power, the spark of self-destruction was quelled within its body. In its final moments, the azure bull python beheld BB Dong's cross/aimed at its head, and through the gaps in the strike, it caught a glimpse of the martial spirit's gaze, one that was devoid of warmth, laced with mockery. Suddenly, a carrot slipped from her grasp as Xiao Wu pressed her hand to her chest. "What is wrong, Xiao Wu? Are you unwell?" Tang San, who had been reading nearby, inquired upon noticing her unusual demeanor. Uncharacteristically, Xiao Wu ignored him and turned to gaze intently towards the Stardoe forest. "Why do I feel such a sense of foreboding?" Chapter 101. Heracles' teacher, "Are you all right?" The martial spirit asked, handing each of them 2 vials of potions. The group, panting heavily, accepted them, too fatigued to utter much, though it was 5 against 2. Their adversaries were formidable, a Titan great ape with Titan divine blood and an azure bull python with dragon lineage, both capable of contending with soul beasts of 100 years and even those of 10,000 years. Among the typical 10,000-year soul beasts, these 2 stood at the pinnacle, not accounting for the future beasts. "Linger, you need not worry about us. The duration of the soul rings is limited. Quickly absorb the Titan great ape's soul ring," BB Dong said, exhaling a sigh of relief after finishing her potion. Wu Ling surveyed the 5 individuals, ensuring that none harbored significant issues, before nodding in acknowledgement. He then proceeded toward the corpse of the Titan giant ape. Upon reaching the imposing figure, which resembled a small mountain, Wu Ling silently produced 2 vials of potions, one a pale red and the other a delicate blue. One potion was designed to enhance physical prowess, while the other aimed to augment mental fortitude. Without these 2, that fellow Tang San would be deprived of 2 sacrifices. However, what concern is that of mine? Within Wu Ling's heart, there was not a ripple as he downed 2 vials of potions, one strawberry-flavored and the other grape. "Little Pink truly understands me. Perhaps next time I shall try mango," he remarked. After speaking, Wu Ling summoned Little Pink and the other 4 individuals, offering them a few instructions before settling onto the grass, summoning the resplendent blood-red 10,000-year soul ring. Observing that Wu Ling had commenced his endeavor, BB Dong addressed the other 4, instructing Elder Yu and Elder Gui to assist Lingo in safeguarding him, while asking Elder Xiong and Elder Bao to protect her. "I shall recuperate for a moment before absorbing the soul ring," she added. The group acknowledged her words and dispersed, remaining vigilant of their surroundings while tending to their injuries. As for Wu Ling, perhaps due to his ample preparations, he merely felt a slight swelling in his body and a minor mental jolt, but beyond that, he experienced no significant sensations. It would be disingenuous to claim he did not harbor expectations regarding the spirit he might summon. Inspired by Little Pink's earlier conjectures, Wu Ling resolved to seek a spirit endowed with life-preserving abilities. Although he possessed a doppelganger to shift positions, the fear lingered that a certain presence could annihilate all his doppelgangers in an instant, or that he might be slain before he could even react to the shift, leading to his untimely demise. This very consideration was why Little Pink, upon learning of the Titan ape's divine bloodline, chose to forego the dragon bloodline of the azure bull python, urging Wu Ling to opt for the Titan ape instead. The Titans, in Greek mythology, were an ancient race that once ruled the world, born of the celestial god Uranus and the earth goddess Gaia. They once held dominion over the earth but were cursed by Uranus after they castrated him, ultimately being overthrown by the Olympian gods led by Zeus. Thus, summoning the Titan ape, with its divine bloodline, held a high probability of invoking a spirit from Greek mythology. As one of the world's most renowned mythological systems, the spirits within Greek mythology were countless, with no fewer than 10 appearing in the Fate Grand Order universe alone. Regarding how to summon the desired spirit from this vast array, Wu Ling concentrated on the Titan divine bloodline. Given the mythological origins of the Titans, entities or characters bearing the Titan name in many games, novels, or anime often embody strength, creating a near equation of Titan equaling power. Consequently, the closer a spirit was to the essence of the Titans, the easier it would be to summon. In the absence of Zeus, the spirit that best matched the criteria was none other than the mighty Heracles. Also known as Hercules, he is one of the 2 great heroes of Greek mythology, the son of the chief god Zeus and a mortal woman. His numerous adventures stemmed from his tumultuous relationship with the goddess Hera, which he ultimately overcame. He was bestowed with 12 labors, all of which he accomplished, and for his monumental achievements, he was transformed into a constellation, earning his place among the gods. As a grandson of the Titans, his divine title as the god of strength aligns perfectly with the aforementioned requirements. Regarding the summoning of a 4-star spirit with a 10,000-year soul ring, Wu Ling had undertaken this task before. It was not entirely inconceivable that he might summon a 5-star Heracles of the archer class, although, given that he could only summon characters from the game, the probability of such an occurrence was virtually non-existent. As for the lunar goddess Artemis appearing in Fate Grand Order, her essence was derived from Orion. Thus the soul beast required for her summoning leaned more towards Orion, such as the bear hidden deep within the starry forest. Shortly thereafter, in a mere span of 10 minutes, Wu Ling successfully absorbed the 10,000-year soul ring from the Titan ape. In that moment of completion, as he felt the addition of several passive abilities within him, Wu Ling knew he had secured his fate. Wu Ling summoned the nameless spirit base. And after the 4 soul rings of purple and black, the blood-red 100,000-year soul ring stood out like a crane among chickens. Apart from Bibi Dong, who was currently absorbing the soul ring, all the titled Douluos present were in awe. 100,000-year soul ring. Throughout their lifetimes, they had only witnessed the one on Bibi Dong. Yet now, the 5th soul ring of 100,000 years elevated their horizons to unprecedented heights. As the crimson soul ring enveloped the nameless spirit base in Wu Ling's hand, a specter formed from energy gradually materialized. Towering over 2 meters, it boasted long, black, seaweed-like hair that cascaded over its shoulders. Its right pupil was a striking crimson against a backdrop of black scara, while the left eye gleamed a golden yellow, framed by white scara. The figure's dusky skin was exposed above the waist, with muscular arms adorned with protective wristbands. It wore a warrior's skirt and was barefoot, wielding the weapon known as the Wooming Axe Sword. This imposing figure seemed to embody the essence of a Titan giant ape soul ring, evoking a sense of immense pressure in the minds of the 4 titled Douluos present. Indeed, it has been summoned, they thought. But what of the original? Is it from a game, or perhaps an anime? Xiaofan approached with a beaming smile, inquiring. The distinction between a game and an anime was merely the existence of those seemingly bug-like legendary trials. Wu Ling smiled faintly and remarked, "You should consider the color of the soul ring. Is it a game? An anime? Only children choose with black soul rings. I desire them all." Chapter 102. Testing abilities. Indeed, summoning Heracles with merely a black 10,000-year soul ring would only evoke the game or anime version. However, with the enhancement of a 100,000-year soul ring, the original 2 soul skills summoned 2 distinct versions of Heracles, merging them into one, allowing Wu Ling to summon the pinnacle version of Heracles, the Berserker. Naturally, Wu Ling felt a tinge of regret for not summoning the Archer or Avenger classes of Heracles. Nevertheless, the 12 glories did not hold much necessity for Wu Ling, as the skills of the Tempest Usurper could serve as a substitute. Thus, the 12 lives of the 12 trials appeared to be a more straightforward and forceful option. Wu Ling assessed the soul power within himself. The soul ring from a 100,000-year soul beast, coupled with the soul power he had previously accumulated, elevated his soul power level directly to 54. Observing Bibi Dong, who was still absorbing the soul ring, along with the others tending to their injuries, Wu Ling distanced himself slightly, for he wished to test the might of Heracles. Yueguan and Gueme, tasked with Wu Ling's protection, noticed his departure. After exchanging glances, they paused their recovery to follow him. Upon arriving at a clearing, Wu Ling summoned his martial spirit and soul rings once more. As the 100,000-year soul ring connected with his martial spirit, the power of Heracles descended upon him. With the infusion of Heracles' strength, Wu Ling experienced a surge of power far greater than when he had previously been possessed by Kuang Lan. Indeed, Heracles deserved his title as the god of strength. His A-level muscle power surpassed Kuang Lan's A-level by a factor of 2, as per the setting. 1 plus signifies a doubling. Wu Ling delegated the side effect of frenzy to his clone, whose unfortunate fate was already sealed before making an appearance. The 3 other skills bestowed upon him included Valor, Insight, and Combat Continuation. The Valor skill not only enhanced attack power but also rendered him immune to various mental assaults, akin to the Transparency bestowed by Sasaki Kojuru, albeit with Valor at A and Transparency at B. Heracles' Insight was rated B level, although it possessed a frenzied aspect. It still fell short compared to Sasaki Kojuru's A level. As for Combat Continuation, it was originally designed to maintain combat ability for a period after sustaining fatal injuries. For instance, when Dog Brother was struck in the heart, he could still slay Karitsugu Amiya, and Uncle B could attack again after losing 12 lives. Should this effect activate, it would signify that all 12 of his lives had been expended. However, due to its exceptional synergy with the 12 trials, Uncle B's combat continuation was enhanced. providing not only the ability to avoid death but also augmenting survival chances, allowing one to fight even when gravely wounded. After reviewing the skills, Wuling turned his attention to the Noble Phantasm. The anime version of Heracles possessed the Noble Phantasm known as the 12 Trials, a representation of both blessing and curse, symbolizing immortality. It lacked the appearance of traditional weapons or armor. One could argue that his very flesh constituted the Noble Phantasm. The 12 Trials endowed him with 3 abilities. 1. The 12 Trials could transform his flesh into resilient armor, nullifying all attacks rated B level or lower, including B level, regardless of whether they were physical or magical. In the Douluo continent, this manifested as immunity to attacks from spirit emperors or lower. Thus, only a spirit saint, possessing the true body of a martial spirit, had the capacity to harm Wuling. It is essential to note that Wuling's enhanced physical attributes could indirectly bolster this ability, potentially allowing him to become immune even to attacks from spirit saints, spirit Douluo, or even title Douluo in the future. 2. The 12 Trials granted the ability to resurrect the flesh automatically after death, and, as it contained the capacity for 11 resurrections, Wuling would not be obliterated unless killed 12 times. Furthermore, Wuling no longer had a diminished capacity for resurrection, and the drawback of losing multiple lives in a single blow was also eliminated. 3. In addition to resurrection and immunity to attacks, the 12 Trials possessed a third effect. Any attack he had endured once would become ineffective upon a second encounter. For example, after suffering fire damage and subsequently healing, his resistance to fire would increase by 100%. Even if struck down by the mightiest of skills, upon revival, that skill would no longer be effective. Such passive abilities, once activated, would remain fixed within Wuling's body, continuing to exert their effects even in the absence of soul skills. Beyond the 12 Trials, the game version of Heracles boasted the Noble Phantasm known as the 100-headed shot. Rather than being merely a weapon, it could be considered a style of combat. The hero Heracles' Noble Phantasm, the 100-headed shot, was a versatile artifact capable of altering its form based on the target. It could be likened to a style, the 100-headed shot. For instance, Romulus, the crowned one, possessed the 100-headed shot, Roman style. Additionally, the 100-headed shot was Heracles' most trusted Noble Phantasm among all his possessions. It was said that this was the weapon he used to slay the immortal 9-headed Hydra. Its essence lay in unleashing 9 rapid strikes, each converging with unmatched speed. Whether wielded as a sword, spear, or axe, this technique boasted the same extraordinary power characteristic of a Noble Phantasm. In the anime, the absence of the 100-headed shot was attributed to the frenzy, while in the game, it was replaced due to the overwhelming nature of the 12 Trials. Nevertheless, even with limited appearances, this skill allowed Wuling to gain a reputation as a novice cheat code in the game. As one of the earliest heroes to emerge, he still frequently graced the high difficulty quests in the later stages. This chapter is not yet complete. Please click the next page to continue enjoying the captivating content. Regarding Heracles' third Noble Phantasm, the Blue Spearman of Rotating Charge. Currently lacking the Blue Spearman, see Chulin, Wuling had not yet the opportunity to test it. Finally, after experimenting with the Soul Ring skills, Wuling raised his right hand. He observed a slight expansion in his right hand, which turned a vivid crimson as blood surged through his arm. Subsequently, he felt a doubling of all his attributes. The cause of this transformation was the soul bone. 100,000-year soul beast invariably yields soul bones, and Wuling had obtained the right arm bone of the 100,000-year Titan Great Ape. In the original narrative, Tang San's Titan Great Ape soul bone possessed 2 skills, Titan Sky Shatter and Gravity Domain. However, due to the influence of Heracles' soul ring, this soul bone underwent a transformation. The skills were reduced from 2 to 1, resulting in a no-side effect frenzy, which essentially translates to enhancement, raising all of his abilities by 100%. For Wuling, who possessed the light cannon, the previous 2 skills held little significance, but this frenzy, particularly as a percentage-based enhancement, was indeed a skill he could utilize from beginning to end. Having tested all the skills, Wuling sensed Bibidong's aura suddenly spike, indicating that she too had completed absorbing the 100,000-year soul ring. Wuling slightly crouched down and then leapt towards Bibidong with great vigor. With the passive enhancement of the 5th soul ring, it took only a few strides for Wuling to land before Bibidong. Congratulations, teacher, on acquiring another 100,000-year soul ring. Under your leadership, the Spirit Hall's dominance over the world is imminent. Hearing Wuling's flattering words and sensing the abundant soul power within him, the formerly cold Bibidong couldn't help but smile faintly. She represented the present of the Spirit Hall, while Wuling symbolized its future. Both were continuously growing stronger, which brought her immense satisfaction. All right. This is not a place for conversation. let us walk and talk. After nodding in approval at Wu Ling, Bibi Dong called out, Elders, at your service. The four responded in unison. How is your recovery? The four exchanged glances, and finally, Yu Guan stepped forward, saying, There is no longer any major issue, Your Majesty. Good. Then prepare to set out for Spirit City. Yes. Upon hearing the agreement from the four, Wu Ling's eyes sparkled, thinking it was an opportune moment to summon his fifth avatar. Chapter 103, The Competition with 12 Trials and 12 Lives, paired with your avatar exchanges. It seems there are few in this world capable of ending your existence. Sitting upon her throne, Bibi Dong expressed her astonishment after hearing about Wu Ling's soul skills and stories. Watching Wu Ling, who stood respectfully before her, Bibi Dong fell into reminiscence. Suddenly, she seemed to recall something and asked, By the way, Linger, do you remember what I asked you 4 years ago? For years? What did you ask? Wu Ling pondered for a moment and replied, I was 10 years old then. Was it about the elite competition of the continent's advanced Soul Master Academies, teacher? Bibi Dong nodded slightly, her gaze fixed ahead, as if peering through the Pope's Hall towards Spirit City, or perhaps through the River of Time. Back to the Wu Ling of 4 years ago. I remember you had just obtained your third soul ring then. All the changes in the Spirit Hall began from that point. Wu Ling's eyes reflected nostalgia at Bibi Dong's poignant words, but in the next moment, his expression returned to its usual calm demeanor. For Wu Ling, while he cherished the past, not all memories were worthy of such reverie. Among his lifetime memories, only the awakening of his martial spirit stood out. However, speaking of which, it has been quite a while since I visited Uncle Chie. The last time we met was 2 years ago. I should organize my things and pay him a visit soon. While Bibi Dong spoke above, Wu Ling was lost in his own thoughts. After a moment of inattentiveness in their conversation, Bibi Dong finally got to the crux of the matter. Although you had the potential to win 4 years ago, considering that Spirit Hall already had a winning chance and the drawbacks of exposing your existence, we did not force you to compete. However, now your ability to preserve your life has increased significantly, as long as you are not facing a high-ranking Soul Master. It should not pose a problem for you. Though you often say you want to bide your time until invincibility, prolonged concealment will only lead to obscurity. The upcoming elite competition of the continent's advanced Soul Master Academies presents a splendid opportunity. Listening to Bibi Dong's tone, Wu Ling understood that this time, he would have to make an appearance. While he maintained that he could opt out of participation, he also believed that Bibi Dong would not pressure him over such matters. However, upon reflection, Bibi Dong's words held merit. In this vast continent, the number of individuals capable of posing a threat to him was dwindling. If he were to insist on hiding in such circumstances, it would signify a lack of confidence in himself and the spirits he summoned. Understood, teacher. I comprehend. Seeing Wu Ling's acceptance, Bibi Dong nodded slightly. Good. Since you have agreed, this shall serve as a trial for you. I have 2 requirements for this competition. First, in the elite competition of the continent's advanced Soul Master Academies, you must lead 3 Soul Sovereigns and 3 Soul Kings to victory, which means you should be prepared to take on 7 opponents. Second, you are prohibited from using any soul skills during this match, not even to display your soul rings. While this is to showcase your talents, revealing everything would be foolish. The outside world currently labels you as a support-type Soul Master. So I will present them with a formidable support-type Soul Master adept in one-on-one combat. Wu Ling understood. Had this been before he acquired his 4th ring? Not using soul skills to win would have been rather troublesome. However, after summoning Heracles and gaining numerous passive abilities, a smirk crept upon his lips. Imbued with confidence and a hint of disdain, in his mind, he envisioned lying on the competition stage and exclaiming, All of you seated here, or rather, standing, are but trash. Of course, Wu Ling merely entertained the thought. Such an embarrassing act was not in his nature. Yet, even in thought, his toes began to flex. And had he not been wearing shoes, he would have surely left a mark in the Pope's Hall. At that moment, Bibi Dong sensed Wu Ling's body stiffening. Unsure of his thoughts and assuming he was fatigued, she decided to conclude their conversation. However, she did mention that since this was a trial, success would merit a reward, the specifics of which she would discuss with the high priest. Afterward, Wu Ling returned home, stopping along the way to purchase some sweets, 1 portion for himself and another for Xiaofun. Given the presence of sweet treats like sugar beans and Douluo continent, desserts were quite normal. Young master, you have returned. Hearing the familiar greeting, Wu Ling waved off oldly and made his way to the courtyard alone. Placing the sweets on the stone table, Wu Ling's shadow began to undulate, and gradually, 4 avatars leapt forth from it. Yet, even after the emergence of these 4 avatars, Wu Ling's shadow continued to ripple. After a few moments, an arm thicker than Xiaofan's waist emerged from the shadow, followed by another. Those hands braced against either side of Wu Ling's shadow, seemingly straining to pull themselves out. When the avatar fully appeared, Wu Ling had to tilt his head back to look at him, for the avatar stood over 2.5 meters tall, towering even over the 2-meter-tall Xiao Hong. His attire bore a striking resemblance to that of Heracles, save for his head, which resembled Wu Ling's. If the first avatar, embodying the frenzy of Xiao He, represented madness, then this avatar, crafted in the image of Heracles, epitomized destruction. Let me think. Since Xiao He and Xiao Hong are accounted for, I shall name you Basaka. Roar. Wu. Upon hearing Xiao He unexpectedly roar, Wu Ling chuckled and reassured him. Enough. Xiao He, you already have your own name. Let this one be Basaka's. Wu. All right. You mentor him and explain how to cultivate. Truth be told, your cultivation efficiency is rather concerning. I know. It's the negative effects of frenzy. That's why I asked Xiaofan to help you both think of solutions. After speaking, Wu Ling turned to Xiaofan, just as Xiao He had mentioned earlier. They needed a suitable cultivation method. Otherwise, it would be challenging for them to calm their minds for meditation due to the frenzy buff. As he spoke, Wu Ling handed the dessert to Xiaofan. With a giggle, Xiaofan, having received her paycheck, put away the sweet treat and replied, Yes, indeed, follow me. My true self. Chapter 104. The belt. Returning home, Wu Ling followed Xiaofan into her room. Unlike her previous visit, this time nearly half of the room was filled with metallic artifacts, while the other half contained various flora, fauna, and 2 humans, a male and a female. Observing the 2 individuals bound and exposed, Wu Ling furrowed his brow and inquired, 2 soul kings, what purpose do they serve? Xiaofan, seemingly unfazed, rummaged through her belongings. Upon hearing Wu Ling's question, she glanced at the 2 test subjects and replied, They are samples for the study of soul extraction experiments. Wu Ling nodded, understanding. The male is a rogue cultivator who, in his greed for resources from a branch of the Soul Hall, assassinated the branch master and several attendants, making off with resources worth thousands of gold soul coins. Eventually, he was captured by a soul saint along with 2 soul emperors. The female is a spy from the Star Luo Empire embedded within the Soul Hall. She has repeatedly transmitted intelligence back to her empire, including some of your own information. Although she operated discreetly, the higher-ups were aware of her activities. However, since her intelligence was deemed unimportant, they allowed her to continue. Unfortunately, she foolishly reached for a soul technique of the earth level and was swiftly apprehended by the authorities. After hearing Xiaofan's explanation, Wu Ling shifted his gaze. Since they were not innocent individuals, he decided to let Xiaofan conduct her research. However, as he turned his attention, a fleeting glance caught his eye. He noticed something familiar on a nearby shelf. The Kamen Rider belt. What is this doing here? Wu Ling raised an eyebrow and approached the shelf. As the first Kamen Rider he had ever watched and cherished, he instantly recognized the belt despite the passage of years. Standing beside the shelf, he picked up the belt and examined it closely, noting its exquisite details. Yet, 2 aspects puzzled him. Above the belt, there was a rectangular slot that resembled a card holder, which he did not recall being a feature of the Kamen Rider. Additionally, on the side that would rest against the waist, there were 4 symmetrical small holes. While he couldn't possibly remember every minor detail, the 4 needles within those holes raised his suspicions regarding their function. This belt is one of the products of soul separation, albeit an incomplete version, Xiaofan remarked, approaching him with a scroll in hand. I found the core. This is a simulation circuit. It was one of the ideas I conceived after meeting Xiao He. As you mentioned, the chaotic nature of Xiao He and Basaka poses inherent disadvantages in meditation and cultivation. Therefore, I simulated an external circuit akin to the soul power circuit you possess. Its effect is to absorb and compress soul power through impact, with efficiency increasing the closer the impact is to the limit. Listening to Xiaofan's explanation, Wu Ling's expression grew increasingly peculiar. Are you suggesting? Exactly. Let them fight each other. Contemplating Xiaofan's idea, Wu Ling found no significant issues with it, although they might experience intense pain upon retrieval. The combat experience and compressed soul power would be beneficial, making it a bittersweet endeavor. This outcome lay within Wu Ling's acceptable limits, prompting him to allow Xiaofan to proceed with the engraving for Xiao He and Basaka. By the way, here's the barret for you. See if you can repair it. If not, remaking it is also an option. With that, Wu Ling handed the barret to Xiaofan and returned to his examination of the belt. For every man, transformation is a lifelong dream. Now that he held the transformation device, he could forego mere firearms. How much longer until this belt is complete? Xiaofan tilted her head and thought, even counting on her fingers. It should be ready before you participate in the grand competition. But mass production is out of the question. Wu Ling nodded in comprehension, then turned his gaze to the other weapons displayed on the rack. From the pistols and grenades perched at the top, to the submachine guns and rifles in the middle, and finally, the snipers, Gatling guns, and rocket launchers at the bottom. Of course, akin to the Barrett, these were merely soul-guiding devices resembling firearms from a bygone era. The essence of these weapons lay in their transformation into magical projectiles, while the bombs were essentially modified magical cannons. Given the extensive research conducted, it would be prudent to inform the teacher that the Soul Weapon Store could appropriately sell a selection of handguns, ensuring that the threat level remains below that of a Soul Master. Additionally, do not forget to prepare a batch for the Soul Masters within the Spirit Hall. Very well. I shall further reduce their power. Wu Ling surveyed his surroundings. The flora and fauna on the other side appeared remarkably similar to his previous visit. Yet it was the machinery that piqued his interest. Subsequently, Xiaofren picked up her tools and ventured outside to inscribe circuits for Xiaohei and Basaka, while Wu Ling diligently disassembled and reassembled all the firearms. As the sun dipped below the horizon, Wu Ling stepped out of the room, the warm orange sunlight casting a gentle glow upon his face. In the yard, Basaka lay on the grass as instructed by Xiaofren, allowing her to meticulously etch circuits onto his form. Meanwhile, the duel between Xiaohei and Xiao Hong unfolded nearby. Wu Ling could distinctly sense that as Xiaohei's soul power waned, a surge of external soul energy flooded into him. Furthermore, with each clash against Xiao Hong, his internal soul power gradually became imbued with a unique essence, solidifying under the relentless hammering, resembling wrought iron in its refinement. Wu Ling was exceedingly pleased with the efficacy of this simulated circuit, for it meant that Xiaohei and Basaka would not lag behind him in their cultivation speed. Gradually, all matters fell into place. Meanwhile, Bibidong convened a meeting with numerous elders and Qin Douluo to deliberate on the outcome, which resulted in the decision to allow a limited release of certain firearms. Furthermore, after extensive discussion regarding the rewards for Wu Ling, it was resolved to bestow upon him the position of Holy Son. Initially, the stipulation was that Wu Ling would only be granted this title upon securing the championship of the tournament without utilizing soul skills. However, Bibidong had summoned him directly. At that moment, Wu Ling, possessing the rank of Soul King, withstood the pressure emanating from Qin Douluo, a title Douluo. Albeit it was merely the ordinary pressure of a Douluo. Consequently, all the elders and offerings present unanimously agreed to confer the title of Holy Son upon Wu Ling. After all, they believed that once Wu Ling took action, the championship would be firmly within reach, rendering the timing of the announcement inconsequential. The sole requirement was to proclaim it after he claimed victory to better bolster his reputation, with the assurance that there were no pressing matters at hand. Wu Ling resolved to return and meet with Uncle Chia. Bibidong endorsed Wu Ling's decision, stating that this time she would not allow Gue Mei to accompany him. He was to undertake this journey alone. Regarding Bibidong's words, had it not been for Wu Ling's keen perception through his spiritual eye, sensing the presence of a formidable entity shadowing him, he might have almost believed her. Chapter 105. The visit of Hu Lien, joyful in departure, silent in return. After a fortnight, Wu Ling had returned from Xingyue village, yet he was not his usual ebullient self, for he had attended a funeral. Naturally, this was not the funeral of Chiasi, but rather that of Aunt Ba. On the very day of Wu Ling's return, she stumbled upon the villagers conducting a funeral for her acquaintance, which cast a shadow over her previously cheerful demeanor. Subsequently, Wu Ling learned from Chiasi that years prior, Aunt Ba's son had passed away early. Following his death, the daughter-in-law fled with their grandson, leaving Aunt Ba to live alone. In fact, she had succumbed to her fate a few days prior, yet no one had discovered her demise until Chiesi, noticing her absence, ventured to her home. Upon his arrival, he was met with the unfortunate stench of decay. That very evening, Chiesi rallied the villagers to prepare for her burial, selecting an auspicious time the following day, coinciding with Wu Ling's return. The cycle of life and death is an inherent aspect of existence, and Wu Ling accepted Aunt Ba's passing with a degree of equanimity, partly due to their rather indifferent relationship. After the funeral, Wu Ling intended to converse with Chiasi about taking him to the Soul Master City. Yet her proposal was met with a firm refusal. Even the potions she offered were declined, as Chiasi produced the vial she had given him 2 years prior. After a moment of reflection, instead of reclaiming the potions, Wu Ling chose to cook a meal for Chiasi, subtly incorporating the potions into the dish for him to consume. Despite the diminished potency of the potions following the cooking process, they remained sufficient for Chiasi's aging body. Wu Ling held gratitude for the nurturing he had provided, and within her means, she wished for his well-being. On her journey back, Wu Ling had sought to uplift her spirits by meeting with Qian Rinxue, where she not only provided her with cultivation potions but also engaged in a friendly sparring session. This encounter revealed that despite being a fellow Soul King, Qian Rinxue could not penetrate Wu Ling's defenses and was easily subdued. As Wu Ling departed, he noted the mixture of frustration and embarrassment in her gaze. Wu Ling's approach to such a formidable woman was straightforward. He aimed to overpower her into submission. It was reminiscent of Tang San's interactions in the original tale, which might have involved the sea goddess influence. For Wu Ling, Qian Rinxue remained a figure of little consequence. Upon returning to her residence in the Soul Master City, Wu Ling sat quietly in the courtyard, sipping tea. Her clones, including Xiaofun, sensed her discontent and behaved with utmost decorum. While enjoying her tea, Wu Ling became acutely aware of an unsettling shift within her emotions. The death of someone she barely knew should not provoke such profound feelings, even if it stirred memories. This sensation bore resemblance to a form of frenzy or perhaps remnants of a partial frenzy. Indeed, just as ordinary martial souls can transform with the addition of soul rings. The nameless spirit foundation, while not altering in form, subtly absorbs aspects of summoned spirit's abilities to enhance Wu Ling's inherent attributes. Frenzy was a component of this process, particularly since it had been absorbed before Wu Ling had divided her essence. Normally, Wu Ling's mental acuity and transcendent abilities would mitigate this influence. Yet certain events could bring it to the surface. She recognized the need for an outlet for her emotions and planned to enlist Xiaofun's assistance in reorganizing her psyche once she had calmed her feelings, aiming to minimize this impact. However, the pressing question remained: how to effectively release this pent-up energy? Should she seek out a few individuals to spar with? Just as Wu Ling contemplated discussing this with Bibi Dong, her steward, Old Li, approached her. "Young master, Miss Hu and two other young gentlemen have come to see you." Wu Ling felt a slight sense of bewilderment. Why had Hu Laina come to seek him out, especially accompanied by the other two gentlemen, who were presumably Xie and Yin? Surely, these three would not be so audacious as to confront him in combat. He gestured for them to enter. If it had been Bibi Dong or any elder, Wu Ling would have personally gone to greet them. However, for mere Hu Laina and her companions, they had yet to earn that privilege. Old Li slightly bowed and proceeded to the entrance to welcome the trio still waiting outside. At the door, the proud Yin, seeing Wu Ling's delay in coming to greet him, expressed his annoyance to Hu Laina, saying, "Nana, as fellow disciples of the Pope, how can he treat you with such disrespect? I shall certainly teach him a lesson later." Before Hu Laina could respond, Xie interjected, "Yin, tread carefully. The cultivation method and soul tools you are currently employing are both derived from his research. A single word from him could render everything you possess obsolete." Yin, however, dismissed Xieyu's warning with a huff, remarking that he was merely a bookworm. What right did he have to stand above them? The world of soul masters valued strength, not fanciful skills. Although the effectiveness of his techniques was indeed commendable, a genius was a genius. It mattered not whether one had a cultivation method. Even if he possessed the rank of Soul King, it was likely achieved through the accumulation of resources and techniques. In terms of true strength, one could hardly guarantee the ability to exert even 50% of it. Despite their differing perspectives, Xie and Yin found themselves at a loss for a counterargument, as Wu Ling had yet to display any notable public achievements. "Yin, do not underestimate him." Hu Laina finally spoke up, having remained silent until now. For Master to accept him as a disciple, his prowess is undoubtedly formidable. If he were merely to be kept busy with research, there would be no need for him to be considered a disciple with such autonomy. I have been cultivating relationships with the elders, and as a fellow disciple of our master, comparisons are inevitable. However, from the elders' tones and casual remarks, I have discerned that Wu Ling possesses the true capability to engage in battles beyond his level. She paused, reflecting on her first encounter with Wu Ling. When he bore no trace of murderous intent, yet she vividly recalled the sensation of imminent peril, a certainty that he was far more than an ordinary scholar. This visit to Wu Ling was also prompted by a suggestion from an elder with whom she was fostering a relationship. But now it seemed unwise to have brought Yin along. Yin had recently become one of the youngest recipients of the Purple Record Medal in the Spirit Hall and was riding high on his recent achievements. Leaving her concerned he might act impulsively. Just as Yin was about to voice another remark, the door swung open. The butler, Old Li, emerged and bowed to the three, saying, "Young master has requested that I escort you inside." Chapter 106. Suppressing Yin with one hand, the trio exchanged glances, and Hu Laina placed a calming hand on Yan's shoulder before leading the way and following the butler. However, this gesture only heightened Yan's displeasure, as he had never seen Hu Laina hold anyone in such esteem. Determined to teach Wu Ling a lesson, He resolved that Hulaina would surely regard him with newfound respect afterward. Under the butler's guidance, they traversed the front courtyard and main hall, where both Yin and Xie were struck by the sheer magnitude of the residence. Only Hulaina understood that the scale of this house surpassed that of some elders' homes. While the size alone could not denote one's status or strength, it reflected Bibi Dong's regard for Wu Ling. Bibi Dong had granted her a residence only half this size. The disparity in their accommodation spoke volumes about the differing levels of esteem afforded to each disciple by the Pope. Upon reaching the backyard, they found Wu Ling leisurely enjoying tea, accompanied by two men with blue and red hair who bore a striking resemblance to him. Hulaina, informed by the elders, recognized that Wu Ling possessed a unique soul technique akin to a doppelganger, but unlike ordinary clones. These manifestations had their own consciousness and could even assist him in cultivation. Were these the special doppelgangers the elders had mentioned? Glancing at them briefly, she redirected her attention to the main figure. Wu Shixiang, I have heard you. Before she could finish, Yin, standing behind her, suddenly interjected, demanding, You are Wu Ling. As Wu Ling gazed at Yin's arrogant demeanor, he waved his hand, signaling the butler to withdraw. Yes, I am Wu Ling. What is it? Yan's face was riddled with disdain as he cast a scornful glance at the two clones engaged in their cultivation. I have heard of you. It seems you are nothing remarkable. Yin, Hulaina admonished sternly from the side. Yet, the more she tried to dissuade him, the more Yin felt compelled to persist. Determined to demonstrate to Hulaina that he was the master of his own fate, observing Yan's continued provocation of Wu Ling despite her warnings. Hulaina grew anxious and turned her gaze toward her brother, hoping that her consistently outstanding sibling could intervene and restrain Yin. However, Xie feigned ignorance toward Yan's actions. Although he professed to value Wu Ling, his inner thoughts aligned closely with Yan's, merely concealed by his habitual silence. Using Yan's audacity to probe Wu Ling's capabilities suited him perfectly. Wu Ling discerned the dynamics at play. Hulaina likely sought to establish rapport. Given their shared status as disciples of the Pope, familiarity was prudent in their line of work. However, the intentions of the other two were far less benign. Yin, if memory served, was a suitor of Hulaina. Was he attempting to showcase his prowess before her? How quaint, he mused. Likening Yin to a character in a cliché romance novel, one whose intelligence diminished in the face of the protagonist's strength. Perhaps he was merely a placeholder for authors lacking inspiration during mundane narrative stretches. With a smirk at the absurdity before him, Wu Ling had little interest in theatrics akin to those found in trivial novels. He preferred a more straightforward approach, especially given his current displeasure. These three were simply walking into a trap. Setting down his teacup, he slowly rose to his feet and snapped his fingers. Countless magical formations materialized throughout the room, leaving the trio in stunned silence. I comprehend your intentions. Words are futile. Let us engage in a battle. For the sake of fairness, I shall refrain from using my soul skills, while you may employ yours freely. Should you compel me to utilize my soul skills, consider it a victory for you. Rest assured, the formations surrounding us are merely protective measures for the premises. There is no danger, so feel free to attack. No, Wu Ling, senior brother. Hulaina began, but Yin interrupted her once more. At that moment, Hulaina felt a genuine annoyance toward her longtime companion. Even Wu Ling, lacking in social finesse, recognized that interrupting someone was inherently impolite, especially when that person was a woman. Yet, in his fervor, Yin believed Hulaina must be astonished by his display. All he needed to do was defeat Wu Ling to earn her admiration, and upon the Pope's acknowledgement, he would ascend to prominence, marry Hulaina, and ultimately reach the pinnacle of his life. As for Wu Ling, Yin scoffed inwardly, questioning the source of his confidence in prevailing without relying on soul skills. He was convinced that he alone could overpower Wu Ling, for the physical prowess of a soul sovereign and a soul king was not vastly different. His arrogance was precisely what Yin desired. It was said that the greater the hope, the greater the disappointment. Once Hulaina saw through Wu Ling's facade, she would undoubtedly turn to him. Despite the surge of hormones clouding Yan's judgment, his movements were swift. Flame Lord, possess me. With a booming shout, Yin sprouted two pairs of sharp horns, his hands transforming into lethal claws, while three soul rings of yellow and purple materialized behind him. Third soul skill, Hellfire. With a mighty punch to the ground, a trail of flames raced toward Wu Ling's feet and erupted violently. Haha, my Hellfire comes from a millennium-old blazing lion. Even an ordinary soul master wouldn't dare to withstand it head-on. However, as the smoke cleared, Yan's confidence faltered when he saw Wu Ling standing unscathed, even the edges of his garments untouched by the flames. Frowning, Yan reassured himself. After all, he is a disciple of the Pope. He must possess some strength. But how about this? First soul skill, Hell Lava Charge. as Yan's skin cracked like molten lava with the activation of his first soul ring. He surged toward Wu Ling with a clenched fist. Sparks ignited as he approached, and just as he neared, his second soul ring flared to life. Second soul skill, Granite Rock. Yan's right arm expanded dramatically, his fist encased in a rocky exterior. He lunged at Wu Ling, who calmly raised his right hand. A deafening crash resonated as their forces collided, rocks shattering and dust billowing. Hulaina and Xiaoyu widened their eyes, eagerly anticipating the outcome of this clash. Yet, in the next moment, as the dust settled, their pupils dilated in shock. Wu Ling had one hand firmly pressed against Yan's head, who was now face down against the ground. Chapter 107. Triad Soul Fusion Technique. Feeling the humiliation of Wu Ling's hand upon his head, Yin roared in frustration, straining to escape the oppressive grip. To his dismay, he realized that the more he struggled, the more his forehead pressed against the ground, as if his efforts only drew him closer to defeat. No. This isn't my fault. It's Wu Ling's strength that dwarfs mine. Yan's thoughts raced. With a surge of anger, he activated his second soul skill again. His right arm swelling as he aimed a desperate blow at Wu Ling's unyielding hand. The sound of their collision echoed like two solid rocks crashing together. How can his body be so resilient? Yin cursed inwardly, regret beginning to creep in. Yet, with Hulaina watching, his remorse transformed into fury. This scoundrel has humiliated me before Hulaina. Such an affront is unforgivable. Consumed by rage, Yin failed to recognize that his predicament was entirely self-inflicted. Unable to utilize his first soul skill and aware that his third would harm himself, he resolved to enhance his left hand with the second skill as well. Convinced that Wu Ling's single arm could not withstand his assault for long. However, just as he prepared to execute his plan, he felt Wu Ling's hand tighten on his head. Ugh! The pain from above disrupted his concentration, and before he knew it, Wu Ling had effortlessly lifted him by the head. As Yin was suspended in midair, he clenched his fist and aimed to strike at Wu Ling. However, before he could make contact, Wu Ling effortlessly slammed him back to the ground. Wu Ling then lifted Yin once more, and as Yin attempted to retaliate, he was once again forcefully brought down. This repetitive cycle occurred 3 times, and whether out of fear or unconsciousness, Yin ceased his attempts to fight back. At that moment, Hulaina, who had been observing, could no longer bear to watch and stepped forward. Martial brother, Yin understands his mistake. Please spare him this time. Although she was displeased by Yin interrupting her, witnessing his current pitiful state had significantly diminished her anger. Surely, for the sake of their teacher, Wu Ling would grant her this favor. However, Wu Ling merely cast a disdainful glance her way, and with a swift motion of his wrist, Yin was propelled directly towards Hulaina. As she reached out to catch him, ready to express her gratitude, Wu Ling's words halted her in her tracks. You 3 should join forces. Hulaina bit her lip. She had witnessed Yan's dire condition, and given that both she and Xiaoyu were on par with Yin, it was evident that even together they would likely face defeat. While she indeed despised failure, she was not foolish enough to challenge an opponent with no hope of victory. Most importantly, she did not wish to have her face ground into the dirt by someone with whom she had no grievance. Hulaina contemplated refusing. But after exchanging glances with Wu Ling for a few moments, she realized that a confrontation was inevitable. Consequently, she shared a silent understanding with Xiaoyu, who stood beside her and gently set Yin down. Spirit possession of the fox demon. With Hulaina's spirit manifested, Xiaoyu summoned his own spirit, the Moonblade. As siblings, they moved in perfect synchrony, launching an assault on Wu Ling. 5 minutes later, they returned breathless to Yan's side. Heaven knows what they endured in those brief moments. Their attacks had proven futile, and Hulaina's allure had seemingly vanished into Wu Ling's consciousness without a trace. It was well known that the 3 had distinguished themselves among many due to their formidable prowess, each having once defeated a soul master of the soul sect at the level of Soul Emperor. This was part of the reason Yin had dared to challenge Wu Ling. A Soul King, for Wu Ling's abilities remained shrouded in mystery. Yet the outcome diverged sharply from their expectations. Their most fervent efforts failed to elicit even a response from Wu Ling's Xiaoyu, Laina, Spirit Fusion Technique. Just as Xiaoyu and Hulaina pondered their next move, the incapacitated Yin slowly rose and called for their ultimate technique, the Spirit Fusion Technique. Notably, by addressing both of them, it became clear that Yin sought not merely a pairing of his and Xiaoyu's spirits, but a fusion of all 3 spirits. It is worth noting that even ordinary dual spirit fusion techniques are exceedingly rare and powerful. Thus, a tripartite fusion was their greatest source of confidence. For they had once used this technique to vanquish a newly ascended Soul King. Hulaina and Xiaoyu nodded in agreement, and they clasped hands. A brilliant light enveloped them as they gradually merged into one. In the distance, Wu Ling observed without a hint of concern. As the radiance faded, A girl adorned in a fox mask and asymmetrical attire materialized before Wu Ling. She was the manifestation of their spirit fusion technique, the Enchantress. Prepare to receive my attack. Purple flame barrage. With a swift motion, the girl summoned a crescent-shaped blade of violet flames above her head, which began to replicate, forming a multitude of blades that surged toward Wu Ling. Originally intended as a group attack, Hulaina had modified it into a single-target assault. For she no longer aimed to defeat Wu Ling. Even inflicting a wound or forcing him to move a few steps would suffice to satisfy her. However, the very next moment, her hopes were dashed, for even this relentless barrage failed to provoke any reaction from Wu Ling, who remained unscathed. The assault persisted for a minute. And upon witnessing Wu Ling's unblemished state, Hulaina prepared a grand strike over the course of 3 minutes, when she unleashed a colossal flame blade. Measuring 3 meters in size, Wu Ling still did not dodge or evade, absorbing the blow with ease. As the smoke cleared, Wu Ling's figure gradually became visible. And at that moment, despair washed over Hulaina, for Wu Ling remained entirely unharmed. Most alarming was the realization that he had not even utilized his soul power, indicating he had withstood the attack solely with his physical form, a level of physical prowess that likely surpassed even that of a titled Douluo. "Are you a monster?" Hulaina exclaimed, but before she could ponder further, Wu Ling vanished from her sight. In the next instant, an overwhelming force gripped her ankle, lifting her effortlessly into the air. "Monster? I am not that hideous creature. I am merely a human favored by the spirits." Hearing Wu Ling's words, Hulaina felt a sudden weightlessness, accompanied by a series of violent impacts. Wu Ling grasped her ankle, repeatedly hurling her toward the ground. Hulaina struggled to break free. Yet each impact left her spirit increasingly disoriented. Ultimately, on the 9th throw by Wu Ling, Hulaina and her companions disbanded. Wu Ling gazed at Hulaina, whose flawless figure was laid bare before his eyes. However, after a mere glance, he nonchalantly tossed her onto the laps of Xiaoyu and Yin. With a mocking tone, he remarked, "Such a feeble martial soul fusion technique." Chapter 108. To be continued tomorrow. A gentle breeze caressed her face, and a subtle chill seeped through her garments, sending a shiver down Hulaina's spine as she gradually regained consciousness. What had transpired? Hulaina stared vacantly at the now yellowing sky, the breeze rustling the grass below, brushing softly against her cheeks. Slightly turning her head, she noticed that Xiaoyu and Yin remained unconscious beside her. As her mind began to clear, fragmented memories of before her fainting surged back to her. Right. After my brother, Yin, and I executed the martial soul fusion technique. The most formidable attack not only failed to breach that fellow's defenses but also left us at the mercy of that heartless individual. We ultimately succumbed to exhaustion and injuries, resulting in our fusion being undone and us losing consciousness. With this realization, Hulaina abruptly sat up. As soon as she did, the pain coursing through her body made her groan involuntarily. After a brief moment of recovery, she noticed Wu Ling still seated on the stone bench, engrossed in a book she had never seen before. "You're awake. Then call those two as well," Wu Ling instructed without raising his gaze from the page he was reading. This was the first time Hulaina had been commanded by someone of her own age. Yet the overwhelming strength Wu Ling exhibited rendered her compliant. However, before she could heed his command, she needed to replenish her soul power, enduring the pain throughout her body. Hulaina sat cross-legged on the grass, channeling her energy to restore her soul power. As her internal energy flowed, a sudden realization struck her. Wait, my soul power. I've reached level 40. Casting a glance at the delighted Hulaina, Wu Ling silently expressed his astonishment. He had sensed her ascension to level 40 even while she was unconscious. Meanwhile, Yin and Xiaoyu were both nearing the late 30s. And with a month or two of cultivation, they too would reach level 40. In the original narrative, Hulaina's record indicated she attained level 40 as a 15-year-old soul master and level 50 by 20. Now, as a disciple of the Pope, she had been granted a terrestrial-level soul technique, while Xiaoyu and Yin, due to their exceptional performance, received a profound-level soul technique, thus elevating their soul power levels beyond those in the original story. Indeed, after a harrowing ordeal, the 14-year-old Hulaina naturally broke through to level 40. Approximately 10 minutes later, having partially restored her soul power, Hulaina ceased her recovery. Instead, she utilized this regained energy to alleviate her pain and then proceeded to transfer a portion of her soul power to both Yin and Xiaoyu. Minutes later, they stirred back to consciousness. Xiaoyu, like Hulaina, managed to endure the pain enough to move, while Yin, who had endured Wu Ling's relentless assault solo, was left utterly incapacitated, having exhausted his soul power during the fusion and sustained severe injuries. His survival was a testament to Wu Ling's unexpected mercy. Xiaoyu and Hulaina made their best efforts to recover their soul power, but Yin could only move his eyes, his body entirely unresponsive. After about half an hour, the sky had darkened considerably. Thanks to a few bright orbs of light surrounding the courtyard, they were not completely blinded, and Wu Ling remained engrossed in his book. At this point, Hulaina had nearly restored herself, and Xiaoyu had regained sufficient mobility. They stood and stretched, finally turning their attention to Yin, who lay on the ground. Since it was Yin who instigated this predicament, they refrained from directly assisting him and instead shifted their focus back to the man seated on the stone bench. Seemingly sensing their gaze, Wu Ling snapped the book shut, a subtle smile playing on his lips. After delivering a sound thrashing to the three, his spirits were elevated. During their unconsciousness, he had instructed Xiaofan to help organize his mental state, and now Wu Ling felt as clear-headed as a mirror, virtually euphoric. Naturally, he had no intention of simply twiddling his thumbs. In a jovial mood, Wu Ling dismissed Yan's previous provocations, grateful for the trio who had essentially presented themselves as training dummies. With a gentle snap of his fingers, 3 magical circles materialized beneath their feet. They instinctively recoiled. But upon witnessing Wu Ling's indifferent demeanor, they hesitated for a moment before exchanging glances and deciding to stand their ground. In the next instant, a torrent of soul power surged through the magical circles into their bodies, washing away their pain and fatigue like a receding tide. The techniques they had studied began to activate autonomously. What would typically take hours for full recovery was completed in mere minutes before the astonished eyes of the trio. Even Yin, who had been lying on the ground in dire straits, was restored in just over 10 minutes. "Thank you, senior brother, Wu Xiong," the three exclaimed simultaneously, bowing their fists in gratitude. Wu Ling's extraordinary physical prowess and the enchanting magic circles rendered him even more inscrutable in their eyes, and he accepted their gratitude with ease. Subsequently, the trio stood there, somewhat awkwardly, caught in indecision, unsure whether to speak or leave. Wu Ling, however, paid them no mind, placing the book on the stone table before stating, "Enough of this and that. Since you managed to stand out among thousands of students, it proves you are what they call geniuses. Yet look at yourselves, physically weak, lacking in soul techniques, and inadequate in martial skills, not to mention your consciousness is lacking." To be frank, all 3 were renowned talents, having never faced such humiliation. Had Wu Ling not defeated them without employing soul techniques, they would never have swallowed their pride. However, in this battle, he merely relied on his formidable physique. Soul techniques, martial skills, and consciousness, we saw none of that. Ultimately, it was Yin who broke the silence. Voicing the thoughts of the trio, Wu Ling, unfazed, slowly extended a hand towards them. As his hand drew near, their pupils dilated, to them. It appeared as if that hand was infinitely expanding. The strength they had once prided themselves on seemed utterly feeble in comparison, insignificant and powerless. Their bodies appeared to surrender to the evident disparity, fully aware yet unable to evade that approaching hand, despite their best efforts. In the end, with a fleeting sense of disorientation, the hand reverted to its ordinary form. Pathetic, utterly pathetic. Even your resolve is so lax. It is truly disappointing. Wouldn't it be a laughingstock to present you to the world? Hyena, do not seek out your 4th soul ring just yet. Wait for these 2. You 3, starting tomorrow, come to me twice a week. Allow my doppelganger to train you diligently, lest you embarrass yourselves when you finally take the stage. Though the reprimand was still humiliating, this time, the trio dared not harbor any rebellious thoughts. They once again bowed to Wu Ling, simultaneously declaring, "Understood." Chapter 109. Teammates the following morning. Hulaina and her companions once again knocked on the door of the Wu Ling residence. Shortly thereafter, the butler opened the door and ushered them inside. Upon arriving in the backyard, they found Wu Ling seated on a stone bench, awaiting their arrival, but before they could approach, the red-haired Wu Ling called out to them, "You 3, over here." Startled, Hulaina and her companions turned their attention to the seated figure, who continued to read and sip tea, seemingly indifferent to their presence. At that moment, the butler explained, "Young Master Hong is one of young Master Wu Ling's avatars. Since he has summoned you, it is indeed the will of young Master Wu Ling. You may approach without concern." Subsequently, he bowed to the young man. "As you have taken them in, I shall take my leave." With a cheerful wave, young Master Hong gestured for Hulaina and her companions to follow him. Following the red-haired Wu Ling, the 4 arrived beneath a large tree, where the blue-haired Wu Ling sat in quiet contemplation. Turning to face the trio, the red-haired Wu Ling introduced himself. "I am the 1st avatar of the main body, and you may refer to me as Hong Wu. I am responsible for your physical conditioning, which encompasses body, soul skills, martial techniques, consciousness, and will." He then pointed towards the blue-haired figure. This is the second avatar. You may call him Lanwu, and he primarily oversees your martial skills. Today's itinerary includes morning training with me and afternoon practice with Lanwu. At this point, Hulaina raised her hand and inquired, Hongwu, may I ask who oversees the remaining 3 aspects? As she spoke, her gaze drifted towards the main body of Wu Ling. Hongwu, unfazed by her subtle gesture, chuckled and replied, as for those 3, you will train under Xiaofan for soul skills. I should mention, she is a girl. A girl. The trio was taken aback, for in their understanding, an avatar was merely an extension of the main body. The implication of a female avatar suggested something profound. Their expressions shifted. And even Hulaina's gaze diverted from Wu Ling, noticing their overthinking. Hongwu clarified, it's not as you imagine. The birth of our avatars is connected to soul rings. Each soul ring represents an avatar. Upon hearing this explanation, they collectively exhaled in relief. Hongwu continued, do not underestimate Fanwu. The techniques and soul tools you practice are all her research. In terms of importance to the main body, none of us hold a candle to her. The trio marveled at the remarkable versatility of Wu Ling's avatars, then turned their attention back to Hongwu. What about the last 2 avatars? As they inquired. They noted a hint of mischief in Hongwu's expression. Just as he was about to respond, he paused and pointed towards a nearby building. They are inside that house. The main body's activity period has commenced. You should be able to hear a bit. Following Hongwu's, Hulaina and the others observed Wu Ling, who had set his book aside, striding towards the building. As they neared within 5 meters, Wu Ling waved his hand, dispersing some unseen force. Suddenly, the once ordinary house erupted with primal roars, accompanied by the sounds of collisions, explosions, and shattering. In that instant, a terrifying aura emanated from within, causing the trio to weaken at the knees. As Wu Ling entered the building, the chaotic sounds vanished as if they had never existed. Had it not been for their clammy skin and trembling legs, they might have believed it all to be a mere illusion. Just as they were enveloped in the aftermath of their fright, a sharp clap drew their attention. Turning to see Hongwu, who had clapped his hands, he remarked, enough of that. With your current state, entering to find them would be akin to courting disaster. You might last all of 3 seconds. Hulaina opened her mouth, intending to ask something, yet found herself at a loss for words. All right, you'll understand once you enter, Hongwu stated. Now, let's begin training. We've already delayed long enough. Despite their exhaustion, the trio, being prodigies, composed themselves in mere minutes. We are ready, senior brother. We can start training at any time. Pleased by their quick recovery, Hongwu nodded, then snapped his fingers. In an instant, a wave of pressure enveloped Hulaina and her companions, forcing them to kneel. They struggled to rise, but their bodies refused to straighten. Now, the physical conditioning training officially begins. Let us train joyfully in this relaxed environment, he declared. Rest assured, with Xiaofan's concoctions, you shall not suffer any hidden injuries. Our motto is simple, train until you cannot train any longer. At that moment, the cheerful demeanor of Hongwu felt eerily reminiscent of a devil's smile. As noon approached, Hulaina and her companions lay panting on the ground, while Hongwu distributed vials of potions to each of them. Xiaofan's products are always of the highest quality. With great effort, they lifted a hand, feeling as if their limbs weighed 1,000 pounds, even in the absence of pressure. Yet, as they consumed the potions, the overwhelming fatigue dissipated, radiating from their stomachs throughout their bodies, akin to snow melting away. Moreover, they sensed a slight increase in their physical strength post-recovery, whether it was an illusion or not. This tangible enhancement brought them profound satisfaction. All right, there will be no lunch break. Return, eat, and rest up for the afternoon session with Lanwu, who will teach you techniques. Upon hearing Hongwu's command, the trio, having tasted success, promptly replied, understood. In the afternoon, as Hulaina and her companions settled into their training routine, Bibi Dong visited Wu Ling, intending to introduce him to the other competitors for the upcoming tournament. Afterward, Wu Ling encountered them, a total of 6 individuals, 5 soul masters and 1 soul sovereign. This assembly was formed with Wu Ling substituting for one of the soul sovereigns. Otherwise, it would have comprised 5 soul masters along with 2 soul sovereigns. Wu Ling, without a moment's hesitation, understood that this was likely the very instance of the Star Luo Empire's triumph over the Spirit Hall, as spoken of by Dai Mubai. The reasons for the Spirit Hall's failure were twofold. Firstly, the previous generation had aged beyond their prime, while the Golden Generation, including Hulaina, had yet to mature sufficiently. Despite Wu Ling's guidance, they had only ascended to the Spirit Ancestor level, and it was still not their time to shine. The second reason was that the reward for this competition was merely a fiefdom of the Star Luo Empire, which the Spirit Hall regarded with indifference, leading to their lack of enthusiasm for the contest. Of course, the original narrative is one thing, but now Wuling found himself present and participating in this grand tournament. Thus, this event was destined to become Wuling's personal showcase and his inaugural step into the public eye. Chapter 110, a quarter of an hour that afternoon. When Wuling encountered the 6 teammates, 4 men and 2 women, they were animatedly discussing the imminent arrival of the Pope's disciples, the father of soul tools, the founder of martial arts, and the Spirit Hall's most talented prodigy, Wuling. While Wuling was familiar with the first 3 titles, the last one eluded his understanding until he learned from Bibi Dong that the elders, upon discovering Wuling had become a soul king, extolled his achievements to their kin, proclaiming the unprecedented nature of a 14-year-old soul king, a feat unheard of in history. This commendation spread rapidly, evolving into the title he now bore. To be candid, prior to meeting those 6 teammates, Wuling had anticipated a familiar trope, the dismissive underestimation followed by a shocking display of prowess, a classic narrative of dramatic reversal. However, upon actually meeting them, he was taken aback to find their respect for him to be genuine and heartfelt. Upon closer inspection, Wuling realized the truth. What a surprise. A group of privileged offspring, all 6 individuals were the grandchildren of high-ranking officials from the Spirit Hall. It became evident that their participation was merely a means to gain experience, as victory was assured for Wuling. Subsequently, Wuling couldn't help but internally lament, alas, even the most classic of tropes eludes me. I truly lack the fate of a protagonist. Wuling immediately engaged in a 1-against-6 confrontation, causing those individuals to depart nonchalantly after witnessing his formidable prowess, all while under the admiring gazes of the onlookers. As for collaboration, Wuling expressed no need for their assistance. Furthermore, he had no requirement for reserve members either. Wuling had but a singular demand of his so-called teammates, that they leap into action without hindrance when he made his move. After their initial meeting, he ceased to concern himself with them. In the ensuing days, Wuling took the opportunity to visit Du Guyan, the granddaughter of Du Gubo. At this juncture, Du Guyan had yet to encounter Yu Tianheng and, obedient to her grandfather's wishes, eagerly arrived at Spirit City to pursue her studies. In Wuling's estimation, having resolved the issue of toxins within her body, if Du Guyan's Bailin snake could evolve into the Bailin snake emperor, her innate potential would rival that of Hulaina and her companions. Thus, in moments of ennui, it was no trouble to offer her a minor challenge. Meanwhile, Oscar, under the tutelage of his master, diligently absorbed the theoretical knowledge befitting an auxiliary soul master and, at Wuling's behest, frequently joined Xiao Hong for physical training. As time passed, the 5 of them grew increasingly acquainted. With the gradual onset of winter, the final stretch of the year saw the world descend into an eerie tranquility. Neither the realm of soul masters nor the 2 royal families experienced any significant upheaval, as if a dormant volcano were subtly gathering explosive power. As winter yielded to spring and spring transitioned into summer, the annual awakening of martial spirits approached, heralding that the new elite competition for the Continental Advanced Soul Master Academy was less than 2 months away. On this day, Hulaina and her companions stood together, visibly anxious, with Oscar and Du Guyan behind them sharing in their tension. Over the preceding months, following Hulaina's lead, both Yin and Skeyu had ascended to the 40th rank and acquired their respective spirit rings. However, despite their advancement and their victory against a Soul King from the Spirit Hall through a martial spirit fusion technique, they remained incapable of inflicting substantial harm on Wuling. The only alteration lay in their endurance against his strikes, extending from 5 minutes to 10. At 17, Du Guyan, liberated from the toxin's grasp, progressed at an astonishing pace. Although her spirit power level stood at 35, she was poised to catch up with Hulaina and the others before turning 20. Moreover, her character had undergone a significant transformation through rigorous training, shedding the pampered demeanor she once possessed. As for the youngest, 12-year-old Oscar, he attained level 31 2 years ahead of schedule, and with the assistance of Wuling and his master, he modified the 3rd spirit skill for flight to enhance his speed, thus bolstering his future potential. The 5, led by Hong Wu, arrived at the residence of the 4th and 5th incarnations, He Wu and Ba Sa Ka. After enduring these months of training, you might just be ready to attempt this, Hong Wu stated. However, for your first try, aim to last at least a quarter of an hour. If you endure for that long, you will have passed the initial test. Had Hong Wu relaxed his expectations before their training, they would have felt indignant. Yet, after such extensive preparation, his leniency suggested that the forthcoming challenge would be significantly more perilous. As the barrier surrounding the house was lifted, an overwhelming pressure akin to a torrential flood surged forth. While the group momentarily stood in shock, Xiaohong deftly pushed Hulaina and her companions inside, swiftly closing the door behind them. Had it not been for the smile on her face, Oscar and Du Guyin might have thought they were being sacrificed to some formidable spirit beast. Upon entering the house, the three instinctively assumed defensive stances under the looming threat of death, contrary to their expectations of devastation. The interior was surprisingly spacious, approximately 10 times the original size. Although the floor was strewn with stones of various sizes, it remained remarkably level, having previously witnessed Xiaofan's abilities. The trio was not overly astonished. At that moment, two shadowy figures, one large and one small, approached. Upon closer inspection, the larger figure donned dark armor and wielded twin black blades, emitting a fearsome roar. Though the armored figure was indeed imposing, he paled in comparison to the other, who stood bare-chested, showcasing muscles akin to a beast, wielding a stone axe that dwarfed their height, releasing a primal growl. "Here they come. Brother, prepare." Without hesitation, the three initiated their martial spirit fusion technique, and in the next instant, the two groups collided. Outside, Hong Wu continued his conversation with Oscar and Du Guyin, saying, "To be honest, a quarter of an hour is based on the time you've been running away. So, if that's the case, even if we were to flee, we could only manage half that time. What if we chose to fight instead?" Oscar inquired, astonished. "Fight?" Xiaohong grinned mischievously. Oscar shivered at the sight of her smile. For they had privately concluded that when Hongwu smiled, life and death became uncertain. Before Xiaohong could elaborate, a loud crash echoed, as though something had slammed against the door from within. Oscar and Du Guyin exchanged bewildered glances, and under their scrutiny, Xiaohong re-emerged, dragging the three, now resembling limp clay, out of the house. Chapter 111. A storm arising from one time flew by, and the Continental Advanced Soul Master Academy Elite competition commenced. Notably, this year's event introduced a new rule, the prohibition of any soul tools during the competition. Indeed, after Wu Ling and Bi Bidong conferred and released a portion of soul respect and lower-tier weapons, this regulation was established. The rationale behind this decision stemmed from the portability and lethality of soul tools. Even a soul tool of the soul respect level could pose a fatal threat to a soul master of the soul realm if multiple attacks were directed at them. Thus, in consideration of the participants' safety, this additional rule was implemented. Days passed since the competition began, and within the imperial city of the Tiando Empire, the preliminary rounds reached their climax. "Now, let us welcome the competing teams," as the referee announced. Cheers erupted from the crowd as two teams emerged from opposite ends of the arena. The referee skillfully built the atmosphere, stating, "The team on the north side hails from the Thunder Academy, while the southern team represents the Divine Wind Academy." As anticipated, it was once again two teams from the Five Elements Academy, setting the stage for a fiercely balanced battle. Although both teams would advance to the next round, only one could claim the title of champion, who would ultimately seize victory: the defending champions, Thunder Academy, or the Rising Stars of Divine Wind Academy. Let the competition begin. With the referee's command, the battle between the blue and green teams ignited. On the high platform, Emperor Shuiyi occupied the main seat, flanked by Ning Fingji, the leader of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile Pagoda, and on the other side, the Archbishop Salas from the Spirit Hall's branch in the Tiando Imperial City. Behind the three thrones stood the board of directors from the Tiando Royal Academy and the Crown Prince, Xue Qinghe. "Ning Zhongju, which of these two teams do you believe has the greater chance of victory?" Emperor Shuiyi inquired while savoring grapes offered by Prince Xuexing, his gaze fixed on the unfolding battle below. Ning Fingji, seated beside him, exuded a refined and gentle demeanor, dressed in immaculate white robes, his appearance as pristine as jade. He appeared to be under 40, with a gentle gaze that made him seem like an ordinary person. His smooth black hair cascaded down his back, presenting an effortless demeanor, devoid of any pretentiousness. Upon hearing the inquiry from the Snow Knight Emperor, Ning Fingji stroked his chin thoughtfully, scrutinizing the battles unfolding below. Since the last competition where he collaborated with the Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus family without securing the championship, he opted not to continue their partnership this time. Consequently, he found himself uncertain about the situation at Thunder Academy. After a brief moment, Ning Fingji assessed that the overall strength of both teams was fairly comparable. Apart from the two captains, each side comprised 4 Soul Masters at level 40 and 2 Soul Emperors. It seemed both academies had resolved to compensate for quality with quantity. Regarding the odds of victory, the Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus, being the premier beast martial soul, had no rivals in terms of martial soul quality within the Divine Wind Academy's ranks. The remaining contestants posed no significant disparity or variables, suggesting that, Unless Divine Wind Academy had hidden trump cards, Thunder Academy held a greater chance of success. Upon hearing Ning Fengxi's analysis, the Snow Knight Emperor nodded with a smile, while Xuexing, holding a bunch of grapes, seized the opportunity to remark, "Your Majesty. The captain of Thunder Academy is actually a twin, and one of our main team members is his brother. Furthermore, our Royal Academy has spared no effort in resource allocation. With the assistance of supplies provided by Sect Master Ning, in the past half-month, we successfully elevated all 7 members of our main team to the level of Soul Masters. These 7 elite members from our Tiando Empire possess remarkable talents. And with His Majesty's abundant blessings, the royal disciples exhibit extraordinary prowess. Our Empire's legacy is destined to endure. And this competition will surely allow us to vanquish our foes and elevate our nation's prestige." Xuexing's praises for the main team's 7 members gradually lifted the Snow Knight Emperor's spirits, which had previously been dampened by the Tiando sub-team's dismal performance against the Elephant Armor Academy. "Very well," he said, his mood brightening as he covertly glanced at Salas beside him. "Your Grace, how does your team compare to ours this year?" The Snow Knight Emperor, now aware that his main team consisted entirely of Soul Masters, asked with newfound confidence. In the previous 2 competitions, the Martial Soul Hall triumphed due to their numerical advantage of 7 Soul Masters. However, reports from a year ago suggested that this time, the quality of the Martial Soul Hall's team might not even match that of the last, with only 5 Soul Masters and 2 Soul Emperors. Contrary to expectations, the anticipated defensiveness did not manifest. The Snow Knight Emperor tilted his head in confusion, observing a relaxed and disdainful expression on Salas's face, which caused both Ning Fengxi and the Snow Knight Emperor to feel a sense of foreboding. "Ah, Your Majesty, if it were last year's team, there would indeed be a chance for victory. However, this year is different," Salas replied with a knowing smile. "A few days ago, I received a notification from His Holiness the Pope that following the preliminaries, the participating teams will return to Martial Soul City together. The reason being that the Pope's disciple will personally take the field." The Snow Knight Emperor, Ning Fengxi, and Xuexing, including the disguised Qian Renxue, were momentarily stunned. This was due to the heightened attention given to the martial spirit by the royal families of the Tiando and Xinglua empires, not merely because he was the Pope's disciple, but due to the offensive capabilities of his soul tool. Even a soul master with a mere white ring could wield a soul tool, and even an ordinary person, provided they had a soul power source, could utilize one. The distinction between the martial spirit hall and the 2 empires lay in the former's superior combat strength, whereas the latter relied more on lower-tiered power. However, with the invention of the soul tools by the martial spirit, an onslaught of attacks from tens of thousands, or even hundreds of thousands of soul emperors would render even 10 titled Douluos ineffective. Moreover, the previously captivating techniques attracted numerous soul masters, establishing the martial spirit's name as a household one. Thus, regardless of the faction, the martial spirit would invariably influence the continent's dynamics, prompting various forces to regard him as a priority. Yet now Salas, the leader of the Martial Spirit Hall, claimed that this martial spirit would personally compete. It was known that information regarding him was scant, and the sudden decision by the Martial Spirit Hall to allow him to participate seemed like a blatant opportunity to gather intelligence. In light of this revelation, even the prospect of Thunder Academy's victory faded from the Snow Knight Emperor's focus. His sole preoccupation became devising methods to acquire more information about the martial spirit. He was not alone in this pursuit. Ning Fengxi, as well as other factions from the Xinglua Empire, were equally engaged in contemplating strategies to uncover the martial spirit's secrets. Chapter 112. The finale commences. It had been 2 years since his last visit, and the changes were indeed striking. Sitting in the soul-guided carriage, Xuexing had gazed out at the streets, reflecting on the transformation. Half a month prior, upon learning that the martial spirit would participate in this competition, the Snow Knight Emperor made a deliberate decision to send Xuexing to Martial Soul City to witness the finals. After the competition, Xuexing would extend an invitation to the martial spirit for a banquet, as they had shared a cordial rapport years ago. Now that Xuexing had ascended to the status of the Crown Prince, it was only fitting to reconnect with the martial spirit, who would surely appreciate the sentiment and grant favor to the Crown Prince of the Tiando Empire. To ensure Xuexing's safety, the Snow Knight Emperor enlisted Xuexing to recruit Douluo as a protector for the prince, which explained Douluo's presence in the same carriage. Douluo cast a complex glance at the inquisitive Xuexing, grappling with the absurdity of his situation, tasked with safeguarding the prince while being an undercover agent for the Martial Spirit Hall within the Tiando Empire. However, recalling the support the martial spirit had provided to Xuexing's ascension, He couldn't help but harbor some doubts about the prince himself. Nevertheless, he resolved to fulfill his duty, having devised a plausible excuse to commend Xue Qinghe's merits after the protection mission, thereby subtly praising him in front of the Snow Knight Emperor, which would serve to fulfill half of his task. Just as Douluo contemplated how to express his admiration upon their return, Ning Fengji, seated in a soul-guided carriage behind them, was similarly observing the bustling streets alongside two tidal Douluos. Bicycles, soul vehicles, and those tall posts must be the streetlights mentioned in the reports. I hear they illuminate at night, and there are even small decorative lights. I should bring some back for Rongrong. The expression on Bone Douluo's face was perpetually adorned with a hint of a false smile, yet it softened slightly when the name Ning Rongrong was mentioned. Although Ning Fengji listened attentively to Bone Douluo's discourse, his gaze remained fixed on the soul tools displayed outside the window. Simultaneously, his right hand gently caressed the soul-guided vehicle he was seated in. Undoubtedly, a gift for Rongrong was imperative. But the primary purpose of this visit was to procure the offensive soul tools held by the Spirit Hall. For support-type soul masters like us, the significance of these tools is monumental, far exceeding that of ordinary individuals. Regrettably, the Spirit Hall's supply of soul tools is limited and prioritized for their own soul masters, making it challenging to acquire sufficient quantities even with some covert maneuvers. Furthermore, I refuse to believe that only soul tools below the rank of soul sovereign exist. The Spirit Hall undoubtedly possesses stronger variants, albeit undisclosed. After Ning Fengji finished speaking, both Bone Douluo and Sword Douluo exchanged knowing nods. As the protectors of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School, they were well aware of the tremendous assistance offensive soul tools could provide to support-type soul masters. However, they expressed skepticism regarding the possibility of acquiring such tools from the Spirit Hall. Fengji, do you truly think the Spirit Hall would agree to sell us offensive soul tools? Frankly speaking, this would be akin to nurturing a tiger at one's side, queried Bone Douluo. Ning Fengji shook his head in response. I have received intelligence indicating that the true authority over soul tools lies with Bibi Dong's disciple, Wu Ling, as he is the creator of all these soul tools. Despite his remarkable talent, he remains merely a child in his teens. I have arranged to bypass the Spirit Hall and conduct transactions directly with him during the upcoming banquet. We shall establish a regulation prohibiting conflicts with the Spirit Hall, supplemented by additional incentives to pique his interest. And since Wu Ling is engaging with us on a personal level, the Spirit Hall will find it difficult to object, even if he is uninterested. I have a contingency plan that I am confident will yield success, he continued. As Ning Fengji elaborated, the soul-guided vehicle gradually came to a halt. The three exchanged glances before Ning Fengji was the first to disembark. He joined Xue Qinghe from the vehicle ahead, while Douluo and Bone Douluo followed closely behind. Together, they were led by their attendants into the residence constructed for distinguished guests by the Spirit Hall. Young Master. The guests who have already arrived include the Crown Prince of the Heaven Do Empire, Xue Qinghe, the leader of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School, Ning Fengji, the 5 deans from the 5 Elements Academy, several titled Douluo, and Prince Davis of the Star Luo Empire, reported the butler. Wu Ling, without a hint of anxiety, indulged in freshly prepared desserts. Wait, Davis? I recall he is participating in this competition. Wu Ling interrupted the butler's report, inquiring further. The butler, oldly, calmly responded, relaying that the champion of this tournament would receive a noble title and territory from the Star Luo Empire, thus placing the prince on the main team. Moreover, this prince reportedly attained the rank of Soul Master 2 months prior. Although his level is relatively low, he is the captain of the team, which consists of 6 players, 5 of whom are Soul Masters, and the Soul Sovereign is Davis's fiancée, Zhu Zhuyun. It is speculated that they have likely completed their martial soul fusion technique. In addition, there are 3 reserve players, 2 Soul Masters, and 1 Soul Sovereign. Listening to Old Li articulate all the information with remarkable clarity, Wu Ling nodded in satisfaction. Acknowledging the butler's exceptional capabilities, undoubtedly a testament to Bibi Dong's discerning choice. What martial soul fusion technique? If it weren't for Brother Wu's restrictions, they wouldn't have the opportunity to display their prowess, scoffed Yen, who was doing push-ups on the grass, enduring the excruciating pain in his arms while dismissing the Star Luo Empire's signature martial soul fusion technique. Nonetheless, he was not overly arrogant. After undergoing Wu Ling's rigorous training, he was confident that even with just the 5 of them, including 2 Soul Sovereigns, they still had a chance at victory. However, they remained somewhat overshadowed in Wu Ling's presence. Wu Ling smiled silently at Yan's remarks, while Hulaina beside him interjected, Enough, Yan. This competition is essentially prepared for Brother Wu. Their strength only serves to highlight his own. Now, focus on training. Your time will come, she added. With Wu Ling's intervention, the conversation ceased. Meanwhile, outside, as various individuals arrived, the finals of the Advanced Soul Master Academy Elite Competition commenced. Chapter 113, The Abyssal Gap. The Spirit Hall. The Spirit Hall. The Spirit Hall. The opening match featured the Spirit Hall pitted against the champions of the Heaven-Do Empire's preliminary rounds, the Thunder Academy. Yet, amidst the vast audience, the cheers for Thunder Academy were scant. Seated in the VIP section, Ning Fingji keenly observed this anomaly. Although this was the Spirit Hall's home ground, previous cheers, especially from esteemed institutions like Thunder Academy, would have at least been a 70-30 split, but this time, the supporters for Thunder Academy barely reached 10%. It appeared that the Spirit Hall's reputation had soared even higher than before, possibly due to that young man. Under the watchful eyes of Ning Fingji and thousands of spectators, the Spirit Hall's team emerged from the passageway. Historically, the Spirit Hall's uniforms were white, but this time, the leading youth donned an all-black attire. It was evident that this young man was none other than the current Pope's disciple, Wu Ling. Instantly, the entire arena fell silent, only to erupt moments later into a cacophony of exuberant cheers. Oh, it's Lord Wu Ling. He is so handsome. I want to have his child. Get lost. You wretched woman, do you think you're worthy? I could give him 10. Look, he just smiled at me. Ah, I feel it already. Add me in. Add me in. I want in too. Brother, you're a man. And so what? My love for him is genuine. The popularity of Wu Ling can be attributed not only to his own fame but also to the formidable backing of the Spirit Hall. Within the Spirit City, as life continually improves and the Spirit Hall actively promotes him, even a 3-year-old child taken from the roadside would understand that all of this is the result of Wu Ling's efforts, deserving of gratitude and admiration. Additionally, a crucial factor lies in Wu Ling's level of handsome appearance, standing at 185 meters tall at the age of 15, with a commanding and upright stature. Clad in a black trench coat and a smile that feels like a gentle spring breeze. Upon his emergence, he exudes an ethereal aura. Yet as he traverses the short distance of a dozen meters, his presence transforms from a hidden brook in a secluded forest into a transcendent sword capable of cleaving heaven and earth. Resilient, invincible, the mightiest. Even the entire Thunder Academy has taken to the stage, yet the gaze of the crowd remains fixated on Wu Ling. That youth is extraordinary. I perceive a sword intent emanating from him. Suddenly, the sword Douluo Chen Xin, who had been meditating at the back, spoke beside Ning Fingji. Ning Fingji looked at Chen Xin in astonishment, for it was known that both the sword and bone Douluos would typically leave one behind to guard the sect, only accompanying him to the Spirit City. Even then, Chen Xin generally showed little interest in battles among juniors. Yet this time, without even engaging in combat, Wu Ling managed to capture his attention. A sword intent? Could it be that Wu Ling's martial spirit is also a sword? Ning Fingji speculated. Among the external world, opinions about Wu Ling's martial spirit were diverse, but with Chen Xin asserting the presence of sword intent, it becomes highly probable that it is indeed a sword. For who would idly practice with an ordinary weapon in the realm of spirit masters? However, after a brief contemplation, Chen Xin dismissed this notion, stating, "No. It is not merely sword intent. There is something more. I cannot ascertain the nature of the youth's martial spirit, but in terms of swordsmanship, he likely rivals me." Ning Fingji and Gu Rong were taken aback. Having known each other for years, they had never encountered anyone who could match Chen Xin in swordsmanship. Now, to hear Chen Xin claim that a teenager can compare to someone who has devoted his life to the sword was truly shocking. Nevertheless, this was indeed a declaration from Chen Xin himself. Ning Fingji sighed deeply. He had already held Wu Ling in high regard. But Chen Xion's words made him realize he had underestimated him. The competition was about to commence. Let us observe his performance. On the arena, the 7 members of Thunder Academy gazed at Wu Ling, who stood before them without even adopting a stance, feeling a sense of suffocation. Even the 2 soul masters at the back, if not for supporting each other, would have likely collapsed in weakness. Observing the Thunder Academy's demeanor, the cheers that had been sporadically rising began to diminish amidst the waves of sound. However, the 5 spectators in the special seats, including Hu Laina, comprehended the situation. Standing before Wu Ling felt less like an equal contest and more like a perilous abyss where a single misstep could lead to demise. As the protective shield was raised, the referee outside called out, "Both sides, take your positions." Although the conditions of both teams were evident, the Thunder Academy did not concede, and the referee would not kindly inquire if they were ready to begin. With the referee's voice echoing, thousands of eyes were glued to Wu Ling, eagerly anticipating his movements. Yet, in the next moment, The 6 teammates in white uniforms behind Wu Ling unexpectedly turned around, leaping off the arena without uttering a word. What? The 6 members of the Spirit Hall collectively jumped off the stage, leaving only Wu Ling atop the arena. Does this imply that Wu Ling intends to take on 7 opponents single-handedly? The unusual actions of the 6 jolted the Thunder Academy members to realization. Despite Wu Ling's imposing aura, he was still but a solitary individual, while they had 7. Everyone, attack! With the command from the captain of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon. The remaining 6 sprang into action. As Wu Ling's teammates vacated the arena, he faced the oncoming barrage of attacks with a serene smile and then took his first step forward. A minute later, the entire assembly fell into stunned silence. And the arena was left with only Wu Ling and the Thunder Academy captain, whom he had lifted by the throat. Crushing dominance. Gradually, someone with a trembling voice began to describe the scene on the stage. While they all understood Wu Ling's strength would be formidable, witnessing such extraordinary power surpassed their comprehension, filling their hearts with an indescribable fear. Yet, upon realizing this was one of their own, that fear transformed into relief and cheers, amidst waves of applause. The captain of Thunder Academy gazed at the figure before him with terror. Wu Ling strolled towards him leisurely, as if all their attacks were evading him, landing not a single blow, while his teammates were dispatched with a single punch each, thrown off the stage unconscious. Even his own dragon transformation, which he prided himself on, was effortlessly subdued by Wu Ling's palm, leaving him feeling as helpless as a child being toyed with. Sensations of pain emanated from his throat, and the vast chasm of disparity struck him with the thought, what kind of being am I battling against? Chapter 114. The extreme flow of the ethereal white tiger. Moments ago, not a single attack from Thunder Academy had struck. Could this be the martial skill of Wu Ling? Yet, he hadn't even revealed his martial spirit. Ning Fengji pondered Wu Ling's movements, recognizing their peculiarity but unable to articulate what made them so. Thus, he looked to Chen Xian, hoping this master of the sword could provide clarity. To his surprise, he discerned a serious expression in Chen Xian's eyes. Chen Xian intently observed Wu Ling on the stage, as if committing every movement to memory, and then slowly uttered a term, the Eye of the Heart. The Eye of the Heart? Ning Fengji inquired, puzzled. As a support-type spirit master, he was familiar with various aspects of spirit master knowledge, and although he understood some matters regarding commerce and treasures, he was utterly ignorant of martial skills, knowing only a bit of self-defense beyond the ordinary. Upon hearing Ning Fengji's confusion, Chen Xian began to explain, I once heard my father mention that long ago. The founder of our 7 killing sword learned the Eye of the Heart. It is both a technique and a gift. This gift is akin to an instinct or sixth sense, surpassing the notion of unity of man and heaven. Those endowed with the Eye of the Heart can anticipate their opponent's actions. Even a mere lift of the hand can reveal the next move. Therefore, those with the Eye of the Heart are exceedingly difficult to ambush. When I observed the youth's actions, it was clear that from the moment he took his first step, he had already predicted the attacks of the 7 adversaries, and each of his subsequent steps were executed with intricate refinements, allowing those attacks to seem as if they were consciously avoiding him. Of course, due to the fluidity of his movements and the meticulous adjustments to the majority of observers, it merely appeared as though he was walking straight through. After listening to Chen Xian's explanation, Ning Fengji nodded in apparent confusion. He didn't need to ponder it deeply. Simply recognizing its significance sufficed. Soon after, as the martial spirit Wu Ling hurled the opposing captain off the stage, the referee announced Wu Ling's victory amidst a cacophony of deafening cheers. Chen Xian then reminded, Fengji, have you noticed? He did not utilize his martial soul, did he? Indeed, that is one aspect, and another is his physique. He just withstood the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon's transformation strike solely through his physical prowess, without any soul power, in stark contrast to the fervent enthusiasm of the surrounding audience. Ning Fengji and his companions stared blankly at Wu Ling's retreating figure as he returned to the passageway. Fengji, I wish to meet him, Chen Xian suddenly declared. Ning Fengji, taken aback by Chen Xian's request, realized it had been quite some time since he had heard such a demand. Very well, I shall invite him after the finals. The use of the word invite indicated that Ning Fengji now regarded Wu Ling as an equal. Despite hearing Ning Fengji's promise, Chen Xian's gaze remained fixed on that tunnel. For he had a premonition. If he wished to advance his swordsmanship, which had stagnated for years, the key lay with Wu Ling. Upon returning to the passageway, Wu Ling gave a symbolic nod to the 6 individuals who continuously praised him, though he could not recall their names, before departing the competition arena under the watchful eyes of the crowd. In the following days, every team opposing the Martial Soul Hall was swiftly defeated by Wu Ling within a minute, and Chen Xian found himself increasingly captivated. Eventually, the time for the finals arrived. And as expected, the match was between the martial soul hall and the main team of the Douluo Empire. Prior to the match, the young Davis boasted, declaring he would force Wuling to reveal his martial soul. So, you intend to compel my martial soul to surface? Wuling inquired, gazing at Davis standing opposite him. Indeed. Through these past few days of observation, I have come to realize that the more we estimate your strength, the more easily we are overturned by you. Thus, after discussions, we have decided to shift our goal from claiming the championship to forcing you to use your martial soul. After all, as the only participant in this grand tournament to exhibit a martial soul, the honor of battling you remains immeasurable. Upon hearing this, Wuling chuckled lightly. Then come and give it a try. 10 seconds later, amidst the referee's call, Wuling did not approach actively this time. Instead, he stood there in a daze. However, the actions of the 7 members of the Douluo Empire before him left Wuling somewhat dazzled. The 2 support spirit masters behind them disregarded their own depletion, fervently stacking buffs on Davis. Once those 2 spirit masters exhausted their soul power, they, like the 6 from the spirit hall, leaped off the stage. Indeed, you seem utterly unconcerned about your opponent's preparations. Feeling the abundant power within him, Davis spoke with a sharp gaze. This was something he had observed while watching Wuling battle the Tiando team. Wuling could easily evade or counter direct attacks against him, but he granted ample time for amplification and weakening skills to be executed. Davis understood that Wuling's absolute confidence in his own strength led him to disdain interrupting those augmentations that were inconsequential to him. Yet, this very trait played into Davis's hands, for within his previously abandoned plans lay a strategy known as the ultimate flow of the Nether White Tiger. With the departure of those 2 support spirit masters, a previously unseen spirit master positioned himself behind Davis. That individual appeared to be a reserve member. Wuling glanced at him briefly before losing interest and returning his focus to Davis's maneuvers. However, an astonishing event soon unfolded. 4th soul skill, Chain of Soul Power. Accompanied by that individual's soul skill, numerous chains shot forth from his body, linking Davis, Zhu Zhuyun, and the remaining 2 soul masters together. In the next moment, while Zhu Zhuyun and Davis's soul power levels gradually rose, the other 3's energy began to wane. Wuling, I must thank you for the successful implementation of this plan, for it is exceedingly intricate. It requires all 7 present to create a Nether White Tiger capable of contending with a high-ranking Soul King, which would be impossible under any circumstances. Yet, your pride and arrogance have facilitated its completion. Now, not only must I force your martial soul to emerge, but I shall also claim victory. Upon finishing, Davis's aura reached its peak as Zhu Zhuyun beside him ascended to the level of an ordinary soul master. However, this came at a cost, evident from the strain on their faces. I shall be the one to defeat you. With Davis's roar, he and Zhu Zhuyun fused together. And in the next instant, a colossal figure enveloped in thick white smoke appeared before Wuling. Chapter 115. Champion. Half the arena was cloaked in mist as a massive black shadow stepped forth. Before Wuling stood a black giant tiger over 20 meters long and nearly 10 meters tall, its eyes one red and one blue, with a resplendent golden crown upon its forehead. I have witnessed a 5-for-1 exchange at the start before, Wuling mused, but a 7-for-1 is truly unprecedented. Ignoring Wuling's provocation, the Nether White Tiger let out a thunderous roar, a powerful aura emanating from its immense form, shattering the mist surrounding it as it lunged toward Wuling. Unlike most martial soul fusion techniques that relied on energy, the ability of the Nether White Tiger was purely physical. The augmentation Davis and Zhu Zhuyun received earlier elevated the tiger's strength to that of a top-tier Soul King, comparable to a soul beast around 20,000 years old. If this power were to be unleashed in past competitions, despite the time limitation of the Nether White Tiger, the opposing team would likely struggle to endure until then. It was fair to say that when this technique was executed, the goddess of victory was already waving at him. Regrettably, this time he faced a being who had bound the goddess of victory to his side and transformed her into his own likeness, defying all logic. A massive black cat, yet alas, I still prefer the elegance of the white mane. As Wuling spoke, the tiger's paw, comparable to half his stature, suddenly swiped down from an angle toward him, to which Wuling merely raised a hand. Predictably, an unexpected event occurred. With a resounding crash, the ground was fractured, and the once invincible Wuling was sent flying amidst the astonished gazes of countless onlookers. Just moments prior, they had entertained fantasies of Wuling effortlessly withstanding such a strike, for his formidable and invincible image was deeply ingrained in their minds. However, as Wuling was sent soaring, that image shattered, replaced by one of strength tempered with flaws, grounding the previously mythologized warrior in a more relatable light. Yet, This very shift caused them to overlook a crucial detail. Wu Ling still had not unleashed his martial soul. While airborne, Wu Ling was also taken aback. The power of the nether white tiger had surpassed his expectations. So, it inherited the previous buffs? No wonder it is so powerful, although it still cannot breach my defenses. In terms of sheer strength, it poses a formidable challenge. I may need to adopt certain tactics from a particular stallion. Meanwhile, after executing the tiger's paw, Davis, controlling the nether white tiger, was equally astonished by Wu Ling's seemingly unscathed form in the air. He thought to himself that, against that strike, even fully armored, he might not have withstood it. Yet, Wu Ling appeared unaffected, his clothing only slightly torn, and his skin bore no marks, though internal injuries could not be ruled out. His expression suggested otherwise. Could it be that his defenses remained unbroken? In a moment of existential reflection, Davis pondered his life choices. But being a seasoned prince of the Luo Empire, an idea struck him as Wu Ling landed back on the stage. I do not need to defeat him. I merely need to knock him off the stage. Enlightened by this winning strategy, Davis felt a surge of energy as he sensed his body aching from the strain. While Zhu Zhiyun's encouragement echoed, "Come on, Wu Ling. Allow me to show you my limits." As soon as Wu Ling's heels touched the ground, before the bacteria could even ascend, Davis commanded the ethereal white tiger to lunge at Wu Ling once more, this time with its claws swiping horizontally. Wu Ling leisurely cast a glance to the side, instantly comprehending Davis's intention. If he couldn't shatter my defenses, he would aim to force me off the platform. How naive. This time, as Wu Ling faced a formidable strike infused with the power of claw winds, he executed a lateral somersault, evading the attack while deftly landing on the arm of the spectral white tiger. In the next moment, the spectral white tiger swung its arm towards the ground. But Wu Ling, leveraging his agility, had already ascended to its shoulder. "Have you lost your warrior's heart, Wu Ling? Fight me as you did before," Davis exclaimed. His meticulously laid plans ruthlessly dismantled by Wu Ling's actions, prompting him to curse in frustration, burdened by both physical and mental strain. Wu Ling evaded the strike aimed at his shoulder, leaping onto the creature's head. Hearing the sounds emanating from beneath him, Wu Ling chuckled. "Do you take me for a fool? Your current state cannot last much longer. Exhausted, you will be at my mercy, and I can defeat you effortlessly and without harm. Why should I engage in a futile struggle? I am far too lazy to even employ my techniques. As for the warrior's heart, apologies. But my warrior's heart is to act as I please." Upon hearing Wu Ling's words, Davis, seething with rage, slammed his head against the ground. But Wu Ling simply jumped onto his back as he fell. Davis collapsed face down, and Wu Ling then positioned himself atop his abdomen, just as Wu Ling had predicted. In the ensuing moments, the spectral white tiger failed to lay a finger on him. To the spectators, the scene unfolding on the platform resembled a game of cat and mouse, albeit with an unusually large feline. 3 minutes passed, and the spectral white tiger, which could have sustained itself for 5 minutes, had forcibly reduced its endurance by 2 minutes through self-destructive attacks. Suddenly, Wu Ling felt the ground beneath him vanish, and the spectral white tiger dissipated, leaving Davis and Zhu Zhiyun sprawled on the ground, utterly spent. Struggling to remain conscious, Davis gazed at the descending Wu Ling, mumbling something. Through lip-reading, Wu Ling discerned that Davis was praising his handsomeness. "Really now, I am aware of my charm, but there is no need to extol it so publicly," Wu Ling remarked, bending down with a pleased expression. Hearing Wu Ling's unabashed self-praise, Davis could no longer endure it. His eyes rolled back, and he fainted. "What is this? Have I dazzled him into unconsciousness?" Wu Ling mused playfully, then waved towards the referee. The referee, realizing the situation, raised the megaphone and proclaimed, "The champion of this Continental Elite Soul Master Academy competition is here. It is the Spirit Hall team led by Wu Ling." In an instant, the cheers of tens of thousands echoed, reaching even those several streets away. Although Wu Ling's final combat style did not align with the audience's expectations, the groundwork laid prior had led them to anticipate this outcome, resulting in only mild disappointment. After the referee's announcement, the crowd resumed their fervent enthusiasm. Amidst the cacophony of cheers, Wu Ling, having claimed victory, descended the platform with an unchanging demeanor, much like when he had ascended in silence. Chapter 116. Rewards and invitations. He was not only formidable in physique but also unwavering in spirit. He paid no heed to the gaze of outsiders, seemingly acting at will. Yet every choice he made was fundamentally advantageous to himself. Later, Ning Fengji would assess Wu Ling in this manner. That evening, at Wu Ling's home, he sat across from Bibi Dong, both enjoying a meal prepared by Wu Ling, engaging in pleasant conversation. "How did it feel in the finals, Lingo?" The speed of Wu Ling did not diminish as he placed a piece of meat atop the rice to cool, then casually remarked, "It's mediocre, really." The strength is commendable, but the agility leaves much to be desired. The coordination of those two was somewhat lacking, and their reaction time was rather prolonged. Ultimately, the nether white tiger is rather unimpressive. If it were a matter of life and death, I could devise no less than 10 methods to eliminate it. Even without employing my martial soul. With the enhancement of his strength, Wu Ling grew increasingly confident, and his demeanor around Bibi Dong became more casual. However, Bibi Dong and the Spirit Hall had provided him with considerable assistance over the years, such as supplying medicinal materials, intelligence on soul beasts, hunting support, and protection. Thus, despite Wu Ling's newfound power, he had no thoughts of severing ties, especially since the entirety of Spirit City was nearly inscribed by Xiaofeng. Bibi Dong noticed Wu Ling's shifting attitude, but she understood that geniuses often receive special treatment, so she did not dwell on this change. She then reminded him, "Ling at tomorrow's awards ceremony, I will announce your ascension to the position of Holy Son, so be prepared. Additionally, your presence has drawn many forces from Tiando, Xinglua, and beyond to witness the competition. I plan to host a banquet tomorrow evening to showcase you properly." "Understood, teacher," Wu Ling replied. After this exchange, they shared a moment of silent dining. Suddenly, Bibi Dong called for the butler and instructed him on something. Wu Ling did not inquire about Bibi Dong's actions. He assumed the tasks assigned to the butler were not of paramount importance. After a while, the butler approached with a bottle of red wine, placing a glass in front of both Wu Ling and Bibi Dong, filling each to 1/3 full. "Tomorrow's banquet will see you as the absolute focal point. It would be remiss not to partake in wine, especially now that you are 15, an age when one should indeed enjoy a drink. The two cardinal principles of drinking are etiquette and understanding the context, along with matters pertaining to the banquet, which we shall discuss as we sip." With that, Bibi Dong raised her glass, and Wu Ling followed suit. To the champion. The following morning, Wu Ling awoke from meditation. He had spent the previous night drinking with Bibi Dong, and although she had become slightly tipsy, he remained entirely unaffected. Upon noticing Wu Ling's remarkable tolerance, Bibi Dong felt reassured about the evening's banquet. After briefing him on the event's proceedings, she took her leave. After freshening up and having breakfast, Wu Ling arrived at the Pope's Hall of the Spirit Hall. Surveying his surroundings, he noticed that apart from himself, several teams and 6 members of the Spirit Hall had already arrived. On the periphery, Ning Fingxi, Xue Qinghe, and several influential figures of great power were gathered, observing the scene. Upon his arrival, Wu Ling did not engage in much, but rather, under the fervent gaze of the 6 spectators, he led the remaining members of the Spirit Hall battle team to the very center of the plaza, occupying the foremost position. He nodded in acknowledgement towards the elevated figure of Salus, who responded with a somewhat obsequious smile. Having witnessed Wu Ling's formidable prowess, Salus was acutely aware of the inscrutable depths of the individual before him, from any perspective one might consider. After a brief interlude, as the appointed time arrived, Salus waved his hand, declaring that the hour had come, and summoned the Pope. In a radiant burst of light, Bibi Dong appeared above, adorned in her papal attire. Wu Ling, as was only fitting, stepped forward to receive his accolades. "Your performance was commendable. I hope you will continue to strive and contribute even more to the realm of soul masters." With these words, Bibi Dong handed a scroll to Wu Ling. With a single knee, Wu Ling knelt and accepted the decree from Pope Xie. Although everyone present was well aware of the relationship between Wu Ling and Bibi Dong, the formalities had to be observed. This was a commendation personally bestowed by the current emperor of Xinglua, granting the bearer the title of Supreme Marquis and the right to a fief. Upon receiving the scroll, Salus began to elucidate the rewards to the assembled crowd. Upon hearing of the Marquis title and the fief, the expressions of envy were palpable among the common spirit masters, and even those from noble families felt a stir of desire. Subsequently, Wu Ling received a telepathic message from Bibi Dong stating that she had already communicated with the Emperor of Xinglua, allowing him the option to decline the Marquis title and fief in favor of selecting 3 items from the Imperial Treasury. Wu Ling understood her message clearly. Accepting the title and fief would effectively make him a part of the Xinglua Empire, though he would remain loyal to Bibi Dong above all to outsiders. He would be perceived as aligned with the Empire. Thus, he had intended to discuss the reward with Bibi Dong, but she had already resolved the matter for him. Following this, the Pope delivered his customary inspirational speech. At its conclusion, he proclaimed, thanks to Wu Ling's excellence in the unanimous agreement of all elders, that Wu Ling would henceforth be recognized as the Holy Son of the Spirit Hall. The members of the team and the spectators, momentarily distracted by the Pope's address, were suddenly jolted into awareness by this astounding announcement, exchanging looks of astonishment. Salus, recognizing the moment, promptly congratulated His Highness Wu Ling on becoming the Holy Son. In unison, the guards raised their voices, "Congratulations to His Highness Wu Ling on becoming the Holy Son." Even those team members who were initially reluctant joined in the chorus, echoing the celebratory proclamation. Bibi Dong then mentioned the upcoming banquet, noting that due to the large attendance, only the team leaders and vice-captains would be invited, while individuals like Ning Fingji and Xue Qinghe would certainly receive invitations. On the periphery, Ning Fingji and Xue Qinghe exchanged glances, each registering a hint of surprise in the other's eyes, stemming from both Wu Ling's ascension to the Holy Sun and the Spirit Hall's decision to host a banquet. Although the Spirit Hall had held banquets before, they had typically been for internal personnel. This occasion, with its extensive guest list, was unprecedented. Upon reflection, they comprehended the Spirit Hall's intentions to elevate Wu Ling's status. While they understood the motive, they wisely refrained from voicing their thoughts. Since the Spirit Hall was hosting a banquet, it would be prudent to show their support for both the institution and the newly appointed Holy Sun by attending. As the crowd remained in a state of bewilderment, the awards ceremony concluded. Chapter 117, The Banquet. Brilliant lights, sumptuous cuisine, and fine wines coalesced to create the most exquisite banquet along the Grand Avenue, with Wu Ling, adorned in formal attire, undoubtedly the star of the evening. After declining yet another invitation to dance from a lady, Wu Ling, feeling somewhat bored, retreated to the balcony with a glass of wine. Gazing at the luminous moonlight above, he murmured to himself, "Regardless of the circumstances, my past life as a reclusive individual makes me ill-suited for such gatherings. Moreover, according to the customary narrative, isn't it about time for the heroine to make her entrance?" As soon as Wu Ling's words fell, a voice emerged from behind him. "Brother Wu Ling, it has been years since we last met. Not only have you become the Holy Sun, but your strength has also become increasingly unfathomable." Recognizing the melodious tone that brought joy merely through sound, Wu Ling didn't even need to turn around to know who it was. "Ha ha ha, Brother Xue. You are in good spirits. No, I should now address you as His Highness the Crown Prince." With a smile, Wu Ling raised his cup towards the approaching Xue Qinghe. Xue Qinghe politely returned the gesture and leaned against the railing beside Wu Ling. "To drink alone under the moonlight, Brother Wu Ling, how poetic, coupled with your handsome visage, formidable prowess, and enigmatic creative abilities, it is no wonder that the second disciple of the Pope, the granddaughter of the poisoned Douluo, and several other young ladies wish to dance with you. If I were a woman, I would surely be entranced as well." Listening to Xue Qinghe's playful banter, Wu Ling sensed a hint of jealousy. "Brother Xue, you jest. They are merely acquaintances." Hearing Wu Ling's rare explanation, Xue Qinghe's smile brightened further. The two engaged in light conversation for a while, but as time passed, to avoid giving the impression of undue familiarity, Xue Qinghe gracefully concluded their exchange, finishing his drink as an excuse to step away from Wu Ling's side. This rationale was not intended for Wu Ling, but rather for individuals like Ning Fingji, as his current status as Crown Prince was quite sensitive. This was evident from the fact that many young ladies at the banquet dared to invite Wu Ling to dance but refrained from extending the same courtesy to Xue Qinghe. Though the positions of Xue Qinghe as Crown Prince and Wu Ling as the Holy Son of the Spirit Hall were nearly equivalent in the eyes of the majority, the Spirit Hall was still perceived merely as an organization, whereas the Tiando Empire held substantial power. Thus, dancing with Wu Ling posed no issue, as it is in the nature of spirit masters to admire the strong. However, to dance with Xue Qinghe would label a woman as associated with the Tiando Empire. This reflects the conservative mindset prevalent on this continent. While such matters may not be openly discussed, many would speculate about her connection to the empire upon hearing of her interaction with him. Even the same logic applies to men. For instance, why do you always accompany the Crown Prince of the Tiando Empire? What? You think the Crown Prince is a good person? Huh. You are merely coveting his status. How despicable. Of course, relationships like that of Ning Fingji, who serves as the Crown Princess mentor, are overt and can persist as long as desired. Moreover, he indeed kept a close watch on the balcony, but his focus was not on Xue Qinghe, but rather on Wu Ling, who still stood there. "Your Highness, it seems you share a good rapport with the Holy Sun," Ning Fingji remarked upon Xue Qinghe's return to his position. Xue Qinghe promptly responded, a hint of admiration gracing his features. "I and the Holy Sun are like old friends, having known each other for several years. However, while I always believed in his potential, his rapid growth and strength has truly surprised me." Ning Fingji, trusting in his pupil whom he had taught for several years, accepted this without question. After inquiring about Wu Ling's habits and preferences, he took a glass of wine and approached, It is indeed remarkable to witness someone so young possess such strength. It has truly broadened my horizons. Ning Fengji, being astute, did not approach Wu Ling in a condescending manner, but rather placed him on an equal pedestal, speaking with a tone that bore a hint of reverence. To defeat a soul sect or even a soul king without utilizing a martial spirit is undoubtedly worthy of admiration. After exchanging a few words, Ning Fengji suddenly inquired, "Forgive my boldness, but may I ask the current age and soul power level of the Holy Sun? Of course, if it is inconvenient for you to disclose. Feel free to disregard my question. Generally, it is considered exceedingly rude to inquire about another's soul power level shortly after meeting, and such a question could lead to an immediate severing of ties." Ning Fengji was well aware of this, yet knowing Xueqing's insights into Wu Ling's character, along with their brief dialogue, he decided to test the waters. Should he succeed, it would be commendable, and should he fail, it would not matter much, as their relationship had not yet formed any significant bond, and he could always seek to strengthen it later. Wu Ling's gaze remained fixed upon the star-studded night sky. Upon hearing Ning Fengji's inquiry, he casually replied, 15 years old, with a soul power level of 56. Such an astonishing combination, even for the already forewarned Ning Fengji, caused his pupils to contract slightly, though he quickly regained his composure. With the realm of a soul king combined with such a level of skill, it seemed this holy sun was indeed unparalleled among those beneath the soul sage. After estimating Wu Ling's strength in his mind, he continued to steer the conversation. 5 minutes passed, and the main event arrived, the Holy Sun Soul Tool, which truly dazzled the entire continent. Especially for those of us in the support system, its impact was of utmost importance. For this reason, I represent all support-type soul masters and humbly offering you my respects. With that, Ning Fengji bowed to Wu Ling. Those at the banquet who turned to the balcony were astonished to see Ning Fengji bowing to the Holy Sun of the Spirit Hall, leading to a flurry of speculation regarding their discourse. Wu Ling observed Ning Fengji's bowing, neither affirming nor rejecting the gesture. Ning clan leader, as a sect master, there's no need for such pretense. If you have something to say, please speak plainly. I believe in equitable exchange. Should your proposition resonate with me, I would not hesitate to agree. Hearing Wu Ling's words, Ning Fengji stood up without a hint of embarrassment, his smile radiant as if he had not just bowed. Yet inwardly, he was cursing. As Qingya had mentioned, Wu Ling was indeed a pure warrior and soul master, showing little concern for etiquette. It was the first time he had not been stopped and was instead assisted up. Quickly adjusting his mood, Ning Fengji spoke with utmost sincerity, Holy Sun. To celebrate the enhancement of support-type soul masters with your assistance, I sincerely invite you to visit our 7-treasure glazed tile school, where I would be honored to host you. Chapter 118, Star Luo Capital. Previously, the discussion centered on enhancing support-type soul masters, only to be abruptly followed by an invitation to the 7-treasure glazed tile school. Ah, I see. He aims to bypass the Spirit Hall and directly negotiate the soul tools to bolster the support-type soul masters of the 7-treasure glazed tile school. With a moment's reflection, Wu Ling comprehended Ning Fengji's intentions and gained clarity regarding his earlier demeanor. After gaining clarity, Wu Ling remained silent, merely gesturing for a servant to approach. He placed the empty wine cup onto the tray, then picked up another glass of wine, finally turning to gaze at the night scene, savoring the moment. Were he an ordinary individual, the tension of being kept in suspense by Wu Ling would undoubtedly induce a cold sweat. However, Ning Fengji, as the leader of a sect, could regard Wu Ling as his equal due to his formidable strength and potential, while also slightly lowering his status for the sake of a transaction. Yet, there existed a limit to this. After all, although those soul tools were beneficial, they were not life-saving essentials. If even the foremost auxiliary sect in the realm could not obtain them, it was certain that other sects would have even less access. Thus, the confirmation of this information justified his earlier demeanor. Wu Ling, observing Ning Fengji's calm demeanor, decided not to prolong the suspense. He turned to Ning Fengji and said, Ning Sect Master, you have indeed come to the right person regarding the soul tools. I can take direct responsibility for this matter. However, as you are aware, despite being the disciple of the Pope and the current Holy Sun, the Spirit Hall is not a one-man show. Therefore, if you wish to purchase soul tools, additional funds will be required. Ning Fengji was momentarily taken aback by Wu Ling's assertion, but then he chuckled heartily. Initially, he thought there might be some special conditions, but the only stipulation was a financial one, which was easily manageable. After all, the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School boasted the largest trading company on the continent, and wealth was not a concern for them. Excellent, the price is not an issue. This is hardly the ideal place for such discussions, and the hour is getting late. Please inform me in advance when the Holy Sun plans to visit our sect, so I may prepare a warm welcome for you. With that, Ning Fingji raised his glass to Wu Ling, downed the modest amount of red wine in a single gulp, and took his leave. Indeed, Ning Fingji spoke the truth. The banquet had reached its natural conclusion. Wu Ling returned to the center of the banquet, and after delivering the customary expressions of gratitude and speeches, the event, centered around him, came to a close. As the guests rode in carriages on their way back to the inn, they gazed at the standing street lamps, feeling an indescribable emotion welling up within them. Tomorrow, they would each return to their respective homes, yet having witnessed the many advancements here. The convenience of life sparked a thought that perhaps this place was not so bad after all. On Wu Ling's side, he mentioned to Bibi Dong about the transaction with the 7 Treasures glazed tile school. This was not due to any indecision on his part, but rather a fundamental respect for Bibi Dong as his teacher. Matters involving the top 3 sects were something she should be aware of. If Wu Ling were to remain silent, even if she initially trusted him upon learning the truth, doubts would eventually seep into her mind like water eroding stone. Though Wu Ling was unafraid of leaving the spirit hall, he knew that even a pet nurtured over 6 years could foster feelings, let alone several individuals who cared for him. Therefore, he preferred to mitigate such matters if possible. Early the next morning, everyone began their journey home. Despite the allure of Spirit City, it was ultimately not their home. However, the Star Luo battle team's convoy was particularly noteworthy, as it included an additional soul-guided vehicle, driven by a soul sage, a pivotal figure in any authority. The identity of the occupants was immediately apparent, heralding the presence of the Holy Sun, Wu Ling. Humph. That fellow actually claimed that I cannot exchange for soul coins and insisted that I personally retrieve the items. I suspect he is currently busy organizing the treasury, and what I will be allowed to choose will likely be mere scraps, Wu Ling grumbled while munching on snacks, vexed that this back and forth would consume nearly a month of his time. Don't be upset, little Lingling. It's simply because you've become quite the sought-after individual recently. Many wish to forge connections with you or engage in transactions regarding soul tools. Even the Emperor of Star Luo likely seeks to speak with you in person. Yu Guan teased with a light laugh. Please, Aunt Yu, spare me the laughter. It's not like I wanted this responsibility. It was my teacher who said she couldn't ensure the efficiency of soul tool production, thus assigning me these duties. You know how lazy I am. I even need assistance from Xiao Hong and the others in my cultivation. Once Xiaofan outlines the production process, my first order of business will be to pass this task off, Wu Ling lamented, scratching his head in a feigned display of distress. Initially, Wu Ling intended to address her as Grandma Yu, but under Yu Guan's insistence, he ultimately opted for Aunt Yu. Yu Guan merely smiled at Wu Ling's grievances, recognizing that he indeed possessed the qualifications to voice such sentiments. Aunt Yu, since we have some time, could you enlighten me about the Star Luo Empire? My dealings have mostly been with the Tiando Empire, so this is my first visit to the capital of Star Luo. As he spoke, Wu Ling inwardly mused. It was curious how such a vast empire was scarcely mentioned in the original text, not even the name of its ruler. Merely a fleeting reference during the conflict with Spirit City, rendering it a mere backdrop. Yu Guan delicately picked a grape with her elegant fingers and placed it between her luscious lips, the juice that trickled from the fruit enhancing her allure. Indeed, little Lingling, your interactions with the Star Luo Empire have been quite limited. To put it simply, our spirit hall follows a high-end route. In terms of the number and quality of soul masters, no other force on the continent can compare. The Tiando Empire boasts the top 3 sects, complemented by the 5 Elements Academy and one of the lower 4 sections. Although they may not match our spirit hall in high-end combat power, they are formidable nonetheless. However, in terms of sheer numbers, they surpass us with ordinary soldiers. As for the Star Luo Empire, despite having 3 lower 4 sects, it lacks a title Douluo, making its high-end combat power the weakest. Nevertheless, it stands alongside the Tiando Empire as one of the 2 great empires, relying on its lower-tier strength. The Star Luo military boasts a number that is several times greater than that of the Tiando Empire, and their military capabilities are formidable as well. Each emperor of the royal family is a warrior forged in battle, thereby maintaining a strong grip on the populace. In summary, our spirit hall excels in high-end combat power, but is somewhat weaker in the lower tiers. While the Tiando Empire has a balanced force but suffers from insufficient intimidation from its emperor, resulting in a somewhat mediocre display. Conversely, the Star Luo Empire has weak high-end power but possesses exceptional lower-tier strength, correct? Upon hearing Wu Ling's concise summary, Yu Guan nodded in satisfaction, recognizing his potential for growth. Then, Aunt Yu, as we converse, a fortnight swiftly passed, and Wu Ling and his companions finally arrived at the capital of the Star Luo Empire. Chapter 119. The fugitive third prince. Are you truly not reconsidering, Holy Sun? The Emperor of Douluo sat imposingly on his throne, exuding an air of authority even in his calm demeanor, attempting to entice Wu Ling into accepting the offer of land and title. His initial plan was to have Wu Ling agree to forego 3 items from the treasury in exchange for a title and land. This maneuver was not due to the Douluo Empire's reluctance to part with those 3 treasures, but rather for the sake of Wu Ling himself. Originally, it had been agreed upon with the Pope of the Spirit Hall to exchange the land and title for the 3 items. And to backtrack now would raise suspicions of a breach of contract. Yet, he had not anticipated that this reward would successfully draw out the Holy Son, Wu Ling. Even if he faced repercussions from the Spirit Hall later, he was determined to attempt to retain Wu Ling. If Wu Ling could be persuaded to stay, their relationship could strengthen, and future transactions regarding soul tools would become considerably easier. My apologies, Your Majesty, but my heart is not here. I still prefer the 3 items. Wu Ling shook his head in response. Upon hearing Wu Ling's reply, the smile of the Emperor of Xinglua diminished slightly, since Wu Ling could directly refuse the title and territory. It seemed that the prospect of trading soul tools was equally bleak. Indeed, Wu Ling had no intention of engaging in such transactions with him. His dealings with the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School were rooted in the fact that it was merely a sect or clan among its members. Those with martial spirits from the 7 Treasure Glazed Tower were relatively few, even if they possessed soul tools. It merely enhanced their self-defense capabilities without significantly impacting the larger picture. However, the situation was markedly different with the Xinglua Empire. During his journey, Wu Ling had come to understand that the empire exemplified the adage of many ants can kill an elephant. Should those ordinary citizens or soldiers with only 1 or 2 rings gain access to the soul tools of Soul Respect or Soul Sect, their collective strength could potentially double. Ultimately, this disparity stemmed from the overall weakness of Douluo continent's combat prowess. A typical title Douluo, barring exceptional cases like de Gabo, would find themselves retreating when confronted by over 100,000 ordinary individuals. After all, the sheer number could exhaust their soul power, and without sufficient soul power, even formidable Soul Douluo or Soul Sage could overpower them, as they could only utilize their limited 9 soul skills. Subsequently, the Emperor of Xinglua, seemingly unfazed, offered a few words of encouragement before instructing someone to lead Wu Ling to collect his rewards. An hour later, Wu Ling emerged from the treasury with a servant, having acquired 2 herbs that were nearly celestial in nature but not quite, along with a damaged ancient soul guiding device. It seemed I truly lacked the fortune of a protagonist. Even a legitimate visit to the national treasury yielded no remarkable treasures. It is not my fault, after all. I have studied magic and possess a discerning eye. This implies that the good items have likely been transferred away by the people of the Xinglua Empire. At least in the Tiando Empire, there exists the vast Si Qian Kuan shield, while here, the finest items are these few herbs. My lord, His Majesty has instructed me to take you for a meal once you are finished, the servant suddenly interjected as Wu Ling pondered. Wu Ling lifted his gaze and peered through the window, contemplating whether the sun, now inclined to the west, had set too early. Not at all, my lord, came the reply. His Majesty has specifically arranged a sumptuous banquet in your honor, awaiting your presence. The Emperor Xinglua had previously mentioned that Wu Ling should spend a night here before departing. However, he was unaware of the banquet's details. After a moment of reflection, Wu Ling resolved to attend, for it was indeed a personal invitation from a sovereign, and to disregard such courtesy would be rather unbecoming. Wu Ling followed the attendant into the dining hall, where the Emperor Xinglua had been awaiting his arrival for quite some time. Your Majesty, he acknowledged, to which the Emperor replied, Please take a seat, gesturing towards the chair across from him. This action elicited expressions of surprise from 2 of the 3 individuals standing beside him. However, Wu Ling paid them no heed, confidently taking his place at the table, reserved only for the most esteemed guests. At that moment, he recognized the identities of the 3 individuals accompanying the Emperor. To the right of the Emperor stood Prince Davis, the same individual he had battled a fortnight ago, who remained unfazed by Wu Ling's presence. As for the 2 seated to the left of the Emperor, Wu Ling surmised their identities. The larger one, appearing to be merely a year or 2 younger than Davis, was likely the second prince of the Xinglua Empire, a character whose name had never been mentioned in the original narrative. The younger one, noticeably around 5 or 6 years junior to Davis, was presumably Daimubai, the leader of the Shrek 7 Devils in the original tale. Considering the passage of time, it seemed he was nearing the moment of his escape. In accordance with the etiquette of royal dining, which demanded silence during meals, Wu Ling understood the importance of this decorum and diligently focused on his food. To be candid, the cuisine of Xinglua was distinctly different from that of Tiando. one might liken it to the stark contrast between northern and southern delicacies in his past life on Earth. Once the meal concluded, it was time for tea and conversation. "Holy son," the emperor began, "I have heard that you secured the championship without even utilizing your martial soul?" Wu Ling chuckled lightly. "Your Majesty, you jest. It was merely a matter of a few minor techniques." The emperor countered, No. This is not something that can be achieved through mere technique. However, might I inquire about your age and rank, just to satisfy my curiosity?" Wu Ling did not ponder much, or perhaps he was simply too indifferent to think deeply, for he had already surpassed the phase of concealing his brilliance. At the age of 15, he stood at level 56, identifying himself as a support-type soul master. Upon hearing this, the four before him were initially taken aback. But as soon as they learned of Wu Ling's classification as a support soul master, their hearts could not help but stir with words unspoken. "Ah, holy son. My eldest son has expressed a desire to engage you in another match, this time without utilizing the martial soul fusion technique, merely a straightforward one-on-one battle. What say you?" After hearing this, Wu Ling first glanced at the Douluo Emperor, then at Davis. From the expression on Davis's face, it was evident that this was indeed his suggestion. Very well, let it be considered a post-meal activity, while Wu Ling continued to mercilessly assault Davis. No one noticed the flicker of both indignation and fear in the eyes of the youngest prince, which eventually melded into a steely resolve. The following day, when the Douluo Emperor invited Wu Ling to breakfast, Wu Ling noticed that only two others were present beside the emperor. Where was the third prince? Had he kept their guest waiting? The Douluo Emperor questioned a nearby attendant loudly. The attendant, too nervous to wipe the sweat from his brow, cautiously replied, "Your Majesty. The third prince has yet to be located." Upon hearing this, Wu Ling was momentarily taken aback, but he maintained his composure, focusing on the plate before him. Yet within, he was certain of one thing. It seemed our third prince had fled. Chapter 120. The Burning Flower Field. Time shifted back to the previous night, when Dai Mubai was profoundly shaken while witnessing Wu Ling single-handedly overpower Davis. In his eyes, his elder brother Davis was the most gifted soul master in the world. A towering mountain that loomed heavily over his heart, suffocating him even within the opulence of the palace. However, last night, that mountain was obliterated by someone rumored to be the son of the Spirit Hall, a figure who appeared to be of similar age to Davis, who had effortlessly knocked him down with a mere punch. After witnessing the one-sided battle, he returned to his quarters in a daze, dismissing all attendants. In silence, he retrieved a backpack from a concealed corner, something he had long prepared but had never mustered the courage to use. He had intended to challenge Davis one last time, planning to depart only upon another defeat. Yet after witnessing the previous night's battle, he realized how laughable his intentions were. Davis had never fought seriously in their countless encounters. As the great mountain crumbled, Dai Mubai felt despair wash over him. It was impossible for him, a mere great soul master, to defeat his elder brother, who had already attained the rank of soul sect. He stared fixedly at the backpack before him, attempting to reassure himself, there are stronger individuals in the world beyond. This is not fleeing, but rather a pursuit of knowledge. Given time, I can indeed surpass him. No, this is not an escape. It is merely a quest for the time I rightfully deserve. With a newfound determination, Dai Mubai slung the backpack over his shoulders. Just as he prepared to leave, he suddenly halted, gazing blankly in the direction of his fiancée's residence, a name he still did not know. Originally, she was a kindred spirit, a sanctuary on his path to challenge Davis, though he often wrote to her and she had responded only a few times. Her presence provided him with a sense of companionship on his arduous journey. This was also why he had refused to learn her name. He hoped to one day confront her personally after defeating Davis. Now, however, he was about to abandon this unknown fiancée, one he had never met and whose name he did not know. If blame were to be placed, it was on her for being born in the wrong circumstances. Indeed, she was a sanctuary on his journey, but since he was to depart this path, such a sanctuary was no longer needed, especially considering it was one he knew so little about. Thus, relinquishing it felt rather liberating. Before leaving, Dai Mubai found a cat, attaching his final letter to it as a form of closure. He wished for her to find another to marry, yet he corrected himself. No, I am merely going out to train. I shall return to defeat my brother. It is not a farewell, merely a temporary parting. In his self-hypnosis, Dai Mubai never considered how his departure would affect his fiancée, nor did he regard her as anything more than an abstract concept. After releasing the cat, he left the palace through a secret passage without a backward glance. His absence was only discovered the following morning when the attendants knocked to awaken him. After a morning of searching, the steward responsible for Daimubai confirmed that he was indeed missing, not merely out for a morning stroll as before. The Douluo Emperor also learned of this incident during breakfast. "Where is the third prince? Has he kept our guest waiting?" "Your Majesty, the third prince has yet to be found." The Douluo Emperor understood that the attendant's words implied a disappearance. Already anticipating this, he scoffed inwardly. "Umph. Has he fled like a coward?" The emperor's first reaction to his son's disappearance was not concern or anger, but rather a glance at Wu Ling. Mindful that familial disgrace must not be aired publicly. If the son of the spirit hall were to think he was failing as a father, it would tarnish the family's reputation. In his eyes, only one of his 3 sons could ultimately remain, and it was highly likely that this would be the eldest. Therefore, the fates of the other 2 princes held little significance. Should Daimubai perish outside, he would simply be considered a casualty of the eldest prince. Conversely, if he emerged strong enough to reclaim his rightful place, that would reflect well on him. Noticing Wu Ling's lack of reaction or interest, the Douluo Emperor slightly turned his head, signaling a soul sage behind him. "Eliminate the third prince's attendants and steward swiftly and cleanly." The soul sage nodded in understanding and departed the room without further inquiry. The third prince, young and impetuous, has brought laughter upon the son of the spirit hall. "Let us eat," the Douluo Emperor concluded, shifting his tone as he addressed the still-waiting Wu Ling. Wu Ling remained silent, feigning ignorance as he picked up his chopsticks and began to eat. Meanwhile, the crown prince and the second prince, seated beside the Douluo Emperor, had grasped the situation. The former's eyes reflected a hint of concern, while the latter's words echoed this sentiment, but the object of his worry remained unclear. After breakfast, the Douluo Emperor announced that he had urgent matters to attend to and would not accompany Wu Ling any longer. Wu Ling seized the opportunity to mention his departure, and after a brief discussion, he resolved to leave before noon. However, prior to his departure, he decided to explore the capital of Douluo during the day. Upon his arrival the previous day, he had been preoccupied with various matters, and by the time he had leisure in the evening, the street vendors and shops had already closed. As he surveyed the surrounding establishments, he paid little heed to the merchandise, yet some distinctive delicacies caught his eye. He resolved to purchase a few to sample before his departure at noon. As Wu Ling contemplated his midday meal, a thick plume of smoke rising in the distance captured his attention. In the realm of Douluo continent, the absence of factories implied that a sudden surge of smoke could only signify one thing: a fire had broken out. A fire in the capital? How intriguing. He decided to investigate. Upon leaping to the source of the flames, Wu Ling discovered that it was, in fact, a flower field. The torch held by an individual indicated that this was an act of arson. In the center of the flower field, beneath a grand tree, he spotted a young girl, one whose visage seemed familiar to him. Chapter 121. Zhu Xuqing Fool. Fool. Big fool. You just walked away. You just gave up. You forsook yourself, and you forsook me. Don't you wish to know my name? Zhu Xuqing knelt beneath the tree, tears streaming down her face, her gaze vacant. She could never have imagined that after awakening to his letter, she would be met with such a fate. As Zhu Xuqing reminisced about the past, a man clad in attire reminiscent of a servant approached, brandishing a torch. It was only after he ignited the flowers at the periphery that he noticed Zhu Xuqing still kneeling beneath the tree. "Miss Xuqing, what are you doing? Step back. The young master instructed me to burn these flowers." "Odell?" A glimmer of clarity returned to Zhu Xuqing's eyes. She recognized this servant, who had consistently delivered messages for Daimubai, and hurriedly inquired, "Odell, where is your young master?" "The young master commanded me to burn the flowers this morning. Yet he himself is nowhere to be found. I have not seen him all morning." With Odell's words, the last flicker of hope within Zhu Xuqing was extinguished, consumed by the encroaching flames. He truly left, abandoning her like this. "Be careful, miss." The servant outside the flower field shouted, "The fire is approaching you." As Zhu Xuqing remained oblivious to the surrounding blaze, a small flower flitted past, capturing her attention. She reached out, grasping the delicate bloom, and as she beheld its 6 petals, her eyes welled with tears once more. "This is the 6-petaled angel's dance. I see the angel of the dance. Quickly, step back." "Miss." The servant continued to call out. Yet, Zhu Xuqing disregarded his warnings, gently cradling the angel's dance against her chest. "But why do I feel not happiness, but rather that happiness is slipping away from me?" The flames had enveloped Zhu Xuqing, the scorching heat singeing her tender skin, yet even then, she remained unmoved. For she had nothing left to lose. The fate of her clan, the ghostly spirit cat, was to become the fiancée of the White Tiger clan, merging their martial souls and sharing life and death. Thus, the moment she became Daimubai's fiancée, their destinies were irrevocably entwined. However, now, Daimubai's selfish flight signified a unilateral severance of her fate, a consequence she, as his fiancée, was left to bear. Her sorrow was not for the punishment she would face, it stemmed from the realization that Daimubai had not called for her as he fled. I am merely someone you can casually abandon, am I not? I am no more than a flower that can be effortlessly burned away, right? My happiness is but a doomed fate. What a pity for such a beautiful girl to perish like this. A voice as refreshing as a spring breeze reached Zhu Juqing's ears as she closed her eyes, awaiting death. She opened her eyes in shock to see a strikingly handsome young man towering over her. Upon closer inspection, she perceived that despite the flames being perilously close, she felt no heat. Her skin, previously singed by the fire, began to cool and heal under a gentle aura. Zhu Juqing intended to speak, but before she could utter a word, the young man placed his hand upon her shoulder. In an instant, the scenery shifted, and when Zhu Juqing regained her senses, she found herself outside the flower field. It was only then that the soul masters of the Douluo Empire arrived, late to the scene. They promptly apprehended the arsonist servant, and the leading soul master approached Wu Ling upon noticing him. Your Highness, I apologize for my subordinate's negligence, which caused you distress. Zhu Juqing, taken aback by the soul master's demeanor, turned to Wu Ling with astonishment. She was aware that this soul master was one of the most formidable in their clan, second only to the clan leader, and had always displayed an air of arrogance. Yet now, he stood before a mere youth, bowing in deference. Wait, did he just refer to this young man as the Holy Son? Could he be the Holy Son of the Spirit Hall? The one who easily defeated Daimubai's elder brother, as mentioned in the letter? Zhu Juqing gasped, astonished at the coincidence of hearing about him in the morning and encountering him in person shortly thereafter. Wu Ling nonchalantly waved his hand. Dismissing the minor flame that posed no threat to him, he had merely intervened momentarily to rescue the young girl. It was only when Wu Ling brought it up that the Soul Saint's attention shifted to Zhu Juqing. However, Wu Ling astutely detected a fleeting glimmer of disdain and contempt in the Soul Saint's eyes. Wu Ling pondered, this demeanor suggests that the news of Daimubai's escape has spread. In the next moment, the expression of the Soul Saint transformed into one of great excitement. Isn't this Zhu Juqing? You should quickly express your gratitude to His Highness the Saint. The Soul Saint pulled Zhu Juqing before Wu Ling, urging her to thank him. The emphasis on the Zhu family, Wu Ling mused, feeling a lack of enthusiasm for mingling with those aristocratic families, each of whom was rife with cunning. Despite this inner reflection, Wu Ling graciously accepted Zhu Juqing's gratitude with a smile, although His Highness was not harmed. It is indeed a breach of etiquette for him to witness such an unseemly scene. Moreover, since His Highness has just rescued Zhu Juqing, our Zhu family will host a banquet this noon in your honor. Please do not decline. The Soul Saint of the Zhu family pretended to contemplate for a moment before extending the invitation to Wu Ling. It was just past 10 in the morning, leaving less than 2 hours until noon. Those who have organized banquets know well that it is nearly impossible to prepare a feast of adequate standards in such a short time. Yet, he had made his decision in mere seconds. This scenario could arise from two possibilities. Either he was foolish enough to be unaware of this fact, which was unlikely for someone who had achieved the rank of Soul Saint, or the banquet had already been prepared, awaiting merely an invitation. In Wu Ling's estimation, the latter was far more probable. After all, had he not felt bored and decided to leave, he would have remained here for at least a day or two. Especially considering the Zhu family's long-standing alliance with the Dai family. An invitation from them would have been inevitable. Wu Ling cast a fleeting glance at Zhu Juqing, then acquiesced, saying, Is that so? It turns out that the one I saved earlier is indeed the young lady of the Zhu family. How fortuitous. Very well. I shall remain here for the afternoon. Wu Ling's actions undoubtedly did not escape the gaze of the Soul Saint. Or perhaps he had no intention of concealing them at all. Upon hearing Wu Ling's emphasis on the matter of rescue, the individual understood Wu Ling's intentions. Your Highness, the Zhu family's banquet requires a bit more preparation time to welcome your arrival. During this interval, Miss Juqing will guide you on a leisurely tour of our Douluo capital. Chapter 122, The Transaction of Kittens in Compliance with the Elder's Request. The taciturn Juqing led the equally silent Wu Ling through the streets. At this moment, Juqing's mind was consumed by the last line of a letter she had received. I cannot defeat him. I am weary of sending you flowers. When you grow up, you will marry someone else. Children on Douluo continent mature remarkably early, which also means their rebellious phase begins sooner. Juqing happened to be in this turbulent period. With her dissatisfaction and anger towards Daimubai, combined with despair for the future, these negative emotions, under the influence of her rebellion, led her to entertain the thought that he had betrayed her first. In that case, it would be acceptable for her to rely on another man. Moreover, if this man is indeed so powerful, surely she could survive. Of course, although Zhu Qing harbored such thoughts, Wu Ling was merely someone she had known for less than 10 minutes, and she was uncertain of his feelings towards her, making it difficult for her to voice her thoughts. Zhu Qing occasionally stole glances at Wu Ling from the corner of her eye, observing him as he aimlessly looked around. Her internal balance wavering, perhaps she should wait a little longer. There was still time. Unbeknownst to Zhu Qing, as she surveyed the surroundings, Wu Ling was quietly observing her whenever she was distracted. He felt a certain fondness for this future member of the Shrek Seven Devils, as she, apart from Oscar, had relatively few blemishes compared to the other Shrek members. However, these considerations were secondary. What mattered most to Wu Ling was the enchanting cat girl. How delightful it would be to bring one home, though it was a pity she wasn't a white-haired beauty. I recall that Zhu Qing is the youngest among the Shrek Seven Devils. She must be around 8 or 9 years old now, coupled with her fiancé's flight. Her mental turmoil and psychological immaturity present the perfect opportunity to cultivate a connection. I must devise a plan to bring her closer to me. While Zhu Qing and Wu Ling strolled, the soul saint of the Zhu family hurried back, convening other soul saints and the clan leader to engage in heated discussions on how to connect Zhu Qing with Wu Ling, returning to 10 minutes earlier. The returning soul saint gathered the Zhu family's high-ranking members and recounted his encounter with Wu Ling, detailing how Wu Ling had saved Zhu Qing and expressed interest in her. This revelation sent a jolt through those present. I always knew Zhu Qing was a fine child. At such a young age, she possesses such beauty. It was worth my teaching her a few years back, remarked a woman appearing to be in her 40s. Hey, Mei, weren't you just suggesting this morning to cut Zhu Qing's resources? Another woman chimed in with a smile. I only recognized her potential early on. I wanted her to gain some experience. As the saying goes, one must endure hardship to grow, Mei retorted, before another woman could respond. A male elder in his 40s interjected, Mei Yun, Lan Qing, enough with the banter, we must focus on the matter at hand. After scanning the room, his gaze settled on the clan leader, who nodded slightly, prompting him to continue. According to our past customs, following the third prince's flight, we should indeed reduce Zhu Qing's resources, as the outcome has already been largely determined, and there is no need to waste resources further. If the first prince can capture the second prince, Zhu Qing's fate would only lead to death, rendering our years of cultivation and investment fruitless. However, we now have an alternative with the Spirit Hall, or rather, the son of the Spirit Hall. Since the son has expressed interest in her, it would not be unreasonable for her family to reclaim some investment. Upon hearing this, the others nodded in agreement, immediately considering this option. One elder turned to the clan leader. What do you think about this price? Before he could finish, the female elder who had initially spoken corrected him. What a harsh term, price. If she were to serve as a maid or servant, that would be wages. If the son desires her for other purposes, then that would be compensation and a dowry. Ah yes, I nearly forgot. Ahem. As the clan leader cleared his throat, the room fell silent, and he slowly said, regardless, Zhu Qing is an elite junior whom our clan has invested heavily in. As for compensation, it will certainly be substantial. However, if we desire something greater, we will need the Dai family's assistance. As soon as the clan leader finished, several elders voiced their objections, arguing that collaboration with the Dai family would likely diminish their resources. The clan leader briefly mentioned 2 points, effectively quelling their dissent. First, he posed a question. Do you believe a family's elite is more valuable than a prince's fiancée? Second, he offered a reminder. Let us not forget the marriage pact with the Dai family. At least one title Douluo stands beside the son. Are you certain you want to prioritize your family in negotiations with him? Indeed, setting aside the potential for royal anger over a unilateral breach of contract. Considering Wu Ling's status and power, if the Zhu family were not backed by the Dai family of the Star Luo royal family, they would scarcely dare to protest if Wu Ling simply took Zhu Qing away, let alone setting a price. After all, for a clan of their caliber, which boasts the strongest soul Douluo, the Spirit Hall could quietly eliminate them with just 2 title Douluos. With an hour and a half remaining, orders were dispatched for the underlings to swiftly remove the items set aside in the morning and prepare for the banquet. Although it felt rushed, yesterday's thorough preparations meant everything should be ready before the son's arrival. I will now seek an audience with the emperor regarding this matter. Given the emperor's regard for the son, he may even deign to attend the banquet. Anyone causing a disturbance in front of the emperor and the son will surely face dire consequences. Understood. With a flurry of orders issued, the Zhu family mobilized entirely. Some soul masters were called upon to assist, but the most common scenario resembled this. Hey, brother, hey, why did you take down those lanterns? Didn't the elder say to remove them? But then the elder said to hang them back up. Huh? Brother, hey, why did you hang those 2 lanterns? Didn't the elder just say to hang them up? But the elder said to use the golden lanterns. What now? Take them down, I suppose. Darn it. Meanwhile, the Zhu clan leader had found the Star Luo emperor and recounted the situation in detail. For the emperor, compensation for the son held little interest. His curiosity lay in the nature of Wu Ling's interest in Zhu Qing. If it were of a certain kind, once Wu Ling ascended to the position of pope, the pope's son would essentially be half a Star Luo citizen. This could lead to further alliances and over generations. There is potential for the Spirit Hall to become the state religion. At that moment, the formidable power of the Spirit Hall, combined with the overwhelming tactics of the Star Luo Empire, would render the defeat of the Heaven Do Empire and the domination of the continent no longer a mere dream. As for the notion of the Spirit Hall establishing a nation or betraying its principles, such thoughts never crossed his mind. After all, the Spirit Hall had merely existed as a force for hundreds, even thousands of years, and it was improbable that it would suddenly aspire to nationhood now. The excited emperor of Star Luo waved his hand decisively. Let us proceed. I shall also attend the banquet and, by the way, discuss matters of trade with the Holy Sun. Chapter 123. The completion of the deal throughout the morning, after an extended silence. The two had exchanged initial introductions while on their journey. This was, of course, a one-sided perception from Zhu Qing. As for the Spirit Master, he was already well acquainted with her. Nonetheless, the introductions proved somewhat beneficial. For instance, the Spirit Master learned that she was only 8 years old yet had already attained the commendable level of 16 in soul power, which was quite impressive for someone not born with innate full soul power. When Zhu Qing discovered that the Spirit Master was already a Soul King, she found herself lost in contemplation, unable to restrain the urge to compare him with Dai Mubai. Dai Mubai, at the age of 11, was at level 22. Whether he could reach the Soul Sect in 4 years remained uncertain, let alone achieving the rank of Soul King. So, this is what true genius looks like? Understanding Zhu Qing's reaction, the Spirit Master continued to wander aimlessly alongside her. It was only when Zhu Qing resolved to initiate a conversation to strengthen their bond that she suddenly realized they had arrived at the doorstep of the Zhu family. Her expression darkened. She had intended to say something, but then an elder, who had come to extinguish the flames of distress, emerged from within the door. Upon seeing the Spirit Master, he approached with welcoming gestures, saying, "Welcome, Your Highness, the Holy Sun. Our clan leader and the Emperor have been awaiting your arrival for some time. Please, step inside the banquet hall and take your seat." Zhu Qing felt it inappropriate to intrude further and decided to follow him in silence. The Emperor of Star Luo? It seemed he sought to leverage this opportunity, evidently. The clan leader possessed some self-awareness. In an instant, the Spirit Master discerned the clan leader's subtle intentions, yet he was indifferent to it, preferring the Emperor as the counterpart for their dealings. Subsequently, under Zhu Qing's slightly eager gaze, the Spirit Master strode into the room without a glance back. Wu Ling directly disregarded her actions, which caused Zhu Qing's expression to shift to one of disappointment. "Zhu Qing, come with me. We have prepared some meals for you. And while we're at it, to tell me about your morning with the Holy Prince." Zhu Qing gazed at the elder before her, who had not shown her a favorable countenance for years, now speaking to her with a beaming smile. She understood that the reason for this change was that man. She glanced in the direction Wu Ling had departed, slightly pursing her lips, but ultimately she could only acquiesce to the elder's words and followed her away. Upon entering the banquet hall, Wu Ling immediately spotted the Star Luo Emperor seated at the head of the table, his imposing visage betraying none of the anxiety and concern for his son who had run away from home. Beside him sat an elderly matron, and without a second thought, Wu Ling recognized her as the head of the Zhu clan. "Ah ha 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 ha. I originally came to speak with Zhu Qing regarding the marriage contract, but unexpectedly encountered the Holy Prince here. What a twist of fate." In response to the Emperor's warm demeanor, Wu Ling engaged in polite banter, then made the acquaintance of the current head of the Zhu family, Zhu Qing. As dishes were presented one after another, the trio's banquet reached the dining phase. After indulging in food and drink, spirits were high, creating an opportune moment for negotiations. "Holy Prince, it seems you have taken quite an interest in one of my family's juniors." Zhu Qing finally broached the subject, observing Wu Ling's cheerful demeanor. "You mean the one named Zhu Qing? She is rather exceptional." Upon hearing Wu Ling's response, Zhu Qing and the Emperor exchanged a meaningful glance. Both having already surmised Wu Ling's intentions, especially since she knew the name, this was no trivial matter. "Your Highness may not be aware, but that girl is actually the betrothed of the third prince. However, their engagement was merely arranged, and they have yet to meet." Zhu Juqing continued. The emperor's visit to our clan is indeed for this matter, as the betrothed has fled, and she, as the fiancée, will undoubtedly face repercussions. Upon Zhu Juqing's conclusion, the emperor interjected, "Sigh, holy prince, you must understand, I am not in favor of this situation either. However, these are the ancestral rules. And I am caught in a dilemma." As soon as the emperor finished speaking, Zhu Juqing's voice trembled with emotion. "Oh, my poor child, barely 10 years old. Must endure such indignities. I raised her with my own hands. If only a kind-hearted person could assist her." Observing Zhu Juqing, who was resorting to tears to elevate the stakes, Wu Ling felt a slight twitch at the corner of his mouth. He was certain that both individuals before him understood his intentions, and this theatrical performance was merely a ruse to drive up the price. Wu Ling took a sip of the digestion tea, unfazed by the situation. Since the two wished to play, he decided to indulge them. Setting down his cup, he sympathetically remarked, "Alas, what misfortune has befallen such a fine child? Tell me, how can I assist her?" Coughing, one of the individuals replied, "This matter requires a thorough discussion, Your Highness." While Wu Ling and the two conversed about the assistance they could offer Zhu Juqing, the very subject of their discussion was already dining amidst a throng of elders. Observing the elders' frequent references to Wu Ling, Zhu Juqing gained deeper insight into her surroundings. She remained silent, quietly savoring the exquisite delicacies that had long been unavailable to her. Years ago, following her fiancé Dai Mubai's initial failed challenge, the quality of her life and access to cultivation resources began to dwindle. With Dai Mubai's 29th failure 2 months prior, her resources had dwindled to the level of an ordinary clansman, a clear indication that her family's hopes for her had nearly reached rock bottom. Indeed, her fate within the clan was dictated by an outsider, or rather, a familiar stranger. Despite her exceptional talent ranking among the top 3 in the entire clan, it could not erase the reality of her fiancé's failures. His failures signified a fatal outcome, a consequence steeped in ancestral tradition. Thus, she, marked for certain death, had effectively been abandoned by her family. Yet now, embraced by gentle inquiries and indulging in delectable dishes, she felt a profound appreciation for these moments. Fully aware of their precarious origins, even with her cold demeanor, she could not help but reflect on the benefits of aligning with the right individuals. If only her fiancé were him. The scene shifted back to the banquet hall. A monthly procurement right for 200 soul sovereign level and 50 soul sect level soul tools is my bottom line. Zhu Juqing found herself entirely sidelined, sweating profusely as she watched the exchange between the two. Internally, she lamented, "Indeed, I chose correctly. Otherwise, I would struggle to compete with him." Risking giving away resources without return. Not only Zhu Juqing, the clan leader, but even the emperor of the Douluo Empire appeared astonished. What had not been discussed in detail with Wu Ling yesterday became apparent today. The intellect of this saint's son was as unfathomable as his strength. Eventually, Wu Ling inquired, "By the way, may I ask, what would be Zhu Juqing's fate if I chose not to assist?" Zhu Juqing managed to interject, "Only death remains as a possibility." "Then let us allow her to explore this path," Wu Ling remarked with interest. Chapter 124. 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School. Wu Ling's strategy for someone as aloof as Zhu Juqing was to prompt her to speak first, allowing her to perceive the disparity. Under Zhu Juqing's guidance, Zhu Juqing experienced a complete reversal in treatment. Not only were her privileges restored, but they also included additional tutelage from the elders. Through eavesdropping on the elders' conversations, Zhu Juqing came to realize that her current fortune stemmed from Wu Ling. If he were to depart without taking action, her circumstances would inevitably revert to their former state, potentially sealing her fate. In the original story, she sought Dai Mubai out of desperation. Now, with a better option before her, the choice was clear. Through her stealthy listening, she tracked Wu Ling's movements and serendipitously encountered him 5 days later. Standing before him, silent and apprehensive, Wu Ling recognized that she was on the brink of speaking. "You must be Zhu Juqing from the Zhu clan. What brings you here?" Zhu Juqing bit her lip. At 8 years old, she was still merely a child, and despite her maturity, the specter of death instilled fear within her. Thus, she made a choice between life and dignity. "Your Highness, do you require a servant?" Fearing rejection, she lowered herself significantly. Unbeknownst to her, Wu Ling's lips curled into a subtle smile. Success. That afternoon, Wu Ling escorted Zhu Juqing back to her clan. Under her anxious gaze, he and Zhu Juqing engaged in lengthy discussions within a room, unbeknownst to her that their arrangement had been made well in advance, and this was merely a performance. When Wu Ling departed that afternoon, his carriage bore an additional passenger, a young maid dressed as a cat girl. Though puzzled as to why the esteemed saint's son favored such attire, Zhu Juqing felt a sense of relief in leaving that place. As she glanced back at the Zhu clan through the window, she mused that with the clan leader's approval, her engagement should be resolved. Daimubai, she shook her head vehemently. He abandoned me first. My circumstances and impending doom were dictated by him. Why should a fiancé I've never met dictate my fate? Now, I belong to the Saint's son, who has saved my life. In the following days, various subtle hints from the Zhu clan allowed her to quickly accept the reality that only Wu Ling could rescue her and to realign her position. The Saint's son had recognized her potential and granted her freedom to act beyond his commands, promising resources for cultivation. Should she grow to his satisfaction, she could shed her maid's identity. Zhu Qing now faced the prospect of not only escaping death but also following the immensely talented Saint's son. His commendable character further fueled her aspirations, igniting an unprecedented hope for her future. As the journey progressed, she adapted swiftly to her duties over the span of 2 weeks. And this close proximity allowed her to become familiar with Wu Ling's character. What delighted her most was that during her training, he could pinpoint her flaws with remarkable precision, accelerating her progress and rekindling her passion for cultivation after a prolonged hiatus. His actions reshaped her understanding of what it meant to be a genius. Upon returning to Spirit City, neither Bibi Dong nor the elders of the Spirit Hall commented on Wu Ling's new maid. However, the necessary investigations were conducted. Within 3 days, all information regarding Zhu Qing, including her ancestry and details about her former fiancé, Daimubai, was laid out on Bibi Dong's desk. Her identity posed no issues. She could remain by Lingo's side. Yet, one couldn't help but wonder, did Lingo truly favor such girls? Others may perceive Wu Ling's decision to take a maid as a whimsical fancy. However, those familiar with Wu Ling, like Bai Dong, understand that the individuals he allows to approach him are those he acknowledges or partially recognizes. For instance, Oscar, whom Wu Ling personally sought out, possesses talents that, if not for Wu Ling, would indeed rank among the finest on the entire continent. Additionally, Yin, Xieyu, and Hulaina, despite frequently finding themselves at a disadvantage before Wu Ling, are nonetheless acknowledged by him. Otherwise, they would be treated like the 6 competitors who participated in the grand tournament with Wu Ling over a month ago, so insignificant that he could not even be bothered to remember their names. In summary, for Wu Ling to acquiesce to the request of that girl becoming his maid, she must possess a quality that earns his respect. After all, Wu Ling would not grant favors out of pity. Is it her talent or her beauty? Yet, judging by Ling Er's demeanor, it is quite possible that she embodies both. Bai Dong contemplated this for a while but ultimately could not reach a conclusion, deciding to let the matter rest. For she believed in Wu Ling's capability to handle everything. Of course, nothing is absolute. The only dissent regarding Zhu Qing's arrival comes from Hulaina, who currently harbors feelings for Wu Ling. The prowess of Wu Ling is formidable, his abilities abundant, shrouded in enigma. As if there exists nothing in this world that could pose a challenge to him. Composed of these characteristics, Wu Ling exudes an allure akin to poison, incessantly captivating Hulaina's heart and mind. Yet, despite Hulaina's nearly overt insinuations towards Wu Ling almost cornering him against the wall, he feigned ignorance, deliberately disregarding her advances. When confronted by Hulaina regarding Zhu Qing, the devoted maid, Wu Ling merely retorted, "What concern is it of yours?" Gazing upon Wu Ling's indifferent visage, Hulaina felt a chill settle in her heart, ultimately resigning herself to depart in silence. Life resumed its course, after a fortnight of recuperation, which, in truth, was merely Wu Ling's reluctance to move. He finally set forth on his journey to the Heaven-Do Empire, accompanied by Douluo and Ghost Douluo. It is worth mentioning that Zhu Qing, as his loyal maid, also accompanied Wu Ling to the Heaven-Do Empire. The journey spanned another 2 weeks, sufficiently approximate, without the need for pedantry, and Wu Ling's first destination was the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, renowned as one of the top 3 sects in the Heaven-Do Empire, famed for its unparalleled support abilities. Chapter 125, On the Sword Fengji is here, welcome the Holy Sun to our sect. At the main entrance of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, Ning Fengji offered a respectful bow to Wu Ling. He then turned to acknowledge Zhu Douluo and Ghost Douluo, suggesting their appearance to formally greet the guests. After a brief pause, Zhu Douluo and Ghost Douluo revealed themselves behind Wu Ling. Their gazes first directed at Ning Fengji before shifting to Jian Douluo Chen Xin and Gu Douluo Gu Rong, who stood behind him. Ghost remained taciturn, while Yu Guan smiled alluringly, exclaiming, "The master of the Pagoda sect, it has indeed been a while. And you, little Jian and little Gu, have maintained your keen sight, able to perceive the hidden old ghost as ever." During the previous competition, due to matters of business, the 4 had only caught distant glimpses of each other. Hence Yu Guan's remarks held merit. On Ning Fengji's side, Chen Xin, typically reticent, this time fixed his gaze intently upon Wu Ling, while Gu Rong assumed the role of the conversationalist. "Ah, it has truly been a long time, Yu Guan. You have become so beautiful that I scarcely recognize you. You now resemble a woman, and your spirit power has surged." "Indeed, all thanks to His Highness the Holy Sun," Yu Guan replied, her spirits buoyed by the mention of her transformation and power advancement. Yet, regardless of her elation, she remained discerning, choosing not to elaborate further on Wu Ling seeing this. Wu Ling understood. Given Ning Fengji's acumen, he likely deduced the presence of Ju and ghost Douluos. But the greater likelihood was that Jian Douluo and ghost Douluo had informed him. After all, the two had long ascended to the 96th level, and in terms of foundation, the recently elevated ghost and Yu Guan still fell somewhat short. "Very well, Your Highness, it is not proper to linger outside. Shall we proceed inside to converse?" Ning Fengji, noting Yu Guan's reluctance to delve deeper, continued to steer the conversation, gesturing for entry into the seven-treasure glazed tile school. Upon hearing this, Wu Ling nodded in agreement and walked alongside him into the seven-treasure glazed tile school. Thus, Wu Ling and Ning Fengji, one a soul king and the other a soul saint, one a holy son and the other a sect master, were accompanied by 4 titled Douluos behind them. Wu Ling traversed the path, admiring the scenery within the seven treasures glazed tile school, only to find that soul masters were remarkably scarce along the way. Such a scene was not only rare in the seven treasures glazed tile school, but would also be unexpected in even the most modest sections. After wandering through a considerable portion of the sect, Wu Ling began to feel a tinge of boredom. The majority of what was offered here was already available in the Spirit City. Even the few unique items he encountered revealed their own rationale for being absent elsewhere. Indeed, this leisurely exploration was ill-suited for him. Had Shraufan accompanied him, she might have exhausted Ning Fengji with her ceaseless curiosity. Contemplating, Wu Ling inquired, "Lord Ning, I have heard tales of your lively daughter. Might I have the pleasure of meeting her today?" Upon mentioning Ning Rongrong, a flicker of wariness crossed the eyes of Ning Fengji, Chen Xian, and Gu Rong. Pondering the implications of Wu Ling's inquiry about his daughter, Ning Fengji responded, "Ah, indeed. She is quite spirited and was clamoring to venture out before our meeting. I reluctantly acquiesced to her wishes. If His Highness wishes to meet her, I shall ensure she greets you upon her return." "Not at all. It merely struck me as curious to see your esteemed sect so tranquil," Wu Ling replied amiably. Ultimately, Wu Ling and his companions arrived at their final destination, the martial arts arena situated before the main hall. Here, the number of individuals was greater than outside, yet still paled in comparison to a typical martial arts venue. After observing and exchanging remarks, they were about to depart for the main hall to discuss matters of importance when Chen Xian suddenly interjected, "Your Highness, please pause." Yu Guan and Gue Mei immediately turned their gazes toward Chen Xian, while Ning Fengji halted, having anticipated Chen Xian's intentions. It was the first instance in many years that he witnessed Chen Xian exhibiting such concern for someone other than Ning Rongrong. Ignoring the scrutiny of the 2 titled Douluos, Chen Xian fixed his gaze upon Wu Ling and asked, "Your Highness, may we engage in a duel of swords?" Despite Wu Ling's attempts at concealment, even during the previous competition, he had not drawn his sword. Yet, facing a titled Douluo who wielded a sword, he inadvertently revealed a flaw. Wu Ling comprehended this once he noticed Chen Xian's intense focus. However, he realized he had not truly been hiding. His sword intent had become instinctive, interwoven into his very being. Under such an innate state, unless Wu Ling deliberately concealed it, his essence would naturally radiate. Thus, had an opponent of merit appeared during the competition, Wu Ling would have wielded his longsword without hesitation. Regrettably, even the formidable Yuming White Tiger failed to provoke him into earnestness. Were it a matter of battling with soul master powers, Wu Ling would have categorically declined, as he had not yet reached the level of arrogance required to challenge a 96th level title Douluo as a mere soul king. However, as it pertains solely to a duel of swords, which implied that Chen Xian would not employ soul power, Wu Ling, after brief contemplation, readily acquiesced. This chapter is not yet complete. Please turn to the next page to continue enjoying the captivating narrative. In the Douluo continent, a place where soul skills have been manipulated for millennia with little evolution, finding a master of technique is exceedingly rare. Even the Haotian school's chaotic wind hammer technique, in Wu Ling's eyes, was merely a method of amplifying power through recoil rather than a genuine art. As for the titled Douluos wielding weapon spirits, those who reached such heights possessed a modicum of skill, yet in Wu Ling's perspective, they barely scraped by the threshold of adequacy, devoid of soul power augmentation. Their techniques remained wanting. If Wu Ling were to name individuals whose skills he deemed worthy, Chen Xian from Douluo Iron Sword Maniac Ji Juechen from Douluo too would undoubtedly be at the forefront, with Yang Wudi from the Piji clan also barely qualifying. Upon receiving Wu Ling's consent for their sword duel, Ning Fingji guided him and his companions to a designated room within the martial arts arena. Indeed, such arenas typically feature both indoor and outdoor sections. The practice chamber they entered was previously reserved for Chen Xian's use. Within the practice chamber, Ning Fingji and Gu Rong positioned themselves to one side, while Yu Eguan and Gu Mei stood opposite, their focus intensifying due to Bibi Dong's directive. Wu Ling had not disclosed his remarkable resilience, possessing 12 lives, to them. They remained prepared, resolute in their determination to protect Wu Ling should Chen Xian make any sudden moves. However unlikely that may seem, in the center of the practice room, Wu Ling and Chen Xian each grasped a simple wooden sword, poised in opposition, ready for their duel. Wu Ling and Chen Xian stood facing each other, seemingly like two ordinary individuals lost in thought while casually holding wooden swords. However, as time passed, the onlookers, Ning Fingji and Yu Guan, began to sense an inexplicable yet undeniably real presence. It was the aura of power. The term echoed in their minds. For title Douluos, they had already begun to perceive and manipulate their own auras. But it was indeed rare for someone like Wu Ling and Chen Xian to emanate such presence without even releasing their martial spirits. Yu Guan and Gu Mei were not particularly astonished. After all, they had personally experienced Wu Ling's martial prowess and had even simulated battles with him. Given the same level of soul power, they could not confidently claim victory against him. However, Ning Fingji was genuinely surprised. Although Chen Xian had repeatedly asserted that Wu Ling was his equal in swordsmanship, as longtime friends of Chen Xian, they firmly believed in his strength and could not fathom the possibility of his defeat. Yet, from the perspective of their auras, it appeared that Chen Xian was at a disadvantage. The disparity between the two was becoming evident. Wu Ling maintained a casual demeanor, while Chen Xian's expression grew increasingly serious. His posture straightened, and his stance shifted subtly. As Chen Xian's seriousness morphed into gravity, Wu Ling suddenly smiled faintly. The handsome smile that usually radiated charm now seemed exceedingly derisive. Wu Ling then gently gripped the sword hilt with his other hand, prompting a slight flush to rise on Chen Xian's face. Ning Fingji could wager his life that he had never witnessed such an expression on Chen Xian before. In their one-handed sword standoff, the first to grip the sword with both hands signified a momentary weakness. Yet, from Wu Ling's expression, it was clear that this gesture of apparent concession was nothing short of a gift from him. It was akin to a game where one is on the brink of losing, only for the opponent to suddenly concede or resign. This was not merely an act of generosity, but a demonstration of profound self-assurance in one's own abilities. Although this concession left Chen Xian feeling quite frustrated, he could not deny that Wu Ling's aura was undoubtedly superior to his own. The essence of martial spirit, evolving from simplicity and extremity to a rapid and lethal force, and ultimately to a tempestuous and ferocious intensity, led Chen Xian to mistakenly perceive that he was confronting three distinct masters of martial arts. However, judging by the fluidity of the martial spirit's performance, it was evident that these three manifestations were indeed his own, for only one's own essence could be switched and controlled with such ease. What a formidable individual! To possess even a single essence in a lifetime is to attain a level of mastery. Two would denote extraordinary talent, yet he possesses three. Clearly, I have underestimated him. Thus, Chen Xian thought, slowly gripping his sword. Even though this battle seems destined for defeat, I must still fight with all my might. For this is the essence of my sword, relentless and unwavering. The sword energy, slightly shaken by the martial spirit's movements, once again coalesced and became more solid. Akin to a divine sword drawn from its sheath, either the sword shatters, or the wielder perishes. Seeing Chen Xian's desperate resolve, the martial spirit also ceased his playful demeanor and grew earnest. As the surrounding sounds faded into an absolute silence, Chen Xian made his move, delivering a straightforward and pure downward slash towards the martial spirit, who countered with an upward deflection. There were no extravagant displays of light and shadow from blades, for this was a contest of martial skill, not a brutal slaughter. Only those lacking in refinement would mistake ostentatious displays for true martial discourse. Such antics might deceive the uninitiated, but before masters like the martial spirit and Chen Xian, the intentions of the opponent became clear from the very moment they initiated their stance. To put it simply, Chen Xian, I have anticipated your move. Wu Ling, I anticipated your anticipation of my movements. Chen Xin, I foresaw your foresight of my anticipation of your actions. Wu Ling, I anticipate that in the eyes of Ning Fingji and others, after the initial clash of swords between the two, as Chen Xian's movements reached a midpoint, Wu Ling executed a maneuver, Yet there was no contact, and both returned to their initial positions. With each successive encounter, their movements diminished in magnitude. Chen Xian merely raised half a hand, prompting Wu Ling to slightly position his blade, causing Chen Xian to break into a cold sweat and retract his hand. If their adversary were someone solely adept in the art of swordplay, that individual might not even have the opportunity to engage before facing dire consequences. After a moment, upon observing that Wu Ling and Chen Xian had completely halted, the four of them, including Ning Fingxi, were momentarily puzzled. However, the next instant, as Wu Ling subtly lifted his sword, a vivid crimson trickled from the corner of Chen Xian's mouth. Chen Xian, hold Chen. Both Ning Fingxi and Gu Rong exclaimed in shock. Under normal circumstances of combat, such an occurrence would be unremarkable, but to witness two individuals standing still, only for one to suddenly bleed, would bewilder anyone. Amidst their concern, Chen Xian gestured reassuringly, indicating he was unscathed, which was indeed the case. The injuries were self-inflicted, a manifestation of his own strength. He had realized after his initial strike that penetrating Wu Ling's defenses was an impossibility. In his perception, Wu Ling seemed to divide into three, each portion defending against his attacks from distinct angles. Even with Chen Xian's exceptional swordsmanship, he could not breach that defense. Consequently, their exchanges of attack and defense continued, with Wu Ling's onslaught fracturing into three, each emanating from different directions and bearing entirely disparate energies. This left Chen Xian in a constant state of defense, needing to discern the authenticity of the three strikes while simulating appropriate countermeasures, reserving a fragment of his focus for devising a strategy to penetrate that seemingly insurmountable defense. The toll on his stamina escalated to threefold. And it was only after Wu Ling's final strike that Chen Xian despaired, realizing that all three attacks could indeed be genuine. Having anticipated those three assaults, the stark realism of their execution elicited a visceral reaction within his body, manifesting as injury. Truth be told, upon simulating Wu Ling's three diverse strikes, Chen Xian momentarily believed he was contending with someone suffering from a split personality. However, as the trio of attacks harmoniously converged, he suppressed that notion, recognizing it as a technique akin to the Seven Treasures glazed tile school's Seven Apertures exquisite heart, albeit far superior in its prowess. Unwilling to wipe away the blood at the corner of his mouth, Chen Xian raised his wooden sword, observing the emerging fractures along its blade, silently conceding, "I am defeated." Despite triumphing over Chen Xian in skill, Wu Ling felt little exhilaration. After all, with the guidance of several noble spirits, particularly those renowned for their martial prowess, failing to emerge as the preeminent martial artist on the Douluo continent would be a disservice to those spirits willing to be summoned. Witnessing Wu Ling's composed demeanor, Chen Xian felt a pang of shame when recalling his earlier elation in pursuing strength. Once, his aspirations were solely directed towards his father and the Soul Hall's representative. But after today, it appeared that a new ambition had emerged. Chapter 127, Transformation of the Soul Tool. This is the leaf tea from the ancient life tree at the center of the Douluo forest. Your Highness, please indulge. Half an hour had elapsed since Chen Xian's duel, during which he returned to his quarters to reflect on his newfound insights. While Wu Ling accompanied Ning Fingxi to a space resembling an office, where Ning personally brewed tea before him. Listening to Ning Fingxi's introduction, Wu Ling could not suppress a smile, given the current time frame. The center of the Douluo forest that Ning spoke of likely referred to the periphery inhabited by the Tyrannosaurus and the Titan giant ape. If one were to venture into the true center, even with the combined efforts of Chen Xian and Gu Rong, they might not emerge unscathed, let alone procure leaves from the ancient life tree for tea. It is worth noting that the ancient life tree holds a status among plant-type soul beasts akin to a weakened version of the three-eyed golden lion. Achieving sentience in merely a millennium, it has the capacity to enhance the cultivation rate of surrounding plant-type soul beasts. Even a century-old ancient life tree, once discovered, could find itself sheltered under the protection of the king of 10,000 beasts to ensure its growth, unless it were merely a sapling of 10 years. With a sense of curiosity, Wu Ling took a sip, and as the first drop slid down his throat, his hand paused momentarily before he expressionlessly set the teacup down. It was not merely a sapling from a 10-year-old ancient tree. It was likely just an ordinary old tree surrounding the lake of life, pseudo. However, despite lacking any nourishing effects, the flavor was undeniably pleasant. Indeed, if it were devoid of distinctiveness, it would not have been presented by Ning Fingxi. After leisurely savoring a few sips of tea, Wu Ling resolved, "Let us be swift and decisive." Not finding anything of interest in the Seven Treasure glazed tile school, he decided to address the matter directly, as he had no intention of languishing for days as he did in the Douluo Empire. After all, that previous encounter was merely fortuitous. Had he not chanced upon Zhu Qing, he likely would have departed the very next day. Within the seven-treasure glazed tile school, Ning Rongrong was evidently absent, and none other piqued his interest. Ning sect master, the hour grows late. Let us speak of matters at hand. Wu Ling's directness momentarily took Ning Fingji by surprise. He had long heard of the princess' decisiveness, and witnessing it firsthand, he was indeed not mistaken. Since it was the princess' desire, they commenced without delay. Subsequently, they deliberated on the prices and quantities of soul tools at the soul sovereign level and those he had learned about from unknown sources. Concluding their discussion in a remarkably brief time, this significant transaction was completed in mere moments. On one hand, the seven-treasure glazed tile school possessed ample resources, willing to accept any reasonable offer. On the other hand, Wu Ling refrained from inflating prices excessively, as his primary aim was to further promote soul tools. As for aiding adversaries, he would rather demonstrate the might of a signal-cutting mechanism to the world when the time came, including those sold at the soul weapon shop. Every soul tool contained a unique component. Upon contact with a specific wavelength, this component would activate, halting the soul power transmission. Moreover, Wu Ling had instructed Xiaofan to design another specialized component and wavelength. Upon their contact, they would unleash a terrifying explosion. With soul sovereign level soul tools capable of exhibiting soul sect level power, should anyone wield a soul tool against the spirit hall, Wu Ling would not hesitate to offer them a surprise. As for the consequences of such an ability being exposed, since some had been compelled to battle the spirit hall, it signified that unification was imminent. Once that occurred, aside from a select few who would truly care about this matter. Furthermore, unlike the Douluo Empire, which boasted tens of thousands of soldiers capable of achieving transformative changes through sheer numbers, the seven-treasure glazed tile school had a limited number of soul masters associated with the seven-treasure glazed tile. Even with the addition of other support-type soul masters, they still fell short of half the number of combat-type soul masters within their ranks. Thus, even if they were to sell a substantial quantity of soul tools to the seven-treasure glazed tile school, it would not result in a monumental leap in their overall strength. Ha ha ha, Your Highness, let us celebrate the success of our inaugural transaction. If you develop even more potent soul tools in the future, please do consider us at the seven-treasure glazed tile school, Ning Fingji remarked, clapping his hands. Outside, attendants had long awaited, presenting 2 glasses of red wine on a tray before Ning Fingji and Wu Ling. Each took a glass. And then Ning Fingji gently clinked his cup against Wu Ling's. To you, holy son, I shall drink in respect. With that, Ning Fingji tilted his head back and down the entire glass. Wu Ling swirled his wine glass and cast a glance at Ning Fingji, whose neck was held high with an air of confidence that could easily vanquish him, even under the watchful eye of the ancient banyan tree. However, such a straightforward victory would lack excitement. Subsequently, Wu Ling downed the contents of his glass in one go. After placing the empty glass on the tray for a servant to take away, Wu Ling suddenly remarked, Master Ning, considering our late acquaintance, may I introduce you to something intriguing? Ning Fingji, still pondering how to steer the conversation, immediately surmised that Wu Ling was about to unveil something of great significance, especially since he had invoked the phrase late acquaintance. Although puzzled by Wu Ling's sudden shift, Ning Fingji deemed it worthwhile to learn about this mystery, thus he responded, Oh, if it has garnered such solemnity from your highness, it must be extraordinary. I await with bated breath. Standing behind Ning Fingji, Gu Yang also displayed a hint of curiosity. However, upon glancing at Yu Guan and Gu Mei, he was astonished to find similar expressions of bewilderment etched upon their faces. Although Ning Fingji remained fixated on Wu Ling, part of his attention was drawn to the 2 titled Douluos. Their expression suggested that Wu Ling's revelation was unknown to them as well, further piquing his interest. Noticing he had successfully captured Ning Fingji's attention, Wu Ling was not one to linger unnecessarily. In the next moment, he flipped his palm, and an object materialized in his hand, instantly drawing the gaze of Ning Fingji and the 3 titled Douluos toward it. It was a belt-like object, or rather, it was indeed a belt. If a Blue Star individual familiar with Kamen Rider were to witness this, they would undoubtedly exclaim Kamen Rider Kuga. Indeed, this was the Kuga belt that Wu Ling had encountered months ago at Xiaofan's place. Albeit this version was a completed product and bore only an 80 resemblance to the original Kuga belt. Atop the main body were small holes not present in the original, seemingly designed for infusing something, while a card slot adorned its side. Additionally, a pouch reminiscent of those in Yu-Gi-Oh! Protruded from the right side of the belt. Although it was initially dubbed a transformation device, Wu Ling now preferred to call it a soul transformation device. He lifted the belt in his hand and began to elaborate on its features to the assembled company. Soul transformation device, Ning Fingji murmured, repeating the name as if attempting to decipher the capabilities of this intriguing artifact through its very title. Wu Ling did not allow Ning Fingji to ponder further. He turned to Yu Guan and said, as the adage goes, seeing is believing. It would be far more effective to demonstrate directly. Aunt Yu, could you kindly bring Zhu Zhuqing here? Chapter 128. The Additional Martial Soul. Zhu Zhuqing stood before Wu Ling and the others, her legs tightly pressed together, feeling somewhat uneasy. Prior to her arrival, Yu Guan had informed her that she was about to meet three-titled Douluo, a sect master, and a son of the Spirit Hall. These individuals would be treated with the utmost respect in the two great empires and in smaller nations. Their status would often surpass that of kings, for they possessed the power to easily alter royal families and even the fate of entire nations. However, Zhu Zhuqing was not anxious merely due to the esteemed company. Her apprehension stemmed from the purpose of Wu Ling's visit. Sect Master Ning, given your esteemed position, you must be acquainted with her, Wu Ling remarked, fully aware that his status and recent trip to the Douluo Empire would prompt the higher echelons of various factions to investigate her. As Wu Ling anticipated, Ning Fingji observed the girl before him, who was slightly younger than his own daughter, and began to recall the information he held about her. Zhu Zhuqing, the third daughter of the Zhu family, possessed the martial soul of the Zhu family's nether cat and had a spirit power level of 16. She was the fiancée of the third prince of the Douluo royal family, but after the prince's flight and an encounter with the son of the Spirit Hall, she approached him out of desperation for survival, leading to the dissolution of their engagement and her subsequent role as a maid to the son. The odds of coincidence were estimated to be 70%, with 30% potentially influenced by the Zhu family or even the royal family of Douluo itself. Ning Fingji lowered his gaze, and the information surfaced clearly in his mind. As a sect master, such matters were within his purview. To be honest, Your Highness, my curiosity has led me to know a thing or two, he replied to Wu Ling, while simultaneously speculating about Zhu Zhuqing's connection to that particular belt. If Sect Master Ning possesses even a modicum of knowledge, then her martial soul must lie within that context. Ning Fingji glanced once more at Zhu Zhuqing. Is your martial soul indeed the nether cat, Your Highness? Wu Ling silently nodded, then he tossed an object resembling a belt toward Zhu Zhuqing, which arced gracefully through the air in a perfect golden parabola. As everyone's attention was momentarily captured by the belt, Wu Ling produced a small vial made of an unknown material, its surface adorned with intricate magical patterns, outlined in blood-red lines. Ah, and this too, the third set, he declared. As the others began to comprehend, Wu Ling again threw the small vial to Zhu Zhuqing. In Ning Fingji's eyes, upon the mention of the third set, Zhu Zhuqing's tense expression noticeably relaxed. Although she still bore some apprehension, it was a marked improvement from her earlier demeanor. This observation led Ning Fingji to ponder whether the third set was a coded term, or perhaps it simply meant the third in a sequence, raising the question of whether there existed a second and first set as well. Before he could delve deeper into his thoughts, Zhu Zhuqing sprang into action. She positioned the belt before her, and the buckle at the back automatically fastened itself. She then aligned the vial with a small opening on the belt and forcefully inserted it. Observing closely, Ning Fingji and the others sensed something surging from the vial into the belt. Following this, a soul mark emerged within the circular glass centerpiece of the belt, resembling a firearm. Ning Fingji contemplated this revelation as blood-red patterns gradually manifested on Zhu Zhuqing's exposed skin, her hands, neck, and face, only to vanish again before he could scrutinize them further. Suddenly, Zhu Zhuqing stepped back with her right foot, leaning slightly forward, her raised right hand grasping at an invisible object. It's coming. A thrust, penetrating, a lethal strike. Behold the soul-breaking gun. As she performed these movements, the belt emitted a brilliant light. When the radiance faded, Zhu Zhuqing appeared before them, adorned with fragments of armor at her joints and wielding a crimson spear. The earlier chant and her actions had flushed her usually composed face with a faint blush, and she sighed in relief. Grateful that it was merely the third set of the soul-breaking gun. Had it been the first or second, she doubted she could perform those actions in front of them. This concern stemmed not from the difficulty of the movements, but rather from the profound embarrassment they invoked. She resolved that, regardless of her future use of those two powers, she would only ever perform those actions before Wu Ling once in her lifetime. Meanwhile, the attention of the others, apart from Wu Ling, was entirely fixated on the spear, oblivious to Zhu Zhuqing's reddened cheeks. After a moment of stunned silence, they gathered around her, startling her. Ning Fingji and the others reached out to touch the shaft of the soul-breaking gun, ultimately confirming a startling truth. It was indeed the weapon spirit, the soul-breaking gun. Aware of Zhu Zhuqing's lineage, their astonishment deepened, for not only were her parents well known, but her ancestry had also been meticulously traced through several generations. A family historically linked to the nether spirit cat, devoid of external or bloodline influences, would have an infinitesimally small chance of awakening a tool spirit directly from a beast spirit unless divine intervention occurred. Furthermore, this tool spirit was the legacy of one of the four noble families under the Haotian sect. In that fleeting moment, Ning Fengji envisioned a romance that transcended generations. Imagining the members of the Zhu family from the Xingluo Empire and the Pa family from the Haotian sect, two seemingly unrelated clans that fortuitously crossed paths and fell in love, their union reappearing in the world after countless generations. Suddenly, his eyes widened as clarity washed over him. He turned his gaze toward Zhu Zhuqing's waist, specifically the belt she wore. So that's it. The soul-changing device, an apparatus that manifests weapon spirits. Upon hearing Ning Fengji's revelation, Yu Guan and the others also grasped the concept, their focus shifting to the belt. As they comprehended the nature of the soul-changing device, Wu Ling clapped his hands to regain their attention. It seems you all understand now. Indeed, the soul-changing device allows the user to gain an additional weapon spirit, essentially. It creates a man-made dual weapon spirit. Chapter 129, The Academy. Even though Ning Fengji and the others were somewhat prepared for this revelation, the sheer magnitude of Wu Ling's statement left them utterly astounded. It is known that a person's weapon spirit is predestined, unless one is extraordinarily fortunate. The possibility of acquiring a second spirit is virtually non-existent. Yet, the reality lay before them. Even Yu Guan and Gue Mei, who had been tempered by rigorous training and potions, felt their worldviews shattered, let alone Ning Fengji and the others, who had never encountered such phenomena. Ning Fengji's expression was one of disbelief, as he repeatedly glanced between the long spear in Wu Ling's grasp and that of Zhu Zhuqing. However, before they could fully absorb the information, Wu Ling exchanged glances with Yu Guan and Gue Mei and then dropped another bombshell. Zhu Qing, the spirit cat. As they turned their attention back to Zhu Zhuqing, they beheld a radiant white light enveloping her, indicative of a weapon spirit manifestation. What is this? Although they had never witnessed an innate dual weapon spirit in reality, historical records indicated that a spirit master could only utilize one weapon spirit at a time. To employ a second, the first must be retracted. Yet, here stood a cat-eared girl wielding a long spear, showcasing both the soul-breaking gun and the nether spirit cat simultaneously. Indeed, this was the culmination of Xiaofen's extensive research. Initially, one would need to select a suitable death row inmate from the spirit hall's prison, then through meticulous processes, extract their weapon spirit. Subsequently, the individual's essence, flesh, and soul would be refined into a vial of soul liquid. Finally, the extracted weapon spirit would be sealed back within the soul liquid, with the external array providing the basic soul power necessary. When needed, the soul-changing device would be activated, allowing the spirit to coalesce with the user. In essence, it resembled an unconscious soul spirit crafted from the materials of a spirit master. The user supplied the soul power for its existence, and in return, it bestowed the weapon spirit and soul skills upon them. In the future, there would be the establishment of the Soul Spirit Tower by Huagua, and now Wu Ling was creating the Holy Spirit Hall. At that moment, Wu Ling waved to Ning Fengji, who was seated and pouring himself a cup of tea. Ning Zhongzhu, there's no need for such alarm. Come join me for some tea, and I shall elaborate further. Upon hearing Wu Ling's words, Ning Fengji suddenly realized he had been skillfully maneuvered. Reflecting on this, he returned to Wu Ling's side. For both understood that as an auxiliary spirit master, he would never relinquish this opportunity to alter his destiny. Ning Zhongzhu, Wu Ling remarked. Seeing Zhu Qing in her current state, you must comprehend as well. Her ability to wield two soul forms simultaneously signifies your auxiliary system's consent. Thus, the unwritten rule of denying oneself assistance is likely to become obsolete from this day forward. Traditionally, auxiliary spirit masters lacked any offensive or defensive capabilities, rendering the notion of self-assistance almost a tacit understanding within their ranks. However, today, Ning Fengji glimpsed the possibility of abolishing this limitation. Your Highness, while my desire is indeed profound, I implore you to divulge the particulars. Though his heart brimmed with yearning, Ning Fengji recognized that in this world, apart from his parents, goodwill seldom arises without reason. Therefore, he deemed it prudent to gather further information before making a decision. Just as Ning Fengji surmised, Wu Ling's intentions were not altruistic. His objective lay within Ning Fengji's blood, or more precisely, the genes contained therein. Prior to their encounter, Wu Ling had devised a plan, incorporating a subtle modification to the soul transformation device. This alteration ensured that each usage would continuously analyze the user's genetic makeup, transmitting the findings to the receiver on Xiaofan's side. Once Xiaofa fully decodes this information, mass production of the 7 treasures glazed tower, or even the 9 treasures glazed tower, will no longer be a mere dream. Wu Ling was filled with anticipation when the time for the soul-hunting operation arrived. If the 7 treasures glazed pagoda still stood opposite the spirit hall, he envisioned a spectacular explosion of soul tools, followed by the sight of each title Douluo wielding a 9-treasure glazed pagoda, all while observing Ning Fengxi's expression as his worldview was forcefully ground into the earth. However, before any of that could transpire, it was essential for Ning Fengxi to acquire the items first. Consequently, Wu Ling began by extolling the benefits of the soul tools, highlighting that they not only possessed the user's martial soul but also soul skills. Yet, the user could only employ soul skills corresponding to their current level. For instance, Zhu Zhiqing, currently at the 16th rank, could only utilize the first soul skill of the Broken Soul Spear, which had originally belonged to a Soul Emperor. Only upon reaching the same level could she access the skills of equivalent rank or lower. Furthermore, once her level surpassed that of the Soul Master within the Soul Transforming Device, she would encounter the limitation of being unable to augment the soul rings. The method of employing soul skills was rather straightforward. One simply drew a card from the pouch at their waist, which materialized the soul rings, and then inserted the chosen card into the Soul Transforming Device to activate the corresponding skill. Wu Ling meticulously demonstrated all subsequent precautions and advantages to Zhu Zhiqing. After absorbing most of the capabilities of the Soul Transforming Device, Ning Fengxi, fearing Wu Ling might change his mind, purchased 2 at an exorbitant price without attempting to haggle. Indeed, even though the cost exceeded his expectations, he willingly endured the financial strain. Now, Sect Master Ning, since you have procured the soul tools, shall we not consider acquiring a few Soul Master vials as well? After placing the 2 modified soul transforming devices before Ning Fengxi, Wu Ling produced several identical small vials and set them before him. Ning Fengxi's lips twitched slightly. Being a merchant himself, he was all too familiar with such tactics. Yet he never anticipated that he would be the fortunate recipient today. Your Highness, given our sect's bulk purchase from your esteemed hall, might there be any discounts available? After acquiring the soul transforming devices, he found his finances dwindling, making considerations of pride rather insignificant. Oh, indeed, to demonstrate the sincerity of our spirit hall, we would like to generously gift this auxiliary soul master vial to Sect Master Ning, Wu Ling declared, sliding a somewhat shabby-looking vial across the table. Ning Fengxi silently regarded the small vial before him, then reached out to discreetly stow it in his storage ring. May I inquire, Your Highness, how much for the soul master vial of a soul sage? Once Wu Ling departed, Ning Fengxi leaned closer to Gu Rong and whispered, in a moment, please issue a notice stating that our 7 Treasures Glazed sect has made an exception by purchasing a significant quantity of soul tools from the Spirit Hall, allowing interested parties to use next month's wages along with some personal funds to make a purchase. After concluding the transaction, Wu Ling made no further delay. He dined and spent the night before moving on to his next destination, the various academies. Chapter 130, The Elemental Academy in the Elephant Armor. Wu Ling sat upon an immense stone chair, accompanied by an elderly man who appeared to be in his 60s, despite his age. The man stood at least 2.5 meters tall, his robust physique resembling that of a mountainous figure, exuding an imposing presence. His skin was dark, his hair and beard white, and his large eyes sparkled like copper bells, as if a unique luminescence radiated from his ebony skin. The setting was the Xiangjia sect, ranked 6th among the 7 major sects of the continent, renowned for its unparalleled defensive capabilities. This venerable figure was none other than Hu Yinjin, the current leader of the Xiangjia sect. Young master, please allow me to serve you tea. While Wu Ling was in a state of serene contemplation, Hu Yinjin awkwardly poured a cup of tea for him. Observing this, Hu Yinli, standing nearby, was taken aback. He had just been summoned by his grandfather, only to find him serving a youth who was not much older than himself. In the contemporary world, only 2 individuals could command such deference from his grandfather. One was Xue Qinghe, the prince of the Tiandou Empire, whom Hu Yinli had met and knew it was not him. The other could only be the Holy Son, Wu Ling. Despite his muscular build, Hu Yinli was no fool. He understood the significance of knowing whom to provoke and whom to avoid. Not everyone subscribed to the notion that avoiding trouble equates to mediocrity. Had it not been for the protagonist's aura, one might unwittingly offend those who should not be trifled with. Yet, a sense of confusion lingered. He was aware that his family had covertly pledged allegiance to the Spirit Hall, and his grandfather had emphasized this. However, as the leader of a sect and a formidable soul Douluo, Hu Yinjin's position beside the Holy Son felt uncharacteristically diminished, suggesting a deeper reason for such behavior. possibly linked to Hu Yinli himself. Minutes passed in this tense atmosphere, with Hu Yinjin glancing between his grandson and Wuling. Hu Yinli, overwhelmed by the gravity of the situation, began to perspire slightly. Finally, Wuling slowly opened his eyes and regarded Hu Yinli. 16 years old, level 36, and your martial soul is the diamond mammoth? Not sufficient. Upon hearing Wuling's dismissal, Hu Yinjin shot a frustrated glare at his grandson, regretting that his indulgence had resulted in insufficient rigorous training for him. Ultimately, he could only blame himself, as the thought of approaching Wuling was extinguished by the latter's evident talent and strength. Though Hu Yinli was clueless about his grandfather's intentions, he could sense that the Holy Son's rejection had left him drenched in cold sweat, too intimidated to meet their gazes. However, Wuling's voice shifted, igniting a flicker of hope within Hu Yinjin. Given your shift in allegiance to the Spirit Hall, I can offer you an opportunity. Young master, please instruct me. Hu Yinjin responded earnestly. Wuling turned to Hu Yinli, saying, You are Hu Yinli, correct? Yes, Your Highness, I am Hu Yinli. Hu Yinli's taut nerves reacted immediately to Wuling calling his name. Use all your strength to withstand my punch. Wuling stood, stretching his neck and rotating his wrists. Oh. Hu Yinli was startled by the demand. As he looked up, he found not only Wuling's impassive expression but also the urgent gaze of his grandfather. With Wuling's fingers pressed together, he slowly raised his hand. Hu Yinjin frowned, while Hu Yinli swiftly reacted. Martial Soul Manifestation. First soul skill, Iron Wall. Second soul skill, Mammoth Strength. Hu Yinli activated his two soul skills, one enhancing his defense and the other augmenting his power. Just as he completed his display, he saw a shadow approaching him. To Hu Yinjin's astonishment, Wuling had traversed the distance to his grandson without expending an ounce of soul power. With a resounding thud, Wuling's punch struck like a hammer against iron, yet he remained unfazed, while Hu Yinli was sent flying. Hu Yinjin winced at the sight of his grandson being propelled outside, but he dared not act, fearing that any movement would jeopardize the purpose of this meeting. Enough, bring him back. Although I did not employ any soul skills or power, a soul master managing to endure my punch while retaining consciousness is commendable. Upon hearing Wuling's consent, Hu Yinjin hurried outside to retrieve his grandson. Meanwhile, Wuling contemplated his next course of action. Among the 7 major sects, only the top 3 boasted title Douluo level masters, while the highest combat strength of the lower 4 sects was merely Soul Douluo. Apart from that, the 5 Elements Academy could rival the lower 4 sections. Additionally, the Thunder Academy was backed by the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon, while the Xiangjia Academy was supported by the Xiangjia sect. Thus, the 3 independent academies stood out. Furthermore, the 4 families beneath the Haotian sect were also formidable, although they had suffered declines due to the Spirit Hall suppression. Nonetheless, they were still families with Soul Douluo guardians. For the moment, Wuling's objective included the other 3 academies, as no power would ever disdain an excess of talent. Compared to sects, academies were undoubtedly a more advantageous choice. Moreover, the other 3 sects of the lower 4 were heavily constrained by the Xingluo Empire, making them ripe for conquest. A task Wuling would prefer to undertake without needless verbosity. At that moment, Hu Yinjin returned with Hu Yinli after discussing some precautions. While Hu Yinjin remained composed, Hu Yinli, having only heard of Wuling's reputation without seeing him in person, was utterly astonished. With his Diamond Mammoth martial soul activated, even with both his first and second soul skills, ordinary soul masters often struggled to breach his defense. Yet, this proud defense had been obliterated by Wuling's singular punch. With a fractured right forearm and 3 broken ribs, Hu Yinli realized that Wuling's strength surpassed that of most soul masters. Is this truly the power of the Holy Son of the Spirit Hall? Such physical prowess without even considering his soul power? I have heard my grandfather mention a level 50. I would readily believe he could reach level 70. Chapter 131. Fiery Blaze, Heavenly Water, Divine Wind. After Hu Yinjin brought Hu Yinli before Wuling, the latter flicked his wrist, sending a small vial hurtling toward Hu Yinjin. This is a restorative potion. Let him drink it. Hu Yinjin nodded, undeterred by the potential toxicity, or perhaps in a bid to demonstrate his trust. He allowed his grandson to consume it without hesitation. Soon, a faint green luminescence emanated from Hu Yinli's body, and his fractured bones and the darkened, purplish skin visibly began to mend at an astonishing pace. Then, the martial spirit flicked his wrist, casting a book towards Hu Yinjin. The initially tranquil expression on Hu Yinjin's face underwent a remarkable transformation upon seeing the title of the book. Surprise, joy, and exhilaration coursed through him. It had been a long time since Hu Yinli witnessed his grandfather so animated. Driven by curiosity, he stealthily leaned in for a closer look. And he beheld the title, Advanced Soul Technique of Earth. Hu Yinli was immediately invigorated. for he had been cultivating only low-level soul techniques. Even mid-level techniques had been withheld from them due to their status. Hu Yanjun had originally sought merely a mid-level soul technique. Yet he could scarcely believe that the martial spirit had offered an advanced one. As for its authenticity, he harbored no doubts. For the very founder of the soul technique sat before him. This advanced soul technique was exclusive to the earth attribute. Those who practiced it would find it a superior method, while those of a different attribute would struggle even with lower-level techniques. Surely, you grasp my meaning. Hu Yanjun immediately knelt on one knee and solemnly vowed, "Rest assured, Your Highness, I, Hu Yanjun, guarantee that not a single word of this technique shall be divulged." Furthermore, he proclaimed, "I declare that our Xiangjia sect shall remain loyal to the martial spirit hall for generations to come." Hu Yanjun understood the martial spirit's intent. Even if the earth-exclusive advanced soul technique were to be leaked, the primary impact would be on their Xiangjia sect, potentially jeopardizing their long-standing status, while the martial spirit hall would remain largely unaffected. However, the martial spirit showed little interest in Hu Yanjun's oath. Were it not for Bibi Dong's desire for him to practice his ability to command others, he would have preferred to remain at home, cultivating to become invincible before venturing out. By the way, what is your rapport with the other 4 elemental academies? Suppressing his desire to observe further, Hu Yanjun solemnly secured the soul technique and responded to the martial spirit's inquiry. "I have a rather contentious relationship with that old fellow from the Thunder Academy. As for the other 3 academies, we share a common bond. Although we may not be aligned in purpose, we can at least converse amicably." Wu Ling nodded and remarked, "As for the Thunder Academy, it is no longer feasible to engage with them. Regarding the other 3, please extend invitations on my behalf, indicating that I shall visit their academies in the coming days to utilize their simulated training facilities and furthermore, to discuss certain matters. They should be informed to prepare in a rather ostentatious manner." Upon hearing Wu Ling's emphasis on the word ostentatious, Hu Yanjun comprehended his intent. After all, as the Holy Son of the Spirit Hall, it would be rather unbecoming to request the use of their academy's simulated training ground in a furtive manner. "Understood, Your Highness. Moreover, our simulated training facility at the Xiangjia sect has been thoroughly prepared and is at your disposal." Conversing with someone so reasonable was indeed a pleasure, and Wu Ling felt a slight increase in his regard for Hu Yanjun. "Very well, lead me there." 2 days later, Wu Ling's initial destination was the Blazing Fire Academy. However, upon his arrival, he was taken aback to find not only the president of the Blazing Fire Academy waiting for him, but also the presidents of the Divine Wind Academy and the Heavenly Water Academy. Among them, the presidents of the Blazing Fire Academy and the Divine Wind Academy were men, while the president of the Heavenly Water Academy was a woman. Upon observing this familiar trio, Wu Ling's interest was piqued. This combination, as per uncertain intelligence, seemingly originated from the neighboring Hokage, followed by the golden triangle of Douluo 1, and then the 2 dragons and 1 demise of Douluo 2. Regardless of the configuration, it was certain that they would eventually part ways for some reason. As Wu Ling awaited the latest gossip, Hu Yanjun's information captured his attention. It appeared that the relationship among the 3 remained steadfast, showing no signs of fragmentation. According to Hu Yanjun, it seemed that due to the nature of their martial spirits, the dynamic of 2 men vying for 1 woman was abruptly curtailed before it could even unfold. As Wu Ling experienced a sense of disappointment for not being able to partake in the festivities, he was nonetheless astonished that this trio of enchantments had been broken here. "Greetings to the 3 esteemed heads of the academies. I never expected you all to come and welcome me simultaneously. It truly overwhelms me," he remarked. "Ah, Your Highness. The Saint Son, do not be so modest. Your presence at our academy is indeed our honor. How could it possibly be a burden? Rather, we are the ones who feel unworthy," replied the head of the Blaze Academy, a man with fiery red hair. Despite his advanced age, a sense of latent power emanated from his robust physique. As he stated, they had attended the grand competition months prior and were well aware of Wu Ling's strength and potential. After observing Wu Ling's battles and engaging in extensive discussions, they reached a conclusion. The Saint's Son either possessed the Soul King level as proclaimed by the Soul Hall but exhibited the combat prowess of a Soul Sage, or he genuinely held the rank of a Soul Sage. Regardless of which scenario was true, it was clear that he was no ordinary talent. Moreover, Wu Ling had devised various techniques and soul tools, leading most people to associate the Soul Hall not with the Pope, but rather with what the Saint's Son might be concocting next. His remarkable potential, coupled with his soaring reputation, was precisely why these 3 Soul Master level heads were willing to accord him the same treatment as that of the Pope. Naturally, While the reception was nearly akin to that of the Pope, it still fell short, for despite Wu Ling's promising future, the distinction between their ranks must be maintained. Your Highness, the mimicry training ground you require is currently being prepared. While we await its completion, why not take a stroll around our academy to pass the time? Suggested the head of the Tianshui Academy, her hair a shade of bluish-gray. Despite the multitude of wrinkles on her face, they could not conceal the charm she once possessed. Upon hearing her invitation, Wu Ling felt a pang of frustration. Why did these high-ranking individuals prefer small talk before addressing serious matters? Could they not be more straightforward? Yet, he understood that this was a necessary process for fostering relationships, as a leisurely diversion could subtly influence the outcome of their dealings. Even though Wu Ling had no intention of manipulating relationships, the leaders of the welcoming factions had engaged in such practices for centuries. The formality often outweighed the actual purpose. Reluctantly, Wu Ling acquiesced. Very well, I shall accompany you three elders for a stroll. Chapter 132. Raise your arm a little higher, and pay attention to direction and strength. The voice of Wu Ling resonated through the air, as he lay bare-chested on the ground. Above him, at a distance of 10 meters, a young man, whose appearance was only half as handsome as Wu Ling, relentlessly attacked him. 45th slash of the Gale Demon Wolf. The name of the technique was proclaimed by the young man, revealing his identity. Indeed, he was Feng Xiaotian, one of the protagonists endowed with innate full soul power in the original narrative. Feng Xiaotian was merely a year older than Wu Ling, and due to the deliberate concealment by the headmaster of the Divine Wind Academy, his identity as one endowed with innate full soul power had not yet been fully disclosed. Having delved into the creation of his own soul techniques for 4 years since he broke through to Soul Master at the age of 12, he found the path of cultivation devoid of difficulty. Thus, he resolutely embarked on this seemingly bottomless abyss of self-created soul techniques, which had only allowed him to ascend to the 38th level over 4 years. Yet, under Wu Ling's guidance, the arduous endeavor that tormented him for 4 years culminated in just a week, with the evolution from 36 slashes to 45 slashes. The azure blade struck fiercely against Wu Ling's back, producing a harsh grinding sound that echoed throughout the courtyard. Zhu Qing, standing nearby in a maid outfit, frowned gracefully. However, upon Feng Xiaotian's descent, all he beheld was a slightly reddened back, with not a single scratch to mar Wu Ling's skin. In Feng Xiaotian's eyes, filled with admiration and longing, Wu Ling stretched languidly before donning his attire. Indeed, if your strikes possess this kind of force every time, you might just qualify as a massage therapist. In the past, such a comparison would have incited Wu Ling's ire, but upon hearing these words, Feng Xiaotian's face lit up with joy. I understand, Your Highness. I shall surely become a qualified massage therapist in the future. At this moment, Feng Xiaotian had shed the arrogance he bore a week prior when he initially sought to challenge Wu Ling, having forgotten most of the reasons for his challenge. Your current limit stands at 45 slashes. Focus your energy on cultivating your soul power. Once your soul power increases, your self-created soul techniques will naturally evolve. Wu Ling advised as he accepted a drink from Zhu Qing. Wu Ling held great expectations for Feng Xiaotian, a prodigy who had traversed from level 46 to 61 in just 5 years in the original tale. Had Tang Sen not possessed the celestial herb in the early stages, nor the sea god examination in the latter stages, or had Feng Xiaotian not immersed himself in self-created soul techniques, but rather concentrated on soul power cultivation, it remained uncertain whether Tang San's cultivation speed could surpass that of Feng Xiaotian. Why do you two know the Holy Sun? A voice cut in, and with a loud bang, the door was pushed open by a red-haired girl, followed by a group of 3 girls and 1 boy. How could the Holy Sun possibly take a liking to someone like you? Mocked a blue-haired girl trailing behind the redhead. Huh, you mind your own business. The red-haired girl initially shouted, but soon realized the gravity of the situation and her voice trailed off. The 4 were the Huowu siblings from the Blaze Fire Academy and the Shui Binger sisters from the Heavenly Water Academy. Upon spotting Wu Ling in the courtyard, they hastened towards him. Zhu Qing's teeth clenched involuntarily at the sight of the 3 dreaded cat burglars returning. Simultaneously, the moment Feng Xiaotian laid eyes on Huowu, he recalled the reason for his initial visit to Wu Ling. He remembered how, upon hearing of Huowu's defeat at the hands of the Holy Sun, he felt a pang of intense jealousy rather than anger. In a fit of impulse, he disregarded the headmaster's admonitions and sought out Wu Ling, resulting in his thorough thrashing. In just a week, Feng Xiaotian had come to truly understand his life's mission, and now, regarding Huowu, he thought, a woman? Such distractions would only hinder my consecutive strikes. Huowu sensed something amiss in Feng Xiaotian's gaze, yet, with Wu Ling present, she dismissed it and stepped forward. "Greetings, Your Highness." In the presence of outsiders, the four young talents lowered their heads with a sense of humility, having personally felt Wu Ling's formidable power. Coupled with his striking appearance, impeccable martial skills, and profound knowledge, along with his extraordinary teaching abilities, their cultivation efficiency had soared during this time, leading to a growing admiration for Wu Ling. Though their interaction had been brief, the sensation of enlightenment they experienced ignited the notion that following such a figure would be a worthy pursuit. As the saying goes, curiosity is the beginning of entrapment, and admiration is the inception of pursuit. "Is there something you require?" Wu Ling inquired with an impassive expression. To him, the individuals before him were of little consequence. Had it not been for his long-standing habit of guiding others, he would not have spared them a glance, even the three enchanting young maidens. "Your Highness, the three headmasters request your presence," Wu conveyed. A hint of disappointment coloring Shui Binger's face as she secretly attempted to catch Wu Ling's eye with her endearing demeanor. "Oh, have those three finally reached their limit?" A flicker of interest crossed Wu Ling's face as he rubbed his chin, contemplating. Since his arrival, he had traversed the training grounds of the three academies, effortlessly defeating various prodigies and earning their admiration while simultaneously guiding them through enjoyable experiences. During this time, he had accomplished much. Yet he had not sought out the three headmasters until now, making their visit a timely coincidence. "Very well, lead the way." The following day, Feng Xiaodian and Huo Wu watched Wu Ling depart with a mixture of regret and longing, wishing they could follow him at that moment, were it not for their ties to the academy. In stark contrast, the three headmasters bore expressions of gravity and concern, their worries focused on themselves and the institution. What a formidable individual! If he were to become more proactive, it wouldn't be long before he lured away all the talents from our three academies, they mused. His unfathomable strength, unknown potential, vast knowledge, and captivating charisma rendered him almost a perfect being. It seems we are ultimately faced with a choice. Is it settled? However, I hope this academy remains free of political entanglements. Unfortunately, you heard the Holy Son's words. Choices must be made, but that does not mean we must decide immediately. What should I do? Wait, just wait a little longer. Chapter 133. The relationship that has been drawn closer. So what brings you to my place? In a room meant for three, at a splendid wooden table, the delicate-featured Xue Qinghe inquired with a tone that belied his stature. "What? Am I not allowed to come if I have nothing else to do?" Wu Ling jested, a rare moment of levity. It turned out that Wu Ling's business trip was essentially concluded, and he could have returned directly to Wuhuan City to resume his solitary existence. However, as he passed through the capital of Tiando, the sudden desire to meet Xue Qinghe, or rather, Qianren Xue, struck him. Upon hearing Wu Ling's playful remark, Xue Qinghe turned to gaze at him for several seconds. "Indeed, you are Wu Ling. Could it be that you have finally come to your senses?" Regarding the man who had defeated her multiple times, she harbored complex emotions, admiration, respect, and a hint of infatuation. Yet, due to Wu Ling's aloofness, no progress had been made. As for Wu Ling, aside from a rich emotional tapestry during the 6 years before his martial spirit awakening, he had since devoted himself entirely to the pursuit of soul power, gradually suppressing his emotions beneath the weight of his meticulously crafted plans. Despite the assistance of his doppelganger, he had never faltered in his training. In the 15 years of his life, aside from Kisi, whom he acknowledged as family, he had yet to find a friend with whom he could converse as an equal, a subordinate capable of matching his pace, or a confidant who could truly understand his inner self. Even Bibi Dong and Yu Egwan, who had accompanied him for a time, were merely tools he had grown somewhat fond of. The root of this lay in his perspective shaped by the original narrative he had read, coupled with his gradually burgeoning strength, which led him to feel as if he were the protagonist of a third-rate, overpowered novel. Undoubtedly, this perception was also influenced by the limited scope of the world he inhabited. Upon receiving his first soul ring and acquiring the powers of Sasaki, Wu Ling came to a profound realization. This world was indeed feeble. He recognized that he could entirely harness the power of the summoned spirits, achieving feats that even deities could not. Thus, in his eyes, the so-called gods appeared rather trivial. He believed that if he so desired, he could summon a spirit capable of targeting divine beings with his 6th soul ring, easily turning those exalted entities into mere specters beneath his blade. It was akin to telling an ordinary person that by completing 9 relatively simple tasks, they could attain unparalleled strength. Inevitably, they would bury themselves in work. dismissing the allure of beauty, wealth, or power, knowing that once they attained invincibility, all else would naturally follow, even if they acquired it midway. However, over time, Wu Ling found himself growing weary. The daily grind of training, while manageable, seemed increasingly unnecessary. After all, if he could accomplish tasks with a little time and effort, why should he force himself to strive relentlessly? He had no grand vision of world peace, no vengeful enemy seeking to harm him, nor any karmic ties from a past life. Though in his previous life he abstained from smoking, avoided romantic entanglements, and only occasionally indulged in alcohol, giving off an aura of a stoic ascetic. He was no saint. He too possessed desires. Thus, a whimsical thought struck him. Why not attempt to engage in a romance, one infused with genuine emotion? Consequently, he sought out Qian Rinxue, the only woman in this world he deemed approachable. The other was Zhu Zhiqing, but she was still a child, and he resolved to wait until she matured. Wu Ling smiled faintly, responding with evident curiosity. Are you suggesting enlightenment? Perhaps it is merely the act of temporarily setting aside certain matters. Indeed, within Wu Ling's heart, this sudden inspiration might simply be a fleeting whim, as he had mentally prepared himself to let go at any moment prior to his arrival. Xueqing had continued to gaze intently at Wu Ling's face, ultimately finding herself blushing when he displayed no significant reaction. Subsequently, Xueqing had tilted her head slightly to look at Zhu Zhiqing, who stood behind Wu Ling. At that moment, Zhu Zhiqing was still immersed in the shock of realizing that this prince of the heavenly Dou Empire was indeed a member of the Spirit Hall. Surely, you are not here to flaunt the fact that you have acquired a young maidservant? The ostentatious display of distress by Wu Ling is truly disheartening. Is it true that I am perceived as such in your heart? And are you perhaps lacking confidence in your own allure? To assert a lack of confidence would be unfathomable. At the tender age of 19, Qian Rinxue remains in the prime of her beauty. Yet, she has lost the desire to refute, for she has overheard Wu Ling praising her charm. Although Wu Ling did not explicitly state so, in Qian Rinxue's mind, that was the implication. Humph, how perceptive of you. With that, Xueqing arose and walked towards Wu Ling, and with each step, her appearance began to fade, replaced by the youthful and radiant visage of Qian Rinxue. Then, under Wu Ling's slightly astonished gaze, Qian Rinxue boldly seated herself upon his lap, casting a provocative glance at Zhu Zhiqing before leaning against Wu Ling, striving to maintain a blush on her cheeks. Though Qian Rinxue's personality in the original narrative is assertive, it varies from person to person. In the story, she showcased her dominant side because she admired Tang San, who was not as powerful as she. However, Wu Ling is different. He currently surpasses her in every aspect. Additionally, wishing to assert her dominance in the presence of Zhu Zhiqing, who appears to be her rival, she adopts this almost coquettish demeanor. As Wu Ling felt the softness against his thigh, he initially experienced a sense of restraint. In his 2 lifetimes, aside from moments with family or during battles, he had never been so close to a woman. Gradually, inhaling the fragrance emanating from Qian Rinxue's hair, his heart began to settle. One arm partially embraced her while the other gently caressed her silky locks. Sensing that Qian Rinxue, who had also been somewhat tense, was calming down, a smile slowly crept onto Wu Ling's lips. What is this, after all? It is reminiscent of petting our cat. As thoughts of cats crossed his mind, Wu Ling seized the moment to discreetly glance at Zhu Zhiqing while Qian Rinxue was distracted. To his amusement, he found Zhu Zhiqing staring intently at both him and the Qian Rinxue on his lap, her bright eyes reflecting a similar expression of intrigue. Are you pondering something quite inappropriate? Qian Rinxue suddenly inquired, pressing her forehead against Wu Ling's chin. Wu Ling chuckled lightly, pondering how it was possible. With a beautiful woman in his embrace, what else could he think about? This was more like it. Qian Rinxue nodded in satisfaction, reveling in Wu Ling's gentle caresses. Meanwhile, Zhu Zhiqing, who stood behind Wu Ling, fixated on the hand that incessantly stroked, her eyes betraying a hint of longing. Chapter 134. Traces in the days that followed. Wu Ling remained immersed in his cultivation, yet unlike before, he ventured out for a few days each month to engage in casual conversations and explore the nuances of affection with Qian Rinxue. As Wu Ling's level ascended, he began contemplating the requirements for his 6th soul ring, having already achieved the 5th soul ring with 100,000 years of age. The prospect of the 6th seemed akin to unlocking a realm of infinite possibilities. Adorned with sunglasses and clad in floral shorts, Wu Ling languidly reclined on a chair basking in the sun, while his mind remained actively engaged in contemplation. When discussing soul beasts of 100,000 years, one inevitably thinks of the 10 fearsome beasts from Dou Air, particularly the top three, Deition, the Evil Eye, and the Snow Empress. The Snow Empress is likely to be Anastasia, yet as a sorceress, she may not surpass Medea, and as a light cannon, she falls short of the upper echelon, making her less of a consideration. The Evil Eye could refer to several servants possessing magical eyes, even Shiro, without a connection to the root, would find controlling the direct death magic eye quite troublesome. Moreover, I currently have no means of locating the Sun Moon continent. As for Deition, there is no need for elaboration. Those dragon-class servants undoubtedly hold a significant position. The middle three include Biji, the king of 10,000 beasts, and the bear monarch. The latter could be considered a superhuman bear, albeit if it is not a ranked superhuman bear, excluding game effects. His strength in reality is indeed difficult to ascertain. Among the latter four, the 9th and 10th did not appear in Do Air, leaving me somewhat uncertain regarding the Ice Emperor and the Scarlet King. The latter might summon another Heracles, while I find it challenging to conceive of the Ice Emperor Scorpion. As for the divine agent's heroic spirits, I recall Karna, Arjuna, Enkidu, Skathak, Napoleon, Oda Nobunaga, and Marta. Each of these heroic spirits presents its own complexities, primarily due to their minimal connection with beastly entities. Marta might be associated with dragons, yet in comparison to those dragon-class servants, her priority would undoubtedly be lower. Utilizing the Snow Empress or the Ice Emperor could potentially summon Scotty, though regrettably, I lack a connection to the divine agents. With a hint of distress, Wu Ling took a sip of the cool tea, while Zhu Qing gracefully refilled his cup. Your Highness, is there a troubling matter that you require assistance with? She inquired, placing the teapot down and stepping behind Wu Ling to gently massage his temples. Since establishing a relationship with Qianren Xue, Wu Ling had observed Zhu Qing's transformation over the past year, whether it was learning various behaviors from the other maids or evolving from her initial shyness to her present proactive demeanor. He felt quite satisfied. Moreover, Zhu Qing did not neglect her training. With Wu Ling's guidance, her soul power had already reached level 27, with hopes of attaining level 30 before turning 12. It was noteworthy that in the past, even the likes of Hu Laina, who were now approaching the Soul King level, did not possess such ranks at that age. In the Spirit Hall, a saying emerged regarding this exceptionally gifted personal maid. If one has not reached Soul Master before the age of 12, they lack the qualifications to serve the Holy Sun. It's nothing. I was merely contemplating which soul beast to seek for my 6th soul ring, Wu Ling explained. Upon hearing this, Zhu Qing's eyes reflected a moment of contemplation. But after a while, her gaze dimmed as she realized she could not arrive at a solution, despite Zhu Qing currently being merely a great soul master. Her knowledge from Xiao Fan and training in martial arts from Shaolin enabled her to combat opponents beyond her rank with ease. She even possessed insights that many titled Douluos were unaware of, her experiences rivaling those of an ordinary titled Douluo. Yet, despite her remarkable capabilities, she found herself unable to assist Wu Ling with this particular dilemma, not even to make a recommendation. Zhu Qing pressed her fingers slightly firmer. I must strive harder, for I wish to stand by your side, Your Highness. She then candidly replied, I apologize, Your Highness, but I lack the ability to assist you in resolving this matter. Wu Ling appreciated Zhu Qing's honesty and felt no disappointment. After all, without understanding the essence of the spirits, not even all the titled Douluos in the world could aid him in this regard, let alone Zhu Qing. Beneath his dark glasses, a glimmer flashed in Wu Ling's eyes. A marine soul beast could indeed be a splendid choice, especially with the existence of swimwear servants. Although the Dream Eye Silkworm was a million-year soul beast, its compatibility was too poor. If all else fails, that rabbit may serve as an option. Whether it be the Killing Fox or the Bunny Girl, both are admirable selections. While Wu Ling continued to ponder the targets within his mind, Xiaolon returned home, carrying a basket of vegetables. Master, I'm back, she announced. Well, you know what I like to eat. Hurry and prepare it, Wu Ling replied. Leave it to me, Prince. I just learned to make this dish a few days ago. While it may not be as delicious as your cooking, I implore you to give it a try. Zhu Qing accepted the basket from Xiaolon and, with Wu Ling's permission, cheerfully made her way to the kitchen. Thanks to Wu Ling's fondness for food, Zhu Qing's culinary skills in this life far surpassed her original self, who could only cook fish. After handing the basket to Zhu Qing, Xiaolon did not return but stood there, watching her enter the kitchen before turning her gaze back to Wu Ling. Wu Ling gradually straightened his posture, sensing that Xiaolon had something significant to convey to him, something that Zhu Qing should not overhear. Have you yet decided on your next spirit beast? Xiaolon inquired bluntly, maintaining her usual lackluster demeanor. To be direct, I was summoned by the teacher on my way here, and she asked me to relay a message to you. Noticing Wu Ling's silence and his inclination to recline once more, Xiaolon abandoned her riddling approach and straightforwardly revealed the message. There is news regarding the dark demon evil god tiger. Suddenly, Wu Ling raised his head and gazed at Xiaolon, the seriousness in his eyes gradually intensifying beneath his sunglasses. Ever since he had vanquished the sky blue bull python and the titan giant ape, Wu Ling had informed Bibi Dong about the dark demon evil god tiger, which had been relentlessly pursued. He had asked her to have someone keep an eye on it, although it took nearly a year to receive any news. When considering the vast expanse of the Douluo forest, this duration was relatively brief, largely thanks to the Spirit Hall, a formidable force housing the majority of soul masters across the realm. Wu Ling couldn't help but marvel at the advantages of having allies in high places. Such mobilization and extensive search capabilities were beyond the reach of a rural academy like Shrek, let alone the Five Elements Academy. The idea of joining forces when lacking resources was indeed a prudent strategy. Although the dark demon evil god tiger had not yet reached the age of 100,000 years, it mattered little. Xiaofan had already devised a method to extend the lifespan of soul rings. Even if it currently applied only to unabsorbed soul rings, it was still ample. When the time came to slay the dark demon evil god tiger, they could enhance the age of its soul ring to 100,000 years before absorption. Did the teacher provide a specific location? It was mentioned that a general area had been identified. Very well, I shall make my way there now. Chapter 135. The Dark Demon Evil God Tiger. After a month of diligent pursuit, I have finally cornered you, Dark Demon Evil God Tiger. Alone, Wu Ling stood atop a towering tree in the Douluo forest, gazing down at the formidable black tiger below. This dark demon god tiger, a creature of pure ebony hue without a hint of variation, possessed crimson eyes that radiated a chilling aura. Its body stretched over 8 meters in length, with muscles bulging and a weight exceeding 3,000 pounds. The character king emblazoned on its forehead was also black, yet distinct from its fur, resembling a somber mist. Most striking was its tail, significantly longer than that of ordinary tigers, raised upright and composed of countless joints, culminating in a massive curved hook that gleamed with a sinister light, as if it were a scythe from the depths of hell, poised to reap the life of its prey. A month prior, upon learning from Bibi Dong that the dark demon god tiger had been sighted, Wu Ling ventured alone into the Douluo forest. Through continuous communication with informants within the Spirit Hall, he gradually narrowed down the tiger's territory. Although this creature was a spirit beast, its intelligence was not to be underestimated. It seemed aware of the search for it. Consequently, it had slain several individuals sent by the Spirit Hall and had been evasively moving between 3 locations, both concealing its tracks and transforming those who sought it into mere sustenance. Alas, despite its cunning, it remained a beast. And human ingenuity, one of its defining qualities, lay in reverse thinking. By analyzing the timing and locations of the fallen, Wu Ling persistently honed in on its position and route until he finally confronted it. With a low growl, the dark demon god tiger regarded Wu Ling with a mix of caution, excitement, and greed. It had deduced that this human was the one seeking it, and sensed a potent bloodline within him that rivaled the depths of the Douluo forest, perhaps even surpassing it. The tiger's avarice and exhilaration stemmed from this realization. It estimated that consuming this human could grant it the strength to ascend to the realm of a 100,000-year spirit beast within 20 years. Should that snake and monkey return, it would be more than capable of eliminating them one by one. Yet, a high level of wariness accompanied its desire. Having frequently evaded the titan giant ape and the sky blue bull python, it had encountered and devoured many humans. Developing a keen understanding, every delectable human was invariably accompanied by a stronger one. Past ambushes had left a lasting impression upon it. With another low growl, a thick gray aura erupted from its sinister tail, known as the evil god hook, gradually enveloping its entire form. Wu Ling, having extracted knowledge of the dark demon god tiger's techniques from Xiaofan, immediately recognized this powerful defensive skill, which could rival the absolute defense of the rabbit spirit beast. However, its limit was slightly lower than that of absolute defense, though it lasted longer and did not impede movement. Starting with defense, are we? Such a prudent feline. I find myself rather fond of you, Wu Ling mused. As he summoned 5 spirit rings, 2 purple, 2 black, and 1 red, he reached for the 2 black rings. Grasping the lightning like 10,000 symbols break the band in his left hand and the pitch-black indestructible lake light in his right. Regardless of the evil god or demon god's guardianship, no construct of spirit power was beyond his capability to dismantle. After all, this creature had repeatedly escaped from 200,000-year spirit beasts, a testament to its formidable nature. Thus, Wu Ling resolved to approach the encounter with utmost seriousness. As he drew his weapons, the dark demon god tiger's attention shifted to the blood-red spirit ring. With intelligence rivaling that of humans, it recognized the significance of the ring and sensed a familiar spirit energy emanating from it. I see, that monkey has perished. It stands to reason that the snake has also met its end, and this human is responsible. No, it is the forces behind him. Logically, given Wu Ling's ability to slay the Titan giant ape, the dark demon god tiger should have fled. However, the aroma emanating from Wu Ling intensified, overwhelming the tiger's senses with an irresistible allure. In that moment, the only thought that consumed its mind was to devour him. With a sudden surge of malevolent energy, the dark demon god tiger opened its massive jaws, aiming to swallow Wu Ling whole and escape in an instant. This attack, akin to a charging skill, compelled it to move in a straight line. Despite the numerous branches in its path, each as thick as a person, they merely served to slightly slow its momentum, having no significant effect on the outcome. Leaving a trail of shattered branches in its wake, the dark demon god tiger lunged toward Wu Ling. At that moment, Wu Ling could even smell the foul stench emanating from its maw. Faced with such terrifying biting power, he had no desire to ascertain whether it possessed B-rank strength or the might of a soul saint. Suddenly, Xiaolan appeared beside Wu Ling. Getting bitten would certainly be painful, you wretched body. In that fleeting moment, Xiaolan slashed at the tiger's eye, leaving a mark of moderate depth. The instant it felt the contact with the tiger's teeth, Xiaolan dissipated. Unwilling to meet his demise within the jaws of a tiger, especially in such a damp, slimy, and repugnant place, as the dark demon god tiger missed its prey, it managed to regain control of its body, while Wu Ling seized the opportunity to ascend into the air above it, wielding the indestructible lake light, and struck down toward the tiger's neck. Chapter 136. Coordination. Wu Ling swung the indestructible lake light toward the neck of the dark demon god tiger. The tiger, under the force of Wu Ling's momentum, buckled its limbs, yet Wu Ling could distinctly feel that he had not breached its defenses. So this is the evil goddess protection? Remarkably formidable indeed, capable of withstanding even the might of the sea goddess trident. Though indestructible lake light is indomitable, as a magic sword, it can no longer utilize its full potential. While it is possible to break through the defenses, it would require considerable effort. Using 10,000 symbols break the band would be far more practical. With a resolve set firmly in his heart, the martial spirit, harnessing the momentum of the dark demon evil god tiger's powerful limbs, leaped away once more. In midair, he swiftly transformed his martial souls, wielding a dagger in his right hand and a great sword in his left. Since the indomitable lake light could not breach the enemy's defenses, it served best as a shield, while he intended to revert to his previous weapons once the myriad symbols could shatter the dark demon evil god tiger's protection. Whoosh whoosh, whoosh. Just as the martial spirit had equipped himself with his new weapons and had yet to touch the ground, a series of piercing sounds erupted. Dozens of black and red blades of light materialized from the side of the dark demon evil god tiger, swiftly slicing towards him. These blades were a fusion of wind and malevolent energy, harnessing the formidable cutting power of the wind attribute, combined with the fierce corrosion of the evil attribute, yielding an astonishing potency, rivaling the soul skills emitted by human soul masters with over 50,000 years of experience. Clang, 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 clang. The wind blades aimed at the martial spirit were intercepted by the indomitable lake light. From a lateral perspective, while the lake light remained unscathed, his left hand was left tingling from the impact. The hind legs of the dark demon evil god tiger were already coiled and bracing for action, having anticipated the martial spirit's landing spot. Just as it prepared to spring forward the next moment, a thunderous roar suddenly erupted from its side. The fifth avatar of Wu Ling, Basaka, wielded a colossal stone axe and struck the unsuspecting head of the dark demon evil god tiger with a tremendous force. Despite the protection of the evil deity, the tiger was momentarily dazed by the weighty blow. Its powerful hind legs provided enough friction against the ground to prevent it from being sent flying, leaving behind a nearly 5-meter-long scratch on the earth. As the dark demon evil god tiger steadied itself, its hook-like tail transformed into a piercing weapon aimed directly at Basaka. In the next heartbeat, a fearsome roar erupted from behind it. Focused intently on Basaka, the dark demon evil god tiger was taken completely off guard by this new threat. It exerted all its strength to twist its tail back, attempting a sharp turn akin to a vehicle making a sudden 180-degree maneuver before ignition, a feat exceedingly challenging, especially as it prepared to leap away using its limbs. Just as the tiger began its evasive action, an overwhelming force accompanied by a rush of wind struck its head. When the dark demon evil god tiger's skull crashed against the ground, it caught a glimpse of its assailant, a figure clad in shadowy armor, brandishing the very large sword previously wielded by the human. Suddenly, the dark demon evil god tiger recalled the earlier human's presence. The sheer ferocity radiating from Basaka had consumed its attention, relegating the awareness of Wuling to a secondary concern. Now, reflecting on the situation, it recognized that the human must have made a move as part of their team. At that very moment, it sensed another presence materializing behind it. Learning from its prior encounters, the dark demon evil god tiger instinctively rolled without hesitation, sacrificing its dignity for survival. Yet, it still felt a sharp sensation as if something had grazed it. Though this slight scratch was initially inconsequential in terms of its physicality or defenses, the next moment revealed that its once impenetrable armor had been utterly shattered. Startled, the dark demon evil god tiger pondered this breach. It had faced formidable attacks before, but those had come from the snake and the monkey's ultimate moves. Why had its defenses crumbled so effortlessly now? Moreover, the sudden appearance and swift repositioning of this human were unlike any it had encountered before. While it had faced soul beasts capable of splitting themselves, the stealth of this human's avatar was such that it had gone undetected until the moment of attack. These recurring surprises compelled the dark demon evil god tiger to regard the human before it with genuine seriousness, shifting its vigilance from the threat behind to the formidable adversary now directly in front of it. After concealing several of its avatars in the shadows once again, Wuling observed a layer of gray light emerging around the body of the dark demon evil god tiger. These luminous layers coalesced into spherical forms around its figure. Wuling recognized this formidable technique. It was a powerful skill of the dark demon evil god tiger, capable of merging its soul power with malevolent energy, subsequently unleashing a terrifying attack infused with the attributes of wind, thunder, and darkness. The potency of this assault had previously compelled Tang San to employ the second form of the Golden Trident, the Thousand-Year Void, in conjunction with the God-Killer domain to counter it. Thus, Wuling was not foolish enough to confront such a level of attack head-on. As the light cannon was about to strike, Little Blue was once again dispatched to the front lines by Wuling. This time, it was a light cannon, an ostensibly fitting demise. Little Blue was offline. Despite the intensity of this assault, even the dark demon evil god tiger could not fully harness its power, leading to insufficient residual force. Seizing this moment, Basaka and Little Black reappeared on either side of the dark demon evil god tiger, wielding their weapons ferociously as they struck at the beast. However, the dark demon evil god tiger was prepared this time. Dozens of light blades materialized instantaneously, shooting toward Basaka and Little Black from its core. The two avatars, undeterred by the threat of death, braved the onslaught with reckless abandon. With a furious and agonized roar, the dark demon evil god tiger felt its flesh tear open at the shoulders and waist, revealing glimpses of its stark white bones. The cost of this victory, however, was that Little Black was offline. Basaka was offline. The dark demon evil god tiger had not anticipated the relentless determination of Little Black and Basaka. In its memory, although the avatars could be sacrificed at will, they inherently possessed the fear and trepidation of the true body. Nevertheless, those two had not even attempted to evade. Despite sustaining injuries, the outcome was deemed favorable, as it had obliterated 3 of the human's avatars. Once the true body was exposed, it could confine it within its life and death duel arena, leading to an inevitable conclusion. Victory would ultimately belong to it. As the dark demon evil god tiger reveled in its fervor, Wuling revealed his form from a distance. Although it was quite far away, the interval was merely a matter of 2 seconds. Just as the dark demon evil god tiger prepared to exert its strength, a scene unfolded that left it astounded. The 3 avatars it had just defeated reappeared beside Wuling, with the blue-haired one wearing an expression that seemed to say, "Here I am again." Chapter 137, The Sixth Soul Ring. Angola Manu. The dark demon evil god tiger was on the verge of madness. Despite the fact that this human possessed merely 5 rings, its defenses had been effortlessly breached, and its attacks were met with equal severity. It had exhausted all its offensive strategies, yet the opponent had not suffered even a scratch. Were it not for the unmistakable essence of humanity emanating from this individual, it would have suspected that he was a manifestation of a 100,000-year soul beast. It felt as though no matter what tactics it employed, the opponent had a countermeasure, as if he possessed an intimate understanding of its every move. In a fit of rage, the dark demon evil god tiger let out a deafening roar, recognizing an opportunity. For Wu Ling and the three avatars had gathered together. Typically, even a soul beast as formidable as the nether tiger could only project 3 avatars. In the eyes of the dark demon evil god tiger, Wu Ling had no means of evasion. Thus, it directed its tail toward Wu Ling, where a small, pitch-black singularity began to coalesce at the tip. Wu Ling gazed at the diminutive yet ever-expanding black hole, realizing that he had successfully achieved his intended purpose of enticement. This black hole possessed the power to draw opponents within its depths, reducing them to their juvenile forms. However, the dark demon evil god tiger, upon being engulfed, would remain unharmed due to its protective defenses, rendering it immune to the effects of this formidable skill. Once drawn inside, the dark demon evil god tiger and its adversary would engage in a life and death struggle within a realm beyond, where the battle could only conclude with the demise of one party, thereby allowing the victor to escape that treacherous space. Wu Ling was acutely aware of the potential danger of his move, even with a soul tool more formidable than a hidden weapon. He could not guarantee the demise of the dark demon evil god tiger during its juvenile stage. Therefore, Wu Ling devised a plan. If he could simply prevent it from utilizing its abilities, he would prevail. The dark demon evil god tiger sensed a tremor throughout its fur, an instinctual awareness of an impending ambush. It attempted to evade, but the constraints of the life and death duel arena were severe, compelling it to accelerate once more in an effort to ensnare the individual trailing behind. Suddenly, there was a soft pop, and the dark demon evil god tiger felt its restrictions vanish. Before it could comprehend the situation, an overwhelming weakness washed over it. This sensation was unlike any fatigue or injury it had previously endured. It felt as if its soul power had come to a complete standstill, akin to a balloon losing air through a puncture. In a flash of black sword light, the grassy field stained with crimson. The head of the dark demon evil god tiger was effortlessly severed. It experienced a dizzying blur of its surroundings, the final image etched in its mind being that of a red-haired human, brandishing a lightning-shaped dagger, piercing its tail. Observing the headless corpse on the ground, Wu Ling wiped the blood from his sword, while Xiaohong extracted the Wan Fu Buying Pajia lodged in the tail of the dark demon evil god tiger. The strategy was to bait it into relinquishing the life and death duel arena, while its attention was fixated there. I would simultaneously utilize the Wan Fu Buying Pajia to disrupt its abilities and strike it. Subsequently, my main body would switch places with Xiaofan, delivering the final, lethal blow. Truly, the main body executed a plan that eluded our capabilities with such ease. In response to Xiaohong's praise, Wu Ling feigned modesty, remarking on the difference between self-promotion and genuine compliment. Yet, the slight upward curve of his lips betrayed the joy he felt within. In the span of a moment, a black soul ring emerged from the carcass of the dark demon, evil god tiger. Wu Ling instructed his remaining avatars to remain vigilant, while he and Xiaofan began to arrange a magical formation. Wu Ling and Xiaofan centered their efforts around the black soul ring, meticulously crafting a circular magic array with materials such as silver powder and mercury. Surrounding the magic array, they positioned 4 small vials, each containing essences suitable for incorporation into soul devices. Among these were 2 soul kings and 2 soul emperors. A typical soul king can yield approximately 10,000 years of essence, while a typical soul emperor can provide between 20 to 30,000 years. Progressing further, a soul sage offers 50,000 years, a soul Douluo presents 90,000 years, and a title Douluo contributes 100,000 years. Given that the original longevity of the dark demon evil god tiger was over 50,000, nearing 60,000 years, the essences from the 2 soul kings and 2 soul emperors would suffice to elevate its longevity to 100,000 years. Wu Ling could envision that if he were to disclose this formation, humanity would likely be ensnared in a perpetual web of suspicion, unless he could devise a mechanism akin to the divine soul rings that compress the soul power in the air into tangible rings, or extend the lifespan of the absorbed soul rings. He knew that even if such a creation came to fruition, there would still be those who would dare to hunt their own kind. As strands of pure soul power emanated from 4 vessels, they were ultimately infused into the black soul ring derived from the dark demon god tiger under the influence of the magical array. Gradually, the hue of the soul ring deepened to an inky black, and at some point, a slender streak of crimson appeared at its center. With the continued infusion of soul power, the ring transformed into a vivid blood red. Thus, the soul ring of 100,000 years was forged. To become a soul beast of such age, the ambition of the dark demon god Tiger was realized with my assistance after its demise. Wuling drew the soul ring closer. Contemplating the words of the malevolent deity, he dismissed the notion of summoning those of the lesser classes and considered instead the words of the cave king or perhaps Rasputin, who seemed more fitting. Like drawing cards, Wuling mused to himself about the potential hero he might summon this time. Half an hour later, Wuling's eyes widened abruptly as 6 soul rings, 2 purple, 2 black, and 2 red, swirled around him. However, unlike the initial excitement, his face was now marred with conflict. The chapter was not yet concluded. Please turn to the next page to continue the thrilling narrative. Ingramenu. Upon sensing his 6th soul ring, even with Wuling's composure, he could not suppress a gasp of astonishment, for Ingramenu was extraordinarily rare. The true form of Ingramenu is the dark supreme deity from ancient Persian mythology, the very embodiment of all evil and darkness, and the nemesis of the benevolent deity Ahura Mazda in Zoroastrianism. Yet, in the context of the game, Ingramenu is an exceedingly rare minor character, even more elusive than 5-star heroes, as his true identity was an ordinary youth unjustly labeled with the entirety of worldly evil within a village of Zoroastrian followers. Aside from this, he possessed no remarkable traits. Therefore, when it came to combat prowess, it was lamentably subpar. He had also appeared in Fate, but unlike the 4th and 5th Holy Grail Wars depicted in the main storyline, he was summoned as the 8th class Avenger in the memories of the 3rd Holy Grail War through a violation by the Einsburn family, becoming the root cause of the Holy Grail's corruption. Burdened with the title of the embodiment of all evil, he became a spirit specialized in the slaughter of humanity. Yet beyond that, he was utterly ineffectual, rendering him the epitome of the weakest servant in the battlefield of the Holy Grail War. Strength E, Endurance E, Agility A, Magic D, Luck E, Noble Phantasm C. Such paltry statistics would hardly enhance my current capabilities, but if his Noble Phantasm's counterattack could be paired with my own defenses, it might prove marginally beneficial. Just as Wuling felt a sense of disappointment regarding the abilities granted by the 6th soul ring, darkness suddenly engulfed his vision, and a grand, resonant, and gravelly voice reverberated in his ears. "Oh, do you have grievances against me, boy?" Chapter 138. True Ingramenu. When one mentions Ingramenu, many may find themselves perplexed. Even players of FGO might initially recall the nameless character with Shiro's visage. However, the genuine Ingramenu is the dark supreme deity of ancient Persian mythology, the source of all evil and darkness, the adversary of Ahura Mazda in Zoroastrianism. Many may be unfamiliar with Zoroastrianism, yet it was the most influential religion in the Middle East prior to the advent of Christianity, and it served as the state religion of the ancient Persian Empire. Moreover, it was often referred to by Islamic followers as the faith of fire worshippers. Indeed, those who have watched the anime Problem Children would recognize this religion, as the dragon Azdaka, a representation of malevolent thoughts, is one of the 7 archdemons created by Ingramenu, and he also features in Rasputin's spirit form in FGO. In Fate, the character known as the Pope was tainted by the black mud of Ingramenu, while in FGO, his counterpart fused with the deity created by Ingramenu. One cannot help but wonder if this is a mere coincidence. Initially, Wuling lamented the summoning of the servant Ingramenu, but he soon realized he was gravely mistaken. The being before him was certainly not a servant. In Wuling's perception, the world appeared shrouded in darkness, and there loomed a colossal entity hidden within. Its scaly body, 2 crimson eyes larger than those of any human, and an indescribable visage concealed in shadows, all combined to unleash a tidal wave of malevolence that surged into Wuling's mind, embodying arrogance towards others, lust for beauty, and insatiable greed for wealth. At that moment, Wuling felt as if countless doppelgangers were tempting him, guiding him toward the path of depravity. "So it is," he pondered, "I was wondering which magician dared to summon me, and to think it is you." Upon realizing that the presence before him, seemingly the true Ingramenu, was indeed aware of his identity, Wuling's pupils constricted in shock. Through the mention of terms like summoning magician, he began to comprehend that this figure not only might be the genuine malevolent deity Ingramenu, but could also be an entity from the world of FGO. The martial spirit was filled with a desire to inquire, yet merely resisting the malicious thoughts swirling in his mind proved to be an arduous task. Even with the aid of mental skills such as transparency, the burden remained overwhelming. In fact, without such skills, even an ordinary titled Douluo might be utterly overwhelmed by the sheer magnitude of this malevolence. However, that was not the end of it. Accompanying the words of that immense presence, the martial spirit felt a sudden release in his mind, as the malevolence dissipated without a trace. When he lifted his gaze, he found that the colossal entity had vanished, replaced instead by the servant Ungramenyu, bearing a visage reminiscent of Shiro. Although the appearance had shifted, the foresight emanating from his inner eye assured the martial spirit that this was indeed the same being, merely adopting a more palatable form. Ungramenyu seemed to have heard the martial spirit's unspoken thoughts, circling around him a few times before nodding in approval. "Not bad," he remarked. "Though your strength is still lacking, your temperament and intellect are commendable. You barely passed the threshold." Hearing these words, the martial spirit managed a strained smile, as he could easily imagine the consequences of failing to meet the required standards. "Enough," Ungramenyu continued. "You and this world are nearing their limits. If you persist in this manner, even if you do not succumb to madness, this inferior realm will collapse under the weight of my power. Since you disdain the strength of your humble servant, allow me, as a deity, to bestow upon you a modicum of my essence. Consider it a mild investment from your perspective." With that, Ungramenyu's finger lightly touched the martial spirit's forehead. In an instant, the martial spirit felt a wave of disorientation wash over him. Upon reopening his eyes, he was greeted by a desolate landscape, barren soil, and withered trees surrounding him. Were it not for the tiger-like skeleton a few meters away, he might have thought he had traversed into another realm. In the distance, a hint of green caught his eye, perhaps a good 10 kilometers away. The condition of the land suggested that it had not been drained of life force or destroyed, but rather, it had succumbed to sheer terror. All living things possess a spirit. Humans can suffer various psychological and physiological afflictions from extreme fright, so it stands to reason that plants, the earth, and even the world itself could perish from overwhelming fear. Before the martial spirit could delve further into his musings, he sensed a surge of power emanating from the sixth soul ring. The invigorating sensation jolted him back into reality. Strength EA, Endurance EA, Agility AA, Magic DA, Luck E, and Noble Phantasm CX. Within his perception, all attributes of Ungramenyu had substantially increased, with the Noble Phantasm attaining an EX classification. Consequently, the martial spirit hastily examined the Noble Phantasm, which represented his external soul skill. After a brief moment, a look of astonishment crossed his features. His soul skill had transformed into two forms, or rather, one Noble Phantasm manifesting in two distinct aspects. The first form was a domain skill named Domain of Evil, whose suppressive effect had completely engulfed his former killing god domain. Within the Domain of Evil, the martial spirit was rendered immune to 100% of mental damage and 50% of physical damage, while also granting him an immortal capacity. Even if his head were severed by an axe within the domain, he would revert to his original state upon its dissolution. However, the severity of his injuries would extend the cooldown period of the domain. Mere death could lead to a cooldown lasting up to a month. Additionally, this domain possessed a reflective damage capability, akin to a curse that penetrated the soul, rebounding any harm the martial spirit endured back upon all individuals marked within the domain. Those of the same rank, Soul Emperor, would suffer 100% of the reflected damage, while those one rank higher, Soul Saint, would endure 90%, and so forth. Next came the martial spirit's second soul skill, or the second aspect of the Noble Phantasm, Ultimate Malevolence, eschewing area effects, damage immunity, and immortality. This skill allowed him to designate a single target. The chosen individual would need to utilize something akin to blood or a soul-containing medium, rendering them susceptible to 100% reflected damage, irrespective of rank. For others, this ability was indeed a harbinger of mutual destruction. However, one must not forget that the martial spirit possessed the 12 lives granted by Heracles. This meant that, under the right conditions, he could expend 5 of those lives to eliminate the 5 members of the Divine Council without them ever being aware. Of course, lacking a medium rendered this impossible. Just as the martial spirit contemplated testing his newfound soul skill in solitude, a voice suddenly echoed from afar. "Martial spirit, are you all right?" As Wu Ling raised his gaze, he noticed the elusive specter that he had forgotten about was approaching from a distance. Chapter 139, Movements from All Directions. The specter, whose breath was somewhat erratic, materialized beside Wu Ling. Heaven knows what he had just experienced. Moments ago, when Wu Ling had just awakened, the specter perceived the disappointment reflected in Wu Ling's eyes, realizing that he had not acquired the skills he desired. As a title Douluo, The specter understood that hunting soul beasts to obtain soul rings resembled opening a mystery box. Unless a family had dedicated generations to studying each soul ring, it was improbable to consistently obtain soul abilities that aligned with one's wishes. Initially, he intended to comfort Wu Ling, but in the next instant, an overwhelming malice erupted from within Wu Ling. Even before any direct contact, that malevolence sent tremors through his very soul, instilling a sensation akin to death itself. Despite his desperate attempts to flee, he remained rattled, his soul power in disarray. Even a mere brush with Wu Ling allowed him to acutely feel that every cell in his being was on the verge of succumbing to terror. It was only when he saw Wu Ling awaken again, confirming that the malevolence had dissipated, that he dared to approach and assess the situation. Upon observing the specter's condition, Wu Ling thoughtfully produced a soul-soothing elixir, a precaution he had devised for absorbing soul rings that might overwhelm him with excessive spirit energy. "Drink this, old ghost." The specter, initially inclined to refuse, found his hand trembling slightly. He glanced up at Wu Ling, who had turned his attention to the horizon, lost in contemplation. Feeling a twinge of gratitude towards Wu Ling, the specter accepted the elixir, remembering to express his thanks before drinking. As he consumed the potion provided by Wu Ling, the specter felt his soul enveloped in a refreshing spring, and his previously quaking body gradually calmed alongside his tranquil spirit. With a deep sigh, the specter regarded Wu Ling with a complex expression. As one of Bibi Dong's most trusted aides and a devotee who had encountered Douluo, he possessed a modicum of understanding regarding divine matters. The malevolence he had just sensed was undeniably beyond the realm of soul masters. For even Douluo could not invoke a sensation of death through mere presence. "Wu Ling, I shall refrain from probing into your affairs. This place is unsuitable for lingering. Let us return and discuss further." Wu Ling gazed at the solemn specter, suppressing the urge to provide explanations. He nodded and swiftly departed alongside him. Unbeknownst to Wu Ling, the unmistakable aura exuded by Angola Man had already prompted numerous entities to take action. In the Lake of Life, several of the 10 fierce beasts, including Emperor Tian, cast wary glances towards the same direction. What was that just now? Emperor Tian, the dark golden terror claw bear, who once feared nothing, now spoke with a slight tremor in his voice. Ignoring the bear's inquiry, Emperor Tian fixated intently on that direction, having sensed the presence of a divine aura, one that was anything but ordinary. Meanwhile, among them, the ice silkworm they had absorbed for years lay unconscious. As a million-year spirit beast of the mental realm, the dream ice silkworm was acutely aware of the malevolence within that aura, thus bearing the brunt of its influence. Deeper within the Lake of Life, the Silver Dragon King stared blankly in that direction. This aura was reminiscent of that malevolent being. However, if he had truly descended, the resulting power would be far greater than a mere leak of energy. Even with his thousands of years of cultivation significantly advanced, he could not reach such a level. So could it be an outsider deity? After a moment as contemplation, the Silver Dragon King communicated with Emperor Tian, urging him to approach. Apart from the disturbances deep within the Star Do forest, the entirety of Douluo Star felt the ripple of unease. At that very moment, all beings across Douluo Star experienced an inexplicable agitation. Ordinary people and even titled Douluo-level spirit masters could not discern the cause. However, a few exceptions emerged. Among humans, Douluo and Poseidon perceived an energy-surpassing spirit power. Even Tang Chun, who was parasitized by the blood-red nine-headed Bat King, momentarily awakened, only to be subdued once more before he could resist. Among spirit beasts, the nearby Emperor Tian, the distant Snow Emperor, and even the far-off tyrant sensed that overwhelming mental presence, along with the dream ice silkworm and the deep-sea demon whale king, both million-year spirit beasts. As for the other fierce beasts, their proximity to the incident in the Star Do forest allowed them to feel the disturbance, while Ice Emperor, stationed in the far north, could only sense a vague sense of unease. In the Divine Realm, the 5 members of the Divine Realm Council were embroiled in an intense argument. The malevolent aura had brazenly traversed the Divine Realm and descended to the lower world. Under normal circumstances, each of the 5 could trace the source and destination of such energies. However, this time, they were utterly powerless. It was akin to tossing a pebble into a tranquil pond versus dropping a bomb. The former could be traced through ripples, while the latter enveloped everything, with the threat of the bomb taking precedence over its destination. "Evil, do you have any information from your end?" Shuro inquired, his expression complex. "No," came the reply. "Though we share the essence of malevolence, my power is vastly inferior to that aura. Unless I ally with the forces of good, there is no comparison." After a fervent exchange, the matter was brushed aside, with all deities attributing the incident to the casual leakage of energy from a passing powerful being. However, unlike the others, Shuro was acutely aware of the aura's destination. It coincided with that of one of his chosen successors, and he could distinctly sense his god of death domain being consumed. In another realm, Shuro would have hastily implicated the other deities. However, Douluo star was different. He had a contingency plan there. A maneuver that took considerable resources and careful evasion of scrutiny from other deities, initiated thousands of years ago. With matters at this juncture, he resolved to proceed cautiously, contemplating the possibility of enlisting another ally. Narrowing his eyes slightly, Shuro set off towards the sea god's temple, deep in thought. Chapter 140. The possibility of transcendence. Wuling followed the ethereal figure back to Soul Master City, and at this moment, his soul power had ascended to the impressive level of 65. Logically speaking, even if the age of the dark demon god Tiger's soul ring were elevated to 100,000 years, the portion derived from soul masters would still render the usable enhancement primarily reliant on the 10,000-year soul beasts. Given Wuling's current physique and soul power, the essence contained within a 10,000-year soul ring could ideally elevate him to the 61st level, let alone 65. His remarkable advancement was largely attributed to the fortification provided by Angola, although most of that energy was allocated to the modification of the soul ring. The residual energy was sufficient for Wuling to ascend 4 levels. Regarding his foundation, Wuling had conducted a thorough examination. When he faced Angola, the billions of cells in his body unified in purpose, compressing and absorbing the influx of soul power with such efficiency that his foundation became more stable than through his own training. This revelation inspired Wuling to explore the possibility of cultivating the martial arts of the apes. However, during his journey, Wuling attempted every method, including allowing Xiao Fan to experiment directly with his body, yet he still could not replicate the profound sense of unity he once experienced. Ultimately, he attributed this discrepancy to the differences in their training systems. Upon returning to his abode, Wuling gestured for the butler to depart. In an instant, his shadows stirred, and his first avatar, Xiao Hong, through to his 5th avatar, Basaka, manifested within the room, encircling Wuling. Then, the shadows continued to ripple, and from their midst, a slumbering black figure was gradually extricated. This avatar possessed dark brown skin, with raven black hair, and his entire body was adorned with hieroglyphs. His attire consisted of a tattered red waistcloth and a similarly hued large handkerchief, with black bandages wound around his forearms and shins. Most strikingly, the visage of this avatar bore an uncanny resemblance to Angola from FGO. Originally, Wuling's avatars, including Xiao Hong, retained only slight features from their original forms, with Wuling's identity taking precedence at an approximate ratio of 80-20. Even the most distinctive Basaka was primarily altered due to Wuling's desire to avoid a jarring contrast between his handsome, delicate face and an overwhelming mass of muscle. Unlike the seamless integration of the famed Kintoki. Thus, Wuling intentionally adjusted his appearance during the separation. However, this 6th avatar, derived from the essence of Angola, astonishingly mirrored nearly 90% of the original S appearance. Coupled with the true Angola manifestation, Wuling had consistently employed his authority to suppress its awakening since summoning it. How is the research progressing, Xiao Fan? Wuling inquired of the diligent Xiao Fan, hoping for reassuring news. Based on the data gathered, Xiao Fan spoke with a meticulous tone, capturing Wuling's full attention. The genetic makeup is remarkable. Is that all? Wuling furrowed his brows, seeking clarification. Or rather, your genetic makeup is, wait. Let me rephrase. Seeing Wuling's fist clench, Xiao Fan quickly amended her statement. Rest assured, this is indeed your 6th avatar, not an entity like Angola. Are you certain there are no hidden aspects? What about its appearance? Wuling's lingering unease prompted Xiao Fan to elaborate. I can confirm that there are no ulterior motives. The internal power is distinctly discernible, and the initial manifestation was merely a fragment of consciousness and aura. I can recognize any deception of that caliber. As for its appearance, as I mentioned earlier, Angola modified your 6th soul ring, and your avatars are generated based on the soul rings. Therefore, the components formed by Angola within that soul ring far exceed those of your own. To put it simply, it's akin to creating offspring. Angola genetic energy is more potent than yours, resulting in an avatar that resembles her. At least from a positive perspective, according to the worldview of Type Moon. It's possible that the true Angola is female. Moreover, her ability to traverse from Type Moon suggests that you might similarly journey to her realm. potentially gaining support from powerful figures there. Are you implying that I would be living off her influence? Wuling cast a wary glance at Xiaofan. Realizing the gravity of her words, Xiaofan quickly corrected herself. Ahem, I meant leveraging circumstances, merely leveraging. I see. So your initial acceptance of being Bibi Dong's disciple was also a strategic move rather than mere opportunism, Xiaohong interjected unexpectedly, breaking the silence. After a brief pause, Wuling chuckled as he draped an arm around Xiaohong's shoulders. I understand now. Perhaps I have been too idle lately. All right, Xiaolan, Xiaohe, and Basaka. You three should train diligently with Xiaohong today. I will join you shortly. Wait, no problem. I haven't tea even. Xiaohong began to protest. But Wuling's command was resolute. Let me finish. Xiaohe, Basaka, let us go. Obeying Wuling's orders, Xiaolan disregarded Xiaohong's objections and cheerfully rallied Xiaohe and Basaka to usher her away. Yet, with Xiaohong's interruption, Wuling felt a significant relaxation of his mental state, and reflecting on Xiaofan's insights, he found them quite agreeable. After all, living meant having a future, which was precisely why he had resolutely joined the Spirit Hall and accepted Bibi Dong as his mentor. Rather than attempting to establish a power of his own without foundation or resources, or leading a precarious existence at Shrek Academy. By the way, I have discovered something else, Xiaofan remarked, observing the gradual relaxation of Wuling's previously furrowed brow. What is it? I perceive the potential for traversing worlds from his essence. Wuling exclaimed. What does this mean? Little Pink, this time, did not play tricks but provided a thorough explanation. It seems that the aura leaked by Anglo-Manu has traversed through other realms. If I utilize the energy within him as a catalyst, I might be able to develop a method for interdimensional travel. However, this would be confined to the few worlds tainted by Anglo-Manu's essence. Chapter 141. Practicing skills nevertheless, traversing these realms, while offering opportunities, may also harbor peril. Therefore, before I create the magical array for crossing dimensions, I hope you can contemplate this matter carefully. As Wuling walked towards the Pope's palace, memories of Little Pink's inquiries before his departure flooded his mind. Peril? Anyone familiar with fanfiction or infinite flow novels often imagines which world they would visit if given the chance to traverse dimensions. Thus, it was no surprise that Wuling felt a surge of excitement at the prospect of visiting other realms. However, upon reflection, he pondered whether traversing dimensions was truly wise. Could he, at this juncture, leave everything behind, fully aware of the possibility of never returning? Moreover, there was the risk of landing in perilous worlds, where he could be immediately perceived as an invader and face dire consequences. After Wuling regained his composure, he resolved to allow Xiaofan to explore these issues first. If a solution could be found, he would embark on an adventurous journey. If not, he would await the time when he could channel the power of the 9 heroic spirits, having acquired a modicum of self-defense capabilities, and after attending to his final affairs, he would proceed. While Wuling was still deep in contemplation, he found himself, almost unconsciously, standing before the grand doors of the papal hall. Upon pushing the door open, he was greeted by the same resplendent interior, where the sunlight illuminated the hall, causing the glass decorations to radiate a kaleidoscope of colors. In the center of the hall, Bibi Dong sat regally upon the throne, flanked by 3 attendants, one holding a brush, another bearing an inkstone, and the last presenting a memorial. As Wuling entered, Bibi Dong set down her brush and gestured for the 3 to withdraw. The attendants bowed respectfully to her before exiting the papal hall, offering a slight bow to Wuling as they passed. Such is the tyranny of feudalism. What? I am the head. Then all is well. Wuling let out a self-deprecating chuckle and approached Bibi Dong's seat. Teacher, I have returned. Oh, I have heard from Gue Mei that there has been an unusual occurrence this time, she replied. Indeed, teacher. It seems that a being, possibly divine, has sought me out. Wuling then adjusted his address and recounted the events to Bibi Dong. As the heir to the Rakshasa god, she was no stranger to divine entities. However, from Wuling's brief words, she sensed the formidable power of that being. Initially, she had also felt a malevolent presence, but at that time, she was undergoing the divine examination of the Rakshasa god. The moment she sensed that malice, she completed one of the tests. She had thought it was the power of the Rakshasa god, but now it appeared that the entity Wuling encountered could be a superior deity of the Rakshasa god. Feeling that entity's power might have allowed her to pass without difficulty. Could you show me that orb you mentioned? Bibi Dong inquired. To summon such an existence merely by absorbing a soul ring piques my interest in the dark demon, evil god tiger. In her speculation, the dark demon, evil god tiger might align well with her martial soul. However, It had been obliterated by Angolaminyu. So she planned to request the evil god orb from Wuling for research. As the creator of another pivotal character, the orb that could potentially lead to the ascension of a future god of destruction, Wuling remained highly vigilant to prevent it from escaping through space. The method of spatial traversal associated with the evil god orb could be considered a preliminary lethal technique. One simply needed to intercept it as it flew into the chaotic flow of space. Teacher, you know Xiao Fun. She is already conducting research. If she can produce a finished product, you will be the first to receive it. Wuling shyly scratched his cheek, reluctantly declining her request. As Bibi Dong had come to understand Xiao Fan's character over the years, her insatiable thirst for knowledge would not overlook such peculiar artifacts. Very well, we shall wait for Xiao Fan to complete her research then. Agreed. I will inform Xiao Fan to exercise caution during her studies. An eerie silence enveloped the Grand Pope's hall, as Wuling and Bibi Dong remained quiet. Their silence was not due to one another, but rather, ahem, have you two finished? May I interject? With that voice, Qian Daolu slowly emerged from behind the throne. Ever since Wuling arrived, both he and Bibi Dong had sensed Qian Daoliu's presence, yet he had not concealed himself. Since he had said nothing, Wuling continued his narrative normally. As the conversation gradually shifted to personal matters, both became wary of Qian Daolu, hence their mutual silence. Wuling, you must feel quite lonely. Shall we have a spar? Qian Daoliu's suggestion took Bibi Dong by surprise, causing her to stand abruptly, while Wuling pondered seriously. Qian Daolu, he is my disciple. It is not your place to educate him. In Bibi Dong's mind, Qian Daolu seemed intent on suppressing Wuling, especially since Wuling had far surpassed Qian Renxue, the true heir, and had attracted that potentially malevolent being. The angelic family, dedicated to eradicating evil throughout history, would surely have an excuse to intervene. Naturally, facing Bibi Dong's protective instincts, Qian Daolu chose to ignore her and turned to Wuling. You must be quite bored, no? Care to give it a try? After all, he had once experienced a similar predicament. Before encountering certain individuals, he too had been invincible among his peers, even defeating those of higher rank. Although he had continued to grow, he felt he had reached the limits of his potential. Had he not later met those two, he too would have likely felt quite lonesome. Yet now, Wuling's situation was even more severe. His talent surpassed that of Qian Daoliu's past self. He could not only contend with soul kings, but could also match soul saints. Now, as a soul emperor, coupled with his unique domain, it was likely that few could defeat him, even among the titled Douluo. Moreover, he had yet to find any rivals or companions to advance with. Talent can sometimes be a curse, Qian Daolu remarked. So, what is your decision? Do you wish to spar with me? As Qian Daolu stated, the world of Douluo was akin to a simple mode for Wuling. Not only was his combat prowess astounding, but his survival abilities were also exceptional, allowing him to envision his future. Of course, this was merely one aspect. Wuling also suspected that Qian Daolu aimed to ascertain his true capabilities, as the being he had encountered had already begun to perplex him. Nonetheless, Wuling paid little mind to this. He raised his head, silently nodded to Bibi Dong, and then flashed a radiant smile at Qian Daolu. All right. Chapter 142. Conversation that old man truly struck hard. Could it be that he considers my entanglement with his granddaughter as well? After all, we will soon be family, seeing each other often. Wuling lamented while sprawled on his bed. Xiao Fan was checking Wuling's condition while massaging him. Well, who told you to challenge him beyond your means? There is a fundamental difference between a soul Douluo and a title Douluo. Even if you could surpass an ordinary soul Douluo, you would need to be at least in the workshop to face a title Douluo, let alone Qian Daolu, who is at the pinnacle of the soul Douluo realm. Based on my calculations, once you activate your domain, an ordinary title Douluo would suffer a 70% damage rebound, while someone nearly at level 100 would likely experience a damage return of about 61 or 62%. Given that you were cleaved into 8 pieces, he himself would require some time to recover, Xiao Fan gleefully analyzed. After all, it was usually their avatars that perished to absorb the damage, while the main body remained intact. This was the first time it had happened in reverse, though ultimately, he had revived. Considering his connection to Shui Heir, I suppose I can overlook this instance. Otherwise, I would have to count him among my 12 lives. Exchanging one life for a title Douluo seems somewhat worthwhile. By the way, it suddenly occurred to me that the evil god worshipped by Haiden and Naruto might be Angolaminyu, given that both require a medium to harm their opponents through themselves. That being said, if Haiden and I both consumed each other's blood and then simultaneously took our lives, which one of us would perish? It is a proven fact that when one grows bored, their mind wanders during such moments. The solution is to interrupt their thoughts or find something to engage them. Xiaofan did just that. What's this? You wish to play in Naruto? Just so you know, that's impossible. According to my research, we can only visit a few adjacent worlds at most. The reason being that I can only detect 2 right now. The presence of others has nearly dissipated. Regarding the matter of traversing worlds, Wuling became serious. You managed to accomplish that so quickly? Xiaofan pinched the soft flesh at Wuling's waist. Of course not. Do you think I am omniscient? Even if you summoned the crowned art, you might not achieve it in such a short time. I merely established the coordinates for now. Having overcome the weakness in his waist, the martial spirit feigned pain, grimacing until little Fun released her grip. He then began to rub his back while inquiring, Ahem, Miss Fun, could you elaborate on that? He continued, Humph. I managed to retain the locations of those auras through a certain magical array, compared to the inner void space of the Type Moon world. Such straightforward tracking and recording is remarkably effortless. I eliminated the distant ones and retained 3 that were relatively close. However, upon further calculation, one of them appears to be the divine realm from Douluo. Considering your current strength, I have also discarded that option, leaving only 2 world coordinates. Moreover, given the proximity, it is highly probable that these 2 worlds fall under the jurisdiction of the Douluo divine realm. Fun's words were straightforward. Although the martial spirit had not seen the chaotic tales of the Tang sect's heroes, he had certainly heard of their renown. Simultaneously, the conclusion of a certain emperor's saga resurfaced in the martial spirit's mind, a plot so extraordinary that it had lingered in his memory for over a decade. Wait, if that's the case, doesn't that resolve the issues of the target world's potency and the return journey? He pondered, realizing he had overthought the matter. With that, the martial spirit sat up. Well, that old man has helped me stretch my limbs. Since my foundation is sufficiently stable, I shall continue my cultivation at a normal pace. After all, whether I advance a year earlier or later is inconsequential. After speaking, he donned his clothing and opened the door, only to collide with a young lady. Young master, you are out. Wuling tilted his head slightly, observing Zhu Zhuqing, who stood at the door clad in a maid outfit. He glanced back toward the entrance and inquired, How long have you been standing here? Just a short while, young master, Zhu Zhuqing replied. Wuling scoffed at her notion of a short while, for he had not heard any footsteps outside. Even though he had instructed Xiao Lan to impart knowledge of various assassination techniques concerning Hassan to Zhu Zhuqing, and despite her training progress surpassing that of the original narrative, she still could not approach his door without alerting him. Thus, the only moment she could have come to his doorstep unnoticed was during the brief interval after his return from the papal hall, when his mind was still adjusting to the transition between life and death. Since your body has recovered, I shall take my leave now, as there are many matters I still need to investigate, Xiaofan remarked, gliding past Wuling and Zhu Zhuqing. She cast Wuling a knowing glance before leisurely returning to her workshop. Wuling understood Xiaofan's gaze. Zhu Zhuqing had now grown to nearly 170 centimeters, her head just brushing against Wuling's chest. Coupled with her gradually developing figure, she had transformed from a flat silhouette into a more voluptuous form within less than 2 years. Although her maid outfit did not accentuate her figure overtly, should she don casual attire, her S-shaped silhouette would be distinctly apparent. However, it must be noted that Zhu Zhuqing was still merely a child, just a few months shy of 11, and Wuling was not so desperate as to pursue such inclinations. What troubles you, Zhuqing? Is there something on your mind? Wuling asked, noticing the way Zhu Zhuqing's eyes sparkled with his presence. Upon hearing his seemingly concerned inquiry, she offered a faint smile, which quickly faded into her usual demeanor. I merely heard that young master had returned, so I came to pay my respects. Despite Zhu Zhuqing's words of nonchalance, her gaze conveyed an essence reminiscent of a small cat eagerly awaiting its master's return home. Wuling fixed her gaze upon Zhu Zhuqing, who in turn met her eyes. Gradually, Wuling's eyes traveled upward, causing a faint blush to color Zhu Zhuqing's cheeks. Then, right before Wuling, Zhu Zhuqing manifested her martial soul. Indeed, Zhuqing has become increasingly adept, Wuling remarked, as she affectionately tousled the cat-eared strands of Zhu Zhuqing's hair. Finally, with a gentle pat on Zhu Zhuqing's head, she said, Very well, let us have the usual beverages and desserts. As the reassuring hand withdrew from her head, a fleeting sense of disappointment washed over Zhu Zhuqing, but she quickly adjusted her mindset and proceeded to prepare drinks and treats for Wuling. Observing the icy beauty before others, who revealed a more innocent demeanor only in her presence, Wuling could not help but smile with satisfaction. There was no rush in cultivating, having just endured a dual assault on her spirit and body. The remaining time could be spent playing with cats and soothing her fragile heart. Chapter 143. The martial soul fusion with the insectoid queen. Could martial soul fusion truly be possible? Bibi Dong anxiously inquired for the third time. This was not due to a lack of faith in Wu Ling. Over the years, Wu Ling had proven herself through her techniques, soul tools, and formidable strength, becoming the most trusted ally in Bibi Dong's life, aside from herself. Yet, even in such a deeply trusting relationship, the gravity of this monumental endeavor, the fusion of martial souls, a feat far more extraordinary than a mere secondary awakening, was enough to induce significant anxiety. Secondary awakenings of martial souls typically refer to evolutionary processes or mutations that enhance their strength. However, martial soul fusion was a remarkable first in history. After all, soul masters with dual martial souls were exceedingly rare, and those who could develop such abilities were invariably formidable. In such circumstances, who would have the leisure to contemplate fusion? Absolutely, you need not worry, master. I and Xiaofan would never bring you harm, nor would we jeopardize your strength. What would we gain from that? Wu Ling reassured Bibi Dong, while she and Xiaofan continued to inscribe a magical circle on the ground. Xiao Lan and Xiao Hong stood nearby, assisting them. I trust you, Linger, but you must understand that encountering such a situation would rattle anyone, including the Grand Elder. Could you describe the potential outcomes of success? Having a predictive scenario would greatly ease my mind. Bibi Dong stood there, her previous authority dissipating entirely, as she seemed to revert to the moment of her own martial soul awakening, a time that would irrevocably alter her destiny. Upon witnessing this, Wu Ling expressed understanding, likening the situation to the torturous moments just before exam results are announced. Consequently, Wu Ling began to gently comfort Bibi Dong. Teacher, your twin martial souls, the Death Spider Emperor and the Soul-Devouring Spider Emperor, are both considered top-tier martial souls. If these two were to merge, they could undoubtedly surpass the limits of supreme martial souls. However, whether they can achieve divine status remains uncertain. Nevertheless, with the Evil God Pearl I acquired from the Dark Demon Evil God Tiger a month ago as a catalyst, combined with my blood infused with the true essence of evil, I am now 90% confident that I can facilitate the fusion of your martial souls into a divine martial soul that rivals the six-winged angel. Regarding the advantages of twin martial souls, when both cannot be utilized simultaneously, the primary benefit lies in the ability to enhance one martial soul while simultaneously augmenting the other with powerful soul rings. With the Soul Ring Amplification Magic Array developed by Xiaofan, we can merge the 18 soul rings of your two martial souls into 9 without any waste. Later, by incorporating the soul blood from those condemned prisoners, we can further enhance the ages of your initial soul rings. Just imagine, teacher, for 10,000-year and 500,000-year soul rings forming a divine martial soul. How formidable that would be. As for why we cannot amplify all soul rings to the 100,000-year mark, it is due to your physical constitution. Increasing beyond this may impose a long-lasting burden on your body, which, even with the aid of cultivation techniques, could prove troublesome. However, there is no need for concern, teacher. In the near future, Xiaofan will develop a method to directly enhance the ages of soul rings without prerequisites. At that time, once your physical condition is improved, we can incrementally enhance each soul ring's age. Upon hearing Wu Ling's detailed predictions and meticulous plans, Bibi Dong felt a wave of relief wash over her, akin to a primary physician assuring a patient that the surgery was successful, or someone reassuring you after checking your exam results. All right, teacher, please drink the potion and lie down, Wu Ling instructed, wiping the non-existent sweat from her forehead as she glanced at Xiao Lan. Xiao Lan handed Bibi Dong a vial of gray potion, and despite sensing the malevolent essence within, Bibi Dong felt no aversion and swallowed it in one go. Slowly, she moved to the center of the magic array and lay down, feeling the tumultuous pulse of her blood and soul power within, while also sensing an external force that seemed to pull at her, not her, but her inner soul power. I leave it in your hands, Linger. Before losing consciousness, Bibi Dong cast a deep gaze at her disciple, entrusting everything to Wu Ling at that moment. Gradually, the magic array activated completely, and two clouds of green and black smoke began to materialize above Bibi Dong's body. These clouds coalesced into two massive spider forms, representing her martial souls, the Death Spider Emperor and the Soul-Devouring Spider Emperor. At this point, Bibi Dong had been stripped of her martial souls, rendering her utterly defenseless. Even a 3-year-old wielding a kitchen knife could easily vanquish her. However, Wu Ling merely glanced to confirm the situation before intently resuming her work. Subsequently, 9 soul rings emerged alongside the 2 martial souls. Aside from the 9th, which was a red soul ring, the others were all optimal configurations of soul rings. The other martial soul featured 5 black soul rings and 4 red ones. After defeating the sky blue bull python and the titan giant ape, Wu Ling had informed Bibi Dong about the 3 900,000-year ant emperors, leading her to keep them under surveillance. As it turned out, these ant emperors had emerged 6 months earlier than the dark demon evil god tiger, allowing Bibi Dong to ambush them successfully alongside Gui Mei and Yuguan. Under Xiao Fan's control, the 2 spider-like martial souls began to merge, ultimately forming a cocoon-like entity as the 18 soul rings fused together. Following the fusion, the first 4 and the last 4 were uncontroversially established, one side composed entirely of 10,000-year black soul rings and the other of red 100,000-year soul rings. Only the 5th ring in the center displayed a gradient of black and red, but Wu Ling discerned that if this continued, the red would be overshadowed by the black. "Allow me to give it a push," she declared, producing a vial of soul blood. Delicate strands of pure soul power were infused into the soul ring under Wu Ling's control, ultimately transforming it into a blood-red 100,000-year soul ring. As the soul rings fully fused, the merging of the martial souls approached its conclusion. Suddenly, a pair of hands burst forth from the cocoon, followed by a body clad in black armor, elongated limbs, and 8 claw-like appendages protruding from her back. An 8-winged demon? No, it lacks horns and a tail. And those are appendages, not wings. Perhaps it is better described as a Zerg queen. Yes, a divine martial soul Zerg queen. In the training grounds, Bibi Dong retracted the myriad spiders and marveled. What incredible power! This marked her 6th soul skill after fusion, allowing her to summon 2 entities equivalent to her level. The Death Spider Emperor and the Soul-Devouring Spider Emperor. Given her current level of 97, the summoned spiders would each boast a minimum age of 50,000 years. Furthermore, these summoned spiders could split, generating 4 identical spiders by having their levels. Most importantly, this ability had no upper limit, as long as Bibi Dong mastered the technique. She could effortlessly create 10,000 small spiders of 10-year caliber, seamlessly combining single target and area attacks into one. Additionally, other soul rings that had merged now provided significant boosts to her slashing, defense, and special abilities, far exceeding Bibi Dong's expectations. Notably, upon the fusion of her martial soul, her Zerg queen form shed the cumbersome physique of its original martial soul, adopting a humanoid shape while retaining some menacing features. Despite its somewhat fearsome appearance, it possessed a unique allure, reminiscent of a thorny rose, beautiful, enchanting, yet perilous. After retracting her martial soul, Bibi Dong approached Xiao Fan, who was diligently recording data. Observing Xiao Fan's earnest and adorable demeanor, Bibi Dong was reminded of her daughter. Her expression shifted thrice before she gently embraced Xiao Fan. Sensing the immense malevolence emanating from behind her head, Xiao Fan continued to write without pause, calmly stating, "Teacher, upon the return of your doppelganger, the main body will also feel it." Having alleviated a portion of her inner turmoil, Bibi Dong felt exceptionally uplifted, her eyes radiating affection as she tenderly stroked Xiao Fan's head. "It's all right. I simply wish to hold you for now. After all, there may come a time in the future when I cannot." Upon hearing Xiao Fan's words, Bibi Dong paused, her gaze sharpening. She had no doubts about Wu Ling, and based on her experience, Wu Ling would likely spend the next half-year in seclusion. Therefore, for Xiao Fan to express such a sentiment indicated some external influence. "Xiao Fan, has someone upset you, or Lingo? Speak up, and I shall deal with them. Even if that person is the grand offering, I will ensure they receive their due." Xiao Fan shook her head, explaining, "No. It is because after encountering that deity last time, Wu Ling seems to have embarked on some divine trial and needs to leave for a certain period." What Xiao Fan referred to as the divine examination was merely a pretext. The true reason was that Wu Ling was preparing to traverse to another realm. For Wu Ling, who lacked concrete evidence, attempting to elucidate this matter to Bibi Dong was akin to explaining to an ancient emperor that the earth is round. Although, due to the existence of the divine realm, explaining the existence of other worlds to Bibi Dong would likely be simpler than clarifying the geocentric theory to a monarch of antiquity. Wu Ling found the prospect tedious. Why complicate matters with a convoluted explanation when a simple excuse suffices? Moreover, as Xiao Fan accurately pointed out, venturing into other worlds was indeed a component of the divine examination. After all, only a deity possesses the ability to traverse realms. Thus, upon the mention of matters relating to the divine examination, Bibi Dong ceased her inquiries, for she, too, understood that such matters were beyond her assistance. and she firmly believed that Wu Ling's innate talent would ensure success. Therefore, if there were any preparations needed before departing, do not hesitate to inform me. Thank you. Esteemed teacher. Subsequently, 2 months passed. Wu Ling gradually stood up from the cultivation chamber. Has the time come? Pushing open the door, he beheld Xiao Fun and Zhu Zhuqing standing together. Upon hearing that Wu Ling would depart today, Zhu Zhuqing had arrived early to await his presence. While Xiao Fun was engrossed in doodling on the notebook in her hands, Wu Ling first comforted Zhu Zhuqing with a few kind words. After she departed, he turned to Xiao Fun to discuss the preparations for their undertaking. Everything is satisfactory. I have reinforced the spiritual foundations and formations on Xiao Lan and the others. They should remain stable for a year. They will continue their training here, while I will accompany you to ensure that you are not left struggling with the magic array. The plan is to span approximately 1 year, meaning we should return before the events of the Douluo storyline. However, due to the uncertainty of time differentials, we must initiate our return journey by the 8th to 10th month, regardless of the progress made in those 2 worlds. Additionally, I have ensured that the soul power blocks and energy conversion devices are ready. Given the unpredictability of the energy absorption in that realm, the energy conversion device is essential. Should it prove ineffective, we will resort to the soul power blocks to ensure our safe return, avoiding the calamity of being stranded without sufficient soul power. As Xiaofan meticulously outlined the ample preparations, food, equipment, and medicine, Wu Ling nodded in satisfaction. When embarking on such an uncertain journey, one must always anticipate the worst. Thus, it is prudent to prepare threefold, 1 for use, 1 for backup, and a third to replace the second. As Xiaofan continued her account, they arrived at the secret chamber behind her room. There, Xiao He and Basaka sat like sentinels at the entrance, while inside, Xiao Hong observed. And Xiao Lan was busy with adjustments. The magic array for their traversal had been fortified and imbued with self-replenishing soul power, allowing us to return at any moment. However, to mitigate the risk of external interference, I have assigned Xiao He and Basaka to guard the area continuously. Wu Ling approved of Xiaofan's meticulousness. As for the opinions of Xiao He and Basaka, what was there to discuss? What counsel does a berserker require? Before concluding this chapter, Xiaofan presented a sleek black jumpsuit from her storage ring to Wu Ling, saying, "Here, put this on." Wu Ling took hold of it, and, upon closer inspection, suddenly yanked it with force. To his astonishment, he discovered that his strength was insufficient to even cause the slightest damage to this garment. What was it? A piece of equipment designed for traversing the turbulent currents of time and space, the void, or even imaginary realms. Naturally, it was embedded with a multitude of magical arrays for defensive purposes, which significantly hampered its speed and portability. Thus, aside from the moments of crossing over, it proved to be rather superfluous. However, the primary reason lay in the inadequacy of his own strength. The quality of his soul energy was still somewhat lacking, rendering him incapable of defending himself in the void. Once he attained greater power, such protections would no longer be necessary. Wu Ling expressed his understanding. Then, as if donning a suit of armor, he transformed into his ceremonial attire and retracted the small pink figure back into his being. Wu Ling nodded slightly at Xiao Lan. Accompanied by Xiao Lan's unified maneuvers, the magical array on the ground gradually illuminated, and a massive surge of soul power coalesced into a small tornado hovering above the dwelling. Had it not been for Wu Ling maintaining the encircling magical array, the sheer force of this spectacle would have undoubtedly drawn the attention of the entire city. Even on the walls where Wu Ling stood, droplets of liquid began to appear, a result of the soul power being excessively concentrated to the point of liquefaction. Under the immense compression of soul power, the space surrounding Wu Ling began to collapse. Yet when this collapsing space met him, it was thwarted by the protective garment adorning his form. Finally, Wu Ling waved farewell to Xiao Lan, declaring, "I shall take my leave." With that, the magical array was left unoccupied. Chapter 145, Dragon Tomb in a pitch-black forest, a rift suddenly tore open in midair, revealing the chaotic and violent currents of the void beyond. Wu Ling's figure was gradually thrust forth from within, his defensive garment's magical array having been nearly obliterated by 60%. I have finally emerged," Wu Ling exclaimed. Feeling as though he had escaped a perilous ordeal. He had drifted through the void for nearly half a month, encountering no dangers whatsoever. Indeed, it could be said that there had been no disturbances at all. Yet, it was precisely due to this utter lack of events that Wu Ling found himself increasingly bored. After all, he did not consider himself the type to be pursued by misfortune, at least. He was not the sort to be struck by residual waves while traversing the void, only to be cast into an unknown realm. subsequently engaging in a narrative reminiscent of a wolf in sheep-esque clothing. Taking a few deep breaths, Wu Ling, now acclimatizing to his surroundings, turned to see that the rift had already mended itself. Wu Ling was not taken aback by this revelation. The intricacies of the world surpassed those of any living being in every conceivable way. The mere ability to recover was hardly worthy of concern. As he removed his ceremonial attire, he began to survey his surroundings. He found himself enveloped in a pitch-black forest, teeming with countless ebony trees. Yet the expanse of this dark woodland remained a mystery to him. Notably, although he could sense a considerable density of energy in the vicinity, the absence of life was striking. There was not even a single insect to be found. Raising his gaze, he observed that the sun had vanished from the sky, replaced instead by a crescent moon of silvery purple hues. Wu Ling refrained from making any hasty remarks about his surroundings. Instead, he released Xiaofan, who, upon sensing her environment, was suddenly filled with astonishment. Oh my, how does the energy in this world resemble the magical essence of the Type Moon realm? At that moment, Wu Ling continued to observe the towering black trees, which seemed to emanate peculiar waves of energy. This appeared to be a unique species of flora. As he ran his fingers over the rough bark, Wu Ling could barely discern the vibrations within the tree, which evoked a sensation akin to that of a soul. Yet it felt as if something essential was missing. In Wu Ling's heart, a sense of understanding emerged. Upon hearing Xiaofan's astonishment, he casually inquired, "So, does this imply that the cultivation system here resembles that of magic?" Xiaofan, while producing an energy conversion device, elucidated, "It cannot be definitively confirmed. It merely suggests a certain similarity in the vibrancy of energy. For instance, in the world of Douluo, soul power is relatively subdued, as it can only be utilized once absorbed into the body, with most soul skills being executed through the soul power contained within. However, given the level of activity in this world, one could harness the energy from the cosmos, enabling the creation of something akin to magical arrays. Upon completing the assembly of the energy conversion device, which resembled a funnel with a rectangular box attached beneath, a steady stream of magical energy was drawn from the surroundings, ultimately forming the soul power blocks familiar to Wu Ling within the box below. Indeed, everything progressed remarkably well. Whether it be soul power or magical energy, the vast majority of this energy is derived from the world's inherent force, and since the essence of the world is largely consistent across different realms, the conversion of magical energy into the world's force, followed by its transformation into soul power, is quite feasible. In simpler terms, one could liken Wu Ling's body to a lock, accessible only by a specific key shape, energy. The purpose of this device is to melt these alternative keys into molten iron, ultimately forging them into a shape suited for Wu Ling. Upon witnessing the gradual condensation of the soul power block, Wu Ling praised Xiaofan before posing an intriguing question. Now that the issue of energy has been resolved, it is time to address the second matter. Which world are we in? Firstly, it is essential to understand that this place is neither particularly close nor exceedingly far from Douluo Star. Furthermore, prior to approaching this realm, I seem to have spotted some entity resembling a black tumor on the periphery of this world. If my assumptions hold true, it likely pertains to a narrative akin to that of the extraterrestrial demons. Finally, it is also plausible that this is a realm dedicated to the cultivation of magic. Following Wu Ling's analysis, Xiaofan bypassed the reasoning and immediately arrived at a conclusion. If the expansion of the realm is indeed extensive, the potential worlds could be innumerable. However, if we consider proximity, there is only one possibility, Qin Di. Wu Ling nodded in agreement, for he too had considered this. The location chosen for our breakthrough through the world's barriers is indeed exceptional. According to the worldview of the Qin Emperor's realm, this place is imbued with an extraordinary concentration of spiritual energy. Although I have forgotten much of the narrative, the unmistakable presence of the dragon tomb of the dragon clan remains etched in my memory. Of course, all of this is merely conjecture on Wu Ling's part and requires practical verification. Wu Ling commenced his journey in a singular direction, while Xiaofan remained in place, diligently crafting soul power blocks for unforeseen circumstances. Simultaneously, she engaged in the examination of the surrounding flora and terrain, all the while sifting through her memories for any recollections pertaining to the novel Qin Di. After the passage of an hour, Wu Ling returned to Xiaofan's side. He had traversed to the boundary of this region, revealing that it was not as expansive as initially presumed. The seemingly boundless landscape was, in fact, an illusion created by a mirror-like object that produced continuous reflections, akin to the effect of a mirror reflecting another mirror. Subsequently, Xiaofan stowed away her energy conversion device, filled a glass jar with soil, and carefully placed several trees, roots and all, into her storage ring, before following Wu Ling deeper into the forest. Wu Ling continued his journey for approximately 2 hours, during which he observed a gradual transformation in the surrounding trees. Initially, upon entering the black forest, the trees were entirely black. However, at this moment, the trees beside him began to shift towards a rich brown hue. Subsequently, the small creature named Shraufin halted and collected several large trees, while Wu Ling took a moment to replenish his energy with some sustenance. Although this distance was insufficient to even break a sweat, maintaining his vitality in such uncertain surroundings was paramount. After resting, Wu Ling resumed his trek, this time not traveling for too long. As he navigated around a towering tree, he was suddenly met with an expanse where the forest abruptly vanished, revealing a vast plain before him. Even the well-traveled Wu Ling was taken aback by the sight. For this plain was not an ordinary one. It was entirely blanketed with the bones of dragons. What did he behold? A ground strewn with skeletal remains, the bones of the dragon race. This plain was nearly covered by dragon bones. And the air here was tenfold colder than in the black forest, infused with an energy that was nearly 100 times more potent and exceedingly volatile. Within Wu Ling's perception, the air was laced with an immense soul energy, and he could almost hear the anguished wails of these powerful souls. In the pitch-black sky, the silver-purple crescent moon seemed to shine even brighter, while the scene before him was awe-inspiring various sizes of dragon bones, a colossal aura of souls, and a chilling, desolate atmosphere. As Wu Ling vigilantly surveyed his surroundings, the silver-purple crescent moon had mysteriously transformed into a full moon. Xiaofan suddenly grasped Wu Ling's hand, not out of fear, but as a means to awaken his memories of this dragon burial ground. Moments later, Wu Ling's eyes sparkled with realization. The memories of this dragon graveyard surged back to him. After relaying her message, Xiaofan, like a little treasure hunter, eagerly began to collect the scattered dragon bones. Through the resurgence of his memories, Wu Ling recalled that this place was known in the outside world as the Dragon Domain, which was not a sacred ground for the dragon race, but rather their burial site, an ancestral graveyard shared by the Western dragons of the 7 dragon cities within the cosmic realm of the Qin Emperor. The Dragon Domain was a place where true dragons, of at least the 7th tier, would come as they approached death, spending their final moments here. Over the countless years, this site had accumulated an immense number of dragon bones and souls, including those of dragon kings and even more formidable beings resting in eternal slumber. The multitude of dragon remains constituted of vast treasure, and now, Wu Ling had set his sights on it, not merely for a bone or two, but for the entirety of this dragon graveyard. He discerned that these dragon bones, at a minimum of the 7th tier, were equivalent to soul saint-level entities in terms of energy. Should he manage to transport the entire dragon graveyard back to his workshop, he was confident that even the most formidable foes would find themselves ensnared. However, Wu Ling recalled that there should be a 10th-tier sacred dragon soul here as well. Just as he remained alert to his surroundings, an ominous transformation occurred. The purple moon suddenly expanded, casting an even brighter light upon the dragon domain. With the emergence of this moonlight, the previously rampant energy storms within the domain began to contract at an astonishing pace. Continuously infusing the colossal dragon remained scattered across the plain. Under the illumination of the silver-purple full moon, the infusion of magical elements accelerated, and swirling white vapors began to coalesce into the skulls of the dragon remains. Wu Ling soon realized that these white vapors were, in fact, dragon souls, which had previously dispersed in the air and were now gradually gathering under the moonlight. The sound of abrasive friction intensified, and the previously silent dragon bones began to stir. Massive, pallid dragon bones slowly rose from the dark earth, their stark whiteness illuminated by the violet moonlight. Yet, as previously explored by Wu Ling, the dragon domain was not as vast as it seemed. Its boundless appearance was merely an illusion cast by a reflective surface, with the true dragon domain being this very plain, the burial ground for countless dragons from ages past. As Wu Ling and Xiaofan marveled at this rare and horrifying spectacle, numerous dragon bones had fully stood upright. Although they emitted no trace of life, the immense energy fluctuations and soul power were palpable. These were the bone dragons, legendary undead beings, and among the revered offerings of the 7 treasures glazed tile school was the bone Douluo, whose martial soul was of this very nature. Upon a dragon's death, if not subjected to dismemberment or similar misfortunes, it would, over the passage of time and under certain unique circumstances, transform into a bone dragon. Bone dragons retained a portion of their battle prowess from life. While not as formidable as true dragons, they were still remarkably powerful. Moreover, the sheer number of dragon remains buried beneath this plain was staggering. A cursory count revealed that 2,000 to 3,000 bone dragons had awakened. Countless white soul energy orbs, Upon entering, the heads of the bone dragons ignited into ethereal flames, two flickering flames resembling their eyes. These flames exhibited 7 distinct colors, corresponding to the 7 hues represented by the 7 dragon cities, seemingly aligned with their elemental affinities in life. While Wuling continued to observe the dragon graveyard, a deep, resonant voice suddenly echoed from all directions. Who dares to intrude upon the sacred ground of the dragon race and disturb the slumbering souls? Unlike the common dragons, whose wills may have eroded over time, this voice articulated with clarity and intelligence, unmistakably emanating from a being of higher stature. As the voice resonated, the massive heads of the bone dragons turned in unison towards the silver-purple full moon, as if awaiting some command. Wuling turned his gaze towards the depths of the graveyard, a mysterious smile gracing his lips. Let me think, is it the sacred dragon Noxie? Are you located in the heart of the dragon realm? An ancient voice resonated once more, tinged with a hint of astonishment. You actually know me. Who exactly are you? Who am I? You may refer to me as the Reaper's regulator. I have sensed the presence of wandering souls and have come to guide them back to their rightful places, such as, for instance, into my pocket. The Reaper's regulator? I have never heard of such a title. Though I am unsure how you gained entry, do you intend to seize the dragon souls here? How utterly absurd. The ancient voice thundered, followed by the simultaneous roar of the constrained skeletal dragons, releasing an unprecedented surge of power. Though the dragon clan may have perished, their souls remain eternal. The skeletal dragons, residing within this dragon graveyard, typically exist in a state of detachment. It is only when the silver-purple moon ascends to its fullness that they return to their corporeal forms, possessing half the strength they had in life. Now unshackled, they instinctively responded to the cues from the sacred dragon and launched an assault. A multitude of skeletal dragons underwent a transformation, their eerie flames fixated unreservedly upon Wuling. With a peculiar sound, at least 100 skeletal dragons took to the skies, flapping their bony wings towards Wuling. These airborne skeletal dragons, with wings formed from their inherent magical elements and bones, may have flown at a speed significantly slower than that of true dragons, but their sheer numbers were formidable. Upon witnessing this, Wuling smiled faintly, for he had anticipated the encounter with these dark beings and had long been prepared for their imminent attack. He retrieved a golden orb from his storage ring, within which surged tumultuous flames. Endless as the heavens, the laws of the universe, I summon the sacred fire as commanded. With a notable lack of decorum, Wuling hurled the orb into the fray. Upon collision with the skeletal dragon, the orb erupted with a thunderous explosion. Vast golden flames instantly engulfing the multitude of skeletal dragons charging toward him. In that ephemeral moment, Wuling caught a glimpse of countless dragon souls dancing exuberantly within the flames, prompting him to muse, look at this. After years of absence from the light, they've taken to a joyous revelry. Chapter 147. Dragon Dammit. Light Magic. Are you the Light Tower Master of the Fablon 7 Towers? Your actions are a direct affront to the dragon race's boundaries. Do you wish to incite war between dragons and humans? The voice of Noxus echoed once more through the heart of the dragon realm, as a pearlescent light shot skyward, accompanied by a myriad of silver luminaries ascending into the heavens. The silver-purple full moon above flickered again, radiating an even more resplendent moonlight that illuminated the foreboding dragon realm considerably. Under the influence of that immense pearlescent energy, the full moon underwent a violent transformation, its silver-purple glow gradually contracting, causing the circular moon to shrink somewhat. More skeletal dragons were awakened, while the previously awakened ones, realizing that the magic had minimal effect against the flames, instinctively obeyed the commands of the sentient sacred dragon at the center of the dragon realm, launching themselves toward the ever-burning sacred fire in an attempt to extinguish it. Noxus sensed the power within that flame, knowing it could potentially burn even him in life. Most crucially, it could exert significant influence over dragon souls, inflicting greater harm upon them than upon dragon bones. Little did Noxus know, this sacred fire, which annihilated souls without destroying materials, had been specifically developed by the adept Littlefin to address such scenarios. Furthermore, the dragon bones, once subjected to the sacred fire's refining and imbued with the energy of the incinerated souls, would yield even more practical results for crafting and experimentation than the unrefined bones alone. As for Wuling's disinterest in the dragon souls, he deemed them unnecessary. For the most potent soul was still within reach. If he could acquire Noxus's dragon soul, the rest would be but trifles. Indeed, while the sacred fire wielded immense lethality against dragon souls, it ultimately lacked permanence without a supply of soul energy. With the passage of time and the sacrifice of countless skeletal dragons, the flames on the ground gradually waned. Yet, before Noxus could revel in this, Wu Ling produced a soul energy fragment, roughly the size of half a palm, and casually tossed it into the sacred fire. Suddenly, the once diminished flame, akin to a mere ember, roared back to life as if doused with gasoline, surging with renewed vigor, even more fervently than at the onset. Sensing the resurgent flames, an elderly voice, lost in reverie, echoed through the dragon realm. No, no, no. The sanctity of the dragon's holy ground must not be obliterated. I shall not permit it. As the voice faded, the full moon in the sky blazed brightly, converging countless beams of moonlight into a singular arc directed toward the heart of the sacred fire. Seizing the opportunity, Wu Ling cast a glance toward Xiao Fin, who was still occupied with something using the dragon bones, now devoid of the support of the dragon soul. It was as if they shared a silent understanding. Xiao Fin looked up and met Wu Ling's gaze, then offered a slight nod. Moments later, the silver-purple moon still hung high in the sky, though it had reverted to its crescent form, radiating a gentle glow. The skeletal dragon on the ground gradually fell into silence, evidently unable to provide any further strength. You scoundrel. This power is certainly not that of the 7 Towers of Fran. Who are you, and what do you intend to do? The voice of Noxie resonated from the heart of the dragon realm, sounding markedly weaker than before. Although still brimming with rudeness, it was laced with a sense of cowardice. Nothing much, merely collecting a few local specialties during my travels, Wu Ling replied casually, continuing his stride until he reached the expanse of the dragon bones. Pressing onward toward the center of the dragon realm, a deep sigh echoed from the center of the dragon realm, causing the entire domain to tremble. As a noble dragon, I do not lie. I must admit, you have instilled in me a sense of threat. I never expected that a mere human could bring forth a crisis of annihilation to the dragon realm. After countless years, is this the beginning of our dragon clan's calamity? Very well, Noxie. If you truly wish to preserve this place, come forth and meet me. As Wu Ling walked through the modest expanse of dragon bones, he noticed that many skeletal dragons still flickered with faint embers of soul fire. However, this meager spark was utterly insufficient to animate them. You wretch. Noxie's voice brimmed with fury, yet he had to suppress his rage. Wu Ling's recent actions suggested that the flames he wielded resembled a form of stored energy attack, rather than mere magic. Uncertain if Wu Ling possessed further capabilities, Noxie recognized the necessity of temporary restraint. Human, what exactly do you seek? Must you not allow me to complete my final journey in solitude? Must you pursue annihilation? My soul power has been excessively released due to the forced alteration of the dragon realm's rules. I am at the brink of exhaustion, and it will not be long before I fade into oblivion. Are you unwilling to grant even this small respite? You must understand. The existence of the dragon realm is sustained by the souls of the many deceased dragons of our kind. If all the dragon souls here are extinguished, our sacred land, the dragon realm, shall inevitably collapse. I do not believe this is a fate you would wish to witness. Then come forth and meet me. I have not claimed I would kill you. Wu Ling chuckled softly, fixing his gaze in a specific direction before continuing. I see you are indeed heavily drained, but not entirely extinguished. As the last of the sacred giant dragons, bringing about your complete downfall is no trivial task. With that, Wu Ling pressed onward. However, as he ventured deeper into the dragon realm, the surrounding magical elements grew increasingly turbulent, as if the sacred dragon Noxie at the heart of the realm sought to impede his approach. As Wu Ling passed by the intact skeletal dragons, he could sense the residual energy within them. It must be noted that the dragon clan of the Qin Emperor world, particularly the Eastern Divine Dragons, could rival the mightiest of the 9 dragon clans in the Douluo Divine Realm. Each dragon possesses at least the potential of a sacred giant dragon's bloodline. Though the Dragon King here may not compare to the dragon god of the Divine Realm, he is undeniably a genuine divine-level powerhouse. Were it not for the Abyssal Queen leading the invasion from the Abyssal Plains, forcing him to sacrifice himself to seal the rifts in space, this foremost divine powerhouse of the Qin Emperor universe might have progressed through continuous cultivation to attain the level of a divine king. If he indeed possesses the bloodline of the Huaxia divine dragon, then it is conceivable that he could one day rival or even surpass the dragon god. In contrast to the formidable Eastern divine dragons, the Western giant dragons appear somewhat lacking. Overall, they are even inferior to the ordinary dragon clans of the Douluo continent, possessing only a slightly higher potential for sacred giant dragon bloodlines, but even that is limited. Should Deition arrive, it would likely be a mere matter of a swipe of his claw. While the dragon realm may seem boundless due to the reflective energy of its mirrored surfaces, its actual area is not insignificant. Wu Ling's pace was not overly swift as he walked, observing his surroundings, facing obstacles posed by magical element storms, making his journey rather arduous. Human, What do you truly seek? Noxie's aged and weakened voice resounded once more from the heart of the dragon realm. At this point, Wu Ling had reached close proximity to the sacred dragon of this world, finally standing face to face with him. As he traversed beyond some larger dragon bones than those outside, he finally beheld the core of the dragon realm. He did not even need to search deliberately. His goal became evident before him. At the center of the dragon realm stood a colossal ancient tree, resembling those in the outer black forest, albeit significantly larger and exuding a peculiar brownish-yellow hue. An odd and foreign aura swirled around it. Beneath the towering ancient tree lay a skeletal dragon, quietly sprawled out. It appeared immense and peculiar, clearly distinguishable from the other skeletal dragons. As Wu Ling journeyed forth, he beheld numerous skeletal dragons, each characterized by the singular hue of the soul fire within their skulls. The elemental dragons of water, fire, earth, and wind exhibited soul fires of blue, red, yellow, and green respectively. The golden dragon's soul fire shimmered in a pale golden hue, while the silver dragon's was a dazzling array of colors, and the black dragon's burned a deep violet. However, the massive skeletal dragon before him radiated a milky white soul fire. You must be Noxus. Wu Ling approached the imposing figure, scrutinizing it. Despite having long since met its demise, the creature clung to the final vestiges of life, which explained the absence of a new sacred dragon in the Dragonkin continent over the years. Indeed, I am Noxus, the sole sacred dragon of the dragon race bearing a spiritual imprint. The colossal skeletal dragon slowly rose. Its form, while not exceedingly large, measured approximately 30 meters in length and stood around 10 meters tall. Wu Ling surmised that even in its diminished state, this creature's remaining spiritual energy would still surpass that of an ordinary tidal Douluo in a life-or-death confrontation. The sacred dragon Noxus, manifested as a skeletal form, was distinctly different from the other skeletal dragons. Not only did its soul fire diverge from that of the others, but its bones also bore unique characteristics. The bones of the other skeletal dragons, regardless of their former lineage, were a stark white, exuding an aura of death. In contrast, while its bones were also white, they shimmered with a lustrous sheen, resembling translucent milky white crystal, interspersed with faint silver specks. The sacred dragon, a legendary figure from the tales of the Western dragon race in the realm of the Qin Emperor, stood above the 9th-level magical beasts as a 10th-level divine beast, one of the few races with the most potent bloodline potential in the Qin Emperor universe. With a serene tone, Noxus declared, "Human, since you have traversed this far, I see no need to remain concealed. I am the last remaining sacred dragon of the dragon race, still possessing a spiritual imprint. After my demise in battle, I returned here only to embrace death once more. Though I retain all my memories and my spiritual imprint, my powers have waned to but 1/5 of what they once were. Were it not for this, how could the dragon moon of the dragon domain possibly restrain me? And what claim do you have to challenge me?" Wu Ling did not refute this individual. Indeed, an ordinary sacred dragon possesses power comparable only to that of a newly ascended tidal Douluo or a 100,000-year soul beast. However, the sacred dragon Noxie before him had fought valiantly throughout its life, and its strength had nearly reached the pinnacle just below the divine level within the realm of the Harp Emperor. If it were truly alive, Wu Ling estimated that it would possess at least the combat prowess of a super Douluo, an extent of power that he currently could not hope to defeat. Wu Ling's gaze drifted over Noxie, noting the numerous fractures in his skeletal structure. Most striking was the immense gash across his sternum, which nearly cleaved it in two. This must have been the fatal wound he sustained. "Human, are you aware of your actions? Do you seek to provoke a war between humanity and the Dragonkin?" In the heart of the dragon domain, the once mighty sacred dragon Noxie, now reduced to a mere skeleton, continued to probe Wu Ling, the milky flames in his eyes flickering uncertainly. Wu Ling disregarded Noxie's words and stepped closer to the majestic divine dragon before him. Though this colossal creature lay lifeless, it still radiated an aura surpassing that of a tidal Douluo. However, Wu Ling felt no fear, for he knew that this being could no longer inflict harm upon him. Noxie, the skeletal dragon, lowered his head, and the milky flames in his eyes flickered violently. Just as he prepared to strike, he suddenly looked up sharply towards Wu Ling's rear, where he saw Xiaofan throwing several dragon bones wrapped in black patterns. These dragon bones arced through the air, forming a circle around Noxie. A sense of foreboding washed over him, prompting him to open his jaws to attack. Yet, in the next moment, a chain, seemingly materialized from nowhere, ensnared his mouth, rendering him unable to roar. Moreover, he could feel the flow of magical energy within his mouth slowing down through the chains. Following the chain's path, Noxie discovered that their source was the dragon bone Xiaofan had just cast to the ground, as if it had taken root beneath him. The chains, which bound Noxie's jaws, emitted a harsh grinding sound, and with a furious roar, Noxie broke free from the encirclement of chains, shattering the dragon bone in the process. The fact that a divine dragon of his stature was momentarily restrained by a mere subordinate's bone infuriated Noxie immensely. However, before he could fully unleash his wrath, over a dozen chains shot out from the circle of dragon bones and entwined around his body, instantly overwhelming him with immense pressure and a deep-seated emptiness. It is worth noting that while dragons are not as plentiful in the Age of Gods as they are in the realm of the Qin Emperor, they can still be found with diligent search. Medea's expertise in crafting dragon bone soldiers reveals her profound understanding of dragons. Following Xiaofan's careful selection, each of these dragon bones was once imbued with the power of an 8th or 9th rank being. Most importantly, they were tainted with a trace of Noxie's dissipating soul energy. Xiaofan had utilized this soul energy to forge these specialized cursed dragon bones targeting Noxie. Indeed, these were not mere spells. They were pure curses designed to diminish the dragon's magical power, weaken its defenses, and disrupt its mind. Originally, there were curses intended to restrict the dragon's flight, but given Noxie's current condition, Xiaofan deemed them unnecessary, as the dozen dragon bones were sufficient to contain him temporarily. Meanwhile, Wuling stood beneath Noxie, his shadow stirring as the 6th avatar, Engolamenu, emerged by his side, devoid of awareness. Due to the unique nature of Engolamenu's avatar, Wuling had not bestowed it with conscious thought. At present, it was devoid of emotion, and each time Wuling reabsorbed it, its memories were reset. In Wuling's mind, he did not require the cultivation benefits of this avatar, thus he aptly labeled it as a suicide squad. Wuling placed a reassuring hand on Engolamenu's shoulder and solemnly instructed, "Go, little one, this is a necessary sacrifice." Simultaneously, upon witnessing Wuling's 6th avatar, Noxie immediately sensed the lingering malice within it. Even the faintest trace was enough to evoke genuine disgust and fear within him. "What do you intend to do, human wretch? How audacious." Noxie watched as the avatar approached, its palms slowly making contact with his form. Though he felt no immediate discomfort, an underlying sense of dread and unease began to swell within him, prompting him to emit furious roars in an attempt to repel the intruder. The chains binding him responded to his struggle, tightening with a rigidity that suggested they might shatter at any moment. In that instant, Noxie felt a fragment of his soul being absorbed by the seemingly foolish avatar. A terrified roar erupted from him, and magical elements surged around him. As a divine dragon, the progenitor of the Western dragon race in the realm of the Qin Emperor, he possessed the abilities of 7 dragon lineages, making it effortless for him to manipulate various magical elements. He unleashed his power in a desperate bid to break free from the chain's constraint. Yet, the intertwining black chains clung to him like parasites, binding him firmly to the earth, rendering him immobile, forced to watch as the avatar continued its actions. Domain of the abyssal deity, Little N's light-hearted words echoed in Noxie's ears, and in an instant, the once pristine dragon bones appeared shrouded in a veil of dust. Subsequently, under Wuling's guidance, Little N unhesitatingly tore off his left hand with his right, creating a series of crackling sounds, devoid of bloodshed. Wuling slightly raised his head and beheld the fractured circle encircling the left shoulder of the dragon's skeleton, as if it were on the verge of breaking entirely. The soul fire within the dragon's eye quivered violently, as though it had endured a severe blow. "Damage sharing," Norkis exclaimed in astonishment, recognizing the skill employed by Xiaoan, leaving him paralyzed with fear. In his prime, Norkis might have discerned the flaws in this ability through its inflicted wounds, yet now he was but a mere specter of his former self, his soul having been drained by the distorted laws of the dragon domain, further suppressed by Xiaofan's curse, and ultimately rendered incapable of thought by the impact of Xiao and skill. "Very well, sacred dragon Norkis, I believe we can engage in conversation now." Upon hearing Wuling's words, Norkis nodded immediately, too intimidated to utter a word of dissent. Subsequently, Wuling did not continue his discourse with Norkis. Instead, he approached the ancient tree beside him. "This dragon soul tree serves as an excellent material for my undertaking. I find it quite suitable." With that, Wuling's hand lunged forth, piercing the trunk of the most venerable brownish-yellow dragon soul tree. With a resounding clang, Wuling's hand penetrated the tree's bark, and instantaneously, a veil of pale radiance enveloped the dragon soul tree. A blood-red pattern swiftly spread across his hand, invoking the knight's ability, and rapidly covered the tree. Under the influence of the sanguine markings, the dragon soul tree began to respond, its outer branches and leaves gradually withering, while its volume continuously condensed. The dragon soul tree is a unique species thriving in this dragon domain, nourished by the energies of countless deceased Western dragons, making it ideal for forging artifacts that can carry the souls of the dragon race. Wu Ling now sought to harness this extraordinary tree to create a soul artifact capable of encompassing the entirety of Norki's power. This particular dragon soul tree was the oldest and finest specimen in this sanctified realm of dragons. And it was from such a tree that the legendary Qin Emperor Yi Yinzhu crafted an unparalleled artifact, Qin Emperor World Edition. Hence, Wu Ling's choice was most fitting. Under Wu Ling's influence, the withering branches and leaves of the dragon soul tree multiplied, and in a short time, the entire tree began to decay. Layers of powder shedding from its exterior, while the energy, imbued with the essence of dragon souls, grew increasingly potent. After Wu Ling completed all of this, he turned to Noxie and said, "Noxie, I wish to create something with this. I hope you can provide the protection of the dragon soul. I trust you will not refuse to assist." Noxie's dragon soul flames flickered violently in response. While Wu Ling was refining the dragon soul wood, Noxie repeatedly attempted to break free from the chains, but failed each time. At this moment, he entertained other thoughts and plans, choosing to feign compliance and await further opportunities. "I can cooperate, but you must ensure that my life is spared and the dragon realm remains unharmed." Agreed. Wu Ling readily consented, yet this prompted new thoughts in Noxie. Such an unhesitating agreement suggested either that this individual had no intentions regarding the dragon realm or possessed the audacity to speak falsely. However, given the circumstances, it seemed more likely to be the latter. Thus, he decided to proceed as instructed. The sacred dragon's thoughts shifted, and it let out a mighty dragon roar, enveloping the refined dragon soul in a powerful surge of spiritual energy, which was then consumed by Noxie's soul fire. As Noxie's soul fire blazed intensely, the aura of the dragon clan emanating from the dragon soul grew ever more potent. After a time, the flames of Noxie's soul appeared somewhat diminished. He let out a low growl, and a faint golden light shot forth from his forehead, piercing into the dragon soul tree. This small beam of golden light magnified Noxie's released spiritual energy threefold. The milky white radiance was infused with a golden hue, entirely enveloping the dragon soul tree. The dragon soul tree contracted swiftly, and before long, most of it had shed its outer layers. With another low growl, Noxie's spiritual energy compressed, resulting in a resounding explosion that sent a cloud of dust swirling. The entire dragon realm seemed to tremble in response. Noxie's essence weakened considerably as he slowly raised his right claw. The dragon soul tree had vanished, replaced by a dark golden log, emanating an overwhelming spiritual presence. He gently placed the log before Wu Ling, and the flames in his eyes dimmed further as he spoke solemnly. "This is the finest dragon soul wood within the dragon realm. It has flourished here since the dawn of the dragon realm and can be considered the mother tree of all dragon soul woods, containing the richest essence of spiritual power. After my refinement, all the essence of this mother tree has been condensed into this log. Its hardness surpasses that of my original dragon scales, and even I cannot ascertain the extent of its effectiveness. I have fulfilled my promise as per your request. I hope you will honor yours, sparing my life and preserving the dragon realm." Chapter 150. Noxie's Blade. Noxie gazed down at Wu Ling, the flames of his soul flickering with a hint of anxiety and uncertainty, as well as a yearning for life. Every creature instinctively fears death, regardless of strength. Noxie, as a sacred dragon, was no exception. He had once succumbed to injuries sustained in battle, but, in a desperate bid to survive, had employed every means to preserve his spiritual imprint, casting himself into a limbo of existence, neither fully alive nor entirely dead. It was only when he met his ultimate demise in the original narrative, erased along with the consciousness of other dragon souls in this realm, that a new sacred dragon re-emerged within the 7 dragon cities. It was precisely this fear of death that made Noxie cherish every opportunity for life, and he now worried that Wu Ling might reconsider his commitment. Wu Ling raised his gaze towards Noxus, precisely capturing a peculiar glimmer within the frail flame of Noxus's spirit. He glanced at the essence of the dragon soul mother tree and then inquired, "This piece of dragon soul has become exceedingly resilient after refinement. I presume you possess the means to cut and reshape it?" In truth, Wu Ling was not devoid of solutions, but being away from home, he sought to conserve what he could, particularly drawn to the treasures adorning the sacred dragon. Unbeknownst to Wu Ling, his thoughts aligned perfectly with Noxus's intentions. Just as Noxus had once told Yu Yinzhu, Even the most potent artifacts from the outside world could not penetrate the formidable protection of the dragon soulwood. Only one item could achieve such a feat of vast, pearly glow illuminated the space once more, but this time, it was not Noxus's spirit flame. From some unknown source, he produced an object that floated gently before Wu Ling. It was a long horn, approximately 2 meters in length. This horn emanated a unique aura, not belonging to any specific magical element yet intricately connected to all magical elements within the Qin Emperor universe, as if it were a manifestation of magical essence itself. Though its dragon soul energy was not as vast as that of the dragon soulwood, it was far purer. This is my former horn, which fell away upon my demise. Only a weapon forged from this sacred dragon horn can breach the protective veil of this premier dragon soulwood, Noxus continued. My spiritual power is waning, yet I should still be able to assist you in refining it into a weapon. What kind of weapon do you desire? Noxus displayed an air of utmost reverence, almost as if he had chosen to demean himself to the point of servility for survival. A stark contrast to his noble identity as a sacred dragon. After a moment of contemplation, Wu Ling spoke. The material of this dragon horn is precious. It requires minimal refinement, merely a slight alteration in shape. Let us craft a dragon soul blade. Very well, Noxus replied without hesitation, nodding. It is my honor to serve you. This will be the mark of my existence in this world. As Noxus spoke, the flames of his soul flickered once more, this time manifesting as faint golden specks that seamlessly merged into the 2-meter-long horn. This was the sacred imprint of the holy dragon Noxus' essence, embodying his final strength. Under the influence of the golden light, the dragon horn began to condense and transform, its size diminishing while simultaneously taking on the shape of a longsword. The first form to emerge was the handle, approximately 30 centimeters in length. However, it could hardly be described as a mere handle, for it was entirely shaped like a dragon. The pristine, crystalline dragon scales adorned its elongated and flawless form, with every intricate detail of the dragon's claws vividly defined, rendering the entire white dragon strikingly lifelike. Unquestionably, this was the very likeness of the holy dragon Noxus in his prime. The immense aura of his soul seemed poised to erupt from the blade, yet under the influence of Noxus' spiritual imprint, the power of the dragon's soul gradually coalesced. The end of the handle formed the dragon's tail, while the entirety of the dragon's body constituted the handle, with the exaggerated dragon's head raised high. Its mouth agape. The blade extended outward as though it were being expelled from the dragon's maw. The materials of the blade and handle were identical, entirely translucent and imbued with a pearlescent glow that pulsed with an indescribable magical resonance, its brilliance flickering unpredictably. A mist, seemingly composed of magical elements, enveloped the blade. Once the weapon was completed, it gently descended before Wu Ling. Noxus, having expended his strength, appeared somewhat weakened, his aura fluctuating. Indeed, this is a remarkable blade. Your efforts are commendable, Wu Ling remarked, gazing at the dragon soul blade before him with satisfaction. This weapon, forged entirely from the horn of the holy dragon, was undoubtedly of the highest quality. It possessed not the flexibility of a typical weapon, but rather an unyielding hardness, impervious to all. My horn is indeed exceptional, containing my most refined essence. Influenced by the dragon soul's core within my mind, it harbors much of my dragonic aura, Noxus continued. This blade is, in truth, a universal magical weapon, encompassing all elements, including the dark. Its sharpness can nearly disregard any magical or physical defenses, wielding tremendous power. Wu Ling nodded in approval upon hearing this, aware that the blade's ability to dispel magic would likely fade after he departed this world. However, he could always reforge it later. The flames of Noxus's soul danced gently in his eyes, his voice imbued with emotion. Perhaps this is the last useful relic I leave behind. It is crafted from my horn. Might you name it after me, thereby leaving a trace of my existence in this world? Noxus's blade, quite a fitting name, Wu Ling mused. Upon hearing this, he raised his hand slightly, causing the Noxus blade to spring to life, soaring gracefully into his palm. The moment he grasped the weapon, he felt a surge of pure elemental energy coursing through his fingers and wrist, flooding into his being. In an instant, the dragon soul blade seemed to meld seamlessly with his hand, a refreshing sensation enveloping him, indescribably comfortable. With a casual flick, a shimmering, almost phantasmal, pearlescent light swept through the air. Despite its size, the weapon felt as light as a feather. A streak of silver light arced across the sky, and without even exerting force, the blade unleashed a cutting aura that surged forward, the resounding roar of a dragon echoing through the air, captivating all who heard it. Wu Ling grasped the Noxian blade, and suddenly, a surge of energy coursed through his body, a flash of milky white light vanishing as quickly as it appeared. The blade seemed to come alive, transforming into a slender white dragon that coiled around his palm. A burst of white light soared into the heavens, piercing the dark night sky as the delicate white dragon entwined itself around his right hand, continuously radiating a divine milky glow. A novel and pure emotion blossomed within his mind, joyously leaping forth to greet him. Indeed, it was a new soul, an extraordinary essence. Noxian observed quietly from the side, his once vibrant soul flame now flickering weakly, revealing a hint of somberness. The white light gradually receded, revealing a small dragon nestled in the palm of Wuling's right hand, shifting and transforming in accordance with his thoughts. The lustrous milky white did not dazzle with brilliance. Rather, the dragon's eyes sparkled like silver stars, appearing vividly lifelike. At this moment, Noxian spoke, "My lord, this artifact has awakened, and you are the first life force it has encountered. It will naturally bind to you and recognize you as its master. Henceforth, no one but you shall wield it, unless you meet your demise. I see you have already mastered its myriad forms, as you effortlessly control its transformations." With a casual flick of his hand, the tiny silver dragon instantly morphed into a small dagger, and with another slight motion, it transformed yet again, shifting as he willed, truly a weapon of boundless potential. Chapter 151. Noxian's counterattack. Wuling nodded in satisfaction, then raised his hand to grasp the tempered dragon soul wood. The weight of this wood was astonishing. Although it appeared modest in size, it weighed over 1,000 pounds. Upon acquiring the dragon soul wood, Wuling gently tapped it, producing a muffled sound that resonated with a depth surpassing that of metal. In a flash of white light, the Noxus blade transformed into a dagger, its slender blade extending 5 inches. Wuling's right hand danced with a flurry of motion, scattering fine silver threads into the void. The silver threads released by the Noxus blade fell upon the dragon soul wood, and Noxus, observing intently, experienced an unusual sensation as delicate silver lights wove intricate patterns within the wood, outlining a mystical formation. The dazzling technique left one momentarily entranced. Surely, there must still be some dragon tendons, Wuling casually inquired of Noxus. The flickering flame of soul in Noxus's eyes intensified momentarily. For dragons, utilizing the remnants of their deceased bodies to create anything was considered sacrilege. Yet, perhaps due to familiarity, Noxus nodded and, employing the same method, continuously retrieved 7 dragon tendons. Before long, the 7 slender tendons lay before them, each radiating hues of blue, red, yellow, green, gold, black, and a myriad of colors. These were the finest and most resilient dragon tendons, and according to Noxus, they were sourced from the former dragon kings of the 7 great dragon cities, marking them as one of the most precious materials in the Kindiyu universe. Bowing slightly, Wuling picked up 7 dragon tendons and meticulously examined them for a while. Subsequently, he transformed the dragon soul blade into slender, needle-like forms, inscribing magical arrays upon the 7 tendons. Finally, he fused them with components of the dragon soul wood. The soul fire in Noxi's eyes had dimmed considerably. Although it still flickered, it exhibited a state of exhaustion. Drawing upon the last remnants of energy from his spiritual imprint, he endeavored to witness the entire process of Wuling crafting the soul artifact. He felt an imperative to accomplish one final task, to restore complete equilibrium to the sacred land of the dragon race, free from any threats. A furtive gaze lingered on Wuling, who continued to forge the new soul artifact, as a thought began to take shape within his mind. Wuling appeared oblivious to Noxi's peculiarities. After acquiring the dragon tendons, he requested some dragon teeth from Noxi. He then meticulously separated the dragon soul wood according to a predetermined shape and reassembled it, ultimately forming an outline resembling a human figure. Indeed, Wuling had never witnessed a pig run, but he had tasted pork. Although he had never seen Douluo 3, he had heard from friends that the soul guide devices had evolved into something akin to armored suits. His friend lamented that a soul master or soul king donning a soul armor could contend with the title Douluo, a level of enhancement that left Wuling feeling inferior. Thus, he had researched these armored soul tools long ago. The transformation of soul devices was merely their precursor, as the blue dragon tendons successfully integrated into the humanoid soul tool. A wave of azure luminescence, reminiscent of rippling water, radiated outward, filling the dragon domain with a low, resonant hum. The violet moon in the sky underwent another metamorphosis, transitioning into a full moon. Under the increasingly resplendent moonlight, Wuling continued to integrate the dragon tendons, starting with the water dragon tendons, followed by fire, earth, wind, gold, black, and silver dragon tendons. The most distinctive among them was undoubtedly the silver dragon tendons, shimmering with prismatic hues, symbolizing 4 elemental magics and accompanied by 2 additional mixed magics. The elemental fluctuations within the silver dragon tendons were most intense, pulsating as if they possessed their own souls. When the silver dragon tendons were finally assimilated, Wuling drew a blade across his palm, letting a spurt of essence blood cascade over the entire suit of armor, instantly enveloping it in a dazzling light. 7 colossal dragons soared forth, intertwining in the air, their immense spiritual presence enveloping the entire dragon domain. The silver-violet dragon moon reached its full state once more, illuminating the dragon domain and awakening an array of skeletal dragons. This compelled Little Pink to divert some of her strength to suppress these skeletal dragons, ensuring they did not disrupt Wuling's work. Noxie, who had been intently observing Wuling's armor forging, felt a surge of vitality in his eyes. The resurrection of 1,000 dragons and the soaring of 7 dragon shadows heralded the emergence of a divine artifact. This peculiar armor had indeed attained the level of a divine artifact. "Allow me to lend you my strength," Noxie declared. Beneath the silver-violet full moon, 1,000 skeletal dragons stirred, and the 7 great dragon souls manifested, indicating that the humanoid soul tool had reached the caliber of a cosmic artifact of the Qin Emperor. Yet, it seemed to lack something. At that moment, Noxie spoke again. The flame of his soul flickered back to life as the soul tool formed, with golden light shimmering from his brow, signaling the activation of his spiritual imprint. "It is a full moon," he said, his voice imbued with newfound emotion as the massive dragon head gazed skyward. The silver-violet crescent moon transformed once more into a complete circle, and the dragon domain visibly brightened, the air thickening with spiritual energy. The one-stem flame of the sacred dragon's soul flickered, and he remarked, "My lord, your extraordinary technique and genius craftsmanship are truly remarkable. However," he paused momentarily, his colossal body straining to maintain stability. Lowering his dragon head slightly towards Wuling, the glimmering pearlescent dragon bones emitted a faint silver glow. "Are you still unwilling to give up?" Wuling observed him calmly, as if he had anticipated Noxie's ulterior motives. "How could I relent without making an attempt? After all, I am a sacred dragon who has endured the ancient war, having buried the 4 divine beasts of the orc race and laid to rest my era. How could I easily submit?" Noxie replied nonchalantly, "My lord, with your strength, you could undoubtedly achieve eternal fame on the continent of Longsonus. Alas, it seems you are destined to leave this world alongside me." At the moment Noxie uttered these words, a surge of light, shimmering with a pale golden hue, erupted from the skull of the sacred dragon. Noxie's soul flame broke free from the chains that bound his spirit, carrying with it the last vestige of his spiritual imprint. And in the blink of an eye, it reached Wuling, seamlessly merging into the humanoid soul tool. As the soul flame departed, Noxie's massive form collapsed under the weight of the remaining chains, signaling the eternal departure of this sacred dragon from the realm of dragons. A brilliant golden light surged into the humanoid soul tool, and in that instant, Wuling was flung back by the artifact he had forged. The dazzling golden radiance enveloped him, momentarily rendering his body rigid, yet he quickly regained control, raising his hand to halt the instinctive attack from Shaoan. The dragon domain erupted into chaos, as if all skeletal dragons had awakened simultaneously, filling the air with furious roars and waves of death. A beam of white divine light enveloped the humanoid soul tool, and the sacred dragon stood proudly. Noxie, in the form of a spiritual apparition, restored his true essence, his entire being radiating with an intense glow, the last vestige of brilliance in his life. The scales of the sacred dragon were entirely pearlescent, distinct from those of the silver dragon, emanating a divine radiance. His single horn stood tall and proud, and every detail of his form was in perfect harmony, particularly his mesmerizing silver eyes, captivating all who beheld them. Noxie coldly regarded Wuling, stating, "I must express my gratitude for this opportunity. This artifact is designed to be immensely powerful, yet it lacks a spirit. By infusing my spiritual imprint into it, I can become its spirit. This divine artifact is forged from the rarest materials within the dragon domain, capable of harnessing all the forces within. Before I truly become its spirit, I will wield this power to unleash the pinnacle of my strength from before my demise. But that will suffice, for I shall use this fleeting moment to ensure you remain here forever." Chapter 152, Counterattack and Success. Noxie, you are overly confident. At that moment, Wuling's voice resonated, igniting a sense of foreboding within Noxie. As his thoughts stirred, a vast expanse of pearlescent light surged forth, and the dragon-shaped apparition transformed into a streak of light racing towards Wuling. Although Noxie regarded Wuling's strength as negligible, the latter was the architect behind the humanoid soul tool. Even though he had seized control of the artifact while Wuling was unprepared, he remained wary, fearing Wuling might possess hidden cards. Thus, he aimed to eliminate his opponent swiftly. I had anticipated your move long ago. Did you think I lacked defenses and countermeasures? As he spoke, a surge of malevolence suddenly emanated from the martial spirit, and several magical arrays materialized above the humanoid soul vessel. Boundless malice poured from the martial spirit into Noxus's soul through these magical formations. The existence of that realm could only emit a roar of defiance, yet everything was beyond his control. Under the onslaught of this overwhelming malevolence, Noxus's already fragmented mind and soul were gradually tainted, as an attempt was made to sever the memories and consciousness imprinted within him. Witnessing that the sacred dragon Noxus still possessed the capacity for resistance, the martial spirit casually called out Little N. Upon hearing this, Angaramanu expressionlessly produced a knife, tilting his head to sever it from his body. With the demise of Little N, it was as if the final strand supporting Noxus snapped. The soul that belonged solely to Noxus split into two under the influence of partially reversed magical arrays. One was a pure soul force, while the other contained Noxus's will and memories. The pure soul force was retained by the martial spirit within the soul vessel, while the extracted memories and will were confined within a crystal orb, for the memories of a sacred dragon still held some utility. The milky white essence, interspersed with golden flecks, churned incessantly. Even bereft of will and memory, it instinctively radiated a semblance of defiance. It thrashed within the dark golden humanoid soul vessel, yet could find no escape. The martial spirit commenced the final refinement before the soul artifact, as countless strands of soul energy intricately etched the magic array, taking shape. While inscribing, he spoke, "Do not resist. The portion of your consciousness that I extract will inevitably dissipate. The remnants of your soul shall remain here, merging into the dragon soul wood. This is the most suitable resting place for the consciousness you have lost. Only within this exquisite dragon soul wood will your essence refrain from complete oblivion. Although you are devoid of awareness now, it was once your soul, leaving behind the last trace of your existence. Thus, I am not entirely remiss in my promise." The milky white luminescence seemed to comprehend the martial spirit's words, intensifying its struggles. However, regrettably, with its current strength, it could not escape the confines of the soul artifact. The final vestiges of Noxus's consciousness gradually faded with the dissolution of the spiritual imprint, merging to form the artifact spirit, thus vanishing. The impact of the milky white radiance became increasingly feeble, and the disappearance of the spiritual imprint heralded the complete extinction of a once great holy dragon. What remained were only the soulless fragments and the memories preserved within the crystal sphere. Unlike ordinary dragon souls, his essence transformed into the spirit of this newly forged soul artifact, becoming one of its most vital components. Subsequently, the martial spirit's gaze fell upon the colossal dragon skeleton left by the holy dragon Noxus, a massive and formidable dragon bone, with dragon soul wood as the flesh, dragon tendons as sinews, dragon soul as the spirit, and soul energy as blood. This final bone, the dragon bone, was indeed the finest material for crafting. Upon contemplating this, Wuling's movements naturally quickened. The humanoid soul tool, under his deft manipulation, descended beside the colossal dragon skeleton of Noxhip. In a harmonious triad of body, mind, and spirit, the dissolution of the mental form drew the soul and body towards one another. Chains emanated from 6 points, the head, limbs, and chest, of the soul tool, each tethered at the other end to various locations on the dragon's bones. Where the chains met the skeletal structure, several magical arrays materialized, gradually reshaping the dragon's form until it coalesced into a humanoid semblance. As the chains tugged, the humanoid soul tool and the dragon bones inched closer, ultimately merging into a singular entity. Upon their union, a radiant orb of light enveloped the soul tool, while the magical arrays, under Wuling's remote guidance, continued to fulfill their purpose. As moments slipped by, the luminous sphere flickered erratically, from which 7 dragon silhouettes emerged, soaring aloft. A translucent light orb ascended, seemingly housing a pearlescent dragon gliding within. The 7 beams of light transformed into dragon figures, lifting the transparent orb skyward, morphing it into a grand divine dragon silhouette. Against the backdrop of the 7 divine lights, it hung suspended in the air, akin to stars surrounding the moon. The silver-violet glow of the dragon moon ignited, a divine radiance cascading downward, enveloping the orb. As the creator and master of this artifact, Wuling's spiritual realm instantaneously responded, granting him profound clarity. His soul tool had succeeded. In the realm of the Qin Emperor, When divine artifacts are forged from countless divine materials and fortuitous opportunities, they undergo a qualitative transformation, ultimately reaching the exalted status of super artifacts in this world. Wuling gazed skyward, where a radiant orb of divine light coalesced, its myriad hues shifting and evolving, pulsating with an essence of ascension, while immense energy surged forth in a continuous crescendo, an absolute fusion. This artifact, the Withered Wood Dragon's Lament, was a harmonious amalgamation of exquisite dragon soul wood, the sacred horns and fangs of a colossal dragon, the sinews of the 7 dragon kings, and the very soul of a divine dragon, all illuminated under the moonlight of the dragon. The skeletal dragons within the dragon domain felt the overwhelming brilliance and succumbed to panic. Under the influence of their subconscious, they prostrated themselves on the ground, their bony forms trembling in reverence towards the luminous sphere above. Super artifacts are exceedingly rare treasures within Douluo continent, and indeed the entire Douluo universe, so precious that even the supreme deities may not possess such divine weaponry. Although the super artifacts of the Kindiu universe may not align perfectly with those of the Douluo universe, they undeniably qualify as unparalleled treasures. According to Wuling's calculations, this soul tool could effortlessly exhibit the prowess of a super Douluo even in its regular state, when operating beyond its limits. It could temporarily unleash the might of an ultimate Douluo. With such a possession, Wuling need not fear for his life on the Douluo continent. Suddenly, the brilliance intensified, and in an instant, the blinding light fell like a meteor, an intangible energy penetrating Wuling's body through every pore. By design, the energy of a super artifact is so colossal that typically only true deities can wield it. However, as the creator of this super artifact, Wuling, having conducted a blood sacrifice and consecration, naturally assumes the role of its rightful master, free from the usual constraints, even receiving a baptism of energy that bestows immense benefits upon him. Within the dragon domain, the intense fluctuations heralding the emergence of the super artifact resonated with the heavens, casting light beyond the Blackwood Forest into the expanse of the dragon domain. The powerful tremors rippled through the entire continent of Longinus. In Lon, the sacred heart of the Longinus continent, 7 individuals simultaneously lifted their heads, their aged and profound eyes gazing into the distant skies. At that moment, their hearts were filled with awe, as they sensed that an instant prior, a location had abruptly transformed into the core of the Longinus continent. A peculiar elemental fluctuation reverberated through their souls, akin to the awakening of a deity, instilling a profound sense of trepidation within them. Chapter 153. The situation. The Milan Empire, the most formidable human nation on the Longinus continent, is bordered to the north by the frigid north wastes, to the west by the Ascoli kingdom, to the east by the Flora kingdom, and to the southwest by the Palermo kingdom, while the Pohan kingdom lies to the southeast. To its direct south lies Lon, the very nucleus of the Longinus continent, surrounded by 4 powerful nations and adjacent to the frigid north wastes. The Milan Empire is compelled to maintain a strong military presence. Otherwise, how could it withstand the threats from surrounding powers? Konya City, situated in the northern part of the Milan Empire, is a small town, its area less than 1% of the imperial capital, Milan City, with a meager population of just over 20,000. In this cold region, nearing the frigid north wastes, most inhabitants rely on hunting for their livelihood. To the north of the city lies a series of undulating mountains that, despite their modest expanse, rise over 2,000 meters in elevation, forming a natural barrier that requires no guardianship. These lofty peaks shield Konya City from the brunt of the frigid northern winds, making its climate far more temperate compared to other northern cities of the Milan Empire. Beyond the Brenna Pass, located just outside Konya City, lies the Prilia Plain, the most vital source of grain for the Milan Empire. This fertile land is dotted with numerous bustling cities that serve as the economic lifeblood of the entire empire. Should they suffer destruction, the nation's power would be severely diminished. Given Konya City's strategic importance, it should ideally be heavily fortified. However, due to its rugged terrain and a long history of being untouched by conflict, the Milan Empire never anticipated a siege, resulting in only standard defenses. This oversight led to a delayed response when unexpected events transpired. At this moment, on the outskirts of the city, countless beastmen with humanoid forms, under the command of dozens of colossal orc leaders, launched a fierce assault on Konya City. These orcs, an ancient race thriving in the frigid north wastes, possess a human-like appearance coupled with bestial features. Naturally combative, orcs wield immense strength, resembling magical beasts yet devoid of their arcane capabilities. When discussing orcs, One cannot overlook the magical beasts, extraordinary creatures distinct from regular wildlife on the continent, akin to the soul beasts of the Douluo continent. Many possess magical abilities, and the original practitioners of magic emerged from the study of these mystical beings. The magical beasts of the Longinus continent are classified into 10 tiers, with those below Tier 3 considered low-level beasts, while Tiers 4 to 6 are deemed high-level. Beasts surpassing Tier 6 are referred to as intelligent magical beasts, possessing significant wisdom and capable of communication with humans. Generally, low-level magical beasts exhibit docile temperaments, and even the most temperamental among them cause minimal destruction. As one ascends to high-level magical beasts, their power intensifies, while intelligent magical beasts of Tier 7 and above represent truly terrifying entities. The two most powerful known magical beast races are the Behemoth tribe from the frigid North Wastes and the Dragonkin residing in the hidden realms of the 8 nations of humanity. Genuine dragons and true behemoths are exceedingly rare, with their numbers historically never reaching 4 digits, yet their power is immensely formidable, typically above Tier 7. The Behemoth tribe holds a revered status in the frigid North Wastes, albeit in limited numbers. The dragon race possesses an advantage that the Behemoth lacks, namely, their numerous close relatives. This is significantly related to the inherent nature of dragons, which enables this lineage to mate with any species of any size. Furthermore, the formidable dragonkin can shapeshift, allowing them to alter their dimensions, thereby enriching their resource lineage even further. The strength of the dragon race does not end there. Many high-ranking magical beasts can also interbreed with multiple species, yet the capacity to produce hybrid offspring across species is undoubtedly a natural advantage of the dragons. After millennia of propagation, while the true number of dragons remains scarce, the population of various subdragons is quite abundant. Possessing dragon blood, these subdragons typically exhibit at least 3rd-tier strength, with the strongest even rivaling true dragons. Moreover, dragons are remarkably intelligent, often collaborating with humans for mutual benefit, aiding them in subduing the orcs from the frigid northern wilderness, thereby weakening the Behemoth clan's power. To this day, the dragon race stands as one of the most formidable powers outside of the 7 Towers of Babylon. It is essential to clarify that the dragons referred to here are the Western giant dragons. In terms of the original dragon lineage of this world, they are merely flying lizards, still distanced from the true Eastern divine dragons. The most powerful race in this realm descends from the ancient Eastern Dragon Empire. Any single divine dragon from this lineage is a being of 10th tier or higher. In the past, they served as the main force against the abyssal entities, sacrificing themselves, with their remains still sealed today. Above the city of Kanya, a shimmering mirror-like surface reflected everything below. Hidden amongst the clouds, no one noticed the subtle anomaly. A martial spirit, having traversed from the dragon realm to this location, gazed at the mirrored reflection, clearly observing that outside the city were hordes of orcs, resembling wild monkeys or apex apes, as well as tiger men adorned with yellow and black stripes, and leopard men with tawny fur complemented by black spots. Among these were several particularly striking colossal beasts, exceeding 15 meters in height, glimmering under the sun. These were the behemoths, undeniably powerful beings in any world. The behemoths, known to prey on dragons, may differ slightly across various realms, but it is certain that such creatures occupy the pinnacle of their respective ecosystems. I recall hearing somewhere that the dark gold claw bear possesses behemoth blood. Outside the city of Kanya, a furious golden behemoth roared as it charged forward, its massive body nearing 20 meters in height, exhibiting no signs of clumsiness. Its heavy footsteps left deep impressions in the ground, and it propelled itself upward with astonishing agility. This golden behemoth was seething with rage, for the figure casting magical melodies atop the city walls had incapacitated nearly all of the 80 behemoths it commanded. Any losses among its kin were intolerable for the behemoth race. Thus, despite having expended considerable energy, it chose to storm the city walls, intent on eliminating the meddler who had disrupted their raiding plans. With a mighty leap, the golden behemoth soared, while another erupted in a blaze of golden light, channeling its energy into its right fist, transforming it into an indomitable golden hammer, which it hurled toward the ground. The entire Brenner Mountain range seemed to shudder as the earth convulsed violently, splitting open in a semicircular explosion. Whether soil or rock, everything was violently thrust into the air by the golden behemoth's ferocious strength. The resulting explosive force rapidly extended toward Kanya, creating a vast arc of shockwave that mixed with debris, rendering the ground before the city as if it had been plowed, an awe-inspiring display of raw power. As the leading force of this Orc Legion invasion, the strength of these two golden behemoths was indisputable. Even the recent reckless charge of the dragon cavalry had inflicted little harm upon them. In a fit of rage, these towering beasts charged the city walls, inflicting significant damage on the defending forces. Just as they prepared to eliminate the individual responsible for the heavy toll on the behemoth kin, a flash of purple light emerged, and a massive purple sword blocked their path. The presence of the amethyst crystal compelled the two golden behemoths to halt their assault involuntarily, their astonishment evident as they beheld the figure with violet hair, wielding the colossal purple sword, emanating an aura that evoked a primal sense of fear and respect within them. With the emergence of this figure, the once violent golden behemoths ultimately chose to cease their attack. Standing over 20 meters tall, more solid than fortifications, the two golden behemoths began to retreat, nodding in acknowledgement of something unseen. They bent their massive forms toward the purple figure, their enormous eyes betraying a mixture of fear and reverence. A flash of light revealed 10 rings, and silvery beams shimmered as they collected the injured 80-plus behemoth beasts into the space rings. The two golden behemoths exchanged glances before unleashing a low growl to signal their retreat. Without concern for the remaining orc warriors, they launched themselves skyward, heading toward the extreme northern wilderness. Towering mountains appeared as mere hills before them, and in the blink of an eye, they vanished from sight. Thus, the behemoth battalion retreated, and the remaining orcs scattered like birds. Those who were grievously injured or dead received no attention, for the world of the orcs is merciless. Sacrifices due to resource scarcity are commonplace. The golden behemoth's furious strike had stirred a sandstorm that obscured visibility, accompanied by ripples of spatial distortion. Many of the fallen orcs seemed to have been transported to another dimension. What a pity it is that no behemoths perished. Had a behemoth fallen, the spoils would have been substantial. The martial spirit hovered in the air, assessing the spoils of war. There were numerous corpses of orcs and dragon cavalry, but relatively few human mages and warriors. The martial spirit had been selective, observing that the orcs appeared impoverished and recognizing the limited research value of the other beasts aside from the behemoths. Thus, it focused solely on powerful individuals, likely leaders. While many human warriors and mages had also perished, most had survivors nearby, leaving only the unnoticed corpses to be collected, resulting in a modest haul. The most tragic fate befell the dragon cavalry, whose reckless charge instigated by a certain individual's magical melodies had led them to engage in a suicidal assault against the orc army, resulting in their complete annihilation. With not a single intact body remaining, Wu Ling invested considerable effort to locate a relatively intact dragon cavalry corpse collection, as the information on them could prove beneficial. After gathering the bodies, his gaze shifted to the youth seated on the city wall, fingers gliding over the strings of a zither, the protagonist of the Zither Emperor world. Now deprived of the extraordinary artifact due to my intervention, and with the golden armored insect also in my sights, what fate awaits you? Will you truly unite with the Mother Demon Queen? A smile of intrigue emerged on Wu Ling's face. Yet, without the super artifact, whether he could reach that stage remained uncertain. The future of Zither City alone was ample challenge for him. As Wu Ling prepared to depart, a figure standing atop a distant rooftop caught his attention. Was that the female protagonist, Sula? His expression wavered between uncertainty and recognition. He had a vivid recollection of the girl who had lost her soul. With a sigh, Wu Ling murmured to himself, "Ah, well, one must give in order to gain." Yuan Zhu is not a bad person. Aside from the final outcome, there isn't much to criticize. Since I have taken your opportunity, I shall assist in safeguarding your wife. Sula stood gazing at Yuan Zhu, contemplating how to present herself before him. Suddenly, she sensed a presence looming behind her. Just as she prepared to flee, she fainted, unable to withstand even a single strike from Wu Ling given her current level. In her haze before losing consciousness, she vaguely heard the words, "Rest assured, it is merely an equitable exchange." In the extreme north wilds, located in the northern part of the Longqi Nusi continent, a forbidden zone for humans and a breeding ground for orcs, a cataclysm transpired 10,000 years ago. The collision of the eastern and western dragon continents darkened the heavens and obscured the sun and moon, leading to the formation of the present Longqi Nusi continent, drastically altering the environmental landscape and unleashing a catastrophic spatial rift. That enduring calamity fundamentally reshaped the dynamics upon the Longqi Nusi continent. Prior to this event, the number of western dragons exceeded 100,000, with even more sub-dragons, while the power of the behemoth clan was not far behind that of the dragons, epitomizing the pinnacle of beastkind. At that time, humans on the western dragon continent were merely vassals of the various races existing at the lower echelons of society. However, Following that near-apocalyptic disaster, many formidable beings of the Eastern Dragon Empire sacrificed themselves for the world. After a period of recuperation, the humans of the West rose to prominence, dramatically altering the continent's situation. They allied with the still powerful Western Dragon clan, initially obliterating the Eastern Dragon Empire and subsequently launching a surprise attack to annihilate the 4 divine beasts of the orcs, effectively vanquishing their remaining adversaries. Eventually, the human populace of the West, leveraging their numerical superiority, coerced the Dragon clan into submission. Ultimately, the mages of the Fablon 7 Towers became the true rulers of the continent. Even though the 7 cities of the Dragon clan were nominally on par with the Fablon 7 Towers, it was merely a fade. Now, amidst the vast and desolate extreme north wilds, Wu Ling strolled leisurely. Half a month prior, he had distilled the collected dragon souls into a singular essence, which he infused into Su La, ensuring her 3 souls and 7 spirits were complete. He inscribed 3 powerful magical arrays of soul defense to protect her essence from further destruction. This was all he could do. Her future would depend on her own fate. She should be nearby, Wu Ling murmured, recalling the memories of that old fellow Noxie who had once decimated the golden armored insect clan at this very site. He traversed deeper into the extreme north wilds, guided by Noxie's recollections within the crystal ball, in search of one of the 4 divine beasts of the orc clan, the golden armored insect. The 4 divine beasts of the orc clan, akin to the sacred dragon, were genuine level 10 divine beasts, originating from the former Western Dragon continent. The strength of the sacred dragon and the amethyst behemoth was exceptional and comprehensive, capable of contending with weaker individual Eastern divine dragons. Conversely, the other 3 divine beasts, the war giant, the mountain giant, and the golden armored insect, exhibited pronounced strengths and weaknesses, making them susceptible to targeted attacks. Noxie had single-handedly eradicated these 3 clans before perishing alongside the amethyst behemoth, based on Wu Ling's understanding of the narrative. Among this generation's 4 divine beasts, the amethyst behemoth, the war giant, and the mountain giant had already emerged and were approaching their peak maturity. Thus, Wu Ling's intentions would be rather complicated. In contrast, the golden armored insect seemed to have just come into existence during this period. Younglings are easily deceived. Furthermore, if his memory served him correctly, this generation's golden armored insect was a mutated entity, and it consisted of a pair of sister Lolas. With a swift motion of his right hand, Wu Ling summoned a humanoid figure that stood imposing before him. It was the sole device he had crafted, codenamed Long Wu. This construct could be operated by Wu Ling inserting his avatars, such as Xiaofin, into it, or it could function autonomously, executing commands like a robot. Long Wu, commence a search of this region. Upon hearing Wu Ling's directive, Long Wu's eyes flickered, and with a crack in the ground beneath, it surged forth. Moments later, accompanied by a fierce gust of wind and a low, ominous sound, Long Wu returned and settled beside Wu Ling, each of its bony hands clutching a sizable insect. These 2 plump creatures, with their rounded, fleshy bodies measuring approximately 1 meter in diameter, sported faintly golden eyes that shimmered with a gentle glow. Their bodies were a milky white, rendering them virtually invisible against a snowy backdrop. They resembled oversized ladybugs, now held aloft by dragon-like claws. The golden eyes emitted a constant radiance, and at the forefront of their heads, a cute little white spot that resembled a nose twitched incessantly, clearly indicating their irritation. It seemed that Wu Ling had been observing them for too long, for the 2 creatures, feeling slighted by the lack of response, exhibited signs of anger, perhaps also discomfort from being suspended in midair. The golden eyes of the beetles flickered with intensity, gathering an extraordinary surge of energy. Simultaneously, their upper bodies lifted, and they emitted a milky white luminescence as translucent as jade. Their forms appeared to swell slightly from the tails, and this expansion rapidly advanced forward. Suddenly, 2 milky white orbs erupted from their mouths, targeting Long Wu's formidable head. Though the orbs were not particularly large, and their glow seemed feeble, indicating limited power, Long Wu evaded them in an instant at Wu Ling's behest. An astonishing scene unfolded. The milky orbs, having traversed a brief distance through the air, transformed the atmosphere in their wake. The previously tranquil orbs, once exposed to the air for mere seconds, became the epicenter of a tempestuous gathering of magical elements, which surged violently towards them at an astonishing pace. As these frenzied magical elements converged upon the milky orbs, they did not cause the orbs to expand. Instead, they underwent extreme compression. Then came an explosive sound, a deafening roar that was indistinguishable as 1 or 2, sending shockwaves that reverberated against a nearby cliff, producing a scene of utter devastation. The formidable energy released rivaled that of a forbidden spell. The violent explosion caused the entire mountain peak to tremble, enveloping the surroundings in a chaotic whirlwind of dust and debris. It was unfathomable to consider that such terrifying destructive power emanated from two small insects. The tumultuous energy in the air persisted for a full 10 minutes before gradually subsiding. The entire cliff teetered on the brink of collapse, fissures resembling wide, worm-like shapes crisscrossing its surface, leaving everyone uncertain whether it would crumble in the next moment. This kind of attack was indeed fearsome, comparable to the ninth soul skill of an ordinary tidal Douluo, and to think it was unleashed by two simultaneous strikes. Enduring such an onslaught would likely leave even a tidal Douluo severely weakened if not entirely obliterated, Wu Ling mused, gazing at the crumbling cliff. Chapter 155, The Contract. Are you too hungry? Would you like something to eat? Wu Ling dismissed their minor hostility, recognizing that children are prone to swift tempers that fade just as quickly, making them easily appeased. He retrieved carefully prepared food from his storage soul guide, and the enticing aroma seemed to awaken their appetites. The two large insects immediately ceased their grumbling, gazing up at Wu Ling with pitiful expressions, softly chirping as if to plead for a treat. Wu Ling snapped his fingers, prompting Long Wu to gently place two beetles on the ground. Wu Ling then set two portions of food before them. The large insects slowly began to wriggle, instinctively opening their mouths in unison to take bites of the offerings. Before long, both beetles emitted a chirping sound, and Wu Ling felt a curious sensation against his legs. Looking down, he was met with a rather amusing sight. The once irritable beetles were now nuzzling against his legs, their pale golden eyes shimmering with a look of endearment. Wu Ling bent down cautiously, gently caressing the two large insects. Their bodies were as soft as cotton, yielding a pleasantly smooth and warm sensation to the touch. They appeared to relish the contact, adopting an expression of pure enjoyment, even closing their tiny eyes. Subsequently, Wu Ling cradled each insect in one arm. Their weight was substantial, each exceeding 100 kilograms. However, this burden posed no challenge to Wu Ling. He simply brushed off the dust from their bodies and sought a clean spot. After Red Ling kindled a fire and settled down, he began the process of fostering a bond with the two little creatures. These two beings were likely the last remaining specimens of the golden-armored forbidden insects in existence. Unlike the typical golden-armored forbidden insects, which donned formidable golden exoskeletons, these two were clearly a mutated variety, and being twins, they were even more precious. Although they appeared large, they were still in their larval stage, rendering their intelligence limited. They were unable to articulate human speech. When threatened, they would instinctively attack, yet this naivety made them easier to befriend. Beside the flickering flames, Wu Ling held the two golden-armored forbidden insects, attempting to communicate with them while feeding them, seeking a deeper understanding of their nature. While still in their larval form, they had already developed a degree of intelligence. Even though they could not yet speak, they could communicate mentally. Once they entered their mature phase, they would be capable of transforming into human form. Generally, the level 10 magical beasts of the Qin Emperor universe bear resemblance to certain high-level 10,000-year soul beasts from the Douluo continent, possessing the ability to morph into human shape without full maturity. This phenomenon is the reason why level 10 magical beasts are referred to as divine beasts in the Qin Emperor world, marking a significant distinction between the level 10 growth-type divine beasts and level 9 magical beasts. At this moment, nestled in Wu Ling's embrace, the two golden-armored forbidden insects voraciously consumed their food, allowing Wu Ling to stroke their smooth, soft bodies, occasionally emitting satisfied hums, seemingly in a state of utter contentment. After satiating the two small creatures, Wu Ling endeavored to establish communication. Rather than employing mental power for exploration, he utilized his soul energy to gently massage one of them. Though termed a massage, it was, in truth, a specialized technique to facilitate the flow of energy within their bodies. During his leisure, he often asked Xiaofan to assist him with similar massages, and he had acquired a few techniques himself. As his fingers lightly grazed the belly of a golden-armored forbidden insect, the pudgy little creature collapsed, extending two soft appendages resembling antennae, flailing them in agitation, while emitting a series of delightful sounds. Its tail swayed, and its pale golden eyes sparkled with a look of bliss. Observing this, the other golden-armored forbidden insect, intrigued by Wu Ling's method, approached and willingly exposed its belly, prompting Wu Ling to attend to it as well. Before long, this one too displayed a demeanor of enjoyment, gently swaying its soft, plump body. Suddenly, Wu Ling felt a peculiar shift within the memories of Noxie, the dragon. With a thought, he summoned a crystal orb using his soul energy. This orb contained the last vestiges of memory and consciousness of the sacred dragon Noxie, which seemed to be triggered by some resonance, releasing vivid imagery. In the frigid expanse of the extreme north, two golden figures emerged amidst the cold rocks, their bodies trembling, not from the chill, but from fear. These were two 5-meter-long giant insects, their rotund bodies adorned in resplendent golden armor, their large golden eyes filled with terror. One of the golden giants displayed a notably swollen belly, its gaze reflecting not only fear but also pain. A resounding dragon-s roar reverberated through the air as a colossal dragon materialized, its form radiating a pearlescent glow. White scales enveloped its body, and around its not-so-massive frame swirled a rainbow of elemental luminescence. At that moment, its eyes, brimming with excitement and cruelty, fixated on the two golden giants below, as a tremendous energy began to coalesce around its form. "Today marks the day of your clan's annihilation, descendants of the golden armor," echoed the sacred dragon Noxie. As the scene unfolded of its previous confrontation with the golden-armored forbidden insects, the two 5-meter-long golden giants were, in fact, the parents of the small creatures before Wu Ling. During that fateful battle, while their parents perished, they inflicted certain wounds upon Noxie, compelling it to hasten its healing process, thus preventing it from discovering the solitary golden egg that had been stealthily left behind. After the passage of countless years, amidst a thunderous storm, two mutated golden-armored forbidden insects emerged from that egg, each adorned with golden and silver patterns. Though they bore striking resemblances, their pupils, one golden and the other silver, revealed subtle distinctions. This segment of Noxie's memory seemed to evoke a resonance within the golden-armored forbidden insects, possibly indicating their awareness of Wu Ling avenging their parents. Just as Wu Ling reached out once more to caress them, both golden-armored forbidden insects simultaneously opened their mouths and bit down onto his arms. Wu Ling seemed to have grasped something, promptly retracting the protective cold energy surrounding him, allowing the creatures to successfully sink their fangs into his arms. His blood flowed into the nearly transparent bodies of the golden-armored forbidden insects at a visibly rapid pace. Golden and silver light instantly spread throughout every part of their forms. In a flash, the radiance traced back along Wu Ling's arms and entered his body. The two distinct beams of golden and silver light visibly surged up his arms, directly penetrating his brain, as two powerful mental imprints fused tightly with his spiritual essence. In that fleeting moment, the spiritual imprint of Wu Ling divided into three. Two weaker strands integrated into her left and right arms, forming a peculiar triangular confrontation with the primary spiritual imprint in her brain. When the golden and silver light faded, and everything returned to normal, the scars on Wu Ling's arms had vanished, replaced by intricate golden and silver patterns. This was derived from the most tyrannical blood contract among the three ancient covenants of the Qin Emperor universe. Once signed, it bound one as an eternal servant, with no creature willingly entering such an agreement. However, the circumstances surrounding Wu Ling and the two golden-armored forbidden insects were somewhat exceptional. On one hand, their youth rendered them easily deceived. More crucially, the divine dragon Noxie had been vanquished by Wu Ling. Noxie had a vendetta against them, having slain their parents. And even before their birth, their consciousness was imbued with deep-seated hatred for Noxie. Upon learning that Wu Ling had avenged them, driven by profound gratitude, the young creatures resolved to repay her with a blood contract. This endeavor proved remarkably smooth. With the two newly tamed, Wu Ling felt that remaining in the extreme northern wasteland held little significance. Although she wished to assist the Dragon God King, the lingering presence of a god-tier entity made such an approach perilous. Thus, she decided to await a more opportune moment to lend her aid. With no further matters at hand, it was time to depart. Beside the warm campfire, Wu Ling gazed at the clear night sky, delicately caressing the two golden-armored forbidden insects. After a tranquil night of contemplation, she chose to leave, bidding farewell to the extreme northern wasteland and the continent of Longkinus. Chapter 156. The Yin-Yang Crown. The Yin-Yang Crown dimension stands as a formidable realm within the Douluo cosmos, divided into the dark 5 elements continent and the light 5 elements continent. Due to its unique laws, the supreme beings of this world, known as the Nine Crowned, wield the legendary 10 ultimate powers. Every century, a new generation emerges, giving rise to the 10 celestial saints of both light and darkness. These individuals are the favorite of the world, capable of mastering the legendary ultimate powers before breaking through the 9 crowns, and they also inherit remarkably unique legacies. The Light 5 Elements continent is home to 5 nations: the Eastern Wood Empire, the Southern Fire Empire, the Western Gold Empire, the Northern Water Empire, and the Central Earth Empire. The Eastern Wood Empire, located in the eastern part of the light five elements continent, thrives in a climate abundant in wood energy, reminiscent of spring throughout the seasons. Among the practitioners here, those attuned to the wood attribute constitute a significant majority. The brilliant sunlight bathes the land, radiating warmth. As midday approaches, the air imbued with a refreshing scent. The official roads of the Eastern Wood Empire are notably wide. Although relatively weaker compared to the other four empires of the light five elements continent, years of peace have rendered this vibrant nation quite prosperous. Undoubtedly, the Eastern Wood Empire boasts the most stunning scenery and numerous tourist attractions among the five great empires, making it the first destination that comes to mind for travelers from any nation. Here, not only is the temperature pleasant, but the landscape is also filled with breathtaking beauty. Of the continent's 10 largest forests, the Eastern Wood Empire claims 5. Nobles from various nations often retreat here to unwind during their leisure time. On the spacious and clean thoroughfare, a young man and woman strolled leisurely. The girl was notably shorter than the boy beside her, suggesting they were siblings. From their stature and demeanor, it was evident that they were no ordinary passers-by. Indeed, they were Wu Ling and Xiao Fun. Having journeyed from the Qin Emperor world to the Five Elements continent, since Wu Ling has become aware that he is in the Five Elements continent, he surely has some academic endeavors to undertake. Upon his arrival, he spent a considerable amount of time recollecting and jotting down the potential acquisitions he could pursue during this journey. The distinctions between the Five Elements continent and the Douluo continent are not particularly vast. Both realms exhibit a power level capped at the 9th tier, with each tier corresponding to its counterpart in Douluo. The only notable addition is the unique profession of the bartender, which has been overshadowed by the soul mentors in Douluo too. However, it must be acknowledged that in certain domains, particularly concerning the 5 elemental attributes of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, this realm far surpasses Douluo. The 5 elements continent abounds with a plethora of unique resources, such as magic cores harvested from slain magical beasts and the crystalline crowns left behind by the death of Yin-Yang magicians. These are akin to soul power fragments, which Wu Ling intends to collect for further study by Xiaofun. Notably, this world also possesses divine beasts of the heavenly stems and the 10 renowned liquors. Among other extraordinary resources, the divine beasts of the heavenly stems exist under the unique laws of the 5 elements continent, possessing a portion of the authority to manipulate fate and rules. Both continents host these creatures, which, despite being called divine beasts, do not truly belong to the divine realm, as such entities are not permitted by the gods. They merely wield powers akin to divinity within the 5 elements continent, implying that if these divine beasts were to enter Douluo, each would be at least 100,000 years old as spirit beasts. Whether they could rival the likes of the deep-sea demon whale king or Emperor Tian, however, remains uncertain. Naturally, Wu Ling does not feel an urgent need to pursue the 10 heavenly stem divine beasts at this moment, as each of these creatures has existed for an unfathomable duration, making them far more daunting to engage than the golden-armored forbidden insect. Nonetheless, he is keen to gather other resources, such as crystalline crowns, magic cores, and the 10 renowned liquors during this expedition, intending to bring them back to Douluo. Among these resources, the 10 renowned liquors of the 5 elements continent captivate Wu Ling's attention the most. He understands that these liquors not only possess great fame but also resonate profoundly with the 10 elemental magics of the 5 elements continent, potentially aiding individuals in transcending to their utmost attributes. Such treasures undoubtedly pique Wu Ling's interest. While he and Xiaofan can concoct potions and utilize certain precious elixirs to elevate the martial spirits of soul masters in Douluo, these are merely different methodologies. Thus, learning and drawing inspiration from them is worthwhile. As for the current timeline, Wu Ling speculates that the main character, Ji Dong, has yet to traverse into this realm, although that moment is fast approaching. This is corroborated by the fact that during the conclusion of Douluo, the Azura god mentioned the demise of the law enforcer of the 5 elements continent, while Tang San had already ascended to godhood. At that time, Ji Dong was precisely present during the slaying of Lai Yin, and the tale of the Yin-Yang crown had only unfolded halfway. Contemplating where to swiftly acquire the 10 renowned liquors and the crystalline crowns, Wu Ling decides to visit the Bartenders Guild. The northern region of the 5 elements continent is a paradise for water attributes, with the capital of the Northern Water Empire, Qianshui City, standing as a profound and noble city, compared to Zhongyuan City in the Central Plains Empire, which exudes a broad and profound sense of moderation. Tianshui City possesses a unique iron-blooded temperament. The northern area is dominated by water, characterized by a dark aesthetic. The architecture within Tianshui City primarily features shades of black and purple, creating a distinctive visual tableau with its deep blacks and regal purples. Although its area is less than one-third that of Zhongyuan City, its vibrancy is equally commendable. The northern climate is consistently cooler than that of the south. And over the course of a fortnight, Wuling and Xiaofan journeyed from the eastern life forest towards the northwest. Enjoying their travels while observing the gradual transition in attire among the populace from light shirts to thicker garments, indicative of the changing environment. The people of the Northern Water Empire are generally tall and robust, lacking the delicacy of the Southerners but compensating with a sense of boldness typical of the North. In this Northern Kingdom, the predominant magical practitioners are likely those of the water and wood elements, as water nourishes wood, making the abundant water element in the Northern Water Empire advantageous for the cultivation of wood-type magicians. Wu Ling and his companion passed through the city gates and entered the bustling streets of Tianshui City, where throngs of people mingled energetically. They chose to stay at an opulent hotel, securing a lavish suite, naturally, one with a singular bed, as Xiaofan could simply return to rest within Wu Ling's body or shadow. After Wu Ling and Xiaofan settled in briefly, they ventured out to purchase a map of Tianshui City and began their exploration. They made their way to the northern part of Tianshui City, an area designated for the nobility and various prominent factions, with the royal palace situated nearby. Tianshui City is not particularly expansive. Following the map, Wu Ling soon arrived at the Alchemist Guild, located 3 streets away from the Tianshui Palace, his primary destination for this visit. Alchemists are a unique profession within the 5 Elements continent, and as a renowned guild within the realm, the Alchemist Guild is certainly not lacking in formidable individuals. The Alchemist Guild itself is an imposing structure shaped like a bottle, towering above the surrounding buildings. If measured by floors, it likely boasts 7 levels. This bottle-shaped edifice is wider at the base and tapers towards the top, radiating a striking amber hue that exudes opulence. From a distance, the building appears even more extraordinary, with faint ripples of liquid subtly visible within its amber confines, creating an intriguing spectacle. This guild stands as one of the iconic landmarks of Tianshui City. The Alchemist Guild is quite bustling. Upon arriving at the building, Wu Ling gazed up at the elegantly inscribed plaque depicting dragons and serpents, retrieved his dragon weapon, and then strode purposefully with dragon weapon and Xiaofan towards the guild. Chapter 157. Return to Douluo. Wu Ling delicately sipped the divine nectar from the vast sea, savoring the exquisite flavors of this renowned liquor. While its effects lingered between those of ordinary potions and celestial herbal elixirs, the paramount aspect was indeed its delightful taste. Setting down the goblet, Wu Ling turned to the little one beside her, who was engrossed in the study of a magic core, and inquired, "Little Fun, how long do you suppose we have been out here?" Little Fun pondered for a moment, crushing the magic core as she replied, "It must be nearly 5 months now. We spent half a month from Douluo to the realm of the Harp Emperor, lingered in the Harp Emperor's world for over 2 months, and then took another half-month to arrive in the world of Yin Crown, where we have been frolicking and exploring for more than a month." Wu Ling stretched languidly, rising from the recliner to approach the window, observing the bustling crowd below. Suddenly, he remarked, "I'm feeling a tad bored." Xiaofan understood the implication. His ennui signified a desire to return. Wu Ling continued, speaking to himself, "The reasons I wish to traverse different worlds are threefold. First, to witness the myriad realms. Second, to acquire certain abilities unattainable in my original world. And third, to study diverse cultivation systems to transcend my limits." With a sigh, he turned back to the recliner, reminiscing about the time spent reading manga novels, only to realize he had forgotten he was in a fantastical world. This realm was not akin to certain anime, where one could simply consume fruit or change their eyes to gain power. Here, a precise cultivation system governed the acquisition of strength, with each ounce of power painstakingly earned through diligent practice. Though external resources proved beneficial, their effects were often subpar, particularly in the surrounding realms akin to Douluo. Nevertheless, the experience had its merits. In the realm of the Qindian Emperor, he had procured Dragon Martial Soul, a humanoid spirit tool forged from the bones of a sacred dragon, rivaling the strength of a super Douluo, along with 2 golden armored forbidden insects capable of launching full-force attacks akin to ordinary tidal Douluos, and some fine spirits from the Yin Crown realm. Let us not forget the ordinary dragon bones and dragon souls, which served as excellent materials for crafting dragon bone weapons. Upon his return, he could not only upgrade his main workshop, but also complete the final renovations of the entire Spirit Hall city, as Xiaofan added. In summary, let us return, Wu Ling declared. Upon hearing his decision, Xiaofan continued with his experiments. You are the boss, so I shall heed your command. However, I require one more night to inscribe that portable magic array, so we must wait a little longer. A whole night? Wu Ling raised his glass, taking a sip. Gazing at the moon that appeared even before dusk, and mused, if I were a certain protagonist, I imagine a great deal could transpire in a single night. I recall reading a novel that detailed an entire night's events over 200 chapters. Alas, if I were the protagonist, I suspect this night would merely be glossed over. Thus, I am indeed not the protagonist. To Wu Ling's contemplations, Xiaofan was unsparing, delivering a blunt retort. 3 nights ago, had you chosen to assist that woman, you likely wouldn't find yourself idly conversing here now. Yet I neither knew her, nor found her appealing, and she appeared financially lacking. Most importantly, she radiated an aura of trouble from every fiber of her being. Thus, it was best to let her fend for herself. Indeed, avoiding meddlesome affairs. Now I understand why you find yourself so idle. All right, I concede, Wu Ling replied. In the void, Xiaofan, on duty, roused the still meditating Wu Ling. What is it? Are we nearing our destination? Wu Ling inquired, rubbing his eyes. Indeed, we shall arrive at Douluo continent in a few hours. However, we have encountered a minor issue. Upon hearing this, Wu Ling became alert. If complications arose in the void, the consequences could be dire. Elaborate on this situation. Wu Ling conveyed the powerful aura she had just detected. During her passage through a chaotic zone of time and space, she sensed a faint yet formidable presence. Although its quantity was minimal, its quality was remarkably substantial. It was likely on par with the strength of 1,000 streams. Most importantly, its trajectory was directed towards the Douluo continent. Wu Ling furrowed his brows, unable to recall any outsiders in Douluo, unless they were traversers like himself. Although few, their souls rivaled the quality of Qian Douluo. Could they be the type of traversers akin to Long Aotian, equipped with the system within? Moreover, their arrival just before the onset of the story likely indicated a direct soul transfer to some existing entity. The crux was that, as a fellow traverser, regardless of whether he might belong to Tang San's faction or lean towards the Spirit Hall, he posed a threat to my plans. 2 tigers cannot coexist on the same mountain, especially when one is a traverser. With this thought, Wu Ling's gaze turned increasingly fierce. Xiaofan, can you still track him? Without hesitation, Xiaofan provided Wu Ling with a route, having anticipated his intentions upon detecting that presence. All right, follow him. In a state of extreme eruption, Long Wu can temporarily match the peak Douluo. Coupled with my domain, even if he has soul transferred into Qian Douluo, I will ensure his demise. Even if the aforementioned fails. Considering we are both traversers, sacrificing my life would still be worthwhile. As he uttered these words, Wu Ling bore an unprecedented gravity and seriousness, his tone cold, as if the impending confrontation did not concern him personally. In the southern region of the Stardow Forest, a powerful surge of spiritual energy erupted. Just then, the previously clear sky darkened abruptly, and a thunderous roar reverberated through the heavens. In that instant, the sun's radiant light was completely eclipsed by darkness, and an overwhelming pressure descended from above, rendering one breathless. At that moment, the Tianming Ice Silkworm, striving to merge with the girl, trembled violently at the sound of the thunderous rumble. Its golden eyes rolled upwards, reflecting a mixture of shock and confusion, clearly unaccustomed to the oppressive atmosphere that transcended its understanding. A gray stream of energy descended as if caught in a tremendous gravitational pull, swiftly entering the back of the girl's head. What dares to steal my prey? The Tianming Ice Silkworm raged, unleashing a powerful wave of spiritual energy in an attempt to expel the gray stream from the girl's body. A vague silhouette materialized behind the girl. An ancient voice imbued with indescribable authority resonated. With the sun and moon in hand, there exists no one like me in this world. Who would have thought that the remnants of my soul could persist? In the face of the immense spiritual assault from the Tianming Ice Silkworm, the ephemeral figure seemed entirely unaffected, swiftly darting into the girl's mind and vanishing. The Tianming Ice Silkworm dared not escalate its spiritual assault further. Having noticed blood seeping from the girl's 7 orifices, it discerned that the gray stream, upon entering her consciousness, transformed into a tiny gray orb the size of a mung bean, then fell silent, neither clashing with its power nor being swayed by it. Then, in the next moment, The sky darkened once more, accompanied by a resounding roar, and Wuling emerged from the void. Chapter 158, Douluo 2. The good news was that the soul was not a traverser. The bad news was that he had arrived a millennium later. Upon emerging from the void, Wuling followed the energy trail and beheld a colossal white insect alongside a girl. Although the large insect was intriguing, Wuling's focus was entirely on the girl. In an instant, he arrived beside her, intending to seize this unconscious, yet likely adapting and memory-reading traverser. However, a mental shockwave sent him stumbling back several meters. Hey. Everyone seems intent on stealing my prey. Do they think I, a million-year soul beast, am easily trifled with? Upon witnessing the wrath of the large insect and hearing its words, Wuling managed to regain some composure. The million-year soul beast was none other than the Tianming Ice Silkworm. Douluo 2. After calming down, Wuling began to investigate, and was astonished to discover that the soul force within the enormous white insect indeed reached the level of a 10,000-year soul beast. With its spiritual power exceeding that of many others, coupled with its striking appearance and its previous self-detonation, it was evident to Wuling, if he were not foolish, that this creature was the heavenly dream ice silkworm. However, according to the timeline, the heavenly dream ice silkworm from the first Douluo was undoubtedly still under the watchful eyes of the soul beasts led by Emperor Tian. The presence of a million-year-old heavenly dream ice silkworm appearing in the outside world could only align with the beginning of Douluo 2. Thus, Wuling confirmed that he was indeed in the era of the Peerless Tang sect. Upon this realization, Wuling understood that the earlier soul he had encountered likely belonged to Ilex from the Divine Seal Throne. He felt a surge of joy at the absence of another time traveler. Yet, he was simultaneously troubled by the fact that he had inexplicably arrived a millennium later. Lastly, he noticed the figure of Hui Yuhao lying on the ground. Although still youthful and not fully matured, Wuling was certain that it was a girl. This revelation astonished Wuling and gave rise to two conjectures in his mind. The first was that his presence had created a butterfly effect, transforming Hui Yuhao into a girl a millennium later. The second conjecture posited that he was not in his original world, but rather in a parallel universe of the Douluo continent. At this moment, the heavenly dream ice silkworm was equally perplexed, for the name it bore was one it had conceived itself. Aside from itself, only the young girl before it had heard its name spoken. Not even Emperor Tian and his companions were aware of it. As for whether this girl had eavesdropped, the heavenly dream ice silkworm chuckled inwardly, dismissing the notion that its million-year level of spiritual power was merely a product of slumber. Wuling pretentiously glanced back and forth at Hui Yuhao and the heavenly dream ice silkworm, then made a gesture of realization. I see. You intend to seal yourself and enter the body of this young girl? Upon hearing Wuling's inquiry, the heavenly dream ice silkworm, wary, refrained from elaborating. Yet its mind was rife with complaints. Could it be that I am this unfortunate? After much effort in finding a human with a spiritual attribute, two rascals are now vying for the same prize. Is it truly the heavens that envy talent? How pitiful I am. Meanwhile, Wuling waved his hand to clarify. Rest assured, you must have noticed the earlier incident. My focus is on him. Therefore, I have no intention regarding the two of you, and I must ensure her survival. As he spoke, Wuling retrieved a vial of stabilizing potion from his storage ring, containing a blend of spirit herb powder, undoubtedly of superior quality. The moment he uncapped the vial, the heavenly dream ice silkworm recognized the rarity of the potion. With one hand holding the potion and the other raised in a gesture of surrender, Wuling indicated that he bore no weapons. Under the watchful gaze of the heavenly dream ice silkworm, he approached Hui Yuhao and gently administered the potion. As the liquid coursed through her, Hui Yuhao's expression gradually softened, her spirit becoming tranquil and serene. Well, I trust my sincerity has been observed. Please, continue. To ensure the safety of this young lady, I shall provide you protection. Once you have completed your task, I will personally engage with her. Though the heavenly dream ice silkworm harbored lingering mistrust towards Wuling, it did not hesitate in its actions. The moment it began to channel its power into Hui Yuhao, retreat was no longer an option. The white light emanating from the ice silkworm grew increasingly solid, slowly infusing into Hui Yuhao's being, while its own essence gradually became translucent, its form shrinking rapidly. After a period, Hui Yuhao's body had transformed into a lustrous white, reminiscent of the prior heavenly dream ice silkworm, and the wounds on her shoulders healed at an observable pace. Ha ha ha, regardless of the circumstances, I have finally been liberated. Those who sought to feast upon me shall find no opportunity. The triumphant voice of the heavenly dream ice silkworm diminished, and the vast psychic energy that had once enveloped a 100-mile radius retracted at an astonishing speed, fading away. Deep within the Stardoe forest, several ominous presences stirred. as if sensing a disturbance, yet they were destined to achieve nothing. Just as the voice of the ice silkworm vanished entirely, a halo of luminous white light silently emerged beneath Hui Yuhao. It circled his form 3 times before dissipating, merging back into his being. The radiant white gradually waned, revealing a faint icy blue hue beneath his skin, which lingered for several moments before fading, restoring the natural color of his complexion. His body swayed and collapsed against the ancient tree he had previously leaned upon. A delicate, golden-tinged membrane silently ascended from the ground, shrinking swiftly before coalescing into a sphere that vanished into Hui Yuhao's embrace, leaving no trace of the heavenly dream ice silkworm behind. The large pit on the road had long since sealed itself, and aside from the fallen Hui Yuhao, only the lifeless body of the baboon he had slain remained nearby. As everything else seemed to return to normalcy, Wu Ling raised his gaze towards the outskirts of the Douluo forest, where 2 soul masters were hastening towards him. Wu Ling released Xiaofan to watch over Hui Yuhao while he, accompanied by Long Wu, approached the 2 soul masters, navigating around several towering trees. The figures of the 2 soul masters came into view, along with their martial spirits. The blue lightning tyrant dragon and blue silver grass. Indeed, it is you too. It appears I have a minor issue that requires assistance. As soon as Wu Ling finished speaking, Long Wu surged forward in an instant. Chapter 159, Hui Yuhao. It means that during that era, the spirit hall did not have a holy son, only a holy maiden, correct? Moreover, this world lacks any concept of martial arts. Indeed. This is what the history of the Tang sect states. In Wu Ling's presence, Bei Bei and Tangya, who had just been subdued by Long Wu, were put into a hypnotic trance by Wu Ling's magic. As the current leader of the Tang sect, Tangya undoubtedly possessed knowledge of historical events, particularly regarding its founding and the first generation of leaders, which is a fundamental subject for every sect leader. According to Tangya's testimony, Wu Ling learned that when Tang San established the Tang sect, there was no mention of a holy son within the spirit hall, nor were there any soul tools or martial arts of that nature. Coupled with the earlier encounter with the female Hui Yuhao, Wu Ling could now ascertain that this realm resembled an unparalleled parallel world of the Tang sect, and in this parallel existence, his own presence was conspicuously absent. It is not mere boastfulness. The martial arts he created would undoubtedly ensure his legacy endures through the ages. Wu Ling inquired further, only to discover that aside from the alterations made by Hui Yuhao, everything else in this world mirrored the narrative of the illustrious Douluo. Ultimately, Wu Ling cast his gaze upon the hypnotized Tangya, a sly smile betraying a hint of mischief at the corners of his mouth. Do not misconstrue his intentions. Wu Ling merely prompted her to perform the Tang sect's peerless techniques. Tang San, your Tang sect skills are rather mediocre, thus I have reluctantly appropriated them. Wu Ling mused to himself, having absorbed everything after merely a single viewing. It is unlikely that even Tang San could fathom that he would be betrayed by the very Tang sect he had yet to establish. Techniques such as the Purple Extreme Demon Eye and the Dragon Control Arts are regarded as self-created soul skills on the Douluo continent. Learning them from scratch might lead to scenarios reminiscent of Feng Xiaodian in the original work. However, I can seamlessly integrate these into my own cultivation methods. By following a specific sequence to channel my soul power, I can effortlessly execute these rudimentary skills without the need for extensive practice. Moreover, the medicinal herbs and poison recipes will significantly enrich Xiaofan's database, allowing for innovative developments. Furthermore, in this era, the treasures from the ice and fire yin yang I have reemerged. Nevertheless, the paramount concern is the now divine Tang San. Wu Ling squinted at the heavens. Just moments ago, while he was preventing Bei Bei and Tangya from meeting Hui Yuhao, he sensed a faint presence observing him. In the narrative, Tang San has nearly controlled Hui Yuhao's every step, thus it is inevitable that Wu Ling would fall within Tang San's line of sight during his interactions with Hui Yuhao. However, he harbored no fear. With a casual wave of his hand, Wu Ling erased the memories of the recent events from Bei Bei and Tangya, who immediately collapsed to the ground, only to awaken some time later after Wu Ling's departure. Why does my entire body ache? It feels as though I have been carelessly toyed with, Tangya lamented to Bei Bei upon regaining consciousness. Bei Bei, stretching his limbs and kneading his muscles, too felt an unusual fatigue enveloping him. Yet, as they pondered the recent occurrences, that sense of dissonance gradually morphed into normalcy. As if the previous fainting spell was merely a mundane act of taking a step while walking, utterly unremarkable and easily dismissed. A howl from a soul beast echoed through the air, rousing the creature that had been stunned by the heavenly dream ice silkworm. Upon hearing this sound, Bei Bei and Tangya's expression shifted, for even at the outer fringes of the Douluo forest, the night could still harbor unpredictable soul beasts or packs. Thus, the two, one a soul sovereign and the other a great soul master, hesitated to linger. Their immediate priority was to depart swiftly. As for Tanya's third soul ring, that could wait until the morrow. Consequently, the incident of their fainting was effortlessly forgotten as their focus shifted, and they turned to flee towards the outskirts of the Douluo forest. Wu Ling, unconcerned with the two pivotal figures guiding Hui Yuhao into Shrek Academy and the Tang sect, returned to Hui Yuhao's side. Listening intently as Xiaofan articulated, I just sensed the temporal anchor we previously established and found it gave me a perception of being visible yet intangible, coupled with the information you gathered earlier. It has been confirmed that we are in a parallel world. The cause likely stems from our unintentional entry into the time-space chaos zone, influenced by the aura of Ilex. Wu Ling nodded and inquired, is it possible to return? If one were to encounter an individual who possessed strength yet lacked vision, they could only rely on chance in the realm of temporal disarray, though the likelihood of becoming lost in the infinite void was far greater. Even the original Medea had no knowledge of parallel worlds, as it pertained to the second law of type moon sorcery. At this juncture, Xiaofan displayed a gleeful smile. However, while Medea is me, I am not Medea, with Sasaki's blade, which relates to the third law as a template, coupled with the coordinates of the anchor point. I am confident in devising a method to traverse parallel worlds. Therefore, I shall take charge of this endeavor, and I shall dismantle it without hesitation. How exhilarating it is to perform magic as a sorcerer. Observing the now enthusiastic Xiaofan, Wu Ling nodded and chose not to dwell on her exuberance. Since she claimed to have confidence, he resolved to trust her. Just then, accompanied by a gentle groan, Wu Ling turned to see the hazy-eyed Hui Yuhao, who had just awakened. You are awake. Initially still somewhat dazed, Hui Yuhao became fully alert upon hearing Wu Ling's voice, cautiously directing her gaze towards him. Earlier, within the sea of consciousness, the dreaming ice silkworm had informed her that Wu Ling and that little gray orb likely hailed from beyond their world, which made her exceedingly anxious in his presence. After all, she had nearly perished at the outskirts of the Douluo forest, let alone in realms beyond. Wu Ling scrutinized the blue-haired maiden before him, and then, quite unexpectedly, he inquired, What is your name? Although Wu Ling was familiar with the name Hui Yuhao, in this parallel world, even the gender had been altered, suggesting that the name itself might have undergone a transformation. If she still bore the name Hui Yuhao, it would provide an excuse for someone to know her identity. Upon hearing Wu Ling's inquiry, Hui Yuhao, whose cheeks flushed under her gaze, promptly replied, My name is Hui Wei. Chapter 160, Taking on a Disciple. Wu Ling repeated the name, and as expected, it too had changed. Wu Ling had initially intended to express something further, yet at that moment, the sound of a gurgling stomach emanated from Hui Wei's abdomen. Hui Wei's cheeks flushed crimson as she hurriedly clasped her belly, acutely aware that she had scarcely eaten anything that day. Having just engaged in a fierce battle for her life against the wind baboon, she had no time to rest before the Tianning ice silkworm came crashing into her vicinity. Although the outcome had been favorable, the gnawing hunger was undeniably real. The emptiness within her stomach relentlessly assaulted her mind. At this point, it was not merely the wind baboon she feared, but any carnivorous creature that might pose a lethal threat to her. Upon witnessing this, Wu Ling glanced at the sky and swallowed back the words he had intended to say. He then changed the subject, saying, It is getting late. Let us rest while we converse. With a flick of his hand, and to the astonishment of Hui Yuer, he found a sizable stone and, accompanied by the markings of a magical array, summoned a flame nearly as tall as a man. Although Wu Ling appeared adept, he was merely at ease in non-extreme environments. The fire was primarily kindled for Hui Yuer's sake. Here, take this and change into it, he said, tossing her a set of delicate pink garments. As her original attire had been marred by the claws of the wind baboon, Hui Yuer, flustered, caught the clothing and felt the soft, smooth fabric beneath her fingertips. Momentarily taken aback, for such material was something she had only seen on the likes of the White Tiger Duke's entourage. It is but a garment, simply wear it. She reassured herself. Not one to dither, upon hearing Wu Ling's confirmation, she turned to seek a thicket and some stones behind which to change. When she returned, she found a stone table and 2 stone chairs arranged beside the fire, each chair adorned with a bowl of rice and a bowl of soup, while the center of the table held 4 dishes, 2 meat, 1 vegetable, and 1 soup. These were provisions that Wu Ling had magically preserved for emergencies, now partially brought forth. Long Wu stood nearby, acting as her protector. He need not engage in combat, for just a modicum of his aura's release sufficed to ensure that no soul beast dared approach within a kilometer radius. Naturally, for an ordinary person, It would be unwise to consume a large meal while ravenously hungry, yet Hui Yuer had become a spirit master. The potion she had consumed earlier, though primarily for mental restoration, also offered some bodily recuperation, thus she could partake in the meal. Upon witnessing the scene that resembled a picnic, Hui Yuer almost believed herself to be hallucinating due to her hunger. After a while, noticing her hesitation, Wu Ling waved his hand, urging her to join him. The enticing aroma wafting through the air prompted her stomach to betray her, growling audibly. Unable to resist Wu Ling's encouragement, she finally approached and settled onto the stone chair. With chopsticks in hand, Hui Yuer began to eat, albeit cautiously, alternating between bites of vegetables and rice. As for the notion of poison in the food, it was irrelevant. Wu Ling had already consumed it himself, and given his formidable strength, she had no chance of resisting him if he chose to harm her. Yet, as she continued to eat, her eyes gradually glazed over. Delicious. It was simply exquisite. Her heart sang in delight, and her pace of consumption unconsciously quickened. When her mother was still alive, meat was a rarity, savored only during festivals. Otherwise, she would resort to catching fish for a meager feast. After her mother's passing, she had left the White Tiger Duke's estate for the Stardow Forest, relying on fish caught only near riverbanks and subsisting on wild fruits and roots for sustenance. The recent brush with death, where the wind baboon's claws had come alarmingly close, only heightened her hunger. Had it not been for her white tiger dagger's sudden extension, she might very well have perished. Thus, faced with such a sumptuous spread, she would have relished even the simplest of buns. Suddenly, Hui Yuer halted, for across from her, Wu Ling had also set down his chopsticks, gazing at her with an amused smile. "What is it, dear girl?" Despite any rational caution or warnings from the dream-eyed silkworm, Hui Yuer felt a sense of warmth towards Wu Ling, especially since he had provided her with such delightful fare. "Nothing. I just find your expression rather endearing," Wu Ling replied candidly. Hui Yuer was taken aback, then suddenly coughed, seemingly choking, until she washed it down with a bowl of porridge. After that, she resumed her small, cautious bites as before. After a time, feeling satiated, Hui Yuer stood, wishing to assist in clearing the dishes, but Wu Ling declined her offer. With a snap of his fingers, water surged forth from the stone table, contained and swirling above the surface, cleansing the bowls and chopsticks in its vortex. Once finished, steam rose as the table appeared immaculate before her. Hui Yuer, dazzled by the display, observed as Wu Ling elaborated, "The barrier is quite understandable. As for the water and drying spells, while they do not originate from traditional magic, they can be derived through the study and analysis of water and fire spells. Magic, could this be the ability from another world?" Hui Yuer mused silently, only to hear Wu Ling's voice again. "Would you like to learn? I could teach you. Is it truly that straightforward?" Hui Yuer inquired, astonished. Aware of her own lackluster spirit master talent, yet intrigued by the potential to become formidable through the acquisition of otherworldly abilities. "Indeed. I present you with two options. Either you beseech me to take you as a disciple, or you implore me to accept you as my pupil." Hui Yuer's expression faltered. The distinction between willingly learning and being coerced was significant. With a hint of resignation, she asked, "Do I truly have a choice in this matter?" With a smile, Wu Ling rose to his feet and approached Hui Yuer, gently patting her on the head. "Of course. My dear disciple, call me teacher so I can hear it." Hui Yuer pouted slightly, but sensing the large hand resting on her head, she complied obediently, saying, "Teacher." Chapter 161. The profoundly unfathomable teacher. Wait a moment. Within the sea of consciousness, Tianning Binkin was fervently attempting to halt Hui Yuer's apprenticeship. After all, if Hui Yuer were to acquire abilities from other worlds, how could his plans ever come to fruition? Unbeknownst to Hui Yuer, who remained oblivious to Tianning Bingsan's intentions, she was left bewildered by his actions. Just moments ago, he had claimed their fates were intertwined, so why was he now obstructing her from becoming a disciple? Although her initiation was somewhat coerced, upon reflection, Wu Ling's ability to traverse worlds suggested he was no weakling. Furthermore, he provided her with clothing and meals, and most importantly, he was quite handsome. He hardly seemed like a villain. While Tianming Binkin had insinuated that Wu Ling's true motive lay with the gray orb in the sea of consciousness, the adage "one who eats from another's hand is soft-hearted" rang true. As a novice with only a primary soul power, she was about to become a disciple of a formidable master, a prospect she had only heard of from her mother. Thus, it seemed Hui Yuer stood to gain from the arrangement, so why was Tianming Binkin still trying to deter her? Hui Yuer tilted her head slightly towards Wu Ling, wishing to confide in him about Tianming Binkin. However, every time she entertained this thought, Tianming Binkin would intervene within her consciousness. Consequently, she resorted to using the restroom as an excuse, intending to distance herself from Wu Ling before inquiring about Tianming Binkan. Yet, as soon as Hui Wei voiced her intent, Wu Ling leaned in closer, their eyes meeting. Hui Wei could even discern the faint glimmer of a magical array in Wu Ling's gaze. Before she could feel embarrassed, Wu Ling's next words left her utterly astonished. Off to the restroom? No, it's that bug, isn't it? It's trying to prevent you from becoming a disciple. Despite the warmth from Wu Ling's breath brushing against her cheek, Hui Wei's face turned pale, stripped of color. This secret, deeply hidden within her, had been so effortlessly revealed by Wu Ling, although she had intended to share her thoughts with him. The distinction between voicing it herself and having it spoken by another was stark, leaving her feeling utterly exposed before Wu Ling. Meanwhile, Tianming Binkan, who had been causing a ruckus in Hui Wei's sea of consciousness, was taken aback by Wu Ling's sudden revelation. He could scarcely fathom how Wu Ling had discerned his presence. As Hui Wei's mind momentarily blanked, Wu Ling gave her 2 gentle pats on the head, bringing her back to her senses. All right, I shan't tease you further. Matters concerning the soul are somewhat delicate. I observed everything that transpired with that large bug. Coupled with its tremendous spiritual power, I can surmise its intentions without much thought. After all, such occurrences are rampant across various worlds. Some have stuffed a fox into themselves. Others have absorbed a grandmaster, and some have even attempted to merge with their own beings. Those who engage in such acts often harbor ulterior motives, whether it be sealing themselves, seeking reincarnation, or desiring resurrection. From the state of that bug combined with your current situation, I can roughly deduce its aim, to attain divinity. The bug's physical form cannot endure for long, and the divine realm will not permit its ascension. Thus, achieving godhood is impossible. However, it would rather seek you as a soul master than confront death directly, indicating its profound fear of mortality. Of course, the fear of death is an innate trait of all living beings, myself included, so I have no qualms about that. Yet, since it has chosen you as a soul master, even a title Douluo would only gain an additional century of life. Therefore, to achieve true immortality, there lies only one path, the creation of a deity, and you are the chosen one. Otherwise, do you think I would seek you as a disciple? After all, I have little regard for those born with full soul power. Wu Ling, amidst the dual astonishment of Hui Wei and the heavenly dream-eye silkworm, effortlessly elucidated the entire sequence of events, subtly hinting at his extensive knowledge. He then allowed Hui Wei a moment to process this revelation before gently pinching her soft cheek, drawing her attention back to him. I mentioned this to you in advance primarily to prevent any misunderstandings in the future. After all, since you are my disciple, I would never intend to harm you. He reassured the large creature as well, stating that while he would impart abilities from other worlds, her primary focus should remain on the powers of this realm. Fortunately, I possess certain skills in this world. Though I may not be at the pinnacle, I am more than capable of guiding you. As he spoke, Wu Ling revealed his peculiar soul rings, adorned in shades of purple, black, and red. The crimson soul rings left Hui Wei utterly astounded. She felt as though she had exhausted her capacity for astonishment in a single day. It was true that she came from humble beginnings and had never attended school, but that did not render her ignorant of the optimal soul ring combinations for soul masters and the significance of each hue. Even in the absence of formal education, she had gleaned knowledge through hearsay and her mother's teachings, comprehending the peculiarity of Wu Ling's soul rings. Although her own first soul ring spanned 1,000,000 years, the ease with which she obtained it had fostered a lingering sense of unreality, causing her to overlook its significance initially. I am 17 years old and possess a soul power level of 69. In terms of true strength, I am confident in asserting that I rank among the strongest beneath the title of Douluo. As he spoke, Wu Ling playfully pinched Hui Wei's cheek once more, confessing to himself that he found himself somewhat addicted to this endearing gesture. The effectiveness of Wu Ling's technique was remarkable. It effortlessly diverted Hui Wei's attention, providing her a contemplative direction amidst the turmoil stirred by recent events. I am 11 years old, possessing a soul power level of 11. My teacher is 6 years my senior and boasts a soul power level 58 levels higher than mine, demonstrating a strength that surpasses mere rank. Wu Ling observed Hui Wei, who was counting on her fingers, and a subtle smile curled at the corners of his mouth. He conceded that his decision to take Hui Wei as his disciple was partly motivated by a desire to counter Tang San. Yet her character undeniably evoked a sense of protectiveness within him. In the original narrative, under Tang San's design, the sacrificial offering of the Imperial Divine Beast enabled her to reach levels of 60 or 70 at merely 17 or 18. and she ascended to the status of the goddess of emotion by the age of 26. With his assistance, she could achieve similar feats, if not earlier. At least within the same time frame, the distinction lay in the fact that she would not have to endure such profound suffering and death again. While some hardships on the path of growth can indeed foster progress, Wu Ling felt a pang of reluctance at the thought of a girl bearing such burdens. In Hu Wei's heart, Wu Ling was not only a figure of formidable strength but also a wellspring of knowledge and diverse capabilities that resonated deeply with her. He was precisely the mentor she needed at a time when she felt an acute lack of everything. Chapter 162. The Radiant Unicorn. The following day, upon awakening, Hu Wei opened her eyes to find Wu Ling had already prepared breakfast. Was it all merely a dream? As she gazed at Wu Ling, patiently awaiting her meal, a warm current surged within her. It had been a long time since anyone had shown her such care, especially since her mother's passing. Teacher, I am here to assist you. After breakfast, Hu Wei obediently stood beside Wu Ling, who was intently studying a map, as the continent had changed significantly since his time. During the era of the unparalleled Tang sect, the Sun and Moon continent had clashed with the Douluo continent. The Star Luo Empire still existed, while the Heaven Do Empire had fractured, and after the failed invasion of the Sun and Moon Empire, the light of the rice fields had grown dim. Upon examining the map, Wu Ling swiftly determined their destination, the Sun-Moon Empire. This decision was underpinned by three compelling reasons. Firstly, it was imperative that they avoid the Tang sect and Shrek Academy entirely. Even the skills of the Tang sect were off-limits for Hui Yue, as any exposure would create a karmic bond with Tang San. The more this bond accumulated, the greater Tang San's influence over Hui Yue would become. Once Wu Ling departed, given Hui Yue's current foundation, she would inevitably fall under Tang San's control. Thus, the most pressing concern was to distance themselves as much as possible. Secondly, the focus of the future lies in soul guidance technology. The profession of soul master has reached its zenith. Even the soul tower established by Hui Yuhao in the original narrative merely prolonged the lifespan of this vocation. While there were improvements, they did not address the root of the issue. Hence, technology stands as the primary productive force. Moreover, Hui Yue possessed her first soul skill derived from the heavenly dream eye silkworm, making it a tremendous waste not to engage in scientific research. Lastly, there was the matter of him. Although he possessed magical arrays capable of creating soul tools, the others in Douluo continent did not share this ability. Most importantly, Wu Ling lacked the luxury of time to teach them extensively. Therefore, the clearly defined system of soul guidance technology that already existed during the era of the exceptional Tang sect became his target. In light of all these considerations, the Sun-Moon Empire emerged as Wu Ling's objective. As for whether Hui Yue's research into soul guidance technology would hinder her cultivation, Wu Ling could guarantee with Shaolan's life that the infrastructure within the Sun-Moon Empire, coupled with his diligent guidance, would far surpass the laissez-faire approach of Shrek Academy. I nearly overlooked an important matter. Please demonstrate your first soul skill for me. A million-year soul skill is something I have yet to witness. Wu Ling retracted his techniques and turned to Hui Yue, his interest piqued by the skill referred to as the divine perspective. Very well, teacher, Hui Yue replied, nodding as her first soul ring materialized before her. In the realm of Wu Ling, the petite figure of Xiaofan could not resist emerging to observe the magnificent golden soul ring that had existed for 1,000,000 years. So this is what a 1,000,000-year soul ring looks like? Due to the sealing of most of its power, it has transformed from a radiant gold to a platinum hue. One might easily mistake it for a 100,000-year ring at first glance. However, the energy it harbors is indeed extraordinary. With this thought, Xiaofan promptly produced a small notebook to inscribe her observations. Having been briefed by Wu Ling about the intriguing nature of his research the previous night, Xiaofan's seemingly inappropriate actions offered Hui Yue a deeper understanding of the term research fanatic that Wu Ling had employed. According to her teacher, he currently possessed 6 such avatars. As this thought crossed her mind, she quietly activated her first soul skill. Before Wu Ling and Xiaofan, their gaze gradually ascended, allowing them to see their own backs, accompanied by a perspective that could rotate a full 360 degrees. This viewpoint evoked a sense reminiscent of playing a mobile game in third-person mode in a past life. Furthermore, within the confines of this soul skill, this perspective not only penetrated through any obstruction but also allowed for complete rotational viewing. If a girl were to wear a skirt, or if someone were to perform this outside a bathroom, well, fortunately, in this world, Hui Yue happened to be female. Wu Ling was deeply attuned to the essence of the soul skill, while Xiaofan diligently recorded her observations and inquired about various aspects from Hui Yue. This must be more than just a single soul skill. One is for detection, and another for sharing. This suggests there are indeed two distinct skills. However, with a soul skill spanning 100,000 years, there must be more than two for one that lasts 1,000,000 years. Given your ocular abilities alongside a psychic beast, I surmise your other skills likely involve mental shock or interference. Regardless of whether there are 3 or 4, feel free to unleash them upon me. Only through first-hand experience can one truly appreciate the potency of a soul skill. Hui Yuer was momentarily astonished by Xiaofan, or rather, Wu Ling's extensive knowledge. To deduce her other soul skills from mere fragments of conversation was a testament to profound erudition. Even Tianming Ice Silkworm, residing within Hui Yuer's spiritual sea, acknowledged the breadth of this individual's insight. With such assistance, Hui Yuer's chances of ascension to divinity would undoubtedly increase significantly. Indeed, Master, this million-year soul ring grants me a total of 4 soul skills, 1 for exploration, 1 for sharing, and 2 others being mental interference and soul shock. Hui Yuer articulated, following Xiaofan's suggestion to demonstrate her mental interference and soul shock. The results of her attacks vanished without a trace, akin to a stone sinking into the ocean. Reflecting on Wu Ling's vast mental prowess and the stability of his soul, Hui Yuer ceased her attacks to avoid further embarrassment. Xiaofan approached, cradling Hui Yuer's face as if she were a precious gem, exploring the depths of her eyes. Sharing, interference, shock, how comprehensive. Truly worthy of a million-year soul ring. In terms of auxiliary capabilities, these eyes are undoubtedly of a magical caliber. Oh, how I desire them. Hui Yuer swallowed nervously, startled into stillness by Xiaofan's actions, which offered her a new perspective on the fervor of research. Then, with a sudden clap, Wu Ling materialized before Hui Yuer, while Xiaofan crouched on the ground, hugging her head in a posture of absolute defense. Did I frighten you, Yuer? Xiaofan can be quite eccentric at times, when she encounters the unfamiliar. All she thinks about is research. You'll grow accustomed to it over time. Wu Ling observed Hui Yuer, who nodded repeatedly in response to his words. He intended to say more, but at that moment, the once clear sky darkened abruptly, and a thunderous roar echoed from above. Both Wu Ling and Tianming Ice Silkworm exchanged puzzled glances with the sky, a scenario they were quite familiar with. Moments later, amidst their curious gazes, a majestic creature descended from the heavens, a fiery stallion adorned with golden fur, red markings, and crowned with a singular red horn. I am the radiant sun unicorn, summoned by the name of my deity. Are you the malevolent beings I am destined to obliterate? Chapter 163, Tang San's Devious Hand in the Douluo Divine Realm. Tang San regarded the scene before him with grave intensity. To outsiders, it appeared empty, yet to him, an almost imperceptible transparent thread lingered in the air. He had encountered traversers before, as he himself was one. The god of destruction was a result of his own actions in slaying the dark demon evil god, which had created the evil god pearl that allowed his passage. This causal connection was why he felt assured in allowing the god of destruction to join his ranks. According to his studies, anyone associated with traversing would inevitably achieve significant feats. If the individual were merely an ordinary traverser, he held absolute confidence in bringing them under his influence, making them his trusted aides. His plan was meticulously crafted. If he could have them encounter the dual entities of Wutong, he would ultimately select the more compliant one after their merger, while the other, after some persuasion, would also fall in line. However, he never anticipated that this particular traverser would be anything but ordinary. Has fate become so intricate? Who is this person that not only evades my scrutiny but can also, through external means, slay a soul beast of 30,000 years with the rank of a soul emperor? Most alarmingly, they have interacted with that boy, influencing his destiny. A flicker of murderous intent flashed in Tang San's eyes. The young man named Hui Yuhao was not merely a pivotal figure in the resurgence of the Tang sect in the lower realm. His existence was a crucial bargaining chip for augmenting his voice in the divine realm. In fact, to ensure his absolute control over Hui Yuhao, he had even divided his daughter's soul into 2 fragments, only for everything to be disrupted by that individual. Should I take action myself? No, that would be unwise. Destruction is already watching me. Sending the radiant sun unicorn to eliminate this otherworldly remnant is a plausible excuse, but my direct involvement would alter the nature of the situation. Tang San sighed, that individual is not worth my personal intervention. A reincarnated traverser cannot fully integrate into this world. Under my influence, this repulsion will only intensify. And in a year or less, they will depart from this realm. In the grand scheme of the divine realm, that is merely a day's time, one day I can certainly wait for. As these thoughts flowed through his mind, Tang San's expression gradually relaxed. Just then, a screen-like projection appeared before him, revealing a young man clad in dark purple attire, the current god of destruction, one of the 5 divine kings.